Inside an ancient bedroom, a man is closing his eyes, enjoying the intimate service of 6 beautiful women. They surrounded the man, their eyes filled with adoration, their hands moving gently and delicately, and bursts of soft laughter emanating from them. Shin Gao slowly opened his eyes, looked at the gentle and tender sextuplets in front of him, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, a sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. He was transported to an ancient fantasy world that revered martial arts due to an accident. In this world, those with talent can master powerful abilities through cultivation techniques and become true powerhouses. Reaching the highest level of cultivation can even allow one to fly through the air and fight against an entire nation single-handedly. He had originally dreamed of embarking on the path of cultivation and becoming such a being. But reality brought him back to his senses. He was just a poor boy with no talent for cultivation, whose family was destitute, destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. This harsh reality instantly disheartened him. In this dangerous and unfamiliar world, ordinary people could lose their lives at any time, which gradually fostered despair in his heart. Just as Shin Gao was falling into despair, a small gourd hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a faint light, and this sudden change left him stunned. Immediately afterwards, an ethereal voice rang in his mind. The treasure gourd has been activated. The host can generate spiritual liquid by providing jade artifacts or jade stones. Consuming the elixir directly enhances one's strength, making one a peerless master. It also cures all diseases, neutralizes all poisons, and heals all injuries. The gourd has a built-in storage space that can hold everything. Items stored inside will always remain fresh and will not spoil. As a reward, 10 drops of spiritual liquid have been given to the host. Please consume them immediately to enhance your strength. Afterwards, the host will need to find jade artifacts or other materials to feed the gourd in order to continuously generate spiritual liquid. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 drops of spiritual liquid emitting a faint fragrance appeared out of thin air before Shin Gao's eyes. Without thinking twice, he swallowed them in one gulp. A moment later, his originally frail body underwent a rapid transformation. His muscles bulged, his strength surged, his internal energy continued to rise, and his aura became increasingly powerful, even exuding a heart-palpitating sense of oppression. He clearly felt that his body had been completely transformed by the spiritual liquid, stepping into the realm of a top expert who wielded extraordinary power. At this moment, Shin Gao fully understood that his destiny had undergone a complete and utter change. He would constantly search for jade artifacts or stones, placing them into the gourd to continuously produce spiritual liquid, which he would then consume to enhance his strength. He aimed to rise rapidly in this world, step by step becoming the strongest and dominating the realm. Just as Shin Gaoping calmed his mind, he took his tools from home and went into the mountains, intending to try his luck and see if he could find jade or jade artifacts to allow the jade gourd to continue generating spiritual liquid. He had just rounded a protruding rock when he heard a panicked cry from behind it. "You villain, you'll never get us!" "Ha ha, how laughable!" a gruff voice rang out. "I've followed you all the way from the capital to this moment. You'd better strip naked and avoid being whipped." Shin Gao cautiously peeked out and saw more than a dozen men in black surrounding 6 beautiful young women. Several servants lay dead around the girls. An old man lay in a pool of blood. The burly man in black at the head of the group let out a lewd laugh and reached out to tear open the outer garment of one of the girls, revealing her bright red undergarment. "Let me go, you beast!" The girl struggled desperately, and suddenly bit the burly man in black. "Hiss!" The burly man in black cried out in pain and kicked her hard to the ground. He took off his black short jacket, revealing a muscular physique and a palm-sized jade pendant hanging from his waist. "Don't come any closer! Otherwise, I'd rather die than let you go!" The girl grabbed a rock and held it high above her head. "If you take another step closer, I'll smash myself to my death right here!" The other girls glared angrily, tightly protecting the girl's undergarment, huddled together, and fought desperately to prevent the burly man in black from succeeding. The burly man in black snapped his fingers, and 2 of his men immediately rushed forward, snatched the stone from the girl's hand, and pinned her to the ground. "Let me go, you beast, let me go!" The girl struggled desperately, but she was no match for these martial arts practitioners. Shingao didn't want to get involved and was preparing to leave quietly. Just then, the jade gourd suddenly trembled slightly, and a consciousness entered his mind. "Master, the burly man in black has the food I need. It's on his waist." Shingao's gaze immediately fell on the palm-sized jade pendant at the waist of the burly man in black. Without further hesitation, he flashed out from behind the rock. The commotion startled the burly man in black, who turned and stared coldly at Shingao. The newcomer was thin, dressed in tattered farm clothes, patched upon patched, and wearing worn-out straw sandals. He also had a blunt axe for chopping wood tucked into his waistband. He was clearly a mountain farmer who made a living by chopping wood. The burly man in black gripped his knife tightly, already considering Shingao a dead man. Shingao stopped just a step away from him. "Could you give me your jade pendant?" Shingao pointed to the jade pendant at his waist, his tone indifferent. "Ha!" The burly man in black could no longer hold back his laughter. "Give it to you?" he said, barely suppressing his laughter. "Where did you come from, you poor brat, daring to covet my jade pendant?" This jade pendant was a symbol of status, its intrinsic value being only a dozen or so taels of silver. However, after being engraved with the family crest, its value far exceeded that. How could such a precious item be given to an ordinary farmer? "Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." Shingao's tone remained calm as he reached out to grab him. "You're asking for death." The burly man in black suddenly took a step back, brandishing his knife, and more than a dozen of his men immediately pounced on Shingao. To deal with such a reckless brat, he didn't even need to lift a finger. His men were more than capable of killing him. However, to his surprise, this seemingly frail farm boy defeated all of the dozen or so men in black in a single exchange. None of them survived, they all died. The burly man in black was immediately terrified. Taking advantage of Shingao's momentary lapse in attention, he turned to flee. Shingao followed closely behind, snatched the knife from the man's hand in one swift motion, and swung it down towards his head. "I am a subordinate of the third prince of the imperial capital." The burly man in black was terrified and shouted in a panic. Before he could finish speaking, he was already decapitated. "Quickly, let me swallow it! The spiritual spring is about to dry up!" The jade gourd urged urgently in his mind again. Shingao reached out and pulled the jade pendant from the waist of the burly man in black, kicked the headless corpse over, and put the jade pendant into his pocket. With a thought, the jade pendant was already inside the gourd. "My benefactor!" Suddenly, the girl with torn clothes grabbed Shingao's sleeve, her eyes filled with gratitude. Her expression was resolute as she urgently said, "You must leave quickly. It won't be long before the third prince's men are after us." "My benefactor, please leave quickly." The girl pushed Shingao again. "My name is Lu Shuyan. If I can escape this predicament in the future, I will definitely come back to repay my benefactor." As she said this, a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the old man who had fallen to the ground coughed violently, and spat out another mouthful of blood. "Father!" The 6 girls exclaimed in alarm and rushed forward to support the old man. "My benefactor, I am seriously injured and will not live much longer." The old man raised his hand with difficulty, took out 5 taels of silver from his pocket, and handed it to Shingao. "I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. I only have these 5 taels of silver. I hope you will accept it and not refuse." "Father!" the 6 girls whispered, tears streaming down their faces. Only then did Shingao notice that each of the 6 girls was exquisitely beautiful, with skin like jade, eyebrows like willow leaves, and eyes like phoenixes. All were stunning beauties. No wonder the man in black tracked them all the way from the capital to this remote place, where he ruthlessly murdered them. If Shingao hadn't happened to appear, the 6 sisters would have already fallen into the hands of that burly man in black. The old man waved his hand slightly, signaling them not to cry, and continued, "My benefactor, these 6 girls were all born from the same birth. Their mother died from excessive blood loss after childbirth. I have exhausted all my energy to raise them to the age of 16. It turns out that these 6 girls are sextuplets. However, they are not identical as rumored. Instead, each has her own unique beauty and charm. The only thing they have in common is that they are all stunningly beautiful. I am nearing the end of my life. I wonder if you, sir, could look after these 6 young girls for me? The old man coughed up another mouthful of blood and was about to kneel down. Xingao gently lifted him up and helped him up. Ask him to take care of 6 women? He's penniless now. Although he has the magic gourd, the fewer people who know about it, the better. How could he possibly keep 6 strange women by his side? Unless they become his wives, there's absolutely no way. Uncle, I am just a farmer's son from Kashan village. I have no money or property, and even my dwelling is simple. I really cannot take care of 6 young ladies. Moreover, it is not proper for a man and woman to be alone together in one place. Xingao shook his head and refused the old man's request. The old man sighed deeply. If this farmer's son didn't agree, and he died, his 6 daughters would become prey for powerful people. They fled relentlessly, constantly pursued and coveted. Originally accompanied by 30 servants, they had traveled from the capital to this place, only to have them all perish. All because of his 6 stunningly beautiful daughters. He was now severely injured, and his 6 daughters were all alone and in danger of being kidnapped at any moment. If he could marry them all to the man before him, the strength he had just displayed would be enough to protect them. At least with him around, his daughters wouldn't go hungry, and no one would dare to lay a hand on them. Just being able to live out the rest of his life in peace would be a blessing. The old man strained to lift his head and carefully examined Xingao. He found that Xingao had bright eyes, a tall and upright figure, and an extraordinary air about him, truly a handsome man. His 6 daughters wouldn't have suffered a loss marrying him. Thinking this, the old man pleaded again. My benefactor, if you worry that it's inconvenient for a lone man and woman to be alone together, I'm willing to give all 6 of my daughters to you in marriage. Father, no! The 6 young women were both ashamed and anxious upon hearing this. They were as beautiful as flowers, yet they were to all marry an ordinary farmer. They are now merely fallen from grace. If their father recovers and returns to court, powerful officials will likely vie to marry them. But to marry this penniless man from the mountains is something they find hard to accept. But the old man seemed to see through their thoughts. He spat out another mouthful of blood and forced himself to say, Daughters, without our benefactor's protection, you will all be vulnerable to being abducted by powerful men. Rather than being kidnapped, it's better to marry our benefactor. Before Xingao could refuse, the old man said to the girl who had almost been assaulted by the man in black, Xuyan, bring me the silk handkerchief. Lu Xuyan tearfully took out a piece of white silk handkerchief and handed it to the old man. The old man dipped his handkerchief in his own blood and painstakingly wrote down the names and birth dates of his 6 daughters. He then inquired about Xingao's name and date of birth, wrote them down, and then wrote, I am willing to marry my 6 daughters to Xingao of Kaoshan village, and I will never regret it. After writing this, he pressed his fingerprint on the paper with fresh blood. These are marriage certificates for my 6 daughters. Please accept them, my benefactor, the old man said, gesturing for Xingao to take them. Old man, are you really going to marry all 6 of your daughters to me? Xingao took the marriage certificates and said solemnly, I only have a thatched hut, no land, and the land in front of and behind the hut is just wasteland. My benefactor, please don't refuse any longer. I only want to see you get married with my own eyes. Before he could finish speaking, the old man swayed and slowly fell to the ground. Xingao quickly reached out to support him and laid him flat on the ground. Then, he walked to the overturned carriage by the roadside, pulled hard, and managed to drag the hundreds of pounds carriage back onto the road. He lifted the old man onto the carriage, then let the 6 sisters sit on it as well, and sat in the driver's seat himself, driving the carriage towards Kaoshan village. This is my lodging. A short while later, the carriage stopped in front of Xingao's house, and he invited the 6 of them alighting. Lu Xuyan looked around and saw only a solitary thatched hut surrounded by scattered rocks, a desolate place. This place was far too impoverished. Were the 6 of them really going to have to squeeze into the same room as him? Their father remained unconscious in the carriage. Xingao carried the old man down from the carriage and placed him on the dilapidated wooden bed inside the thatched hut. He pressed his ear to the old man's chest and could still hear a faint heartbeat. With the thought, Shin Gao sank his consciousness into the gourd. At this moment, the jade pendant had been completely refined, and a layer of spiritual liquid condensed in the central groove. A single jade pendant only produces this little bit of spiritual liquid, so it seems he'll need to keep searching for jade artifacts to nourish the gourd. However, with the spiritual liquid in hand, acquiring jade artifacts won't be difficult. Shin Gao has countless ways to make a fortune using the spiritual liquid. Father! Just then, the eldest sister, Lu Shuyan, suddenly cried out. What's wrong with you? Shin Gao turned his head and saw the old man suddenly convulsing, his eyes widening abruptly. This was a final burst of energy before death. His life was about to end. Father, you can't leave! What will we do without you? The 6 girls cried their hearts out, tears streaming down their faces. Hulu, this old man is dying, can he still be saved? Shin Gao asked in his heart. Of course, just a drop of spiritual liquid can bring him back to life. He'll recover completely after half a month of rest. The gourd's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Don't cry, there's still hope. Shin Gao immediately comforted him. Really? Lu Shuyan hurriedly wiped away her tears and said repeatedly. If our benefactor can save father, we sisters are willing to marry you. We will all listen to our eldest sister. The other 5 girls nodded in unison. We are willing to serve our husband together. Serving their husband together. The image of 7 people sleeping together involuntarily flashed through Shin Gao's mind. 6 beautiful sextuplets, just thinking about it made his heart restless. The thought flashed by, Shin Gao took out a drop of spiritual liquid and dripped it into a bowl, then added half a bowl of water, brought it over, and helped the old man up. Shuyan, come and help him. I'll feed this medicine to the old man. Lu Shuyan quickly supported her father, while Shin Gao slowly poured the half bowl of water into the old man's mouth. Just then, the faint sound of rapid hoofbeats could be heard in the distance. Chapter 3. Follow me, there will only be more delicious food. This drop of spiritual liquid entered his stomach along with the water, instantly spreading throughout his body. The bleeding that had been lost stopped, blood production resumed, and the wounds began to heal slowly. His heartbeat became stronger, sending blood to every part of his body. His breathing gradually became steady, and his chest rose and fell evenly. Father! Lu Shuyan was overjoyed at the sight. She hadn't expected Shin Gao to have such methods, and she secretly thought that her father's life was saved. Thinking of her previous promise, her face flushed slightly, and her thoughts drifted away. Shin Gao, however, didn't notice her change and simply said, The old man needs to rest, don't disturb him. He then gently tugged at her, signaling everyone to leave. Lu Shuyan recoiled as if electrocuted, her face flushing even more. The 6 sisters followed him outside and found a shady spot under the blazing sun, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Shutong's stomach rumbled, reminding everyone that they hadn't eaten after all the commotion. Are you hungry? Shin Gao asked. Lu Shutong nodded, blushing. But this dilapidated thatched hut offered nothing of value. There wasn't even a vegetable garden. Where would they get their food? They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Shin Gao didn't explain, but walked straight to a stone slab and lifted it. Hidden beneath the slab were 2 tender, large Chinese cabbages. Lu Shuyan was stunned. In the height of summer, there were cabbages that only appeared in winter. He washed the cabbage, then took half a liter of rice from inside the house and started a fire on the open-air stove to cook. Lu Shutong squatted down to add firewood, while Lu Shuyan tore the cabbage leaves one by one, and the group quickly got to work. Before long, the aroma of rice wafted out, making everyone's mouths water. Shin Gao stir-fried a large plate of cabbage, simple yet tempting. Lu Shutong washed her hands, picked up a bowl of rice, and whispered, Husband, time to eat. Shin Gao smiled and took the bowl, knowing in his heart that she had tacitly accepted their relationship. Judging from their awkward movements, they must have been pampered in the past, either rich girls or daughters of officials. It made him wonder why they had fallen into a state of famine. Everyone sat down to eat, and as soon as they took a bite, the 2 sisters' eyes widened simultaneously. This ordinary rice and cabbage tasted even better than the most exquisite delicacies they had ever eaten. So delicious! Lu Shatong couldn't help but praise repeatedly. The other four also started eating, and in no time, the food was completely devoured, not even a drop of soup was left. Husband, will we still be able to eat tomorrow? Lu Shatong asked expectantly. Shen Gao smiled faintly. Following me, you'll only eat better. Lu Shatong blinked. I don't believe it. He didn't explain further, but began to plan for tomorrow. The thatched hut was too small. He had to find a way to earn money to build a house, and he also needed to acquire some jade to nourish the gourd. Not to mention the registration of his 6 wives and the head tax to come. All of this made him realize that he now had an unusual family. Just then, a group of neighbors suddenly gathered outside the fence. Gaozi, are these all your relatives? Someone asked curiously. Shen Gao didn't hide anything. Third aunt, they are all my fiancés. 6? Third aunt laughed in surprise, her voice echoing through the mountains, attracting even more onlookers. Some advised him to give up some of the wives, while others worried for him, given the severe drought that was making even food a problem, let alone supporting 6 wives. Looking at the 6 sisters' blushing faces, everyone felt a mixture of envy and pity. In a poor place like Kaoshan village, everyone knew that such a life couldn't last long. Third aunt went home and brought back 6 eggs, stuffing them into Shen Gao's hands. Take these to nourish your wives, I can't help much. She spoke loudly, but her heart was warm. Shen Gao felt a warmth in his heart, but before he could say anything more, the clan chief and village head, Shen Sanyang, walked over with his cane, sat down on the bluestone slab, and asked in a deep voice. Gaozi, I heard you're going to marry 6 wives? Yes, Grandpa Sanyang. Shen Gao nodded. The other person sighed. You can't even support yourself, yet you're marrying so many? Are you planning to starve? His tone was full of disappointment. Shen Gao simply smiled and remained silent. Shen Sanyang stared at him and spoke again. It's not too late to back out now. Once it's registered tomorrow, it can't be changed. From now on, the head tax will be 7 parts. Have you thought it through? Do you still want to marry them? Chapter 4 Purple Grapes. Shen Gao turned to look at the 6 sisters, who all lowered their heads when his gaze swept over them. They had heard the neighbors' gossip clearly, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Third sister Lu Shuyao couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Eldest sister, are we really going to marry him? Her tone was full of hesitation and unease. Lu Shuyan lowered her voice and replied. Father has already given him the marriage certificate. He is no ordinary person. He can kill more than a dozen people with his bare hands, and he also has those delicious vegetables. He must be hiding a big secret. She then looked at her younger sisters. I guess he's living in seclusion here. With him around, we're at least safe for now. Hearing this, the group gradually became more resolute. Lu Xuan mustered her courage and walked up to Shen Gao, bowing respectfully. Husband, if you are unwilling to marry me, we will leave immediately. If you are willing, we will stay with you for life. Her words were crisp and decisive, carrying a hint of resolve. Shen Gao nodded, then turned to Shen Sanyang and smiled. Grandpa Sanyang, they insist on marrying me, so I have no choice but to accept them reluctantly. Shen Sanyang sighed, leaning on his cane. Tomorrow we'll enter the ancestral hall. Prepare 6 head taxes within 7 days. He shook his head and left, and the neighbors who had been watching dispersed. Just then, a faint voice came from inside the room. I want some water. Shen Gao, with his keen hearing, immediately heard it and called to his 6 sisters. Your father has woken up. The girls were overjoyed and rushed into the room, calling out in unison. Father! Lu Xuyan brought over some water and carefully fed it to the old man. After drinking it, his complexion improved noticeably, and his wounds began to scab over. Seeing Shen Gao approach, he smiled and said, Still calling me uncle? You should change your address. Shen Gao immediately bowed and said, Father-in-law, I am your son-in-law. The atmosphere immediately eased considerably. Lu Yiming nodded, but his expression was grave. You killed the 3rd prince's men. Be careful tonight, there might be assassins. He didn't elaborate on his background, only offering this warning before falling silent. Shen Gao's heart skipped a beat, vaguely realizing that this family's origins were not simple, but he didn't press the matter. At this moment, Lu Shuyao brought over a bowl of cabbage and rice porridge and fed it to Lu Yiming spoonful by spoonful. The old man took a sip and exclaimed in surprise, "Why is this porridge so delicious?" Shin Gao chuckled inwardly. This porridge was not only delicious but also good for health. However, he did not explain, only saying, "Drink more, and your injuries will heal faster." After finishing his meal, Lu Yiming fell into a deep sleep. Seeing he had some free time, Shin Gao slung his basket over his shoulder, clipped a small axe to his shoulder, and prepared to head into the mountains. Lu Xuyan, seeing this, quickly asked, "Husband, where are you going?" Shin Gao replied without turning his head, "To cut some bamboo to make a screen for you to use when you bathe tonight." His words made her face instantly turn bright red. After entering the mountain, Shin Gao released his divine sense to confirm that no one was around before disappearing into a secluded mountain hollow. There, vines stretched out, and a dozen or so bunches of purple grapes hung from a 2-janlong grapevine. He picked one and tasted it. It was sweet and sour, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He gathered all the grapes and then went to the bamboo forest to cut down a few bamboo stalks. On his way down the mountain, he encountered the night watchman Shimatsu, who banged his gong and shouted that a tiger had appeared, and also reminded him that someone had been carried off the night before. Shin Gao simply responded and told him to go back early, before continuing on his way. Back home, he took out 3 bunches of grapes and handed them to Lu Xuyan. "I picked them from the mountain. Wash them and have them as a snack." The 6 sisters washed them and shared them, exclaiming in amazement, "These grapes are so delicious!" Lu Xuyan even fed him by hand. "Husband, you should try some too." "You all eat, I already ate on the mountain," Shin Gao said with a smile, then began making a screen. He used bamboo to build a frame and cut burlap, quickly creating a simple 4-sided screen. As the sun gradually set, the screen was completed. 4 screens formed a perfect enclosure, providing complete privacy. After days of fleeing in terror, the 6 sisters finally had a moment of peace. Lu Xuyan and Lu Shutong brought over a basin of water and whispered, "Sister, you wash first, I'll keep watch for you." Chapter 5: Fierce Battle with the Tiger. Lu Shutong stood guard outside the screen, looking around to keep watch for her sister. She even glanced at Shin Gao, clearly warning him not to peek. Shin Gao chuckled inwardly. With his perfected cultivation level, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly hear the rustling of clothes and the scattered strands of hair inside the room. Lu Xuyan, completely unaware of the danger, stepped barefoot into the wooden basin and scooped up hot water with a ladle to pour over herself. After days of travel, the warmth of the water made her feel exceptionally relaxed. Looking down at her body, she thought about how she was now a wife and would be sleeping in the same bed as Shin Gao in the future, and her mind became slightly flustered. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, which she quickly covered her mouth with. She quickly finished washing and dressing, stepping out from behind the screen, looking fresh and radiant. Her long silk dress clung softly to her body, the red bodice underneath barely concealing her allure. Shin Gao glanced at her, his eyes brightening slightly, but he quickly composed himself. The 6 women finished washing up. It was already late at night. There wasn't even an oil lamp in the thatched hut, so they had to rest early. They spread a thick layer of straw on the ground, and Lu Xuyan whispered through the wall, "Husband, come in and sleep with us." Shin Gao didn't go in. He suppressed his thoughts and replied calmly, "You can sleep peacefully. I'll keep watch outside." His father-in-law had warned him that someone might attack tonight, and he couldn't let his guard down. Lu Xuyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This man was not only handsome but also disciplined and responsible, which gradually calmed her down. As the night grew colder, Shin Gao, hiding behind a boulder, found his clothes soaked with dew. Suddenly he sensed movement around him. A dozen figures silently surrounded him in the darkness, using the grass to conceal their presence. They were well hidden, but they couldn't escape his perception. He was about to get up when suddenly a tiger's roar shook the night. A huge tiger appeared a dozen meters away, its eyes like lamps, staring intently at him. Shin Gao couldn't help but mutter, "Such a big tiger?" This tiger was over 2 meters long and nearly 1.5 meters tall, its aura terrifying. The 6 sisters inside were awakened. Lu Shuyan saw the tiger pounce on Shengao through the crack in the door. Her face turned pale instantly, and she cried out in a trembling voice. "Husband, come in quickly!" Shengao replied in a deep voice. "Don't come out!" His heart warmed, but he could not back down. The dozen or so men lying in ambush were stunned. They had suffered heavy losses even when hunting tigers together before, and this one was even larger. In their eyes, Shengao was doomed. The tiger roared and pounced again, its sharp claws aimed straight for Shengao's head. Just as everyone thought he was about to be torn apart, Shengao moved. He took a step back to avoid the claws, then threw a punch that struck the tiger's eye squarely. The power of this punch was terrifying, directly shattering the tiger's skull. The giant tiger let out a miserable roar, twitched a few times on the ground, and then completely died. The 6 women inside screamed in terror, too afraid to watch the unfolding scene. After a moment, there was no further sound outside. Lu Shuyan mustered her courage and looked again, only to see the tiger lying dead on the ground, while Shengao stood unharmed. She couldn't hold back any longer, pushed open the door and rushed out, throwing herself into his arms, crying out, "Husband!" Shengao gently patted her back and smiled. "I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Lu Shuyan pounded his chest, choking back tears. "Don't take such risks again." The dozen or so men in the shadows were completely stunned. The sheer power of killing a tiger with a single punch sent chills down their spines. Shengao dragged the tiger's carcass to the side of the house, casually laid down on it, and said to Lu Shuyan, "Go and rest. I'll guard this place." Lu Shuyan nodded and went back inside, her worries completely gone. However, not long after, a rustling sound came from the darkness again. Shengao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at the source of the sound. In the dead of night, another group of people were silently approaching. Chapter 6: Coveting the Tiger? 2 groups of men in black appeared almost simultaneously. The latter group rushed straight at Shengao, coldly ordering, "Kill that brat and take the 6 Lu sisters away!" The moonlight shone with a chilling glint of blades, exuding a menacing aura. Shengao leaned against the tiger, a dozen or so pebbles clutched in his hand, his gaze calm, waiting for them to take another step closer before striking. Just then, the men in black who had been lurking in the bushes suddenly appeared and blocked the approaching enemy. The 2 groups immediately began to fight in front of the thatched hut, their swords clashing and shouts of battle rising and falling. The lurking side gradually lost ground and was forced to retreat continuously, the battle lines slowly closing in on Shengao. At the critical moment, Shengao raised his hand and waved, sending more than a dozen pebbles flying, accurately striking the enemy's knees. Screams rang out instantly, and the charging men in black fell to the ground one after another. The infiltrators seized the opportunity to counterattack, quickly eliminating their opponents, and then silently cleaned up the battlefield. The leader of the men in black approached Shengao and bowed respectfully from a distance, saying, "Thank you for saving me, brave warrior!" With that, they quickly disappeared into the darkness. Shengao closed his eyes and sensed that although they had left, 3 men had remained behind, keeping watch. The commotion once again awakened the 6 Lu sisters, who finally realized that someone was secretly protecting them. However, with the 6 marriage certificates now in Shengao's hands, they were already his fiancées, a relationship no one could change. Inside the house, Lu Yiming also woke up, quietly listening to the sounds of fighting outside, sighing inwardly. Sending protection now seems a bit too late. Soon silence returned outside. Lu Shuyan, still worried, quietly pushed open the door and whispered in the dim moonlight, "Husband, where are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a large hand grabbed her. She trembled in fright and turned around to see Shengao looking at her. "You scared me to death!" She patted her chest and asked, "Are they all gone?" Shengao nodded and then asked about the origins of those people. Lu Shuyan lowered her head and gave vague answers, clearly unwilling to say more. Shengao didn't press further, already having made up his mind. As dawn broke, the 6 sisters were all shocked to see the enormous tiger. Lu Yiming, leaning on a cane, approached to examine it, and discovered that the tiger's fatal wound was in its right eye. He couldn't help but admire Shengao's skill and became even more satisfied with this son-in-law. He tentatively asked, "Son-in-law, what should we do with this tiger?" Shingao replied frankly that he would transport it to the county town to sell for money, use the proceeds to build houses to settle the people, and also get a marriage certificate to register their marriage. Lu Yiming nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Shingao borrowed an ox cart and tried to throw the tiger onto it, but the old ox refused to pull it, seeing the tiger. Left with no other option, he had to pull the cart himself. At this moment, Lu Shuyan and Lu Shutong chased after him, wanting to go into town together, and Shingao agreed after some thought. Once on the official road, Shingao, dragging the hundreds of pounds heavy tiger, still moved at a rapid pace, far surpassing the two women's ability to keep up. He simply lifted them both onto the cart, their faces slightly flushed. Then he pulled the ox cart at breakneck speed, arriving at the county town gate in less than half an hour. The gatekeepers, terrified at the sight of the tiger, drew their swords. Only after learning the tiger was dead did they dare approach. Looking at the two women in the carriage, they were filled with admiration, assuming the three of them had hunted the tiger together. They quickly registered them and led them into the city. Upon entering the yamen, the bailiffs loudly reported, "Your Honor, Shingao from Kaoshan village, along with his wife, has killed a fierce tiger." Magistrate Wei Song was overjoyed to hear this, but upon learning that the tiger was too heavy to lift, he had no choice but to come out and investigate in person. When he saw the giant tiger, he gasped in shock, estimating its value at least 200 taels of silver, and a greedy thought arose in his heart. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Give him 10 taels of silver and carry the tiger to the backyard." Chapter 7 Registering the Marriage. Lu Shuyan sat on the ox cart. Upon hearing that the magistrate was only willing to offer 10 taels of silver, she immediately became unhappy and said coldly, "10 taels? Why don't you just rob me? Husband, let's go!" Just as the magistrate was about to speak, Shingao directly picked up the tiger's hind legs and threw the tiger's body in front of Wei Song. His tone was calm but oppressive. "Magistrate, just find anyone who can lift it onto the ox cart, and I'll sell you this tiger for 10 taels." Wei Song's face turned pale instantly. He was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. How could his underlings possess such strength? A 700-pound tiger, let alone one person, even several people working together might not be able to lift it. Seeing that he didn't answer, Shingao chuckled, grabbed the tiger's legs with both hands, and with a sudden jerk, easily tossed the tiger back onto the ox cart. Wei Song gasped in astonishment. Such strength was simply terrifying. At this moment, the clerk whispered a reminder. "Sir, this tiger is unharmed, except for its right eye, which was shattered by a punch. To be able to kill it with a single blow, this person will at least become a 2nd-rank military officer in the future." Upon hearing this, Wei Song was filled with regret, but immediately changed his expression and laughed loudly. "Brave warrior, you have misunderstood. The 10 taels is an extra reward. You can do whatever you want with the tiger. If you hand it over to me, you will receive the full amount of silver." After he finished speaking, he immediately ordered someone to bring 200 taels of silver, plus a reward, totaling 210 taels, and handed them over to Shingao. Shingao accepted the silver without ceremony and left the tiger behind. After leaving, Wei Song examined the tiger's head again. He gently pressed it, and it collapsed, revealing that the skull inside was completely shattered. He was immediately shocked. "This man's strength far exceeds my imagination." He quickly inquired about Shingao's background and secretly planned to befriend him. Just then, Shingao returned. Wei Song immediately greeted him respectfully. "Sir Shin, what brings you here?" Shingao took out the marriage certificate. "I have a marriage certificate with the 6 Lu sisters. Please register it, and also pay the head tax." Upon hearing the name of the 6 Lu sisters, Wei Song immediately recalled the strange event from years ago, and quickly said with a smile, "Sir, marrying such a beautiful woman is truly a joyous occasion. I will personally handle it for you." As he spoke, he not only registered the marriage but also wrote, "Paid," directly on the tax register. Shingao bowed in thanks and pulled the carriage away. Lu Shuyan and Lu Shutong were shocked to witness the magistrate's sudden change from arrogance to obsequiousness, and they became even more aware of Shingao's power. Lu Shuyan, in particular, recalled how Shingao had deliberately provoked the enemy by demanding the jade pendant when they were attacked in the mountains, clearly using this as an excuse to rescue them. The more she thought about it, the more moved she became, and her gaze towards Shin Gao softened. Shin Gao, completely unaware of the situation, pulled the cart to the largest silver shop in the county. Before even entering, Hulu excitedly cried out in his mind, "Master, so much food! I want it all!" Shin Gao soothed in a low voice, "Good girl, I'll buy it for you right away." Lu Xian asked in confusion, "What are you doing here, husband?" Shin Gao casually replied, "Buying some things. You wait for me in the cart." He entered the jewelry store carrying a silver bag. The waiter, seeing his heavy load, immediately greeted him warmly. Shin Gao asked directly, "Do you have jade?" The waiter quickly introduced various jade ornaments, but Shin Gao secretly shook his head. These finished products were too expensive to satisfy his greed. So he asked, "Do you have any whole pieces of jade?" The waiter was taken aback, then overjoyed, and quickly replied, "Yes. There are plenty of raw stones in the backyard. Please take your pick." Chapter 8: The Waiter's Deception. With that, the waiter led Shin Gao into the backyard. "Sir, look, these are all raw jade stones. All the jade in our shop is selected from these stones," the waiter said enthusiastically, pointing to a pile of dark, rough stones. Not far away, the shopkeeper was talking to several well-dressed people. Seeing the waiter leading in a young man in tattered clothes, he couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The long-bearded old man asked, "Manager Huang, what brings this man here?" Manager Huang chuckled softly. "Master Yi, he's here to pick out rough stones, of course." Master Yi glanced at the stones and shook his head. "These are all waste materials. There's probably nothing inside." Manager Huang chuckled dryly and replied in a low voice, "Exactly. The waiter brought him here to lure him in." After understanding the situation, Master Yi felt a pang of pity and walked up to Shin Gao, reminding him, "Young man, be careful." Shin Gao, however, feigned ignorance and laughed. "Don't worry, I have brute strength, I'm not afraid." Master Yi shook his head helplessly, assuming he was just being foolish, and stood aside, intending to see how this scam would end. At this moment, the waiter pointed to the rough stones and said, "Please pick whatever you like, sir. It's only 1 tael of silver per pound." Shin Gao nodded without saying a word, but the urgent voice of the gourd echoed in his mind. "Master, the 8th stone from the right to the left is a good one, buy it quickly." Shin Gao smiled inwardly. "Okay, I'll buy it right away." He immediately locked his gaze on the rough stone weighing about 50 pounds, knowing in his heart that apart from this one, most of the others were just worthless stones, and the waiter was just trying to swindle money. "Waiter, can all of these be found to yield jade? I won't buy them if they aren't." Shin Gao feigned hesitation. The waiter immediately boasted, "Sir, that's hard to say, but if they are, you can earn tens of thousands of taels from just one piece." He spoke with great enthusiasm. "We buy them for 9 chien and sell them to you for 1 tael, which is already a loss. If you're lucky, 1 tael can turn into several thousand taels." Even he himself was tempted by what he said. Shopkeeper Huang, listening nearby, was secretly delighted. Once the first order was placed, these kinds of people often gambled deeper and deeper until they lost everything. Seeing Shin Gao's interest, the waiter immediately added, "Sir, since this is your first time here, we'll give you a discount. Buy one get one free." Shin Gao raised an eyebrow. "Buy one get one free?" "Yes. Buy 10 caddies and get 10 caddies free, plus we'll open the stones for you for free." The waiter beamed. Shin Gao nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." Just as he was about to make his selection, the waiter stopped him. "Sign an agreement first, so you don't regret it later." He quickly wrote down the terms, which essentially stated that there would be no refunds after the sale, or a penalty of 30 taels of silver would be imposed. After reading it, Shin Gao felt even more reassured and immediately signed and pressed his seal, even getting Manager Huang and Master Yi to witness it. In everyone's eyes, he had completely fallen into the trap. "Sir, please choose," the waiter said, beaming. Shin Gao casually picked out a 50-pound piece of scrap stone. The waiter weighed it and said it would be 50 pounds, 50 taels of silver. Shin Gao pretended not to understand. "Isn't it buy one get one free? I'll choose another one." He walked around looking at the stones, and soon arrived at the one that the gourd had locked onto. In his mind, the gourd trembled with excitement. That's it! I'll take this one. Shingao brought out the 50-pound rough stone. The waiter glanced at it, too lazy to even weigh it, and simply nodded. He brought over a chisel and hammer. Sir, which one would you like to open first? Shingao casually replied. Open that one first. The waiter struck it hard, and with a crack, the stone split open. It was hollow inside, full of worthless stone. Shopkeeper Huang couldn't help but laugh. This deal was already a sure profit of 50 taels. In his view, Shingao would only sink deeper into this mess. Sir, are you still opening this piece? Shopkeeper Huang asked with a smile. Shingao waved his hand. No, I'll keep this as a souvenir. Chapter 9 Jade wrapped in stone. The waiter was taken aback. Something wasn't right. Shingao had spent 50 taels of silver but hadn't gotten anything out of it. Logically, he should have been annoyed by his bad luck and bought a few more stones to recoup his losses, but instead, he turned to leave. This made the waiter anxious. How could he let such a fat sheep go so easily? Sir, shall I open this stone for you? The waiter quickly stopped him. Mastery glanced at it and said, This stone is worthless. You might as well open it. Shopkeeper Huang was equally unwilling and advised with a smile. Sir, you need to buy several more pieces to have a chance of finding jade. It's not easy to find good quality jade from a single stone. Shingao, however, did not want to cause any trouble and said indifferently, Thank you for your kindness, but I'll keep this one. He was about to leave when the unexpected happened. The chisel in Xiao Er's hand suddenly slipped and slammed heavily onto the raw stone, chipping away a layer of its outer layer. The next moment, a hint of green peeked out from the crack. Jade! Xiao Er exclaimed. Shingao sighed inwardly. He had finally been exposed. Xiao Er quickly picked up the chisel and carefully scraped away the outer layer of stone. With each layer he peeled away, the green intensified, and the jade-like quality gradually became apparent. Stone-wrapped jade! It's actually stone-wrapped jade! Master Yi's expression changed drastically, and he even slapped himself in frustration. Stone-wrapped jade refers to jade with only a thin layer of stone on the outside, while the inside is a single, pure piece of jade, completely free of impurities, the finest of the fine. Once the entire piece of jade was completely peeled off, Master Yi pushed the waiter aside and rinsed it clean with water. The jade was crystal clear, radiating a soft green light. 5,000 taels! I'll bid 5,000 taels for this jade! Master Yi immediately shouted. Those around him weren't to be outdone. 6,000 taels! I'll bid 8,000 taels! The bidding heated, the price soaring. Finally, Master Yi roared. 10,000 taels! Nobody can compete with me! 10,000 taels of silver was equivalent to a huge fortune, and the room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Just then, Manager Huang said coldly, This jade belongs to my jewelry store, and no one can take it away. Shingao sneered and directly took out the agreement. It's written in black and white. Do you want to go back on your word? Manager Huang pointed to the piece of scrap stone next to him. You bought that one, this one doesn't count. Shingao asked in return. Wasn't this one a free gift? We're not giving it away. Manager Huang completely turned hostile and ordered the waiter to take the jade away. Shingao's eyes turned cold. He kicked the waiter away and snatched back the jade. Stop! Manager Huang roared. Guards! Someone's stealing jade! Beat him to death! As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 thugs rushed him with knives and surrounded Shingao. Boy, you dare cause trouble here? You're asking for death! Several men brandished their knives and began to slash. In a mere instant, Shingao disarmed them, sending them flying with a flick of his wrist. He stepped forward, stomping on their wrists, and with a few cracking sounds, their wrist bones shattered. Screams of agony filled the air, as the men quickly lost consciousness from the pain. Manager Huang, his face deathly pale, retreated hastily, shouting, Don't come any closer! My godfather is the county magistrate! He tried to intimidate them with his status. Shingao didn't care. He stepped forward and slapped him across the face, then kicked him to the ground and stomped on his head. Say it again? Shingao said coldly. Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. What happened? The clerk walked in with several constables. Manager Huang, as if seeing a savior, shouted, "Clerk, save me!" He didn't forget to threaten. "You surnamed Shin, let me go right now, or I'll throw you in jail." But the next moment, the situation completely reversed. The clerk recognized Shin Gao, his face changed drastically, and he immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Brave warrior Shin, it's you!" His attitude was extremely respectful. Then he turned around and kicked Manager Huang. "Offending brave warrior Shin, you're asking for death!" He then ordered the Yamen runners to tie him up. "Sir Shin, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" the clerk asked obsequiously. Manager Huang was utterly dumbfounded, his heart filled with fear and regret. He never imagined that this raggedly dressed young man had such a background. Had he known this, he would never have dared to be greedy. The next moment, thump! Manager Huang's legs went weak, and he knelt before Shin Gao. Chapter 10 Master, I want to eat the jade. Shen, brave warrior, spare my life! Shopkeeper Huang knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Shin Gao ignored him, turned around and walked to the jade, put the jade into his bundle, slung it over his shoulder again, and remained calm. At this moment, Lu Shuyan and Lu Shutong rushed over with scissors in hand. "Husband, what happened?" Shin Gao smiled and said, "It's all right, let's go home." The two women breathed a sigh of relief and obediently followed behind him. Seeing this, the clerk kicked Manager Huang and secretly gave him a wink. Manager Huang immediately understood and hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Brave Shin, please wait." He then ran back to the counter, took out 2 gold hairpins, and handed them over with both hands. "This is a small gift for the 2 ladies," he said, sounding pained. The clerk casually added, "Sir Shin has 6 wives." 6? Manager Huang's face paled, and he could only grit his teeth and take out 4 more gold hairpins. The 6 hairpins were all made of fine jade and were worth a full 600 taels of silver. Shin Gao took the hairpins and said coldly, "I'll spare you this time for the sake of this gift. If there's a next time, I'll chop off your head." Manager Huang nodded repeatedly, trembling with fear. Only after Shin Gao left did Manager Huang dare to ask, "Master, who exactly is this man?" The master sneered. "He killed a 700-pound tiger with 1 punch, and all 6 Lu family sextuplets married him. What do you say?" Manager Huang froze on the spot, cold sweat pouring down his back. If this kind of person had truly angered him just now, he would have been dead long ago. On the other side, as soon as Shin Gao stepped out, the guard's urgent voice rang in his mind. "Master, I want to eat jade!" The voice was extremely excited. Shin Gao smiled helplessly, and with the thought, the jade worth 10,000 taels of silver vanished instantly. Only 160 taels of silver remained in his bundle. "Husband, where shall we go next?" Lu Shuyan asked, looking up at him with eyes full of adoration. Shin Gao replied, "Let's buy food and supplies and get by for now." He did a quick calculation. They got 210 taels from selling the tiger, and after buying the raw stones, they'd have 160 taels left, enough to build a few brick houses. At this moment, Lu Shuyan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Husband, my father has a house and land there. Why don't we go and live there?" The meaning was clear. Shin Gao was to marry into the family. Shin Gao shook his head. "No, I can support all 6 of you myself." His tone was calm, but firm. Soon, the group entered the county town, bought a cart full of grain, and ordered 100,000 blue bricks from a brick kiln, which were then delivered to Kaoshan village. The shopkeeper, overjoyed at the large order, immediately arranged for dozens of ox carts to transport the goods. After finishing his business, Shin Gao drove back to the village. By the time he arrived home, it was already afternoon. He glanced at the mountainside in the distance, and saw that the men in black were still there, which relieved him slightly. "Father, we're back!" Lu Shutong called out as soon as she entered the door. Lu Yuming walked out of the house, looking much better. Shin Gao took out 4 gold hairpins and gave them to the women. The 3 women accepted them with smiles and said in unison, "Thank you, husband." Only the 6th sister, Lu Shuyan, pouted and said, "I want to trade with my eldest sister." Lu Shutong said helplessly, You're trying to steal it again. Lu Shuyan didn't care and handed over her own gold hairpin. After Lu Shuyan got hers, she was overjoyed and couldn't be happier. After finishing his work, Shen Gao asked Lu Shuyan to take the other women to cook. He glanced again at the men in black on the mountainside, his gaze darkening slightly. The next moment, he turned and headed up the mountain, heading straight for them. He had to find out who had sent these people. Chapter 11 Good Neighbors Come to Help. Shen Gao walked step by step to the mountainside, and the three burly men in black hiding in the shadows immediately tensed up. Come out, Shen Gao said calmly to the bushes. The three men looked at each other, thinking they were extremely well hidden. Not even the cowherd had noticed them, yet this seemingly frail young man had seen through them with a single sentence. In fact, Shen Gao had an ordinary appearance, but his true strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The bushes rustled, and three men jumped out, bowing respectfully. Greetings, brave warrior. Shen Gao's gaze was cold. Who sent you? The men stammered, not daring to answer. He stepped forward, grabbing one of them by the throat, his imposing manner intimidating. The other man quickly pleaded. Brave warrior, please calm down. I'll explain. Shen Gao released his grip, and the man hurriedly explained. We are the 6 princes' men, ordered to protect Lord Lu and his family who are leaving the capital. Shen Gao raised an eyebrow. Lu Yiming? That's right. The man in black nodded. We followed the cart tracks here, and on the way we found another group of people killed. We only found Lord Lu at your house when we arrived here, so we have been secretly monitoring him. Shen Gao asked again. Who is the enemy? The man in black wiped his sweat and said, I don't know either. I was just ordered to protect him and wait for the 6th prince to send someone to meet him. Shen Gao was even more puzzled. Why did Lu Yiming suddenly leave the capital, and why was he being chased by the 3rd prince? There was clearly more to the story. He pressed for an explanation, but the man in black shook his head repeatedly, clearly unaware of the situation. Shen Gao understood that he wouldn't get anything out of them, so he had to give up for the time being. He had confirmed that one side was being hunted by the 3rd prince, and the other side was being protected by the 6th prince. Since you're here to protect them, don't hide. Come down the mountain and help, Shen Gao said, using Lu Yiming's name. After discussing for a moment, the three had no choice but to agree and follow him down the mountain. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, a dozen or so neighbors had already gathered outside the thatched hut. Auntie San asked eagerly, Gaozi, how much silver did you give for that tiger? Shen Gao smiled and said, Enough to build a brick house. Auntie San immediately beamed. Can I go and call Ergo to help you with the work? Shen Ergo was her son and Shen Gao's best friend, so she naturally agreed. Seeing this, the other neighbors also offered to help. In a year of severe drought, the fields yielded no harvest, and everyone was worried about making a living. Now that Shen Gao wanted to build a house, it was like having an extra mouth to feed. Aunt San said with red eyes, Let Ergo come, as long as he can eat his fill. Everyone echoed in agreement. Shen Gao readily agreed. Come on, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. As soon as he finished speaking, cartloads of bricks and lime were delivered. Without needing instructions, everyone immediately divided the work. Some carried bricks, others dug the foundation, and the stonemasons and carpenters displayed their skills. The women were also busy starting fires and cooking, creating a lively scene. With everyone's help, Shen Gao found himself with some free time. He made an excuse and quietly headed towards the woods behind the mountain. After confirming that no one was around, he slipped into his gourd space. Inside, it was filled with grain, all ripened with spiritual liquid, so it wouldn't spoil there. The central spring had already filled half a bowl with spiritual liquid, and 1/5 of the top-grade jade had been consumed. Shen Gao frowned. The jade was clearly insufficient. 2 major tasks lay before him, earning money, and using that money to buy more jade. Only in this way could he gain a foothold in this world. But how to earn money? Hunting was obviously out of the question. He hadn't been good at it in his previous life, even birds could outmaneuver him. After much thought, he suddenly had an idea: to use the elixir to save people and earn money from wealthy families. But the problem was, he had no idea which families had seriously ill members. So he tentatively asked, Can anyone be saved even if they only have a breath left? The gourd responded crisply. As long as lifespan is not over, even the most serious illness can be cured. Xingao was overjoyed and was about to make plans when the gourd suddenly reminded him urgently. Master, someone is coming! He immediately exited the space and looked up to see Lu Xuyan walking along the path. Chapter 12. Wanting to make money with spiritual liquid. Husband, dinner's ready. Lu Xuyan smiled as she saw Xingao return. The two walked downstairs side by side. Xingao suddenly remembered his sixth sister's name and asked, Xuan, why is your sixth sister called Xuan? He was curious. The name sounded so similar to hers. Lu Xuyan sighed and said that her sixth sister's original name was Lu Xuan, but she insisted on changing it to a name that sounded the same as hers when she was 10. Sextuplets are already prone to confusion, and now that they all sound the same, it's caused quite a few laughs. Upon hearing this, Xingao suddenly had an idea. Why not give her a new name? I'll change your name, Xingao said, looking at her. Lu Xuyan blushed slightly and nodded in agreement. Xingao gazed at the setting sun and the rising crescent moon on the horizon and said, How about Luyu from now on? Her eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she softly agreed. Okay, from now on I'll be called Luyu. The two arrived at the thatched hut as they spoke, and the sixth sister, Lu Xuyan, tilted her head and asked, Big sister, why are you so happy? Lu Yu immediately put on a stern face and denied it. Xuyan looked at the two of them, puzzled, but didn't press the matter further. When the neighbors saw Xingao return, they looked somewhat reserved, afraid he wouldn't ask for their help again. Xingao waved his hand and said, Eat more, we'll continue building the house tomorrow. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This work could sustain their families for a month. Xingao then reminded them, Don't leave any food uneaten, it'll spoil easily in this heat. The neighbors tentatively asked if they could take some leftovers home. Xingao casually nodded. You can share the rest. Everyone was taken aback, then their faces lit up with joy. They thanked them profusely and carefully packed the dishes with meat into their baskets. Soon exclamations of delight came from each house. It's so delicious! When the neighbors returned the bowls, their eyes were filled with tears. Gaozi, you're such a good person. My child had such a wonderful meal tonight. Everyone said they would come to help out first thing tomorrow morning to repay their kindness. After the crowd dispersed, Xingao went inside to check on Lu Yiming's injuries. The wounds were healing very quickly, but because they hadn't been stitched, they left more than a dozen raised scars. He then pretended to take Lu Yiming's pulse. When Lu Yiming asked about the situation, he smiled and said, The recovery is very good. In a few days you'll be able to walk around. Lu Yiming exclaimed, A bowl of water saved his life. My son-in-law is truly a miracle doctor. Why don't you open a clinic? Xingao was prepared, explaining that the water was worth over 100 taels of silver and was subject to production restrictions, resulting in extremely limited quantities. He didn't want to reveal the elixir's true value, so he used this excuse to cover it up. Lu Yiming, however, became increasingly convinced, saying the water might cure intractable diseases. Xingao then added, Even if someone is terminally ill, I can snatch them back from the jaws of death. While this was an exaggeration, it only strengthened Lu Yiming's belief in his abilities. He suddenly remembered the medical appeal notice he had seen in Shaoxian. The landlord Li Fu's son was critically ill and dying, and a reward of 1,000 taels of silver was offered for his treatment. So he suggested that Xingao go and try, so that he could save the man and also earn some money to supplement his family's income. Xingao nodded in agreement, but was worried that the third prince would send assassins again. Lu Yiming waved his hand. He can only act secretly, he dares not do it openly. The next morning, after he had packed his things, he bid farewell to Lu Yiming and the six sisters and headed to Shaoxian alone. He had only walked 3 miles when he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Xingao, wait for me! He turned around and saw Lu Xuyan wearing his shorts, hurrying after him. Chapter 13. No, I'm going to ride on your head. Xingao, what are you going to do? Lu Xuyan, dressed in oversized men's clothing and with her hair tied in a boy's bun, looked like a little page. Xingao said calmly, I'm going to Shaoxian. She immediately replied, I want to go with you. Shin Gao refused without thinking. No, it's dangerous on the road, and it's inconvenient. Lu Xuyan pouted indignantly. Why can my eldest and second eldest sisters go, but I can't? Wherever you go, I'll follow. Shin Gao patiently explained that the journey was long, they would have to spend the night in the wilderness, and there was a possibility of encountering wild animals and bad people. But Lu Xuyan wouldn't listen at all. Helpless, he said again. It won't be convenient to sleep then. She blurted out. I'm your wife, I'll sleep wherever you sleep. Her face turned red after she said that. Shin Gao was speechless by her words and could only nod. You said it, don't regret it later. The two set off along the mountain path, traversing mountains and valleys towards Shaxian County. Along the way, Lu Xuyan was in high spirits, picking wild flowers and tucking them into her hair. However, dressed in coarse cloth, she looked rather comical, and after Shin Gao laughed at her a few times, she stopped bothering with it. After walking 30 li, she finally couldn't go on any longer, sitting down on a rock and complaining. Shin Gao, I can't walk anymore, let's rest for a while. Shin Gao shook his head. No, we have to cross this mountain and camp on the small hill ahead. Lu Xuyan took off her shoes, revealing 2 blisters on the soles of her feet, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Look, they're all blistered like this, and you still won't let me rest. Shin Gao didn't say much, but picked up a thorn from the grass and popped the blisters for her. She cried out softly in pain, pounding his shoulder. What are you doing? Shin Gao squatted down. Come on top of me. Lu Xuyan burst into laughter through her tears. No, I want to ride on you. She sat directly on Shin Gao's shoulders, holding his head, laughing crisply. In the height of summer, her clothes were thin, and she pressed tightly against his neck, making Shin Gao feel uncomfortable, his heart itching. Hee hee. Shin Gao, has my older sister ever sat like this? She asked with a smile. Shin Gao casually replied. Let her try it next time. This immediately displeased Lu Xuyan. She twisted and turned. Isn't my older sister called Lu Xuyan? Why do you call her Lu Yu? It's a nice name, I want to be called Lu Yu too. Shin Gao immediately stopped her. No, you can't change it. I insist, she retorted. Shin Gao simply put her down from his shoulder. If you keep acting up, I'll leave you here. He turned and left without looking back. The surrounding area was desolate and wild, the eerie hooting of owls filling the air. Lu Xuyan cowered in fear, screaming. Shin Gao, come back! Her voice shifted from stubbornness to panic, finally breaking into a sob. Husband, I won't change my name. Shin Gao then turned around. It's a promise, no name change. She nodded quickly. He squatted down again. Come on up. Lu Xuyan wiped her tears and obediently sat back on his shoulders. Shin Gao's steps were light, but he was even faster. Lu Xuyan was indignant and secretly squeezed his neck tightly. Humph, bullying me! But all her strength was in vain, and she ended up panting. By the time the two reached the hilltop, it was already dark. Shin Gao gathered firewood and started a fire, quickly building a blazing blaze, enough to scare away wild animals. He then secretly took out cabbage and eggplant from his spatial storage. Returning to the fire, he pretended it was a lucky find. Lucky me, found some vegetables. He tore the cabbage apart, skewered the eggplant, and roasted them over the fire. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Try some, Shin Gao said, handing them to her. Lu Xuyan took a bite, her eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. With some water, she quickly ate until she was half full. As night deepened, she suddenly whispered, Husband, I need to relieve myself. But it was pitch black all around, and she dared not leave the fire, so she could only hold Shin Gao's hand. After walking behind a tree, she whispered, You're not allowed to look. Shin Gao turned around and heard rustling sounds behind him. The atmosphere in the night suddenly became subtle. Chapter 14 Snake Venom Attack. Lu Xuyan squatted down to the side, and soon she heard the faint sound of water. Just as she was about to get up, something cool and soft slid slowly across her left shoulder and touched her skin. Thinking it was Shin Gao playing a trick on her, she blushed and said, Husband, don't tease me. Just then, Shin Gao said from a short distance away, I haven't moved. Lu Xuyan was startled. She reached out and touched a scaly snake coiled around her shoulder, its tongue flicking. Her face turned deathly pale, and she screamed, "Snake! It's crawled on me!" Xingao turned around abruptly and saw a 2-meter-long rat snake coiled around her arm, suddenly lunging to bite her shoulder and neck. Xingao reacted swiftly, grabbing the snake's body and violently throwing it, smashing its head against a tree trunk, killing it instantly. Lu Xuyan was already terrified out of her wits. A sharp pain shot through her neck, and she collapsed, stabbing. "Husband, it bit me! I'm so dizzy!" Before she could finish speaking, she fell into Xingao's arms. Actually, the snake wasn't venomous. She had simply fainted from fright. Xingao carried her to the fire and, seeing her clothes were disheveled, quickly tidied them for her. After a while, Lu Xuyan woke up, touching her wound and anxiously saying, "Quickly save me! Suck the poison out with your mouth!" Her face was pale, clearly terrified. Xingao wanted to explain that it wasn't poisonous, but seeing her panic, he had no choice but to cooperate, bending down to suck out the blood and spitting it aside. Lu Xuyan, however, became increasingly anxious, urging repeatedly, "Suck more! I feel hot all over, I have no strength." She slumped into Xingao's arms, her breathing becoming erratic, saying she felt as if she had been poisoned. Xingao was momentarily stunned and could only continue to comfort her. The two drew closer and closer, the atmosphere gradually becoming ambiguous. In the firelight, the two lost control of their emotions and embraced tightly. Lu Xuyan was powerless and no longer struggled, only responding softly. Before long, their clothes were scattered on the ground, and only two intertwined figures remained by the fire. After a long while, the firelight gradually dimmed, and the two slowly regained their composure. Lu Xuyan gently punched him. "Husband, you're so naughty." Xingao smiled and asked in return, "How's your detoxification skill?" She covered her face in embarrassment, not daring to look at him again. She then realized that the so-called poisoning was nothing more than excessive fright. But since it had already happened, she had become the first person to become close to Xingao. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Xingao became more affectionate. After the two joked around for a while, Xingao asked her if she was hungry. Lu Xuyan nodded, and he dug out a roasted snake from the fire, cut off a piece, and handed it to her. "Eat this, consider it an antidote." She scolded him playfully, but still ate it. The snake meat was tender and delicious, and the two quickly devoured the entire snake, leaving only bones. As night deepened and the temperature cooled, Xingao added firewood, laid out straw mats on the ground again, and invited her to rest. Lu Xuyan lay down beside him, whispering that she felt a little unwell. Xingao remembered the elixir, took out a drop, diluted it with water, and gave it to her to drink. Before long, she felt her body recover, and the pain disappeared. Xingao pulled her into his arms and whispered, "We're going to Shaxian to make money. We need to build a house back home and support you all. We can't do without money." Lu Xuyan hugged him and asked, "How will you make money?" Xingao smiled but didn't answer. "You'll find out tomorrow." Lu Xuyan persisted, deliberately teasing him. Xingao's desire was reignited, and he rolled over and pinned her down. In the firelight, their laughter gradually blended into the night. Chapter 15. Difficult and complex diseases, cured with medicine. The next day, just as dawn broke, the flocks of birds in the mountains began to chirp and chatter as if they had received a command. Lu Xuyan nestled in Xingao's arms and slowly opened her eyes. After quickly washing up with some water, Xingao said, "Xuyan, let's eat when we get to Shaxian." The two packed their belongings into bundles and slung them diagonally across their backs. "Let's go." Xingao, holding Lu Xuyan's hand, strode towards Shaxian County. Thanks to the improvement from last night's drop of spiritual liquid, Lu Xuyan's stamina has become more endurance, and the blisters on the soles of her feet have completely healed. He walks just like any other person. After walking for about an hour and a half, we finally arrived at Shaxian County. Upon entering the city, Xingao saw a medical request notice posted at the city gate, with two servants standing next to it. Xingao stood there, glanced at it, and memorized the address. After entering the county town, Lu Shuyan and I found a food stall, ate something to fill our stomachs, and then went into a clothing store. The two changed into different clothes and transformed into a Taoist priest and his disciple. He also had the clothing store owner make a triangular flag with the 8 characters, "Difficult and complicated diseases, cured with medicine," written on it. After paying, the 2 men, dressed in new Taoist robes, picked up a stick, raised the flag high, and headed straight for Li family village. "Husband, how did we become Taoist doctors?" Lu Shuyan looked at Shingao's brand new Taoist robe and covered her mouth, wanting to laugh. "It's just that my husband is too young, he looks 18 or 19. Who would believe an 18-year-old doctor?" Lu Shuyan chuckled. "I have the ability to make them believe it," Shingao said slowly as he walked ahead. Before long, the two arrived at the Li family village area. Lijiaozhuang is truly a wonderful place, surrounded by mountains on all sides, situated on a plain between the mountains. A wide river flows through the middle. This river, with its inexhaustible water source, irrigates 3,000 mu of paddy fields in Lijiaozhuang. About 2,000 acres of prime paddy fields belong to Li Fu, the wealthiest man in Lijiaozhuang. Upon entering Lijiaozhuang, a huge manor came into view in the distance, with more than a dozen houses and a wide road leading directly into the manor. This is Li Fu's manor. At the garden gate, several servants dressed in servants' clothes stood guard. Shingao, carrying the flag, slowly walked towards the main gate. "Halt! What are you doing?" the servant guarding the door shouted as soon as the two reached the door. "I am Tianyi Taoist. I heard that the young master of the Li family has been ill for a long time. After some calculation, I found that we are destined to meet, so I came to save his life," Shingao said with a chuckle. The servant laughed loudly. "Boy, you're only 18, what are you pretending to be old for? I'm 30 and I don't call myself an old man. Get out of here." Shingao already had 2 small pebbles in his hand. He flicked them at the 2 men, and the pebbles accurately hit their knees. They all knelt down in front of Shingao without prior arrangement. You have sorcery!" the 2 servants exclaimed in surprise. "I am 89 years old, not 18 or 19. I have been practicing Taoist magic for 80 years, so I have the skill to preserve my youth." Shingao laughed. "I am not a demon, but a demon exorcist. You two go and inform them that the heavenly Taoist has come to cure the young master of the Li family. If you are late, you two will be close to death." Shingao's threatening words forced the 2 servants to go and inform them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a gatekeeper servant was seen rushing towards them with a middle-aged man. "Which one of you is Master Tianyi?" the man asked repeatedly. "I am Li Fu from Li family village." "This humble Taoist, Tianyi, greets Master Li." Shingao, holding a banner that read, "Difficult and complicated diseases cured with medicine," stepped forward to greet Li Fu. "Ah? You're Master Tianyi? You're so young." Li Fu already considered Shingao a fraud in his mind. However, not wanting to offend anyone, he still invited Shingao in. If he couldn't cure him, he could just pay a few taels of silver to send him away. Although Li Fu was not richer than a country, he was the wealthiest among the several counties surrounding the capital. "The Taoist priest invites you in." With that, Li Fu invited Shingao and Lu Shuyan into the manor. Upon entering the manor, the group arrived at a unique house with carved beams and painted rafters, where they could smell the fragrance of herbs from afar. "Master, my son has been ill for a month and is now skin and bones, and he is unconscious." As Li Fu spoke, tears streamed down his face. "I only have this one son, but he's leaving me first. What's the use of all the wealth I've accumulated?" Shingao said nonsensically. "Master, don't be sad. I can not only cure his illness, but also yours, and let you have a few more sons." Upon hearing this, Li Fu was overjoyed. "Master, if what you say is true, I am willing to give you half of my family fortune." "Is this true?" Shingao immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Fu. "If you believe it, I'll take care of your and your son's illnesses. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Make a deal." As Lu Shuyan listened to her husband's nonsense, she felt anxious and worried. If they found out that her husband was lying, it would be difficult for them to escape from here. She subtly stepped on Shingao's foot, signaling him not to overdo it, or things would get messy. But Shingao pretended not to know, his expression unchanged, as if he were some enlightened Taoist master. Upon entering the room, I saw several doctors standing there, looking tense. Seeing that Shingao was so young, yet was holding a banner that read, "Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine," they secretly looked down on him. What audacity of this charlatan! He actually dared to swindle people at Master Li's house. At this moment, a doctor came out of the room, looking dejected, and said to Li Fu, "Master, please forgive this old man for being powerless to help." Li Fu was completely numb. He nodded mechanically and then let the doctor find a seat. Several more doctors then went in to take a look, and after they had done so, they came out of the room again. They went in very relaxed, even with a hint of confidence, but when they came out, their faces showed seriousness, and they frowned as they pondered how to deal with the situation. As if they had planned it, everyone went in, finished examining the patients, and sat there quietly without saying anything, waiting for Li Fu to ask them questions. Finally, it was Shingao's turn. Li Fu said in a deep voice, "Taoist master, please!" Shingao handed the flag that read, "Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine," to Lu Xuan, and then walked in empty-handed. After closing the door, Shingao saw a young man lying on the bed by the light from the window. He was 14 years old, his face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was weak. Shingao walked to his side, felt his pulse, which was still beating, but the beating was very irregular. It seemed that he had indeed reached the end of his life. When the blanket was lifted, it was discovered that the boy's stomach was swollen and distended, and when pressed, a large amount of fluid was found inside. He was completely bewildered and knew nothing about it. So he asked in his mind, "Brother Calabash, can you cure this disease?" "Master, please don't keep calling me brother. I am actually a princess. If you want to call me princess, please have a diagnosis, and I will tell you." The gourd's voice echoed in Shingao's mind. "Princess Calabash, please diagnose what illness this young master of the Li family has." Shingao had no choice but to respond in accordance with Calabash's temperament. Chapter 16, Treating Abdominal Masses. Hulu was overjoyed to hear Shingao's words. "Master, this young master named Li Fu has abdominal masses. His liver qi is stagnant, which has formed masses that block the heart vessels and also obstruct the kidney water, causing fluid to accumulate in his abdomen." The sound of a gourd echoed in Shingao's mind. "Can this disease be cured with the elixir?" "Master, don't worry, just one drop of the spiritual liquid is enough to completely cure his illness." After hearing what Hulu said, Shingao felt more confident. He then left the patient's room and went to the living room. When they saw Shingao come out with a confident smile on his face, everyone scoffed. It seems this Taoist priest knows nothing. Such a severe condition is beyond the reach of medicine or acupuncture, and it has even affected the heart and blood vessels. It can be said to be incurable. The young Taoist priest, however, wore a confident smile, as if he could cure the illness. Anyone who understands medical principles and pharmacology knows that this disease is incurable, not even by a miracle worker. After all the doctors had finished examining the patients, Li Fu stood up and asked, "Esteemed physicians, what is this illness? How should it be treated?" The first doctor to enter, a man with gray hair and beard, stood up and said, "Master, your young master's illness is abdominal masses and ascites. The disease has penetrated to the very core of his being, and there is no cure. Please accept my condolences." "Master, what old physician Su said is absolutely correct. The young master's illness cannot be treated with medicine or acupuncture. We can only watch helplessly as the young master's soul departs for the afterlife." Several doctors echoed what the old Dr. Su said, and they all agreed that the disease was incurable. Li Fu sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and waved his hand weakly. "Thank you all for coming to treat my illness. Go find the steward and each of you will receive 10 taels of silver. You may all leave now." "Slow dash!" Just then, Shingao shouted, stopping Li Fu from speaking. Lu Xuan quickly winked at her, thinking, Wouldn't it be great if the two of us could earn 20 taels of silver for free? My husband still wants to brag? He went too far with his lies, and now who can cover for him? Shin Gao had already noticed Lu Xian's wink, but he ignored it and continued. The master hasn't asked about my diagnosis yet. Li Fu had no choice but to stop everyone. Taoist master, may I ask what illness you diagnose my son with? And how do you plan to treat it? Shin Gao laughed and said, It's true that this is abdominal mass, it's true that it's ascites, it's true that it's blocked heart meridians, and it's true that they can't treat it. Is this incredible? It's all true. Isn't your diagnosis exactly the same as our conclusion? Old Dr. Su glanced at Shin Gao. If we can't cure him, do you think you can? The doctors stopped in their tracks and glared at Shin Gao. Cures all kinds of difficult diseases with medicine? If you can cure young Master Li, I'll change my name to Wang. I'll even write my surname backwards. Shin Gao chuckled. Those of you surnamed Wang or Tian, your surnames don't have a positive or negative aspect. If I, the Taoist master, can cure you, then you can bring out something meaningful. For example, the jade pendants you're wearing. The doctors touched their waists. These jade pendants were no ordinary pendants, but symbols of status. They represented their experience of entering the Imperial Medical Academy, something that ordinary doctors could not match. Now, seeing that Shin Gao wanted their jade pendant, they were secretly angry. But no matter how skilled the doctor was, he could not cure the young master of the Li family's illness. Therefore, the old Dr. Su sneered. I'll just leave the jade pendant at my waist here. If you cure the young master of the Li family in front of us, I will not only give you the jade pendant, but also become your apprentice. Upon hearing what the old Dr. Su said, the other doctors looked angry, took off the jade pendants from their waists, and gently slapped them on the table. Let's see how you treat the young master of the Li family. Shin Gao stopped wasting words and said to Li Fu, Master Li, go and pour half a bowl of plain water. Li Fu gestured outwards with his chin, and immediately a servant came in carrying a bowl of water. Shin Gao placed the half bowl of plain water on the octagonal table, swept away the fake Buddha whisk, and began to chant. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, the Supreme Lord Laozi revealed his true form, drew a talisman and poured water to cure the ailment, and the young master of the Li family is completely cured. While pretending to imitate the Taoist priests and Taoist movies, making a few gestures to divert everyone's attention with these fancy gestures, Shin Gao had already dripped a drop of spiritual liquid into the bowl. No one saw it. It's done! After reciting these 4 sentences, Shin Gao said, Give this half bowl of water to the young master to drink, and he'll be fine after drinking it. Old physician Su was so angry that his beard trembled. He pointed at Shin Gao and said, You are a fake physician! You can't drink water if you have abdominal masses and ascites. If you drink water, your stomach will burst, and you will die immediately. Several doctors shouted angrily in unison to stop Shin Gao's actions. Master Li, do you believe them or me? If you believe them, then I'll turn around and leave. Shin Gao took the banner that read, Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine, from Lu Xian's hand, turned around and left. Master Tianyi, please wait. Li Fu hurriedly stepped forward. Please, Master, heal my illness. Master, you mustn't drink this. If you drink this water, the young master won't last an hour. He'll surely die. Old Physician Su said urgently. Yes, Physician Su is one of the most senior physicians in the Imperial Medical Academy of the capital. He is on leave today, so he came out of the palace to treat young Master Li. If he says he can cure him, he can cure him. If he says he can't, even a god can't save him. Yes, old Dr. Wu is right. If the young master drinks this water, he will surely die. At this moment, Li Fu was so confused by their noise that he didn't know what to do. Once everyone had quieted down, Li Fu said, My son is in this state. Whether he dies sooner or later, he'll die anyway. I might as well give him this half bowl of water so he can be reborn sooner and find a peaceful family in his next life to live a stable life. With tears streaming down his face, Li Fu turned and bowed deeply to Shin Gao, pleading, Please, Taoist master, heal my illness. Carry the person outside, Shin Gao ordered. Why carry it outside? Li Fu asked, puzzled. After drinking this bowl of water, the abdominal masses will disappear. At that time, bowel movements will be smooth, urination will be frequent, and the stench will spread everywhere, so you will have to be carried outside. Xingao listened to what the gourd in his mind was saying and repeated it aloud. Li Fu listened to Xingao's seemingly logical explanation and began to doubt him. He then ordered his men to carry Li Gui out. He then cut a hole in the door panel, took off his pants, and exposed himself. Embarrassed, Lu Xuyan turned her head away, not daring to look again. At this moment, Xin picked up the bowl and poured the half bowl of water into Li Gui's mouth without spilling a drop. Just a short while later, a gurgling sound came from Li Gui's stomach. Then I heard a plop sound, and my bowels were clear and flowing freely. At the same time, the bladder contains more and more urine, and urine gushes out involuntarily due to the pressure in the bladder. He urinated and vomited simultaneously, a truly spectacular sight. Chapter 17: Li Fu's illness. Li Gui's belly visibly changed from a round shape to a flat one. Finally stop. Then a foul stench wafted over, and everyone covered their mouths and noses, hurriedly trying to avoid it. After another incense stick's time, Li Gui slowly sat up and weakly called out, "Father!" Overjoyed, Li Fu ignored the stench, rushed forward and hugged Li Fu, shouting, "Quickly bring water, my son wants to take a bath." Several servants snapped out of their daze and rushed off to find a wooden bucket and hot water. Before long, they found a large wooden tub, about half a person's height, and poured hot water into it. Ignoring the presence of others, Li Fu, holding his dirty son, personally picked up a ladle and poured water over Li Gui. Old Dr. Su's eyes widened as he witnessed this miraculous scene. With just half a bowl of water and 4 lines of doggerel, the patient they couldn't cure was restored to health. How is that possible? However, as they all unanimously agreed, Li Gui's illness was already terminal and incurable. This Taoist priest seems to be hiding an unparalleled remedy. Old physician Su couldn't help but harbor covetous thoughts. The other doctors had the same idea. They stood up simultaneously, led by the old Dr. Su, and walked shakily to Xingao, their eyes gleaming with longing. "Master, please accept my greetings." As he spoke, despite his old age and stiff body, he knelt down. He kowtowed 3 times on the ground, saying, "Master, please pass on this wonderful method to your disciples." Xingao looked at these shameless old doctors, smiled secretly, kowtowed 3 times, and acknowledged them as his masters, so that he could pass on his wonderful techniques to them. "That's a brilliant idea. Leave your jade pendants and get out of here." Xingao ignored them, walked to the side, took the jade pendants that symbolized the physician's status as imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy from the table, and put them into his sleeve. The old doctors Su, Wu, Wang, and Tian looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Old physician Su, being more easygoing, slowly stood up and said to Xingao, "Master, I must take my leave now. I will wait until I have met with the Emperor and obtained his decree before requesting your return to service." With that, the old Dr. Su turned and left. The remaining doctors, too ashamed to stay, slunk away with old Dr. Su. By this time, Li Gui had washed himself clean and put on his clothes. Although he was extremely weak, he was able to get out of bed with difficulty. Li Fu gently carried Li Gui and walked to Xingao, then knelt down with a thud. "Taoist master, thank you for saving my life." No problem, no problem." Xingao handed the flag to Lu Xuyan, touched Li Gui's forehead with his hand, and then grabbed his hand to check his pulse. His heart was beating very strongly. "Congratulations, Master Li. Your young master is now fully recovered. He can simply take care of his health gradually." Li Fu thought to himself, "This Taoist priest has such abilities. He only used his boiled water and recited 4 lines of poetry to cure his son's illness." Since Li Gui was born, Li Fu has been unable to see his wife's belly grow bigger again, no matter how hard he tries. He tried taking several concubines, but it was all to no avail. It seems that this is indeed his own problem. Therefore, I have seen countless doctors, and they have all sorts of diagnoses. They say that wind and cold damage the kidneys, that it is due to kidney yang deficiency, or that it is due to liver and kidney yang deficiency. I have taken countless aphrodisiac and kidney tonifying medicines, but they have not worked for more than 10 years. Now, this Taoist priest is here, and without even asking any questions, he says he will cure him and his son's illness. Sure enough, this young, or rather, this old Taoist priest with the secret to eternal youth, is truly skilled. If we ask him to cure this ailment, and have each of his concubines and wives bear him a few sons, then the Li family's property will have someone to inherit it. Master Taoist, Li Fu instructed someone to take care of his son, then approached Shen Gao. Thank you for curing my son's illness. Now, do you think my illness can be cured? Of course I can, but... Shen Gao said, but, and then fell silent. Li Fu immediately understood. He quickly had someone bring out his house deeds, land deeds, shop deeds, and so on. Master, these are all my assets, and I will give you half of them. As Li Fu spoke, he respectfully took out the deeds for the fertile land and houses and handed them to Shen Gao. Please, Taoist priest, cure my illness. Shen Gao nodded without speaking, but instead spoke to Princess Calabash in his mind. Princess Calabash, please diagnose Li Fu. This Li Fu was dashing and debonair in his youth, frequenting brothels and contracting syphilis. After being cured, he was severely damaged. However, with my elixir, just half a drop is enough to cure his illness. 3 months later, his wife and concubines will all be able to become pregnant. Hearing what Hula said, Shen Gao was overjoyed. He held the contracts in his hand and estimated their value, which was about 100,000 taels of silver. Shen Gao then returned the contracts to Li Fu, saying, Master Li, please keep these contracts. Ah? Taoist master, you don't want to cure my illness? Is my illness even more difficult to cure than my son's? Li Fu was startled, his face turned pale, his whole body went limp, and he swayed as if he were about to collapse. Master Li, you misunderstand. What I mean is, just get me some high-quality jade of equal value. Silver and land are just external things to me. Shen Gao pretended to be profound. Li Fu wiped away his cold sweat, nearly scared to death by the Taoist priest's words. It turns out the Taoist priest didn't want money or land, he wanted jade. It seems that high-quality jade is something the Taoist priest urgently needs. Master, rest assured, as long as you cure my illness, I will prepare 100,000 taels of silver worth of top-quality jade for you within 3 months. As he spoke, Li Fu took out paper and pen and wrote an IOU. He promised that if any of his concubines became pregnant within 3 months, he would prepare 100,000 taels of silver worth of top-quality jade to present to Master Tianyi. Shen Gao accepted the IOU and, following the same method, mixed half a drop of spiritual liquid with half a bowl of water and made Li Fu drink it. After drinking it, Li Fu felt refreshed and invigorated. Something that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken, showing signs of conquering all directions. Looks like I can go to the brothel tonight and have some fun. As Li Fu was thinking, he heard Shen Gao say, Master Li, your illness started more than 10 years ago when you frequented brothels too often and contracted venereal disease. Although you were cured, it left a lingering problem. Although you are cured now, if you do not listen to this Taoist priest and contract syphilis again, it will be your death day. Li Fu was secretly astonished. I never imagined that Master Tianyi could even diagnose this illness from over a decade ago. He is truly an enlightened immortal. Yes, I will follow the Taoist priest's words. Li Fu quickly bowed to Shen Gao. In that case, I will come to collect the jade in 3 months. Farewell. Chapter 18. The sky was their blanket, the ground their bed, and they rocked all night until dawn. Li Fu pleaded with Shen Gao to stay, but Shen Gao insisted on leaving. Because the house was still under construction and the other 5 fiancés were still at home, Shen Gao had no way of knowing whether the third prince would send someone to assassinate Lu Yiming again. He must get back to Kaoshan village as soon as possible. With him there, his fiancés will be safe. Having no other choice, Li Fu prepared 100 taels of silver and some dry food, and stuffed them into Shen Gao's bundle. He then gave another 30 taels of silver to his apprentice, Lu Xuyan, who was dressed up as her. Xin Gao and Lu Xuyan accepted the bundle without hesitation and bid farewell to Li Fu. After the two left Li family village, Lu Xuyan asked Xin Gao, "Husband, didn't Li Fu say he would give you half of his family fortune? Why didn't you accept it?" How could Xin Gao possibly tell Lu Xuyan that he had exchanged half of his family fortune for jade? Besides, it's not time to reveal the gourd secret yet. Only by becoming the most powerful person in the great Yan dynasty, and with no one able to threaten him, will he have nothing to fear even if people find out about the gourd. "I don't ask for much money to treat my husband's illness and save lives," Xin Gao said, offering this excuse. Lu Xuyan tilted her head and looked at Xin Gao, feeling that Xin Gao was lying. But after searching Xin Gao's baggage and person, they found not even a single land deed. Not to mention anything else. The IOU had long been safely stored away in Xin Gao's gourd space, and no one knew about it. The two, dressed in Taoist robes, walked one after the other from Shaxian into the deep mountains. It was another place rarely visited by people. Husband, I can't walk anymore," Lu Xuyan called out to Xin Gao as he walked briskly ahead. Actually, Lu Xuyan was very puzzled as to why her feet no longer blistered after walking for so long, and why she could keep up with Xin Gao no matter how fast he walked. What exactly happened? Now that they were deep in the mountains, and there wasn't a soul in sight, Lu Xuyan wanted to sit on Xin Gao's shoulders again. Xin Gao turned to look at Lu Xuyan and saw that she was lively and energetic, without even a trace of sweat on her face, showing no signs of the disheveled state she had appeared when she arrived. He realized this girl wanted to get close to him. Xin Gao squatted down, and Lu Xuyan giggled, quickly jumping onto Xin Gao's shoulder and hugging his head. "I want to ride a horse." Lu Xuyan held up the triangular flag that read, "Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine," appearing and disappearing in the desolate forest. As evening approached, the two arrived at the place where they had rested the previous night. "Husband, shall we sleep there again tonight?" Lu Xuyan whispered in Xin Gao's ear, her face flushed. "Shall we use the sky as our blanket and the ground as our bed, rocking all night until dawn?" Xin Gao chuckled. "You're asking for it." Lu Xuyan grabbed Xin Gao's ears with both hands. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Suddenly, the two turned a corner and arrived at the place where they had stayed overnight and lit a fire the day before. To their astonishment, they saw 30 men in black sitting there. The man in black also saw Xin Gao and Lu Xuyan. Xin Gao put Lu Xuyan down, planted the "Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine" flag next to him, and found a place to sit down. "Husband, what should we do?" Lu Xuyan gripped Xin Gao's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. "They are the third prince's men." Xin Gao squeezed Lu Xuyan's hand, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid, and then whispered with a smile. "Tonight I was thinking of using the sky as my blanket and the ground as my bed, rocking all night until dawn, but I didn't expect them to mess things up." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuyan blushed deeply and began punching Xin Gao repeatedly with her small fists. Xin Gao and Lu Xuyan gathered a lot of firewood and piled it up high not far from the men in black. Then he took a small handful of firewood and walked up to the man in black. "Ahmed Ba. Sir, may I borrow a light?" "Light the fire yourself." A man in black gripped a knife in his hand and gestured to Xin Gao. Xin Gao lit a fire, returned to the firewood, and let it burn. He then took out several pieces of dried beef from the bundle, tore them into several pieces by hand, skewered them with some bamboo sticks, and roasted them over a fire. Unwittingly, the gleaming silver coins inside the bundle were revealed. It weighed over 100 taels. This scene was witnessed by several of the leading men in black. Xin Gao remained calm, put the silver into the bundle, and placed the bundle beside him. Lu Xuyan clung tightly to him, feeling extremely nervous. After the beef jerky was grilled, Xin Gao tore off a piece and fed it to Lu Xuyan, then tore off a large piece and stuffed it into his own mouth. Xin Gao's ears were completely focused on listening to the movements of the man in black opposite him. "Hey, I saw a lot of silver in those two's bundles. Tonight, let's take down that Taoist priest and then rob the female Taoist priest?" A man in black said in a deep voice. "Li Lao Er, no rush, let's wait until he's sound asleep tonight. The man named Li Lao leered. We'll have some fun tonight. I, He Zi, have never played with a Taoist priestess before. Li Lao He Zi, I advise you not to make any rash moves. Those two know we are just thugs, yet they are still here. They must have something to rely on. We'd better not do anything, lest we jeopardize the third prince's important plans. Another tall man in black, however, advised with a stern face. You're such a spoilsport. Li Lao muttered to He Zi, but then fell silent. Shin Gao overheard everything they said. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch in the middle of the night. In order to increase his strength, Shin Gao secretly drank the bowl of spiritual liquid in the gourd in one gulp. Then he sat quietly. These spiritual liquids entered Shin Gao's body, rapidly improving and strengthening all the cells in his body. Shin Gao's physical functions were further enhanced, and his ability to withstand blows became even greater. However, his cultivation level remains at the great perfection of the acquired realm. Time slowly passed. Around midnight, two men in black, each carrying a large knife, swaggered up to Shin Gao. Little Taoist priest, you've even brought your partner along. The tall man in black laughed loudly. You've got some nerve, daring to venture into the deep mountains alone with your partner. Li Lao stop wasting your breath on them. The shorter man in black sneered. Hand over the silver, or we'll kill the men and gang rape the women. Shin Gao casually picked up two small pebbles from the ground, then slowly stood up. Are you two so impatient? Ha ha ha, of course I can't wait. Such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to have her? The man in black named Li Lao laughed heartily. I mean, you're all itching to meet the king of hell? Shin Gao said coldly. How dare you! Enraged by Shin Gao's words, the short man in black raised his knife and slashed at Shin Gao. With a flick of his wrist, Shin sent two pebbles flying at the two men. Snap! With a soft cracking sound, the two men's ribs were broken by a small stone. Ah! Two screams rang out as the two men in black instantly lost their ability to move and fell into Shin Gao's hands. Oh no! Two squad leaders have been captured! The remaining squad leader was shocked. He raised his broadsword and led the remaining 26 men to charge forward. Chapter 19. A formidable foe, Lu Jinqing. At this moment, Shin Gao stood in front of Lu Shuyan, picked up Li Lao's broadsword, and coldly looked at the people surrounding him. Even the sergeant and the other 27 men were under Shin Gao's surveillance. Kill him! The squad leader shouted, and the men in black charged forward with their knives raised. There was almost no clanging or clashing as Shin Gao's knife pierced directly through the weak point in the black-clad man's defense. Every cut cuts to the flesh, every cut is fatal. 27 men in black were killed by Shin Gao in just a few exchanges, leaving only the squad leader. Shin Gao lightly knocked the sergeant's knife away, then grabbed him, tied him up with a rope, and threw him next to Li Lao and He Zi. Boy, you're dead! Li Lao, who was tied up to the side, sneered. We are the third prince's men. The third prince is the heir to the throne. The great Yan dynasty will belong to the third prince in the future. If you release us and come back to the capital with us, the third prince may spare your lives. The third prince? Shin Gao was wondering why the third prince wanted to assassinate Lu Yiming. It seemed that these three squad leaders must know a lot of information. What did the third prince send you out to do this time? How could I let you know the third prince's secrets? Before Li Lao could finish speaking, Shin Gao reached out and slapped him twice, leaving Li Lao dizzy. Puff dash! Li Lao spat out his two knocked-out teeth, his anger blazing. How dare you hit me! Clap clap! Two more blows landed on Li Lao's mouth, knocking out two more front teeth. Now, all of Li Lao's front teeth were gone, leaving dark holes visible when he spoke. Spare me, spare my life, I'll tell you everything. Li Lao was terrified and began to beg for mercy. Then tell me, what did the third prince send you to do? Shin Gao asked. The third prince sent us to Kaoshan village to kill Lu Yiming, the minister of revenue who has resigned and gone into seclusion. Li Lao had no choice but to tell Shin Gao. Shin Gao glanced at Lu Xuan. It turned out that Lu Yiming was the Minister of Revenue of the Great Yan Dynasty. This time, he had resigned from his post and returned to his hometown in seclusion. Why did he resign from his official post and go into seclusion? Shen Gao asked again. Master, we don't know either. We only know that we were ordered to assassinate Lord Lu, Li Lao'er said with a mournful face, not knowing how to answer. Besides killing Lord Lu, what other tasks do you have? Shen Gao asked again. And there are Lord Lu's 6 daughters, who must be brought back to the capital. The third prince said that he wants to hand them over to Lord Lu Jinqing for disposal. Li Lao'er quickly told him what he knew. Lu Jinqing, who is he? Suddenly another person named Lu Jinqing appeared, and the 6 Lu sisters were actually handed over to Lu Jinqing for disposal. Shen Gao felt a strong urge to kill Lu Jinqing. The chilling killing intent emanating from him terrified Li Lao'er, who trembled all over. Taoist master, please don't kill me! I beg you, please don't kill me! I know what Lu Jinqing does! Explain dash! Shen Gao coldly shouted. Lord Lu Jinqing is the most valued master of the acquired great perfection realm by the third prince. He is incredibly strong, able to toss a bull in the air with his bare hands, and is the 6th-ranked master in the Great Yan Dynasty. Li Lao'er was so frightened that he didn't dare to stop and revealed Lu Jinqing's background. The 6th-ranked master in the Great Yan Dynasty. The day after tomorrow will be the day of perfect fulfillment. Like Shen Gao, he is a master of the acquired great perfection. However, Shen Gao's acquired great perfection technique lacks the enhancement of cultivation methods and martial arts foundation. If he were to fight against Lu Jinqing, the danger level would increase exponentially. Therefore, the Great Yan Dynasty still has at least 6 great perfection experts. If they are all Shen Gao's enemies, then Shen Gao is in extreme danger. We must immediately block the news. In addition, we must find a way to obtain martial arts techniques as soon as possible and learn them quickly, otherwise we will definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle against Lu Jinqing. Thinking of this, Shen Gao suddenly made a move and killed all 3 squad leaders. They searched each of their bags and found that there were indeed martial arts manuals inside. He took it out and examined it carefully by the firelight. As he looked at it, Shen Gao discovered that his memory was incredibly strong. He memorized every secret manual he had ever read. During the drills, it felt as familiar as if we had practiced for countless years. Unexpectedly, a body modified by the spiritual liquid possesses such abilities. After reading them, he casually threw these secret manuals into the fire. They gathered all the corpses together, covered them with straw, lit a fire, and burned them to ashes. Let's go back tonight. Shen Gao squatted down, gesturing for Lu Xuyan to ride on his shoulders, and then strode off, using the moonlight to travel through the mountains. The next morning, Shen Gao finally returned to Kaoshan village. By this time, the brick and tile houses had been built to a height of 10 feet, and the neighbors were all working very hard. Third aunt's son, Shen Ergu, also came, specifically to handle the purchasing and food arrangements for Manager Shen. Father! We're back! Lu Xuyan shouted as soon as she reached the door of the thatched hut. The 5 sisters, Lu Yu, Lu Shatong, Lu Shuyao, and others, also leaned against the door, watching Shen Gao. My husband, it's good that you're back, Lu Yu said softly. Shen Gao walked up to Lu Yu and handed her the bundle. Xiao Yu, there are 130 taels of silver in here. Take it, we'll need it for building the house. Husband, have you cured that person's illness? Lu Yu asked with a slight smile. Your husband's intervention cured the illness instantly, Shen Gao said with a smile. After chatting with his other 4 fiancés, Shen Gao asked Lu Yiming to step aside and told him about how he had treated and saved people, and how he had encountered and killed 30 of the third prince's men in black on his way back. Father-in-law, what is Lu Jinqing's background? Shen Gao asked bluntly. Sigh. Lu Yiming sighed. It turns out that Lu Jinqing was a highly capable subordinate of the third prince, a third-rank military officer, whose martial arts had reached the great perfection of the acquired realm. The emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty had 15 sons. The eldest, 2nd, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 14th princes had died young, so the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty raised the third prince as the crown prince. Therefore, the third prince's power was the greatest. Lu Xunqing stayed close to the third prince and made great contributions to the third prince's rise to power. One day, Lu Xunqing happened to meet the Lu family's sextuplets and was immediately captivated by their beauty. He then asked the third prince to act as matchmaker, intending to marry the Lu family's sextuplets. Although Lu Xunqing was only 26 years old, he had a bad reputation. He had married several concubines, some of whom he killed, some he sold, and treated like livestock. There are even rumors that he once dug out the heart of one of his concubines, fried it in oil, and ate it. When the third prince came to the Lu residence to propose marriage, Lu Yiming refused him without hesitation. The following day, Lu Yiming submitted his resignation to the emperor, requesting to return to his hometown. The emperor agreed, allowing him to leave the capital a month later. Unexpectedly, this incident thoroughly enraged Lu Xunqing. He sent men in black to monitor the Lu residence, and they were to arrest the Lu family members as soon as they left. Chapter 20 The Emperor is seriously ill. Later, under the secret protection of the sixth prince, Lu Yiming traveled light, taking only a few dozen servants, and quietly left the official residence. But Lu Xunqing still discovered it. Just then, the emperor fell seriously ill. In order to prevent the emperor from dying, the third prince immediately withdrew his troops and secretly surrounded the imperial palace in the capital. Lu Xunqing had no time to go and kill people himself, so he ordered the men in black to chase after him. Therefore, deep in the Yunshao Mountains, the Lu family was besieged by that group of men in black. If Xingao hadn't appeared, the 6 women of the Lu family would have been raped and murdered there. "Father-in-law, your son-in-law killed those men in black. The third prince and Lu Xunqing will definitely not let this go. Lu Xunqing might even come in person, and then there will be a bloody battle." Xingao looked serious, thinking to himself that he needed to collect top-tier martial arts techniques as soon as possible, learn them, and then defeat Lu Xunqing. Otherwise, both the Lu family and Kaoshan village would be in great danger. "My dear son-in-law, this matter is not urgent. Lu Xunqing cannot come over for the time being. He has some extremely important matters to attend to," Lu Yiming said slowly, stroking his beard. "What could be so important that Lu Xunqing has to do it personally?" Xingao was very surprised. "The emperor of the Great Yan dynasty has fallen seriously ill and has been bedridden for a month. According to reliable sources, it is highly likely that he will not be able to recover. In order to prevent the other princes from causing trouble, the third prince and Lu Xunqing are staying in the palace, waiting for the emperor to pass away and for Lu Xunqing to inherit the throne before he has time to come." "Why would the sixth prince risk offending the third prince to help you?" Xingao asked, puzzled. "The sixth prince's mother is actually my own sister, Lu Yiji." Lu Yiming sighed helplessly. Xingao thought to himself that the sixth prince was willing to send people to protect him because of his mother. However, once the third prince seized the throne, the sixth prince and his mother would likely be in grave danger. "Father-in-law, this matter is becoming increasingly difficult." Xingao stood there, pondering for a while. "The only way now is to control the emperor's illness, issue an edict to reinstate you to your original position, and have the sixth prince secretly help you. That way, we can have some peace for a while. If the third prince seizes the throne, it will be the time of the sixth prince and the Lu family's demise." Lu Yiming also secretly regretted it. If he hadn't proposed to resign and retire, Lu Xunqing wouldn't have dared to openly harm him while he was still an official in the capital. But at this time the emperor was critically ill, and the sixth prince did not have much time left. Time is running out for the Lu family and Kaoshan village. "My dear son-in-law, I have a plan," Lu Yiming suddenly said softly. "But you must go to the capital and cure the emperor's illness." Xingao's eyes lit up. If the emperor's illness is cured, and Lu Yiming is reinstated, and the emperor is asked to provide some cultivation techniques, with this master of the acquired great perfection protecting his sextuplet's fiancée, even if Lu Xunqing is powerful, Xingao will still have a fighting chance. With the elixir, saving the emperor's life would be incredibly easy. "Father-in-law, this is something we can try," Xingao said, then suddenly remembered that the palace was heavily guarded, so how could he possibly get in? Even if one wanted to see imperial concubine Luigi, it would be extremely difficult, wouldn't it? There's just no way to get into the palace, Shingao said, shaking his head helplessly. The only way to get into the palace is for you to improvise. I don't have any good ideas. Lu Yiming waved his hand, a helpless expression on his face. However, I have a token here, Lu Yiming said, taking out a small jade pendant and handing it to Shingao. With this, as long as you find a way to enter the palace, you can see my sister Luigi and then discuss treating the emperor's illness. Shingao carefully put away the token. Father-in-law, when shall I depart? The sooner the better, of course. However, you should also bring one person with you. This will increase your chances of meeting the sixth prince's mother. Who should we take with us? Shingao asked. Take Shetong with you. She has a gentle personality and is well liked by my sister, Luigi. Lu Yiming said softly. I'm afraid this isn't a good idea? Shingao said awkwardly. It's not convenient for me to be alone with her. What do you mean by inconvenience? Being together means you can look out for each other, Lu Yiming said. Besides, they are already your wives. Even though they haven't had the wedding ceremony, isn't it good for them to get used to each other beforehand? In fact, the person Shingao most wants to keep by his side right now is his eldest sister, Lu Yu. When Lu Yu's clothes were torn by the burly man in black, she showed a resolute expression and bit the man's hand with all her might. At that time, Lu Yiming lay in a pool of blood, leaving only the six sisters. Although Lu Yu was terrified, she still bravely stood in front of the five sisters and took the lead. Such a protective manner was deeply imprinted in Shingao's mind. Moreover, it was Lu Yu who first agreed that as long as Lu Yiming was saved, they would be willing to marry Shingao. However, since Lu Shetong was arranged to stay with her father-in-law, Lu Yiming, he could only wait for another opportunity to take her out with him. My dear son-in-law, you've been working hard all night and haven't rested yet. Go find a place to rest for a while. Tomorrow morning you will set off for the capital. Shingao nodded and turned to walk towards the back of the mountain. Once you reach a place that is out of sight, immediately enter the gourd. He began to practice the techniques he had obtained from the three squad leaders. After practicing for a while, I felt that these techniques were still too superficial and did not achieve the desired effect. Therefore, Shingao gave up cultivation and lay down inside the gourd to sleep soundly. He slept until Hulu reminded him that someone was coming to find him before he came out. As soon as he emerged from the gourd, Shingao saw Lu Yu's figure slowly approaching. Husband, why are you sleeping on this bluestone slab? Isn't it cold? Lu Yu walked over, touched the bluestone slab, and found that it was a little hot from the sun. Shingao reached out and tugged at Lu Yu's hand, but Lu Yu recoiled as if she'd been electrocuted. Xiaoye, why are you hiding? Anyway, you're already my fiancé. What's wrong with me holding your hand? Shingao reached out and grabbed Lu Yu's hand, gently stroking it. Lu Yu blushed and tried to shake him off, but couldn't, so she had no choice but to let Shingao hold her. Shingao carefully examined Lu Yu's hands. They were very soft, white, and tender. Husband, let's go down and eat. The food won't taste good if it gets cold, Lu Yu said softly. No rush, Shingao said, pulling Lu Yu into his arms. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Shingao was captivated by Lu Yu's scent. No, my husband, let's go down quickly. With that, Lu Yu gently pushed Shingao away and ran forward hurriedly, her face flushed. Slow down, don't fall, Shingao called from behind. Seeing the two of them coming down the mountain one after the other, the sixth sister, Lu Shuyan, pouted and said, Husband, what did you do to my eldest sister? Her face is so red. No, I want one too. Hearing Lu Shuyan say this, Lu Yu blushed even more with embarrassment, refused to eat, and hid in her room. Lu Shuyan immediately realized that her husband must have done something bad to her eldest sister. But this is in broad daylight. Lu Shuyan was so angry that she reached out her finger to pull Shingao's ear, but Shingao grabbed her hand instead and then kissed her on the lips in front of Lu Shetong. Chapter 21 Azure Dragon's Roar. Oops dash! Several of her older sisters were right there, and witnessed Shingao kiss her on the lips. Embarrassed, Lu Xuyan ran into the thatched hut. Not long after they finished eating, 30 horses galloped over from outside Kaoshan village. 30 men in black immediately sat down. Upon reaching the mountainside, the man in black dismounted and knelt on one knee. "Lord Lu, I am late, please forgive me. Please rise, please rise." Lu Yiming looked at these people very politely. Judging from their insignia, they were soldiers from the 6th Prince's residence. Lu Yiming and Shen Gao called the 3 squad leaders aside. Seeing that no one was around, Lu Yiming asked, "Squad leaders, how has His Majesty's health been lately?" The squad leader didn't speak, but instead took out a wax-sealed pill from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yiming. "Lord Lu, this is a secret letter from the 6th Prince to you." Lu Yiming checked the wax seal. It was intact, and the seal on it was very clear. "Remove the wax layer, open it, and there's a small piece of paper inside. The Emperor is critically ill, the 3rd Prince is acting as regent, and Lu Junqing is in charge of the city defense forces. The situation is about to change, so be on guard." Lu Yiming finished reading the note and handed it to Shen Gao. "My dear son-in-law, this matter is of utmost importance. You must go there immediately." Shen Gao nodded in agreement. He immediately asked for 2 fine horses, a squad leader's uniform, and his badge, and disguised himself as a squad leader. Lu Shutong dressed in the black clothes of a thin soldier, becoming Shen Gao's follower. She also ordered people to feed the 2 war horses well, waiting for the next day at dawn to mount them and head to the capital. After dinner, Shen Gao came to Lu Yu and said softly, "Xiao Yu, come here for a moment." Lu Yu slowly stood up and followed Shen Gao to the mountain path behind the house. "My lord, you will be leaving again tomorrow. Please take care on your journey." Before Shen Gao could speak, Lu Yu's eyes were filled with reluctance, and her tone was full of concern. "Xiao Ye, you're so thoughtful. Your husband will definitely come back safely to marry you." Shen Gao smiled, showing no sign of nervousness. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu's nervousness vanished, and she said in a barely audible voice, "Husband, I'm waiting for you to come back and marry me." "What? I didn't hear you clearly." Shen Gao was at the great perfection of the day after tomorrow realm, able to hear every rustle of grass within a 500-meter radius, yet he deliberately claimed he couldn't hear Lu Yu's voice. "My lord, I'm waiting for you to come and marry me." Lu Yu blushed, but still raised her voice. Shen Gao then grabbed Lu Yu and hugged her tightly in his arms. In the darkness, Lu Yu no longer hid, nestled in Shen Gao's arms, letting him hold her tightly. "Big sister, where are you?" Suddenly, Lu Xian's voice came from the mountain road. "Husband, let go of me, 6th sister is here." Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, Lu Yu became anxious, pushed Shen Gao away, straightened her clothes, and stood to the side. "Husband, elder sister, I knew you were here," Lu Xian said angrily when she saw Shen Gao and Lu Yu standing there. "Husband, what are you hiding from me and elder sister?" "Xuan, you can't talk to Xiaoya like that, she's your older sister." Shen Gao's face immediately turned stern. If my eldest sister can hear it, I want to hear it too." Lu Xian grabbed Shen Gao's hand and threw herself into his arms. "I saw my husband kiss my eldest sister, so I want my husband to kiss me too." Helpless, Shen Gao could only kiss Lu Xian, but his tone became more forceful. "Xuan, while your husband is away, you must listen to your elder sister, otherwise, your husband will never take you out again. You dash!" Lu Xian pouted in anger, but when she thought of the happy times she spent alone with Shen Gao, she remembered how she could ride on her husband's shoulders and run through the mountains. If her husband doesn't take her out, she won't be happy in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Xian could only compromise. "All right, husband, I'll listen to my elder sister." "That's right." Shen Gao patted Lu Xian's head. "Good girl, go back and go to sleep early." Lu Xian had no choice but to obediently go back. "Husband, 6th sister has been spoiled since childhood and has a very stubborn personality. I didn't expect her to listen to you so much." Lu Yu glanced at Shen Gao and felt even more admiration. Disturbed by Lu Xian, Lu Yu kept her distance from Shen Gao and dared not let him hug her again. The two chatted for a while before coming down from the mountain. Early the next morning, Shin Gao and Lu Shatong, dressed in black, mounted their war horses, and rode off towards the capital. The capital city is only about 200 li away from Kaoshan village. It takes about a day and a night to reach it by horseback. It would take more than 3 days to walk there. After riding for 2 hours, both the horse and the rider were exhausted. Finding a flat spot, Shin Gao cut a lot of grass and threw it in front of the 2 horses, letting them eat it. He then took out some dry rations from his bundle, went to the stream to fetch some water, and gathered some firewood to boil the water. Lu Shatong also came over to help. "Shatong, your horse riding skills are so good. Who taught you?" Shin Gao saw that Lu Shatong was very good at mounting and dismounting horses, and she was also very steady on the horse, so it seemed that she used to ride horses often. "My husband, I have loved riding horses since I was a child. Before my father resigned from his official post, I had a little dappled horse that I often rode to the racetrack." So that's how it is. Lu Shatong is actually a young rider. When Shin Gao first started riding his horse in the morning, he almost fell off, but the spiritual liquid transformed his body, making him extremely agile. That's why I didn't fall off and rode for a while before I truly mastered the skill of horseback riding. "My husband, I learned some martial arts when I was young, but I didn't have the talent, so it was useless for me. I stopped learning them later," Lu Shatong said with a shy smile. "Cultivation technique? What kind of cultivation technique? Do you remember it?" Shin Gao came from a poor family and had never seen a good cultivation technique before. Now, hearing Lu Shatong talk about it, his interest was piqued again. "I learned the Azure Dragon's Roar. My master said it's an internal energy cultivation method. Once you learn it, you can unleash internal energy and make the roar of an Azure Dragon. That's why it's called Azure Dragon's Roar." As Lu Shatong spoke, she recited the mantra of the Azure Dragon chant to Shin Gao. After Shin read it once, he memorized it. He then sat down on the ground and began to circulate his chi according to the instructions. With his acquired great perfection realm, he mastered 90% of the Azure Dragon chant after only 3 runs. He gathered his strength and struck a camphor tree in the distance with a palm strike. With a loud bang, the camphor tree snapped in 2. "Husband?" Lu Shatong was startled. "You've learned Azure Dragon's Roar so quickly?" "Shatong, move away a bit." Shin Gao waved his hand, urging Lu Shatong to leave. Lu Shatong took small steps and ran behind a large rock to hide. Shin Gao roared and waved his hands wildly, instantly stirring up a large number of fallen leaves, like a raging green dragon rushing straight into the wind. Wherever the palm strike passed, it was like the roar of a blue dragon. Chapter 22 Qixi Festival. Lu Shatong stared in disbelief behind the rocks. She had studied internal energy cultivation techniques for 6 years, but hadn't even developed any internal energy. Unexpectedly, her husband had only heard her explain it once, and he had already mastered the Azure Dragon chant technique. This is truly a martial arts prodigy. "Husband, husband, stop!" Lu Shatong screamed from behind the rock. Shin Gao withdrew his internal energy and walked up to Lu Shatong. "Shatong, what's wrong?" Shin Gao asked curiously. "Husband, have you never practiced palm techniques before?" Lu Shatong asked with a smile. "How did you figure that out?" Shin Gao smiled awkwardly. "Because my husband's palm strikes are unpredictable. Most of them miss their mark and fail to harm the enemy." Lu Shatong chuckled. Shin Gao was somewhat embarrassed. "My husband is too poor and has no money to buy cultivation techniques." "Husband, I also have a set of Azure Dragon palm techniques. I'll pass them on to you as well." Lu Shatong smiled. "But I've never used this set of palm techniques in a fight, and I can't train the palm wind. I thought it was just a useless fancy move." Lu Shatong practiced Azure Dragon's Roar and Azure Dragon's Palm for 6 years, but she was still at the level of an ordinary person. She never imagined that the set of skills and palm techniques she had learned were actually extremely profound martial arts. Now that she sees her husband has become so powerful after only hearing it once, she plans to teach the Azure Dragon Palm to Shin Gao as well. "Husband, come practice with me." As Lu Shetong spoke, she taught Shengao how to practice step by step. After teaching her once, Lu Shetong asked expectantly, "Husband, have you learned it?" Shengao nodded. "I've learned it." Lu Shetong, "Shall we try a set?" Shengao, Standing on that flat spot, Shengao waved his hands, and instantly, a fierce wind arose, swirling fallen leaves into the sky, flying everywhere. "My God! My husband is truly a martial arts prodigy!" Lu Shetong was stunned by Shengao's incredible comprehension. "I learned it in one go again. Why is it so infuriating to compare people? But this man is her husband, such a powerful husband." After resting for a while and the horses were well fed, the two mounted their horses and set off. As evening approached, the two arrived in Shaxian County. The list of people seeking medical help at the entrance of the county town has been taken down, indicating that Li Gei's condition has not relapsed. It was already dark when we entered the city gate. "We'll stay in Shaxian tonight, and set off early tomorrow morning. We should arrive in the capital by tomorrow evening." The two entered an inn, but before they could speak, the waiter said, "Sir, we have no rooms available. You'd better go ask at the next one." Having no other choice, Shengao led Lu Shetong into the next hotel, only to find that there were still no spare rooms available. I asked 3 different places, but none of them had any extra rooms. Shengao couldn't understand it for a moment. There weren't this many people in Shaxian the day before yesterday. Where did these people come from? When asked about the 4th inn, the waiter smiled happily and said, "Sir, you've come at the right time. There's only 1 room left. I'll check you in right away." "Is there only 1 room left?" Shengao looked at Lu Shetong. "But how are we going to stay?" "Sir, is this how everyone stays today? Men and women all share a room?" the waiter asked Shengao, puzzled. "Waiter, I'd like to ask, why are there so many people staying at the inn tonight? Has something big happened in Shaxian?" Upon hearing this, the waiter realized that Shengao and Lu Shetong were from out of town, so he smiled and said, "So you two are from out of town. Today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the annual Qixi festival in Shaxian County. Many couples come to the bonfire party. If they like each other, they can pledge their lives to one another. The 7th day of the 7th lunar month is the Qixi festival. This sounds familiar. Did this ancient world also have such a festival?" "Husband, I want to go see what's going on." Lu Shetong tugged at Shengao's sleeve and whispered. Before Shengao could answer, the waiter continued, "Sir, since you're here, you can join the bonfire party for free tonight. Perhaps a beautiful girl will take a liking to you too." The waiter saw that Shengao and Lu Shetong were both dressed in black, like policemen, and assumed that Lu Shetong was also a man. After registering the room and taking the copper key, Shengao left the inn side by side with Lu Shetong. Before long, we arrived at the bonfire party venue. "Husband, there are so many people." Although Lu Shetong was born in the capital, she had never participated in an event with so many people before. The square was divided into 4 sections, each piled high with firewood. At the very end of the square stood a magnificent temple. Shengao stared intently and could vaguely make out 3 large characters, Hongyang Temple. It seems that tonight's bonfire party will be divided into 4 parts. When Shengao and Lu Shetong arrived, the place was already packed with people, mostly young men and women. Some small vendors carried loads of sugar figurines and candied hawthorns on shoulder poles. "My lord, I want to eat candied hawthorn," Lu Shetong whispered, pointing to the candied hawthorn vendor in the distance. "Give me 2 skewers of candied hawthorns," Shengao shouted loudly. "All right, 2 strings of candied hawthorns, 10 copper coins." Shengao took out 10 copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to the small vendor. The 2 of them each held a candied hawthorn, eating it while watching the fun. They had no idea that Shengao and Lu Shetong had already been chosen by the 2 girls. "What handsome young men, the constables!" The 2 girls pointed at Shengao and Lu Shetong and exclaimed in sincere admiration. "Young Master Shen, do you have company?" The 2 young ladies squeezed in front of Shengao and asked. Just as Shengao was about to speak, Lu Shetong winked mischievously. "I don't have a partner yet." "Great! One of the shorter girls clapped her hands and smiled brightly. Then let's all join the bonfire party tonight. Shin Shutong quickly agreed. Okay, let's do it together. Seeing that the two men agreed, the two girls each took out 2 handkerchiefs from their pockets and tied them on Shin Gao and Lu Shutong's heads. She then tied the remaining handkerchief to her braid. Let's go. The 2 girls were very generous, taking Shin Gao and Lu Shutong's hands and heading towards a bonfire party. At this moment, Shin Gao noticed that the men in the couples all had small square scarves on their heads, and the women also had small square scarves tied to their braids. Once men and women have tied a small handkerchief around their necks, no one will bother them anymore. Those who didn't wear small handkerchiefs were often spoken to by others. It seems this little handkerchief indicates that men and women have successfully paired up, just like with Bluetooth. Shin Gao looked at Lu Shutong, who then understood what he meant and looked at him with a mocking smile. This little girl, she really knows how to play pranks. Shin Gao couldn't help but shake his head. Just then, the huge bonfire was lit, and flames shot into the air, crackling loudly. Hold my hand! At this moment, a girl stretched out her hand in front of Shin Gao, giggling. Shin Gao turned his head and saw that Lu Shutong was already holding hands with another girl. While he was still in a daze, the girl had already taken his hand. Chapter 23: The Chase. Alright. This is going to be interesting. Shin Gao felt helpless and embarrassed to pull his hand away from the girl's. And so, the girl took his hand and they began to dance around the campfire. Shin Gao learned such a simple dance very quickly, and before he knew it, his coordination with the girl became more and more perfect. The girl got closer and closer to Shin Gao, almost to the point of lying in his arms. Lu Shutong and another girl in front of them were holding hands and dancing with great enthusiasm. Young master, which inn are you staying at? The girl asked Shin Gao as she jumped. Shin Gao shook his head. I just arrived and haven't found an inn yet. It's alright, I've already found an inn. You can come with me then, young master. As she spoke, a blush appeared on the girl's face. However, it disappeared in an instant. Tonight is Qixi Festival, a day when lovers are finally united in marriage. Shin Gao was at a loss. If he didn't agree, would she see through his act? If he did agree, what would happen to Lu Shutong tonight? Just then, the campfire slowly died down. Some of the young men and women, who were sweating profusely from jumping, left, while others headed towards the matchmaker temple at the end of the road. Young master, shall we go to the matchmaker temple? The girl stopped dancing and said, taking Shin Gao's hand. What is the purpose of the matchmaker temple? Shin Gao asked hastily, unsure of the local customs. Of course, I'll ask for the best fortune slip. If I get the best fortune slip, the matchmaker will bless us so that we'll never be separated and will be forever united. The girl's face was flushed with shyness, a blush dancing on her cheeks. Why didn't those people go and ask for the best fortune slip? Shin Gao said, pointing to the men and women who were leaving. Them? They're just a casual couple. The girl scoffed. After tonight, they won't even recognize each other. Such a thing is unbelievable. Shin Gao stood there awkwardly, not moving an inch. Upon seeing this, the girl understood Shin Gao's meaning, and her face turned pale instantly. How could she have run into someone like that? Just as I was getting angry, I heard the sounds of fighting coming from ahead. The two people leaped over the top of the Hongyang temple and swung their hands, smashing a corner of the temple, sending tiles flying everywhere. Ah dash! Screams erupted, and chaos ensued. Great opportunity! Shin Gao's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed Lu Shutong, pushed off with all his might, and leaped into the air, chasing after the direction of the fight. Just as they reached the wall outside the temple, Shin Gao jumped down from midair and pulled Lu Shutong into hiding. Husband! One of those fighting just now was Lu Jinqing. Lu Shutong shrank behind Shin Gao, pointing at the two fighting, her face showing a look of horror. Lu Jinqing! How did he end up all the way from Beijing to Shaxian? Wasn't it said that the emperor in the capital was seriously ill and he had to stay there to prevent any unexpected unrest? Shin Gao raised his head and looked at the two fighting, The younger one appears to be Lu Jinqing, while the other, dressed as a middle-aged man, is being chased by Lu Jinqing between the buildings of the Hongyang Temple. The middle-aged man brandished a sword, its blade flashing as it hurtled towards Lu Jinqing. Lu Jinqing dodged the attack and then struck the middle-aged man with his palm. The middle-aged man seemed afraid of Lu Jinqing's palm and hurriedly dodged. The two exchanged many moves in a short time. Shin Gao watched carefully and memorized the fighting moves of the two men. He thought to himself that these two were incredibly powerful. If he hadn't learned the Azure Dragon Palm technique, Shin Gao would be no match for anyone. With that in mind, he began to mentally practice the Azure Dragon Palm technique against them. "Shutong, you go back to the inn first, I'll go after them and see," Shin Gao said softly, gesturing for Lu Shutong to go back. Lu Shutong nodded gently. "Husband, they are too powerful, be careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back." Then Lu Shutong crouched down and followed the deserted path back to the inn. Shin Gao hid in the darkness, chasing after them at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Before long, the two of them fought their way to a small hill. Suddenly Shin Gao heard a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, Ji Qingyang, you've pledged allegiance to the sixth prince and dare to oppose this general? This general will take your dog's life." Then a muffled poof was heard, and Lu Jinqing's figure soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance in an instant. After a while, Shin Gao quietly walked forward and saw a person lying on the ground, motionless. "Ji Qingyang, wake up!" Shin Gao walked to his side and patted his face hard. Ji Qingyang stirred, struggling to open his eyes and looking at the stranger before him. How do you know my name?" "I was hiding nearby when you were fighting with Lu Jinqing," Shin Gao said softly. "Lu Jinqing, may you die a horrible death!" Just as Ji Qingyang was about to get angry, a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. "Brother, could you do me a favor? I am the sixth prince's chief bodyguard. I was on my way to protect Lord Lu Yiming, but Lu Jinqing discovered me and personally chased me here to kill me. Young man, find an opportunity to go to the palace and see the sixth prince. Tell him that I have done my best." Upon hearing that this expert was going to protect his father-in-law, Shin Gao immediately prepared a small bowl of water, added a drop of spiritual liquid to it, and poured it into the expert's mouth. Then she picked him up and carried him back to the inn. "Knock knock dash!" Upon reaching the door, Shin Gao gently knocked, and the door opened immediately. "Husband, who is he?" Lu Shutong asked hurriedly when she saw Shin Gao carrying a person covered in blood as he walked in. "He's the one who sparred with Lu Jinqing. He's the sixth prince's chief bodyguard." Lu Shutong carefully examined him, vaguely recognizing him. "I remember now, his name is Ji Qingyang. I've met him once before," Lu Shutong confirmed. "Then that must be it," Shin Gao said. "Ji Qingyang was ordered to protect his father-in-law, but Lu Jinqing found out and chased him here. He was still killed by Lu Jinqing to the point of near death. If it weren't for my husband having a miraculous medicine for healing wounds, he would probably be a corpse by now." As the two were talking, they heard a hum, and Ji Qingyang woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the same guy standing in front of him. "Thank you for saving me," Ji Qingyang said weakly. "Ji Qingyang, in 2 more hours your injuries will be almost completely healed, especially your internal injuries. With my treatment, they will recover to 90%. Shin Gao glanced at Ji Qingyang and then asked, "Are you still going to protect Lu Yiming tomorrow?" Ji Qingyang said, "Even if it means facing 9 deaths, I must go and protect Lord Lu." "All right, you can go tomorrow." But Shin Gao was still a little worried. "Will Lu Jinqing personally go to kill Lord Lu?" Ji Qingyang shook his head. "Lu Jinqing can't leave the capital for too long, otherwise if something big happens in the capital, he won't have time to deal with it." "Is the big event you're talking about the Emperor's passing?" Shin Gao asked. How did you know?" Ji Qingyang was taken aback. Chapter 24. Another day after tomorrow's great perfection. Ji Qingyang was taken aback. He struggled to sit up and reached for the sword beside him. "Ji Qingyang, don't move," Shin Gao said, pulling Lu Shutong to his side and pointing at her. "Ji Qingyang, look who she is! You are the second young lady of the Lu family. Ji Qingyang's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle Ji, it's me. Lu Shutong smiled. Lu Shutong pointed at Shengao and said, His name is Shengao, and he is the husband of all 6 of us sisters. The husband of 6 sisters. Ji Qingyang simply couldn't believe that the sextuplets of the third-rank Minister of Revenue had all married the same man. Back then, Lu Jinqing tried to seize the 6 Lu sisters, forcing Lord Lu to resign and go into seclusion. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Lord Lu's 6 daughters got married. Uncle Ji, we are going to the palace this time to handle an important matter, and we need your help to protect my father, Lu Shutong said softly. Don't worry, second miss. I will risk my life to protect the Lu family this time. Ji Qingyang thought for a moment, then took out an identity token from his pocket and handed it to Shengao. Young Master Shen, with this identity token, you can enter the palace, meet the 6th prince, and report my affairs to him. Shengao nodded and accepted the identity token. The 3 of them remained silent until dawn the next day, when Ji Qingyang had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. He opened the window, leaped out, and disappeared from their sight. Husband, Ji Qingyang is ranked 9th among the postnatal Great Perfection Masters. Compared to Lu Jinqing, who is ranked 6th, there is still a huge gap between them. Lu Shutong had been exposed to martial arts, and therefore knew the ranking of postnatal Great Perfection Masters in the Great Yan Dynasty. It's just that the 6th prince has too few experts around him. If he could have a few more experts at the Great Perfection of the Acquired Realm, then he wouldn't have to worry about the 3rd prince causing trouble. After listening to Lu Shutong's words, Shengao thought for a moment, and secretly communicated with the gourd. Princess Calabash, may I ask if your spiritual elixir can nurture Shutong to the Great Perfection of the Acquired Realm? Of course you can. The gourd shook gently. But Master, you need to accumulate more spiritual liquid. Only with enough spiritual liquid can you be cultivated into a master of the 1st level of the innate realm. Looking at the entire Great Yan Dynasty, there are no innate realm masters yet. Shengao's eyes lit up when he heard what Hulu said. A master of the 1st level of the innate realm. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. But the most important thing now is to cultivate another master who has reached the Great Perfection of Acquired Realm, otherwise they will not be a match for Lu Jinqing. I'm going all in. Let's train Lu Shutong to be an expert first. He glanced at the spiritual spring inside the gourd. It was full, a whole bowl of spiritual liquid. Shengao put the spiritual liquid into a bowl and brought it to Lu Shutong. Shutong, drink it! Shengao shouted in a deep voice. Husband, what is this? Lu Shutong didn't understand what this bowl of crystal clear water was. But she obeyed and drank the bowl of spiritual liquid in one gulp. The elixir entered the stomach. Spread it throughout your body immediately. Immediately, the spiritual liquid began to fully transform Lu Shutong's cells, organs, muscles, and bones. Husband, it hurts so much! Lu Shutong suddenly felt pain all over her body and couldn't even stand up. She suddenly hugged Shengao, her nails digging deep into his skin. Ah dash! Lu Shutong cried out through gritted teeth, tormented by the intense pain. Shutong, hold on! Shengao hugged Lu Shutong tightly, even putting his fingers in her mouth and making her bite down hard. Slowly, an hour passed. The pain finally subsided, and Lu Shutong expelled a large amount of impurities from her body, turning her skin black. Shengao quickly fetched several buckets of water and had Lu Shutong wash off the impurities on her body. After washing away several buckets of water, Lu Shutong put on a thin gauze dress, went barefoot, and walked up to Shengao. Her skin became even whiter, as smooth and bright as a delicate porcelain doll, and her eyes sparkled with a crystal-clear light, making them very lively. Her long, flowing hair, jet black and glossy, was neatly draped over her shoulders, making her exceptionally beautiful. Shutong, feel it, what level have you reached now? Shengao asked. The Great Perfection the day after tomorrow? Lu Shutong picked up a stone she was using as a stepping stone, stretched out 2 fingers, and gently pinched it, instantly turning the stone into dust. Seeing that Lu Shutong had also achieved the Great Perfection of the day after tomorrow, Shingao was both happy and heartbroken. The top-quality jade, worth 10,000 taels of silver, is now only half of what it was. In just a few more days, once this piece of jade is used up, we'll have to look for a new one. Husband! Lu Shatong understood that Shingao had given her his treasured possession to eat, which was why she had instantly become a fully fledged cultivator. Lu Shatong couldn't help but feel her heart flutter, and she reached out to hug Shingao tightly. Thank you, my husband! Now that we have two great perfection realm cultivators, dealing with Lu Jinqing should be a piece of cake. After having breakfast and settling the bill, the two mounted their war horses and galloped towards the capital. As evening approached, a long black line finally came into view in the distance. The long line grew thicker and taller, eventually becoming the imperial city wall, which was 5 zhang high. The two men, dressed in black uniforms and riding war horses, held waste tokens in their hands. The soldiers guarding the city did not even ask them any questions and opened the city gates directly to let Shingao and Lu Shatong enter the capital city. They got into the capital so easily? Shingao was somewhat incredulous. This defense was far too careless. However, this was exactly what Shingao wanted. The two found a tavern, got a pot of wine, and sat there quietly. Later that night, when the palace guards were less numerous, I used my waste token to sneak in. The two sat there and finished the pot of wine. Just then, the night watchman, beating his drum, slowly walked over. It was already past midnight. Shingao and Lu Shatong exchanged a glance, stood up, and walked towards the palace gate. At this moment, the palace walls were brightly lit. Countless soldiers stood on the inner wall, looking around by the light. Shingao and Lu Shatong, one after the other, were about to enter the palace gates when they suddenly heard two loud shouts. Halt! Who goes there? As they spoke, 7 or 8 people emerged from the darkness and surrounded Shingao and Lu Shatong. I am Zhang San, the bodyguard of the 6th prince. Let us in immediately! Shingao shouted. 6th prince? The newcomer sneered. I don't care if you're the 6th prince or any other prince. It's past midnight now. You're only allowed to leave the palace, not enter. Just then, 2 men in black approached, holding up waste tokens, and shouted. Make way! His Highness the 3rd Prince has important business to attend to and needs to enter the palace immediately to see him. Without a word, the palace guards waved their hands, allowing the 2 men in black to enter the palace. Shingao pointed at the palace gate guards and said, Why can the 3rd Prince's men enter, but the 6th Prince's men can't? The palace gate guards sneered. Who do you think you are? Even if the 6th Prince came in person, he wouldn't be able to get through the palace gates, let alone you small fry. What should we do? Lu Shatong gently pulled Shingao and whispered. Should we force our way in? Chapter 25. Seeing the girl again. No. Shingao shook his head, disagreeing with forcing his way in. It seems the palace gate guards tonight are the 3rd Prince's men. Moreover, with so many lanterns and torches on the city wall, the number of guards must be several times greater than usual. Whether by forcing their way through or by attempting to cross the city wall from elsewhere, the difficulty is immense. I don't know how many other acquired grand perfection cultivators are in the palace. If I accidentally encounter an extremely powerful acquired grand perfection cultivator, it would be a great loss. With this thought in mind, Shingao suppressed his anxiety and said to Lu Shatong, Let's retreat first. With that, the two of them left through the palace gates. The sound of soldiers guarding the city laughing loudly could be heard in the distance. Husband, shall we find an inn to stay at tonight? Lu Shatong said, glancing at the people laughing unrestrainedly in the distance. Shingao nodded. The two walked along the main street looking for an inn. Just as he was looking around, he brushed past a large sedan chair. Inside the sedan chair sat a young woman. A gust of wind blew open the curtains, and she immediately saw Shingao and Lu Shatong, both dressed in black. It's him! The girl immediately ordered. Bring those 2 constables over. I have questions for them. The people around him immediately chased after them. While Shingao was chatting and laughing with Lu Shatong, several people caught up from behind. Shingao immediately became alert and stood still. Gentlemen, my master invites you. The servant who caught up with them bowed and greeted them. Is the master inviting you? But Xingao doesn't know anyone in the capital. Who will invite them? You've mistaken me for someone else, Xingao said. No, my master has confirmed it. You two are old acquaintances of my master. Please come over. The servant bowed again. Xingao and Lu Shutong exchanged a glance. Now that they were both at the great perfection level, escaping in case of trouble would be no problem at all. The two also wanted to see who had invited them to meet. So he followed the servant to the sedan chair that was parked by the roadside. We don't know which esteemed person is inside the sedan chair. Xingao and Lu Shutong would like to invite you to come out and meet us, Xingao said in a deep voice, neither humble nor arrogant. It turned out his name was Xingao. The girl in the sedan chair smiled silently. The short bailiff was named Lu Shutong, a name that sounded rather feminine. The servant opened the sedan chair door, and the young woman stepped out with small steps, smiling as she said, So your name is Xingao. Why did you run away in such a hurry last night? Xingao was taken aback when he saw the girl. It turns out to be the girl I danced with at the Qixi Festival bonfire party. Oh no, Shutong, what a small world! We can't believe we've run into her in such a big city like the capital. Let's get out of here! As he spoke, he pulled Lu Shutong and was about to leap into the air. Stop! The girl shouted angrily. Xingao, Lu Shutong, if you run again, I will hang your portraits up and order the whole city to hunt you down. Wow! This seemingly dissolute girl is actually a princess. It seems that escaping is no longer an option. Xingao turned around, took Lu Shutong's hand, and walked to the princess. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? The princess said fiercely. Go ahead and run if you dare. I didn't know you were a princess last night, hee. I'm so sorry for offending you. Xingao smiled. Humph, how dare you laugh? The princess's face hardened, and she picked up a leather whip, ready to strike. Xingao dodged to the side, thinking to himself that this princess had quite a temper. Princess, if you lay a hand on me again, I'll write a book about what happened on Qixi Festival and sell it throughout the city. Xingao couldn't let her lay a hand on him again, otherwise he would spoil her with this habit. You! The princess raised her whip as if to strike, but slowly lowered it. The princess blushed as she recalled what happened last night. If Xingao were to write a book about it and sell it, it would damage the royal family's reputation. Although there is nothing wrong with the princess getting married, it would be bad for people to talk about it over tea. At this moment, a servant stepped forward. Princess, we must hurry to the palace. We cannot delay the time set by the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, the princess said viciously, You got off easy. As he spoke, he prepared to get into the sedan chair. Xingao and Lu Shutong both heard what the servant said. It turns out that the princess came here so late to go to the palace to see the Empress Dowager. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the palace. Xingao glanced at Lu Shutong, preparing to join forces to capture the princess and force her to bring the two of them into the palace. Lu Shutong nodded, and just as the two were about to act, the princess suddenly turned around and pointed at Xingao and Lu Shutong. Men, tie them up and put them in the sedan chair. Several servants lunged menacingly at Xingao and his companion. Xingao immediately understood the princess's thoughts. The princess didn't want to let them leave, but she had urgent business to attend to at the palace. That's why she came up with this strategy. She tied up Xingao and Lu Shutong, stuffed them into a sedan chair, and took them into the palace. In this way, she could not only meet the Empress Dowager, but also capture Xingao and Lu Shutong, killing two birds with one stone. The princess's plan played right into Xingao's hands. The two of them remained motionless, letting the servants do as they pleased. In just a few glances, Xingao and Lu Shutong were bound together and stuffed into the sedan chair. The sedan chair was very spacious. The two people were tied up and pushed down inside, falling at the princess's feet. Lift the sedan chair! 8 men carried the sedan chair toward the main gate of the palace. Princess, where are you taking us? Xingao asked, feigning ignorance and feigning panic. The princess ignored Shengao, took out a handkerchief she carried with her, and stuffed it into Shengao's mouth. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted into Shengao's nostrils. It seems this handkerchief has just been scented with spices. In addition to the aroma, it also carries a hint of warm body fragrance. The princess rolled her eyes at Shengao, then took out another piece and stuffed it into Lu Shutong's mouth. You two listen up, I'm going to shut you up so you don't shout and ruin my good time. The princess spoke softly, but looked outside. As they drew closer to the palace gates, Shengao closed his eyes and could already sense the soldiers moving back and forth on the city walls. At the city gate, 2 rows of soldiers stood holding long spears and broadswords, waiting for the sedan chair to approach. Halt! Stop and check! The same guard shouted, pointing at the sedan chair. The servant took the waist token from the princess and handed it to the guard. By order of the Empress Dowager, Princess Xiaolingxi is going to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Please allow her to pass immediately. Is that Princess Lingxi inside? The head guard shouted. Open the sedan door and let us check. Presumptuous dash! The princess inside the sedan chair snorted coldly. I think you've got some nerve, daring to even inspect me, Princess Lingxi. Are you tired of living? Princess Lingxi, we are here on official business as ordered by the third prince. Please forgive us. The head guard clasped his hands in a salute to the sedan chair, then immediately shouted to the side. What are you all standing there for? Open the sedan chair and inspect it. Yes, sir, the soldiers shouted, and surrounded the sedan chair. Chapter 26 Princess Lingxi. Let's see who dares! Xiaolingxi shouted shrilly from inside the sedan chair, and a servant outside the sedan chair suddenly drew his knife from his waist and pointed it at the guard. She lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, and pointed her whip at the head guard. Bastard, state your names! I, the princess, will go in to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager and have your entire family executed. When the guard saw that it was indeed the princess, he realized that he was just an ordinary guard. Now that the princess was entering the palace by imperial decree, how could he dare to actually stop her from entering the palace? If the princess gets angry, executing his entire family is just a matter of a word. But it wouldn't be worth it if he lost his life for nothing. Thinking this, the guard quickly put on a fawning smile and bowed to the princess, saying, Princess, please calm down. With that, he waved the command flag in his hand and shouted, Open the city gates and let them pass. The city gates slowly opened, and the sedan chair, surrounded by a crowd, was slowly carried into the palace. Seeing that the sedan chair had entered the palace unharmed, Xiaolingxi's wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. At this moment, Xiaolingxi was surrounded by his trusted men, which emboldened him considerably. She chuckled and looked at Shengao, who was tied up at her feet. Shengao, you're quite capable. Last night you pretended to be chasing after the fighters and deliberately escaped. Didn't expect to fall into my hands again tonight? Shengao, after I meet with the Empress Dowager tonight, I will take you back to my residence. Xiaolingxi suddenly showed a sad expression and sighed deeply. Well, dash! She lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Born into an imperial family, I am not in control of my own destiny. This time, the Empress Dowager summoned me, wanting me to marry a military man. As Shengao listened to Xiaolingxi's words, he sighed inwardly. Not to mention the princess, even the emperor's daughters, the princesses, were all used by the emperor to win over his ministers. In order to stabilize the border, some princesses even married princes or emperors of enemy countries. Needless to say, the princess was even more so. I'd rather give my virginity to that bastard Lu Jinqing than to that treacherous and vicious Lu Jinqing than marry that man-eating brute. Xiaolingxi spoke softly, reaching out to snatch the handkerchief from Shengao's mouth, her eyes gleaming with pleading. Shengao, are you willing to take this princess? Shengao thought to himself. This is too much of a coincidence. On the way to the palace, I saw Lu Jinqing displaying his martial prowess, and now I've heard about Lu Jinqing's marriage. If he slept with Xiaolingxi, wouldn't Lu Jinqing be furious? However, Having already offended Lu Zhenxing once, what difference would it make if he offended him again? Anyway, I'm not afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes when there are many, and I'm not afraid of being worried about having a lot of debt. But not now, saving the Emperor's life is the priority. He also marveled at the power of the third prince, noting that he had even managed to win over the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager issued an edict to marry Xiaolingxi to Lu Zhenxing. This must have been the third prince's wicked idea. Xiaolingxi is not only beautiful, but also has the title of princess, which is tantamount to binding Lu Zhenxing to the third prince's boat. That was a brilliant move. However, Xiaolingxi probably hadn't met Lu Zhenxing before, otherwise she would have recognized him long ago after his fierce battle with Ji Qingyang last night. Hey Shengao, I'm asking you a question. Xiaolingxi kicked Shengao. Princess, I already have a wife, Shengao said truthfully. Men having 3 wives and 4 concubines is commonplace in the Great Yan dynasty, it's not just you. Xiaolingxi gritted her teeth and kicked Shengao again. If this princess is willing, what are you, a grown man, afraid of? No rush, we can talk about it another time if fate allows. Shengao gestured to Lu Shatong, and the two of them broke the ropes binding them with a burst of strength. He smiled and said to Xiaolingxi, Princess, until we meet again. With that, Shengao pulled Lu Shatong out of the sedan chair and disappeared into the palace. Ah dash! Xiaolingxi covered her mouth and screamed. I never imagined these two people were so amazing. Princess, what do we do now? The guards and servants beside her asked in deep voices, knives in hand. What else can we do? Remember, all of you, pretend this never happened. Xiaolingxi instructed her trusted confidants. Yes, sir. The crowd carried the sedan chair without stopping and headed straight for the Empress Dowager's palace. Meanwhile, Shengao and Lu Shatong were disoriented and wandered aimlessly throughout the palace. They had both reached the great perfection of the acquired realm, and were as light as swallows. In the dark night, they escaped unscathed, and no one discovered them. Besides, they were dressed in black with the insignia of the 6th prince's residence on them. Even if someone saw them, as long as they showed their waist tags, no one would dare to say anything. The two wandered through these buildings and suddenly realized that they had returned to the same place. Husband, how about we arrest someone and question them? Lu Shatong whispered. Okay. Shengao pulled Lu Shatong along and walked towards a low house with lights on. As soon as I got close, I heard a series of knocking sounds coming from the front of the low house. The two peeked out and saw more than a dozen eunuchs holding mallets, beating and washing clothes. A head eunuch held a whip in his hand, and if he saw anyone slacking off, he would lash them out hard. Hurry up and wash them. After you're done, you need to dry them. If they're not dry by tomorrow, you'll be in for a beating. The eunuch supervised for a while, then felt a little sleepy. He put down his whip, leaned against a large tree not far away to cool off, and soon began to snore softly. Shengao jumped out from behind the tree, quickly knocked him unconscious, and then leaped away, taking the eunuch away without anyone noticing. Once they reached a secluded spot, Shengao woke the eunuch and asked, Where is the 6th prince's residence? If you get it wrong, I'll stab you in the back. As Shengao spoke, he pressed a gleaming knife against the eunuch's throat. Great hero, the 6th prince's residence is still 2 miles from here. Take us there, or die. The gleaming knife slashed across his throat, and a few drops of blood immediately seeped out. Great hero, spare my life! I'll take you there right away. The eunuch was so frightened that he wet his pants, and the smell of urine was particularly unpleasant. But they couldn't worry about that now. Shengao and Lu Shatong escorted the eunuch and slowly walked toward the 6th prince's residence. After walking for a while, Lu Shatong felt somewhat familiar with the area. 3 months ago, the 6th prince's mother, consort Luigi, issued an edict summoning Lu Shatong to the palace for 10 days. Therefore, Lu Shatong was quite familiar with this place, so it seems that the eunuch did not lead her astray. Husband, I'm already familiar with this place, Lu Shatong said with a smile, looking relaxed. Shengao immediately covered the mouth of the eunuch who was leading the way, stabbed him in the heart, and then threw his body into the weeds not far away. Just as they finished covering the body, a patrol of Imperial guards carrying lanterns came towards them. Who? Password? The head of the Imperial Guard shouted. I am Zhang San, a third-class bodyguard with a sword, Shen Gao said, taking out his waist token and holding it up in his hand. Password! The Imperial Guard shouted coldly, waving his hand. The Imperial Guards drew their swords from their waists with a clang. Shen Gao had no idea what the password was. He snorted coldly, threw the few pebbles he had left in his hand at the patrolling Imperial Guards, and pulled Lu Shutong away as they fled. The head of the Imperial Guards was immediately knocked down. The remaining Imperial Guards on patrol were taken aback and immediately banged their large bronze gongs urgently. Assassins! Catch the assassins! Chapter 27 The Rampage of the Sixth Prince. A sudden scream rang out. Instantly, countless torches appeared all around, chasing after the place where Shen Gao and Lu Shutong had disappeared. At this moment, Shen Gao and Lu Shutong dodged left and right, and had already hidden in the Sixth Prince's mansion. The two of them darted forward and leaped onto the main beam, where they hid for the time being. Just as I hid, the main gate opened and several people walked in. Sixth Prince, it's chaotic outside. I heard there are assassins. Lord Jiqingyang just left. You should quickly hide in the secret room. A guard beside him said anxiously. Humph, what is there to fear about me, the son of an emperor? The Sixth Prince looked to be only 15 years old, but he spoke like an adult. I'd like to see which assassin dares to try and kill me in the palace. As he spoke, the Sixth Prince sat down on the carved sandalwood chair. Report! Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Sixth Prince, the Third Prince's men say there are assassins outside who have run into the mansion and want to search it. The Sixth Prince slammed his hand on the table, furious. I'm so angry! These dogs, relying on their master's power, dare to enter the manor and search. With that, the Sixth Prince stood up and stormed out the door. Shen Gao and Lu Shutong quickly jumped down and quietly followed behind them. Greetings, Your Highness the Sixth Prince! As soon as the Sixth Prince Xiao Jingchen appeared, the guards who had been clamoring outside to search the mansion immediately knelt down and bowed to him. Whose men are you? Xiao Jingchen asked, his face dark with suppressed anger. Your Highness, we are subordinates of the Third Prince. We discovered two extremely powerful experts who disappeared near the Sixth Prince's residence, so we came here to search for them. Who gave you the audacity to search the Sixth Prince's residence? Xiao Jingchen was so angry that his veins bulged, his teeth were grinding, and his eyes were wide with fury. Come here, come a little closer. The guard was very bold. He slowly walked up to the Sixth Prince and bowed his head in respect. Xiao Jingchen suddenly drew his sword and beheaded the guard. Holding a dripping, bloodied head in his left hand, he roared. Anyone who wants to enter the mansion to search? Come on in if you dare! The guards were stunned. They were subordinates of the Third Prince Xiao Jingyuan. Relying on the momentum of the Third Prince's impending ascension to the throne, they acted as they pleased, thinking that no one could do anything to them. I never imagined that the Sixth Prince, despite his young age, would be so violent. However, they dared not enter the mansion to search, and withdrew with their men, hurriedly reporting the matter to the Third Prince. Shen Gao nodded secretly as he witnessed this. Although the Sixth Prince is young, he acts decisively, befitting a prince raised in the palace. Upon seeing them return, Shen Gao and Lu Shutong went back to hide on the main beam inside the mansion. The Sixth Prince, furious, returned to the main hall, took out a cloth, wiped the blood off the sword, and sheathed it. Immediately send people to investigate who this assassin is, daring to oppose the Third Prince. After a while, Xiao Jingchen summoned several of his men and ordered them to carry out the task. Yes, sir! Several black men left after receiving their orders. Uncle, you made a wrong move by resigning from your official post and going into seclusion, which has led to our current predicament. Xiao Jingchen stood up and spoke in a low voice as he walked, so low that even the guards beside him could not hear what he was saying. But Shen Gao, who was on the roof beam, heard it all clearly. Now that Father Emperor is seriously ill, and the Third Prince has begun purging his political opponents, The situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Xiao Jingchen's voice trailed off. If only that assassin could have killed the third prince. But with so many people trying to capture him, he has nowhere to escape. Upon hearing Xiao Jingchen's words, Shen Gao gently tugged at Lu Shudong's hand, and the two of them jumped down from the roof beam together. Who are you? Upon hearing a soft sound behind him, Xiao Jingchen turned around abruptly, and saw two men in black standing in front of him. Cousin, it's me, Shatong. Lu Shatong removed the veil from her face and looked at him with a smile. Cousin, is that really you? And who is this? Xiao Jingchen asked, pointing at Shen Gao. Cousin, this is my husband, Shen Gao. He has come to the palace to cure the emperor's illness, Lu Shatong said softly. Xiao Jingchen shook his head, his expression grave. Father's illness is very serious. He has been bedridden for a month. Apart from being able to eat a little, he is now so thin that he is just skin and bones. Even the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Academy, Elder Su, was helpless. Cousin, my husband specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. His medicine is effective and curative. As long as he takes action, the emperor's illness will definitely be cured. Lu Shatong spoke up for Shen Gao with great confidence. How could this be? Xiao Jingchen didn't believe it at all. He tried to persuade him. Brother-in-law, I'll find a way to get you out of the palace later. If Lu Jingqing finds out you're in the palace, he will definitely kill you. Lu Shatong said anxiously. Cousin, my husband really came to save the emperor. Only by saving the emperor can you and Anne have a chance to live. Otherwise, none of us will have a chance to live. Xiao Jingchen nodded secretly. He must have seen the third prince's antics over the past month, but he was ill and couldn't do anything about it. If the emperor recovers his health and regains power, then the third prince will most likely be deposed by the emperor. If the third prince cannot become emperor, then the sixth prince's lineage will be safe for the time being. Brother-in-law, can you really cure Father Emperor? Xiao Jingchen's eyes were full of hope. Able. Good. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen said 3 times, standing up excitedly. He walked to Shen Gao and said, Brother-in-law, I will take you to my mother immediately and ask her to take you to see the emperor. Xiao Jingchen immediately ordered his trusted guards to bring a large sedan chair and have Lu Shatong and Shen Gao carried to Consort Lu's palace. Xiao Jingchen disguised himself as a guard and followed closely behind the sedan chair. Meanwhile, the secret guards monitoring the sixth prince's residence had already swiftly reported the sixth prince's unusual movements to the third prince's residence. The sixth prince traveled to Consort Lu's palace in a grand sedan chair late at night? The third prince, Xiao Jingyuan, sneered. Immediately send men to secretly surround Consort Lu's palace. We'll deal with everything when I arrive. Until then, no one, no matter who they are, is allowed to leave Consort Lu's palace. Yes, sir. In the darkness, 2 groups of people secretly moved toward Consort Lu's residence. Hurry, go faster. Xiao Jingchen urged the sedan bearers to quicken their pace from behind the sedan chair. Finally, the group arrived at Consort Lu's palace. Xiao Jingchen immediately ran over and ordered the eunuchs guarding outside the palace to wake up Consort Lu. The eunuchs were startled by Xiao Jingchen's hurried and nervous expression, and quickly opened the door and carried the sedan chair inside. The lights were still on in Consort Lu's palace. After a while, a eunuch ran out and bowed to Xiao Jingchen, saying, Sixth Prince, Consort Lu requests your presence. Ignoring the curiosity of the eunuchs and maids, Xiao Jingchen led Shen Gao and Lu Shatong inside. Your Highness, you must not bring a strange man into the Empress's bedchamber. A eunuch blocked Xiao Jingchen's path. Roll dash! At this moment, Xiao Jingchen no longer cared about anything else and suddenly shouted. The eunuch could only retreat dejectedly. However, another eunuch quietly left and quickly ran towards the Emperor's residence, the Wuda Hall. Chapter 28. A length of white silk was bestowed upon the Emperor. Before long, the eunuch ran to the Wuda Hall. Outside the Wuda Hall, there were more than a dozen eunuchs, 50 imperial guards, and several imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy. Inside the palace, Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzue lay on his bed, listening to the hurried footsteps outside. His eyes darted around, but his body remained completely still. Your Majesty, news has come from Consort Lu that the sixth prince, accompanied by a man and a woman, forcibly drove away the eunuchs and broke into the consort's palace. Anger flashed in Xiao Qingzue's eyes, and he said in an extremely weak voice, "Give Consort Lu a length of white silk. I want to hear news of her death before dawn." Immediately, a eunuch brought out the imperial edict, copied down Emperor Yan Zhao's words word for word, and then brought out Xiao Qingzue's imperial seal and stamped it on the edict. He then ordered the eunuch to put on his official robes, sit in a large sedan chair, and carry a length of white silk on a jade plate. He also brought 50 imperial guards with him to carry out the mission. The sixth prince, accompanied by Shen Gao and Lu Shatong, stood outside Consort Lu's bed and bowed to her. "Mother, this is a wonderful occasion. What happy event is it?" Consort Lu's voice was very calm. "Your Majesty is saved. Your Majesty, I have invited my cousin Shutong's husband to come and treat Your Majesty." Xiao Jingchen's face was full of excitement. "Chun'er, you've really gone mad!" Consort Lu exclaimed in surprise. "Even the old physician Su from the Imperial Hospital couldn't cure His Majesty's illness. How could Shutong's husband possibly do it?" "Aunt!" Lu Shatong exclaimed happily from the side. "My husband is capable. He can cure His Majesty's illness. If he cannot cure His Majesty's illness, I am willing to take full responsibility." "Shatong, this is a huge matter," Consort Lu said in a panicked voice, her words trembling slightly. "If it can't be cured, it could mean the extermination of 3 generations of a family." Lu Shatong hesitated. If her husband couldn't cure her, His Majesty might actually issue an edict to exterminate their entire family if he got angry. "Your Majesty," Shen Gao bowed to Consort Lu with clasped hands, "I can cure His Majesty's illness." "Can it really be cured?" Consort Lu couldn't believe it. "Never lie." After hearing what Shen Gao said, how could Consort Lu possibly fall asleep? "Mother, we must get to father's medical treatment before Xiao Jinyuan does. If Xiao Jinyuan obstructs us, we will all die." The sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, also spoke anxiously. "Very well. I will go to the palace immediately." Consort Lu and Lu Shatong boarded the sedan chair, while Shen Gao and the sixth prince followed behind, rushing towards the Wuda Hall. Hundreds of guards followed closely behind. As soon as I stepped out of the palace, I could see countless torches winding their way toward it from afar. "Not good! It's the third prince's men coming," Xiao Jingchen whispered. "Let's take a detour and go through the southwest gate." The crowd protected the sedan chair, changed direction, and ran towards the southwest gate. The third prince Xiao Jingyuan's spies had already reported the whereabouts of Consort Lu and the others in a timely manner. "Your Highness, Consort Lu has been traveling overnight in a sedan chair towards the Wuda Hall, seemingly seeking His Majesty's protection," a strategist standing beside Xiao Jingyuan said. "Father Emperor is now paralyzed in bed and can barely protect himself, so who can he protect?" Xiao Jingyuan held a long sword in his hand, the sword light reflecting off his face, making his expression look even colder. "Speed up! We must kill them before they see the Emperor!" The guards, torches held high, charged forward. "Stop! Stop right now!" the guards shouted as they saw Consort Lu's sedan chair running forward in the distance. But the sedan chair actually ran faster. The guards from the sixth prince's residence and Consort Lu drew their swords and stood in the way, fearless of death. The two groups of people immediately clashed, their shouts deafening. Inside the sedan chair, Consort Lu's face was deathly pale, her whole body trembling, and her teeth chattering as she spoke. "Xiao Jingyuan has caught up with us, he wants to kill us!" Lu Shatong remained calm. She held Lu Fei's hand and said softly, "Aunt, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will protect you." But Consort Lu became even more afraid. Lu Shatong is weak and only 16 years old. If she dies in this pursuit, how can Consort Lu face her brother Lu Yiming? "Shatong, your aunt is so sorry," Lu Fei said, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, don't be afraid. That was all Lu Shutong could say to comfort her. Because Xun Gao and she had agreed not to reveal their hand until the very last moment. Only by using your trump card in the most crucial places can you achieve remarkable results. Faster! Xiao Jingchen urged the sedan bearers, knife in hand. The sedan chair bearers, panting heavily, were running at top speed, desperately trying to reach the Wuda Hall before dawn. The 6 prince's guards who went to stop him were all killed, and the 3rd prince's men caught up with them. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guards, move out and stop Xiao Jingyuan at all costs. Xiao Jingchen ordered another 30 guards to go and snipe. Now, Xiao Jingchen has fewer and fewer people around him, only 40 people left. If another batch of snipers were sent out, they would only have 10 men left around them. Brother-in-law, it seems we're in grave danger. Xiao Jingchen saw the approaching pursuers through the pale light of dawn, his face ashen, devoid of any hope. If only Ji Qingyang were here. Suddenly, Xiao Jingchen remembered Ji Qingyang, whom he had sent to protect Lu Yiming. He doesn't even have a decent expert by his side right now. How could he possibly be a match for Xiao Jingyuan? Are we all going to die here? Xiao Jingchen muttered to himself, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have sent Ji Qingyang out. 6th Prince, with Shutong and me here, you'll both be fine. Xun Gao quickly reassured Xiao Jingchen upon seeing his condition. But how could Xiao Jingchen possibly believe Xun Gao's words? A person who understands medicine cannot be highly accomplished in martial arts. Meanwhile, Emperor Yan Zhao, who was paralyzed in bed, sent a team of eunuchs to execute Consort Lu. As soon as they arrived at Consort Lu's palace, they kicked the door open. But the place was completely empty. Consort Lu has disappeared. The 6th prince and the 2 strangers he brought with him also disappeared. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was shocked. If the white silk was not delivered tonight, and Consort Lu did not hang herself, his life would be in danger. At this moment, the eunuch delivering the imperial edict noticed several maids and servants nearby and immediately ordered them to be brought over. Tell me, where has Consort Lu gone? The eunuch delivering the imperial edict ordered his men to point knives at several maids. Your Majesty, the Empress has taken the 6th prince to find His Majesty. The maid and servant girl knelt on the ground and told him where Consort Lu had gone. The guard kicked the maid to the ground and immediately led the eunuchs and imperial guards to chase after Consort Lu. After chasing for a short while, the eastern sky began to lighten, and soon it would be dawn. The eunuch delivering the imperial edict was in a panic. The emperor said he wanted to personally deliver the news of Consort Lu's suicide to him before dawn. If he doesn't deliver it, he'll be doomed. Just then, the sounds of fierce swords clashing came from afar. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict quickened his pace. Chapter 29 Master Above. Imperial edict has arrived! The eunuch, stumbling along the way, saw that Consort Lu was only accompanied by a dozen or so people, while the 3rd prince's troops had already surrounded her. Just as he was about to order an attack, he panicked and shouted. Upon hearing the words, Imperial edict, everyone stopped. They all turned to look at the eunuch who was delivering the imperial edict. Imperial decree has arrived! Consort Lu, receive the decree! The eunuch delivering the decree led 50 imperial guards to the front. Consort Lu glanced at the Wuda Hall, which was less than 50 steps away, and was secretly delighted. Unexpectedly, the emperor, despite being in such poor health, still sent people to rescue her. He and Lu Shutong immediately got off the sedan chair and knelt on the ground. The guards of the 3rd Prince Xiao Jingyuan, the guards of the 6th Prince, Xun Gao, and others all knelt down. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Lu Yizhi has failed to uphold the virtues of womanhood and has been seen with outsiders. She is hereby granted a length of white silk and is forbidden from seeing anyone until dawn. What? Unfaithful to a woman? The Emperor actually gave her a length of white silk, ordering her to hang herself. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Consort Lu cried, tears streaming down her face. When had she ever been unfaithful? When had she ever seen an outsider? Consort Lu, why aren't you taking the white silk? the eunuch shouted. Consort Lu blankly stretched out her hands and accepted the white silk. Several imperial guards immediately came over, pulled Consort Lu, and led her to a crooked tree not far away. At this moment, the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan stepped out from among the guards and said to the eunuch who was delivering the imperial edict, "Little Tongzi, step aside. I need to deal with these assassins." Having served the emperor for so long, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict already knew that Xiao Jingyuan was the next emperor. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Your Highness, please proceed." The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict immediately led his men away, pretending he hadn't seen Xiao Jingyuan besiege the sixth prince. "Xiao Jingchen, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Xiao Jingyuan grinned coldly, pointing at Xiao Jingchen and saying, "Kill him!" "Stop!" Xun Gao suddenly unleashed a powerful shout, his voice like thunder, startling everyone. "Your Majesty, I can cure your illness! I can make you get out of bed and walk right now!" Xun Gao's voice was clearly audible not only to those present, but also to Xiao Qingzhua, who was 50 paces away in the Wuda Hall. "Father is terminally ill, even a celestial being couldn't cure him." Xiao Jingyuan pointed at Xun Gao and roared, "Who are you? Who let you come here?" "I am the divine physician invited by Consort Lu, specially appointed to treat His Majesty's illnesses. No matter how difficult or complicated the ailment, as long as I take action, the medicine will cure it instantly." Xun Gao once again carried his voice far away, so that everyone could hear it. "Enough talk, kill him!" The third prince was unwilling to say anything more at this moment. He just wanted to kill Xun Gao, Xiao Jingchen, Consort Lu, and others, and then storm into the Wuda Hall to force Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzhua, to abdicate. Xiao Jingchen raised his sword, fighting desperately, and shouted, "Xiao Jingyuan, are you trying to kill your father and brother? Kill them!" The third prince Xiao Jingyuan roared again. The sound of swords clashing suddenly rang out. Xun Gao took another deep breath and suddenly exhaled. "I have traveled thousands of miles to get here to cure His Majesty. Xiao Jingyuan, how dare you stop me from treating His Majesty? Where is your conscience? Where is justice?" Their conversation reached Emperor Yan Zhao's ears clearly, and he called out, "Guards!" A eunuch approached and said, "Your Majesty, please give your orders." "Order the imperial guards to be dispatched immediately and bring them to see me." Immediately, the imperial guards stationed at the Wuda Hall moved swiftly and surrounded the third prince, the sixth prince, and others, seizing all their weapons. Upon seeing this, Consort Lu's tense spirit finally relaxed, and she collapsed to the ground, her body going limp. Xiao Jingchen mustered his strength and helped Consort Lu up. The imperial guards escorted Xiao Jingchen, Xiao Jingyuan, Consort Lu, Lu Shatong, Xun Gao, and others to the Wuda Hall. "Go inside," the eunuch at the door said to the crowd. Immediately afterwards, the emperor sent 500 of his trusted imperial guards to surround the area. Upon entering the Wuda Hall, everyone knelt beside the bed and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The emperor could not move at all, but he could barely speak. "Rise and let the person who can cure my illness come to me." "Father, he's only 18 or 19 years old. He doesn't know anything. How could he possibly cure your illness? He's a fraud," Xiao Jingyuan said coldly to Xun Gao. He had planned it all out perfectly. Once Xiao Qingzhua died, the throne would be his. Now that this person has intervened, if he cures Xiao Qingzhua, then his ambition to become emperor will be thwarted. He wished he could kill him right now in front of everyone. However, his weapon was taken away by the imperial guards, and loyal imperial guards guarded the outside. He had absolutely no chance to make a move. But at this moment, Xiao Jingchen's opportunity came. "Father!" Xiao Jingchen suddenly knelt down. "As soon as I obtained this divine physician, I immediately took him to Mother and begged her to bring us to see you tonight, Father. I just wanted to cure your illness." "Wow!" Listening to Xiao Jingchen's tearful account, Emperor Yan Zhao finally understood that the person who entered Consort Lu's palace last night was this young divine physician. It seems he had misunderstood his sixth son. "Shut up!" The third Prince Xiao Jingyuan shouted angrily. Father is not dead yet, what are you crying for? And why did you bring such a naked child here to treat the illness? You want to kill Father? I absolutely do not agree to let him treat Father. Your Majesty. Consort Lu knelt down, weeping. When I heard that this divine physician could cure your Majesty's illness, I disregarded the difference between men and women and immediately brought him to treat your Majesty. I sincerely hope that your Majesty's illness can be cured. As she spoke, Consort Lu knelt down and kowtowed several times. Even if I were to die right now, please, your Majesty, trust this divine physician and ask him to cure your illness. At this point, the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan also began to believe that Shen Gao was a miracle doctor. The sixth prince's family strongly requested that their father receive treatment, indicating that they were indeed confident in curing him. If the emperor's illness is truly cured, then the excellent situation he has carefully laid out will be in vain, ultimately becoming nothing. Moreover, Xiao Jingyuan bribed the eunuchs around Emperor Yan Zhao to secretly administer a large amount of slow-acting poison, intending to kill Emperor Yan Zhao so that he could have the opportunity to ascend the throne and become the new emperor of the great Yan dynasty. This matter must not be known to anyone. If the so-called miracle doctor finds out, his life will be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingyuan pointed at Shen Gao and roared, "Men, seize this swindler and beat him to death!" Just then, several senior physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy, having finished their breakfast, came to examine the emperor's condition as usual. Suddenly seeing so many people gathered around the emperor's bedside, I was startled. Could it be that the emperor has passed away? Your Majesty, we are too late! Old physician Su couldn't stop his tears and immediately burst into sobs. Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine. Emperor Yan Zhao lay on the bed, unable to move, but still able to speak. Ah, Your Majesty, it's good that you're alive, it's good that you're alive. Upon seeing this, the old physician Su wiped away his cold sweat. He raised his head, looked around at the people, and said, This old man is going to treat the emperor. All irrelevant people, please leave. Little Su, who do you want to get back? Shen Gao asked immediately upon seeing the old doctor, Su. Little Su? Who the hell is so bold as to call him Little Su? Old physician Su was furious. He followed the sound and saw Shen Gao dressed in black. He was about to start cursing. Suddenly, his old eyes widened. Master Tianyi, oh no, Master, what brings you here? Master! You've finally arrived! I've missed you so much! The old Dr. Su's face showed excitement. He quickly straightened his clothes and knelt down before Shen Gao, saying, Master, please accept my bow! Master, please accept my bow! Old Dr. Tian and old Dr. Wang recognized Shen Gao and were immediately very excited. They all knelt down. Chapter 30 Treatment. Xiao Jingyuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? This person, who looks only 18 or 19 years old, is actually the master of old Dr. Su? This is impossible. The third prince was in a state of panic. It was impossible to stop him from treating his father. Now he could only pray that the young man was a fraud. Your Majesty, there is hope for your health. Old physician Su stood up, walked to Emperor Yan Zhao, and smiled with joy. With my master here, just a bowl of water will be enough to make you stand up again. Just a bowl of water. Is there really such a miraculous cure? Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan Zhao immediately said, Then what are you babbling about? Quickly send your master over to see me. Master, please! Old physician Su walked up to Shen Gao and bowed. Shen Gao brought Lu Shutong to Emperor Yan Zhao and began to examine him with his eyes, ears, nose, and palpation. In his mind, he asked, Princess Hulu, please diagnose the emperor's illness. The Gord's clear voice immediately echoed in his mind. This stupid emperor, in his pursuit of immortality, has consumed excessive amounts of lead and mercury cinnabar, and has been poisoned. Upon hearing this, Shen Gao realized. So that's how it is. The emperor is truly foolish. He's eating lead and mercury concoctions like candy and expects to live a long life. He's practically courting death. So Shen Gao shook his head and said repeatedly, Your Majesty, this is not an illness, it is poisoning. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, the third prince Xiao Jingyuan's face immediately turned deathly pale. He figured it out after all. Xiao Jingyuan clenched his fists. As long as there was any sign that was directed at him, he would go all out to eliminate those who opposed him. Looking around, Lu Zhenqing hadn't arrived yet. I wonder where Lu Zhenqing has gone. If Lu Zhenqing were here, I wouldn't be so afraid. You're saying I've been poisoned? Emperor Yan Zhao asked calmly. Where did this poison come from? Your Majesty, this is not right of you, Shen Gao said with a smile. Have you been taking elixirs and miraculous medicines for a long time? Yes, I have been taking them for 3 years. These are top-grade elixirs refined by enlightened masters, capable of prolonging life. Emperor Yan Zhao asked with a puzzled look. Your Majesty, it was these poisonous pills that caused your body to become poisoned over time, resulting in hemiplegia. If it had been any later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see your Majesty again. Upon hearing this, the third prince's deathly pale face slowly returned to normal. The young man ultimately failed to realize that he had also poisoned someone. He never imagined that those elixirs of immortality were actually poisonous. He was grateful the elixirs had saved him from disaster. This divine physician, please prescribe medicine to treat me. Emperor Yan Zhao has been lying in bed for 3 months. If he doesn't move around, I'm afraid all his bones and muscles will atrophy. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. After Shen Gao finished speaking, he asked old physician Su to bring over a small bowl with half a bowl of water. Then Shen held the water and chanted in a mystical manner. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, the Jade Emperor reveals his true form, casually begging for half a bowl of water, to cure the poison and restore health. Shen Gao's comical appearance made Lu Shutong want to laugh. While everyone was still in a daze, a drop of spiritual liquid had already been dripped into the bowl. Your Majesty, after you drink this bowl of water, you will be able to walk again in less than half an hour. A eunuch stepped forward and helped Emperor Yan Zhao up, and Shen Gao slowly poured water into Emperor Yan Zhao's mouth. After finishing half a bowl of water, Shen Gao shouted, Quickly prepare a large tub for bathing, and 10 more tubs of hot water. Hurry up and prepare. Old Dr. Su had seen Shen Gao treat Li Gui from Li Jiazwang's illness. At that time, Li Gui was urinating and defecating, which was quite ugly. Now, fearing that the emperor might also embarrass himself, he sent out all the eunuchs. Unlike Li Gui, Emperor Yan Zhao did not produce large amounts of urine or feces. After all, he eats and drinks little. However, black impurities slowly seeped from the surface of his skin, like a layer of asphalt, spreading across Emperor Yan Zhao's face. Emperor Yan Zhao twisted his head, and his neck was actually able to turn. Gradually, he was able to move his legs again. Help me up, I want to take a bath. Oh my God! This is truly amazing. What kind of medicine is this, and why does it have such miraculous effects? Several eunuchs rushed over and helped Emperor Yan Zhao slowly get out of bed and into the wooden tub next to him. All of you, go out and wait outside for my message. Emperor Yan Zhao pointed at the third prince, the sixth prince, Consort Lu, and others, signaling them to leave. In addition, Dr. Su and the divine physician will stay behind. Suddenly, only a few people remained in the Wuda hall. Right after I finished washing, the bucket of hot water immediately turned black and oily, like asphalt. The eunuch quickly replaced the bucket with the next one. After washing 6 more times, Emperor Yan Zhao finally stopped excreting dark, toxic substances from his body. My strength has returned to normal. However, due to more than a month of bed rest, some of my muscles have atrophied and will need to be exercised to fully recover. Donning the dragon robe and seated on the dragon throne in the Hall of Martial Virtue, Emperor Yan Zhao wore a solemn expression. Xian Jingqin and Consort Lu and her son, please enter. Greetings, Your Majesty! Xiao Jingqin and Consort Lu were so excited to see that the emperor was now able to sit on the dragon throne that they almost burst into tears. My beloved consort, I have misunderstood you. Emperor Yan Zhao gestured for Consort Lu to come forward. He stroked her hair and said affectionately, Only you truly care about my health. In a few days I will bestow upon you the title of Imperial Noble Consort. Below the Empress, you are the highest ranking. Thank you, Your Majesty. Consort Lu quickly curtsied to Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzue. Jingchen. Xiao Qingzue called the sixth prince to his side again. You did a good job. You are a very filial and good child. I am so fortunate to have such a good son who is willing to risk his life for you. Father, I have no ambition. I only wish to live a peaceful and quiet life. I also hope that you will enjoy good health and longevity, and that our great Yan dynasty will be prosperous and peaceful under your rule. Xiao Jingchen's series of remarks greatly pleased Emperor Xiao Qingzue. Jingchen, from this day forward, you will stay by my side and learn the art of governing the country. In addition, I will have the Grand Tutor teach you the great history of the world, so that you can learn the ways of kingship of various emperors in history. Boom dash! A thunderous roar echoed in the sixth prince's mind. Is Xiao Qingzue grooming him as his successor? Although I have been unable to move for the past month, I can still hear and I can think. During my illness, all sorts of people have come out, and I have seen them all clearly. Xiao Qingzue picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, and then said, I agreed to let Minister of Revenue Lu resign and retire, but I didn't expect it to cause such a big storm. Someone, draft an imperial edict to reinstate Lu Yiming to his original position and order him to return to the capital immediately to take up his post. Furthermore, the divine physician Xin Gao is hereby appointed as the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, in charge of all imperial physicians. Chapter 31 Deceptive Lies. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. When Xin Gao heard that the emperor wanted to appoint him as the highest-ranking official in the Imperial Medical Academy, he immediately refused. He knew nothing about medicine and relied on the gourd's spiritual liquid to cure his illness. If someone discovered his trickery, he would be in big trouble. Moreover, he must never let anyone else know this secret, because if they do, it will cause a lot of trouble. This humble subject is accustomed to living in a mountain village. Your Majesty, please allow this humble subject to return to the mountains and countryside. If you wander the world, how will I be able to find you when I need you? Xiao Qingzue did not want Xin Gao to leave. At this moment, the sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, said with a smile, Father, you don't need to worry too much. Xin Gao has married my uncle Lu Yiming's 6 daughters. They are only 200 miles away from the capital. If anything happens, we can take a fast horse and go back and forth in 2 days. He married Lu Yiming's sextuplets? Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzue, was somewhat surprised. It seemed that many significant events had occurred on Lu Yiming's journey of resigning from his official post and retiring into seclusion. Lu Jinqing, the top subordinate of the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan, has his eye on the Lu family's sextuplets, hasn't he? Given Lu Jinqing's personality, he certainly won't let this go easily, right? It seems we need to send a capable bodyguard to protect Xin Gao. Since you won't be the head of the academy, what do you need? I'll grant it to you. In order to win over this miraculous doctor who could save lives, Xiao Qingzue not only agreed to let him not become the head of the academy, but also tried every means to win him over with money. Your Majesty, I do not love money, but I love jade. If Your Majesty has any extra jade, please give some to me. How could Xin Gao let such a great opportunity pass by? Do you like jade? The warehouse contains a wide variety of top-quality jade. All right, I'll have someone take you to the storeroom in a bit. I'll allow you to choose 3 pieces of jade. Xiao Qingzhu smiled. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qingzue took out another jade pendant with a large yen character on it. He handed the pendant to Xin Gao and said, Xin Gao, take this jade pendant. With this pendant, you can enter the capital and the palace at any time without being hindered by anyone. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xin Gao accepted the jade pendant with both hands. Go ahead, let Xiao Tongzi take you to choose jade. Xiao Qingzhu had other matters to attend to, so he let Xin Gao and Lu Shatong leave from the Wuda Hall. Meanwhile, Princess Xiaolingxi was so angry that she couldn't speak when she saw Xin Gao and Lu Shatong leap out of the sedan chair. She had no choice but to take a sedan chair to Huaqing Palace, where the Empress Dowager resided. Xiaolingxi waited until dawn before the Empress Dowager summoned her. Lingxi greets the Empress Dowager, wishing you a long and healthy life. Xiao Lingxi bowed in greeting. Lingxi, don't be so polite. What talk of eternal youth? That's just a bunch of nonsense. The Empress Dowager sat on a stool, and 2 eunuchs were combing her hair. The Empress Dowager summoned you here because she wants to marry you to the 3rd prince's most powerful subordinate, a young man named Lu Jinqing. The Empress Dowager said with a smile. Lu Jinqing is 26 years old, and has already reached the great perfection of the acquired realm. In the entire Great Yin dynasty, there are only 10 people who have reached the great perfection of the acquired realm. Lingxi, if you marry him, you will enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future. As the Empress Dowager was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Your Majesty, Lord Lu Jinqing has come to pay his respects. Let him in. The Empress Dowager made no attempt to hide Xiao Lingxi's presence, and immediately allowed Lu Jinqing to enter. Greetings, Empress Dowager! Lu Jinqing knelt on one knee and bowed, but his gaze swept over Xiao Lingxi sitting beside him. It's you? Xiao Lingxi glanced at Lu Jinqing and was taken aback. That night, under the moonlight, it was clear that this was the person who had been chasing the middle-aged man. Your Highness, do you know me? Lu Jinqing asked, puzzled, as he had never seen Xiao Lingxi before. Not just acquaintances, but even if burned to ashes, they would still remember. Everyone knows and is aware of the man who ate the heart of a concubine. Lingxi, you've met Lu Jinqing now, how was it? The Empress Dowager asked her. Xiao Lingxi could only manage a wry smile. Since your Empress Dowager has agreed, what power does she, the daughter of a prince, have to refuse? She only hated that Shen Gao. She had shamelessly offered herself to him, but he grabbed a young man and ran away in the blink of an eye. You damn bastard, is she, a princess, not even as good-looking as a little man? Before the Empress Dowager could ask a question, Lu Jinqing revealed his almost frighteningly white teeth and said with a smile, I never imagined that Princess Lingxi would be so beautiful. Apart from the Lu family sextuplets, Princess Lingxi's beauty is second to none. Princess Lingxi, if you marry me in the future, I will entrust the management of my entire harem to you. Princess Lingxi kept her head down and remained silent. Just as the two sat there awkwardly, a eunuch, beaming with joy, approached the Empress Dowager and whispered a few words in her ear. Your Majesty, great news! A renowned physician arrived this morning and cured His Majesty's illness. His Majesty is currently in the Wuda Hall receiving his ministers. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager beamed with joy. It's a good time to go see my son. With him here, it's difficult for the 2 young people to communicate. Someone bring me the Empress Dowager's plaque and take Lingxi and General Lu to the storeroom to choose a treasure as a congratulatory gift from me to the 2 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he got into the sedan chair and headed straight for the Wuda Hall. A eunuch bowed slightly, took the Empress Dowager's waist token, and led the 2 to the storeroom. Just as Princess Lingxi and Lu Jinqing arrived at the warehouse entrance, they happened to see a eunuch leading 2 people, checking waist tokens with the warehouse guard. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lingxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. These 2 people would be recognized even if they were reduced to ashes. They are Shen Gao and Lu Shatong. Just as he was about to call out to him, Shen Gao stepped ahead and entered the warehouse. The warehouse door slowly closed. Shen Gao and Lu Shatong arrived at the storeroom, where a eunuch led the way. The 3 of them walked along the passageway. Master, master! So many jades! I want to eat jades! The guard's excited voice immediately echoed in my mind. It's not that your master won't give you food, but you can only choose 3 top-grade jade stones. The rest belong to the emperor, and your master can't get them. Shen Gao was communicating with the guard in his mind. Oh, then I'll pick out 3 top-grade jade stones. Master, look, these are the 3 in front, they're purple spirit jade, the most valuable ones. Without a second thought, Shen Gao pointed to the 3 pieces of jade and said, Eunuch Tang, choose these 3. The eunuch immediately took out a wooden box, put the 3 large jade stones inside, and placed it in front of Shen Gao. Dr. Shen, please take this. Shen Gao took the jade and returned along the same route. The 3 of them walked to the door of the warehouse, opened the door, and saw Xiao Lingxi standing at the door, glaring at them angrily. Shen Gao, you bastard! Upon seeing her, Shingao was like a mouse seeing a cat, and he quickly ran away, saying as he ran, "Princess, let's talk about this later, let's talk about this later. I have important things to do right now." Lu Jinqing was completely confused. "What do you mean? We'll talk about it later." Why was this man so afraid of the princess? "Stop! Shingao, Lu Shatong, you two stop right there!" Xiaolingxi's eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but shed tears because she was so angry at Shingao. "Shingao! Lu Shatong!" These past few days, the name I've heard the most is Shingao. Every day, a lot of news comes from Kaoshan village. It's this Shingao who forcibly married the Lu family's sextuplets. "Stop right there! Stop right there!" Lu Jinqing shouted angrily. Chapter 32 refers to Fanshu County. Shingao turned around and immediately saw Lu Jinqing standing not far away, glaring at him. What's Lu Jinqing doing here? With Lu Shatong by his side, Shingao, a master of the acquired realm, should be able to defeat a master of the acquired realm. But this is the palace, we can't act recklessly. In particular, it's best not to let anyone know about Lu Shutong's postnatal great perfection realm. It should only be used unexpectedly, as it is very effective against extremely powerful individuals. "What are you doing? What do you want to do?" Shingao stopped, and taking advantage of their inattention, put the wooden box behind the artificial hill, actually placing it into the gourd behind everyone's back. "What do you want?" Lu Jinqing gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. "You, a mere farmer, killed more than a dozen of my men and married the Lu family sextuplets. I haven't even come to your door to cause you any trouble, and you dare to come to the palace." As he spoke, Lu Jinqing suddenly swung his palm at Shingao, the massive air being compressed and whistling as it swept wildly toward Shingao. Shingao held up the jade pendant with the character Yan on it and shouted, "Seeing this is like seeing the emperor! Lu Jinqing, why don't you kneel down?" Lu Jinqing, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized that the jade pendant in Shingao's hand was genuine. He withdrew his hand, and the wind from his palm stopped instantly. He asked in confusion, "Where did you get this?" Shingao, "What's it to you? Get lost!" Lu Jinqing's eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched so hard they were grinding, but he didn't dare to touch Shingao with a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as Shingao walked past him with the jade pendant in his hand. Lu Shatong glared at him with her phoenix eyes, then followed closely behind Shingao and ran away quickly. "Shingao, you bastard, don't leave me!" Xiaolingxi abandoned her jewelry and ran towards Shingao. Lu Jinqing's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly. "Xiaolingxi, you bitch!" After chasing for a while, Xiaolingxi couldn't catch up. Looking around, she couldn't find anyone. He could only hug a tree trunk and cry. Just then, several physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy walked over from the direction of the Wuda Hall, and saw that it was Prince Xiao Qinlie's daughter crying. The head physician, Su, stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, why are you weeping here?" Xiaolingxi, "A bastard named Shingao made me angry, and another person named Lu Shatong is even more infuriating." Old Dr. Su was taken aback. How did this involve his master again? "Your Highness, is the Shingao you mentioned a young man?" "Yes, it's him." Xiaolingxi wiped away her tears. "If I see him, I won't let him escape again." "Princess, why don't you go to the third prince's residence? You might have some luck there," the old physician Su whispered. "But this isn't my suggestion, you should go there yourself." Upon hearing that Shingao was at the third prince's residence, Xiaolingxi immediately stopped crying and turned to walk towards the third prince's residence. Meanwhile, Shingao and Lu Shatong were in a panic and ran around in a daze. Unexpectedly, they suddenly jumped into a backyard. There wasn't a soul in the backyard. Shingao took Lu Shatong's hand and gently opened a door, peering through the crack. Several maids were busy at work, while a few eunuchs were lounging under a large tree not far away, fanning themselves with fans. "Where is this place?" Shingao asked Lu Shatong quietly. Lu Shatong shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching from afar. The door suddenly burst open, and an elderly woman, her face contorted with rage, cried out, "How outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! What kind of madness has the Emperor lost? To send my grandson to Chu County, 200 miles away!" "Your Majesty, please calm down," the personal eunuch behind him said, bowing. "His Majesty has just recovered from his illness, and will summon the third prince back in a few days." Shin Gao and Lu Shutong hid in a corner and sighed inwardly, wondering how they had ended up in the Empress Dowager's palace. It seems the Emperor has seen through the third prince's actions. After recovering from his illness, he sent the third prince to Chu County, 200 li away, to serve as a local official. Shin Gao found this extremely difficult to handle, because Chu County was the county where he lived. The third prince and Lu Jinqing were originally going to Chu County to take up their fiefdom, so Chu County would be his domain. The Empress Dowager adored this grandson of the Emperor, and was reluctant to let him go, which is why she flew into a rage here. "It seems the Emperor doesn't take this Empress Dowager seriously," the Empress Dowager continued to grumble. "He wanted to marry Lingxi to General Lu Jinqing, but the Emperor was furious and refused to agree to it no matter what." The Empress Dowager was angry for a while, and the eunuch behind her did not dare to speak up. After all, this was the Emperor's family matter, and a mere eunuch could lose his head at any moment if he made any reckless remarks. After sulking for a while, the Empress Dowager sat down by the pavilion, leaning against it. "Xia Shanzi, come here." "Yes." The eunuch named Xia Shanzi quietly walked to the Empress Dowager's side. "Come, massage the Empress Dowager's shoulders." Xiao Shanzi walked behind the Empress Dowager, stretched out his slender fingers, and gently pressed. As she was being massaged, the Empress Dowager lay down on the table in the middle of the pavilion. Lu Shatong, a young girl in the prime of her youth, was hiding in the shadows with her clothes disheveled. Startled by this scene, she was so shocked that she grabbed Shin Gao's hand and almost lost control. "Husband, what are they?" Lu Shatong swallowed hard, not daring to speak. "Let's go!" Shin Gao didn't dare to watch any longer, so he pulled Lu Shatong away quietly and then jumped out from the backyard. The two held hands and ran wildly until they reached a small grove of trees, where Lu Shatong stopped. "My husband! I want you to give me a massage." "Little girl," Shin Gao whispered, pulling Lu Shatong into his arms, then lifting her head and kissing her on the lips. "Ugh!" Lu Shatong let out a soft cry and her eyes widened. After a long while, Shin Gao released Lu Shatong. "Shatong, someone is coming from afar. Let's go back to the Sixth Prince's residence first, say goodbye to the Sixth Prince, and then stay in Sha County for one night before going back." Lu Shatong nodded, blushing. They quickly took each other's hands and left the grove from the other side, heading towards the Sixth Prince's residence. Just as they arrived at the Sixth Prince's residence, the Sixth Prince, Xiao Jingchen, also rushed back from the Wuda Hall. Upon seeing Shin Gao, he beamed with joy and welcomed Shin Gao into the hall. "Brother-in-law, thank you so much. Without you, my mother and I would have died without a burial place." Xiao Jingchen invited Shin Gao to sit down, and then personally took the tea and placed it in front of Shin Gao. "We're all family, no need to be so polite." Shin Gao took the tea and sipped it gently. After the Emperor recovered from his illness, he issued an imperial edict to send Xiao Jingyuan from the capital to Chu County to serve as a local official, allowing him to take only 30 guards and servants with him. "Moreover, I have to return to the capital every year to report to my father." Xiao Jingchen laughed heartily. Xiao Jingyuan would never have dreamed that he would be exiled 200 miles away by his father, and from then on, the throne would never be his again. Shin Gao was both amused and exasperated. Xiao Jingyuan was stationed in Fanchu County, and Shin Gao was right under his nose. The people of Kaoshan village are very friendly to Shin Gao and often help him. Once the third prince comes to Chu County, he will definitely do something bad to the people of Kaoshan village, and may even sweep away Shin Gao's newly built brick and tile house. We must return to Kaoshan village before Xiao Jingyuan arrives, otherwise, even with Ji Qingyang there, it will be extremely dangerous. Sixth Prince, when will Xiao Jingyuan depart for Chu County? Chapter 33. Is Lu Shutong a woman? Brother-in-law, the imperial decree was issued today. Xiao Jingyuan must leave the capital and head to Chu County by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Jingchen laughed heartily. After the third prince left the capital, the sixth prince became the eldest prince in the capital. The other princes were either too young or had already died young. Sixth prince, His Majesty's illness has been cured, and your Highness and consort Lu have regained His Majesty's favor. I must return to Kaoshan village now. To prevent Lu Jinqing from storming into Kaoshan village, Shen Gao stood up to bid farewell to Xiao Jingchen. Xiao Jingchen always thought that Shen Gao was only good at medicine, and his martial arts skills were not particularly good. Therefore, he did not value Shen Gao that much. If he had known that Shen Gao was a martial artist at the great perfection of the acquired realm, he would not have let Shen Gao leave. Moreover, no one except Shen Gao knew about Lu Shutong's great perfection realm. Seeing that Shen Gao was about to leave, Xiao Jingchen only symbolically tried to persuade him to stay for a while before agreeing to let Shen Gao and Lu Shutong leave. He ordered someone to give 300 taels of silver to Shen Gao and Lu Shutong. Knowing that Shen Gao wanted jade, he also took 2 jade kylons from the storeroom and gave them to Shen Gao. Shen Gao clasped his hands in a salute to Xiao Jingchen and then took his leave from the sixth prince's residence. The two had just left when Xiao Lingxi arrived at the sixth prince's residence. Seeing Xiao Jingchen standing at the gate, gazing into the distance, she asked, "Sixth brother, what are you doing?" "So it's Lingxi. Sixth brother is seeing off Shen Gao and my cousin Lu Shutong." "Shen Gao is gone. Lu Shutong is a woman?" Xiao Lingxi was completely dumbfounded. "Yes, they should have already left the palace," Xiao Jingchen said with a smile. "Damn it!" Xiao Lingxi stomped her foot and turned to chase after him. "Lingxi, what are you doing? You can't catch up!" Xiao Jingchen shouted from behind. Xiao Lingxi ignored the sixth prince and chased after him for a while without catching up. She had no choice but to silently return to her residence. Shen Gao and Lu Shutong came out of the palace and walked on the streets of the capital. It was already noon. They found the tavern where they had drunk the day before, paid for the care of their war horses, had lunch there, and then mounted their horses and headed towards Sha County. We finally arrived in Shaxian County around midnight. This time, the inn still had several empty rooms left. The waiter arranged for the two of them to stay there and boiled a lot of water for them to bathe in. After finally washing away his exhaustion, Shen Gao lay shirtless on the bed, waiting for Lu Shutong. Without lighting an oil lamp, Lu Shutong groped her way to the bedside. "Husband! I'm here!" Shen Gao reached out and pulled Lu Shutong, who then fell onto the bed. Suddenly, Lu Shutong recalled the scene she had witnessed in the Empress Dowager's palace during the day, and her heart began to pound. "Husband, I heard it hurts a bit the first time, is that true?" Lu Shutong held Shen Gao's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. "Who said that? I'll go beat him up." Shen Gao smiled. "How can you feel pain when you're with the one you love? Even if it hurts a little, it'll pass quickly." Lu Shutong's face was burning hot as she let Shen Gao hold her. "Husband, I'm not afraid of pain. I want to give birth to several big, fat sons for you." Shen Gao stopped talking and gently kissed Lu Shutong's lips. Lu Shutong suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her husband's lips were so magical. His kisses left her weak and powerless. The whole world was filled with only their breathing. Soon, their skin was pressed together, their hands clasped tightly. The wooden beds in the inn creaked and groaned from the intense friction at their mortise and tenon joints. It was exceptionally clear in the quiet of the night. Even the insects in the distant summer night stopped chirping, trying to find the source of the strange sound. After an unknown amount of time, the storm finally subsided. "Shutong, did I tell you it doesn't hurt?" Shen Gao turned his head and smiled at Lu Shutong, who was lying next to him. "You still say that? I'm ignoring you." Lu Shutong buried her face in Shen Gao's chest, her little fists gently pounding his chest. After Lu Shutong fell into a deep sleep, Shen Gao entered the gourd space. The jade stone that was first obtained from the silver shop has been consumed by the gourd by 4/5, leaving only a small portion. Half a bowl of spiritual liquid had already gathered inside the spiritual spring. The remaining 3 top-quality jade stones selected by Emperor Yan Zhao were neatly arranged there. 2 lifelike jade unicorns were also placed beside them. Princess Calabash, if the spiritual liquid is not used up, what container should we use to store it? Xingao asked quietly. Of course, it would be best to use the finest jade to hold it. The gourd's voice echoed in Xingao's mind. It seems I need to find a jade gourd to hold the spiritual liquid. Xingao then sat in meditation inside the gourd, practicing the Azure Dragon's Roar technique. The next morning, Lu Shetong got up very early in the morning. She got dressed, leaned over the edge of the bed, and silently watched Xingao, looking at his straight nose and thick eyebrows. What are you looking at? Xingao opened his eyes and smiled at Lu Shetong. No, I wasn't looking at anything. Lu Shetong hurriedly turned around and brought over the breakfast. My husband, here's your favorite fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. Let's eat together. So the two sat on the edge of the bed and fed each other with spoons. Shetong, your father-in-law has been reinstated. Will you go to the capital with him? Xingao asked softly, feeding Lu Shetong a spoonful of tofu pudding. Lu Shetong shook her head. Wherever my husband is, I will follow. Then tell me, what about Xiaoya and Lu Xuyan? Xingao asked again. Them? Lu Shetong smiled. Eldest sister will definitely not leave. Sixth sister is always going against eldest sister. I don't know if she will stay. However, I think they will all stay. Lu Shetong comforted Xingao. After breakfast, they led their warhorses out and set off for Kaoshan village. The journey was uneventful, and by evening we finally returned to Kaoshan village. My husband is back! Lu Yu was the first to hear the sound of horses' hooves. She quickly peeked out of the thatched hut and saw Xingao carrying a large bundle. As he jumped off his horse, she rushed towards him. Lu Xuyan followed closely behind Lu Yu, letting out a scream. Husband! Lu Xuyan arrived first, throwing herself into Xingao's arms and monopolizing the space, not giving Lu Yu even an inch of room. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly and stood to the side watching Xingao. Xingao reached out and pulled Lu Yu into his arms. Xuyan Xiaoya, I miss you both. Then he saw his third sister Lu Shuyao, fourth sister Lu Xiyu, and fifth sister Lu Shupei standing there shyly. Xingao stepped forward and hugged all 3 of them. The 3 of you, have you missed your husband? The 3 of them blushed and dared not speak. At this moment, Lu Yiming also came out of the thatched hut. My dear son-in-law, how did the treatment of the emperor go? Xingao then told Lu Yiming about his trip to the capital, but omitted the events that occurred between him and Lu Shetong and Xiaolingxi. Father-in-law, the imperial decree will be issued soon, and you will be reinstated and leave this place, Xingao said with a smile. I wonder when I will hold the wedding ceremony with these 6 women? Chapter 34. I will not marry only my husband. To hold a wedding ceremony? Lu Yiming was stunned. He paced back and forth, calculating that the imperial edict would probably arrive within 3 days. He decided to get their marriage done before the edict arrived to avoid any future worries. The third prince was sent by Emperor Yanzhao to his fiefdom, Chu County, which was only half an hour away from Kaoshan village. Xingao ruined the third prince Xiao Jingyuan's good fortune, and Xingao also ruined Lu Jinqing's attempt to force him to marry the Lu family's sextuplets. The 2 of them hated Xingao to the core, wishing they could tear him to pieces. When they arrived in Chu County, given Lu Jinqing's treacherous and cunning nature, he would surely cause trouble. The only way to stop Lu Jinqing's hopes is to get Xingao married to his 6 daughters as soon as possible. My dear son-in-law, there's no better time than today, so let's set the wedding date for tomorrow, Lu Yiming said softly. Seeing that the sextuplets were all there, Xingao asked them. Your father-in-law will soon be reinstated. Are you going back to the capital or staying here? If I go back to the capital, I will enjoy endless wealth and honor, and I can marry a better husband than myself. If I stay here, I will only be able to live a hard life with my husband, working from sunrise to sunset. Lu Yu smiled. My husband, we have already exchanged birth dates and times. I will never marry anyone but you in this life. Lu Shutong also said, like my eldest sister, I will not marry anyone but my husband. Lu Shuyao, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shupei all said in unison, we are all like our eldest sister. We will not marry anyone but our husbands. Only Lu Shuyan tilted her head, glanced at Shingao, then at Lu Yu, and suddenly smiled. Big sister, I'm going to steal your husband, Lu Shuyan said with a giggle. Everyone laughed. None of the sextuplet sisters backed out. They were all willing to follow Shingao. Women, the third Prince Xiao Jinyuan and his subordinate Lu Jinqing are also coming to Chu County. Aren't you afraid of them if you come with your husband? Shingao asked again. Following our husband, we have nothing to fear. All the sisters were determined to follow Shingao. Shingao was also somewhat moved, as all 6 of her sisters had been forced to marry him at the beginning. They'd found better places to go, but they've all stayed. This kind of affection and loyalty is something that ordinary women could not achieve. For the wedding ceremony, there wasn't even a decent room. The ceremony to worship heaven and earth was alright, as one could bow to heaven and earth. But what about paying respects to one's parents? Lu Yiming's parents don't even have a proper place to sit. The couple bowed to each other, and were led to their bridal chamber, but there was only a thatched hut. How could they make a bridal chamber there? However, the brick and tile house will be fully completed in another 20 days, and then there will be a house to live in. Just then, Ji Qingyang walked in from outside. He was overjoyed to see Shin Gao and said, Young Master Shin, thank you for saving my life. Lord Ji, you're too kind. Thank you for protecting my father-in-law. Shin Gao bowed to Ji Qingyang. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Shin Ergu, the son of the third aunt, also came over. Brother Shin Gao, you're finally back. Shin Ergu already knew that the sextuplets Shin Gao had married were the 6 daughters of the current Minister of Revenue. I was filled with envy. At that time, Shin Ergu's mother, his third aunt, and other neighbors all tried to persuade Shin Gao not to marry so many wives, fearing that he would not be able to pay the head tax. Who would have thought that not only did he not have to pay the poll tax himself, but the county paid it for him? The wives he married were all beautiful and kind-hearted. Now, these neighbors are able to eat and drink thanks to Shin Gaojian's house construction, and they even receive some wages. In this way, their neighbors in the mountain village no longer needed to flee the famine. At this moment, Shin Ergu was also grateful to Shin Gao, his childhood playmate. Brother Shin Gao, it's your wedding tomorrow. I'll help you move the table and chairs. Shin Ergu chuckled. In impoverished mountain villages, each household only has one set of tables and chairs, which they use for daily meals. However, when it's time to host a banquet, they have to go from house to borrow tables and chairs. These things are usually done by groups of 12 or 13-year-old children. Now that Shin Ergu has said this, it actually means that he is willing to work for Shin Gao. Shin Gao laughed and patted Shin Ergu on the shoulder. Ergu, you go and do the shopping. Anyway, it's just the neighbors from the village coming to the banquet, not many other people will come. Shin Ergu patted his chest and said, Brother Shin Gao, don't worry, I will definitely handle this important matter well and won't let you down. Shin Gao laughed. This Shin Ergu, though a bit glib, was a man of action. Shin Gao didn't care about building the house at all, and his 6 fiancées only knew how to hide in the thatched hut. Lu Yiming was injured and didn't have the energy to care about these things. It was all Shin Ergu who was worrying about it. Now that Shin Gao has returned, he ordered Shin Ergu to go to the market to buy some wine and water, and also cook 2 extra dishes to provide a meal for the neighbors who were helping out in the evening. They also invited the village head, Shin Sanyang, to come over, saying that the wedding would be officially held the day after tomorrow, and that the village head would be invited to preside over the wedding ceremony. The village head readily agreed. After eating and drinking his fill, he carried a jug of wine and went home satisfied. With the moon and stars shining brightly, Shin Gao returned to the thatched hut and sat down at a dilapidated 8-immortal table. Lu Yiming sat in the main seat, while the sextuplets sat there waiting for Shin Gao. The dim light from the oil lamp shone on the faces of the 6 sisters, making them glow red. However, their clothes have become worn out over the past few days, and they must wear new clothes for their wedding tomorrow. In addition, we need to prepare rouge and face powder for them, and each of them should also have a set of jewelry. There's no time to lose. I need to get to the county town immediately, and get things done as quickly as possible. Thinking this, Shengao said to his 6 fiancées, "We're getting married tomorrow, and your husband hasn't prepared any gifts yet. Let's go to the county town together early tomorrow morning to buy you some gifts." All 6 sisters agreed. They agreed that Shengao would wake them up early the next morning, and they would set off before dawn. Afterwards, Shengao went to the back of the mountain and made do with sleeping on that bluestone slab for the night. However, he has a magic gourd, so he can sleep inside it all night, which is even better than sleeping in a bed. The 6 sisters laid out a large bed of straw in the thatched hut, then covered it with straw mats, and slept in a row on it. She covered herself with a thin quilt, blew out the oil lamp, and lay down on the far side. "Big sister." Lu Xuyan got up, crawled next to Lu Yu, and said softly, "Won't it be cold for my husband to sleep on that bluestone slab on the mountain?" "Sixth sister, are you going to accompany your husband?" Lu Yu smiled. "However, we all have to get up early tomorrow. If we sleep in, we won't be able to get up." Sixth sister, I think you want to eat alone." Lu Shuyao reached into Lu Xuyan's arms and quickly tickled her a few times, making Lu Xuyan dodge left and right. "No way." Lu Xuyan rolled her eyes at Lu Shuyao. "I'm just worried about my husband. My husband is so strong, even a tiger wouldn't be a match for him. Besides, there are the 6 princes' men on the mountain, so there's no danger at all," Lu Yu said softly, embracing Lu Xuyan. "If those soldiers and Ji Qingyang see you and your husband together, it won't sound good if word gets out." Lu Yu spoke in a voice that only Lu Xuyan could hear. Lu Xuyan blushed. "Big sister, you're so mean. I'll do whatever you say." The 6 sisters remained silent, and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 35. They came so fast. The next day, before dawn, Shengao came out of the gourd and went outside the thatched hut to wake the 6 sisters. The 6 sisters quickly washed up and came out of the thatched hut together. By the light of the moon before dawn, we walked along the mountain road toward the county town. Half an hour later, just as dawn was breaking, they arrived at the town gate of the county. At this time, the city gates had been opened, and those carrying goods into the city paid an entry fee of 3 copper coins. If you are empty-handed, you do not need to pay. Shengao led her 6 sisters and they passed through the city gate without incident. However, one of the constables recognized Shengao. "Hey, isn't that the tiger-slaying hero? I heard he married 6 wives, so these must be the 6? What's he doing in town? We must report to the magistrate right away." With that thought in mind, the constable dropped what he was doing and rushed toward the county government office. Shengao took them to the largest clothing store in the county town and bought 6 sets of bright red wedding dresses. I went to the cosmetics shop again and bought 6 sets of rouge and face powder. Then we went to the largest jewelry store in the county. The shop assistant, who had been beaten up by Shengao, remembered Shengao and knew that he was not someone to mess with, so he quickly reported it to the authorities. When Manager Huang heard that Shengao had come to buy jewelry, he was overjoyed. It seems that Shengao has forgiven his past grievances. "So it's young Master Shen." Manager Huang personally greeted him. "May I ask what kind of jewelry young Master Shen would like to buy?" "Buy each of the 6 of them a set of earrings, a pearl necklace, and a gold bracelet," Shengao said. "Manager Huang, bring out your finest jewelry for my wives to choose from." Shopkeeper Huang hurriedly had the best jewelry in the shop brought out for the sextuplet sisters to choose from, and then asked, "Young Master Shen, are you perhaps about to get married?" Shengao nodded. "After the banquet in Kaoshan village today, they will be my wives." Manager Huang remembered that these sextuplets were the daughters of Lu Yiming, the Minister of Revenue of the current dynasty. They learned that Lu Yiming, the Minister of Revenue, had resigned from his post and was now living in seclusion in Kaoshan village. He also owned a silver shop in the capital and learned that Lu Yiming's younger sister, Lu Yizhi, was a concubine of the current emperor. With this connection, it's only a matter of time before Lu Yiming is reinstated. In order to improve his relationship with Magistrate Wei Song, Manager Huang told the magistrate about this extremely confidential matter. Now, Shen Gao came to buy jewelry, and they immediately sold him 6 sets at a very favorable price. As soon as Shen Gao left, Manager Huang handed the business over to the waiter and immediately mounted a horse and rode towards the county government office. Shen Gao, along with her 6 sisters, went to the shoe shop and bought 12 pairs of Remy soft-soled cloth shoes. In addition, they bought a lot of candy, peanuts, and dates, and the 7 of them returned home laden with their purchases. When we returned to Kaoshan village, the sun had just risen. At this time, the neighbors would carry a bundle of noodles, a pound of brown sugar, and 5 copper coins, which was the gift that farmers would give when they came to the house for a feast. The children went from house to house borrowing tables and chairs from Shen Gao's family, setting up more than a dozen tables in that open space. Village head Shen Sanyang, leaning on his cane, accompanied Lu Yiming to sit in the VIP section. The VIP seating in the countryside was extremely simple, except that the 8 immortal table was larger, the stools were replaced with wooden chairs, and red carpets were laid on the wooden chairs. This is the VIP seating area in the countryside. Manager Huang of Chu County Silver Shop congratulates Mr. Shen on his marriage. Here is a gift of 10 taels of silver. At this shout, the neighbors of Kaoshan village all turned around and saw a fat, wealthy man with a big head and big ears, smiling and bowing to Shen Gao. It was Manager Huang from the county silver shop who came to offer his congratulations. I know this Manager Huang. I heard he also owns 2 large jewelry stores in the capital. This Manager Huang seems extremely respectful to Gao Zi. What's going on? I understand, they came to offer their congratulations because of Lord Lu. No, didn't Lord Lu resign and go into seclusion? If Gao Zi hadn't saved him, Lord Lu would have been dead without a burial place. The neighbors were all quietly gossiping about why Manager Huang had come to offer his congratulations. After exchanging greetings with Shen Gao, Manager Huang sat down next to village head Shen Sanyang in the lower seat. He then greeted Lu Yiming, showing that Manager Huang held Lu Yiming in high esteem. The neighbors were puzzled. What was going on? Manager Huang could have sat at the head of the table next to Lu Yiming, so why was he sitting at the foot of the table? Suddenly, a gong rang out. Magistrate Wei Song of Chu County congratulates young Master Shen Gao on his marriage. Behind Wei Song followed his clerk and 2 constables, who were carrying wedding gifts that Wei Song had given to Shen Gao. 2 bolts of cotton cloth, 1 bolt of silk, and 10 taels of silver. Everyone was stunned and speechless when they heard that the county magistrate had given Shen Gao such a generous gift. 2 bolts of cotton cloth are worth 3 taels of silver, but 1 bolt of silk is worth 30 taels of silver. I never expected the county magistrate to present such a generous gift. Shen Gao hurriedly went to greet him, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wei Song. Young Master Shen, congratulations on marrying the Lu family sextuplets. Wei Song quickly returned the greeting with clasped hands, appearing extremely humble. Wei Song walked up to Lu Yiming and bowed to him with clasped hands. Lord Lu, I have long wanted to visit you, but I have been too busy with official duties. I hope you will forgive me. Lord Wei, there's no need for such formality. I'm just an old man who has resigned from his official post and is now living in seclusion. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Although Lu Yiming spoke humbly, he didn't even stand up. Shen Gao arranged for Wei Song and Lu Yiming to sit side by side, filling the VIP seats. The auspicious time is almost here. Village head Shen Sanyang stood up, about to preside over the wedding ceremony, but was stopped by the clerk. Brother Sanyang, let me be the master of ceremonies for young Master Shen. Upon hearing this, Shen Sanyang sat down again, trembling. Please welcome the 6 brides, the clerk shouted, and the 6 sisters, led by Lu Yu, gracefully walked out of the thatched hut. They were dressed in their newly purchased finery, their hair adorned with gold hairpins and sparkling earrings that shone brightly in the sunlight. Her lips were bright red and glossy, and her blush was light and delicate. She was absolutely gorgeous. Everyone stared in disbelief at them. They had only worn light makeup, yet they were unbelievably beautiful. Please welcome the groom, young Master Shen Gao. The clerk was indeed a clerk. His voice was as loud as a megaphone. At this moment, Shingao also changed into a bright red robe and stood in front of the sextuplet sisters. The advisor cleared his throat, about to speak, when he saw Shingao looking into the distance, his smile slowly fading and replaced by a cold expression. Following Shingao's gaze, everyone looked over and saw a group of people walking towards them on the main road. The leader was a young man around 30 years old. Behind the young man followed a young man with a gloomy face and a fierce look in his eyes. Lu Shutong exclaimed, "It's Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing. They arrived so quickly. Who is Xiao Jingyuan? Who is Lu Jinqing?" The clerk didn't know them, nor did the county magistrate Wei Song. But Lu Yiming knew them. "Xiao Jingyuan is the third son of the current emperor, and Lu Jinqing is the third prince's trusted bodyguard," Lu Yiming whispered. It was actually the third prince. It is said that Emperor Yan Zhao had more than a dozen sons, but half of them died young. Therefore, the third prince became the eldest prince, and Emperor Yan Zhao intended to pass the throne to him. But why did he come here in such a rage? Holding an imperial edict in his hand, Lu Jinqing asked in a deep voice, "Who is Wei Song?" "I am Wei Song." Wei Song rose from the VIP seat and walked to Lu Jinqing. "Snap!" Lu Jinqing slapped Wei Song across the face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. "Chu County will belong to the third prince from now on. Magistrate, listen to my decree, immediately vacate the county office so that His Highness the third prince can move in." Wei Song accepted the imperial edict with both hands and read it carefully. Although he was only a minor 7th-rank county magistrate, he was promoted through his genuine talent and learning. He read the imperial edict word by word, and after a long while, he put it down, spat out the 2 teeth that had been knocked out of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty's edict clearly states that Chu County still belongs to the great Yan dynasty. The third prince only has the right to reside there, not the right to govern. The county government is the property of the imperial court, and cannot be given to His Highness the third prince. If the third prince wishes to establish his own residence and build houses, he should purchase land and fields himself." Lu Jinqing had intended to extort money from the county magistrate, but the magistrate's words left him speechless. "Then what are you still doing here? Hurry back to the county office to deal with the important matter of His Highness the third prince." Lu Jinqing's eyes lit up and he came up with another idea. The third prince didn't say a word. With Lu Jinqing, a great perfection cultivator, present, it was enough to intimidate everyone here. "Lu Jinqing, the daughter of Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue, is holding her wedding ceremony here. I have been invited to preside over the ceremony. After this is over, I will return to handle the matter for His Highness the third prince. Now please go to the county office and wait for me." Wei Song was neither humble nor arrogant, and his words were reasonable and well-founded, leaving Lu Jinqing with no way to argue with him. But now Lu Jinqing is at the great perfection of the acquired realm, and apart from him, no one here can withstand a single blow from him. At that moment, Lu Jinqing snorted coldly, "Men, smash up this banquet!" Immediately, 20 black-clad guards rushed up, wielding swords and knives, and were about to drive away the neighbors of Kaoshan village. Suddenly, 30 guards dressed in black rushed down from the mountain and quickly blocked Lu Jinqing's black-clad guards. The sixth prince is incredibly audacious, actually sending men to guard this place." The third prince, Xiao Jingyuan, sneered, pointing at the guards and the neighbors of Kaoshan village, and shouted, "If you don't leave by the time I count to 10, I'll kill you all! 10! 9! 8! The neighbors of Kaoshan village watched these incredibly arrogant people with indifference, and not a single one of them left. "You get out of Kaoshan village!" Shen Erge pointed at Xiao Jingyuan and cursed. "You're not welcome here!" Xiao Jingyuan was so angry that his face turned completely red. He had lived in the palace for 30 years, and no one dared to speak to him like that. Anyone who dared to speak to him like that is already dead. 3. At this moment, Xiao Jingyuan no longer hesitated and continued counting. 2. 1, kill! Stop! With a sudden shout, Ji Qingyang, wielding a giant sword, leaped down from the mountainside. With me, Ji Qingyang, here, no one can kill innocent people indiscriminately. With that, Ji Qingyang twirled his sword and stood protectively in front of Shen Gao. Qingyang, step back, Shen Gao said softly to Ji Qingyang. At this moment, Ji Qingyang's injuries had just healed. If he were to fight Lu Zhenqing, it would definitely cause his old injuries to relapse and endanger his life. No, young Master Shen, only I can hold off Lu Zhenqing for a while. You should leave here with the Lu family immediately. Ji Qingyang was very anxious. He stood behind Shen Gao and shouted loudly. Shen Gao gently pulled Ji Qingyang aside. Ji Qingyang was taken aback. How could Shen Gao have such immense strength that he could easily pull him away? At that very moment, Lu Yu, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, rushed over and stood beside Shen Gao. On her wedding day, she wore a light touch of rouge, making her smooth and radiant face even more alluring than usual. Lu Zhenqing, we are now under Shen Gao's control, so give up on that idea. Get as far away as possible and don't bother us. The 5 younger sisters ran up behind them. Although there was a hint of fear on their faces, their hands were clasped tightly together, very firm and resolute. Seeing her younger sisters approaching, Lu Yu stretched out her hands to shield them behind her. Lu Zhenqing, get out of here! Get out of here right now! Even when facing a formidable enemy like Lu Zhenqing, Lu Yu was fearless and resolute, which only fueled Lu Zhenqing's killing intent. Lu Zhenqing felt as if 100 bottles of freshly brewed vinegar had been poured into his heart, the sourness reaching his very core. These 6 stunningly beautiful women were so heartless to reject him in front of so many people. They didn't give him any face at all. Lu family sextuplets, have you thought this through? To refuse me, Lu Zhenqing, is to refuse to live. I'll give you one more chance. I don't need it, get out! Lu Yu yelled at Lu Zhenqing again. Ji Qingyang once again took the giant sword and stood in front of Shen Gao and the Lu family sextuplets, the tip of the sword pointing at Lu Zhenqing. Ji Qingyang, you old bastard, you're still alive! Lu Zhenqing looked Ji Qingyang up and down and found that he did not appear to be seriously injured. But that night, his palm struck Ji Qingyang squarely in the chest, breaking several of Ji Qingyang's ribs and causing him to vomit blood several times. The injury was quite serious, so how come he recovered in just 2 days? Lu Zhenqing, do you intend to defy the laws of the great Yan dynasty and slaughter all the people here? Ji Qingyang shouted angrily at Xiao Jingyuan again. Third Prince, you only have the right to reside in Fanchu County, not the right to govern. If you arbitrarily seize Lord Wei's power, I will immediately report to the Emperor to impeach you. You! Xiao Jingyuan was speechless after Ji Qingyang's words. He stammered, you for a while, but couldn't say the last word. Your Highness, what should we do? Lu Zhenqing whispered in Xiao Jingyuan's ear. Idiot! Xiao Jingyuan sneered. Enough nonsense, just kill Shen Gao. This is a personal grudge, and no one can stop us. Upon hearing Xiao Jingyuan's words, Lu Zhenqing instantly understood. This Shen Gao not only ruined his plan to forcibly marry the Lu family's sextuplets, but also destroyed the throne that the third prince was about to obtain. Moreover, the third prince's exile to Chu County was also closely related to Shen Gao. Once the prince is sent to his fiefdom, he will never have a chance to ascend the throne. Shen Gao! Lu Zhenqing shouted. You stole my wife! If I don't avenge this, I, Lu Zhenqing, am not human. Today, it's either you or me who dies. With that, Lu Zhenqing waved his hands and attacked Shen Gao. Chapter 36. I want to drink a toast with you. Not good. Ji Qingyang was shocked. Young Master Shen's medical skills were unparalleled, but his weak physique was no match for Lu Zhenqing. He roared and shouted. Lu Zhenqing, your opponent is me! As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword at Lu Zhenqing. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, Xiao Jingyuan walked slowly towards Shen Gao and stopped when he was about 10 feet away from Shen Gao. Shen Gao, you would never have imagined that I am also a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm, would you? Xiao Jingyuan laughed loudly, took off his cloak and threw it to a black-clad guard next to him, and said coldly, Shen Gao, You saved that old codger Xiao Qingzue and ruined my dream of becoming emperor. I will kill you now to avenge you. As he spoke, Xiao Jingyuan raised his hand. Shen Gao also took off his new wedding attire, carefully folded it, and handed it to Lu Shatong, saying in a voice only Lu Shatong could hear. Don't reveal yourself unless it's an emergency. Take the 5 of them and retreat. Lu Shatong nodded, understanding Shen Gao's meaning. He pulled Lu Yu away and retreated far away from the other sisters. Xiao Jingyuan, Shen Gao said, having a blood feud with the third prince Xiao Jingyuan. He was no longer polite in his speech. He raised his palm and sneered. Is that so? Then I'll see what's so powerful about your great perfection. As he spoke, Shen Gao adopted the starting stance of the Azure Dragon palm, Azure Dragon nods. Ha ha, Shen Gao, go to hell. Xiao Jingyuan roared and attacked Shen Gao with all his might. The two immediately engaged in battle. As soon as the two clashed, Xiao Jingyuan was forced to retreat 3 steps by Shen Gao's palm strike. Impossible! Xiao Jingyuan's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out a shout. Shen Gao, a poor farmer from Kaoshan village, actually achieved the great perfection of the later life realm. Is the great perfection of the acquired realm really so worthless in this world? Xiao Jingyuan refused to believe it, took a deep breath, shouted, and charged toward Shen Gao again. Shen Gao, prepare to die! Shen Gao unleashed a move called Azure Dragon swings its tail. His palm strike sweeping straight across Xiao Jingyuan's chest. Bang dash! Xiao Jingyuan was struck by the palm strike and instantly knocked back more than 10 steps. A sharp pain shot through my chest, and a salty sweet taste filled my mouth. Your Highness! While fighting with Ji Qingyang, Lu Xinqing kept an eye on Xiao Jingyuan. Now that he saw Xiao Jingyuan being hit by Shen Gao, he became anxious and forced Ji Qingyang back with a palm strike. He then flew to Xiao Jingyuan's side. Shen Gao is a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm, Xiao Jingyuan said breathlessly, panting. I've fallen into Shen Gao's trap and am seriously injured. I'll take revenge after I recover. Let's go! Shen Gao, you wait, we will definitely come back for revenge. Lu Xinqing suddenly swung his palm, knocking down several people from Kaoshan village. He then picked up Xiao Jingyuan, with the men in black following behind, and fled for their lives along the way they had come. Just as Shen Gao was about to give chase, Lu Yiming called out to him. My dear son-in-law, don't pursue a defeated enemy too far. The auspicious time for our wedding ceremony is just around the corner, so don't miss it. Husband! Lu Yu also grabbed Shen Gao. These neighbors, they're injured. Shen Gao looked at the innocent neighbors who had been affected, walked up to them, and checked their injuries. Overall, it's alright. They only suffered minor injuries. Shen Gao secretly took out a drop of spiritual liquid, mixed it with several bowls of water, and gave it to them to drink. This single drop of spiritual liquid was enough to heal their injuries in a short time. Then Shen Gao took out some loose silver and distributed it to the injured neighbors to comfort them. When the neighbors saw how well Shen Gao treated them after he became rich, their gaze towards him changed. From now on, as long as I follow Gaozi, I will definitely have plenty to eat and clothes to wear. Shen Gao never expected that his small action would leave such a huge impression on the neighbors in Kaoshan village. What no one expected was that, following Shen Gao, Kaoshan village would later produce several extremely famous figures. Cough, cough! After curing the neighbors, Shen Gao heard Ji Qingyang coughing incessantly again. It seems that his old injuries have flared up again from the fight with Lu Xinqing. Ji Qingyang, drink it! Shen Gao brought over another bowl of water and added a drop of spiritual liquid to it. Ji Qingyang's condition is so severe that he needs a single drop of the miraculous liquid to fully recover. Thank you, Ji Qingyang said, taking the water, tilting his head back to drink it, and finally sticking out his tongue to lick the water in the bowl clean. Ji Qingyang then walked to a corner, closed his eyes, and looked inward at his entire body, discovering that his wounds were healing rapidly. My goodness, this is amazing! A bowl of water healed his injury. In a few days, he will be fully recovered and there will be nothing wrong with him. At this moment, Magistrate Wei Song was still standing there in a daze. All of this happened far too fast. After only a few encounters, Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing were forced to flee Kaoshan village. Even as he was leaving, he loudly proclaimed that he would definitely come back for revenge. Whether Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing will be able to avenge themselves remains to be seen. But now Wei Song can no longer get in touch with the third prince Xiao Jingyuan. From the moment Wei Song decided to refuse to leave, it was destined that he could only belong to Shen Gao. Even if he wasn't one of Shen Gao's men, the third prince Xiao Jingyuan would still treat him as one of Shen Gao's men and would oppose and make things difficult for him at every turn. Upon realizing this, Wei Song understood. Young Master Shen. Magistrate Wei Song walked up to Shen Gao, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "From this moment on, I will be on the same side as you, young Master Shen." Wei Song let out a heavy sigh. "If there is any trouble at the county office, please ask for young Master Shen's help." Having said all that, it's truly thanks to this county magistrate. Seeking help from an ordinary citizen, this might be the first time in the entire Great Yan dynasty. Manager Huang remained silent throughout, witnessing the entire turn of events. With his exceptionally intelligent mind, he could easily figure out that the third prince had suffered a setback in court, and had been banished to Chu County. The fact that Shen Gao, an ordinary commoner, dared to fight against the third prince shows that he must have an extremely important backer. The backing behind this is even more powerful than we can imagine. Upon thinking this, Manager Huang immediately came up behind Wei Song and bowed to Shen Gao along with Wei Song. "Young Master Shen, from now on I, Huang, am willing to serve you at your beck and call, carrying your shoes and tying your ropes. Lift the shoes and hold the rope. This is something a servant would do. This is tantamount to selling oneself to Shen Gao." Hearing this, the neighbors stared intently at Shen Gao. Lord Wei and Manager Huang were just saying polite words. Gao Zi would definitely reject their proposal. Unexpected. Shen Gao nodded slightly. "That's wonderful. I, Shen Gao, will definitely take care of you too if anything good happens in the future." The villagers of Kaoshan village were stunned. Is Gao Zi still the same thin and weak Gao Zi in their eyes? In their eyes, Gao Zi has finally made something of himself. "Young Master Shen, gentlemen, please take your seats," the clerk said, clearing his throat. "The auspicious time has arrived. Please invite the groom, Shen Gao Zi, to take your seats, and please invite the 6 brides to take their seats. I bow to heaven and earth." Bowing to the parents twice. Just as the clerk finished shouting, "2 bows to the parents," he heard the sound of horses' hooves in the distance. This. The clerk's eyes glazed over, and he could hardly speak. Who is it this time? Today's wedding ceremony for Mr. Shen Gao was truly full of twists and turns. Following the sound of hooves, the advisor turned his head and saw a small dappled horse galloping quickly toward them from afar, with a beautiful girl in a pink dress sitting on it. Several guards in black followed closely behind her. "Husband, it's Xiaolingxi, she's here too," Lu Shutong said in a low voice. "Master, hurry up," Shen Gao urged. Oh, the clerk said as if waking from a dream, then shouted loudly, "Second bow to the parents." The 7 of them then bowed to Lu Yiming. The couple bowed to each other, and were led into the bridal chamber. The 6 women quickly bowed to Shen Gao and then escorted the sextuplet sisters into the thatched hut. They had entered the bridal chamber. After the ceremony, everyone sat down, firecrackers went off, and people began to drink and celebrate. Xiaolingxi brandished her riding whip and walked up the mountain path step by step. Behind her, several guards each carried a wooden tray covered with a piece of red cloth. Princess Xiaolingxi presents 6 gold bracelets, 300 taels of silver, and 6 jade receptors to congratulate Shen Gao on his marriage. Immediately, someone announced Xiaolingxi's gifts. "Princess. This is the prince's daughter." They even came to celebrate Shen Gao's wedding. What incredible luck Shen Gao had, always running into beautiful women. County Magistrate Wei Song secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even the princess came to congratulate him, so Shen Gao must have made great contributions in the capital, otherwise such a good thing would not have happened. It seems that he made the right move by following Shen Gao's lead. Shen Gao, congratulations on marrying sextuplets. Xiao Lingxi walked up to Shen Gao, her eyes slightly red, but she still smiled and congratulated him. Shen Gao chuckled awkwardly and invited Xiao Lingxi to sit down. Princess Lingxi, please sit down and have a drink? Let's skip the wedding banquet. What I want to drink most right now is the nuptial wine with you. Xiao Lingxi's words were resounding and clear to everyone in the VIP seats, while the neighbors around her also pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. This princess with such a graceful figure actually wanted to drink a toast with Shen Gao. Is Gao Zi having a stroke of good luck with women? Not only did he marry a beautiful woman with sextuplets, but now a princess wants to drink a nuptial cup with Gao Zi. Isn't this nuptial wine only drunk when entering the bridal chamber? This is the real gossip. Hee, your highness is too kind. Shen Gao smiled awkwardly. Humph, I'm not joking. Xiao Lingxi stared at Shen Gao with her almond-shaped eyes for a while. The more she looked, the angrier she became. She was the emperor's own niece, with status and money to her name, but this man didn't even respect her, a princess. Upon seeing her, he quickly went through the wedding ceremony and the deed was done. Did he think that this would allow him to reject Princess Lingxi? Consider that she grew up in the palace and had everything she wanted. If she wanted the stars in the sky, the servants would never dare to give her the moon. As a result, she developed an arrogant and conceited personality. The more unattainable something is, the more determined you are to get it. I will definitely marry you in the future. After saying that, Xiao Lingxi snorted again, ignored Shen Gao, and walked straight into the thatched hut. The 6 sisters were leaning against the drafty wall, listening. Upon seeing her enter, the women fell silent, their expressions extremely awkward. Finally, Lu Shutong broke the awkward silence and stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, Princess. Sister Shutong, I didn't even realize you were dressed as a man. Xiao Lingxi pulled Lu Shutong aside and said with a grin, My best friend still can't forget you, Sister Shutong. Shen Shutong immediately thought of the pretty girl who had taken a liking to her at the bonfire party on Qixi Festival. She thought to herself that she hadn't even asked her name. She and her husband took advantage of the chaotic scene of the fight and ran away quickly. Unexpectedly, she still chased me to my home. Lu Shutong blushed as red as an apple and didn't know how to respond. Second sister, tell me quickly, what happened? Lu Shuyan loved gossip and asked hurriedly. Lu Shutong then recounted the absurd story of how she disguised herself as a man that night and attended the Qixi festival with her husband. The women laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a pang of envy. She realized that going out with her husband was so much fun. Next time, she wants to go out with her husband. Lu Shuyao, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shupei looked on with great anticipation. Lingxi, do you also like your husband? Lu Yu stepped forward and took Xiao Lingxi's hand. Why don't you marry him too? Xiao Lingxi blushed deeply after Lu Yu's words and didn't dare to say a word. She just lowered her head and wondered to herself. Are you willing? He already has you sextuplets. Will he still want Xiao Lingxi? Sister Lingxi, there's no rush. I'll find an opportunity to ask my husband. If he's willing to accept you, then I'll write to you, Lu Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Sister Lu Yu. Xiao Lingxi was very happy and thanked Lu Yu repeatedly. Xiao Lingxi then took out a pair of earrings from her sleeve and handed them to Lu Yu, saying, Sister Lu Yu, this is a gift for you when we first met. Please don't find it offensive. Then he gave each of them a pair of expensive earrings, which instantly shortened the distance between him and the sextuplet sisters. Outside the thatched hut, the guests who came to offer their congratulations drank heartily. Shen Gao also drank a lot of wine with them. An hour later, the banquet ended, and the guests departed one by one. In the end, only Magistrate Wei Song remained. Seeing that there was no one else around, Wei Song clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Yiming and Shen Gao again. He solemnly said, Young Master Shen, Lord Lu, I will take my leave now. Wait, Lord Wei. Shen Gao interrupted, stepping forward to Wei Song and asking, Lord Wei, are you afraid to return to the Yamen this time? Wei Song knew what Shen Gao was worried about. Isn't it just that Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing, two great perfection masters, have arrived at the county government office? However, Wei Song was an official appointed by the imperial court. If Xiao Jingyuan wanted to kill Wei Song, he would first need to find evidence that Wei Song had violated the laws of the great Yan dynasty. Therefore, Wei Song is still safe for the next 3 to 5 days. Lord Lu, young Master Shen, there's no need to worry too much about this matter. Xiao Jingyuan would have to find a legitimate reason to kill me. Besides, with young Master Shen in Kaoshan village, he will have to restrain himself and won't dare to act recklessly. Wei Song appeared very relaxed and at ease. Little did he know that Lu Yiming was about to be reinstated, and the imperial edict was about to be delivered. With 2 experts, Shen Gao and Ji Qingyang, both at the peak of the acquired realm, guarding Kaoshan village, Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing had to think twice before acting recklessly. However, Shen Gao did not say anything, but watched Wei Song leave. Just as he was about to return to the thatched hut, Lu Yiming called out to him. "My dear son-in-law, I have something I want to tell you." Shen Gao turned around and saw that Lu Yiming's expression was very serious, as if something very important had happened. "Father-in-law, please speak." Chapter 37 Must keep a low profile. Lu Yiming gestured for Shen Gao to sit below him, and said in a deep voice. "My dear son-in-law, your martial arts skills are even stronger than Ji Qingyang's, and you also have the ability to cure difficult and complicated diseases. In the great Yan dynasty, you can be said to be a peerless talent. Why don't you go to the court to serve as a general, guard the border for the great Yan dynasty, make military achievements, and make a name for yourself for all time?" Shen Gao shook his head and sat there in silence. Since transmigrating here, and possessing this treasure gourd that can produce spiritual liquid, Shen Gao has reached the great perfection of the acquired realm in a very short time. However, his personal combat skills are still too low. If he wants to protect this treasure gourd, he must keep a low profile. Only when Shen Gao transforms from a postnatal master to a first-level innate master can he confidently and boldly do what he wants to do. Now we must keep a low profile. Therefore, Shen Gao can only stay in Kaoshan village for the time being, earn more money to support his 6 wives, and buy a large number of jade artifacts to transform into spiritual liquid inside the gourd. Only with enough spiritual liquid can one have the opportunity to advance to the innate realm. The 3rd Prince Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing have now been exiled by the Emperor to Chu County, which is only half an hour away from Kaoshan village. If he leaves, Kaoshan village will probably be wiped out by Lu Jinqing. "Father-in-law, I have just gotten married and do not want to leave home." Shen Gao was silent for a while, but finally rejected Lu Yiming's suggestion. "I only know a little bit, how can I be a match for those generals?" Shen Gao rejected Lu Yiming's suggestion without hesitation. After transmigrating to the great Yan dynasty, Shen Gao understood. Rather than working for someone else, it's better to build your own power. Having their own power makes them speak with great confidence. It's impossible for him to risk his life for the imperial court. "Father-in-law, when you go to the court to take up your post, you must not tell the emperor or the 6th prince that your son-in-law is skilled in martial arts." "Why?" Lu Yiming asked. "If they knew that I could fight Lu Jinqing, the 6th prince would do everything he could to summon me to protect him. In that case, how would I have time to protect your 6 daughters?" Shen Gao's words struck a nerve with Lu Yiming. His wife died in childbirth while giving birth to sextuplets. To take care of his sextuplets, he never remarried and raised all 6 daughters to adulthood. Unexpectedly, he became the target of covetousness, and he almost died at the hands of these people. If it weren't for Shen Gao, the 7 members of the Lu family would have perished. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming agreed to Shen Gao's request and promised never to tell anyone that the 2 of them knew martial arts. Moreover, he asked Ji Qingyang not to say anything. Ji Qingyang was grateful to Shen Gao for saving his life twice and readily agreed not to reveal it. "My dear son-in-law, if the 3rd prince and Lu Jinqing know that you 2 are skilled in martial arts, won't they go around spreading rumors?" Lu Yiming was worried about the 3rd prince. Shen Gao secretly cursed Lu Yiming for being so stupid. How could they possibly tell the emperor about the third prince, and Lu Jinqing's defeat at the hands of Shen Gao? It's even less likely that this matter will be publicized. Even though the neighbors in Kaoshan village spread the rumors in great detail, how many of them actually believed them? In a short time, news of Shen Gao's martial arts skills will not spread far. However, he still explained things to Lu Yiming, and only then did Lu Yiming feel relieved. By evening, the third group of people finally arrived. 3 imperial eunuchs arrived slowly in a carriage, followed closely by 20 imperial guards. Is Lu Yiming present? The imperial edict has arrived, receive it immediately. The head eunuch, who was delivering the imperial edict, shouted in a shrill voice. Your subject Lu Yiming greets the holy Anva. Lu Yiming hurriedly went to greet him. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict held it high, and the Lu family and Shen Gao knelt down together, performing 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the eunuch announced, opening the imperial edict and reading it aloud word by word for a long time before finally saying, Lu Yiming is hereby reinstated to his original position, and his former residence is returned to him. Upon receiving this imperial edict, he shall immediately depart for the capital to resume his duties. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Lu Yiming bowed again, his face filled with excitement. Lord Lu, His Majesty's intention is that you must set off whenever you receive the imperial edict. The eunuch delivering the edict handed it to Lu Yiming, laughing shrilly. Are you leaving so soon? Lu Yiming nodded. He then packed his things himself, and his 6 daughters, reluctant to part with him, helped him pack with tears in their eyes. Who is this young Master Shen Gao? The eunuch announced the imperial decree announcing Lu Yiming's appointment, and then asked in a shrill voice. Shen Gao cursed inwardly. Damn eunuch, there are clearly only 2 men here, yet he's still pretending to ask which one of you, young Master Shen, is. However, he still smiled on the surface, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it to the eunuch who was delivering the imperial edict. Your Excellency, the imperial envoy, I am Shen Gao. Haha, young Master Shen is truly a handsome man and a master of traditional Chinese medicine. The messenger praised Shen Gao after receiving the silver, then immediately put on a serious face and said solemnly, His Majesty has issued an edict to you, please listen carefully. Shen Gao lowered his head and listened attentively. Shen Gao, if you have time, come to the capital to visit me often. If Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing bully you, tell me, and I will take care of them for you. After saying this, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict told Shen Gao that the emperor's decree had been sent and asked Shen Gao to visit the emperor in the capital more often when he had time. Shen Gao breathed a soft sigh of relief. As long as he isn't allowed to become an official in the capital, that's fine. Every few months thereafter, he would take time to visit the emperor in the capital, making sure he wouldn't die anytime soon. However, after letting out a sigh of relief, he inwardly snorted. Since the emperor already knows that I live in Kaoshan village, Chu County, why the hell did he send 2 major enemies to Chu County? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing will kill him? Once we kill Shen Gao, won't there be no one left to treat his illness? At this moment, the imperial messenger summoned 2 more imperial guards in black. Young Master Shen, these 2 have been sent by the emperor to protect you. They are both experts at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, comparable to Lu Jinqing. With them here, you need not worry about your safety. Greetings, young Master Shen. 2 imperial guards bowed and saluted Shen Gao. Shen Gao cursed Xiao Qingzhu inwardly. Why did you send these 2 here? This is clearly an attempt to monitor him. But these 2 are indispensable, otherwise they would arouse Xiao Qingzhu's suspicion. Thank you, your majesty. Shen Gao had no choice but to bow 3 more times towards the capital as a way of thanking Xiao Qingzhu. Very well, we've taken care of everything for His Majesty. Lord Lu, please proceed. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict hurriedly ate some food and then urged Lu Yiming to return to the capital. All right, let's set off. Lu Yiming boarded the carriage that had already been repaired, and Ji Qingyang, along with the 6 princes' black-clad guards, followed closely behind Lu Yiming's carriage, and they began to move slowly forward. Just then, Xingao suddenly remembered that there was one more person who had to return to the capital with them. He immediately shouted, "Imperial eunuch, bring one more person back to the capital as well." Chapter 38. Tonight my husband is mine. Who is it? The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was taken aback and turned to ask. Xingao had already returned to the thatched hut and dragged Xiao Lingxi out. "Xingao, you bastard, let me go!" Xiao Lingxi shouted, hitting Xingao as she did so. "Princess Lingxi? What are you doing here?" The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was taken aback. He immediately drew his sword from his waist, pointed at Xingao, and shouted, "Xingao, release Princess Lingxi now!" Xingao chuckled and immediately let go. Princess Lingxi was furious. She grabbed Xingao's arm and bit his hand hard. "Xingao, you bastard, I hate you so much!" Seeing the deep teeth marks on Xingao's back, Xiao Lingxi was finally satisfied. She glared at Xingao fiercely and said, "Humph, you bastard, I'll come back next time." Xingao could only manage a wry smile. "After you go back, don't come back." Xingao smiled. "Farewell, and may we never meet again." Xiao Lingxi boarded the carriage reluctantly, already thinking about what excuse to come back to Kaoshan village. After watching them leave, the entire Kaoshan village returned to its usual tranquility. At this time, besides Xingao, there was also Lu Shatong, who was secretly a master of the Great Perfection realm in Kaoshan village. However, Lu Shatong cannot reveal her true colors unless it is absolutely necessary. Besides the two of them, there were two other guards sent by the emperor, making them roughly equal in number to Lu Junqing. But for Xingao, the power was still insufficient. If he could train all his wives to reach the highest level of mastery, then even if Emperor Xiao Qingzu personally led his troops, Xingao would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Xingao immediately began communicating with the gourd in his mind. "Princess Calabash, after my wives drank the spiritual elixir, will they all become experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm?" The gourd laughed, and kept laughing. "Little gourd, what do you mean by this? Speak up," Xingao said angrily. "If you laugh again, I won't let you eat little jade anymore." "Master, you are really being delusional. Of your 6 wives, only Lu Shatong can reach the great perfection realm. Moreover, after half a year, without the replenishment of spiritual liquid, her great perfection realm will slowly drop, and she will eventually revert to an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Xingao realized that it wasn't a permanent, perfect ending. "So, does that mean the other wives had no chance to become experts?" Xingao asked again. "Oh right, master, I also need to tell you that the gourd can only produce 1 bowl of spiritual liquid per day. Once you've used it all up for others, you won't have any left for yourself. Master, you need to drink spiritual liquid for 365 consecutive days to have a chance to break through to the great perfection of the acquired realm and enter the first level of the innate realm. If you enter the innate realm, you will be considered to have stepped into the realm of a half-immortal and will be able to extend your lifespan by 300 years. Extend your lifespan by 300 years. Upon hearing this, Xingao was extremely excited. Since one must drink the spiritual liquid every day, only a few drops of the spiritual liquid can be used for other purposes each day. Most of it can only be kept for myself to drink. From then on, a few drops of spiritual liquid would be collected every day, and after half a year, a bowlful would be collected to improve Shatong and maintain her postnatal great perfection realm. Only a very small portion of the remaining spiritual liquid can be used to make money." Thinking of this, Xingao indeed did not have any extra spiritual liquid to improve the cultivation of his wives. Of the 6 Lu family members, only Lu Shatong is an exception, having the privilege of achieving a perfect life through childbirth. This is truly a great blessing. Thinking about it this way, Xingao felt relieved. Inside the thatched hut, Lu Yu, holding a cup of wine, walked up to Xingao and said, "Husband, tonight is our wedding night. After drinking the nuptial wine, we'll give you several big, healthy sons." Lu Shatong, Lu Shuyao, and the other sisters each held a small wine cup and drank a toast with Xingao. After 6 cups, and having drunk quite a bit during the day, Shen Gao's mind began to wander in a state of confusion and infatuation. Women, let's go to sleep. Shen Gao glanced at the dilapidated wooden bed, shook his head, and lay down on the floor where the sextuplets slept. Husband, you should sleep in the bed, Lu Yu said softly, her face flushed. The bed is too small to fit so many people. Shen Gao shook his head, his mind filled with ambiguous scenarios of sleeping together under the same quilt. No. Lu Yu immediately understood what her husband meant. Lu Yu blushed and said to Shen Gao, Husband, only one of us can accompany you. Can only one person be present? It seems that Lu Yu still has many concerns. All right, I'll go sleep under the wild grape trellis on the mountain. Who's going to accompany my husband? Shen Gao chuckled, glancing at Lu Yu. Lu Shuyao pointed at Lu Yu and said, Husband, let my elder sister accompany you. Lu Shatong, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shupei nodded repeatedly. Lu Yu blushed instantly. He couldn't help but lower his head. No, my husband is mine tonight. Lu Shuyan was unwilling to accept that Lu Yu was about to become Shen Gao's woman. Husband, I want to sleep with you tonight, Lu Shuyan said, beating Lu Yu to the punch. Upon hearing Lu Shuyan's words, Lu Yu's face paled, but she quickly returned to normal. Make way for sixth sister. My father once said that when my sixth sister was born, she was as thin as a mouse and almost died. The eldest sister, Lu Yu, was the heaviest of the sextuplets. Therefore, Lu Yu thought that her sixth sister had taken away all her nutrition. Therefore, Lu Yu always yielded to her sixth sister, Lu Shuyan. Even Lu Shuyan's name was taken by the sixth sister. Fortunately, her husband gave her a new name. Sixth sister, you're fighting with eldest sister again, Lu Shatong said angrily, pulling Lu Shuyan aside and not allowing her to compete with her eldest sister, Lu Yu. You're all bullying me. Sixth sister Lu Shuyan's tears immediately welled up. I'm not talking to you anymore, wha? Lu Yu pulled Lu Shuyan aside and said softly, Sixth sister, why don't you go keep your husband company tonight? Eldest sister just got her period. Husband, I'm sorry. Lu Yu smiled slightly and turned her face away. Shen Gao also felt that it was not a good idea for Lu Shuyan to compete with her older sister Lu Yu in every way. They had to find a way to resolve this issue, otherwise the conflict between Lu Shuyan and Lu Yu would only deepen in the future. Even biological sisters who are born in pairs of 6 can eventually turn against each other for certain interests. This must be stopped. Shen Gao neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, he picked up a pen and wrote the names of the 6 sisters on 6 small slips of paper, folding them to the same size. It was placed in a small box. Ladies, Shen Gao smiled. I will draw 6 names in order from 1 to 6. Whoever is first will go up the mountain with her husband tonight, and whoever is sixth will only be able to go up the mountain with her husband on the 6th day. As Shen Gao spoke, he took out a small piece of paper from the small box, opened it, and wrote the 3 words, Lu Shuyan, on it. Shuyan is number 1. Tonight, Shuyan belongs to her husband. Then they drew lots again, Lu Yu 2nd, Lu Shuyao 3rd, Lu Shiyu 4th, Lu Shatong 5th, and Lu Shupei 6th. Humph, my husband is mine tonight. Lu Shuyan proudly raised her face at Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled gently, not wanting to argue with her 6th sister. Shen Gao led Lu Shuyan along the mountain path towards the back of the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the hidden wild vineyard. The silver moon shone with a watery light, casting dappled patterns of light on the vineyard. Shen Gao laid thatch under the grape trellis, and then covered it with a straw mat. Come here, Shuyan. Shen Gao beckoned to Lu Shuyan. Lu Shuyan looked very smug. She sat down next to Shen Gao and turned around to hug Shen Gao's head. Husband, I'll compete with my older sister for you again in the future. After saying that, Lu Shuyan kissed Shen Gao in a very willful manner. Suddenly, Lu Shuyan's soft moaning came from under the wild grape trellis. Chapter 39 Scouting. The next day. After being pampered by Shen Gao, Lu Shuyan's face was as red and rosy as a ripe apple. She was very satisfied and followed closely behind Shen Gao as they came down from the back of the mountain. As we approached the thatched hut, We saw two strangers walking towards us from outside the village. As he walked, he kept glancing around furtively. Xuyan, you go back first, I'll go check on things. Shengao gestured for Lu Xuyan to go back. Husband, be careful. Lu Xuyan's phoenix eyes sparkled as she kissed Shengao on the cheek again before swaying back to the thatched hut. Shengao, however, completely withdrew his strength, instantly transforming into a poor man who hadn't eaten for days. Who are you, and what brings you to Kaoshan village? Shengao asked as he stepped forward. The two men had spotted Shengao long ago, but they weren't afraid. They smiled and asked, We're from the county. We just happened to be passing by and saw that they're building a big brick and tile house here. It must have cost a lot of money, right? When Shengao saw that the two men were asking these questions and had shifty eyes, he knew they were not good people. He quickly laughed and said, Gentlemen, you are truly insightful. The owner of this brick house has made a fortune from somewhere. I heard he has earned over 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he has married a beautiful woman with sextuplets. Sextants? One of them grinned lewdly. Damn it, this guy must have had some incredible luck to marry sextuplets. How are you going to tell them apart? Shengao smiled and said, That's right. I thought so too at the time, but after meeting the sextuplets, I found that they didn't look alike, but each one was more beautiful than the last. Really? Another man, who was as thin as a mouse, couldn't believe it. Prettier than the woman who came down the mountain with you. Shengao laughed heartily. Dude, you have a good eye. She's one of the sextuplets. Kid, are you kidding me? The rat-faced man, who had been smiling just moments before, suddenly changed his expression. Why would such beautiful sextuplets be with a skinny guy like you? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I just happened to run into her when I came down from the mountain, so I said a few words to her. Shengao smiled. How could a poor boy like me be worthy of such a beautiful wife? That's true, you really aren't good enough for her. The rat-faced man glanced at Shengao and agreed with him. The tall man put his arm around Shengao's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Kid, we're bandits from Yishao Mountain. Tell us the details about this place, and when we take it down, I'll give you 10 taels of silver. You can sleep with that woman for a few days, how about it? Is this really true? Shengao had a smile on his face, but his eyes turned icy cold. These two are definitely up to no good. The Great Yun dynasty is currently experiencing a severe drought, with most farmland yielding no harvest. The rice harvest season has just passed, yet there is still no rice to cook. Despite such a severe famine, people in this mountain village still build so many large brick and tile houses. It must have cost several hundred taels of silver to build such large houses. Neither of them noticed the coldness in Shengao's eyes. They chuckled lewdly. Brother, as long as you tell us the details of this family, I'll let you sleep with that woman for a few days, and I'll also give you 10 taels of silver. How about it? Shengao remained non-committal, but said, Which mountain are you from? I've heard the owner of this house is quite powerful. Skinny little guys like you can't withstand a single punch from him. And he also has a wife who is highly skilled in martial arts. She can take on 10 men by herself. Shengao spoke half-truthfully, and the people listened half-truthfully as well. How could there be such powerful martial arts in an ordinary rural village, let alone a woman so skilled that she could take on 10 people by herself? He had never seen a woman so powerful while following the village chief. Anything else? Does the owner of this house have any relatives who are officials? The tall, thin man asked cautiously. An official? No. That guy's just a poor kid who's recently struck it rich. Shengao Qiang suppressed the urge to beat them up and said in a calm tone. But the father of his 6 wives is said to be an official, though he's far away in the capital. Oh. The rat-faced man nodded, took out 10 copper coins from his pocket, and put them in Shengao's hand. You did a good job. Here's a reward for you. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Having received the news, the two men walked away slowly, their hands behind their backs. Shengao watched them leave and sneered. Why do these people think their lives are too long and come here to die? He went into the thatched hut and told the 6 sisters what had just happened. Lu Shutong chuckled lightly. Husband, However many they send, we'll kill them all. Shingao shook his head. Shatom, you stay home, I'll be right back. Husband, where are you going? Lu Shuyan tilted her head, wanting to follow Shingao out. I'll follow those two to see which faction they belong to. Upon hearing that they were going to follow them, Lu Shuyan wanted to go and see what was going on. Husband, I want to go. No, you're all at home. Listen to Xiuya and Shatong, Shingao said sternly. Lu Shuyan pouted and turned her head away angrily. Shingao changed into a gray outfit, covered his face, nodded to the women, and then took a shortcut to follow the two men. The two walked along the mountain path, slowly making their way into the depths of the mountains. Shingao followed far behind them, listening to their conversation with his acquired mastery of the great perfection of the acquired realm. We've done a great job with the clothesline pole today. When the boss gets this news, he'll surely send hundreds of men down the mountain to rob them of all their silver. The rat-faced man chuckled. Water Rat, we've done a great service this time, and the boss will definitely give us 10 taels of silver. The man nicknamed Clothesline chuckled. Hee, I'll ask the boss to let me play with that woman for a few days, Water Rat said with a lewd glint in his eyes. Hearing their words, Shingao couldn't help but clench his fists. Oh shit! I'll let you live a few more hours for now. They dare to make a move on my wife and me? They're asking for trouble. And so the two continued walking into the deep mountains for 3 hours, until the afternoon, when they finally reached the heart of the mountains. From a distance, several buildings can be seen, some made of blue bricks and others of tiled roofs, at least several dozen in total. Along the mountain paths and in strategically important locations, fortified walls and gates were also built. When the two were still nearly a mile from the gate, two men suddenly jumped out of the dense forest and shouted, Water Rat, Clothesline, the chieftain is looking for you. Hurry back. Okay, we'll go right away, the Water Rat said hastily. Upon seeing this, Shingao stopped following and instead hid in the woods, channeling his inner energy to sense the movements around him. Half an hour has passed. Shingao discovered 3 hidden sentry posts and 2 visible sentry posts. In addition, several more people were found on the stockade wall, echoing the visible and hidden sentries. He scooped the spiritual liquid from the gourd and drank it. Instantly, the spiritual liquid circulated throughout Shingao's body, transforming all of his cells once again. They got some more dry rations, ate a little, and then slowly made their way through the blind spot in the middle of the sentry post. Before long, they arrived at a rock. Once you climb over this rock, you'll enter the bandits' stronghold. Chapter 40 Jade Underground. Shingao easily climbed the rocks, bypassed the hidden and visible sentries, and finally entered the unknown bandit stronghold. After turning a corner, dozens of houses came into view in the valley. With his eyes closed, Shingao sensed the comings and goings of people in the village. After passing through the blind spot, they finally arrived at the back of a house. Using the rock wall as leverage, Shingao lightly leaped onto the roof beam. Climbing up the main beam into the house, I saw Water Rat and Clothesline sitting on a bench, reporting to someone sitting in a grand chair. The man sitting in the armchair had a face full of fleshy muscles, and his right eye socket was deeply sunken, with nothing inside. A long scar ran from his forehead through his right eye down to his nostril. The scar was raised and looked extremely ferocious. Boss, what we're saying is true, it's in Kaoshan village. Water Rat patted his chest, his face showing an eager expression. Yes, Chief, we just happened to see that woman. She has a big butt and is very beautiful. She walks with a swaying gait, definitely fertile. If we could take her as our wives, she would surely give you several good sons. The Clothesline leader chimed in, not wanting to be outdone. The scarred, one-eyed chieftain stared with his single eye, rolling 2 large iron balls in his hand. To be able to build such a large brick and tile house, it seems he must have earned at least 1,000 taels of silver. It just so happens that we haven't paid our brothers for 3 months. Let's take care of that rich bastard in Kaoshan village, transport all the silver up the mountain, and I, One-Eyed Dragon, will pick 3 of those women. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want with them. Shingao was furious. To hell with them. Not only were they after his property, but they were also after his sextuplets. Shingao picked up a small pebble and gently aimed it at the one-eyed dragon's last eye. "I'll shoot your eyes out, then slowly torture you bastards," he said, his hand moving like lightning. In that instant, by sheer coincidence, the one-eyed man happened to be bending down to pick up the iron ball that had fallen to the ground, and thus managed to dodge the attack. Bang dash! A small stone hit the wall next to us and punched a hole in it. "Who's there?" "An assassin!" the one-eyed man shouted, drawing his broadsword. "Men, surround this place! Seize the assassin!" As he spoke, the one-eyed man pushed open a hidden door next to him and hurriedly hid inside. Having lost his chance to kill the one-eyed dragon, Shingao could only hide in the jungle and slowly retreat towards the back of the mountain. Suddenly, I heard the gourd's excited voice in my mind. "Master, so much food! So much jade, this is wonderful!" "So much jade? Where?" Shingao instinctively looked up and around. "Master, there's no sky. Yu is underground, right under this mountain. You can dig down and find lots of her," Hulu hurriedly said. "Jade mine. There's actually a jade mine here. The bandits' lair was built on top of the jade mine." Shingao was both happy and worried. He was happy that the gourds now had a food source, but worried that no one would be mining them. Most importantly, these jade mines were actually built inside the bandits' den. It seems that he needs to find a way to eliminate the bandits so that he can have an excuse to occupy their hideout. After thinking for a moment, Shingao withdrew from the bandits' den and returned the way he came. He had to go to Chu County to find Magistrate Wei Song and ask him to send troops to wipe out the bandits. Only then could he openly take over the mountain forest. Shingao was overjoyed at the thought of soon owning a jade mine, and quickened his pace. What should have been an hour's journey, he rushed along and arrived at the county town gate in just half the time. Entering the city. Then we arrived at the county government office. The sun had not yet set, and the county government office was open, but there was no one to be seen. Where did Wei Song go? "Lord Wei! Lord Wei!" Shingao shouted loudly. Without receiving a response, Shingao became anxious. Could it be that Wei Song had been captured by Xiao Jingyuan and Lu Jinqing? If that's the case, Xiao Jingyuan would be making an enemy of the imperial court. In that case, even if he is the emperor's most beloved son, he would still have to be arrested and imprisoned. Xiao Jingyuan was injured by Shingao yesterday, so Lu Jinqing couldn't possibly not treat him. Therefore, it was impossible for them to arrest Wei Song. As Shingao was thinking, he saw Wei Song, his clerk, and several constables walking back from outside. Wei Song's face showed no sign of worry, but rather was full of smiles. Upon seeing Shingao, he immediately clasped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Shin, what brings you here?" "Lord Wei, I've been here for a while. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have gone to look for you." Shingao was relieved to see that Wei Song was unharmed. "Young Master Shin, yesterday you intervened and the third prince was seriously injured. He broke 2 ribs, but the doctor has already set them. He is now bedridden and will take at least 3 months to recover." Wei Song smiled and told Shingao the truth about his visit to Xiao Jingyuan. It turned out that Xiao Jingyuan was injured by Shingao yesterday, and Lu Jinqing, facing 2 great perfection experts, dared not fight them and fled with the third prince. They then found an old doctor who set their broken ribs and applied medicine for their injuries. The 2 then stayed temporarily at an inn. Later, Lu Jinqing sent someone to summon Wei Song, saying that the third prince wanted to see him. Wei Song immediately picked up a dagger, hid it at his waist, called his advisor, and led a few constables to the inn in a menacing manner. "Your Highness, what important matter do you have that you summoned me to?" Wei Song greeted Xiao Jingyuan with a blank expression, but still clasped his hands in a deep salute. "Lord Wei, we have our eye on a piece of land, Dao Village, which is 20 miles from Chu County. You enclose it. I intend to establish my residence there." Wei Song was taken aback, but then overjoyed. Yesterday, these 2 men were furious and threatened to occupy the county government office, but today they are obediently asking for permission to establish their own government. In just one night, They have made such a big concession. How could Wei Song not be happy? Moreover, their residence was built in Dao village, which is 20 miles away from the county seat. Like Kaohsiung village, this village is located within the Yunshao Mountains, but it is even further away from Kaohsiung village. Shin Gao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these two behave themselves, Shin Gao won't seek revenge on him out of respect for him being the emperor's son. However, the treacherous Lu Jinqing would try to kill Shin Gao as soon as he left Xiao Jingyuan's side. If this person doesn't die, he will become a menace sooner or later, and a major threat to Shin Gao and his sextuplets. Thus, Shin Gao made his decision. But the most important thing now was to get his hands on the jade mine in the bandits' den. In other words, we must wipe out that bandit gang. Lord Wei, a tremendous achievement is about to be bestowed upon you. Shin Gao laughed heartily. If you succeed in this, you are very likely to be promoted to a 6th-rank prefect. Chapter 41 The Arrogant Ma Yinglong. A monumental achievement. A 6th-rank prefect. Wei Song's mind was completely blank. He no longer listened to anything else Shin Gao said. Instead, he was stunned by those two words. Young Master Shin, where is this tremendous achievement? Wei Song asked immediately, his face flushed with excitement. Early this morning, I discovered that 2 people had come to Kaohsiung village to scout the area. Shin Gao then recounted the whole story to Wei Song, concluding with, Lord Wei, if we send troops to wipe out these bandits, wouldn't that be an immense achievement? Upon hearing Shin Gao's words, Wei Song's face, which had been flushed with excitement, immediately turned deathly pale. Young Master Shin, you are truly audacious, Wei Song said with some fear. The mountain stronghold where these bandits live is called Huangyan Stronghold, and the leader, or chief, is He Qinhu. He has killed 3 successive magistrates of Chu County and is a notorious bandit. The clerk beside him was also taken aback and hurriedly said, Young Master Shin, He Qinhu has 1,000 soldiers. These bandits are incredibly audacious and fearless of death. They have killed the previous 3 masters. I never imagined that Huangyan village would have such a terrible reputation. Moreover, he managed to kill 3 successive county magistrates, and still grow into such a powerful force. This one-eyed dragon He Qinhu is truly something else. Shin Gao recalled that when he tried to smash Shin Gao's right eye with a pebble, Shin Gao noticed that Shin Gao had lowered his head to avoid the shot. It seemed that Shin Gao had deliberately pretended to be weak to deceive him. Seeing that Shin Gao didn't take it seriously, Wei Song hurriedly said, Young Master Shin, He Qinhu is guarding Huangyan village, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. General Ma Yinglong, the commander of Chu County, also has 1,000 soldiers, but he doesn't dare to besiege him. He is just guarding Chu County to prevent He Qinhu from attacking Chu County. This He Qinhu is unexpectedly powerful. However, He Qinhu was preparing to send troops to Kaohsiung village, and his target was Shin Gao. Lord Wei, precisely because He Qinhu is such a tough nut to crack, if you can take him down and eliminate him, wouldn't that be an immense achievement? Shin Gao deliberately sneered. Now that He Qinhu is going to use his troops against my Kaohsiung village, does Lord Wei just stand by and let them invade Kaohsiung village? Beads of sweat appeared on Wei Song's forehead. He never expected that He Qinhu would extend his reach to Kaohsiung village. What should we do? On one side is the ruthless He Qinhu, and on the other side is Shin Gao, who has connections with the imperial family. Wei Song wiped the sweat from his brow, unsure of what to do. Lord Wei, fortune favors the bold. With me, Shin Gao, here, even if we are defeated, I will more than guarantee your life. Shin Gao patted Wei Song on the shoulder. Wei Song suddenly remembered that Shin Gao was a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm, who once killed a 700-pound tiger with a single punch. With Shin Gao around, it's quite possible that they can actually wipe out He Qinhu. Young Master Shin, if we want to ambush He Qinhu, we'll have to get General Ma Yinglong involved. Wei Song was just a county magistrate, and he didn't have many soldiers, only a dozen or so yamen runners. Commandant Ma Yinglong leads 1,000 troops and is directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. However, how to persuade Ma Yinglong to send troops depends on Shin Gao's abilities. Lord Wei, Take me to see General Ma Yinglong immediately. Ma Yinglong's camp was only 3 miles away from the county town. Wei Song quickly led out the 3 horses that were left in the county government office, and each of them rode one of them, heading straight for Ma Yinglong's commandant's residence. Before long, the 3 men and 3 horses arrived at the camp. Several barricades were placed outside the gate. Shin Gao and his 2 companions dismounted and slowly walked towards the camp gate. Halt! Who are you? The guards at the gate shouted. Go tell your Commandant General Ma Yinglong that Wei Song, the magistrate of Chu County, requests an audience. Wei Song was dressed in the official robes of a 7th-rank official. Upon seeing him, the guards dared not delay and immediately rushed inside. Ha ha ha, Lord Wei! Only half an instant's time had passed when a rough laugh was heard. A burly general appeared before the 3 of them. General Ma! Wei Song clasped his hands in a salute to Ma Yinglong, then pointed to Shin Gao and said, This is Shin Gao, the son-in-law of Lu Yiming, the former Minister of Revenue, who was a 3rd-rank official. Greetings, General Ma. Shin Gao also clasped his hands in greeting to Ma Yinglong. Ma Yinglong waved his hand and said casually, So you're Lord Lu's son-in-law. I heard that Lord Lu resigned from his official post and went into seclusion, marrying all 6 of his daughters to the same man. Turns out they married you, you pretty boy. I'll go see Lord Lu sometime and catch up. Wei Song gave an awkward smile and said to Shin Gao in a low voice, General Ma just talks like that, please don't take offense. Such a boorish person must be dealt with in a boorish way. If General Ma wants to catch up with Lord Lu, he'll probably have to go to the capital. Shin Gao chuckled. Lu Yiming had resigned and gone into seclusion, so Ma Yinglong could indeed say that he wanted to catch up with him, but what if he were reinstated? It's probably difficult for Ma Yinglong to even get a glimpse of him. Why is that? Could it be that Lord Lu has been reinstated? Ma Yinglong's eyebrows twitched, and he blurted out. That's right. My father-in-law has been reinstated and took up his post last night. Upon hearing this, Ma Yinglong felt a burning sensation on his face. If he were reinstated, Lu Yiming would be many times more powerful than him. However, Ma Yinglong, a former soldier with a thick skin, quickly clasped his hands in a fist and changed the subject. So Lord Lu has been reinstated. Congratulations. May I ask what brings young Master Shin here? Shin Gao's purpose in coming here was to persuade Ma Yinglong to send troops to Huangyan village to eliminate the bandit leader He Qinhu. Therefore, Shin Gao subdued Ma Yinglong by force, making him obedient. Therefore, Shin Gao laughed heartily. I've heard that General Ma is a master of martial arts, so I, Shin Gao, have come to learn from him. Seek guidance? Upon hearing these 2 words, Ma Yinglong's eyes lit up. This skinny, pretty boy is the perfect opportunity to torment him. Young Master Shin, I am willing to learn from you, but we must set some rules. Each of us will put 30 taels of silver here. Whoever wins will keep the silver. As he spoke, Ma Yinglong took out a 30-tael silver note and placed it on the table. Shin Gao also took out a silver note and placed it on the table. If I win, I don't want this silver. I just need General Ma to agree to one thing. What is it? Ma Yinglong immediately became alert. Shin Gao. Of course it's a big deal to make a fortune. Get rich? Ha ha, then I, Ma, agree. Young Master Shin, please choose your weapon. Ma Yinglong laughed heartily, immediately took a pair of iron maces and stood still, then let Shin Gao choose his weapon. Shin Gao shook his head. General Ma, I only need a pair of empty hands. Upon hearing Shin Gao's words, Ma Yinglong raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. Indeed, young Master Shin is exceptionally arrogant. Then, please bear the force of my iron mace. After Ma Yinglong finished speaking, he swung the iron mace, which weighed about 30 pounds, and smashed it down on Shin Gao's head. Such a heavy iron mace, if it were to hit someone on the head, would cause even the hardest head to splatter with brain matter and die. But Wei Song and his advisor stared intently at Shin Gao, eager to see how he would defeat Ma Yinglong. Shin Gao stood tall with his hands behind his back. When he saw the iron mace coming down on him, he swung his right hand at Ma Yinglong. Instantly, a gust of wind from a palm strike made a whistling sound and hit Ma Yinglong in the chest. Bang dash! With a muffled thud, Ma Yinglong was hit and flew a full 10 feet away. Chapter 42. General Ma, do you know how to treat hemorrhoids? Ma Yinglong got up from the ground, looking completely bewildered. He wondered what had happened to him. He had just raised the iron mace. How did he end up here? He roared and charged at Shen Gao again with his iron mace. Bang dash! Ma Yinglong was hit again and flew back to his original position. This time, Ma Yinglong saw it clearly. It was Shen Gao who casually slapped him away. Young Master Shen, I lost! My 30 taels of silver are yours. With that, Ma Yinglong pushed the 30 taels of silver notes on the table toward Shen Gao. Shen Gao pushed the silver note back and said, General Ma, I don't want this silver, but I have a great opportunity to make a fortune. Shall we do it together? What opportunity to make a fortune? Ma Yinglong's eyes widened and his Adam's apple bobbed several times when he heard about the opportunity to make a fortune. Take down Huangyan village and kill He Qinhu, Shen Gao said with a smile. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Ma Yinglong immediately took out 30 taels of silver notes and placed them on the table. Let's gamble with the silver notes instead. General Ma! Shen Gao grabbed Ma Yinglong's hand and pressed it onto the table. Ma Yinglong tried to pull it out, but it was rooted to the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Shen Gao chuckled and continued. If we wipe out the bandit scourge that has plagued us for over a decade and report it to the imperial court, the emperor will be overjoyed. Do you think he will promote you? Will he reward you? Shen Gao! Ma Yinglong's hand was held down by Shen Gao, unable to move. He glared at Shen Gao and shouted. You want to attack Huangyan village? Why drag us into this? Shen Gao thought to himself. If I don't drag you into this, how could the territory of Huangyan village rightfully belong to me, Shen Gao? On the surface, Shen Gao pretended to be indignant and said loudly. Huangyan village is too much. They dared to covet my house in Kaoshan village and my wife. It would be easy for me, Shen Gao, to kill He Qinhu, but what I want most is to destroy Huangyan village and give this immense wealth to you and Lord Wei. Shen Gao's words immediately stirred up huge waves in Ma Yinglong's heart. Just now, after Shen Gao tested his skills, Ma Yinglong realized that He Qinhu was no match for Shen Gao. If Shen Gao were to deal with He Qinhu, then if he sent 1,000 soldiers, he could really wipe out Huangyan village. When he reported the merit to the court, he would not only receive a reward but also a pension. It would be a win-win situation. At this moment, Shen Gao's words once again moved Ma Yinglong greatly. General Ma, this time when we go out to fight, no matter how much silver and weapons Huangyan village has, I don't want any of it. It all belongs to you and Lord Wei. If we can kill He Qinhu, I don't want the credit either. It all belongs to you. Hiss dash! Ma Yinglong took a deep breath. Oh shit! Even if Huangyan village had no money, with over 1,000 bandits, each with 3 to 5 taels of silver, they would still have 3 to 5,000 taels. He Qinhu's private treasury must have even more money, right? This really is a great opportunity to make a fortune. As Ma Yinglong pondered, his eyes darted around, and saliva dripped from his mouth. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, turned to Wei Song and said, Lord Wei, are you in or not? General Ma, let's do it! Wei Song slammed his hand on the table, finally making up his mind. At this moment, Ma Yinglong thought for a moment, then turned to Shen Gao and said, Young Master Shen, you were the main force in this expedition to Huangyan village, but you didn't gain anything. Don't you feel like you lost out? Shen Gao couldn't possibly tell them that there was a jade mine beneath Huangyan village. He simply smiled and said, My lords, how about this? I'm planning to grow some fruits and vegetables. How about you give me that barren land of Huangyan village? Ma Yinglong thought for a moment, and realized that although Huangyan village was called a village and had dozens of houses, most of them were thatched huts and there were only a few that were truly valuable. After a few months, these thatched huts would be gone with a gust of wind. Giving these worthless things to Shen Gao would be a huge favor, wouldn't it? Wei Song's heart leaned more towards Shen Gao, and he hesitated before saying, How about this? The entire Huangyan village mountain and the fields at its foot will be given to young Master Shen. The county will register it and exempt it from taxes for 10 years. What do you think, young Master Shen? Okay, it's settled then. Ma Yinglong agreed without even thinking. He didn't have to spend a penny and got credit for nothing, so why not? General Ma, do you know how to treat hemorrhoids? Suddenly Shen Gao asked, puzzled. Wei Song, the advisor. Ma Yinglong scratched his scalp. What are hemorrhoids? Shen Gao smiled meaningfully. It's nothing. After the plan to destroy Huangyan village was finalized and the credit was divided, the three began to discuss how to attack. Young Master Shen, what's the easiest way to fight this battle? Ma Yinglong asked, throwing the question to Shen Gao. If Shen Gao's plan worked, he would go with the flow. If Shen Gao was talking nonsense, Ma Yinglong would refuse. He, Ma Yinglong, would not do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. That's easy, Shen Gao said. Tonight, General Ma's 1,000 troops will lie in ambush on both sides of Kaoshan village, waiting for the bandits from Huangyan village to attack. A strategy of waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump? Ma Yinglong slammed his fist on the table and laughed wildly. This strategy is good. We'll wipe out as many as they come. No. Shen Gao stopped Ma Yinglong. General Ma, all you need to do is hold back the bandits who are coming to attack and prevent them from entering Kaoshan village. When they want to retreat, your troops can launch a counterattack and wipe them out. Ma Yinglong asked in confusion. These bandits from Huangyan village are ruthless, killing and burning without mercy. How could they possibly retreat from Kaoshan village? Shen Gao laughed heartily and said, This is a secret for now, you'll find out later. Ma Yinglong immediately imagined. I understand, young Master Shen. Do you have another group of men responsible for attacking the mountain? Shen Gao neither said yes nor no, he just smiled and let Ma Yinglong guess. Seeing Shen Gao's reaction, Ma Yinglong became even more convinced of his guess. He laughed wildly again. Young Master Shen, since that's the case, I will bring all my troops to Kaoshan village to help you wipe out the bandits of Huangyan village. Shen Gao was very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After a day of travel, it was already late. Ma Yinglong mustered his troops and, taking advantage of the evening light, set off for Kaoshan village with weapons and provisions. Shen Gao also quietly returned home with the troops. When Shen Gao appeared in the thatched hut, the sextuplets cheered. My husband is back! The sisters lit the oil lamps and came out excitedly to greet Shen Gao. Shen Gao was also very happy. He took out the candied hawthorns that had been stored inside the gourd and gave one to each person. Candied hawthorn! My husband's candied hawthorn is so delicious! Lu Shuyan took the candied hawthorn and took a sip. Husband, please come and stay with me tonight. Lu Shuyan nestled against Shen Gao, wanting to be with him again. Sixth sister! Lu Shatong gently tugged at Lu Shuyan and whispered. Tonight my husband belongs to eldest sister. No! My husband is still mine tonight! Lu Shuyan screamed. I want my husband! Helpless, Lu Yu could only say to Shen Gao. Husband, let Shuyan keep you company tonight. I'm not clean yet. Just as Shen Gao was about to say something, he suddenly sensed 10 suspicious people outside. Shen Gao made a shushing gesture and quietly slipped out. Chapter 43 Lu Xian's Little Thoughts. Lu Shatong also sensed the people coming from outside, but she said nothing and pretended not to know. She smiled, took a bite of the candied hawthorn, and chewed it. Big sister, let's eat candied hawthorn. Lu Yu took out the candied hawthorn, took a small bite, and ate it elegantly. She wondered what her husband was doing outside. She really wanted to go out and see what was going on, but her second sister, Lu Shatong, gestured for them not to go out. They were all left inside the hut. Thinking of her sixth sister, Lu Shuyan, who always competed with her, Lu Yu felt a pang of pain in her heart for no reason. She turned around, sat on the single, dilapidated wooden bed, covered herself with a thin blanket, and drifted off into a daze. At this time, hidden in the darkness, Shen Gao saw through the night that the leaders were none other than the water rats, and clotheslines of Huangyan village. "Brothers, tonight we'll rob this family of all their money, and we'll take all 6 sextuplets too, leaving none alive," Water Rat leered. "Brother Mouse, are they really that beautiful?" one of the henchmen asked. "Of course, big breasts, small waist, and a perky butt. She walks with a seductive sway from side to side, and in bed, she can be as sexy as you want." Before he could finish speaking, Shingao had already thrown a piece of gravel in his hand with lightning speed, hitting the Water Rat on the head and piercing his skull. "Brother Mouse, why aren't you saying anything? Say something!" The person listening turned around when he saw that the Water Rat wasn't speaking, only to find that the Water Rat had already fallen to the ground. He was about to shout when he heard a muffled thud in his head, everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground, knowing nothing more. Then came several more muffled thuds, and before they could react, they fell to the ground. Only after killing them all did Shingao's anger subside slightly. Sensing his surroundings, he found no other people lying in ambush. It seems that Huang Jianzhai believes that sending only these 10 or so people is enough to take over Kaoshan village. He Qinhu really doesn't take Kaoshan village seriously at all. Shingao didn't bother to clean up the corpses, leaving them lying on both sides of the mountain road. He brushed the dust off his hands and went back into the house. "Where's Xiaoye?" Shingao entered the room but did not see Lu Yu. Lu Shutong pointed to the single wooden bed and said softly, "Husband, my elder sister said she was tired and has fallen asleep." Shingao walked to Lu Yu's side, reached out and took her hand. "Xiao Yu, let's go to the wild vineyard on the mountain tonight." Lu Yu shook her head. "Husband, I'm really on my period and can't go with you. Let Xuyan go instead." "Xiaoye, what will you do if Xuyan continues to compete with you and takes more of what belongs to you?" Shingao felt sorry for his soft-hearted and protective wife. "Husband, I don't know either." Lu Yu forced a laugh. "Husband, you should go now." He then released Shingao's hand. Shingao sighed, wondering how he could ease the small conflict between Xiaoye and Xuyan. "It seems we need to find a suitable way to resolve the little conflict." When Shingao turned around and came to Lu Xian's side, Lu Xian cheered and jumped for joy, as happy as a little doll. Looking at Shingao, her beautiful big eyes sparkled like stars. The two arrived at the wild vineyard once again. There were no lights, only the moonlight, like water, shining on the grape trellis, twinkling like stars, which was very alluring. "My husband, I want more, I want more!" After 2 rounds of sweating profusely while farming, Lu Xian seemed unsatisfied, and clung to Shingao's hand, acting coquettishly. Finally, it was late at night. After 7 times in total, Lu Xian was too exhausted to move. She finally said, "Husband, I want to sleep now." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep on the makeshift bed under the grape trellis. Shingao shook his head. This little girl has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. They wanted to squeeze every last drop out of Shingao, leaving second sister Lu Shutong with nothing tomorrow. However, Shingao flashed into the gourd space, where there was still a small bowl of spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring. Shingao scooped it out and drank it all, then sat quietly inside the gourd and began to practice the Azure Dragon's Roar technique. Before long, all the fatigue in my body was completely dispelled, and even my kidney essence was fully replenished. Meanwhile, Huangyan village was brightly lit. He Qinhu paced back and forth in the hall, his single eye gleaming with a fierce light. The Water Rat and the clothesline should have returned by now, so why are they still nowhere to be seen? He Qinhu had a bad feeling. Could it be that something had happened to them in Kaoshan village? Thinking of this, He Qinhu immediately ordered the 9th Master to lead 30 men to Kaoshan village to provide support. When the 9th Master and his men arrived at Kaoshan village, it was already dawn. Suddenly, he saw their people lying haphazardly by the side of the mountain road. They all died from being struck in the head with a blunt object. "Master! There's a master in Kaoshan village!" The 9th leader gritted his teeth and carried his dead brothers back to Huangyan village on ropes. When they returned to Huangyan village, the sun had already risen. "Everyone's dead!" Water Rat and Clothesline Pole both died in Kaoshan village. The 9th leader was furious. This was the first time in the more than 10 years since Huangyan village was established that they had lost so many people. If we don't destroy Kaoshan village, these dead brothers won't be able to rest in peace. 9th Master said fiercely through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his face. He Qinhu stepped forward, looked at his dead brothers, and examined their injuries. He found that they had all died from head wounds, and that the same person who attacked him last night was likely the same one. He recalled the pebbles that had shot towards him from somewhere the previous night, aimed directly at his head. If he hadn't realized something was wrong and quickly ducked, he might have died under that pebble too. When did Kaoshan village acquire such a powerful expert? Guards! He Qinhu's veins bulged, and his one eye widened. Summon all the heads of the household here. Before long, the 2nd, 3rd, and 8th leaders arrived. Boss, what's going on? The second in command asked He Qinhu. Kaoshan village has extremely powerful experts. Tonight, we will raise an army of 500, led by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th leaders, and launch an attack on Kaoshan village at 9 p.m. He Qinhu didn't consult them at all, his one eye glaring angrily. Also, second master, come with me to sneak into the house where the incident happened beforehand, and cut their family members into 108 pieces first. The second in command immediately gripped the large knife in his hand. Once He Qinhu makes a move, no one within a radius of hundreds of miles can rival him. Boss, we swear to avenge our fallen brothers! The second in command roared. We swear to avenge our fallen brothers! A fierce roar echoed throughout Huangyan village. He Qinhu felt very satisfied as he watched the wildness unleashed by these bandits. After making the arrangements, 3 bandit leaders, the 6th, 7th, and 8th leaders, were left in Huangyan village, along with some of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled to guard the village. Inside Huangyan village, there are at most 200 people who are truly capable of fighting. He Qinhu and the second in command disguised themselves as 2 old farmers, hid their knives in their backpacks, and covered them with firewood. They came down from Huangyan village and headed straight for Kaoshan village. Chapter 44, Knife in the Abdomen. Meanwhile, the 3rd Prince Xiao Jingyuan was severely injured by Shen Gao, with 3 broken ribs. After escaping from Kaoshan village, he stayed at an inn in Shu County. Lu Jinqing invited a traditional Chinese medicine doctor specializing in traumatology to set Xiao Jingyuan's ribs and also prepared some ointment for treating sprains and bruises to apply. It only got a little better at this point. Xiao Jingyuan then called Lu Jinqing in, his eyes filled with helplessness. He stroked the wound on his ribs and said in a deep voice, Jinqing, I didn't expect Shen Gao to be a master of the great perfection. It seems that it will be difficult to kill him and take revenge in a short time. Lu Jinqing's face was gloomy. After hesitating for a moment, he finally clasped his hands in a fist and said to Xiao Jingyuan, Your Highness, it is not difficult to avenge this, but I am afraid that Your Highness will not agree. Tell me what you think, Xiao Jingyuan asked. Lu Jinqing hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind and said, Your Highness, I have written to my master. At the latest, my master, Xuanji Daoist, will come here to help me in 3 months. He is the 2nd-ranked master among the great perfection experts of the great Yan dynasty. Xiao Jingyuan said in a deep voice, 3 months is too late. I want Shen Gao dead as soon as possible. Seeing that the 3rd prince was so eager to take revenge, Lu Jinqing took a breath and continued, Your Highness, I also have a senior brother who was expelled from the sect by our master because of his mischievous nature, but his skills are no less than mine. Then why don't you hurry up and invite him over? Xiao Jingyuan said hastily, enduring the pain. However, my senior brother has now taken up arms in Huangyan village, and is dedicated to opposing the imperial court. Xiao Jingyuan remained silent for a while. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinqing's senior brother turned out to be a robber and bandit. No wonder Lu Jinqing never talks about his sect. Xiao Jingyuan has now been sent to Chu County by the emperor. Although he is a prince, this is almost the same as being exiled. Moreover, when Xiao Jingyuan arrived here, he had neither manpower nor money, and he could only slowly raise funds on his own to establish his own residence and military headquarters. If he could take this bandit under his wing, what would he have to fear from Shingao here? Furthermore, since he was driven out of the capital by Xiao Chengzue, he had no hope of becoming the emperor of the great Yan dynasty. The throne was very likely to fall to the sixth son, Xiao Jingqian. Think about Xiao Jingqian. He's been quiet and unassuming since childhood, and he's often bullied by him. He never dares to utter a word. If he were to obtain the throne, Xiao Jingyuan would die unwillingly. The only way now is to build our own power. With more people, there is more strength, and only then will we have a chance to seize the throne of the great Yan dynasty. There is no way out if we don't take risks. With this in mind, Xiao Jingyuan forced himself to stand up and said urgently, "Jinqing, contact your senior brother immediately. As long as he follows me, and we seize the throne of the great Yan dynasty, I will bestow upon you and your senior brother the title of Duke, a hereditary title." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinqing was deeply moved and bestowed upon him the title of Duke. This is a first-class noble title, and it is hereditary. Only meritorious ministers who help the emperor conquer the country can enjoy this. "Thank you, Your Highness. This humble general will go immediately to invite my senior brother, He Qinhu." As he spoke, Lu Jinqing arranged for the black-clad guards to stand guard at the door to take care of Xiao Jingyuan, while he rode a horse straight to Huangyan village. When he arrived at Huangyan village, He Qinhu and the second-in-command had been gone for about half an hour. When the sixth leader heard that Lu Jinqing was He Qinhu's junior brother, and that He Qinhu had also mentioned that the first leader did indeed have a junior brother named Lu Jinqing, he immediately believed it. He told Lu Jinqing that He Qinhu was going to Kaoshan village to kill Shingao's family. Lu Jinqing's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Shingao offended He Qinhu. They thought it would take a lot of money to bribe He Qinhu, but to their surprise, He Qinhu came to their door without spending a single penny. Lu Jinqing mounted his horse and galloped straight towards Kaoshan village. When He Qinhu and the second-in-command arrived at Kaoshan village, Lu Jinqing was only 2 miles away from the village. As soon as Lu Jinqing arrived outside Kaoshan village, he dismounted and instead of taking the main road into the village, he found a small path and slowly approached Shingao's house. Shingao is now a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm, as is Ji Qingyang. He Qinhu was already a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm 10 years ago. It is unknown what level he has reached now. He had to lie in wait in the shadows, and when they started fighting, launch a surprise attack to kill Ji Qingyang in one fell swoop, and then join forces to kill Shingao. Lu Jinqing never expected that Ji Qingyang had already escorted Lu Yiming away from Kaoshan village. It was nearly noon, and the sun was blazing. The roof beams of Shingao's brick and tile house have already begun to be installed. A large number of stones were carried down from the mountain and made into stone steps, as well as exquisite stone carvings such as stone kylins. Every now and then, craftsmen would shout in their work songs as they carried heavy beams along the blue brick wall. Therefore, these sounds also disrupted Shingao's ability to monitor. No matter how skilled Shingao was, he couldn't distinguish the extremely faint noises from these loud bugle calls. At this moment, Shingao and Lu Shutong were behind the thatched hut, taking out the straw from inside to dry in the sun, so that the sextuplet sisters could sleep more comfortably at night. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyan and Lu Yu were standing in front of the thatched hut, watching everyone work with boredom. Suddenly, 2 people walked over from the main road. One of them was one-eyed, and a long scar ran from his blind eye down to his chin. The single eye was glaring at the 2 of them with malice. "Boss, Water Rat wasn't wrong, they really are beautiful." The second-in-command stared intently at Lu Shuyan and Lu Yu without blinking. Upon seeing the strangers, Lu Shuyan and Lu Yu panicked and immediately went into the thatched hut. Suddenly, He Qinhu leaped forward, blocking their path, and reached out to touch Lu Shuyan's face. "Bastard! Get out of my way!" Lu Shuyan held a curved sickle in her hand and slashed at He Qinhu with all her might. He Qinhu grinned maliciously, caught the sickle between 2 fingers, and easily snatched it away. "You bitch, you killed my brother, die!" He Qinhu raised the sickle he had snatched and swung it at Lu Xuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu screamed, "Stop!" She used all her strength to pull Lu Xuan away, but unexpectedly, her body was exposed to the sickle. The curved sickle pierced Lu Yu's lower abdomen. Just then, Shen Gao also saw this dangerous scene. He didn't have time to run over, so he picked up a few pieces of pebbles and threw them away with all his might. Hearing the sound of the wind, He Qinhu quickly dodged. Shen Gao then unleashed a barrage of stones, forcing He Qinhu and the second-in-command to retreat. "Shatong, help them inside and protect them!" Shen Gao shouted at Lu Shatong, his eyes bloodshot, and chased after He Qinhu. Lu Shatong rushed forward, picked up Lu Yu, and ran with Lu Xuyan into the thatched hut. Lu Shatong stood at the door, watching the battle between Shen Gao and them. "So it was you who killed my brother with those pebbles?" He Qinhu stood there, drawing a large knife from his basket. "Come on, let me finish you off." He Qinhu and the second-in-command raised their broadswords and surrounded Shen Gao. "Kill dash!" He Qinhu let out a loud shout, and his knife flashed like lightning, swiftly stabbing towards Shen Gao. Chapter 45 Healing. At this moment, Shen Gao's eyes were bloodshot. He swung the azure dragon palm, and the palm wind brought with it a huge gust of wind, rushing straight towards He Qinhu. "One-eyed dragon, die!" Shen Gao unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, forcing He Qinhu to retreat repeatedly. The second-in-command was swept away by Shen Gao's palm strike and knocked to the ground. He rolled several times before barely managing to dissipate the force. "Second master, don't linger in the fight, go and take the people inside away. If you can't take them away, kill them!" He Qinhu blocked Shen Gao and shouted loudly to the second master. The second-in-command turned around, grinning maliciously as he charged toward the thatched hut with his knife. "How dare you!" Shen Gao roared, and swung his palm at the bandit leader. "Boy, your opponent is me!" One-eyed He Qinhu flashed forward, grinned maliciously, and slashed at Shen Gao with his knife, forcing Shen Gao to retreat and defend. Lu Zhenqing, who was hiding outside, had been waiting for Ji Qingyang to appear, but after fighting for a long time, Ji Qingyang did not come out again. He wondered to himself, could it be that Ji Qingyang is dead? If Ji Qingyang were dead or gone, what would he have to worry about? As long as he makes a move, Shen Gao will surely die this time. With that thought in mind, Lu Zhenqing jumped out and shouted, "Senior brother He, I'm here to help you. Junior brother Lu, come quick. This kid is formidable, I can't hold on much longer." He Qinhu was overjoyed when he heard Lu Zhenqing's words. He shouted and stepped aside to make way, joining Lu Zhenqing in attacking Shen Gao side by side. Shen Gao fought with increasing ferocity, but his opponents were, after all, two masters at the great perfection stage. They attacked Shen Gao together, and Shen Gao was gradually forced into a state of disarray, retreating repeatedly. Lu Shatong stood at the door, watching nervously. Should I rush up to help my husband? But just then, the second-in-command came up with a knife in his hand. Seeing Lu Shatong standing at the door looking around, he immediately grinned lewdly. "Little beauty, come into my arms quickly." Lu Shatong watched coldly, thinking that as long as he came over, she would let him taste the great strength palm of the great perfection of the acquired realm. Just then, two black-clad guards suddenly jumped down from the mountain. This was the eunuch who was sent to deliver the imperial edict and was left behind to protect Shen Gao. The two of them combined are equivalent to Lu Zhenqing's postnatal great perfection realm. "Lu Zhenqing, stop right now!" one of the guards in black shouted, raising his steel knife to slash at Lu Zhenqing. Lu Zhenqing had no choice but to turn back and deal with the two black-clad guards. Shen Gao's pressure immediately eased, and he launched a fierce attack on He Qinhu. After only 3 moves, Shen Gao suddenly swung out a palm, which struck He Qinhu squarely in the abdomen. With a loud bang, He Qinhu was knocked to the ground, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. "The wind is getting strong, let's get out of here!" He Qinhu shouted, gathering his inner energy and fleeing immediately. Lu Zhenqing had already heard this, so he didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away protecting He Qinhu. "Wait for me!" Upon seeing this, the second in command tried to escape, but was struck on the head by a piece of gravel from Shen Gao and fell to the ground dead. Shen Gao didn't have time to chase after He Qinghu and Lu Jinqing. He rushed into the thatched hut like a madman. At this moment, a long gash was gushing blood from Lu Yu's abdomen. Lu Xuyan was lying in front of Lu Yu, crying uncontrollably. Big sister, wake up! Lu Xuyan cried uncontrollably. She had always been at odds with her big sister, but her big sister protected her like this. He would rather lose his own life than not protect his youngest sister. Lu Yu's wound was still bleeding, and her body and clothes were covered in blood. Shen Gao rushed over and grabbed Lu Yu's wrist tightly. Her pulse was still beating, she could be saved. Husband, Lu Yu woke up at this moment and said softly, My stomach hurts so much, am I going to die? No, you won't die. Shen Gao's tears also flowed as he answered Lu Yu's question while communicating with the gourd. Princess Calabash, can Xiaoya's wound be healed? Master, don't worry, just one drop of the spiritual liquid will stop the bleeding from Xiaoya's wound, and another drop will heal it. Hearing what Hulu said, Shen Gao was relieved and quickly ordered Lu Shatong to fetch a bowl of water. Husband! Lu Yu's lips turned deathly pale, completely devoid of color, and her entire face was deathly ashen. With her last ounce of strength, she said, After I die, don't blame Sixth Sister. I took the knife for her willingly. Wow! Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Xuyan burst into tears. Big sister, you won't die! I don't want you to die! Big sister, please don't die! Lu Xuyan cried and shouted. I'm willing to give your name back to you, please, big sister, I'll never fight with you again, wah! Lu Xuyan cried her heart out, and in the end, her voice became hoarse and she couldn't say a word. Husband, the water is here, the water is here! At this moment, Lu Shatong brought a small bowl of water to Shen Gao. Shen Gao took the bowl and had already secretly dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid into it. He fed Lu Yu the drink, spoonful by spoonful. The spiritual water entered her stomach and began to gradually transform Lu Yu's body. Slowly, the color returned to Lu Yu's face. Shen Gao Shuang aligned Lu Yu's wounds, then soaked a piece of cotton cloth in alcohol and covered the wounds with it. Husband, how is my elder sister? Shen Shatong asked Shen Gao while standing at the door keeping watch. Thank goodness. If his intestines had been damaged, my husband would have been helpless. Shen Gao's tense nerves finally relaxed. When Lu Xuyan heard that Lu Yu was out of danger, a weight was lifted from her heart. She tugged at Shen Gao's sleeve and whispered, Husband, I'm so sorry to my elder sister. Xuyan. Shen Gao looked at Lu Yu, who was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed, and turned to Lu Xuyan and said, Xiaoya is really your good older sister. You have never had a mother since you were young, but Xiaoya is like a mother to you. She always spreads her wings to protect you when you are in danger. Lu Xuyan nodded. She remembered how, deep in the mountains, her eldest sister disregarded her own safety and blocked the men in black from tearing at her, preferring to die herself to protect them. This time, it was the eldest sister who bravely took the knife for her again. However, she repeatedly tried to steal her husband from her elder sister, preventing her from sharing a room with him. They even stole my eldest sister's name. Lu Xuyan nestled in Shen Gao's arms, sobbing. Husband, I don't want to be called Xuyan anymore. I want to give the name back to my elder sister. From now on, please call me Lu Xuan. Shen Gao patted Lu Xuyan on the shoulder. Xuan, actually, Xuan is a really nice name, and it's also very cute. Your husband likes it very much. Really? Lu Xuan wiped away her tears, her eyes still red, and threw herself into Shen Gao's arms. Husband, thank you. From now on, I'll never compete with my elder sister again. Shen Gao didn't say anything more, but patted Lu Xuan's face. Suddenly, he went outside and said to the 2 guards in black, You 2 take care of Kashan village. 2 guards in black clasped their hands in a salute to Shen Gao. Young Master Shen, please rest assured, even if we die, we will not let anyone attack us again. Shen Gao nodded, then walked up to Lu Shatong and said, Shatong, it's our turn. Lu Shatong immediately understood that Shen Gao was about to make a move. She returned to the hut, picked up a bundle, slung it over her shoulder, and said in a clear voice, "Husband, let's go." With that, he and Xingao mounted their war horses one after the other and galloped out of Kaoshan village. Chapter 46. The couple stormed Huangyan village. The commotion in Kaoshan village had already alerted Wei Song and Ma Yinglong, who were lying in ambush in the distance. However, following their agreed-upon plan, they all remained motionless. When experts fight, ordinary soldiers like them can't offer much help. At this moment, Ma Yinglong lay on the small earthen slope, watching the fierce fight with Wei Song. My goodness! Ma Yinglong was so shocked that his mouth formed an O shape as he watched Xingao fight two opponents at once and display such great power. When he saw the second-in-command tumble over after being hit only by a corner of the palm strike, he immediately felt the tightness in his anus. Before they could get a closer look, He Qinhu was hit by Xingao, and Lu Jinqing dragged He Qinhu away quickly. The bandit leader, who was second in command, was struck by a hidden weapon by Xingao and fell to the ground dead. After a while, Xingao was seen riding a horse out of Kaoshan village with a woman. Ma Yinglong couldn't understand why Xingao was taking a woman who couldn't even kill a chicken out with him. However, Ma Yinglong no longer had time to worry. Because a scout team returned from the mountains and reported to him that 500 strong bandits had left Huangyan village and were heading towards Kaoshan village. Ma Yinglong was greatly encouraged. Just as Xingao predicted, the bandits really did come out of their den. While they were killing bandits here, was Xingao's other group already lying in ambush near Huangyan village, preparing to take advantage of the situation and storm Huangyan village's lair? Ma Yinglong was incredibly excited. The greatest credit will fall on him. Come on, bandits, you've come at the right time. After leaving Kaoshan village, Xingao and Lu Shatong carried their bundles into the mountains. When they reached a secluded spot, they changed into a set of black clothes for nighttime travel and even made a black hood in the modern style. Only its eyes, mouth, and nose are visible as it breathes. Husband, with this hood on, I really don't recognize you. Lu Shatong looked at Xingaozi and laughed. Shatong, if you wear this, I won't recognize you at all. But I can still smell your fragrance. Really? Lu Shatong was a little surprised. But I can't smell it myself. Xingao just smiled. He had heard that when a woman is around someone she likes, she always emits something called hormones. When a man can smell it, it becomes a special fragrance. The longer he smells it, the more easily he is attracted to this fragrance. It seems that the fragrance on Shin Shutong's body is emitted by this hormone. My husband can really smell it. Xingao laughed, picked up Lu Shatong, placed her on the horse, then mounted his war horse and shouted, Giddy up! Charging to Huangyan village! The two war horses galloped away and soon arrived outside Huangyan village. At the entrance to the cold gate, several bandits, seeing the two men dressed in night clothes and wearing black hoods, immediately asked in surprise, Who are you? Who are you? Xingao didn't say anything, jumped off his war horse, took out the prepared stones, and casually tossed them. There was a from the other side, and a person fell off the stockade wall. Oh no! Someone's raiding the camp! A startled shout rang out, followed by the urgent sound of bullhorns. Xingao and Lu Shatong exchanged a smile. Little Tong Tong, let's charge in! Immediately, the two leaped into the air and stormed the stockade wall. The bandits were about to fire their arrows, but before they could react, two masked men had already charged into their midst. The two charged into the bandit group, attacking relentlessly, and the bandits fell one after another. The urgent horn calls continued to wail mournfully, and more bandits from Huangyan village joined the battle. There are only two enemies, let's charge in together. Brothers, avenge me! Avenge me! Kill him! Kill both of them! The bandits charged forward wave after wave, brandishing swords and knives, but under the combined attack of Xingao and Lu Shatong, wave after wave of them fell. Finally, the bandits left behind more than 50 corpses and retreated back into the stronghold like a tide. In addition, 30 strong men were dispatched to rush to the direction of Kaoshan village to deliver a message, requesting the third and fourth leaders to return and provide support. Xin Gao and Lu Shatong slowly sat down after the other person left. Xin Gao took out a bowl of water from his sleeve, added a drop of spiritual liquid, and handed the water to Lu Shatong. "Little Tong Tong, drink this!" Lu Shatong picked up the bowl and drank the water in one gulp. She felt her hand, which had started to ache, become stronger again. Xin Gao also picked up a bowl of water and drank it down in large gulps. "Little Tong Tong, are you scared?" Xin Gao asked, pointing to the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Lu Shatong shook her head. She recalled her father, Lu Yiming, resigning from his official post and going into seclusion, being chased and killed along the way, along with dozens of servants, all of whom were eventually killed. Later, their husband Xin Gao rescued them, and they encountered many masters who came to kill them, but Xin Gao killed them all. She had become accustomed to killing. They've grown accustomed to killing. Before, she was the fish, now, everyone else has become the fish. "My husband, as long as I follow you, I have nothing to fear," Lu Shatong said, picking up hundreds of small stones from the ground and stuffing them into her sleeve. Xin Gao also picked up a lot. He looked at Lu Shatong and chuckled. "Little Tong Tong, shall we begin?" "Let's begin." Lu Shatong adjusted her wig, revealing her pearly white teeth. The two of them stood up. "Woo woo woo dash!" As soon as Xin Gao and Lu Shatong stood up, a terrifying sound of a bullhorn rang out from Huangyan village. "The demon is coming! Kill! Kill the demon quickly! Fire arrows! Quickly fire arrows and kill them!" The bandits were terrified and could only bolster their courage by roaring. The archers began to draw their bows and shoot arrows, and countless arrows flew towards Xin Gao and Lu Shatong like rain. "Little Tong Tong, stop these arrows!" Xin Gao shouted in a deep voice. "Husband, leave these arrows to me!" Lu Shatong shouted, her hands moving in unison. The azure dragon palm, carrying a violent palm wind, knocked down all the incoming arrows. Xin Gao then tossed a small stone into the bandit group, sending the flying stones hurtling towards them like lightning. "Ah dash!" Suddenly, countless screams were heard, and another large number of bandits fell. Xin Gao picked up countless arrows from the ground, threw them forcefully, and a rain of arrows flew towards the bandits. "Run! If we don't run, we'll all die here!" Finally, one of the bandits screamed and ran away. Once the first one appeared, the second one followed. In just a few breaths, the bandits led the men, women, and children of Huangyan village in a hasty retreat towards Dao village. Before long, the bandits of Huangyan village had all fled. Xin Gao and Lu Shatong stood quietly, supporting each other. The sun began to slowly set, casting long shadows on them. "Husband, what should we do now?" Lu Shatong asked. "We'll just watch the show," Xin Gao said casually. "Aren't you going to accept spoils of war anymore?" Lu Shatong asked, somewhat puzzled. Xin Gao pointed to the chaotic shouts coming from afar and said softly, "No, give these spoils to Ma Yinglong and the others. My husband has more important matters to attend to tonight." Chapter 47: Crushing Defeat. Just as Xin Gao and Lu Shatong were wreaking havoc in Huangyan village, a major battle was also taking place in Kaoshan village. The 1,000 soldiers that Captain Ma Yinglong had laid in ambush finally met the 500-strong bandits from Huangyan village. At this moment, the bandits, led by their 3rd, 4th, and 5th leaders, came in completely unguarded, marching in orderly ranks, carrying long guns and broadswords, looking very imposing. The village flag of Huangyan village fluttered in the mountain wind, as if it were playing a victory song. "Third Master, do we really need to send out 500 men?" The 4th Master asked curiously as he walked beside the 3rd Master. "The 1st Master and 2nd Master have already gone to Kaoshan village ahead of time." The 3rd leader laughed and said, "The 1st leader's move is enough to kill that mysterious expert from Kaoshan village. The 2nd leader loves women the most, and he will definitely kidnap those sextuplets to Huangyan village. But if the 1st and 2nd bosses take action, then there's nothing for us to do, right?" The 4th boss asked again. "Are you stupid? This is the time to show our strength. The first and second leaders will only kill the experts. As for those barbaric villagers from Kaoshan village, consider them as food for our weapons. The third leader glanced at the fourth leader, who was listening intently, and then continued. If we can wipe out Kaoshan village in this battle without losing a single soldier, even more people will flock to Huanyan village. Then our chief can declare himself a great general, raise an army, and march on the capital. As they were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of cow horns coming from Kaoshan village. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panic-stricken shouts erupted from all sides. Look, do you see? We haven't even arrived yet, and the people of Kaoshan village are already in a panic, the third leader said with a smile, pointing in the direction of Kaoshan village. Just then, countless soldiers suddenly rushed down from the mountains surrounding Kaoshan village, protecting the village from behind. Damn it! The people of Kaoshan village are protected by soldiers, the fourth leader roared. Third leader, what do we do? This is interesting. Kaoshan village actually managed to hire government troops. It seems that Kaoshan village has produced a wealthy man. No wonder the first and second bosses came here in person. A greedy glint appeared in the third boss's eyes. He shouted, Brothers, the people in Kaoshan village are fucking rich! Let's storm in and rob Kaoshan village! The bandits howled and charged at the soldiers, taking down the spears and broadswords they had been carrying on their shoulders. According to past tactics, whenever the bandits of Huangyan village charged forward at the risk of their lives, the government troops would give up resistance and flee in all directions. Therefore, over the past 10 years or so, Huanyan village has grown larger and more arrogant. At this moment, the officer and soldier Captain Ma Yinglong, holding a command flag, pointed at the bandits who were swaggering forward and shouted in a deep voice. Archers, prepare! Shoot them down! In an instant, countless arrows flew out. The bandits of Huangyan village were dumbfounded. Why didn't they run away? And they even produced so many arrows? While they were still stunned, arrows rained down, instantly striking the bandits at the front. Ah! Screams rose and fell, and dozens of bandits from Huangyan village were killed or wounded in an instant. Shields! Quickly raise the shields! Our arrows are returning fire! Charge in and wipe out the government troops! The third and fourth leaders shouted loudly, directing the bandits to charge forward. Ma Yinglong strictly followed the method discussed with Shen Gao, first using a large number of arrows to kill some of them, then holding them back to prevent them from attacking Kaoshan village. They would launch a major counterattack when the bandits were in a panic and retreated. Nearly 10,000 arrows were fired in no time. The bandits suffered about 100 casualties. Seeing so many casualties, the third leader of Huanyan village was furious. If he didn't take down Kaoshan village soon, how could he face the leader, He Qinhu? Brothers, charge! Kill our way up and avenge our fallen brothers! The third leader, Yima Dangding, led the bandits forward. Before long, the two sides were locked in combat. At this moment, the officers and soldiers were different from before. They still held their ground and did not allow the bandits to enter Kaoshan village. The battle reached a stalemate, and even as the sun was about to set, no victor had been decided. Just then, dozens of people rushed over from a distance, shouting, Something terrible has happened! Huanyan village has been attacked by the enemy! More than 200 people have died! What? The third leader was stunned upon hearing this news. Who did this? I'll wipe him out! The third leader shouted. It was 2 masked men in black, both unarmed, who fought their way in from the village gate and had already entered the village. Third and fourth leaders, hurry back to reinforce, or Huanyan village will be finished. Upon hearing this, the third leader waved his hand and shouted, Sound the retreat! Suddenly, the rapid sound of gongs rang out. Upon hearing this, the bandits immediately began to retreat. When the officer and soldier Captain Ma Yinglong saw this, he burst into laughter. Shen Gao is truly brilliant! These bandits are really starting to panic and retreat. After exchanging a glance, Ma Yinglong and Wei Song immediately gave the order to beat the drums. Dong dong dong! Upon hearing the drums of attack, the officers and soldiers began their frantic charge. As the bandits retreated, their formation was already disrupted, and now with government troops charging in, the bandits had no choice but to scatter and flee. More and more people are falling to their deaths, breaking their legs, or being trampled to death or injured. Ma Yinglong's soldiers chased after him all the way to the outskirts of Huangyan village. 500 bandits came, but when they returned to Huangyan village, only about 100 remained. The bandits were stunned when they entered Huangyan village. Corpses were everywhere as they ran toward the village, their path littered with corpses. It's over. Huangyan village is finished. The third leader was wailing incessantly. When he arrived at the village, he found several elderly people who were too old to walk. Where are they? Where have all the people in the village gone? The third leader grabbed one of the men and shouted angrily. Third master's cough. The old man coughed incessantly, his voice broken. The rest of them ran away, heading towards Dao village. Dao village. The third leader immediately shouted. Retreat! Retreat towards Dao village! The remaining 100 or so bandits, like frightened birds, fled towards Dao village. Ma Yinglong's troops had already chased the bandits and stormed into Huangyan village. He also saw countless corpses in the village, some killed by hidden weapons to the head, and others by arrows. Who exactly is Shen Gao, that he has such a powerful accomplice? If Ma Yinglong knew that it was only Shen Gao and Lu Xiaotong who wiped out Huangyan village, he would be greatly surprised. However, he did not see it, and therefore assumed that a large army was attacking. After wiping out Huangyan village, they went on to hunt down the remaining people. General Ma, let's press our advantage! Wei Song shouted, ready to give chase. Ma Yinglong grabbed Wei Song, shouting, What are you chasing? Stop right there! Chapter 48 Hidden Door leads to the secluded realm. Why? Wei Song was puzzled when he saw that Ma Yinglong didn't want to pursue the matter. Let's listen to young Master Shen and collect the spoils. Ma Yinglong laughed heartily. Brothers, gather all the valuables in Huangyan village and bring them to this general. Immediately, the soldiers stormed into the village and searched house to house. As darkness fell, Ma Yinglong and Wei Song found themselves surrounded by pots and pans, grains, ceramics, knives and spears, and nearly 4,000 taels of silver. Good. It's unbelievable that Huangyan village, after so many years of operation, still has so much silver. These valuable items all belong to Ma Yinglong and Wei Song. Lord Wei, we have achieved a great victory in this bandit suppression. Ma Yinglong patted Wei Song on the shoulder and chuckled. After we return, you will be in charge of writing a memorial to report this great victory to the Emperor. We deployed 1,500 troops and suffered 700 casualties. I will leave the compensation and relief to Lord Wei. No problem. Wei Song was very familiar with these routines. Then, Wei Song pointed to the thatched huts in Huangyan village and said, These dilapidated houses can be left to young Master Shen. Ma Yinglong laughed loudly, pointing at the dilapidated thatched huts and saying, How could young Master Shen want houses like these? Men, keep only those few brick and tile houses, and burn the rest of the thatched huts to the ground. The soldiers lit torches and set all the huts ablaze. Soon, flames roared everywhere, and smoke rose dozens of meters high. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the entire Huangjianzhai area was ablaze with red light. Even from Chuxian County, Dao village, and Kaoshan village, dozens of miles away, the red glow could be seen. Wei Song wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say a word. The third and fourth leaders, leading about 100 men, were walking along a mountain path in the dark when suddenly one of the bandits pointed in the direction of Huangyan village and shouted in alarm. It's terrible! Huangyan village has been burned down by government troops! The third and fourth leaders stopped in their tracks, standing there dumbfounded, staring at the red half of the sky. They gritted their teeth and said, Ma Yinglong, we will definitely avenge this. Shen Gao and Lu Xiaotong did not leave Huangyan village, but instead climbed to the small hill opposite Huangyan village. The two witnessed Ma Yinglong chasing the bandits of Huangyan village into the village. He watched as the remnants of the army fled along the path towards Dao village. Then they saw the towering flames of Huangyan village. Xingao sat on a large rock, with Lu Shutong leaning against him, both watching the flames soaring into the sky. Husband, Ma Yinglong's troops have also withdrawn. Shall we go too? Lu Shutong wanted to return to Kaoshan village as soon as possible. No, let's go back inside the village and take another look. Xingao was very bold. Husband, I'm a little afraid of the dark. Lu Shutong held Xingao's hand tightly. The two jumped down from the mountain and returned to Huangyan village. The thatched huts have all been burned down, leaving only a few brick and tile houses standing there. Xingao knew that this was left to him by Ma Yinglong. The two men lit a torch and entered one of the brick and tile houses. There was no one inside, they had all escaped. Xingao looked around but couldn't see anything. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the sound of a gourd echoed in his mind. Master, there's a hidden door in this house that leads underground, and it seems to lead to the place where Yu is. Xingao asked inwardly. Where is the secret door? It's right behind the wall in front of the master, the gourd said urgently. Xingao raised his torch and looked at the wall. It was built close to the rock face of the back mountain, almost blending into the rock face. From the outside, it is impossible to tell that there is a hidden door behind the wall. He touched and fumbled around, but couldn't find the mechanism no matter what he tried. Master, what are you doing? The gourd asked, sensing that Xingao had not entered. I'm looking for the relevant authorities. Master, this wall has no mechanism, it's dead, it hasn't been opened for decades. The gourd's voice echoed in Xingao's mind. What? It hasn't been opened in decades? This shows that the bandits of Huangyan village did not know there was a hidden door behind the wall. Xingao shielded Lu Shutong behind him and slammed his fist against the wall, instantly creating a large hole in it. Sure enough, there was a hidden door behind the large hole. Xingao led Lu Shutong through the hole in the wall and pushed it gently, and the hidden door opened immediately. It was dark inside, and looked very deep. Xingao picked up a torch and held it inside, discovering a long stone staircase leading downwards. The fact that the torch was still burning proves that there are other places in the cave with ventilation, and it is safe to breathe inside. Come on, follow me. Xingao raised the torch and walked into the cave. Master, this is truly the path to Yu. Hurry up and get there, the gourd shouted in my mind. No, what if we encounter any danger? Xingao secretly communicated with Hulu. Don't be afraid. With me, Princess Calabash, here, I can transform into a transparent dome to cover you. No one can see you, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The gourd has this function too. Little gourd, why didn't you tell me about this ability sooner? Xingao asked. Master, you didn't even ask me, the gourd said aggrievedly. Alright, besides these, what other skills do you have? Xingao asked again. Humph, I don't want to talk about it now. Hulu sulked. Xingao smiled, not expecting that this precious gourd, just like a person, had a little temper. While communicating with the gourd, they walked down and gradually arrived at a place with jade. Yu, my Yu, it's inside! The gourd cried out, shaking against Xingao's chest. Xingao stared intently ahead, but there was no jade mine in sight. There were only a few large boxes in front of him, and nothing else. Hulu, there are no jade mines here. Xingao asked in his mind. What is a jade mine? I don't know, the gourd exclaimed. There's so much jade lying in the box. Xingao realized he had misunderstood after hearing this. It turns out this wasn't a jade mine at all. Someone had simply placed a box here, and the box contained a lot of jade. Husband. Lu Shutong also saw the boxes in front of her and pulled Xingao, saying, Husband, look, those boxes look like coffins for the dead. I'm scared. As she spoke, Lu Shutong clung to Xingao's arm, refusing to let go. Where the waves surged, they clung tightly together, with ripples spreading from time to time. Don't be afraid. Xingao kissed Lu Shutong on the cheek and said with a grin, With your husband here, what are you afraid of? What's this afraid of the ball? Lu Shutong sometimes didn't understand Xingao's words, and when she saw Xingao use a new word she asked, No, it's nothing, it just means don't be afraid. With that, Shingao mustered all his strength and slapped one of the boxes hard. The box lid was shaken open by the force of the palm and slid forward. Damn it, this isn't jade! Shingao cursed as he looked at the contents of the box. Chapter 49 300 Flying Swords. Upon opening the box, we found 300 small flying swords inside. These swords, made of some unknown material, still gleamed with a cold light after all these years. Next to these flying swords was a small box. Shingao opened the box, and there was another layer of oil paper wrapped inside. Upon opening the oiled paper, Shingao discovered a book inside. Thanks to the protection of the oiled paper, the book is in excellent condition. Although the paper has yellowed, it is still resilient and has not been oxidized into ash. Shingao took the book in his hand and examined it carefully. The cover had the 4 big characters, Etian Flying Sword, written on it. After flipping through it a bit, I realized that it was a sword manual, a secret manual for using these flying swords. Shingao was overjoyed when he found this box, along with a flying sword, just when he needed the secret manual. He quickly closed the box, but had already put the flying sword and the secret manual into the space of his gourd. Upon opening another box, Lu Shutong gasped in astonishment at the treasures inside. The box was filled to the brim with emerald green jade. The big ones are as big as bricks, and the small ones are as big as the palm of your hand. So many jade stones, illuminated by the torches, shimmered with a soft green light. Besides the jade, there are countless pearls scattered in the gaps between the jade stones. However, these pearls have become dull and lackluster due to the erosion of time. It appears to have oxidized into something useless. You! Master, I want you! Quickly put her into my gourd! Shingao ignored the gourd's cries and kicked open the box next to him. The box was also full of jade, along with some silver. There are a full 100 taels of silver here. Just then, Shingao suddenly sensed someone approaching from outside. Lu Shutong noticed too. Husband, someone is coming this way. What should we do? Shingao raised his torch and looked around. The cave had reached its end and there were no forks in the path. If he went out, he would definitely run into the people coming from there. Princess Calabash, it's up to you now. How do you hide us? Shingao communicated with the gourd in his mind. That's easy. Master, you and Shutong just stand to the side, and I'll hide you. Shingao immediately closed the other 2 boxes. As he closed the box, Shingao instantly stored all the items inside into the gourd. Then Shingao held Lu Shutong in his arms, stood against the side of the cave, and gently whispered in Lu Shutong's ear. Little Tong Tong, don't make a sound! Although Lu Shutong had already had relations with Shingao, her heart was still pounding wildly as they were being held like this. She nodded, then suddenly felt as if something was blocking her way, completely isolating her and Shingao's location from the space inside the cave. However, she was still able to see the situation inside the cave clearly. Shingao extinguished the torch, and the cave immediately fell into darkness. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded, and 7 or 8 torches appeared in front of Shingao and Lu Shutong. Huh! Why is no one here? One of them, holding a large knife, looked around but couldn't see a single person. I clearly saw a man and a woman enter the chief's house, heard a noise, and then came over with the others and discovered this hole. Why didn't I see them there? 8th Master, could it be that we've encountered a ghost? Someone nearby said in a low voice, wiping away cold sweat. I can't be wrong, I trust my eyes. The 8th Master raised the knife in his hand and looked at the 3 large boxes at the end. There are 3 boxes here, and the lids have been tampered with. The 8th Master kicked the lids open, making a move as if to chop them open. But there was nothing in the box. Then they kicked away the other 2 boxes, and did the same thing. Where did those 2 go? The 8th Master looked around, but saw nothing. At this moment, Lu Shutong was being held in Shingao's arms. She saw 7 or 8 people coming in, and 2 of them were even leaning tightly against Shingao and her. 2 pairs of eyes even swept towards her, making eye contact with her. Lu Shutong was so frightened she almost screamed, but the two men acted as if they hadn't seen her and turned their gaze elsewhere. I am so surprised. Lu Shutong slowly reached her hand to her heart and gently patted it twice. When she saw the bandits kick the 3 boxes away, she secretly lamented that so many treasures had ultimately been discovered by the bandits. However, when Lu Shutong saw that the box was empty, she was so surprised that she didn't know what to do. Where is the stuff? 3 chests full of treasures, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Lu Shutong raised her head, her questioning eyes looking at Shen Gao. Shen Gao shook his head and whispered with a smile in her ear. Even your husband doesn't know. Lu Shutong was terrified. I never imagined my husband would be so fearless, daring to speak in front of so many people. In a moment of quick thinking, Lu Shutong suddenly turned her face, looked up, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Shen Gao. Shen Gao couldn't understand why Lu Shutong was suddenly so bold as to take the initiative like this. Shen Gao didn't hold back, and with both hands he hugged Lu Shutong tightly, stroking her up and down. Suddenly, Lu Shutong's eyes were wide open, and she didn't dare to move at all, not even daring to breathe. My husband is so wicked. The 7 or 8 bandits searched back and forth several times, but finding no one there, they finally had no choice but to leave the cave. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo! Seeing those people leave, Lu Shutong was finally able to breathe deeply, pounding her fists on Shen Gao's chest. Husband, you're so naughty! What's wrong with my husband? Shen Gao chuckled. You're rotten to the core. Lu Shutong pinched Shen Gao's arm hard and glared at him. It's not broken, Shen Gao said, grabbing Lu Shutong's hand and laughing smugly. How could it be broken? My husband, you... Lu Shutong blushed and was about to dodge when Shen Gao picked her up by the waist and laid her flat in the air. Oh my God! Lu Shutong was shocked. What was this? Why did it look like an empty bed, bearing not only her weight but also the weight of her husband, Shen Gao? Before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. The fierce fighting finally came to an end. Shen Gao put away the bed that the gourd had conjured. Lu Shutong combed Shen Gao's hair neatly and tidied his clothes for a while. Husband, let's go back. I want to check on my elder sister's injuries. Lu Shutong was very worried about her elder sister, Lu Shuyan, also known as Lu Yu. Don't you still believe in your husband's medical skills? Shen Gao smiled and flicked Lu Shutong's nose. I believe you, but I still want to see with my own eyes whether my older sister is better or not. Lu Shutong's eyes reddened again. Okay, let's go home now. With that, Shen Gao relit the torch and walked out of the cave. Just as Shen Gao was about to exit through the hidden door, a cold snort suddenly rang out, and a blade of light descended from above, slicing down towards Shen Gao's head. Chapter 50. My husband, I can't ride a horse. Shen Gao had already noticed someone outside the hidden door. Before the blade could fall, he had already swept his palm across, striking the man squarely in the abdomen. With a muffled groan, the man was sent flying, crashed to the ground, rolled a few times, and died instantly. Kill! The other bandits roared and charged forward. But they were just ordinary bandits. How could they possibly be a match for Shen Gao? They were all killed in a single encounter. Seeing that no one else appeared, Shen Gao went out through the hidden door and left the house with blue bricks and tiles. At this time, it was already bright outside. Standing outside the village and looking down the mountain, Huangyan village is truly a wonderful place. In the valley, several mountain streams converge and eventually form a reservoir of moderate size. The area surrounding the reservoir, and downstream, is full of fertile farmland. It was all irrigated by this natural reservoir. No wonder Huangyan village has never starved to death for so many years. It turns out the village has such a great advantage. From now on, these paddy fields and this mountain village will belong to Shen Gao. As long as he manages them well, feeding thousands of people will not be a problem. Shen Gao pondered, deciding to return to Kaoshan village and then go to the county town to find Wei Song, so as to bring Huangyan village under his control as soon as possible. After leaving the village gate, we found 2 well-fed war horses and galloped towards Kaoshan village. Half an hour later, the two returned home. My husband is back! As soon as the women saw Shen Gao, they all surrounded him. Husband, have you eaten? Seeing that the two looked travel-worn, Lu Shuwan, the sixth sister, quickly asked what was wrong. Shen Gao shook his head. Lu Shuwan hurriedly went to the wood-fired stove, brought over the hot food, and invited Shen Gao and Lu Shatong to eat together. Sixth sister, what's wrong with you today? Lu Shatong joked when she saw Lu Shuwan being so docile, which was completely different from her usual competitive nature. Second sister, it's nothing. Lu Shuwan blushed and walked to the side embarrassedly. Shen Gao didn't eat. He went to his eldest sister Lu Xian's bedside first and asked, Xiaoye, are you feeling better? Lu Xian nodded. Shen Gao reached out and lifted Lu Xian's clothes, revealing her smooth, creamy belly. A knife scar appeared in front of Shen Gao. Shen Gao couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly potent the spiritual liquid from the gourd's spring was. In just one night, this potentially fatal wound had scabbed over. Does it still hurt? Shen Gao held Lu Xian's hand and asked gently. It doesn't hurt anymore. My sixth sister didn't sleep a wink last night, she was taking care of me the whole time, said the eldest sister, Lu Xian, with a relieved smile on her face. Her selfless act of saving him finally touched sixth sister's heart. The sixth sister who used to oppose her and compete with her at every turn is no more. The current sixth sister has become Lu Shuan, who cares about her. Seeing that Lu Xian was alright, Shen Gao went outside to eat the food that Lu Shuan had brought over. After finishing her meal, Lu Shatong returned to the thatched hut. She gently climbed onto the bed and lay down on her side next to her eldest sister, Lu Shuyan, trying her best not to touch her. Big sister, I'll sleep with you for a while, Lu Shatong said, and then drifted off to sleep. Shen Gao walked to a bluestone slab on the back mountain and sat down quietly. He looked around and saw no one. Even the black-clad guards sent by Emperor Xiao Qingzue to protect him kept a distance, and watched the area outside Kaoshan village. Shen Gao then took out the book, Etian Fei Jian, and carefully read it page by page. Before long, he had memorized the entire book. It turns out this is a rare book on sword control. When mastered, the 300 flying swords can be combined into a giant sword, allowing one to travel on a sword much faster than riding a horse. To fly on a sword, one must reach the innate realm. Shen Gao was secretly astonished. Why is it that the most powerful people he has ever encountered are all at the great perfection of acquired realm, and none of them have ever broken through to the first realm? It seems that it's not that there are no experts at the innate realm in this world, but rather that Shen Gao hasn't reached that level, and therefore it's impossible for him to know such a great expert. Shen Gao regarded this book, Etian Fei Jian, as a priceless treasure. Now that I've memorized it, as long as I practice diligently, I'm sure I'll master it. After putting away the Etian flying sword, Shen Gao took out another flying sword and examined it carefully. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell what material it was made of. After studying it for a long time, he found nothing and had no choice but to put the small flying sword into the gourd. Close your eyes, circulate the Azure Dragon's Roar technique, and after an hour, all your fatigue will disappear. Shen Gao stood up, stretched deeply, leaped down from the bluestone slab, went to the thatched hut, and said to Lu Shuan, Shuan, I'm going to the county. Lu Shuan's eyes lit up, and she was about to say that she wanted to go too, but then she remembered something, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She said softly, Husband, be careful. I will, Shen Gao said softly, stroking Lu Shuan's hair. Shuan has become so gentle, your husband loves her so much. Really? Lu Shuan's eyes lit up again. So it turns out her husband prefers gentle and virtuous women. From now on, Lu Shuan will definitely be a gentle, dignified, and virtuous wife. Shen Gao nodded heavily, which was considered an affirmation of Lu Shuan's words. Husband, wait a minute! Lu Shuan called out to Shen Gao again. Shen Gao turned to look at his willful sixth sister, wondering what she was thinking. At this moment, Lu Shuan ran into the thatched hut and pulled Lu Shuyao out. Husband, take third sister out. The house is too crowded and inconvenient. Lu Shuwan imitated her eldest sister Lu Shuyan and pulled Lu Shuyao to Shingao's side. Lu Shuyao's face instantly turned bright red, the redness spreading all the way down to her neck. Get on your horse, Shingao said with a smile, gesturing for Lu Shuyao to ride another warhorse. Husband, I can't ride a horse. Lu Shuyao was about to cry. Why couldn't she learn to ride a horse? The chance to go out with her husband would be wasted. Come here. Shingao gestured for Lu Shuyao to come over. Lu Shuyao didn't understand Shingao's meaning, but she still walked up to him. Shingao looked Lu Shuyao up and down. With such a plump figure, she must weigh over 100 pounds, right? Fortunately, he was riding a warhorse, which was strong and healthy, so going to the county town should not be a problem. Shingao stretched out his arms and gently picked up Lu Shuyao. Looking at the plump Lu Shuyao, it's surprising that she doesn't even weigh 100 pounds. Her flesh has only grown to the right places. Husband, I'm scared. Lu Shuyao was sitting on the horse with nowhere to hold on to. Besides, the warhorse was huge, and she was swaying back and forth, her heart pounding in her chest. Don't be afraid, your husband is here. With that, Shingao leaped onto the horse and sat behind Lu Shuyao, holding the reins in one hand and wrapping his arm around her with the other, protecting her. Drive dash! Shingao shouted, and his warhorse strode forward and began to gallop. Chapter 51 With your help, all 4 of my concubines are pregnant. As Lu Shuyao sat on horseback, gazing at the distant mountains and rivers, the lush greenery and beautiful scenery, she nearly fainted as she was thrown backward. She nestled tightly in Shingao's arms, motionless, her heart pounding wildly. In particular, Shingao's hand was across her chest, tightly embracing her slender waist. Her breasts, like water-filled papaya-shaped balloons, swung back and forth with the galloping of the warhorse, hitting Shingao's strong arms. A strange feeling arose from the bottom of her heart, growing stronger and stronger until she could hardly hold back. Lu Shuyao let out a soft hum and closed her eyes. But once I closed my eyes, my inner demons appeared. She realized that she and her husband were not riding horses, but rather it was as if they were on clouds, and her husband was like a fire that slowly ignited her. Sweat beaded on Lu Xiao's forehead and dripped down. Her back was pressed tightly against Shingao's chest, as if she had flown to the sky. Shingao was also feeling uncomfortable. Clusters of fire started burning from his lower abdomen, growing stronger and stronger, and turning increasingly red. Time flies, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the county town. After dismounting, Shingao carried Lu Xiao down. Their faces were burning hot, and they waited at the city gate for a while before the heat subsided. Ha! Shingao saw a missing person notice posted on both sides of the city gate from afar. The note read, Master Tianyi, where are you? Come quickly to Lijiaozwang, Sha Xian. With your help, all 4 of my concubines are pregnant. Please come to Sha Xian immediately. I have prepared all sorts of gifts for you. Please come quickly. The signature below is Li Fu from Shaxian County. Haha, who is this Master Tianyi? He's so powerful that he got 4 of Li Fu's concubines pregnant. Is Li Fu thanking him or trying to kill him? Nearby, the locals who were looking at the missing person notice were discussing it animatedly. I just don't know how he managed to get his 4 concubines pregnant. If I were in his shoes, I could get all 4 of them pregnant too, ha ha ha. Where do you think this Taoist priest Tianyi came from? Would he still dare to go to Li Fu's house in Shaxian County? I've met Li Fu from Shaxian once. Damn it, Li Fu has 3,000 acres of top-quality paddy fields and a huge manor. He only has 1 son with his wife. Later, he married several concubines, but none of them had children. Unexpectedly, he got pregnant with 4 at once this time. His head is greener than his 3,000 acres of wheat. Lu Shuyao and Shingao were also looking at the missing person notice when suddenly, Lu Shuyao seemed a little off. She remembered the last time her husband went to Shaxian with her 6th sister, Lu Shuwan. At that time, 6th sister was still using the name Lu Shuyan. 6th sister was with her husband all day long, so it was impossible for her to have any contact with Li Fu's 4 concubines. Husband, who got Li Fu's 4 concubines pregnant? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Shen Gao laughed. Of course it's Li Fu. Lu Xiao became even more curious. But the missing person notice said that she got pregnant with the help of Master Tianyi. Isn't Master Tianyi her husband? Li Fu was so happy that he wrote the wrong missing person notice. Shen Gao laughed at the notice. My husband cured his illness, so it became with my husband's help. Hee, now my husband's Taoist priest Tianyi is going to be famous. Lu Shuyao covered her mouth and giggled. Shen Gao didn't care about the missing person notice. After all, it was Li Fu who was embarrassed, not him, Shen Gao. Therefore, he took Lu Xiao's hand and led the horse into the city. Shuyao, once we've finished dealing with things in the county, your husband will take you to Lijiazwang in Shaxian County, Shen Gao said to Lu Shuyao as they walked. Lu Xiao nodded, then smiled again. I want to go and tease Li Fu. I bet you're not the only one making fun of him, Shen Gao said, rubbing his nose. The two chatted for a while and soon arrived at the Chu County government office. Young Master Shen, you've arrived! The clerk greeted him from afar, invited Shen Gao to the yamen, and offered him a stool to sit on. He then went to the back office to invite Wei Song. A moment later, Wei Song rushed out, holding a stack of documents, and quickly greeted Shen Gao. Young Master Shen, I have just finished writing the memorial to destroy Huangyan village. What do you think of it? Shen Gao took the memorial. Wei Song's regular script was neat and tidy, without a single alteration, and it was written with reason and evidence. The memorial described how Wei Song, Ma Yinglong, and Shen Gao discussed how to lure the enemy out of their hole, then wait for them to come to them, and wipe out Huangyan village in one fell swoop. It was written in great detail, and later it described how he thanked Shen Gao for his advice and rewarded him with the wasteland of Huangyan village. It was later written that in this battle, 306 people died, 256 were seriously wounded, and 360 were slightly wounded. Shen Gao looked at the number of dead and wounded, which was written down in detail, with names and surnames, and was well documented. In reality, only a dozen or so people died and a few more were injured, totaling just over 80. But when the report was sent to the imperial court, the number suddenly increased tenfold. Shen Gao ignored it, handed the memorial to Wei Song, and then asked about the third prince Xiao Jingyuan. Once Xiao Jingyuan was mentioned, Wei Song immediately launched into a long and detailed explanation. That day, He Qinhu and the second-in-command entered Kaoshan village ahead of time, intending to kill Shen Gao. Little did they know that Shen Gao was a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm. Just when he was about to be defeated, his junior brother Lu Zhenqing came to his aid. Two experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm were confident they could kill Shen Gao, but unexpectedly, the emperor sent 2 elite bodyguards to protect Shen Gao's family. Lu Zhenqing had to fight 2 guards separately. Without Lu Zhenqing's help, He Qinhu was hit by Shen Gao and seriously injured. Seeing that things were not going well, Lu Zhenqing picked up He Qinhu and fled. They fled all the way to the inn where the third prince Xiao Jingyuan was staying. When the third prince heard that his father, Emperor Xiao Qingzue, had sent secret guards to watch over Kaoshan village, he was shocked. Ignoring his serious injuries, he quickly bought several carriages and, along with He Qinhu and others, fled the county town. We sped towards Dao village. Dao village is sparsely populated and surrounded by towering mountains, so we can only stay here temporarily. Just as they arrived, the bandits who had fled from Huangyan village also arrived at Dao village. When He Qinhu heard that 2 masked men had attacked Huangyan village from the outside all the way into the village, forcing the men, women, and children in the village to flee, He Qinhu was shocked again. According to the description of the bandits who escaped, the 2 masked men and women were ruthless, and could take the lives of dozens of people with their scattering flowers technique. Lu Zhenqing and the third prince Xiao Jingyuan were also stunned. Shen Gao is a master of the acquired realm, and these 2 masked men also seem to have reached the acquired realm. In addition, the 2 secret guards sent by the emperor are also equivalent to the great perfection of the acquired realm. Therefore, Shen Gao's side has 4 great perfection of the acquired realm experts. Where do these acquired perfections come from? Chapter 52. Charcoal braised pheasant. The more it simmers, the more fragrant it becomes. Xiao Jinyuan is now seriously injured, as is He Qinhu, and only Lu Jinqing has escaped unscathed. They've become like frightened birds. Xiao Jinyuan was extremely anxious, so he sent 2 more people to invite Lu Jinqing's master, Xuanji Daoren, to come. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted by Wei Song's men on the way, who captured the 2 messengers and interrogated them overnight, which is how they obtained this information. I never imagined that Lu Jinqing's master was Xuanji Daoist, Wei Song exclaimed. Xuanji Daoist is ranked 2nd among the top experts in the Great Yin dynasty, and he is extremely protective of his own. If he comes this time, young Master Shin, you will have to bring out the 2 experts behind you, otherwise we will be no match for him. Shin Gao sighed inwardly. He no longer had 2 experts. The 2 masked people, a man and a woman, were actually him and Lu Shatong. However, Shin Gao said very confidently, those 2 are much more capable than me, but they are very low-key and don't want others to know about their existence. As Shin Gao said this, he decided to take the time to learn how to use the Yitian flying sword. Once he learned how to use the flying sword, he would have more ways to protect himself. In this way, even if Xuanji Daoren comes down the mountain, Shin Gao can still fight him. Understood, understood. Seeing Shin Gao's confidence, Wei Song nodded repeatedly, his respect for Shin Gao growing even stronger. With such a powerful assistant behind him, even if Lu Jinqing's master came, it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to Shin Gao. If we want to achieve further merit in the future, we will need young Master Shin's strong support. Wei Song clasped his hands and bowed to Shin Gao again. Shin Gao feigned smugness and said, Of course, of course. However, Lord Wei, have you forgotten something? What's wrong? Wei Song was taken aback. Shin Gao. Land deeds for Huangyan village. Wei Song slapped his forehead and said apologetically, Young Master Shin, everything is done. I'll bring it to you right away. As he spoke, Wei Song sent his advisor to fetch all the land deeds for Huangyan village. He handed it to Shin Gao respectfully. With these land deeds in hand, Shin Gao felt much more at ease. With the fields in Huangyan village, Shin Gao no longer had to worry about going hungry. With these, they gained their own power. Having obtained the land deed, Shin Gao and Lu Shuyao bid farewell to Wei Song and led their horses out of the county town. Husband, shall we go to Shaxian now? Lu Shuyao asked softly. That's right. Shin Gao smiled, but he took out 2 sets of Taoist robes from his bundle. One set was the one that his 6th sister, Lu Shuan, had worn last time, and he gave it to Lu Shuyao to wear. It fit her perfectly. The other set belonged to Shin Gao himself. Wearing this outfit, he once again raised the banner that read, Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine. Lu Shuyao glanced at Shin Gao's Taoist attire, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Husband, you really do look like a Taoist who's just trying to freeload. Who said I was freeloading? My husband really can cure diseases and save lives. Shin Gao also laughed. Little Shuyao, will you still sit in front of your husband this time? Shin Gao led the tall warhorse over, rearranged the saddle, and asked Lu Shuyao. No, my husband, I'll sit behind you. Lu Shuyao dared not sit in front of Shin Gao again, afraid that Shin Gao would make her blush and feel itchy and uncomfortable. All right. Shin Gao agreed, mounted his horse, and reached out his hand to Lu Shuyao. With a gentle pull, he led Lu Shuyao to sit down behind him. Lu Shuyao blushed and deliberately leaned back, trying her best to avoid contact with Shin Gao. Shin Gao didn't think much of it. He immediately whipped his horse's rump with the whip and shouted, Giddy up! The warhorse, in pain, kicked its hind legs and galloped forward like an arrow released from a bow. Ah dash! Lu Shuyao was thrown backward by the momentum of the warhorse charging forward, and fell backward. She cried out in surprise, stretched out her arms, and hugged Shin Gao tightly. He lay sprawled on Shin Gao's broad back. Drive dash! Shin Gao whipped the horse again, and the warhorse ran even faster, charging for more than 10 miles in no time. My husband, Lu Shuyao said, her breath sweet as orchids, as she embraced Shin Gao and whispered in his ear. I really want to sit behind you for the rest of my life. Little Shuyao, your husband will support you both your whole life. Shengao turned around and smiled. Dash! Lu Shuyao gave a soft hum and hugged Shengao even tighter. By this time, it was already dark, and the war horses, having run for so long, were starting to tire. Shengao wasn't in a hurry and let the war horses walk slowly to rest. As darkness finally fell, the two men and their horse arrived at the place where they had last encountered the third prince's black-clad guards. How about we spend the night here? Shengao asked Lu Shuyao. I'll listen to my husband. Lu Shuyao glanced at the spot, her face burning, thinking that tonight she would belong to her husband. I never expected it to be in the wild. If only I had a bed. After gathering firewood and lighting it, Shengao used his internal energy to look around and discovered that a pheasant was hiding in the grass about 500 meters away. Little Shuyao, you wait here for your husband. I'll go get a pheasant, Shengao said with a smile. But my husband, I'm scared. Lu Shuyao felt a surge of panic and tightly gripped Shengao's hand. Don't be afraid, your husband will be back in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. With that, Shengao took out a short knife and handed it to Lu Shuyao. There's nothing around. Just wait for your husband to return. As Shengao spoke, he lightly leaped onto the treetop and ran towards the bushes. When they arrived, Shengao picked up a pebble, aimed at the pheasant in the grass, and flicked it lightly. The pebble flew out and hit the pheasant on the head. The pheasant flapped its wings a few times and then lay still. Shengao grabbed the pheasant and retraced his steps. Lu Shuyao was in a panic when she suddenly heard a sound. She turned around and saw Shengao holding a pheasant in his hand. They plucked the pheasant's feathers, dug a hole, buried the pheasant inside, and then placed red-hot charcoal inside. Soon after, a delicious aroma of meat wafted over. It smells so good! Lu Shuyao exclaimed softly, her mouth watering. Another half-hour passed, and the aroma of the pheasant grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, thick oils oozed out, causing the charcoal to catch fire. Shengao moved the firewood away and used a bamboo pole to pick out the pheasant. He tore off a pheasant leg and handed it to Lu Shuyao, saying, Little Shuyao, come and taste this charcoal roasted chicken. Delicious! Lu Shuyao took a small bite and was immediately captivated by its deliciousness. Tender meat, a light salty taste, a fragrant aroma, and so crispy. Husband, you should eat too, Lu Shuyao said, placing the chicken leg near Shengao's mouth. Shengao opened his mouth wide and took a bite, chewing it heartily. So delicious. The two showed off their affection and soon finished off the pheasant. After rinsing my mouth with some water, it was finally time to rest. Shengao gently pulled Lu Shuyao into his arms. Little Shuyao, let's sleep? But where will we sleep? Chapter 53. Husband, the bed is gone. Shengao smiled. He immediately communicated with the gourd and transformed it into a transparent air bed. They have beds, mosquito nets, and other amenities. There was no blanket. Shengao pulled Lu Shuyao along and gently pulled her down onto the transparent bed. Husband, Lu Shuyao said in a trembling voice. What kind of bed is this? It's so soft. Shengao didn't speak, but gently hugged Lu Shuyao and kissed her lips. Lu Shuyao was immediately confused and her mind went blank. The gourd blocked out all sound and all external interference. In the darkness, even the mosquitoes and insects flying around would never imagine that there were two people working hard here. After half an hour of hard work, Lu Shuyao, covered in sweat, lay on the transparent bed and fell into a deep sleep. Shengao slowly withdrew his hand from under Lu Xuyao's head, then sat up from the bed. He walked to the open space, took out 10 small flying swords, and began practicing the Yi Tian flying sword technique. Although Shengao had memorized the Yi Tian flying sword technique, for some reason, after practicing for a long time, he could only grasp the basics. This flying sword technique is divided into 3 levels. The first level involves using flying swords to kill, and it allows you to control 10 flying swords simultaneously. Upon reaching the second level, one can simultaneously control 100 flying swords to attack enemies from different directions. At the third level, which is the level of mastery of flying swords, one can not only control 300 flying swords at the same time, but also fly on the swords. Shin Gao looked at the Yi Tian flying sword manual, and wondered if it was really that magical. The ancient era he transmigrated to was, in the original owner's memories, just an ordinary dynasty, without any cultivation of immortality. Why do the 3 levels of this Yi Tian flying sword seem somewhat like cultivation of immortality? Strangely, Shin Gao practiced the Yi Tian flying sword for a long time, but only mastered a part of the first level. He controlled 10 flying swords with his mental power, and could accurately hit a large tree 30 meters away. However, the force was still somewhat insufficient. He practiced for a full hour before going to bed to rest. The next day, the two woke up from their sleep. Lu Shuyao opened her eyes and found that she was not wearing any clothes. She screamed and hid in Shin Gao's arms. She hurriedly put on her clothes, blushed, and went to the ravine to fetch some stream water to wash her face. When no one was around, the blush on her face slowly faded. After washing their faces, the two returned to the place where they had slept the night before. The warhorse had been eating grass all night, and was standing there snorting, full of grazing. "Husband, where is the bed from last night?" Lu Shuyao wanted to see the transparent bed. Shin Gao smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he took Lu Xuyao's hand and reached forward to touch her. She actually touched a bed, but Lu Shuyao couldn't see it at all. When I touched it again, there was nothing there. Lu Shuyao was stunned. "Husband, the bed is gone." "Don't worry, this was conjured by my husband's true energy. It appears whenever he needs it, and when he doesn't, it becomes nothing." Shin Gao didn't want to reveal the gourd's existence, so he used true energy as an excuse. Lu Shuyao believed it to be true and stopped asking about it. With an hour's journey still to Lijiazhuang in Shaxian County, the two men jumped onto their war horses and hurried on, taking advantage of the still cool weather. When we were about 10 miles away from Lijiazhuang, there were noticeably more people on the road. I started encountering more and more Taoist priests. There were young Taoist priests and old ones. There is only one pair of Taoist priests like Shin Gao, consisting of a man and a woman, riding a horse together. Besides the Taoist priests, there were also some people riding horses, with menacing faces and repulsive appearances. Their direction was almost the same as Shin Gao's, heading towards Lijiazhuang. Shin Gao was puzzled as to why so many people were heading towards Li family village. Could something have happened in Lijiazhuang? Shin Gao immediately remembered that Li Fu had bought 100,000 taels of silver worth of jade and given it to him as a reward. Could it be that the bandits had found out about this? With that in mind, Shin Gao quickened his pace. We finally arrived at the entrance of Lijiazhuang. Shin Gao was secretly taken aback. Dozens of Taoist priests had gathered at the entrance of Li family village. Shin Gao dismounted and, leading his warhorse with Lu Shuyao, shouted loudly, make way, I need to enter the manor." The Taoist priests turned around at the sound and saw Shin Gao and Lu Shuyao dressed in Taoist robes, and immediately burst into laughter. "You must be a Taoist priest from the Heavenly Dao sect? How come even a female Taoist priest from the Heavenly Dao sect has come?" Several Taoist priests said with loud laughter. Shin Gao was taken aback. How did they know the Taoist name he used when he was pretending to be a Taoist priest? He immediately nodded. "Amiba, I am indeed the Taoist Master Tianyi." "Ha!" Upon hearing Shin Gao's words, the other Taoist priests burst into laughter. "Even the female Taoist priest Tianyi has come over. Female Taoist priest, how did you manage to get Li Fu's 4 concubines pregnant?" Lu Shuyao was also stunned. Only her husband was a Taoist priest from the Heavenly Dao sect? Why do they call themselves Taoist priests? Shin Gao was somewhat confused and stopped moving forward. He stopped, casually pulled over a Taoist priest, and asked, "Amiba, why are so many Taoist priests gathered here?" The Taoist priest sneered. "You don't even know this? What are you doing here pretending to be a Taoist priest?" Shin Gao's eyes darted around, and he immediately took out 10 copper coins from his pocket, secretly slipped them into his hand, and whispered, "I heard about this gathering on the way here, so I brought my female disciple here to broaden her horizons. Master, why don't you explain this to us so that we may know what's going on? The Taoist priest took 10 copper coins, and his expression softened. He then told Shengao the whole story in detail. It turned out that after Shengao cured Li Fu and his son's illness in Lijiaozhuang, they immediately slept with his 4 concubines. In just half a month, all 4 of Li Fu's concubines became pregnant. After the doctor confirmed that she was pregnant, Li Fu was overjoyed. He immediately set out personally, carrying 100,000 taels of silver, and after a long and arduous journey, he purchased 100,000 taels of top-quality jade. They also hired bodyguards to escort the jade, which led to several robberies along the way, but the bodyguards from the escort agency dealt with them. Jade Zhang was escorted back to the village, covered in dust and grime. Almost everyone in Shaxian County knew about him. This finally attracted the attention of several bandits in Shaxian County, who sent more than 100 bandits to attack Lijiaozhuang. However, Li family village was built very solidly, and the walls surrounding the manor were comparable to those of a county town. The bandits suffered half their casualties and gained nothing, eventually leaving in disgrace. Having a piece of jade worth 100,000 taels of silver in hand was like a hot potato for Li Fu, leaving him at a loss for what to do. This jade must be sent away quickly, otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of various groups. Therefore, Li Fu spent money to make missing person notices and posted them in several surrounding counties such as Shaxian, Chuxian, and Yexian, in search of Master Tianyi. As long as you find the Taoist Master Tianyi, you will receive a great gift. As a result, experts from all over the country, dressed in Taoist robes, all claimed to be Taoist priests from the Heavenly Tao sect and came to see Li Fu, asking him to give them great gifts. Shengao was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. All these Taoist priests turned out to be Master Tianyi. Chapter 54. A bowl of water cures all diseases. The Taoist priest spoke to Shengao in a low voice. Based on Shengao's own judgment, he finally realized that the news of Li Fu getting him 100,000 taels of silver worth of top-quality jade had been leaked. The reason so many people gathered here was to make some money. Just then, another loud shout came from outside. Make way, make way! I am the Taoist priest Tianyi, here to impregnate the 4 concubines of the wealthy Li. Upon hearing this, the Taoist priests around burst into laughter. They readily made way for him, allowing him to step forward. Open the door! I am the Taoist master of Tianyi! The man shouted aggressively. You are not the Taoist master Tianyi! The guard on the gate shouted in a deep voice. Why? The newcomer asked loudly, his eyes wide. No comment! The head guard at the gate replied with 4 words. The man walked away dejectedly, plopped down, and revealed a soft sword at his waist. Upon seeing this, Shengao and Lu Xiao thought to themselves that these were all martial arts practitioners. It seemed that the Li family village had indeed been going through a difficult time these past few days. At this moment, the Taoist priest who had been whispering with Shengao said, My name is Yang Huago. May I ask your honorable name, Taoist priest? Shengao smiled and said, Immeasurable heavenly venerable, my name is Tianyi, but others call me Taoist Tianyi. You jest, Taoist master. Yang Huago was very unhappy, thinking to himself that Shengao didn't give him any face at all, and didn't even dare to reveal his real name. Maybe he's a fugitive wanted by the authorities. Yang Huago glared at Shengao and said angrily, If you really are a Taoist priest, why don't you go knock on the door? He continued, I'm afraid you'll be kicked out like a beggar. At this moment, someone nearby also heard Yang Huago's words and immediately sneered. Some people don't even look at themselves. Skinny as a beet, how could you possibly get Li Fu's 4 concubines pregnant? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. Li Fu himself was useless, so he insisted on finding Master Tianyi to get his 4 concubines pregnant. Master Tianyi must have been as strong as a boar. Everyone burst into laughter again. Shengao pointed to the triangular flag he was holding and said with a smile, Look at this. Even the most difficult and complicated diseases can be cured. This is the skill that made the 4 concubines of the wealthy Li family pregnant. Upon seeing this, Everyone burst into even louder laughter. Yang Huago was so angry he laughed. If you were in your 30s or 50s, we would believe you could cure difficult and complicated diseases. But you are younger than me, Yang Huago, so even the rich manly wouldn't believe you are a Taoist priest. Brother, you'd better put the flag down quickly, or you'll be laughed at and leave looking utterly humiliated. Although Yang Huago despised Shen Gao for not daring to reveal his real name, he still kindly advised him. Shen Gao smiled and instead raised the banner that read, "Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine." Even higher. Yang Huago, come with me, Master Tianyi, and I'll take you to see the excitement. Shen Gao invited Yang Huago with a smile. Alright, I, Yang Huago, would like to see how you're going to handle this, brother. Yang Huago said, following behind Shen Gao. Everyone make way. I, Master Tianyi, specialize in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. My medicine is effective and cures all ailments. Shen Gao walked at the front and shouted loudly. Hey kid, stop bragging. Look at what disease I have. A burly man dressed as a Taoist priest stretched out his hand, blocking Shen Gao's way. Shen Gao immediately communicated with the gourd in his mind, and the gourd had already analyzed clearly what disease the strong man had. You have a very serious illness. Shen Gao leaned close to the burly man and whispered in his ear. Every time you have sex with your wife, you only need to count 1, 2, 3 and you're done. The burly man was greatly surprised upon hearing this. It's unbelievable. He's had this problem for 20 years. Every time they have sex, he finishes in just 3 thrusts. Every time his wife feels lonely and empty, she occasionally has an affair, and he's helpless. Taoist master, please save me! As soon as Shen Gao finished speaking, this strong and muscular man, ignoring the astonished looks of the crowd, knelt down with a thump. What the heck is he doing? Is he playing along to fool us? No, look at his eyes, tears are streaming down his face. He doesn't seem to be acting. He must have some terminal illness, right? Like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, this kid actually guessed right. The crowd around them were gossiping and mocking Shen Gao and the man. Shen Gao stretched out his hand and said, 10 taels of silver, and I, Master Tianyi, guarantee you a complete cure. Good heavens! He even knew that he had 10 taels of silver in his own pocket. The strong man was full of admiration. He steeled his heart, took out all the silver, and gave it to Shen Gao, saying, Master, please cure my illness. Shen Gao magically produced a bowl of water containing only 1/10 of a drop of spiritual liquid. Drink this, and your illness will be cured immediately. Without hesitation, the strong man picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Such a clumsy trick, trying to fool us. However, this strong and muscular man suddenly discovered that there was a fire inside him, rising from his thighs and burning his whole body with heat. A place that had been silent for 20 years suddenly began to stir and proudly raise its head. Master, thank you! The strong man roared, rushed out without hesitation, leaped onto his horse, and galloped away. No one could believe it. Then, another man walked up to Shen Gao with a nonchalant air and chuckled. I'm not acting. If you can tell me about my illness, I'll call you Grandpa. Shen Gao glanced at him and was immediately taken aback. I can't cure your illness. Because you're about to die. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, the man flew into a rage, drew his broadsword from his waist, and roared. Boy, how dare you curse me to die! As he spoke, he raised his broadsword to strike, but in that instant, the man suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out. My stomach hurts! He casually threw down the knife in his hand, his face turned deathly pale, and collapsed to the ground. He twitched a few times and then lay still. Several brave people went forward to check and were stunned when they found that he was really dead. A miracle doctor, truly a miracle doctor. Just then, a dark-skinned, skinny man came up to Shen Gao and asked, Miracle doctor, can you tell what's wrong with me? Shen Gao glanced at him and blurted out, Irregular menstruation. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter again. There's no such thing as a man having irregular periods. This miracle doctor seems a bit fake. To everyone's astonishment, the dark-skinned, thin young man actually bowed to Shingao and said, "Divine Doctor, please cure my menstrual irregularities." As he spoke, the dark-skinned, thin boy took off his headscarf, revealing a head of beautiful hair that fluttered in the wind. He was actually a woman. "Drink this, and you'll be cured. You'll never get this disease again." Shingao handed her a small bowl of water. The woman took the bowl that Shingao handed her, and drank the water in one gulp. "Divine Doctor, I have no way to repay you, so I am willing to offer myself in marriage." Chapter 55. Princess Calabash, you're ruthless. Wow. Shingao quickly turned around, his figure swaying as he retreated. "Don't scare me, I already have 6 wives." The dirty, thin, and dark-skinned woman flashed her pearly white teeth. "One more of me won't make a difference. Divine Doctor, I have no money, so I offer myself in gratitude." "Forget it, I don't want your money." Shingao quickly took a few steps back. "It would be even better if you didn't ask for money. I'd gladly offer myself in return." The dark-skinned, thin woman pressed herself against him again. At this moment, Yang Huago quickly stepped behind Shingao and stood in front of the dark-skinned, thin woman. "How about you marry me?" The dark-skinned, thin woman looked Yang Huago up and down a few times, then scoffed. "You wish?" Seeing that this woman was clinging to her husband like a leech, Lu Shuyao immediately raised her head and hugged Shingao's hand in her arms, as if to assert her ownership. "Have you no shame? This is my husband." Lu Shuyao glared at the dark-skinned, thin woman. "Sister, a tree without bark will surely die, but a person without shame is invincible. Those of us who live in the martial world and care about our reputation are all starving to death." The dark-skinned, thin woman laughed again, not caring at all that Lu Shuyao was calling her shameless. "Haha, miracle doctor, just take her in. Although she's a bit dark-skinned and ugly, she's quite quick-witted." A Taoist priest next to him looked at the dirty, dark, and smelly woman and said in a mocking tone. Everyone burst into laughter again. "Divine Doctor, if you can cure this woman's dark skin, I am willing to pay 1 tael of silver. I'll offer 30 copper coins." "Haha, I have 50. Looking at the dark-skinned, thin woman, Shingao immediately asked Hulu. "Princess Hulu, please speak. Can this dark-skinned woman's dark skin be cured?" Hee. Shingao immediately heard the gourd's crisp laughter in his mind. "Master, you're really going to make me laugh to death. Can it be cured or not?" Shingao asked with a serious expression. "Giggle." Gourd chuckled, then said, "This woman isn't dark at all. She's just protecting herself by mixing black soil with pigment and applying it to her face. All it takes is a basin of water to restore her original color. Princess Calabash, you're ruthless." After secretly despising the gourd, Shingao immediately became high-spirited. "Everyone, I, the heavenly Taoist, have the ability to whiten her skin, but this will consume my magical power. Fellow Taoists, those who have money, please support me financially. Those who don't, please support me by giving me a round of applause." Dozens of Tiani Taoist masters laughed and applauded. Those who promised to pay did indeed bring the money up and piled it high on the wooden tray in front of the thin, dark-skinned woman. Shingao asked someone for a large wooden basin, scooped water from the river not far away, took out a towel and a piece of soap, and placed them in front of the dark-skinned, thin woman. The dark-skinned, thin woman sighed, her eyes fixed on Shingao. "Taoist master, if I wash myself, I'll truly have no choice but to follow you." Shingao asked, puzzled. "Why?" "Because once I wash off the grime on my face, I won't be able to walk even a mile without countless people eyeing me." The dark-skinned, thin woman once again showed a solemn expression. "That's easy. From now on, you'll be my maid. Who would dare to kidnap you?" Shingao smiled. "This is the only way. Your servant, Ding Xiang, greets you, young master." The dark-skinned, thin woman bowed to Shingao. "Then I took the towel and washed my face, neck and hands thoroughly." Finally, the dark-skinned, thin woman raised her head and looked at Shingao. "Hiss dash!" Dozens of Tiani Taoist masters gasped in unison. This cross-dressing, smelly Taoist priestess who joked and teased them was surprisingly beautiful after being cleaned up. Her large, dark eyes blinked, full of intelligence. That patch of snow-white skin, pure and flawless. Her cherry-like lips and 2 red lips were incredibly charming. "Miracle Doctor, sell her to me for 5 taels of silver!" Suddenly, a burly man said in a deep voice. Ding Xiang stood quietly, her big, blinking eyes looking at Shen Gao. Shen Gao glared at the big guy and spat out a single word. "Get lost! 50 taels of silver!" The burly man glared fiercely at Shen Gao, increasing the price tenfold. 50 taels of silver could buy 5 top-quality maids. Now, in order to get clothes, the big guy actually offered 50 taels of silver. It seems he's determined to get Ding Xiang. Shen Gao ignored him and led Ding Xiang, Lu Shuyao, and Yang Huago toward the manor gate. "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences." The burly man's anger rose from his heart, and his evil intentions grew. He gritted his teeth and growled, then suddenly drew a large cleaver with a ghost-like head and raised it high. Everyone gasped and watched coldly. They were able to come here, and since they were using the guise of being Taoist priests, they must have some skill or ability. They frequently traveled the martial arts world, and had done plenty of murder and robbery. Seeing the big guy's audacity, he secretly sighed. It seems that this miracle doctor died on the spot. What a pity! He gave up being a perfectly good healer to insist on stealing a woman of unparalleled beauty. He has no skills whatsoever, yet he wants to be a hero. It wouldn't be so unjust to die under this big guy's ghost-headed blade. No one seemed uncomfortable with the sight as they stared at the massive, 10-pound cleaver, which gleamed coldly as it slashed down. Shen Gao didn't even look, and just casually swung his hand behind him. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the big guy, along with his ghost-headed broadsword, was sent flying like he'd been hit by a speeding meteor. It did several somersaults on the ground, then fell to the ground and lay motionless. Everyone looked over and saw that the huge man, weighing 200 pounds, had his eyes rolled back and was already dead. Dozens of Tiani Taoist masters took 3 steps back in unison, not daring to approach Shen Gao. This man, who looked like a frail scholar, casually swung his palm with such tremendous power. No wonder he dared to travel the world with a beautiful woman without changing his expression. No wonder he dared to take Ding Xiang as his maid and remained calm. Shen Gao stood still, and wherever his gaze fell, those Tiani Taoist masters took 3 steps back. They all lowered their heads and dared not look at Shen Gao. Shen Gao ignored them, holding up the triangular flag in his hand, and walked step by step toward the gate of Li Jiaozuang. Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine, Shen Gao said in a deep voice, channeling his inner strength at the great perfection of the acquired realm. I, the heavenly Taoist, have come to meet the wealthy Master Li. The booming sound immediately carried deep into the Li family village. In just a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared on the wall above the gate of Li family village. It was none other than Li Fu, the wealthy tycoon. That thunderous shout just now was so familiar. It was the real voice of Master Tiani. He ran as fast as he could and immediately reached the wall of the manor gate, searching around. Suddenly, he saw Shen Gao holding a triangular flag, and the triangular flag that read, Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine. Master Tiani, he's here. Chapter 56 The Great Teleportation Technique. Standing on the wall surrounding the manor gate, Li Fu suddenly burst into tears. Taoist Master, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for so long. He jumped down from the wall while crying, opened the gate himself, ran to Shen Gao, and knelt down, sobbing. Taoist Master, you've come. I'm not afraid anymore. All the fake Tiani Taoist masters surrounding the area were taken aback. So he was the real Master Tiani. These dozens of so-called Tiani Taoist masters are all imposters. Mr. Li, you're so kind. Shen Gao quickly helped Li Fu up. Li Fu laughed and cried at the same time, and quickly invited Shen Gao into the manor. Yang Huago chuckled and followed. Ding Xiang, dressed in a Taoist robe, followed behind Shen Gao. Li Fu asked in confusion. Who are you? I am a servant of Master Tiani. Yang Huago said with a grin, rushing into the manor gate first. I am Ding Xiang, a maidservant of Master Tianyi. Please excuse me. With that, Ding Xiang slipped into the manor gate. Only Lu Shuyao, with her ample bosom thrusting out, grabbed Shen Gao's arm and introduced him to Li Fu. This is my husband. So you're all the Taoist priest's men. Please come in, please come in. Li Fu invited the four of them in, and the manor door immediately closed. The five of them sat down in a pavilion. Li Fu ordered his men to bring tea and fruit, and then sat in the pavilion to entertain Shen Gao. Mr. Li, there's something wrong with how you wrote that missing person notice, Shen Gao said softly, taking a sip of tea. What's the problem? Li Fu asked, somewhat puzzled. You cannot write that it was with my help that the 4 concubines became pregnant. Shen Gao had no choice but to tell him the truth. Master, with your help, all 4 of my concubines became pregnant in less than half a month. Li Fu scratched his head. That's true, isn't it? Li the rich man, people will think you're being cuckolded by writing this. Yang Huago chuckled. How many people have you attracted to impersonate Master Tianyi by writing this? Li Fu then realized that these so-called Tianyi Taoist masters were all attracted by his unclear missing person notice. If it were stated that it was the divine physician Tianyi Dao who cured his illness, which led to his 4 concubines becoming pregnant, wouldn't that make things clear? He was so anxious at the time that he didn't think about all that. Taoist master, I have prepared all the jade you requested. Please take it away quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Li Fu was in a hurry to hand over the jade worth 100,000 taels of silver to Shen Gao, so he only drank a few sips of tea before trying to get Shen Gao to take the jade away. No rush, Shen Gao said slowly, taking a sip of tea. He picked up a slice of watermelon and took a bite. Since you value loyalty so much, I, the master of Tianyi, am also a person of loyalty. I must eliminate those who threaten you and ensure you have no worries. Li Fu was a little anxious. Taoist master, you can't handle so many bandits by yourself. We still have 600 strong men in our village who can protect Li family village. Taoist master, you should take the jade and leave as soon as possible, and don't let anyone know. Shen Gao was very satisfied with Li Fu, who valued morality and loyalty. They promised to get 100,000 taels of silver worth of jade within 3 months, and they got it done in less than a month. Such efficiency would be difficult to achieve even in modern times. If we could recruit him, he would definitely become a very capable merchant. Mr. Li, call your son Li Gui over so I, the Taoist priest, can examine him again? Shen Gao wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and told Li Fu to call his son Li Gui over. Li Fu patted his forehead upon hearing this. He had almost forgotten about this important matter. He quickly sent someone to summon Li Gui, and then sent another servant to fetch the 4 concubines. Before long, Li Gui arrived. Upon seeing Shen Gao, he immediately knelt down and said, Taoist master, thank you for saving my life. Come here, come to the Taoist priest. Shen Gao beckoned to Li Gui, who then walked up to Shen Gao. Shen Gao quickly had Hulu examine Li Gui, and everything was moving in a positive direction. Li Gui's body was getting stronger and stronger. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Your son is in excellent health. Upon hearing this, Li Fu was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. After a while, Li Fu's 4 concubines also came over one after another, bowed to Shen Gao, and stood there. Shen Gao only lightly touched their pulses, and the gourd was able to analyze their conditions. They are indeed pregnant, and the embryos are normal, with normal implantation. They were prescribed some medicine to help with pregnancy and were instructed to decoct and take it. With the matter settled, at Li Fu's urging, Shen Gao stood up and went with Li Fu to the jade warehouse. Lu Shuyao also stood up. Husband, I also want to go and see. Little Shuyao, wait here for your husband. He'll be right back after just one look. Ding Xiang and Yang Huigu also showed great curiosity, but Shen Gao would never allow them to follow. Therefore, both of them remained seated. When we were only 30 steps away from the warehouse, Hulu's excited voice rang in my mind. Master! Purple jade, red jade, corundum, these are all top-grade jade stones, and they are all mine. Shengao. Fine, they're all yours. Li Fu opened the warehouse door and found 3 wooden shelves inside, on which hundreds of jade stones were neatly arranged, emitting a shimmering light. Wow! Master, this jade is top grade. And this one too. It's wonderful. These jades are enough for me to eat for a year. Shengao was overjoyed. Being able to eat for a year meant that with these jade stones, Shengao had a real chance of becoming a master of the first level of the innate realm. Master, Li Fu said somewhat embarrassedly. When we were transporting these jade stones back, we hired dozens of bodyguards to escort them, and several of them died before we were able to get them back. I wonder how you plan to transport these jade stones? If you need them, I will immediately go and fetch another team of bodyguards to protect them. Shengao shook his head. No need, no need. I'll use my teleportation technique to move them all away right away. The method of teleportation? Upon hearing this, Li Fu's mind began to wander. There are 3 shelves here, containing hundreds of pieces of jade, all of them top grade, or even the finest quality. These jade pieces weigh a total of 3,000 jin, approximately 1,500 kilograms, and it took 10 large horse-drawn carts to transport them back. Now Master Tianyi says there is a way to teleport. Master, may I witness this teleportation technique? Li Fu's curiosity grew stronger. Shengao wanted to hear those words. He wanted to make these jade stones disappear right under Li Fu's nose. This will achieve the goal of deterring Li Fu. Alright, this Taoist priest will show you this teleportation technique. As Shengao spoke, he closed the warehouse door, inserted a wooden bolt from the inside, and added a lock. The 2 walked along the shelves, and every piece of jade that they could touch disappeared in the blink of an eye. In less than a few breaths, the entire warehouse was empty. These jade stones were all moved away right in front of Li Fu. Thump! Li Fu was so shocked that he immediately knelt down in front of Shengao. Chapter 57 I'm willing. Master! Li Fu prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Taoist Master, is this some kind of magic? Shengao simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying. The more this happened, the more Li Fu believed that Shengao possessed magical powers. Good heavens! Master Tianyi really does know immortal magic. No wonder he cured his son's illness and his own illness with just a bowl of water. What incredible luck he had in his life to encounter such a powerful Taoist priest. Li Fu recalled how he had spent 100,000 taels of silver to buy jade, and how he had gone through many hardships to return to Li family village. This attracted several groups of people to attack, all wanting to seize this enormous wealth. As a result, many people in Lijiaoxing died. Now that Li Fu saw Shengao's powerful magic, he finally believed that Master Tianyi truly had the ability to protect Li family village. Taoist Master, please save me! Please save Li family village! Li Fu knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times to Shengao. Shengao gently lifted Li Fu up, saying, Mr. Li, please get up quickly. But Li Fu stubbornly refused to get up. Taoist Master, if you don't agree, Li Fu, won't get up. Sigh. Shengao sighed deeply, deliberately frowning as if he had something difficult to say. Seeing Shengao's attitude, Li Fu wondered if he wanted all of Li family village's assets. Li Fu thought that rather than letting those despicable bandits and robbers take it away, it would be better to let Master Tianyi have it. In this way, Li Fu's family established a good relationship with Master Tianyi, and if they were to fall ill in the future, they would be able to receive timely treatment. Master, if you are willing to save Li family village, I am willing to give you all my wealth. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Shengao waved his hand, interrupting Li Fu. All the property in Li family village is yours. I won't take a single tael of silver. I now possess a fertile piece of land and would like to ask the wealthy Mr. Li to help manage it. Would that be possible? Master, are you asking me to be your steward? Li Fu's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I was thinking. Shengao nodded with a smile. This is brilliant. Not only can we take care of Li family village, but we can also board the warship of the heavenly Tao sect leader. With the protection of the Taoist priest Tianyi, who would dare to invade Li family village. Taoist Master, Li Fu bowed to Shen Gao. I am willing. Shen Gao chuckled inwardly, finally achieving his goal. All right, since that's the case, then I'll sign a contract with Li the rich man, and from now on, the affairs of Li family village will be my affairs. Li Fu nodded repeatedly, and the two drafted a contract in the warehouse, each signing and pressing their fingerprints on it. Li Fu, my real name is Shen Gao. I'm from Kaoshan Village in Chu County, and I manage real estate in Huanyan Village. What? Huanyan Village? Isn't that the territory of the bandit He Qinhu? Knowing Li Fu's doubts, Shen Gao told him what had happened. Li Fu was increasingly astonished. He Qinhu of Huanyan Village, who was said to have mastered the skills of the Taoist Xuanji, was unexpectedly defeated by young Master Shen. Young Master Shen, please rest assured, I have made arrangements for Li family village and will accompany you to Huanyan Village. After discussing it for a while, the two decided that the affairs of Li family village would be temporarily handled by their uncle and steward, Li Qian, who would also take good care of the Li family. He also arranged for his trusted brother Li Yin to take charge of the Li family's servants and guards. After everything was agreed upon, the two of them came out of the warehouse. He locked the storeroom door again, returned to the living room, and then ordered someone to call his cousin, Li Qian. Li Qian arrived shortly afterward. Uncle Qian, I'm leaving Li family village for a while. I'll be entrusting all the affairs of Li family village to you for the time being. If there are any problems you can't solve, you can ask Li Yin for help, or wait for me to come back. Li Qian didn't think about anything else. He bowed slightly and said softly, I will obey the patriarch's orders. Then he called his wife and son, Li Gui, over and gave them some instructions. Having arranged the important matters, he suddenly heard an urgent horn sounding outside. Oh no! Enemy attack! Li Futing stood up abruptly. Just as he stepped out of the living room, he was met by the private guards who had come to deliver a message. Master, something terrible has happened! 500 bandits have surrounded our Li family village. Li Fu looked at Shen Gao and said softly, Taoist master, would you like to take a look? Shen Gao nodded. The group climbed the steps and ascended the wall surrounding the manor gate. This wall should actually be called a city wall. 2 war horses can walk side by side on it, and the servants and guards can run back and forth on it without any problem. The group arrived at the top of the manor wall and saw 3 groups of people approaching from afar. The leader was a burly, dark-skinned man riding a fine horse, carrying a long, thick sword. He was as arrogant as could be. This is Black Tiger, the leader of Crouching Tiger Stronghold. Yang Huago cried out upon seeing the man. It's Black Tiger. I didn't expect Black Tiger to come too. Li Fu frowned and turned to look at Shen Gao. Taoist, the Black Tiger of Wohe village once killed a fierce tiger with its bare hands. I heard that the imperial court sent troops to exterminate it several times, but they all returned empty-handed. Yes, Yang Huago said anxiously. Black Tiger's signature weapon, that long-handled broadsword, once killed 36 government soldiers. His goal in coming here must be to take the jade worth 100,000 taels of silver. On the other side, a burly, bald man covered in scars rode up on horseback, carrying a huge spiked club. Chao Tu Chang! Yang Huago exclaimed in shock once again. Damn it, even Chao Tu Chang has been mobilized. He's the biggest bandit leader in Yi County. Li Dekaiju, Li family village is finished. As the third rider slowly approached, Yang Huago's eyes rolled back, and he clung tightly to Li Fu, trembling uncontrollably. My God, this fat monk wielding the crescent shovel is the Fat Butcher Monk. This bandit leader who cuts heads like they're cutting hemp is ranked 3rd among the bandits and outlaws within a 500-mile radius. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and stopped in front of the manor gate. The dozens of fake, Master Channy, figures in front of the manor gate had not yet left, and were staring intently at the 3 approaching figures. Get out of my way, or you'll die! A Taoist priest, holding a long sword, roared angrily at the 3 bandit leaders. He had roamed through 3 provinces and 15 prefectures of the great Yan dynasty, and had seen all sorts of formidable figures. These big guys on horseback were just all bark and no bite. Chao Tuqiang touched his bald head, somewhat surprised. You told me to get lost? The three of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. "What the hell are you laughing at?" another Master Tianyi roared. "Laugh again, and I'll slaughter all of your hundreds of men!" Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk jumped off their horses, wielding heavy weapons, and swayed as they pressed forward. "Kill!" a Taoist priest roared. "Everyone, attack together and kill these bandits!" Dozens of Tianyi Taoist masters were like gunpowder, raising their weapons and yelling wildly as they charged towards the three fat monks. Chapter 58. Time's up, let's make our move. Black Tiger, Grasshead Strong, and Fat Slaughter Monk, holding their heavy weapons, coldly watched the Taoist priest charging towards them. Suddenly, as if by prior arrangement, the three men brandished their weapons, roaring as their broadswords, spiked clubs, and crescent shovels swept across the battlefield, causing men and horses to fall and blood to splatter everywhere. Dozens of Master Tianyi, who had roamed the martial world for many years and possessed great skills, were wiped out in just a few moves. Not a single one survived. The three men stepped forward simultaneously, wiping their weapons on the corpses to remove the bloodstains. Dragging their weapons, they slowly walked through the middle of the corpses. "Mr. Li, if you present us with the jade worth 100,000 taels of silver, the three of us will withdraw our troops and pretend we were never here." With a light lift, Black Tiger swung the huge long sword onto his shoulder and shouted loudly at Li Fu on the gate wall. "I'll give you the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. After that, all the property of the Li family manor will belong to the three of us." Chao Tukyang took out 3 thin incense sticks from his pocket, blew on the tinderbox, lit one of them, and stuck it in the yellow earth mound next to him. "Besides that, all the men in Lijiazwang were killed, and the women came up the mountain with me. I would play with one every day and then kill her." The fat butcher monk brandished his gleaming crescent shovel, revealing several large yellow teeth in his mouth. Li Fu stared intently at the incense stick below, which was slowly burning and getting shorter and shorter. "Master, what do we do now?" Li Qian, the head steward of Li family manor, stood beside Li Fu and asked in a deep voice. "Master, I am willing to lead the guards and servants to fight these lawless bandits." Li Fu's most trusted confidant, Li Yin, roared, drew an arrow, nocked it, and aimed at Black Tiger. The arrow struck Black Tiger like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, Black Tiger stretched out his hand and knocked the arrow to the ground. "Fine," Black Tiger said coldly. "The time will be reduced by 1 incense stick's time." Suddenly, he drew his knife and severed one of the incense sticks. "Li Yin, stop!" Li Fu grabbed Li Yin's hand, which was about to draw the arrow again, and shouted in a deep voice. He glanced at Shen Gao, who remained calm and composed, showing no sign of anxiety. "Master Tianyi! Just those 3 are enough to wipe out the entire Li family village." Yang Huago, who was standing nearby, was very anxious and paced back and forth behind Shen Gao. "Why don't we escape through the back mountain quickly?" "If you want to escape, then escape," Li Yin said viciously. "The people of Li family village will never escape. Even if we fight to the last man, we will not escape." Unlike Yang Huago, Ding Xiang was not flustered or anxious. She looked at the 3 burly men below who looked like fat oxen, and then glanced at Shen Gao beside her. He took in Shen Gao's expression. Seeing the 3 men sweep away dozens of Taoist priests in front of the manor gate, such powerful martial arts would have terrified anyone else. However, the Taoist priest Tianyi in front of him showed no sign of panic and appeared very calm. "Husband, when will you make your move?" Only Lu Shuyao had complete faith in Shen Gao. Her husband could deal with these 3 fat pigs with virtually no effort. Time flies, and the second incense stick has burned out, the ash has fallen, and the incense has gone out. "Time's up, let's get started." Black Tiger raised his broadsword and roared at the gate. "Kill!" With a sweep of the blade, a loud bang was heard as the broadsword cleaved a long crack in the heavy gate. Chao Tukyang swung his spiked club and slammed it heavily into the crack. The gate to the manor was immediately breached. "Men, drop the rolling stones!" Li Yin shouted angrily, and immediately some men threw rolling stones down the wall. With a loud shout, the fat monk leaped up, his heavy body landing on the rolling stones. Using the momentum, he leaped 3 times in a row, about to reach the top of the city wall. "Archers, fire a volley of arrows!" Li Yin shouted, and immediately dozens of guards and servants drew their bows and shot at the fat monk. Faced with so many arrows, the fat monk wielded his crescent shovel and knocked them down. But this forced the fat monk to fall back to the ground. Faced with such a barrage of arrows, Black Tiger, Grass Headstrong, and Fat Slaughter Monk were forced to retreat 10 steps. The 3 were blocked, and their faces showed impatience. Black Tiger roared, "Brothers, are you ready? Charge in and wipe out the Li family village!" Following Li Hu's voice, the 3 groups of bandits marched forward with steady steps, raising their shields and pressing in step by step. "It's over! They're attacking! Run!" Yang Huogo cried out in panic, turning to flee. But just then, another rider came galloping from afar. Before the man arrived, his voice preceded him. "Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Fat Butcher Monk, submit to me obediently, and I will spare your lives." Hearing the thunderous sound, everyone stopped and turned to look. The figure leaped from the horse's back into the air, performed several somersaults, and arrived in front of Black Tiger, Grass Headstrong, and Fat Slaughter Monk. "Who are you, kid?" Black Tiger asked. "You want me, Grassroots Strong, to submit to you? Show me what you've got." Grassroots Strong raised his spiked club. "Enough with the nonsense, all 3 of you come at me together," the newcomer said coldly. "Lu Xinqing! Lu Xinqing is here too!" Lu Shuyao had seen Lu Xinqing before, and immediately covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. "Is he Lu Xinqing, the 6th-ranked master of the great perfection of the acquired realm?" Yang Huogo stopped his escape and turned to look at Lu Xinqing. "Ah, I didn't expect General Lu Xinqing to come and help the Li family village." Li Yin was also a little surprised. "Hee, don't rush to conclusions," Ding Xiang chuckled. "As far as I know, Lu Xinqing is currently following the demoted 3rd prince. He has neither money nor manpower. It seems that his purpose in coming here is to subdue these 3 and then take over Li family village." Xin Gao nodded secretly. This free post about a maid actually has some insightful observations. Based on this analysis, Lu Xinqing might actually be in this situation. Everyone stood on the wall in silence, wondering what this expert who had suddenly leaped over was up to. "Ha!" Upon hearing Lu Xinqing's words, Black Tiger burst into laughter in his hoarse voice. "You want the 3 of us to attack together? Believe it or not, I, Chao Tu Chang, will send you to the Western Paradise with 1 spiked club." Chao Tu Chang shook his spiked club, his muscles bulging in the sunlight. "Enough talk! Come at me!" Lu Xinqing casually swung his hand, knocking Black Tiger to the ground, snatched his broadsword, and tossed it aside. "Wah!" Seeing Black Tiger knocked to the ground, Grasshead Chang and Fat Sage roared and raised their weapons, attacking together. "Heh, overestimating yourself!" Lu Xinqing sneered, swinging both palms and launching a fierce attack on Chao Tuqiang and Fei Tuzing. Chapter 59. So you're a robber too. Bang dash! With a loud bang, Grasshead Chang and Fat Sing were knocked to the ground like 2 large sacks filled with sand. "Oh no! He's a master! Let's retreat!" Grassroots Strong and Fat Monk were shocked and scrambled to their feet. Lu Xinqing arrived in a flash, picked up the 2 men with both hands, and threw them onto a large tree next to Zhuangmen Avenue. The 2 men hung on the thick branches of the tree. Their obese bodies were stuck there, unable to go up or down. "Kid, put us down! If you've got the guts, put us down and we'll fight 1-on-1. Grassroots Strong and Fat Monk hung on the tree trunk, swinging their legs and shouting loudly. Seeing this, Black Tiger pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and pounced on Lu Xinqing without a sound. Lu Xinqing didn't even glance at him. He casually grabbed the Black Tiger and, in the same manner, threw it onto a branch of another tree and hung it up. Black Tiger's face darkened. In front of so many ordinary people in Li family village, he, the high and mighty bandit leader, had never suffered such humiliation. But the opponent's strength was too great, and Black Tiger was already in a panic. Lu Xinqing chuckled and said, You three either submit, or I'll send you to your death right now. As he spoke, Lu Junqing slammed his hand on a stone table next to him. With a loud boom, the stone table was shaken and scattered everywhere. Hiss dash! The three of them, including Black Tiger, gasped in unison. Oh shit! The young man had held back, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hang from the tree without getting hurt at all. If he had used even a little more force, the three of them would have been either dead or seriously injured. Do you not submit? Another thunderous shout rang out. I will count to 3. If you do not submit, you will end up like this stone table. 3, 2. Before Lu Junqing could even finish saying, We surrender, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Sing cried out. We surrender, master, put me down! Lu Junqing snorted coldly, and waved his hands repeatedly, creating a huge gust of wind that lifted the three of them down from the tree. Kneel down! Lu Junqing sneered. Black Tiger and his 2 companions immediately knelt down like 3 dogs. Greetings, master! At this moment, while everyone on the manor walls was still reeling from Lu Junqing's wild and powerful attacks, the 3 bandit leaders all chose to submit. Ha! Our Li family village is saved! Yang Huago laughed heartily. Lord Lu Junqing will definitely take these people away and stop forcing the Li family village. Li Yin also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Gao suddenly sighed softly, handed the triangular flag with the words, Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured with medicine, to his maid Dingxiang, and took off his Taoist robe and handed it to Dingxiang as well. Little Shuyao, come here, put on this set of night clothes. Shen Gao took out a set of night clothes from his bundle, the one that Lu Shatong had worn. However, Lu Xiao's clothes fit her perfectly, so Shen Gaoyu said to her, Little Shuyao, don't come out while wearing this night clothes. Just hide behind Li Fu and Li Yin. Master Channy, are you planning to disguise yourself and escape? Yang Huago laughed at this moment. No need, Lord Lu will not attack Li family village. Shen Gao didn't talk to him. Instead, he took out his black night clothes, put them on, and then put on the hood, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Master Channy, what are you doing? Yang Hua Dog was stunned. Why are you wearing night clothes in broad daylight? Just then, Lu Junqing had already subdued the 3 bandit leaders. He grinned maliciously, and led the 3 men toward the broken gate of the manor. Li Fu, hand over 100,000 taels of silver, or I'll wipe out your Li family village. Lu Junqing's voice was incredibly forceful, and everyone in the Li family village could hear it clearly. Huh! Yang Huago was stunned. Li Yin picked up the bow and arrow again. Lu Junqing, so you're a bandit too? Li Fu's face was grim. Black Tiger and his 2 companions were already formidable enemies of Li family village, and now such a powerful helper had arrived. Li family village was truly doomed this time. Patriarch! At this moment, Li Fu no longer concealed his intentions from everyone, but bowed to Shen Gao in front of everyone. Let's take our valuables, help the old and the young, and escape through the back mountain. Li family village is doomed. Upon hearing this, Yang Huago's eyes lit up. Great! Let's go quickly, or it will be too late. I thought Lu Junqing was a good person, but who knew he was a robber too? Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Li Yin learned that Li Fu, the head of Li family village, had already sided with Shen Gao. No matter who Li Fu pledges allegiance to, Li Yin will remain loyal to Li Fu. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Shen Gao was wearing a hood, so his expression was unreadable. Master, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Yang Huago was anxious and flustered when he saw that Shen Gao was not leaving. Just then, Lu Junqing, who was standing below, opened his mouth wide and unleashed the thunderclap sound technique, shouting loudly. Li Fu, listen to me, I'm only giving you 3 breaths to think it over. Either pay up or die. 3, 2. Suddenly Shen Gao burst into laughter. Lu Junqing, don't be so arrogant. I, the master of the heavenly Tao, have arrived. As he spoke, Shen Gao suddenly flipped over and leaped down, landing in front of Lu Junqing. Lu Junqing recognized the voice and the face, but since the man was masked, he couldn't figure out who he was. Who are you? What are you pretending to be? What kind of trickery are you playing? Lu Zhenqing shouted coldly. Take this. Before he could finish speaking, he rushed straight at Shen Gao. Black Tiger looked at the thin, masked man and thought to himself that this man was really stubborn. Knowing that he was no match for him, he still dared to jump down from above. Chao Tuqiang took a deep breath. As long as Lu Zhenqing killed that person, he would laugh heartily and cheer for Lu Zhenqing. The fat monk had already gripped the crescent shovel tightly. As long as he finished off this masked, thin man, the three of them would follow Lu Zhenqing into Li family village, wipe out these people, and take all of the Li family's wealth. Just as they were still daydreaming, Shen Gao made his move. He swung his right palm, and a tremendous force was instantly generated, rushing straight at Lu Zhenqing. The two palm forces collided and produced a muffled sound. Lu Zhenqing was thrown back by the immense force and only managed to take a slight step back. Shen Gao was taken aback. He had fought against Lu Zhenqing before, and Lu Zhenqing was no match for him. But in just 2 days, Lu Zhenqing's skills had improved so much. It seems that Lu Zhenqing's skills have improved to a higher level. Who exactly are you? Lu Zhenqing couldn't believe that there was such a powerful expert in Li family village. I am the Taoist master of Tianyi. Shen Gao laughed loudly, making his voice a bit rougher so that Lu Zhenqing couldn't recognize it. Li family village and Huangyan village are under my protection. Huangyan village! Lu Zhenqing immediately recalled that Huangyan village had been completely wiped out by a masked man and woman, forcing them to flee. So it was you! Lu Zhenqing immediately connected the dots to the two masked men. This masked man was one of the two who had stormed Huangyan village. So where did the other person go? Lu Zhenqing looked around and suddenly saw a man in black flash across the wall, as if hiding behind the group. Sure enough, these two masked masters were indeed together. Chapter 60 scares Lu Zhenqing away. With two powerful figures, one in the open and one in the shadows, present, they clearly intend to kill Lu Zhenqing. Lu Zhenqing pondered to himself that if he were to fight against Master Tianyi, he might be able to win by a narrow margin, but if the other person attacked from the shadows, he, Lu Zhenqing, would surely die. We cannot stay here any longer. We must retreat immediately and never come back. Thinking of this, Lu Zhenqing shouted, Master Tianyi, so Li family village is your territory. It's a misunderstanding. We will never disturb Master Tianyi's cultivation again. We'll leave now. As he spoke, Lu Zhenqing gestured towards Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Sage, and quickly stepped back. The 500 bandits vanished in an instant, like the receding tide. After retreating 10 miles without seeing anyone from Li Jiazwang chasing after him, Lu Zhenqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. General Lu Zhenqing said, forbidding Black Tiger and the others from calling him Big Boss, only allowing them to call him General. At this moment, Black Tiger shouted in a rough voice. General Lu could have injured Master Tianyi, so why did he flee so easily after hearing the name Master Tianyi? Lu Zhenqing slapped He Hu across the face with his backhand. No matter how He Hu tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid it, and took the slap squarely. However, Lu Zhenqing did not use his internal energy. Watch your mouth. What do you mean by a rout? This isn't a rout, understand? Lu Zhenqing glanced behind him and said coldly, Master Tianyi and another masked woman on the wall stormed in through the main gate of Huangyan village and fought their way to the center. Hundreds of people died at their hands. Hiss dash! Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk all took a deep breath. They were all very familiar with the name of Huangyan village. The leader, He Qinghu, was an amazing martial artist, and the village had more than 1,000 bandits, twice the number of the 3 families. So many bandits were actually slaughtered by Master Tianyi. The Black Tiger glanced at Chao Tuqiang, who in turn glanced at the fat monk, and for a moment they fell silent. Even if 10 more grassroots strongmen, Black Tigers, and Fat Monk came, they would still be doomed if they encountered these masked men and women. No wonder Lu Zhenqing quickly admitted his mistake and led them away. If they don't escape, they will lose their lives in Li Jiazwang today. Thank you, General Xia Lu, for saving my life. Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Sage immediately knelt on the ground and thanked Lu Jinqing. Get up, all three of you. From now on, you will follow me, the general, and the third prince in conquering the world. Once we seize the great Yan dynasty and the third prince becomes emperor, you will be the greatest heroes, living a life of luxury. Ah dash! The three were overjoyed. In a flash, they became the third prince's troops. No wonder they didn't allow them to call General Lu the boss. It turns out General Lu was a real general. Now that's great. Let's fight alongside General Lu to conquer the world. Even if we lose everything, the three of us will follow General Lu. General Lu, please take us as your servants. Lu Jinqing stood there, accepting the three men's kneeling obeisance with composure. Get up. From now on, the three of you will be my retainers, Lu Jinqing's retainers. Greetings, Patriarch. The three men, including Black Tiger, bowed to Lu Jinqing with great reverence, then stood up and followed carefully behind him. Meanwhile, Shen Gao stood with his hands behind his back in front of the gate of Li family village, watching the bandits who had come to attack retreat like a tide, until they could no longer be seen. He then leaped onto the wall of the manor gate in a flash. Master, you are truly a godlike figure! Yan Huoguo changed his address to Master as Master, upon seeing Shen Gao, doing so smoothly without any awkwardness. His mouth was agape in a wide grin as he continued to flatter Shen Gao. The Patriarch only said one sentence, and Lu Jinqing was so frightened he ran away with his head in his hands. The Patriarch is wise, brave, intelligent, and possesses great talent and strategy. Stop, stop! Shen Gao waved his hand repeatedly, stopping Yan Huoguo's sycophantic remarks. Patriarch! Li Fu called out, filled with emotion. By chance, he met Shen Gao, who was using the alias Tianyi Daoist. Then, Li Fu's son was saved, and all four of his concubines became pregnant. Now, the head of the family alone has saved the entire Li family village. Master, I am deeply grateful, Li Fu said, and was about to kneel down to perform a grand salute again. Shen Gao pulled him up. All right, let's not bother with all this formalities, just do your job properly for me. At this moment, Li Yin also walked over, bowed to Shen Gao and said, Patriarch, I would like to become your disciple and learn your skills. Shen Gao suddenly remembered that after killing the people of Huangyan village, he had obtained several martial arts books. He immediately took them out of his bundle and handed them to Li Yin. Li Yin, I don't have time to teach you. These are all books on martial arts. Study them carefully. Li Yin was saddened, but he still accepted Shen Gao's book. He secretly vowed to hone his skills and protect the safety of Li family village. Meanwhile, the maid named Ding Xiang stood to the side, her eyes shining as she looked at Shen Gao as if she had discovered a treasure. However, Shen Gao didn't notice. He was thinking about something important at the moment. Lu Jinqing must have encountered some kind of luck to become so strong in just 2 days. This time, if Shen Gao were to fight Lu Jinqing, with Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Head Monk joining forces, Shen Gao would likely find it difficult to win. Fortunately, he had Lu Shuyao disguise herself as another masked man beforehand. The two masked men, one in the open and one in the shadows, scared Lu Jinqing away before he could even make a move. For some reason, no matter how much Shen Gao practiced his Etian flying sword, he couldn't even master the first level. He was far from achieving the required skill. If Shen Gao successfully cultivates the first level of the Etian flying sword, he will not be afraid even if Lu Jinqing, He Hu, Chao Tu Chang, and Fei Tu Xing join forces with 500 bandits. This Lu Jinqing, what incredible luck he's had! Shen Gao thought to himself. Master, what's wrong with you? Why have you been twirling around with those flying swords these past few days? Suddenly, the Gord's voice echoed in Shen Gao's mind. What do you mean by playing around? Shen Gao said somewhat discontentedly. I'm practicing the Etian flying sword. Hee, that's hilarious, Master, you're so funny. The Gord made a deep sound, as if patting its chest. These 300 flying swords are all very intelligent. Master, why don't you make them recognize you as their master? Recognize a master? These flying swords can recognize a master? Shin Gao frowned. That's right, they are just like my Calabash princess. They all have spirits, hee hee. The 300 flying swords are curious about their master every day. Why do they swing them around? Wow. Shin Gao felt secretly embarrassed. How could he possibly be curious about a flying sword? Could he also be secretly spying on Shin Gao? That wretched Calabash princess. She said that his sword fighting practice was just about swinging it around. If Princess Calabash could take human form, she would deserve a good spanking. Princess Calabash, how can I make the flying sword recognize me as its master? Shin Gao asked anxiously. Chapter 61 Flying Sword First Level. Hee hee hee. The gourd laughed so hard it could hardly breathe. After a long while, the gourd finally said, How can my master recognize me as his master? Isn't it just a blood oath? Once the master drips his blood onto the sentient sword, and the sword absorbs his blood, the 300 swords become one with him, their spirits connected. So that's how it is. However, with everyone watching him, it was impossible for him to take out a sword and cut his own wrist. That's pretty scary. If you're going to cut, you can only do it at night when everyone is asleep. Hee hee, master, you're too funny. Blood recognition only requires a drop of blood. Why would you need to cut your wrist? The gourd laughed again in Shin Gao's mind. Got it. Shin Gao held the gourd princess without any temper. I'll try it out later. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was evening. Li Jiazhuang held a grand banquet to celebrate their victory. After the meal, Li Fu ordered his men to prepare several horse-drawn carriages, each carrying 1,000 taels of silver, and to bring 50 servants from Li family village to escort them. After preparing some food, fodder, tents, and other necessities, Li Fu bid farewell to his family and left Li family village under the cover of night with Shin Gao, Lu Shuyao, Yang Huago, Ding Xiang, and others. After traveling several dozen miles along the official road, we entered the midst of towering mountains and deep valleys. It was past midnight when we arrived at the place where we had stayed the last time. There used to be a post station here 50 years ago, but for some reason, the post station gradually fell into disrepair, leaving only some bricks, tiles and stone carvings, which still bear traces of the past. The group decided to stay there for the night. They set off early the next morning, and it would only take them a day to reach Huangyan village. Li Fu personally set up a tent for Shin Gao, keeping it far away from the others. However, everyone's tents were arranged in a circle, protecting Shin Gao's tent inside. There was a stream just 100 meters away from here. The guards lit a fire, filled several buckets with water, and boiled it in a large pot. Master, this water is for you and your wife. Li Fu ordered someone to bring over 2 large buckets of hot water. Shin Gao took the hot water, brought over a large wooden tub, and said, Xiao Shuyao, you can take a bath there. After walking all night, Lu Shuyao felt sticky all over and desperately wanted to take a bath. But she and her husband were inside the tent, and there were many people outside. How could she take a bath? Husband, please leave, Lu Shuyao said, somewhat embarrassed. Little Shuyao, you've already done that with your husband, what's there to be shy about? Shin Gao smiled, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xiao's hand, saying, You have to wipe my back tonight. As he spoke, he took off his clothes and sat in the large wooden tub in front of Lu Xiao. Here, wipe your husband's back. Shin Gao handed Lu Xiao a towel. Lu Xiao took the towel, not daring to look at Shin Gao, but simply held Shin Gao's shoulder and gently wiped him with the wet towel. Shin Gao had his back to Lu Xiao, his eyes closed, looking extremely relaxed. After a while, Shin Gao cunningly reached out and gently pulled Lu Xiao into the wooden basin, causing her to fall into his arms. Husband, no! There are people outside! Lu Xiao's face turned red instantly. She tried to push Shin Gao away with her small hands, but she had no strength at all, and her whole body was weak. In no time at all, Shin Gao stripped Lu Xiao naked, just like peeling a bamboo shoot. The two washed in the wooden tub for a while, and then played around with each other for a bit. As the water gradually cooled, Shin Gaokai lifted Lu Xiao out of the water, dried her off, and carried her to a bed covered with thick straw. Not long after, a series of suppressed sounds echoed in the darkness. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads and looked into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Shuyao, holding Shen Gao, fell into a deep sleep. Shen Gao, however, couldn't sleep. Because he had one more thing to do. He gently withdrew his arm, sat up, put on his clothes, and slowly walked outside. Shen Gao immediately sensed the well-prepared hidden and visible sentries not far away. Indeed, Li Fu, being a seasoned businessman, also possesses some basic military knowledge. When Ming Xiao saw Shen Gao walk out of the tent, he didn't say anything and let him leave. Upon reaching the mountains, Shen Gao immediately communicated with the gourd, calling out, "Gourd Princess! Gourd Princess! Master, what are you doing? I was just sleeping, and you woke me up again." Shen Gao heard the disgruntled voice of the gourd in his mind. "You're just a gourd, why do you need to sleep?" Shen Gao asked incredulously. "If you can sleep, then of course I can sleep too. But since you've prepared so much jade for me, I'll stay with you for all 12 hours of the day." This gourd. She really is a gourd spirit, fond of acting cute and joking. "Princess Calabash, quickly look which flying sword has spiritual energy." Shen Gao was impatient at this moment. He wanted to bind the sword to his master with blood as soon as possible so that he could practice the Tian flying sword sooner. "It's that biggest flying sword, bring it out." The gourd smiled. Shen Gao had already seen the flying sword. He immediately took it in his hand and gently cut his left index finger, creating a small wound. A drop of blood fell onto the flying sword, and the wound immediately scabbed over. The blood that had dripped onto the flying sword slowly faded away and disappeared in a short while. Meanwhile, Shen Gao gradually developed more and more connections with the flying sword. With a thought, 10 flying swords appeared in front of Shen Gao. He vanished from Shen Gao's sight in an instant. At this moment, these flying swords no longer needed to be stored in the gourd. They became part of Shen Gao, melting into his body. Shen Gao sighed inwardly. In this great Yan dynasty, he had never heard of anyone who cultivated immortality, so why did they have a flying sword that could be integrated into the body? Could it be that the great Yan dynasty still holds many untold secrets that Shen Gao needs to explore? With a thought, 10 throwing knives appeared in front of Shen Gao again. With a wave of his hand, the 10 throwing knives shot towards the 10 saplings. With a few plop sounds, 10 saplings were instantly riddled with holes. The flying sword had already returned to its front. This is amazing. The first level of flying sword mastery was achieved in such a crude manner. If you continue practicing and reach the second level, you will be able to control 100 weapons simultaneously. If you reach the third level, you can control all the flying swords at the same time, and you can even fly on the swords. This is absolutely unique in this ancient land. Shen Gao was so excited that he was incoherent, and kept swearing. I practiced here for nearly 2 hours, and the darkness began to slowly fade away, and dawn gradually arrived. My husband! My husband! Where are you?" Suddenly Shen Gao heard Lu Xiao's voice, which was filled with anxiety and unease. Chapter 62. I quit this lousy county magistrate job. I'm here. Shen Gao hurriedly came out of the forest and ran back to his lodging. Husband, you scared me to death. I just had a dream that you were kidnapped by Lu Jinqing. Lu Xiao swayed and threw herself into Shen Gao's arms. When I woke up, I found that my husband was gone. Lu Xiao said, her tears still wet on her face. Husband, you can't scare me like this. My husband has gone to practice martial arts. Shen Gao was also a little touched. He patted Lu Xiao's face, wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and comforted her. Lu Jinqing doesn't have the ability to catch me. After breakfast, Li Fu ordered everyone to get up, pack everything, and set off. In the afternoon, the group finally entered Shu County. However, Li Fu did not enter the county town, but went directly to Huangyan village with his guards, provisions, and silver. Shen Gao also arranged for Yang Huago and his maid Ding Xiang to go to Huangyan village, but did not take them with him. Shen Gao and Lu Shuyao entered the county government office again. Wei Song and Ma Yinglong were sitting in the reception room behind the county government office, chatting. Lord Wei, General Ma, what are you two talking about? Shin Gao and Lu Shuyao walked into the living room and greeted the two men. Young Master Shin! So it's young Master Shin. Wei Song and Ma Yinglong quickly stood up to greet him. Please have Shin Gao and Lu Shuyao sit down. Wei Song then ordered someone to bring tea and invited the two of them to drink. Young Master Shin, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Ma Yinglong said before Shin Gao could ask any further questions. Then tell me the good news first, Shin Gao said, taking a sip of tea. The Emperor sent an imperial edict by express courier, saying that we had made meritorious contributions in suppressing the bandits. Lord Wei was promoted to prefect of Baoqing County, in charge of the 3 counties of Sha, Chu and Yi, and I was also promoted to guerrilla general, in charge of the troops of the 3 counties. After saying that, Ma Yinglong stopped and smiled without saying anything. Shin Gao knew that Ma Yinglong was keeping him in suspense, so he deliberately ignored him. Ma Yinglong grew anxious. Young Master Shin, why did you stop asking? Oh, then tell me the bad news? Shin Gao smiled. The bad news can wait, there's more good news. Ma Yinglong laughed heartily. Congratulations, young Master Shin. No, congratulations, Lord Shin. Wei Song also smiled, picked up an imperial edict from the side, stood up solemnly, and loudly proclaimed. Shin Gao, receive the imperial decree. Shin Gao had no choice but to kneel down and perform a grand salute. Wei Song read aloud in a melodious and rhythmic manner. Finally, Shin Gao learned that the Emperor, seeing that Shin Gao was not only highly skilled in medicine but also adept at strategic planning, issued an imperial edict appointing him as the magistrate of Chu County. He was summoned to the palace to treat the Emperor's illness once again. Considering that Shin Gao had just taken over the county government, a special exception was made. He was required to travel to the capital 3 days later to meet the Emperor. Shin Gao sighed inwardly. What a life of constant travel and hardship. He had just returned from Shaxian County and hadn't even reached Kaoshan village yet. In 3 days he would be heading to the capital to treat the Emperor. Congratulations, Lord Shin. The two men were 1 rank higher than Shin Gao, especially Wei Song, who was Shin Gao's superior, but they spoke with great respect for Shin Gao. Shin Gao didn't want to be an official. He just wanted to make money and get rich during the day and sleep with his wife at night. Now that they have captured Huangyan village, they have all been promoted for their merits, and the mess in Chu County has been handed over to Shin Gao. It hasn't rained for half a year. It looks like there will be a famine early this year. Isn't this going to be the death of Shin Gao? Furthermore, Chu County is also the place where the 3rd Prince Xiao Jingyuan was to be enfeoffed, and this time bomb could explode at any time. Now that he's become a lowly 6th rank official, those who want to kill Xiao Jingyuan are more hesitant. Then tell me, what's the bad news? Shin Gao already had a bad feeling. Alas! Wei Song sighed. After 6 months of drought, there was no harvest at all. In addition, the landlords were forcibly collecting rent, so a large number of farmers had no choice but to leave their homes and go to the capital. Chu County, Sha County, and Yi County are located on the outskirts of the capital, especially Chu County, which has become a necessary transit point for disaster victims. The Emperor has issued an imperial edict to keep the disaster victims in Chu County as much as possible and not allow them to go to the capital. After saying that, Wei Song smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself how lucky he was. This job was originally his, Wei Song's, but now it had turned into Shin Gao taking on this hot potato. That damn Emperor! If he wanted me to be an official, he should have given me a better place. He forced me to become an official, and before I even got my hat, this damn mess started. Shin Gao couldn't help but curse the damn Emperor in his heart. In addition, Lu Jinqing also took away 500 bandits from Shaxian, as well as 3 extremely powerful bandit leaders. These will definitely be secretly sent to Dao village in Chu County for clandestine arrangements. They might even use these bandits to start a rebellion, with Chu County bearing the brunt. I quit this damn magistrate job! Shin Gao was so angry he almost slammed his fist on the table. Be careful what you say, be careful what you say! Wei Song and Ma Yinglong were taken aback and quickly stood up. Don't talk nonsense, Lord Shin. You have to take the position of magistrate, whether you want to or not. Wei Song, as the prefect, instead begged Shen Gao to take office, saying, Lord Shen, the Emperor knows your difficulties. You will be going to the capital in 3 days. The Emperor said that you should bring back 100,000 taels of silver as disaster relief funds. I won't do it, not even for more money, Shen Gao said angrily, thinking to himself. He had clearly agreed with the Dog Emperor that he wouldn't become an official, but now they've made him one. Moreover, it was such a thankless and exhausting official position. Lord Shen! Wei Song panicked and bowed deeply to Shen Gao. You should take this official position. If you don't, no one can solve this mess. Wei Song was covered in sweat. If Shen Gao didn't become the magistrate, whoever did would die. If he had known Shen Gao wouldn't agree, he wouldn't have taken the imperial edict on his own initiative. He also spent 50 taels of silver on behalf of Shen Gao to reward the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial decree. Now Shen Gao doesn't want to be an official, what should we do? The only person truly suited for the position of county magistrate was Shen Gao. He possessed not only martial prowess but also medical skills. Even if he botched the job, the emperor wouldn't dare execute him. Ma Yinglong also stood up, clasped his hands in a salute to Shen Gao, and said, Lord Shen, you shall take this position. From now on, you can command my 6,000 soldiers however you wish. I will not listen to anyone else, I will only listen to you. Ma Yinglong also knew that Shen Gao hadn't gained any benefit whatsoever, which was simply unacceptable. So he patted his chest and started bragging. Is that really true? Shen Gao immediately pressed. If you are willing to give me your troops, I will reluctantly take on the role of county magistrate. This? When Shen Gao pressed for an answer, Ma Yinglong immediately stopped daring to reply. These soldiers belonged to the emperor, not his private army. How could he dare to let others use them so casually? But at that moment, Wei Song winked at him intently. Lord Wei, what's wrong with your eyes? Ma Yinglong asked in confusion. Wei Song was furious. How could these soldiers be so straightforward and ignorant of human nature? He glared fiercely at Ma Yinglong and said angrily, My eyes have hemorrhoids. Chapter 63 5 Women Offer Their Favor. Puff dash! Upon hearing Wei Song's words, Shen Gao spat out a mouthful of tea that he hadn't yet swallowed, spraying it all over Wei Song's face. Wei Song was at a loss for words, unable to laugh or be angry. He could only pick up a handkerchief to wipe the tea off his face and look at Shen Gao with a puzzled expression. Originally, Shen Gao had all the initiative in his hands, but now he has lost his aura because of Wei Song, who has hemorrhoids on his eyes. Fine, I'll take the position of magistrate, okay? Shen Gao waved his hand. It's not impossible for all the disaster victims to stay in Chu County, but Lord Wei, you have to transfer the grain reserves from the other 2 counties here. And General Ma, there will be plenty of battles to fight in Chu County in the future. Just be prepared and send your troops over. With me here, I guarantee you will be promoted again. Ma Yinglong's eyes lit up. Chu County is now a gathering place for disaster victims. After Huanyan village was destroyed a while ago, some people will definitely not give up and will take the opportunity to cause trouble. There really is a war going to be fought here. As long as there's a war, Ma Yinglong can make money. This is a great joy. All right, Lord Shen, just give me a wave of your hand and my troops are at your disposal. Ma Yinglong patted his chest and said confidently. The 3 of them sat in the living room and settled the matter over casual conversation. Not long after, Shen Gao came out of the county government office, asked Ma Yinglong for a horse, and rode one with Lu Shuyao back to Kaoshan village. After this back and forth, Lu Shuyao also learned to ride a horse. Riding on horseback, she really looked like a heroic female knight. In just a few days, the main building of Xing'ao's brick and tile house in Kaoshan village has been completed. However, the interior has not yet been plastered with lime. Overall, these houses are magnificent and can be considered a large building complex. However, after the house was built, Shen Gao did not have time to live there, because he was going to the capital again the next day to treat the emperor and also to ask for 100,000 taels of silver to return as soon as possible for disaster relief. My ladies, your husband is back! Shingao shouted as he dismounted. My husband is back! Lu Xian, along with her 4 younger sisters, rushed out of the thatched hut, looking at Shingao with eager eyes. Shingao stepped forward and hugged each of them for a while. When Shingao arrived in front of his 6th sister, Lu Shuan, he made a point of looking at her. After the last major incident, I wonder what Lu Shuan's character is like now. Shuan, come and let your husband give you a hug. Shingao stretched out his hands. Husband! Lu Shuan screamed and jumped into Shingao's arms. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, she hugged Shingao tightly with both arms and legs, unwilling to let go. After hugging for a while, Lu Shuan slowly let go of Shingao and stood next to Lu Xian, her face flushed. Congratulations to my husband on becoming the magistrate of Chu County. Led by Lu Xian, the 5 women lined up and bowed to Shingaofu together. It seems they had already learned that their husbands had become county magistrates. Shingao smiled and said, No need for formalities, my husband doesn't stand on such trivial matters. However, Lu Xian and her younger sisters still performed the formalities meticulously, and then invited Shingao into the thatched hut and seated him at the head of the table. Lu Xian personally poured a cup of tea and presented it to Shingao, saying, Husband, please have some tea. Lu Shatong stood behind Shingao and began massaging his shoulders. Lu Xiu and Lu Xiupei, one on each side, took Shingao's hand and gently pressed it. Lu Shuan brought over a basin of steaming water. Husband, let me wash your feet for you. Lu Shuan took off Shingao's shoes, brought over the water, tested the water temperature, and began to wash Shingao's feet. Lu Xiao stood to the side, staring blankly at her 5 sisters' actions, wondering what they were up to. After the 5 women finished their tasks, Shingao lay back in the armchair, closed his eyes, and asked with a smile, Tell me, what do you want? The women pushed and shoved each other until they finally pushed Lu Xian out. Lu Xian approached Shingao and said softly, Husband, we heard that the emperor has decreed that you must depart for the capital tomorrow. With the chaos of war and no one by your side, we 5 sisters wish to stay with you and take care of you. And me too. I need to take care of my husband. Lu Xiao was also anxious. If they were going to the capital, they should go together. She couldn't be left behind. Shingao smiled and said, Xuan, you're pretending to take care of me, but you really want to meet your father-in-law, right? Husband. Lu Xian lowered her head when Shingao saw through her thoughts. The secret thought was that a married woman was like water spilled from a cup. If she kept thinking about her family home like that, her husband would definitely be very angry. Husband, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have thought that way, Lu Xian said, wiping her reddened eyes with her sleeve. Husband, we just miss father too much. Shingao thought for a moment. Although Lu Yiming was old-fashioned, he had been very devoted to his 6 daughters. Ever since his wife died in childbirth, he had never remarried and had taken care of his 6 daughters until they got married. This family bond definitely warrants a visit. Who said I wouldn't allow you to go see him? Shingao opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Really? Upon hearing this, all the girls' eyes lit up, and they cheered with joy, looking incredibly adorable. Our whole family will set off tomorrow to visit my father-in-law in the capital, Shingao confirmed with his sextuplets again. Upon hearing the news, the sextuplets' mother began packing her clothes and finding her belongings. I started preparing a gift for my father. Shingao leaned against the door frame, watching them bustling around, and thought to himself that newly married girls still think about home. Just then, Shingao heard a faint sound of footsteps outside. He turned around and saw the 2 secret guards sent by the emperor to protect him. One of them was walking towards Shingao from the foot of the mountain. Reporting to young Master Shen, the 3rd Prince Xiao Jingyuan has arrived at the foot of the mountain, saying he has come to request an audience with you. The 3rd Prince, Xiao Jingyuan. What is he here for? Shingao glanced at Lu Shatong beside him. With her there, coupled with his own great perfection realm, his cultivation of the Yi Tian flying sword to the 1st level, and the presence of 2 secret guards, his power was quite formidable. How many people are here in total? Shingao glanced at the guard and asked casually. Reporting to young Master Shin, the guard said. Only 2 bodyguards and a coachman accompanied the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan. I have observed that none of them have any martial arts skills. The third prince was lying in the carriage, and appeared to be seriously injured. Shin Gao pondered. It seems Xiao Jingyuan's injuries haven't healed yet. But what is he doing here? The two have become enemies because of Lu Zhenqing. Aren't they afraid that Shin Gao will kill him? However, since Xiao Jingyuan dared to come here, how could the powerful Shin Gao be afraid of Xiao Jingyuan, who was injured? Without a second thought, he waved to the guard and said, "Bring Xiao Jingyuan up!" Chapter 64. The sneak attack failed. A short while later, a carriage slowly came to a stop in front of Shin Gao's thatched hut. The driver stopped the carriage, opened the door, and 2 guards carried Xiao Jingyuan out. Then she slowly helped Xiao Jingyuan sit up. Xiao Jingyuan looked good, and there was a faint medicinal fragrance coming from his body. "Your Highness, it seems you've recovered quite well." Shin Gao looked down at Xiao Jingyuan from his elevated position. "Thanks to Lord Shin's good fortune, you have indeed recovered very well. Here, I congratulate Lord Shin on your promotion to the position of county magistrate." Xiao Jingyuan clasped his hands in a fist salute. "What's there to congratulate?" Shin Gao walked up to Xiao Jingyuan with his hands behind his back, squatted down to be level with him, and stared intently at Xiao Jingyuan with his cold, piercing eyes. "After 6 months of drought, the people have harvested nothing. In a few days, the disaster victims will gather in Chu County begging for food and water. Furthermore, the bandits and brigands of Huangyan village have fled to some corner and been regrouped. If they were to storm the county government office one day, I'm afraid I'd lose my head." Xiao Jingyuan waved his hand, beaming with joy, as if basking in a spring breeze. "Lord Shin, it's better to resolve enmity than to let it fester. Why don't we resolve our feud? You help me with my work, and I'll guarantee your Shin family's prosperity for generations to come. What do you say?" Xiao Jingyuan smiled and said, "If you are willing, I will grant you 3 immunity tokens, which will exempt you from death no matter what mistakes you have made." Upon hearing this, Shin Gao burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped and asked, "Your Highness, I am also willing to serve under you, but you must promise me one thing." "Haha, one thing is nothing, even 10 things, I can agree to them." Seeing that Shin Gao did not refuse, Xiao Jingyuan was very proud, and suddenly felt that his injuries did not hurt so much. "Lord Shin, I promise you 10 things. Just tell me, and I will keep my word as long as it's within my power." Shin Gao chuckled upon hearing Xiao Jingyuan's words. "I don't need anything more, just one thing." At this moment, Lu Shuyan, who had been listening from the side, rushed out. "Husband, you can't agree to this." Lu Shutong, Lu Shuyao, and the other 4 also ran over and closely followed Lu Shuyan. "My husband, Xiao Jingyuan, is a treacherous man who doesn't keep his word. He won't agree to your request. Xiao Jingyuan, you killed dozens of members of my Lu family and almost killed my father. We will definitely avenge this." When Xiao Jingyuan saw the sextuplets appear together, he was immediately stunned by their beauty. What beautiful sextuplets! No wonder Lu Zhenqing can't forget them. They even sent dozens of people to hunt down Lu Yiming. "Lady Lu, am I a man who goes back on his word? If you don't believe me, ask Lord Shin." Xiao Jingyuan pointed at Shin Gao and grinned, shamelessly smiling. "Shin Gao, I have never had any dealings with His Highness the Third Prince, so I don't know." He. Xiao Jingyuan chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself why Shin Gao was acting so unpredictably. Since he wanted to pledge allegiance to Xiao Jingyuan, Shin Gao should be helping him now. He had no choice but to take over, repeatedly assuring her, "I am truly a man of my word, you won't believe me." "Your Highness, if you kill Lu Zhenqing, I will become your disciple." Shin Gao interrupted Xiao Jingyuan before he could finish speaking. "Killed Lu Zhenqing?" Xiao Jingyuan could hardly believe his ears. Throughout this journey, Lu Zhenqing has been helping Xiao Jingyuan at all times, not only bringing his senior brother over but also contacting his master, Xuanji Daoren. He has now received news that Xuanji Daoist has received Lu Zhenqing's letter and will be coming to meet him soon. With the three of them, master and disciples, three great perfection experts, plus himself, if he recovers from his illness, there will be four great perfection experts. With such immense power, how could Xiao Jingyuan possibly push it away? Lord Shen, let's talk about this slowly. Now, as long as you pledge allegiance to me, you'll have women, money, and power. Isn't that great? Xiao Jingyuan didn't want to bring up Lu Jinqing's matter again, but instead wanted to win him over with money and women. Xiao Jingyuan, go back. Xun Gao didn't even bother to address him as the third prince. After you go back, stay obediently in your own residence and don't wander around. Otherwise, you will violate the emperor's laws, and princes are punished the same as commoners. You dash! Xiao Jingyuan's wound throbbed with anger. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Can you kill me now? Xun Gao snorted coldly. Right in front of him, he grabbed 10 flying swords in the air. Without even looking, he flung them into the distance, and 10 trees were pierced right under Xiao Jingyuan's nose. Xiao Jingyuan's eyes widened suddenly. Xun Gao has mastered the flying sword technique to an unparalleled level. Even if he wasn't injured, he could only barely dodge such a powerful flying sword attack if he was fully focused. Roll dash! Xun Gao pointed at Xiao Jingyuan and shouted angrily. If you come to bother me again, I will take your dog's life. Xiao Jingyuan finally realized that he could not bring Xun Gao under his command. Since that's the case, Xun Gao, you'll one day fall into my hands, and then I'll make you wish you were dead. After Xiao Jingyuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, ordered his men to carry him onto the carriage, and hurriedly left. Once they left Kaoshan village, Xiao Jingyuan leaped up from the carriage. 2 people suddenly darted out from the bushes nearby. They were Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu. Your Highness, how was the trip? Lu Jinqing asked. I tested Xun Gao, and his martial prowess is astonishing. He can also wield 10 flying swords. Even if I feign injury and launch a sudden attack, I am no match for him. Xiao Jingyuan sighed deeply. Junior brother, with the 3 of us at the Great Perfection Realm, if we charge in together, surely we can kill Xun Gao. He Qinhu roared, his voice full of energy, showing no sign of being injured. We must not act rashly. Xiao Jingyuan shook his head. Although the 3 of us accidentally obtained 100-year-old Tai Sui, and after stewing it into soup, not only were our serious injuries cured, but our internal strength was also increased slightly. It will be extremely difficult to dodge Xun Gao's flying sword. Xiao Jingyuan said in a deep voice. Only when Master Xuanji arrives will we have any chance of a great victory. Alright, then let's wait for my master to arrive, and then we'll go into battle together and wipe out this scourge. Lu Jinqing shouted angrily. Alright, we'll listen to our junior brother. He Qinhu agreed with Lu Jinqing's idea. After discussing it, the 3 of them mounted a horse and galloped away, leaving the carriage behind, which slowly made its way towards Dao. In front of the thatched hut in Kaoshan village, Xun Gao stood there, coldly watching the direction where Xiao Jingyuan had disappeared. He had no idea that Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu's injuries had recovered to their peak. If Xiao Jingyuan hadn't been wary of his suddenly revealed flying sword technique, he might have launched a sudden attack and dealt Xun Gao a fatal blow. After a while, Xun Gao beckoned to the 2 guards. 2 bodyguards approached, and before they could speak, Xun Gao addressed them. You 2, do you want to die or live? Chapter 65. Ladies, who will sleep with their husband tonight? The 2 guards were taken aback and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Lord Shen, what do you mean by this? We are the Emperor's secret guards. Xun Gao walked step by step in front of them, releasing his great perfection aura, which forced the 2 of them to take several steps back. Use your best skills! Xun Gao shouted, and launched an attack with his palm. The 2 guards tried their best to resist, but no matter how hard they tried, they were always forced to retreat step by Xun Gao. Although the 2 of them together could achieve the level of great perfection, they were still far from reaching the true great perfection realm. Especially when facing an extremely powerful expert like Xun Gao, the 2 guards used all their strength but were only able to resist for 10 moves before being knocked to the ground by Xun Gao. Xun Gao, if you have the guts, kill us! One of the guards shouted, but could only helplessly close his eyes and wait for death. Xingao, we've protected you for so long. Why are you trying to kill us? Are you going to be an ungrateful wretch? If so, who will follow you in the future? Another guard pointed at Xingao and called him an ingrate. However, how could their minds possibly comprehend Xingao's meaning? First, crush them with force, then offer them a sweet treat to win their loyalty. This is the modern, crude management method of using carrots and sticks. Wei Er, do you too want to become true great perfectionists? Xingao ignored their desperate curses and asked instead. What? May they achieve true perfection? They practiced diligently for many years, but no matter what they did, they could never reach that level. They were already in despair, but now Xingao actually said he could help them reach the great perfection realm? Lord Shen, what are your conditions? Tell me. Although Wei Yi was trembling with excitement at the prospect of such enormous benefits, he remained clear-headed. Xingao has set such high conditions that he insists they make a corresponding choice. Lord Shen, we'll agree to anything we can do. Wei Er immediately understood Xingao's meaning. First, submit to me. Of course, on the surface you will still be the Emperor's people, but you must not tell the capital everything about me, especially about my becoming the great perfection. Secondly, report to the Emperor truthfully what the third prince has done here. After hearing Xingao's words, Wei Yi and Wei Er understood that Xingao wanted to silence them and prevent the Emperor from knowing that his martial arts had reached the pinnacle. They came here to protect Xingao, and since the Emperor has not set a return date, it is highly likely that they will remain here until they die in battle. Now, a chance to achieve perfection is presented to them. If they miss it, they will miss it for a lifetime. Wei Yi and Wei Er exchanged a glance, and finally both knelt down before Xingao, saying, Lord Shen, we are willing to submit to you. With that, Xingao said no more. After all, they were the Emperor's secret guards, and they would understand each other's intentions if the words were just hinted at. Before fighting Wei Yi and Wei Er, Xingao had already communicated with the Gourd. These two experts, who are very close to the great perfection, only need 10 drops of spiritual liquid each to break through their shackles and reach the great perfection of the acquired realm. However, there are only a dozen or so drops of spiritual liquid gathered in Xingao's gourd right now, and it is impossible to use these dozen or so drops of spiritual liquid to improve Wei Yi and Wei Er's realm. Rather, it was for Xingao to use as a backup plan. Most of the remaining food can only be kept for myself. One must drink 1 bowl every day for 365 consecutive days to break through the acquired great perfection and reach the first level of the innate realm. After reaching the innate realm, Xingao was able to fly on a sword, becoming the first person in the great Yan dynasty to have such an ability. Wei Yi, Wei Er, but you will have to wait for 20 days. I need to collect medicinal herbs from the mountains for you and brew them into a medicinal liquid. Only then will it have a miraculous effect. Xingao knew he could only help the two of them improve their cultivation levels once enough spiritual liquid had been gathered, so he said with a serious expression, Are you willing to wait? Yes, we are willing. Wei Yi and Wei Er were extremely excited. They had already endured 20 years, what difference would another 20 days make? By making the promises of turning Wei Yi into two people who achieved perfect enlightenment after birth, Xingao completely won their hearts over. With these two major problems resolved, Xingao felt much lighter. Time passed even faster, and after dinner, everyone returned to their huts. The sextuplet sisters are packing their luggage, eager to see their father soon, their hearts filled with longing to return home. Ladies, who will sleep with their husband tonight? Xingao asked them with a smile. Husband, why don't you sleep under the grape trellis on the back hill tonight? We'll all sleep here, said the second sister, Lu Shatong, with a smile. Yes, my husband, we need to pack our things. We're leaving early tomorrow morning, so we won't have time to spend with you. Sixth sister Lu Xuan winked at Xingao. Xuan, do you have time tonight? Xingao asked, holding Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xuan blushed and quickly pulled her hand away. Husband, no, not tonight. Let fourth sister and fifth sister keep you company. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu and Lu Xupei didn't even dare to pack their luggage, hiding behind Lu Xuan. Husband, shall we do it next time? Xingao was helpless. No one was there to keep her company tonight. Then let's practice flying swords all night long. Xingao smiled and waved to them before heading towards the back of the mountain. The next day, before dawn, the sextuplets had already boarded a carriage, with Wei Yi and Wei Er each riding a horse behind them. Xingao also led out a warhorse and leaped onto its back. As dawn broke, the carriage slowly departed from Kaoshan village. After passing through Chu County and Sha County, and after 2 days of long journey, we finally arrived in the capital city again without any major incidents. Upon entering the capital city, Xingao escorted the carriage of the sextuplet's wife to the outside of the Ministry of Revenue's residence. Husband, after you've finished your business with the emperor, come to the minister's residence, Lu Xuan said with a light laugh to Xingao. Xingao nodded, watching the carriage drive into the minister's residence. Then he and Wei Yi and Wei Er rode away slowly on horseback. Upon reaching the main gate of the palace, the three dismounted and approached the guards. Halt! What are you doing here? The imperial guards sneered when they saw that the three men were dressed plainly. This is a key area of the imperial palace. Unauthorized personnel, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law. Xingao did not answer, but instead held up the jade pendant that the emperor had personally given him in front of the imperial guards. The imperial guards looked closely and immediately shouted, "Open the city gates immediately and let the divine physician enter the palace to meet the emperor." The imperial guards, who had been indifferent just moments before, suddenly became respectful. "My lord, please!" He bowed to Xingao and the other two, and respectfully saw Xingao into the inner garden of the palace. Chapter 66. Can my illness be cured? As soon as Xingao entered the inner garden of the palace, a eunuch led him to the Lijing Hall. The morning court session had already ended, and Emperor Xiao Qingzhou was reclining on the large dragon throne in the Lijing Hall, looking at the memorials in his hand. He then stepped down from the dragon throne and walked around the Lijing Hall, where he met with several officials who had come from various places to report on their duties. Feeling tired, he waved his hand, dismissing those who were still waiting. "Your Majesty, Physician Shen has arrived," the eunuch said in a high-pitched voice, his head bowed in a submissive manner. "The miracle doctor has arrived? Please invite him in quickly." Xiao Qingzhou had been waiting for Xingao for almost 3 days and was extremely anxious. Now that Xingao had arrived, he immediately invited him in. Xingao entered the main hall and performed the full kowtow to Xiao Qingzhou. "Minister Shen, no need for formalities, please rise." Xiao Qingzhou smiled broadly as he sat on the dragon throne and invited Xingao to take his pulse. Xingao pretended to take Xiao Qingzhou's hand, felt his beating pulse, and secretly communicated with the gourd. "Princess Calabash, how is the emperor's condition?" Xingao asked. "The old emperor has too much lead and mercury in his body, which can be controlled by spiritual energy," the gourd muttered. Suddenly she called out, "Master, wait, put your hand on the old emperor's pulse again." Xingao did as he was told. After a while, Hulu exclaimed, "Besides lead and mercury poisoning, the old emperor has another poison that has only appeared in the last 6 months. It seems that someone has poisoned the old emperor's food." After hearing what Hulu said, Xingao felt more confident. It's obvious who poisoned him. Seeing Xingao's serious expression and the fact that he had been taking Xingao's pulse for almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Qingzhou felt a little uneasy. "Divine Physician, how is my condition?" "Your Majesty," Xingao said, "I just discovered through pulse diagnosis that there is a poison in your body. This poison has been accumulating over time, and it has been accumulating for half a year." Upon hearing Xingao's words, Xiao Qingzhou frowned immediately. "Every day, besides eating and drinking, what other way is there to accumulate food? Arrest the people from the imperial kitchen, and those who tasted the dishes from me within the last 6 months, and interrogate them severely." Xiao Qingzhou waved his hand and immediately ordered the imperial guards to take troops to arrest them. The two waited for about an hour, until it was almost dark, when the head of the imperial guards hurriedly arrived. He bowed to Xiao Qingzhou and said, "Your Majesty, Physician Shin's diagnosis is completely correct. 7 months ago, 5 imperial chefs from the imperial kitchen were involved in this matter, and 10 other eunuchs who tasted the dishes also confessed after interrogation that the medicine was provided by them. Enraged, Xiao Qingzhu swept the memorials on his desk to the ground. This is outrageous. They've been openly plotting against me for half a year. Tell me, which prince did this? I want his life. The head of the Imperial Guard dared not speak, but took out the interrogation file and held it high above his head. Xiao Qingqi took the case file, opened it, and looked at it, becoming more and more alarmed as he read. All of this was indeed done by the third prince, Xiao Jingyuan. In order to ascend to the throne as soon as possible, Xiao Jingyuan secretly poisoned his father, intending to kill him. Someone, bring a pot of arsenic and deliver it to Xiao Jingyuan in Chu County. I want to see his body in 3 days. Xiao Qingzhua, his face grim, ordered someone to deliver poison to the third prince, Xiao Jingyuan. Xin Gao laughed inwardly. Once he dealt with Xiao Jingyuan, Lu Jinqing, and the others, he would eliminate them immediately to prevent any future troubles. Divine Physician, can my illness be cured? Xiao Qingzhua was most worried about his illness and hoped that with Xin Gao's treatment, he could live for another 10 or 20 years. Xin Gao also asked the gourd in his heart. The gourd said, Master, the old emperor is deeply poisoned and relies entirely on the spiritual liquid to protect his body. However, after the spiritual liquid is used 3 times, it will become completely ineffective, and the poison in the old emperor's body will take effect, eventually leading to his death. Is there any hope? Xin Gao just wanted the emperor to live a few more years. As long as the emperor was alive, his life would be easier. At least the emperor wouldn't kill him or harm him. He would even send people to protect him. He lived a very comfortable life in Chu County. Of course there is hope. A bowl of spiritual liquid will expel all the toxins from the emperor's body, and he can live for another 20 years, or even longer. Xin Gao immediately said to Hulu, That definitely won't do. If we give the emperor a bowl of it, and then I have to stop for a day, wouldn't that mean we have to start drinking the spiritual liquid for 365 days all over again? The gourd laughed. Yes, master, would you like to take a day off in the middle? Only a fool would stop in the middle, Xin Gao said without thinking. Knowing the answer, Xin Gao could only take out a drop of spiritual liquid to temporarily sustain Xiao Qingzhua's life. After using the third drop, Xin Gao could no longer cure Xiao Qingzhua's illness. Your Majesty! Xin Gao thought for a moment, then smiled easily. Your Majesty, most of the toxins in your body have been expelled. You only need 2 more treatments to fully recover. Let me treat your illness now. As Xin Gao spoke, he took out a bowl of water and placed it in front of Xiao Qingzhua. Xiao Qingzhu trusted Xin Gao completely and drank it down without hesitation. As soon as this bowl of water is drunk, the body's limbs and bones immediately awaken, and some toxins begin to be expelled from the skin. Its body was covered in a dark layer. After expelling the black oil, Xiao Qingzhua felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, as if he had become 20 years younger. Then he had several large buckets of hot water brought out to wash the oil stains off his body. Minister Shin, you are truly my beloved minister! Xiao Qingzhu laughed heartily, his voice full of vigor. Guards, take Minister Shin to my treasury and let him choose 10 treasures at will. Xin Gao remembered that he did not have a jade bottle to store spiritual liquid, and searched several places but could not find it. Xiao Qingzhua must have something he likes in his treasure trove. Therefore, Xin Gao thanked Xiao Qingzhua and followed the eunuch to the treasury to select 10 treasures. After receiving their badges and registering, the warehouse guards searched several people before letting Xin Gao and his group in. Once inside the warehouse, Xin Gao called out to Hulu, asking him to choose some treasures. Upon hearing that there was treasure, Hulu became excited and quickly pointed out all the most valuable and precious jade stones to Xin Gao. Furthermore, they even picked out a cold jade bottle with a stopper for Xin Gao, which would be perfectly fine for holding the spiritual liquid. As soon as Xin Gao came out of the storeroom, he saw the 6th prince, Xiao Jingqin, waiting at the storeroom door. Upon seeing Xin Gao, he was extremely enthusiastic and pulled Xin Gao onto the carriage, saying, Brother-in-law, come on, let's go to my mansion for a drink. Pulled along by him, Xingao had no choice but to secretly put the treasure into the gourd and get into the sixth prince's carriage. Not long after the sixth prince's carriage left, Princess Xiaolingxi also arrived. Hey, you guarding the warehouse, have you seen Xingao come here? Xiaolingxi shouted, pointing at the imperial guard guarding the warehouse with one hand on her hip. Your Highness, the divine physician Shen has been taken away by the sixth prince. Chapter 67 Going to Find My Lover. Xingao was taken away by the sixth prince? Xiaolingxi mounted her horse, flicked the whip behind its rump, and the little dappled horse spurred its hooves, ready to gallop away, when it saw a person standing there watching it. The little pony was so frightened by the sight of a ghost that it dared not move. He let Xiaolingxi's whip fall on his buttocks, but dared not move his hooves again. Little pony, hurry up and get out of here, or you won't be able to catch up with that little bastard. Xiaolingxi didn't notice that someone was watching her from the side, and she kept hitting the little pony. The little dappled horse couldn't help but neigh and turned to look at its owner. Its eyes were glazed over, as if to say, Little master, the master is watching from the side, I dare not run away. Xiaolingxi wanted to spur her horse, but the newcomer grabbed her whip in one swift motion. She-girl, where are you headed? The visitor asked. Humph, why should I tell you where I'm going? Before he could finish speaking, he recognized the voice as very familiar. He turned around and saw that it was his father, Prince Xiaochunlai. Dad, I want to go out and play for a while. Upon seeing this, Xiaolingxi had no choice but to get off the little flower horse and obediently stand to the side. Don't think your father doesn't know what you're thinking. Prince Lai, Xiaochunlai, snorted twice and grabbed Xiaolingxi's little ear. All you do all day is ask around about where that bastard Xingao is. He's already married 6 wives, and you're still throwing yourself at him. This is a disgrace to the prince's mansion. Xiaochunlai was so angry that he snatched the riding whip and raised it to strike. Dad, you can't hit me. If you smear my face, I'll stay at home forever and never get married. Xiaolingxi pouted, looking very smug. Well, dash! Xiaochunlai sighed and had no choice but to put away his whip, not daring to hit the spoiled princess. All right, I won't hit you anymore. Be a good boy and come back to the manor with me. With that, Xiaochunlai led Xiaolingxi back. Upon arriving at the mansion, Xiaochunlai ordered the gates to be locked tightly, forbidding anyone from leaving. They also had the little dappled horse locked up in a woodshed not far away. Xiaolingxi rushed ahead and ran to the little dappled horse's ear, pulling on its long ears and whispering, Little dappled horse, I'll let you go in a bit, then you can quietly run out the back door and wait for me behind the courtyard wall on the back street. The little dappled horse seemed to understand, blinking its big eyes and nodding. Xiaolingxi patted the horse's head and walked triumphantly towards her boudoir. As soon as she entered, her boudoir was locked from the outside with a large padlock. Xiaolingxi wasn't in a hurry. She lay down on the bed and slept soundly until the early hours of the next day. She yawned, but then got up in the dark, quietly packed her clothes into her bundle. After changing into a set of night clothes, Xiaolingxi slung her bundle over her shoulder, climbed up the beam along the side pillar, and from one end of the beam, she climbed into another room and slipped out. Then he quietly went to the woodshed, opened the door, and let the little dappled horse out. The little pony, used to this, followed the path straight to the backyard. Once in the backyard, the horse bit the door latch and pulled back and forth. In no time, it bit the latch opened the door, and ran out. Before long, the little dappled horse arrived behind the courtyard wall. Upon seeing this, Xiaolingxi flipped over the courtyard wall and jumped onto the back of the little dappled horse. Let's go find my sweetheart! Furthermore, Xingao was taken to the sixth Prince Xiao Jingchen's residence, where a banquet had already been prepared. As soon as the sixth prince and Xingao arrived, drums and bells were immediately sounded, and about 100 people from the entire mansion stood at the gate, shouting loudly. Welcome, Your Highness the sixth prince! Welcome, Physician Shen! Xingao was taken aback. This was quite a big show. He glanced at Ji Qingyang, who was standing at the very front. Ji Qingyang was also smiling at Xingao, his expression calm. It seems that Ji Qingyang kept his promise, and did not tell the sixth prince about his great perfection realm. The sixth prince led Shen Gao to the banquet hall, where a large table had already been set up, and more than a dozen maids stood beside it carrying various utensils. "Let the feast begin!" With Xiao Jingchen's shout, servants brought out a variety of steaming dishes. Xiao Jingchen took the main seat, and then had Ji Qingyang sit on the lower left, and Shen Gao on the lower right. He also had several important family retainers accompany him. According to the rules of the Great Yan dynasty, the left is the superior position and the right is the inferior position, so Xiao Jingchen still valued Ji Qingyang very much. However, the main person invited to this banquet was Shen Gao. "Gentlemen," Xiao Jingchen stood up and raised his wine glass. Everyone else stood up as well and raised their glasses. "This Lord Shen Gao was once appointed by the Emperor as the director of the Imperial Medical Academy, but he declined. Now, the Emperor has appointed him as the magistrate of Chu County." The crowd then spoke up to congratulate Shen Gao on his promotion to county magistrate. "Shen De is not only my cousin's husband, but also, if it weren't for him last time, I would no longer exist in this world. Here, I offer a toast to Lord Shen." As Xiao Jingchen spoke, he picked up the cup with both hands and held it in front of Shen Gao. Shen Gao did the same, picked up the cup, bowed, and then drank it all in one gulp. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Shen Gao. After several rounds of drinks, everyone was slightly drunk. At this moment, Xiao Jingchen put his arm around Shen Gao and said, "Brother-in-law, quit that damn county magistrate job and come to my residence to be my personal physician, how about it?" To be Xiao Jingchen's personal physician? This is several ranks lower than the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. Besides, if he became this doctor, he would lose his freedom and it would be completely inconvenient for him to get things done. During the Great Yan dynasty, doctors held a low status. Even the most powerful imperial physician was only a sixth-rank official, equivalent to a county magistrate. Shen Gao shook his head. "Sixth Prince, I am used to living in the countryside and cannot comply." Xiao Jingchen didn't take Shen Gao's words to heart. It was just a test. Seeing Shen Gao refuse, he immediately burst into laughter. "Brother-in-law, it's all right. Come to the capital more often in the future. As long as I have a bite to eat here, I will make sure you have plenty of soup." Sitting on the left, Ji Qingyang listened to Xiao Jingchen's words and secretly felt sorry for Shen Gao. He really wanted to stand up and tell Xiao Jingchen that his cousin's husband was a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm. Even Lu Jinqing is no match for Shen Gao. Ji Qingyang was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to sit or stand, so he could only drink in silence. Unable to resist any longer, Ji Qingyang stretched his foot under the table and kicked Shen Gao. Shen Gao looked at Ji Qingyang, who pouted, as if to tell him that Shen Gao was a great perfection cultivator. Shen Gao stared at Ji Qingyang with a serious expression and shook his head. Ji Qingyang couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his wine glass on the table and stood up abruptly. "Your Highness, I have something to say." Chapter 68. "You little brat, how dare you tear my clothes!" Enraged, Shen Gao kicked Ji Qingyang hard in the shin. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to gasp for breath and become speechless. I almost fell to the ground. Xiao Jingchen was already quite drunk and was only focused on drinking with Shen Gao, so he didn't hear what Ji Qingyang was saying at all. Ji Qingyang had no choice but to sit there and drink alone in silence. After drinking another large jar of wine, Xiao Jingchen finally got drunk. He slumped onto the table and fell asleep. Someone immediately helped Xiao Jingchen to rest. Ji Qingyang was about to follow, but Shen Gao stopped him. "Ji Qingyang, you swore you would keep this a secret from me, why did you go back on your word?" Shen Gao pulled Ji Qingyang forcefully, and no matter how much Ji Qingyang struggled, he could not break free from Shen Gao's grasp. "Young Master Shen, with such skill, why don't you help the sixth prince and ensure his ascension to the throne? Your future achievements will far surpass those of me, Ji Qingyang. I don't want you to miss such a good opportunity." Shen Gao coldly said. "Ji Qingyang, if you keep your promise, I might save your life if you are in danger in the future." If you don't listen, I will find 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, Ji Qingyang couldn't help but shudder. I stopped in my tracks, unsure of what to do. Young Master Shen, I have offended you greatly, please forgive me. In the end, Ji Qingyang still clasped his hands and bowed to Shen Gao, willing to continue to conceal the truth. That's for the best, Shen Gao said, ignoring Ji Qingyang, and left the sixth prince's residence, swaggering out of the palace. It was already late, and Shen Gao had originally intended to go to Lu Yiming's residence as the Minister of Revenue, but the lights should have been turned off long ago. After thinking it over, Shen Gao found an inn in Diliang and stayed there for one night. Early the next morning, Shen Gao rented an ox cart, went to the West Market to buy a large grass carp, a mutton, and 200 caddies of white rice, filled the cart to the brim, and headed to Lu Yiming's residence. Upon reaching the gate, one sees the words, "Residence of Lu, Minister of Revenue," written on the plaque above the gate. Shen Gao stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a long while, a servant-looking man came to open the door. "Who are you looking for?" "I am Shen Gao, Lord Lu's son-in-law." Shen Gao immediately revealed his identity. "So it's Lord Shen, please come in." The servant opened the gate, and the ox cart brought in the gifts. The servant simply told Shen Gao to wait a moment before going inside to report. A short while later, a woman who looked no more than 30 years old and dressed in a flamboyant manner walked over. "You're my husband's son-in-law?" The woman's face was devoid of any smile, and she spoke without any politeness. "No, I am Lu Yiming's son-in-law, not your husband's son-in-law." Shen Gao didn't take her seriously, seeing her rudeness. "Humph, my husband is Lu Yiming." The woman snorted with a straight face, glanced at Shen Gao, and said, "He's not bad-looking, but he can wait in the living room. My husband has gone to court and won't be back until the afternoon. You can wait there if you want." With that, the woman turned and left. "Wait a minute!" Shen Gao was a little confused. His father-in-law, Lu Yiming, was reasonable and spoke very politely. Moreover, he had raised his 6 daughters and had never married in more than 10 years. This woman claimed to be Lu Yiming's wife. What was going on? "Spit it out!" The woman stood there without even turning around. "Who exactly are you?" "Hee, who am I? You'll be scared to death if I tell you." The woman suddenly turned her head and snorted coldly. "I am Pei Baihe, the daughter of the Prime Minister, and I am now married to Lu Yiming, the Minister of Revenue, as his legal wife." So she's the daughter of Prime Minister Pei Jingji. No wonder she speaks with such arrogance. Why did she marry Lu Yiming at such an advanced age? Unexpectedly, Lu Yiming got married as soon as he was reinstated to his original position. The speed was really quite fast. Shen Gao didn't bother to say anything more to her. He immediately used his inner strength and shouted, "Chuan, where are you?" Shen Gao's voice was deafening, startling Pei Baihe. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xuyan rushed out with her 5 younger sisters. "My husband! My husband!" The 6 people didn't look too good. They looked like they had been wrong. "How is it? How does your family feel?" Shen Gaoming knew they had been wrong, but he still asked with a smile. Lu Xuyan glanced at Pei Baihe standing beside her and gave a wry smile. "Is it all right? Now that your husbands are here, you can leave. You are not allowed to come here again." Pei Baihe snorted coldly and began to issue the order to leave. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Lu Xuyan's eyes. She looked up and said, "This is my father's residence. My father said that we can stay here as long as we want." "Humph, eldest sister is right. Who do you think you are? A widow who lost her husband. It's one thing to marry my father with the power of a prime minister, but you even want to drive us away." Lu Xuyan was also very angry and spoke without any mercy. "You widow!" The 6th sister, Lu Shuan, said even more rudely. "Get out if you want, but if you make my eldest sister cry again, I'll beat you to death." Lu Shuan raised her small fist, hid behind Shen Gao, and raised her head defiantly. "Well, you little shrewish women! Married women are like water spilled from a bowl, yet you dare to cause trouble in the Lu residence. Guards, get them all out of here!" Xingao was speechless and couldn't help but laugh at the woman's antics. This woman, relying on being the daughter of a prime minister, set her sights on Lu Yiming, a single man, after her husband's death. Pei Baihe. Xingao chuckled. When did you and my father-in-law get married? How come we didn't know? Who else will act as matchmaker, and who will bear witness? Lu Shuan grabbed Xingao and said in a shrill voice. Humph, I asked father last night, and this woman hasn't even had a wedding ceremony with father yet, but she has the audacity to move in and keeps running to father's bedroom all day long. She's so shameless. Wow. The Prime Minister's daughter is really something. She moved in before even having a wedding ceremony. It seems they are using the Prime Minister's official power to pressure him step by step. If that's the case, things will be much easier. Xingao doesn't care whether she's the Prime Minister's daughter or son. Even if the Prime Minister were here, he wouldn't take her seriously. Make way, Xingao said coldly, no longer giving Pei Baihe any face after Lu Shuan's confirmation. He led the sextuplets and their wives inside. Who gave you the audacity to enter my residence without my permission? Pei Baihe shrieked, shouting. Guards, throw them all out. However, not a single servant in the Lu household made a move. Seeing that no one was helping her, Pei Baihe turned ashen with anger and pounced on Xingao like a madwoman. Seeing that Xingao did not move, she smiled strangely to herself. She lunged forward and suddenly exerted force. With a ripping sound, Pei Baihe's clothes were torn to shreds. You little brat, how dare you tear my clothes? Chapter 69. Pei Baihe was shocked 3 times in a row. Xingao had already seen through Pei Baihe's trick. He dodged lightly, without even letting her touch him. Pei Baihe, due to excessive force, fell to the side. Xingao, you have defiled the Prime Minister's daughter. I don't want to live anymore. Wah! Pei Baihe got up from the ground, spread her legs, and sat there wailing, but no tears came out. The clothes she had torn herself fluttered in the wind. However, Xiaolingxi, who was riding a dappled pony to find Xingao, witnessed the whole scene and watched it with great interest. Pfft! As Xiaolingxi watched, she was finally amused by Pei Baihe's crying and wailing on the ground and burst out laughing. Who is laughing at me? Pei Baihe shouted as she turned around and saw a young and beautiful woman standing there, leading a dappled pony and giggling. She was startled. Everyone knew this beautiful girl. That was Prince Xiaochunlie's only daughter, whom he cherished even more than a treasure. So it's Princess Lingxi. Pei Baihe immediately crawled in front of Xiaolingxi. Princess, I am Pei Baihe, the Prime Minister's daughter. This Xingao tore my clothes and tried to defile me. Xiaolingxi ignored Pei Baihe and walked straight to Lu Xian, Lu Xiaotong and the other 6, laughing and saying, Big sister, second sister, third sister and sixth sister, you came to the capital without telling your little sister. When I heard you were here, I rushed to see you. As she spoke, Xiaolingxi took out 6 delicate little boxes from her horse and gave one to each of them. My dear sisters, I have nothing else but these little jewels. They are not worth much gold. Consider them my little sister's greeting gift to you all. I gave a gift when we met in Kaoshan village last time, and now I'm giving another gift. Princess Xiaolingxi is so generous. Then thank you, Lingxi Mimi. Lu Shuyan and her 5 younger sisters said in unison, accepting Xiaolingxi's gift. Pei Baihe was so shocked that her eyes almost bulged out. What on earth was going on? Prince Xiaochunlie's beloved daughter actually came to the Lu residence and presented such a grand gift to Lu Yiming's 6 daughters. Why would an emperor's niece, such a noble princess, call 6 women who had just married and had no value whatsoever, elder sister? Just as Pei Baihe was in surprise, she saw Princess Lingxi walk up to Xingao, Lu Yiming's son-in-law. Xingao gave Xiaolingxi an awkward smile, looking at her indifferently without even offering a greeting. How dare you, Xingao? Why don't you bow to the princess? Pei Baihe was so eager to curry favor with Xiaolingxi that she took this opportunity to desperately suppress Xingao and flatter Xiaolingxi. Xingao ignored Pei Baihe, crossed his arms, and chuckled. He really didn't know how to respond to Xiaolingxi, so he could only say, Lingxi, it's been a long time. I've missed you very much. Pa! Xiao Lingxi stretched out her fingers and pinched Shen Gao's arm hard, spitting out a "Pa!" sound. "I miss you so much, I miss you so much! How could you miss this, princess? You hypocritical bastard, I'm going to strangle you!" Xiao Lingxi gritted her teeth and pinched him a few more times. That wasn't pinching, it was clearly flirting. Pei Baihe was stunned once again. What's wrong with Princess Lingxi? Why is she acting so coquettishly towards Shen Gao, who has 6 wives? Moreover, Shen Gao still seemed to be the kind of person who was beyond reproach. "Shen Gao, why aren't you apologizing to Princess Lingxi?" Pei Baihe was at a loss, her mind a complete mess. Knowing full well that Shen Gao and Princess Lingxi were flirting, she still dared to say that Shen Gao should apologize. But Shen Gao completely ignored her, treating her as if she didn't exist. Xiao Lingxi didn't take her seriously at all, and just gritted her teeth and got angry with Shen Gao. "What should we do?" Pei Baihe was filled with regret. If she had known that the Lu family's son-in-law was so capable, she wouldn't have treated him this way. However, she always used such methods, crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, to make her top-scoring husband depressed and eventually die of illness. Now she has her eye on Lu Yiming, who holds the rank of a third-grade official and is the Minister of Revenue, in charge of a large amount of money. If she can get her hands on Lu Yiming, she will have an inexhaustible supply of money. Therefore, she persuaded her father to marry her off to Lu Yiming. It just so happened that Lu Yiming's wife had died and she had lost her husband, making them a perfect match. Out of respect for the Prime Minister, Lu Yiming agreed to let them try making contact first. Unexpectedly, Pei Baihe moved to the Lu residence the very next day and began to manage it in the name of the lady of the Lu family. On the 3rd day, they happened to run into the Lu family's 6 daughters returning to their parents' home. As soon as the 6 of them entered, Pei Baihe made things difficult for them, arranging for them to stay in a side room. Lu Shutong was angry with Lu Shuan and wanted to hit her, but was stopped by her older sister Lu Shuyan. She said that she would wait for her husband to come over tomorrow, and then bring this matter out into the open and have a proper talk with her father. Therefore, they all endured it. Now that her husband is giving Pei Baihe a cold shoulder and ignoring her completely, she has lost her temper. The 6 sisters felt as refreshed as if they had drunk cool water. At this moment, Pei Baihe didn't know what to do. The only solution is to go to her father, who is the Prime Minister, and ask him to come and handle this matter. Just then, 7 or 8 people walked over from a distance. They were all old men with white beards. The leader, dressed in the official robes of the Imperial Medical Academy director, looked anxious and hurried towards the scene. Upon seeing him, Pei Baihe felt as if she had seen a long-dead relative. She scrambled to her feet and rushed over, ignoring the fact that her private parts had been exposed, and cried out in a shrill voice, "Grandpa, you've come! What, please save me!" When the old Dr. Su saw Pei Baihe, he had no choice but to stop. "Baihe, why are you dressed so disheveled? Who bullied you?" Pei Baihe was secretly pleased. Old Physician Su was the most skilled physician in front of the Emperor, and the Emperor's life was saved by Old Physician Su's master. But the old Dr. Su was actually her maternal grandfather's older brother. Pei Baihe was as noble as the daughter of the Prime Minister. Because of this relationship, the old Physician Su had a close connection with the Prime Minister's residence, and was a frequent visitor to the Prime Minister's residence. Because of this relationship, Dr. Su also held Pei Baihe in extremely high regard. Pei Baihe was extremely pleased with herself at this moment. Even if you have a princess protecting you, so what? Her father was a favorite of the Emperor, the mentor of the old Physician Su, and the Emperor's savior. Even the Emperor had to listen to their advice. Thinking of this, Pei Baihe pointed at Shen Gao and shouted angrily, "Grandfather, he defiled me!" Following the direction Pei Baihe pointed, old Physician Su saw Shen Gao standing there, looking at him with a half-smile and a calm expression. Suddenly, despite his advanced age, the old doctor rushed over and knelt down in front of Shen Gao in front of everyone. "Master, please accept my bow." Chapter 70 Guiding the Way. Upon seeing her great-grandfather, who was so old, kneeled down and addressed Shen Gao as Master! Pei Baihe couldn't believe her eyes. She stepped forward and pulled the old Dr. Su back, preventing him from kneeling. Grandpa, you've got it wrong. He's Liu Yiming's son-in-law. Old physician Su was furious. If he couldn't kneel down, things would get really troublesome. He slapped Pei Baihe across the face, making her see stars. Lord Shen is my master, and always will be. Pei Baihe was stunned. She covered her face, completely incredulous. Great-grandfather, you actually hit me? That's exactly what I'm doing. Old Dr. Su gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you going to let go? Pei Baihe had no choice but to let go and allow the old Dr. Su to kneel down. Shen Gao gently raised his hand, and a strong force came through, lifting the old Dr. Su up. Old Su, you're getting old, so there's no need for these tedious formalities. Master, your disciple dares not forget propriety, Old Man Su said in a very respectful tone. The group ignored Pei Baihe and walked towards the Liu residence's living room. Even with her thick skin, Pei Baihe didn't dare stay there any longer. She turned her head away and left dejectedly. After Shen Gao and the other physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy were seated, a servant brought over tea. Before Shen Gao could speak, the old physician Su hurriedly asked, Master, how did it go when you treated the Emperor yesterday? Shen Gao looked around and saw that there were no outsiders present, only doctors from the Imperial Medical Academy. Gentlemen, you are all aware of the Emperor's condition. In addition to Erysipelas, the third prince also secretly sent someone to poison him. Now the Emperor's illness has reached a critical stage, and even a god would find it difficult to cure. Upon hearing this, the old physician Su said, I have treated the Emperor before. Although I discovered that he was poisoned, with Master's miraculous medicine, he should be able to live for a few more years without much trouble. While talking to the gourd, Shen Gao said to the old Dr. Su, When you were examining the Emperor, you found that he was short of breath and his face was dark. This is a sign of lung qi deficiency. When you felt his pulse, you found a rapid pulse and a floating pulse. As Shen Gao spoke, he recited, A floating pulse travels only along the flesh, as light as a feather following an elm seed. If it appears in autumn, one is healthy, but if it appears in a long-term illness, one should be alarmed. When the old Dr. Su heard the prescription, he was extremely surprised. He quickly stood up and asked Shen Gao, Master, do these 4 lines of poetry refer to a floating pulse? Shen Gao nodded, took a deep breath, and said very seriously, These are the characteristics of a floating pulse that I have summarized since I started practicing medicine. A floating pulse is nothing to worry about in normal times, but if a floating pulse appears after a long illness, it means that the heart qi is insufficient and the heart yang is exhausted, and it is incurable. The old Dr. Su and the other doctors quickly took out their brushes and wrote down Shen Gao's poem about floating pulse. Master, how much longer can the Emperor live? Old physician Su asked again. Shen Gao, after using the special medicine on the Emperor this time, he can live for another month. If he has my medicine, he can live for another month. After that, no matter what medicine he takes, it will be ineffective. All the imperial physicians took a deep breath. Shen Gao listened to Hulu's words and wrote down a highly tonifying and purgative prescription, and immediately ordered someone to prepare the medicine. After preparing the medicine, Shen Gao instructed the imperial physicians to decoct it until it was half full. Finally, boil the remaining half bowl of medicine until it evaporates, then add the remaining powder to honey and refine it into a small pill. While they weren't looking, he had already mixed a drop of spiritual liquid into them. In the final step, the pill was sealed with wax, wrapped in oiled paper, and then handed to old Dr. Su. Old Su, when the Emperor falls ill a month from now, give him this pill, and he will live for another month. Following Shen Gao's instructions, the old Dr. Su treated the medicine as if it were his life, placing it in his personal pocket. You may all step back. I am a little tired. Shen Gao waved to the crowd. All the imperial physicians took their leave and departed. Before long, 2 physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy came out, one of them secretly going to the 6th prince's residence. The other person took a pigeon from his sleeve, tied a small piece of paper to his leg, and whispered in the pigeon's ear, Fly quickly to Dao village. The news that the emperor was about to fall critically ill reached the sixth prince and the third prince, who was far away in Dao village, Chu County. It was this leak of information that triggered countless bloody storms in the Great Yuan dynasty. Xingao had no idea that what he had just said in front of the doctors of the Imperial Hospital would be leaked in less than an hour. That evening, Lu Yiming hurriedly returned to the Lu residence. He was very happy to see Xingao. Lu Yiming told Xingao that the Ministry of Revenue had sped up the counting of the silver, and the 100,000 taels of silver would be ready to be carried out by tomorrow night at the latest. When Lu Yiming heard that Xingao had driven Pei Baihe away all by himself, he stroked his short beard and laughed heartily. While he was struggling with how to get rid of Pei Baihe, Xingao unexpectedly came up with a clever trick that made her leave obediently. They praised Xingao's great abilities, saying that even this woman who was prone to crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide was afraid of him. At this moment, Lu Shuyan brought a pot of rice wine, poured a cup for Lu Yiming, and filled one for Xingao, and said with a smile, "Father, we are all married now, and you have no one to take care of you here. If there is a suitable match, we will support you in getting married." Xingao smiled slightly. "Father-in-law, we all agree that you should find a dignified and virtuous woman." When his son-in-law and daughter both said that, Lu Yiming blushed, picked up his wine glass and took a sip to hide his embarrassment. "Let me think about it," Lu Yiming said with an awkward smile. After 16 years of hard work raising his 6 daughters, they have finally gotten married, and it's time for him to enjoy his retirement. Find a concubine to warm your bed, and if she can give birth to a son, she can continue the Lu family line. Thinking this, a chord in Lu Yiming's heart was stirred. As the family was having a warm chat, they suddenly heard someone outside report. "Reporting to Lord Lu, someone from the palace has arrived." "There's someone in the palace?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming quickly stood up and went out to greet them. Upon seeing Lu Yiming, the newcomer immediately called out in a low voice, "Uncle!" "Jingchen?" Lu Yiming looked closely and realized that it was indeed the sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, who had come to visit late at night. "Sixth prince?" Xingao was also very surprised. He had just left the sixth prince's residence yesterday, and only a day had passed before the sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, came looking for him again. "Brother-in-law, let's go to the secret room to discuss this." Xiao Jingchen pulled Lu Yiming along, and then surprisingly pulled Xingao along as well. Upon entering the secret room, all the doors and windows were closed and locked. The newly hired guards of the Lu family drew their swords and began to intently monitor their surroundings. "Jingchen, what is it that you want to discuss with us?" Lu Yiming asked in a low voice. "Uncle! Cousin-in-law!" Suddenly, Xiao Jingchen clasped his hands together, bowed deeply to the two of them, and performed a grand salute. "I have received top-secret information that my father has at most 2 months to live. Please, both of you, offer your guidance." Chapter 71 Urgent Report from Chu County, Extremely Urgent. Xingao was greatly surprised. During the day, he had talked with the imperial physicians of the Imperial Hospital about Emperor Yan Zhao, and confirmed that Emperor Yan Zhao could only live for a maximum of 2 months. Unexpectedly, the news had already reached the sixth prince in just half a day. This sixth prince is not to be underestimated. Even the Imperial Medical Academy has trusted spies scheming behind the scenes. "Jingchen, where did you get this news from? How come your uncle hasn't heard of it?" Lu Yiming was taken aback. "With my worthy son-in-law around, the emperor shouldn't have any problem living another 3 to 5 years, right?" Xingao could only shake his head. "Father-in-law, His Majesty's illness is actually terminal and incurable. My medicine can only prolong his life for 2 more months. However, this is top secret and only some doctors in the Imperial Hospital know about it." After Xingao confirmed it, Lu Yiming was shocked to learn that the emperor only had 2 months left to live. With Xiao Qingzhu dead, the Great Yuan dynasty is about to descend into chaos once again. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, gave an awkward smile. "Brother-in-law, this news came from the Imperial Hospital. Upon receiving it, I rushed to the Lu residence overnight to discuss it with my uncle and brother-in-law." Xiao Jingchen bowed deeply to Lu Yiming and Xingao. Please advise me, uncle and cousin-in-law, on what I should do." Lu Yiming stood up, frowning as he pondered. "Your Highness, after Xiao Jingyuan is sent to a remote post, you will be the eldest among all the princes. The other princes are either too young or of mediocre talent. You are very likely to seize the throne. However, you currently have no achievements to speak of, and if the senior officials in the court were to use this as an excuse to obstruct you, it would only increase the risk. Therefore, I think you should gradually take control of the military." Xiao Jingchen's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Uncle, please enlighten me on how to take command of the troops." Lu Yiming also had a headache. The Great Yin dynasty was not a large country, with only 3 provinces and 15 prefectures. Although it had a strong army, it had not been at war for nearly 10 years. Therefore, the number of troops was small, and they were firmly in the hands of Emperor Yan Zhao, becoming a powerful weapon in his arsenal. Suddenly, Lu Yiming remembered Xiao Jingyuan in Fanchu County, and the impending famine caused by the severe drought. He immediately had an idea. "Your Highness, tomorrow at the Emperor's morning court session, the topic of discussion will be disaster relief in Chu County. The Ministry of Revenue has prepared 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief, and someone is needed to escort it. Why don't you take on the task of escorting the silver? Brother-in-law, what do you think?" The 6th prince turned to Shingao and asked for his opinion. Shingao didn't want the 6th prince to go to Chu County. If he went, the secret that Shingao was a great perfection expert would be exposed. However, this matter concerns whether the 6th prince can become emperor. In any case, Shingao can only pretend to be very happy and support the 6th prince Xiao Jingchen. In addition, if your Highness can eliminate the remnants of Huangyan village in Chu County, that would be a great achievement. Shingao then revealed another unexpected piece of information. The remnants of Huangyan village have extremely close ties with Lu Jinqing, one of Xiao Jingyuan's subordinates. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Jingchen's eyes shone even brighter than before. "Haha, my cousin-in-law is right. Xiao Jingyuan has been given a pot of poison by the emperor and is doomed. I will take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate Lu Jinqing to gradually seize military power. With military power in hand, who would dare not support me? Uncle, cousin-in-law, if I succeed this time, you too will have made a great contribution. You are my most trusted advisors, and it is no problem for you to be granted the title of Duke." Xiao Jingchen was in high spirits at this moment, and everything was ready except for the final push. The 3 of them drank another pot of wine, and it wasn't until midnight that Xiao Jingchen returned home slightly drunk. Early the next morning, Lu Yiming and Shingao went to the Golden Hall to meet the emperor. When we arrived at the Golden Temple, the sun had just risen. The ministers were already standing in 4 rows, waiting for the emperor to begin his court session. Because Shingao's audience with the emperor was temporary, he could only wait outside the Golden Hall. After a while, Xiao Qingzhua and the 6th prince Xiao Jingchen walked into the Golden Hall together. After a grand ceremony, Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzhua, issued the following order. "Shingao, the magistrate of Xianchu County, requests an audience." The eunuchs waiting outside heard this and immediately invited Shingao to enter the hall through the main gate. Before Shingao could perform the proper obeisance, Emperor Yan Zhao said, "Minister Shin, there's no need for such formalities. Bring a seat." The eunuch had already prepared a small stool for Shingao to sit on. The ministers looked at the 6th-rank county magistrate with envy. The 6th-rank county magistrate sat down in front of these high-ranking officials from the imperial court, and he did so with complete ease. They had to stand every day when they went to court. The court officials immediately remembered Shingao. "Minister Shin, due to this severe drought, disaster victims from all over the country have flocked to Chu County. To prevent a peasant uprising, I hereby appoint you, Minister Shin, to carry out disaster relief in Chu County. You must keep the disaster victims under control and prevent them from rebelling." Emperor Yan Zhao smiled and looked at Shingao, saying, "Your subject obeys the decree." Shingao hurriedly stood up, walked to the front, bowed, and accepted the task. Xiao Qingzhua was very satisfied with Shingao's appearance. He then said, "Minister Shin, the 100,000 taels of disaster relief silver has been prepared. I have ordered 1,000 Imperial Guards to escort it along the way. You must set off tonight and deliver the silver safely to Chu County as soon as possible to fulfill my instructions. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely keep the disaster victims under control in Chu County and settle them all properly. Shen Gao reassured Xiao Qingzhou once again. Just as Xiao Qingzhou was about to say something, he suddenly heard an urgent report from outside. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Chu County, it's extremely urgent. Upon hearing this shout, Xiao Qingzhuo's heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. An urgent report from Chu County. It's extremely urgent. Could it be that the disaster victims gathered in Chu County so quickly? If that's the case, sending 100,000 taels of silver to Chu County won't be fast enough. Call him in to talk. Xiao Qingzhuo was somewhat flustered at the moment, but he still sent the messenger into the main hall. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The man walked a few steps to the front of the hall, knelt down and reported. Speak quickly! Xiao Qingzhou shouted with a stern face. The imperial eunuch, carrying a pot of arsenic bestowed by the emperor, traveled through the night to Chu County to give it to the third prince to drink. It turned out that it wasn't a disaster relief uprising. Xiao Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the third prince killed the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict, and then killed the 50 imperial guards who were escorting the edict. We fought desperately and managed to escape with our lives. Just then, General Ma Yinglong's troops were waiting in Chu County. They sent troops to protect us and repel the third prince's attack. What? Xiao Qingzhou was both shocked and furious. The third prince dared to disobey the imperial edict and kill the eunuch who delivered it. This is terrible. Does Xiao Jingyuan intend to rebel? Your Majesty, the third prince has also declared that Your Majesty disregards fatherly affection, and that he has decided to sever ties with Your Majesty, lead troops to attack the capital, and he said. What else did he say? Xiao Qingzhou gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He also said that we should kill the emperor in the capital, seize the throne, and then cut off his head. The messenger stammered, but boldly repeated Xiao Jingyuan's words. You unfilial son! You are truly an unfilial son! Xiao Qingzhou stood up, his face flushed with anger and veins bulging. Which of my ministers is willing to lead troops to quell the rebellion? Xiao Jingchen stood behind Emperor Yan Zhao, overjoyed. The opportunity to seize military power has arrived. Without hesitation, Xiao Jingchen stepped forward from beside the emperor and solemnly knelt before Emperor Yan Zhao. Chapter 72, Will they attack Chu County? Xiao Jingchen shouted loudly. Father! Xiao Jingyuan has disregarded your grace and gathered a crowd to rebel. Your son is willing to lead troops to quell the rebellion. Xiao Qingzhou nodded, but he did not respond to Xiao Jingchen's words. He looked at the civil and military officials in the hall, his anger erupting. My esteemed ministers, who among you is willing to lead the troops on my behalf and capture Xiao Jingyuan? At this moment, a tall general clad in armor clasped his hands and addressed Emperor Yan Zhao, saying, This humble general, Tian Lian, is willing to lead 30,000 troops to capture the third prince. Xiao Qingzhou was very pleased to see that Tian Lian was willing to lead the troops. With such a capable general in charge, things will be much easier. Very well, I hereby appoint Tian Liang as the commander-in-chief and send out 30,000 troops to quell the rebellion. Seeing that the emperor had not made any arrangements for him, the sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, began to lose his composure. He knelt down before Xiao Qingzhou again, squeezed out a few tears, and cried out. Father, Xiao Jingyuan is causing trouble in Chu County, colluding with bandits and rebelling. Your son is willing to follow General Tian to Chu County and capture Xiao Jingyuan. Xiao Jingchen was indeed a clever man. He did not mention killing Xiao Jingyuan, lest the emperor blame him for not showing brotherly affection. Therefore, the tone was simply one of arrest and bringing the suspect to justice. As expected, Xiao Qingzhou nodded and said, Issue Xiao Jingchen as deputy general, to follow Tian Liang and set out immediately. Upon hearing Emperor Yan Zhao's words, Xiao Jingchen was overjoyed. Finally, I can lead troops openly and legitimately. Shao Jingchen knelt before Shao Qingzue, his voice trembling with emotion. Your subject obeys, and thanks your majesty. After discussing for a whole morning, the emperor and his ministers finally decided that 7 days later, Tian Liang would be the commander-in-chief and Shao Jingchen the deputy commander, leading an army of 30,000 south to quell Shao Jingyuan's rebellion. In addition, Xin Gao brought 100,000 taels of disaster relief silver, which filled 10 large carriages, and was escorted by 1,000 imperial guards. As darkness fell, Xin Gao bid farewell to Lu Yiming and set off back to Chu County with his sextuplet's wife and money. Xiao Lingxi was once again found by Prince Xiao Chenlai and taken back to his residence for strict guard. In the end, Xiao Lingxi still did not return to Chu County with Xin Gao. To prevent bandits and robbers from entering, 1,000 imperial guards hid during the day and marched at night. By the morning of the third day, the silver was finally safely delivered to the Chu County government office. At this time, Wei Song was still waiting for Xin Gao to hand over the reins at the county office. Ma Yinglong's troops were temporarily stationed in Chu County, and would officially return to Baoqing County after the drought was over. The county government office in Chu County was quite large, with the county magistrate's residence behind it, consisting of a separate courtyard and 6 or 7 tiled houses. There were 10 yamen runners, 0 clerks, and nothing else. Because of the severity of the disaster, the county government's warehouse was completely empty, so empty that even rats didn't want to go in. After the handover was completed, Wei Song left Chu County with his advisor and went to Baoqing County to take up his new post. After watching Wei Song leave, Xin Gao immediately sent 100,000 taels of silver into the treasury and locked it with several large locks. At the same time, he assigned 6 yamen runners to guard it in 3 shifts around the clock, and they were not allowed to relax their guard. He then summoned Wei Yi and asked him to go to Huangyan village and invite Li Fu over for a talk. After arranging things and flipping through the case files from previous trials, Xin Gao found it all rather dull and fell asleep on the desk. He slept for 2 hours straight. Just as he woke up, he heard a yamen runner come in and report. Lord Xin, General Ma Yinglong has come to see you. Quickly invite him in. Xin Gao shouted, ordering his yamen runners to fetch Ma Yinglong. In the past, Ma Yinglong would always come to see Xin Gao with a smile, but now Ma Yinglong had a stern face and showed a hint of anxiety. Brother Xin, this is strange, Ma Yinglong said as he found a stool and sat down. I received a report from the scouts that overnight, all 600 or 700 bandits from Dao village, as well as Shao Jinyuan, Lu Jingqing, He Qinhu and others, have disappeared from Dao village. They've all disappeared? Xin Gao secretly wondered where they had gone. Now, Xin Gao knows that Lu Jingqing's martial arts skills have risen to be similar to his own, and there are also 3 great perfection masters, Shao Jinyuan and He Qinhu, plus Black Tiger, Grass-Head Chang, and Fat Sing, as well as more than 500 bandits. Shao Jingyuan's strength is at least 5 times stronger than Ma Yinglong's. Why did they disappear from Dao village? Do they intend to attack Chu County? Thinking of this, Xin Gao broke out in a cold sweat. If they were to besiege the county town, with so many experts, Xin Gao might be able to escape, but it would be difficult for the others. General Ma, it seems Lu Jingqing intends to attack Chu County. Xin Gao suppressed his shock and anxiously shouted. Let's prepare in advance. Lord Xin, that's not true. Lu Jingqing's troops didn't approach Chu County, they just disappeared somewhere. Ma Yinglong scratched his head, oblivious to Xin Gao's anxious expression, and said with a frown. Damn it, all of Shao Jinyuan and Lu Jingqing's troops have vanished from Chu County's territory. In other words, they've left Chu County. Xin Gao felt a little relieved and asked Ma Yinglong to send out scouts to monitor the area around Chu County in case Shao Jinyuan launched a surprise attack. Ma Yinglong nodded, and then went to arrange for a large number of scouts to gather information. At this moment, a yamen runner stepped forward to report that Li Fu from Huangyan village had come to pay his respects. Xin Gao quickly invited Li Fu in. Greetings, master! Li Fu then brought Yang Huago and Ding Xiang to greet Xin Gao. How is the situation in Huangyan village? Xin Gao asked, gesturing for Li Fu to sit down. Master, Huangyan village is indeed a good place, with beautiful mountains, water and terrace fields. There are a total of 899 acres of terrace fields with water, all planted with rice. However, it is cold and quiet on the mountain, and the rice has not yet sprouted. Xingao recalled the spiritual liquid inside the gourd. 1 drop diluted with 1,000,000 drops of water could make crops ripen overnight. The ripening of these rice plants was not a problem. Xingao could simply take some time to visit Huangyan village. The most important thing now is that Huangyan village is deserted, and Xiao Jingyuan has disappeared. If they retake Huangyan village, Xingao will lose a secret base. Li Fu, while there are more and more starving people, find 1,000 strong laborers and bring them into the village to repair the walls of Huangyan village. Secretly build a strong garrison to protect the safety of the Shen family. When a severe drought strikes, even with 100,000 taels of silver in disaster relief funds, it will be far from enough, and there will inevitably be riots by starving people. The only solution is to establish an armed force for self-defense. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Only by becoming strong can you gain a foothold in this chaotic world. Yes, sir! Li Fu immediately accepted Xingao's order. In addition, Xiao Jinyuan and Lu Jingqing have disappeared from Dao village and their whereabouts are unknown. You must find a way to strengthen defenses and prevent them from returning to Huangyan village. Xingao continued. Patriarch, you don't need to worry about this at all. Yang Huago, who was standing next to Li Fu, chuckled. I know where they went. Chapter 73 Begging Sect Master. Xingao was very surprised. This good-for-nothing, whenever he encounters trouble, he either runs away or flees. I never expected that he would know where Xiao Jingyuan and the others were. Yang Huago, how did you know? Where did they go? Yang Hua Dog smiled smugly. Of course, it's because the little one has a sensitive nose that it sniffed out where they were going. Xingao. Speak like a human being. Yang Huago was taken aback. What do you mean, speak human language? But when he saw Xingao's eyes, which were looking at him with ill intent, as if he would slap him if he didn't tell the truth, Yang Huago turned pale with fright. Master, I have several hundred beggars under my command. They are the ones who relayed the message to me. You brat, are you the leader of the beggars sect? Xingao reached out and slapped Yang Huago, laughing. Master, what is a gang leader? I've never heard of it. Yang Huago scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I gathered the beggars together so that it would be easier for them to beg from wealthy families. Xingao didn't quite understand, so he said, Explain it to me in detail. Yang Huago had no choice but to explain to Xingao. It turns out that Yang Huago was originally a beggar who made a living by begging. In order to beg for enough food to survive, he had a bright idea. He united some beggars and they would notify each other of any happy occasion so that they could go and beg. Therefore, the beggars who followed Yang Huago were less likely to go hungry. Gradually, Yang Huago's reputation grew, and everyone regarded him as their leader. Wherever he went, he could organize the beggars to gather information and then pass it on to the beggars who needed it. Yang Huago followed Xingao to Chu County and, as was customary, contacted the beggars there. These beggars had just come from Dao village. They said that while they were begging in Dao village, they discovered that there were thousands of bandits and robbers stationed there. The landlord of Dao village had submitted to these bandits, given away all his property, and held a grand feast. They went begging and each received a small piece of meat. Afterwards, these bandits left Dao village and headed towards Lingnan County. Lingnan Commandery and Baoqing Commandery are neighbors, but Baoqing Commandery is to the north, serving as a barrier for the capital, while Lingnan Commandery is to the south, with a vast territory and a large population, and beyond that lies the boundless sea. Xiao Jinyuan actually went to this place. Master, Lingnan County is the poorest place in the Great Yan Dynasty, and it is also the place most severely affected by this drought. Those bandits do not go to the rich places, but go to these poor places. How can they rob money? Yang Huago was puzzled by the whereabouts of these bandits. But Xingao didn't listen to Yang Huago's words. Instead, he became increasingly interested in Yang Huago's identity. This kid is a real talent. He has the potential to be a member of the beggars sect. If all the beggars in the world were united and formed into a network, wouldn't that be a huge intelligence agency? Yan Huago, I'm giving you a task. If you do it well, you'll be richly rewarded. Shen Gao patted Yan Huago's head. Master, what is it? Yan Huago asked. Unite all the beggars of the great Yin dynasty, and you will be their leader. Also, report to me the whereabouts of those bandits and robbers every other day. Master, Yan Huago's eyes lit up. You want me to be the leader of the beggars sect? Haha, I'll lead all the beggars in the world and become the greatest sect leader in the world. That's exactly what I meant. Shen Gao hadn't expected Yan Huago to have even come up with a name for the beggars gang. It seemed that this kid was ambitious too. However, Master, what can we do without money? Yan Huago helplessly stretched out his hand. We need at least 100 taels of silver to get things started. 100 taels of silver is really not much for Shen Gao now. He agreed immediately. Yang Huigu was so happy that his tail almost reached the sky. He took the silver given to him by Shen Gao and ran away in a flash. At this moment Yan Fu said, Master, should we send someone to follow Yan Huago? Shen Gao knew that Yang Fu was afraid that Yan Huago would run away with the money and never come back, but Shen Gao shook his head and said, It's all right, I believe Yan Huago wouldn't be greedy for such a small amount of money. Now that Xiao Jingyuan, Lu Jinqing, and others have actually run away from Dao village to Lingnan County, they posed no threat to Shen Gao whatsoever. Shen Gao felt much less pressure. At the same time, the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan rode on horseback, walking side by side with Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu. Behind him were nearly 1,000 bandits and robbers, including Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk. Xiao Jingyuan recalled that a day earlier, Emperor Xiao Qingzhua had suddenly gone mad and ordered someone to give him a pot of arsenic, intending to poison him to death. If he hadn't secretly mastered the Great Perfection technique, and if Lu Jinqing, He Qinhu, and the other two hadn't eaten the Tai Sui and recovered their power, he would have truly fallen into the Emperor's trap. Xiao Jingyuan fought back fiercely, killing all the eunuchs and imperial guards who came to poison him. Only a few escaped to Ma Yinglong's camp. He was about to order an attack on Ma Yinglong's camp, but Lu Jinqing stopped him. Your Highness, Ma Yinglong is ready to fight. It's not worth it for us to fight him head-on, Lu Jinqing said in a low voice. Since the Emperor has already broken all pretense and wants to kill Your Highness needs to do everything possible to maintain and expand your forces. Once you have a large army, you can then attack the capital and seize the throne. After hearing Lu Jinqing's words, Xiao Jingyuan reluctantly ordered a retreat back to Dao village. As soon as they arrived at Dao village, a carrier pigeon flew down from the sky and landed on Xiao Jingyuan's shoulder. Xiao Jingyuan caught the carrier pigeon and untied a small piece of paper from its leg. A line of text was written on it. Top secret, Shen Gao has confirmed that the Emperor's lifespan is at most 2 months, and there is no cure. Upon seeing the note, Xiao Jingyuan was overjoyed. He showed the note to the brothers Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu. Your Highness, this is great news. This is truly great news. Lu Jinqing's eyes widened as he laughed heartily. In the capital, the 6 princes' foundation is unstable, and the other princes are too young. If Your Highness takes advantage of these 2 months to actively gather troops, train them, and then storm the capital, you can seize the throne in one fell swoop. Xiao Jingyuan was also excited by the news, his face flushed. However, he only had the forces of Huangyan village, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Sage, and had nothing else. The most important thing now is to take advantage of these 2 months to develop this 1,000 people into tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and then suddenly besiege the capital, taking it by surprise and storming in one fell swoop. But where did this person come from, and where did the money come from? At this moment, Xiao Jingyuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, making his mind go blank. Jinqing, what should we do now? Xiao Jingyuan asked hurriedly. Lu Jinqing gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. At this moment, he really wanted to lead his troops to storm Kaoshan village, wipe out Shen Gao, capture the sextuplets, ravage them, and finally kill them. However, the Emperor only has 2 months left to live. The third prince's main goal now is to seize the throne. Once he does, killing Shingao and capturing the sextuplets will be a piece of cake. He would strip and ravage each of the 6 sisters in front of Shingao. Chapter 74. My mouth got stung by a bee. Your Highness. Lu Jingqing clasped his hands and bowed to Xiao Jingyuan. Chu County is on guard now, we cannot fight them head on. There is a severe drought and famine now, especially in Lingnan County. Why don't we use the banner of the third prince acting on behalf of heaven to save the people of the world, gather the disaster victims, subdue those disobedient landowners, and develop and expand our power? Xiao Jingyuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he listened to Lu Jingqing's words. What a fine example of acting on behalf of heaven! Such a severe drought is surely a sign that the emperor is incompetent and foolish, and that a great disaster is about to befall the land. All right, let's raise an army under the banner of acting on behalf of heaven, in the name of my third prince, and march on Lingnan. Xiao Jingyuan was in high spirits. With their combined skills at the great perfection level, as long as there were no experts in Lingnan, taking over the 4 counties of Lingnan would be a piece of cake. So, they forced the landlord of Dao village to take out all the silver and prepare all the edible food to hold the grand feast. After the army had eaten, they immediately set off to attack Lingnan County. Upon entering Lingnan County, they were immediately confronted by a large group of disaster victims. Xiao Jingyuan took these disaster victims under his control, and took the opportunity to destroy 2 large landowners, collecting all the grain as provisions for his army. In this way, Xiao Jingyuan's people gathered more and more, reaching tens of thousands in just a few days. At least 2/3 of the land in Lingnan Prefecture has fallen into Xiao Jingyuan's hands. Information. Through Yang Huaguo's channels, the news reached Shingao in Chu County every other day. Shingao was secretly alarmed when he heard this news. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingyuan abandoned Chu County and went to attack Lingnan Prefecture. The army has grown to more than 10,000 men. At this time, Shingao had no soldiers at all, except for those he relied on Ma Yinglong's troops. Huangyan village must take immediate action. Shingao immediately called Lu Shuyan over and smiled slightly. Shuyan, accompany your husband to Huangyan village. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyan's face immediately turned red. Does my husband want her? But this time she really did get her period. It's only been 3 days. Husband, I can't right now, Lu Shuyan said nervously, her face flushed. This time it's really my period. Shingao chuckled and was about to tell her that he was going to take care of something important when Lu Shuyan turned away in embarrassment and ran to the backyard, calling her 4th sister, Lu Shiyu, to Shingao. Lu Shiyu, puzzled, curtsied to Shingao and asked, Husband, why did you call me here? Let's go to Huangyan village together. Shingao smiled. Really? I've always wanted to see the beautiful scenery of Huangyan village. Lu Shiyu immediately remembered how her husband and 2nd sister, Lu Shatong, described how beautiful Huangyan village was, and she had long wanted to go there. She never expected her husband to ask her to go with him. Without much thought, she happily agreed. The two got into a carriage, with Wei Er acting as the driver, and drove the carriage forward. Shingao and Lu Shiyu sat in the carriage, which swayed and rocked. Before long, Lu Shiyu was swayed by the uneven road and ended up next to Shingao. Before Lu Shiyu could even notice herself, she had already gotten very close to Shingao. Husband, why is it that every time you and 6th sister come down from the back mountain, 6th sister's face is always flushed? Lu Shiyu had wanted to ask Shingao for a long time, and now she finally had the chance. Wei Er, who was driving the carriage, smirked when he heard Lu Shiyu's words. You want to know? Shingao's face revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, of course I want to know, because 6th sister's face is so rosy, she looks even prettier than eldest sister. Lu Shiyu's eyes were pure and innocent, showing no sign of pretense. It seems that each of the sextuplets has a different personality and a different level of maturity. The 6th sister, Lu Shuwan, was lively and matured the earliest. Although the eldest sister, Lu Shuyan, had also matured, she had many concerns because she was the eldest sister. Therefore, Whenever something happened, she would always be the one to step forward without hesitation. Shin Gao smiled and reached out to put his arm around Lu Xiyu's waist. With a gentle grasp, her slender waist was in Shin Gao's hands. With a soft moan, Lu Xiyu felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, and her face instantly burned, turning bright red. Little Xiyu, your face is so red and beautiful, just as pretty as Shuwen's. Shin Gao chuckled. Husband. Lu Xiyu touched her face, then took out a small bronze mirror and secretly looked at herself, only to find that her face was really red and hot. Husband, do your hands possess magical powers? Lu Xiyu asked in a clear voice, not daring to look at Shin Gao. Of course, not only does my husband's hand possess magical powers, but it also has magical powers that can make it big or small. Shin Gao chuckled, teasing Lu Xiyu. Where is it? Let me see. Lu Xiyu was impatient, and wanted to see it. Not now. Once we get to Huangyan village, we'll find a secluded spot, and you can look at me as you please. Shin Gao tightened his grip, and Lu Xiyu moved even closer. Lu Xiyu groaned softly as she was pulled into Shin Gao's arms. Husband, show me the fun stuff when we get to a secluded place, Lu Xiyu said, still thinking about it. But at this moment, Shin Gao forbade her to speak again and gently kissed Lu Xiyu. Ah dash! Lu Xiyu was secretly amazed. Not only did her husband's hands possess magical powers, but his mouth also had magical powers, kissing her until she was completely infatuated and her mind went blank. After an unknown amount of time, a "Whoa!" was heard. The carriage stopped, and Wei Er called out from outside. Master, we've arrived at Huangyan village. Have we arrived at Huangyan village? Lu Xiyu finally came to her senses. She struggled to escape from Shin Gao's embrace, and found that her lips were numb from the kiss. She picked up a bronze mirror and saw that her lips were swollen from the kiss. In addition, her face was bright red, making her look like she had done something naughty. Husband, I don't want to get out of the car. I can't face anyone. Lu Xiyu was very shy and hid behind Shin Gao, not daring to get out of the car. Shin Gao gently lifted Lu Xiyu down from the carriage and said with a smile, Little Xiyu is so beautiful, how can she not be seen by others? Left with no other option, Lu Xiyu had to grab Shin Gao's hand and hide behind him. At this moment, the carriage stopped in front of the largest blue brick and tile house in Huangyan village. Upon hearing the news, Li Fu and the others hurried over and greeted Shin Gao. When he saw Lu Xiyu, who was hiding behind Shin Gao in an embarrassed state, with slightly swollen lips and a bright and beautiful face, he didn't know what to say. Don't look around, everyone. Xiyu accidentally got stung by a bee on the mouth, Shin Gao said shamelessly. Pfft. Wei Er couldn't help but turn his face away. Damn it, the head of the family was lying through his teeth. The carriage was completely covered up, not even a mosquito could get in. Where did the bees come from? If we're talking about bees, then it must be the head of the household, that big flower thief. Li Fu thought to himself. We've all been through this, is there any need to hide it? Having navigated the treacherous crowd, the maid Ding Xiang quickly grasped the situation. She sneered, Shameless! Chapter 75 The 13 Protectors of Chu County. Ding Xiang, you are the first person in the great Yan dynasty to dare to scold the patriarch. Shin Gao walked up to Ding Xiang and looked at her smooth, alabaster skin. He was secretly amazed, wondering what kind of background this woman who roamed the martial arts world had. Not only is she very beautiful, but she is also very thoughtful. If you keep swearing, believe me, the patriarch will execute you on the spot. Ding Xiang looked at Shin Gao's lewd appearance, and wanted to turn around and leave, but she held back. This man was handsome, a master of the great perfection realm, and also knew how to heal. He cured her menstrual irregularities with just a bowl of water. Although he was a bit of a womanizer, in the great Yan dynasty, which capable man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even if he doesn't want to marry, there will be women who will pursue him. Suddenly I realized that I had also become entangled with them. She even used the pretense of being a maid to seduce him. Thinking this, Ding Xiang's face turned as red as 1,000 clouds, and she couldn't help but turn her face away. Xingao didn't notice the look in Ding Xiang's eyes. He thought to himself, "Little girl, if you ever run into my hands, I'll show you how powerful I am." Li Fu looked left and right, relieved that he had taken good care of Ding Xiang and hadn't treated her like a maid. The man and woman exchanged glances, their hearts already fluttering with romantic feelings. "It seems we'll have to prepare a separate room for Ding Xiang." "Master, this way please," Li Fu said, leading Xingao along while briefly introducing the situation of Huangyan village. Over the past few days, more than 20,000 people have gathered in Huangyan village. They were all disaster victims, of whom only 5,000 were young and middle-aged people, and the rest were the elderly, women and children. Moreover, more and more people saw signs along several roads that read, "Disaster victims please go to Huangyan village," and headed towards Huangyan village. Li Fu had organized all the able-bodied men aged 15 to 30, given them sticks, and trained them in groups of 10 to a squad and 100 to a platoon. However, Li Fu couldn't accommodate the elderly, weak, women, and children either, as there were simply too many of them. As they walked and talked, Li Fu led Xingao and Lu Xiu to the training ground of Huangyan village, where a full 2,000 people were practicing with weapons such as swords and spears. However, they are all made of wood. When everyone saw Li Fu and his men approaching, they immediately stopped. Li Fu waved, and 20 squad leaders rushed to their side. "Your subordinates pay their respects to Chief Steward Li," the 20 squad leaders shouted in unison. "This is the master of Huangyan village, Xingao, the magistrate of Chu County. From now on, he will be everyone's leader." Li Fu pointed to Xingao and introduced him to the group. The 20 squad leaders immediately knelt on one knee. "Greetings, master." The 2,000 men behind them immediately knelt down as well. "Greetings, master." Xingao waved his hand and, using his perfected skill, shouted, "Everyone, please rise!" The sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in the soldiers' ears. Everyone was taken aback. They had heard that only a great general at the great perfection of the acquired realm possessed the power of the lion's roar, but they never expected that the head of Huangyan village would also have it. The roar instantly ignited a surge of excitement in everyone, who also shouted back, "Thank you, Patriarch!" The 2,000 soldiers stared intently at Xingao, their eyes filled with admiration. "Patriarch," Li Fu said, pointing to the crowd, "Huangyan village is too small. This training ground can only accommodate a maximum of 2,000 men for training. The remaining 3,000 men will have to be quarried to repair the walls of Huangyan village. With so many people now, the grain that Huangyan village bought can only be eaten twice a day, barely enough to fill our stomachs." Xingao was somewhat surprised by Li Fu's words. Didn't the emperor allocate 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief? Li Fu receives a daily allowance of 100 taels of silver, equivalent to 100,000 copper coins. This is enough to buy nearly 30,000 caddies of coarse rice. Huangyan village only has 20,000 people. With this money, there should be enough food to feed them. "Master, you are unaware of this," Li Fu sighed and said. "The grain in Chu County is all controlled by the 13 protectors. Now the price of grain has risen to 10 copper coins a pound, and you still can't buy much." "Who are the 13 protectors?" Xingao began to get angry. "The 13 protectors is the name given to the 13 grain merchants in Chu County who have joined forces." Li Fu shook his head. Knowing about the drought, they had already collected most of their surplus grain, preparing to sell it at a high price and make a fortune. Xingao was silent for a while, then said, "Tomorrow I will go and meet these 13 protectors to see what they are up to." At this moment, Xingao looked at the lush green rice paddies outside Huangyan village and said, "It's harvest time. These rice paddies can also supplement our food supply." "It's no use, Patriarch. Although Huangyan village has 899 mu of fertile land, it is all flooded by mountain streams. The water temperature in the fields is very low, and the rice has not yet ripened." Li Fu sighed and said anxiously, "Li Fu, all this rice will be fully ripe tomorrow. After the harvest, the grain from Huangyan village can only be used to supply the 5,000 soldiers of the village with food and drink." Upon hearing this, Li Fu quickly said, "Master, after observation, the rice has not yet formed ears. It will take at least half a month to mature, and it is unlikely to be ripe by tomorrow. The 20 squad leaders were all young and strong farmers. They echoed Li Fu's words. Master, these paddy fields will take at least half a month to mature, and the yield will be low. At most, we can harvest 500 caddies of rice per mu. Yes, after removing the husks, you can only get about 300 caddies of rice. 1,000 mu would only yield 300,000 caddies of grain. If it's only enough to feed 5,000 soldiers, it can only last for 2 months at most before running out of food. Impossible! It's so green, there's absolutely no way it could ripen tomorrow. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, completely disbelieving Shen Gao's words. The farmers who followed Li Fu also didn't believe it. After observing, they found that there was a stream in the mountains of Huangyan village that flowed year-round and eventually formed a cold lake. Because of the irrigation from Linghu Lake, the rice here does indeed ripen a month later than that at the foot of the mountain. Impossible! It's absolutely impossible for it to be ripe by tomorrow. Everyone shook their heads, refusing to believe it. Even Dinxiang didn't believe it. Well then, Shen Gao said to Li Fu, unable to persuade them. Tonight you organize the remaining women and able-bodied children to wait. If you can harvest rice tomorrow, then harvest it. If you can't, then do something else. Li Fu quickly agreed. Regardless of whether what the patriarch said was right or wrong, the arrangements still had to be made. Shen Gao stopped talking and walked alone, without even taking Lu Xiu with him, toward the huge terrace fields of Huangyan village. He had already hidden a wooden basin inside the gourd, filled it with a large basin of stream water, and dripped 5 drops of spiritual liquid into it. At each terrace field, he scooped a spoonful of water containing the spiritual liquid into the paddy field. It wasn't until evening that all the rice paddies were watered with the spiritual liquid. Then Shen Gao clapped his hands and slowly walked towards Huangyan village. Chapter 76. It doesn't hurt, it's just about to break. Dinxiang stood in Huangyan village, watching from afar as Shen Gao turned into a tiny black dot, then slowly reappeared in her eyes. Several hours later, Shen Gao transformed from a small black dot into a tall man. She was very puzzled, wondering what Shen Gao was doing by these farmlands. Just as she was about to go to greet him, a scream suddenly came from behind her. Lu Xiu lifted her skirt and ran towards Shen Gao. Husband, why are you so late? Lu Xiu asked him in a cheerful voice. My husband, I went to check on these rice paddies. It seems they will be ripe by tomorrow. Shen Gao nodded and smiled at Lu Xiu. Dinxiang listened from a distance, a disdainful expression on her face. It's hilarious! This rice is so green, how could it possibly be ripe tomorrow? Even if you were a Taoist priest, you couldn't make the rice ripen by tomorrow. Dinxiang muttered to herself as she returned to the small house next door. However, Lu Xiu believed Shen Gao's words, because she knew that her husband had too many secrets. A bowl of water saved Lu Yiming's father, and also saved his eldest sister. In addition, he saved the emperor's life and cured Li Fu and his son's illness. Moreover, her husband is highly skilled in martial arts and has never been defeated by anyone. With her husband by her side, their hard times are over, and a happy life will follow. Furthermore, the vegetables her husband cooked in Kaoshan village were exceptionally tender and delicious. After eating them, the sextuplets became even more beautiful, and their skin became fairer and more delicate. In the past, they were physically weak and often got sick, but since they married their husbands, they haven't been sick once in all this time. In Lu Xiu's eyes, Shen Gao was almost omnipotent, and nothing could stump him. When the two returned to the village, Li Fu prepared a lavish feast to entertain Shen Gao and Lu Xiu. During the meal, Li Fu brought out a large jug of liquor and drank with Shen Gao. They drank until the dishes were a mess, and both of them were quite drunk. The banquet finally ended, and Lu Xiu helped Shen Gao walk unsteadily toward the house that Li Fu had arranged for the chieftain to use. Upon entering, I found the room spotless and immaculate. A carved double bed, made of some unknown type of wood, sits on the side of the bedroom. A thin, bright red double happiness quilt was placed on the bed. Lu Xiu helped Shen Gao open the door, placed him on the bed, and then lit an oil lamp and placed it on the table. He glanced at Shengao, who was still fast asleep in bed. Lu Shiyu then took off Shengao's shoes, prepared a large basin of hot water, and washed Shengao's face, hands, and feet. They then removed Shengao's short-sleeved shirt and tight pants, revealing Shengao's lean yet strong muscles. My husband is so strong, I really want to touch him. Lu Shiyu glanced at Shengao, who was sleeping soundly without moving, and couldn't help but whisper. Then he reached out and gently stroked Shengao's strong muscles. However, Lu Shiyu was petite, and she had to lie on Shengao's body to barely reach him to wipe herself. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong with Shengao. Originally incredibly soft, it now felt noticeably different to Lu Shiyu, and it was also burning hot. Ah dash! Lu Shiyu exclaimed in a low voice. Could this be the magical thing my husband was talking about that can change size at will? Unexpectedly, Shengao had already woken up. Shengao gave a low shout and grabbed Lu Shiyu's hands, causing Lu Shiyu to fall into Shengao's arms. Husband, what are you doing? Lu Shiyu nestled in Shengao's arms, feeling a burning sensation all over her body, a fire spreading rapidly through her lower abdomen. Go to sleep. Shengao, without stopping, tossed Lu Shiyu's thin clothes aside and pulled her into his arms, covering her with the blanket. No, my husband, I don't want to sleep, Lu Shiyu whispered. Why? Shengao looked at her in confusion. Because I can't sleep, I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body, crawling into my heart. Lu Shiyu nestled in Shengao's arms, her breath sweet as orchids. Wow! What outrageous words! Even bolder than Lu Shiyu's. Shengao already understood what was going on. He whispered in Lu Shiyu's ear. Your husband has a way to get the ants that have crawled into your heart out. Lu Shiyu also asked Shengao in his ear. Husband, how do you do it? Do you suck it out with your mouth? It's not impossible, Shengao said, then embraced Lu Shiyu and kissed her. Not long after, Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a pain, but the sensation of thousands of ants crawling on her was gone. Husband, how could you do this? Lu Shiyu complained to Shengao. You hurt me. Little Shiyu, your husband loves you so much that he came here especially to pamper you, Shengao said softly. So this is what it feels like to be loved. It really hurts. Tears streamed down Lu Shiyu's face as she felt a profound loss. Husband, from now on, you must love me dearly, and love me for the rest of your life. Of course, I want to cherish you for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Shengao hugged Lu Shiyu tightly again the next day. It was already broad daylight, but Lu Shiyu was still lying on Shengao's body, sleeping soundly. Shengao turned to look at the young girl. Her skin was as white and delicate as tofu. Those long eyelashes would occasionally brush against each other, and those eyebrows would sometimes furrow, as if they were thinking of something sad. Her small mouth was right next to Shengao's heart, and a sliver of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto Shengao's chest. Husband, you love me so much, Lu Shiyu mumbled in her sleep, sticking out her tongue to lick the drool that had spilled out. This little girl's sleeping posture is not elegant at all. Shengao chuckled inwardly, gently moving his numb arm as he was about to change position, when Lu Shiyu woke up. She looked up and, realizing she was lying on top of Shengao, immediately let out a soft scream. Husband, did I hurt you? It doesn't hurt, but it's about to break. Shengao teased Lu Shiyu again. Husband, you lied to me. Lu Shiyu thought it was really over and rushed to check. She found that everything was fine and realized that Shengao had lied to her. She raised her small fist and gently punched Shengao's chest. I'm not playing with you anymore, you've been lying to me all this time. Lu Shiyu pouted and glared at Shengao. Ha ha! Shengao laughed heartily. He reached out and hugged Lu Shiyu again, giving her another wet kiss. My lord, those millions of ants are back again, Lu Shiyu whispered, her face flushed. Don't be afraid, your husband will chase them away. After Shengao finished speaking, he was about to take action. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of rushing footsteps in the distance, followed by Li Fu's incredulous scream. Master, Master! Great news! Great news! Chapter 77. Humph, I'm watching the oxen plow the field. Master of the house, master of the house. As Li Fu ran and shouted, he suddenly noticed Ding Xiang standing outside Shen Gao's chieftain's mansion. Ding Xiang waved her hand at him, indicating that he didn't need to call out. What's wrong? Ding Xiang walked over and asked Li Fu in a low voice. They're ripe. They've all ripened overnight. Li Fu exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling out incoherently. What's ripe? Ding Xiang couldn't think of anything at first. Rice. Yesterday the head of the family said the rice would ripen today, but I never expected that 899 acres of paddy fields would turn into golden waves of rice overnight. Ding Xiang rolled her eyes at Li Fu. Then why did you come here to call the head of the family? Aren't you going to arrange for people to harvest the grain? Huh? Li Fu looked at Ding Xiang in confusion. What was going on? He's the steward of Huangyan village, so why is Ding Xiang giving him orders? Why aren't you going yet? Ding Xiang stomped her foot angrily. Alright, I'll go, okay. Li Fu had no choice but to suppress his excitement, and hurriedly went to arrange for the women and children to harvest the rice. Ding Xiang remained standing outside, silent, listening intently to the seductive sounds emanating from inside the room. Half an hour later, Shen Gao and Lu Shiyu finally came out of the room. Ding Xiang, what are you doing here? Shen Gao asked. Humph, I'm here watching the oxen plow the fields. Ding Xiang rolled her eyes at Shen Gao. Husband, there are no oxen, and the fields are full of golden rice, so we can't plow. Shen Gao patted Lu Shiyu's head and sighed inwardly. Lu Shiyu was like a piece of pure jade, without the slightest flaw. Unlike this lilac, which knows everything. Shen Gao ignored Ding Xiang and led Lu Shiyu towards the mountains. Sure enough, the 899 mu of rice paddies in Huangyan village, which stretches for 5 li, ripened overnight. What was once a lush green has now turned into a vibrant yellow. Thousands of women, children, and elderly people who were able to work all picked up sickles and went to the rice fields to harvest the grain. Heavens above! The chieftain's words were truly golden. He said the rice would ripen today, and sure enough, it's all ripe. Why is Lord Shen's mouth so sharp? With just one word from the chieftain, we will no longer go hungry. More and more people came out of their thatched huts to help harvest the rice. Then they were taken to the village to dry. When everyone saw Shen Gao standing there watching, they disregarded the fact that the rice paddies were full of water and knelt down in front of him. Thank you, chieftain. However, these grains cannot be given to ordinary people because they contain spiritual liquid. They can only be given to the 5,000 soldiers of the village, that is, the village soldiers, so that they can quickly become stronger. Shen Gao ordered someone to summon Li Fu and said, Have 26 men come down the mountain with me. I'm going to find the 13 protectors. Upon hearing this, Li Fu ordered his men to summon the 26 most skilled martial artists. Master, aren't 26 too few? Should we bring more? Shen Gao shook his head. The 13 protectors of Chu County control the grain supply. If this is found out, it is a capital offense, and the government must personally send troops to deal with it. As the magistrate of Chu County, Shen Gao was responsible for leading the investigation. Shen Gao led 26 men, carrying silver, to the 13 protectors' trading company to buy grain. Then they issued grain price slips, obtained other evidence, dispatched yamen runners, and sealed off the 13 protectors' business. Only in this way can we catch them off guard and suppress their arrogance. Shen Gao and Lu Shiyu boarded the carriage and were about to leave Huangyan village. At this moment, Ding Xiang ran over and said, Master, I want to go with you too. What use is a maid like you? Shen Gao didn't want to take her with him. How can it be useless? Humph! Ding Xiang snorted. If you take me there, I'll definitely be of use. Before Shen Gao could agree, Ding Xiang quickly climbed into the carriage and sat opposite him. At this moment, Shen Gao no longer had any chance to be intimate with Lu Shiyu. Fortunately, Huangyan village was only an hour's journey from Chu County. Swaying and bumping, Shen Gao squinted and soon arrived at the county town. Upon entering the county government office, Wei Er had already spotted them and hurriedly went to greet them. Master, yesterday, The 13 bodyguards delivered a business card and 500 taels of silver, saying they came to pay their respects to you. Before Shingao could speak, Wei Er hurriedly presented the name cards of the 13 protectors. Shingao squinted and examined it carefully. He placed another 500 taels of silver there, without even touching the seal, and said, "Return the business card and silver intact." 4 constables immediately stepped forward and took the silver away. The 26 soldiers that Shingao brought back did not go to the county government office, but instead took the silver to buy grain. Shingao sat quietly in the main hall of the county government office, while Wei Er, dressed as a clerk, stood behind him. The maid Dingxiang also hid in the backyard of the yamen and formally met with the Lu sisters. The remaining constables, holding fire and water sticks, waited quietly on both sides. Half an hour has passed. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps were heard outside the county government office. 13 fat, merchants-looking men entered the courtroom. They all bowed to Shingao, who was seated in the main hall, and said, "This humble citizen, Zhou Wanchang, and a grain merchant from the county town pay our respects to the county magistrate." Shingao sneered inwardly, having been looking for an opportunity to invite them over. "I didn't expect them to show up uninvited. This saves us the trouble of hiring them." "Oh, so you are the 13 protectors of Chu County?" Shingao asked calmly and in a deep voice. "I dare not accept such praise. Those are just nicknames given to commoners by people in the underworld. They don't count." Zhou Wanchang raised his hand and bowed to Shingao again. Then, he walked closer and, with his back to everyone, quietly slipped a silver note into Shingao's hand. Shingao glanced at it and saw that it read, "Ministry of Revenue Official Note, 1,000 taels," indicating that it was a 1,000 tael Ministry of Revenue bank note. "What does this mean?" Shingao held the silver note in his hand and played with it. "Lord Shin, this is a gift from us grain merchants to you," Zhou Wanchang said with a squinting smile. "The country is suffering from a severe drought, and famine victims have gathered in Chu County. You have brought 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief, and we are willing to stand with you to shoulder the heavy responsibility of helping the people of the world." Shingao gave a cold laugh. "Let's work together to save the people of the world? Isn't it all for that 100,000 taels of silver?" Before he even officially started disaster relief, the price of grain had already more than doubled. If this continues, it's not disaster relief, it's profiting from refugees. "Mr. Zhou, how does your 13 protectors provide relief to the disaster victims of the Great Yan Dynasty?" Shingao asked with a cold smile. Zhou Wanchang, with his head down, did not notice Shingao's expression. He smiled and said, "We, the 13 grain merchants of Chu County, went to great lengths to buy a large amount of grain from Sha County at a price of 6 copper coins per pound, and then sold it to the disaster victims at the original price. 6 copper coins a pound, that's almost the price of meat, isn't it? Is it possible to have such a good deal, buying at a high price and then selling it at the original price without making a single penny?" Just then, a yamen runner ran in, shouting, "Sir, Lord Wei has sent a batch of grain from Sha County. Please go and receive it." As he spoke, he handed Shingao a list. The price of grain in Shaxian County is clearly written on it, 2 copper coins per jin. "Zhou Wanchang, open your dog eyes and take a look." Shingao suddenly threw the list on the ground and shouted at Zhou Wanchang. Chapter 78 Obtaining Evidence. Zhou Wanchang was puzzled. He picked up the list from the ground, glanced at it, and his face immediately turned extremely flustered. Why is Shaxian sending grain? Moreover, it's 2 copper coins a pound of grain. This is grain delivered at the purchase price. Who would be so stupid as to not know how to make money and get rich? Damn Shaxian County! Zhou Wanchang cursed under his breath, but Shingao ignored him and went outside to collect the grain himself. Outside the county government office, 10 horse-drawn carriages were parked, all piled high with grain. Shingao shook his head. There wasn't enough grain. There were only 5,000 caddies. 13 grain merchants also came out, but when they saw only 5,000 caddies of grain, they were already overjoyed. What good are 5,000 caddies? It seems we'll still have to use their grain, which cost 6 copper coins per pound. Zhou Wanchang, as you have seen, the grain delivered from Shaxian is only 2 copper coins per pound, but you want 6 copper coins. Shen Gao coldly retorted. Do you think this county is full of fools? Zhou Wanchang glanced at the 1,000 taels of silver notes in Shen Gao's hand, and could only smile. Sir, how could I possibly think you're a fool? Please, for the sake of our gift, don't let us lose money. Zhou Wanchang seized the opportunity to point out that Shen Gao had taken the money, and shouldn't fail to deliver. What, you want to take back the gift I gave you? Shen Gao handed the silver notes to Wei Er. Cash out this 1,000 taels of silver and use it to buy grain for disaster relief. Zhou Wanchang's eyes widened in disbelief. This Shen Gao used the money they received as bribes to buy grain and provide relief. And then they even tried to suppress their grain prices. Lord Shen, we really did buy the grain for 6 copper coins per pound. We're not making a profit. We'll still sell it to you for 6 copper coins per pound. Zhou Wanchang, along with his 12 bodyguards, knelt before Shen Gao, begging him to buy grain at this price. But Shen Gao just snorted coldly and didn't answer. He sat on the armchair in the county government office, waiting for something. Just a short while later, the big drum at the entrance of the county government office suddenly sounded, accompanied by a desperate cry. My lord! We're innocent! We're innocent! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shen Gao immediately shouted, Who is crying foul? Bring them here! Then 26 men entered and knelt before the hall. Behind these 26 men were dozens of people armed with knives and clubs, who were trying to storm the county government office. But they were stopped outside by the Yamen runners and not allowed to come in. The 26 men immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, My lord, I am filing a complaint against the 13 protectors of the Chu County grain merchants. They are deliberately raising grain prices and trying to drive us to our deaths. Zhou Wanchang stood to the side, his teeth itching with hatred. Where did this troublemaker come from, daring to cause trouble? Just as he was about to speak, Shen Gao glared at him, and Zhou Wanchang was startled and dared not speak again. You say the 13 protectors deliberately raised grain prices. Do you have any evidence? Shen Gao asked in a deep voice. Sir, we have evidence. This is the receipt for the grain they sold us. 26 disguised villagers from Huangyan village quickly handed the receipt to Shen Gao. Shen Gao took it, glanced at it, and saw that it said 6 copper coins per pound of grain, which was indeed true. You audacious scoundrel! Shen Gao suddenly shouted. The 13 protectors bought grain from other counties for 6 copper coins a pound. They didn't make a single copper coin. How can they be raising grain prices? Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, the 13 bodyguards, led by Zhou Wanchang, immediately beamed with joy. The 1,000 taels of silver they sent out finally had an effect. It turns out that Lord Shen's feigned coldness and ruthlessness was just for show. Lord Shen has already begun to help the 13 protectors. Yes, sir! Zhou Wanchang immediately seized the opportunity to flick his nose hard, and his nose immediately stung, and tears and snot flowed down his face. We worked hard and spent a lot of manpower and resources to buy grain from other places at a price of 6 copper coins per caddy and transport it back to Chu County to help the disaster victims together with Lord Shen. But you have falsely accused us of deliberately raising grain prices. Lord Shen, please have mercy and seek justice for us 13 grain merchants. While crying, Zhou Wanchang led the other 12 bodyguards to kneel down in front of the hall. The grain merchants' assistants, who were kept outside, had no idea what was happening inside. They were all waiting here. As soon as these 20 troublemakers came out of the county government office, they would arrest them all and break their legs. At this moment, Shen Gao shouted loudly, Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, I will throw you out. Hearing Shen Gao speak like that, the 13 protectors sneered, wishing they could cut out the tongues and limbs of these 26 men. Humph, once Lord Shen rules that you've framed someone, I'll secretly send men to kill or maim all 26 of you. Just as the 13 protectors were feeling smug, these 26 men dressed in their hometown clothes pulled out 13 account books from their pockets. These are the detailed accounts of the 13 protectors' dealings. My lord, this is the account book we seized from the 13 Protectors' manager. It says that all the grain is from Chu County, and the purchase price was only 15 copper coins for 10 caddies of grain. Bullshit! Zhou Wanchang immediately recognized the ledger in the man's hand as belonging to their grain store. How did these troublemakers get their hands on these account books? Where have all those shopkeepers gone? While the man was holding up the ledger and speaking to Shen Gao, he suddenly lunged at him, trying to snatch the ledger away. However, Zhou Wanchang missed his target, and due to excessive force, crashed into the bluestone slab in front of the county government hall. Zhou Wanchang, what are you doing? Shen Gao shouted. Men, keep an eye on the 13 Protectors. Anyone who tries to steal the ledger will get a beating. Yes, sir, the constables shouted, raising their water and fire sticks in unison. Zhou Wanchang and the others felt the tightness in their anuses and began to tense up. 13 thick ledgers were delivered to Shen Gao's desk. Shen Gao picked up the ledger of Zhou Wanchang grain store and began to examine it carefully. Sure enough, the purchase price of most grains was between 1.5 copper coins and 2 copper coins per pound, but they sold it for 6 copper coins per pound. This is outrageous profit. It's definitely outrageous profit. I flipped through a few other books, and the grain prices they were buying were all within this range, with little difference between them. Snap! Shen Gao slammed his gavel down and shouted. Men! Seal off the 13 grain stores immediately and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. If you don't have enough manpower, take my business card and ask Ma Yinglong for troops. Yes, sir! Several Yamen runners immediately grabbed Shen Gao's business card and rushed to the county Yamen. Lord Shen, are you not afraid of death by doing this? Suddenly, Zhou Wanchang sneered, no longer kneeling, but slowly standing up. Chapter 79 Slaying the 13 Protectors. The 12 people following Zhou Wanchang also slowly stood up. Lord Shen, you still have time. Immediately send someone to recall the Yamen runners, otherwise. Otherwise what? Shen Gao coldly shouted before Zhou Wanchang could finish speaking. Guards! Zhou Wanchang shouted, his voice carrying far and wide. Then they heard dozens of men dressed as grain merchants, carrying knives and sticks, rushing into the county government office. Are you planning a rebellion? Shen Gao asked calmly, looking at them. Lord Shen, let me tell you the truth. We, the 13 Protectors, are men of General Zhang Xiaoquan, a 4th-rank general in the imperial court. If you obediently hand over the account books and call your constables back, we will not hold this against you. The evidence must be handed over to the imperial court. You are already guilty, Shen Gao said coldly, looking at him. Do you dare to kill an official? Ha! At this moment, Zhou Wanchang laughed loudly. Shen Gao, you won't listen to reason, so let's show you what we're capable of. Men, bring all the constables here. Following Zhou Wanchang's words, more than a dozen thugs walked in from outside, tightly bound the constables sent out by Shen Gao, and brought them in front of Shen Gao. More than a dozen thugs broke into the backyard of the county government office and dragged out Lu Shuyan and the other 6 sisters. Even the maid Ding Xiang was tied up. Lu Shatong glanced at Shen Gao, as if to ask, Are you going to make a move or not? Shen Gao shook his head, signaling Lu Shatong not to reveal herself too early. Lu Shatong nodded slightly and then ignored her. Shen Gao, you're just a lowly official, how dare you be so ungrateful? You're asking for trouble. Zhou Wanchang laughed wildly. Shen Gao, today is your death day. After you die, all your beautiful women will become my mounts. Ha! Ha! Zhou Wanchang's 12 bodyguards also burst into wild laughter. Shen Gao's face turned ashen. Zhou Wanchang, I originally intended to spare your life and send you to the capital alive, but you people not only want to kill me, but also defile my wife, Shen Gao. Since that's the case, then let's send you all to the Western Paradise. With a grab of his hands, 10 flying swords suddenly appeared. With a flash of sword light, the bodies of the 10 grain merchants were pierced through. When they realized what was happening, everything went black, and they collapsed in the hall of the county government office. How dare you kill my men? Zhou Wanchang didn't expect Shen Gao to act so suddenly. He shouted, "Men! Kill Shen Gao!" Shen Gao waved his hands repeatedly, and Zhou Wanchang suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He hurriedly looked down, and saw that his chest had been pierced, and blood was gushing out of the hole. "You dash!" Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Wanchang collapsed and died. The thugs had never seen such methods before and were stunned with fear. "Kneel down!" Shen Gao let out a loud shout, which immediately made the thugs of the grain store weak, and they all knelt down. 26 soldiers disguised as accusers immediately leaped up, untied the ropes binding the bailiffs, and together with the bailiffs, disarmed the grain shop's thugs. Just then, Ma Yinglong arrived at the county government office with 50 soldiers. Upon entering the government office, I was stunned by the sight before me. Inside the county government office, 13 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. All 13 of them had a large hole in their chests. "Hiss! Lord Shin!" Ma Yinglong was shocked. "Aren't these the 13 protectors of Chu County? Why did Lord Shin kill them?" Shen Gao sat calmly in the high hall, and then had Ma Yinglong sit beside him. At his command, Shen Gao brought forward the thugs from the 13 grain depots. "You all need to confess honestly to me, or your fate will be the same as these so-called 13 protectors." Ma Yinglong shook his head inwardly. The 13 protectors were extremely capable subordinates of Zhang Xiaoquan, a 4th-rank general. It made him a fortune. These thugs are all tough guys who are never afraid of death. It would be a pipe dream to get them to confess with just a word from Shen Gao. But the thugs all knelt down obediently, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling like leaves. Lord Shen, spare our lives! We're willing to confess!" Ma Yinglong was so startled by their actions that he leaned back and almost fell over, chair and all. A constable behind him reached out to support him, preventing an embarrassing situation. "Lord Shen, all of this was Zhou Wanchang's idea. He colluded with the 12 bodyguards, saying that if you gave Lord Shen 500 taels of silver, he would work for them." It turned out that the news that Shen Gao had brought back 100,000 taels of silver from the capital for disaster relief had been learned by the 13 protectors. The 13 protectors were overjoyed. An opportunity to make money has arrived. 100,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 100 million copper coins. Therefore, Zhou Wanchang and his 13 grain merchants gave a total of 500 taels of silver to Shen Gao, intending to secretly bribe him, and then sell the grain to him at a high price. This way, they can make a fortune. Just as the 13 protectors were heading to the county government office, 2 farmers suddenly arrived at their 13 grain shops, saying they wanted to buy grain. After weighing the grain, these people asked for a receipt, saying it was proof that the grain was purchased for their employer. With Zhang Xiaoquan as their backer, they feared no one and wrote a receipt. Unexpectedly, these people suddenly rushed into the counter and snatched the shopkeeper's ledger. After obtaining the account book, he fled directly towards the county government office. Shen Gao got the ledger, and Zhou Wanchang led his men to seize it, but was mistakenly killed by Shen Gao. It was just an accidental killing. In front of Ma Yinglong, Shen Gao conducted a surprise interrogation of these thugs, taking their statements, getting them to sign and affix their fingerprints, all in the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. Ma Yinglong was completely dumbfounded. Zhou Wanchang forcibly seized the account book and led his men to storm the county government office, committing treason, which is why he was killed by Shen Gao's men. In this way, these people deserved to die, and even Zhang Xiaoquan, a 4th-rank general, had no choice but to swallow his anger and bear the consequences. What a talent! This poor young man from Kaoshan village is a real talent. General Ma, the interrogation is over. Now it's your turn? Shen Gao gestured towards Ma Yinglong, revealing his white teeth with a smile. Let's go and seal off all 13 grain stores. Ma Yinglong pulled Shen Gao along, and the 2 of them led their troops toward the 13 grain stores. In just half a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the grain store, which was a few hundred steps away from the county government office. The soldiers rushed forward and sealed off the entire outside of the grain depot. Immediately, many more soldiers began to inventory the grain warehouse. 13 granaries, all piled high with grain. With this physical evidence, along with the account books, Shin Gao and Ma Yinglong exchanged a glance and immediately sent another group of people to take inventory. After making the arrangements, Ma Yinglong pulled Shin Gao out and walked him aside. Lord Shin, by doing this, you've thoroughly offended General Zhang Xiaoquan, a fourth-rank general in the court. Ma Yinglong laughed heartily. Let's see how you handle this, Shin Gao said with a grin. General Ma, you sent troops to protect the county government office, and also dispatched troops to blockade the grain stores and count the grain. General Ma was involved in everything. Upon hearing this, Ma Yinglong staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 80. Lilac, feed me some purple grapes. General Ma, be careful. Shin Gao laughed heartily and grabbed Ma Yinglong. Who do you think General Zhang Xiaoquan will target first? Ma Yinglong originally wanted to see Shin Gao's embarrassing situation, but unexpectedly, he was dragged into the mess by Shin Gao. However, Ma Yinglong was relieved to find that Zhang Xiaoquan was not his direct superior. Lord Shin, I'm a man with no balls, who's afraid of who? Ma Yinglong patted his chest and said in a rough voice. Let Zhang Xiaoquan come here, I won't give him a second thought. Good, General Ma is a true hero. Shin Gao patted Ma Yinglong on the shoulder and laughed. Then I will write in the memorial that General Ma has made great contributions in this operation. We will share the credit and the hardship together, how about that? What else could Ma Yinglong say? Even if he didn't want the credit, he couldn't escape the consequences. Because he was the one who sent troops to help Shin Gao pursue, confiscate his property, and inventory his food and assets throughout the entire process. Even if he confessed to Zhang Xiaoquan in person at this moment, Zhang Xiaoquan would not believe him. Shin Gao! Lord Shin, even if it's shit, I'll eat it with you. Ma Yinglong gritted his teeth, wishing he could bite Shin Gao. Shin Gao burst into laughter. He ordered someone to bring out a brush and ink, spread out special Xian paper, and wrote a long memorial to the throne. The 13 bodyguards sent gifts to deliberately inflate grain prices for their own profit. Shin Gao sternly refused. The 13 bodyguards then led men to forcibly break into the county government office with the intention of committing violence. They were killed by Ma Yinglong, who arrived at the scene. This incident was recorded in the memorial to the throne. They added a credit for killing the 13 protectors to Ma Yinglong, further binding him to Shin Gao's ship. Ma Yinglong looked at the memorial and nodded to himself. He hadn't done anything, yet he had gained so much credit for nothing. If he doesn't show some promise, he'll be letting Shin Gao down. He then ordered his men to coat the corpses of the 13 protectors with lime and hang them on ropes at the city gate for 3 days as a public display. At this time, the weather was still hot, and if these corpses were not properly disposed of, they would definitely start to stink. As soon as it was hung on the city wall, a large number of mosquitoes and flies were attracted by the smell of blood. Subsequently, Shin Gao issued a proclamation, which was posted at the city gate of the county town, and soldiers were assigned to guard it. The 13 protectors maliciously raised grain prices, taking advantage of the drought to profit from the hard-earned money of the disaster victims. At the same time, they committed treason and attempted to assassinate the county magistrate. Their crimes are heinous, so they are to be executed and their corpses displayed in public for 3 days. The crowd squeezed through the crowd to hear the bailiffs loudly reading the proclamation. The 13 protectors are dead? Good riddance! That scoundrel, he killed so many innocent tenant farmers. Lord Shin, my righteous sir, thank you for avenging my father. Wah, big brother! Heaven has eyes! The 13 protectors have been killed by the upright and just Lord. Our blood feud has finally been avenged. Countless victims wept bitterly upon hearing the proclamation. Some people even picked up stones and threw them at the bodies of the 13 protectors. The news that Shin Gao and Ma Yinglong had killed the 13 protectors immediately caused a sensation in Chu County, and it quickly spread to surrounding counties and districts. Shin Gao's memorial drew criticism from court officials, who said that Shin Gao and Ma Yinglong were too bloodthirsty and deserved to be punished. However, the emperor disregarded the opinions of others and ordered Prince Xiao Chunlai to come from the capital overnight with an imperial edict and rewards to appease Shingao. In addition, the news also reached Zhang Xiaoquan, a fourth-rank general, who was so angry that he overturned a table full of dishes. That's outrageous. The 13 protectors are his money bag and also the assassins he personally trained. Now, Shingao and Ma Yinglong have killed them all and confiscated all 13 grain shops, cutting off Zhang Xiuquan's source of income. How could he not be angry? Zhang Xiaoquan immediately led 50 heavily armored cavalrymen, armed with spears, and rushed to Chu County under the cover of night. In addition, the news also reached Xiao Jingyuan of Lingnan County. Xiao Jingyuan summoned Lu Jingqing, He Qinhu, He Hu, Chao Tuqiang, Fei Tuzing and others to discuss the matter. At this time, Lu Jingqing and He Qinhu had consumed the Tai Sui of 100 years, and their power had recovered to its peak. In particular, Lu Jingqing showed signs of breaking through to the great perfection of the acquired realm. Xiao Jingyuan believed that Shingao and Ma Yinglong's killing of the 13 protectors would inevitably provoke Zhang Xiuquan's anger. Given Zhang Xiuquan's volatile temper, he would definitely send troops to Chu County to avenge the 13 protectors. Therefore, Xiao Jingyuan sent Lu Jingqing and He Qinhu to secretly infiltrate Chu County and wait for an opportunity to act. As long as Chu County is thrown into chaos, take the opportunity to assassinate Shingao and then kidnap the 6 Lu sisters. These 6 women were like a fishbone stuck in Lu Jingqing's throat, something he was determined to possess no matter what, even if it meant getting their corpses. But Shingao was unaware that his killing of the 13 protectors had already attracted the covetous eyes of various forces. After confiscating and inventorying the grain stores of the 13 protectors, a total of 2.6 million caddies of grain, 30,000 taels of silver, and 500 taels of gold were found. The families of the 13 protectors were also imprisoned, and after the imperial edict arrived, they would be sent to the capital to await their fate. Of the confiscated property, Shingao kept all the grain and 30,000 taels of silver, while he gave all 500 taels of gold to Ma Yinglong. At this point, Huanyan village could no longer accommodate so many people, so the remaining people were arranged to go to Chu County. Now that Shingao has both money and grain, he has entrusted Wei Yi and Wei Er with full authority to carry out disaster relief on his behalf. Organize the disaster victims and have the able-bodied men repair the county town walls and the county government office. The remaining elderly labor force was assigned to cultivate wasteland. The children cut grass, gathered firewood, collected manure, and fed the chickens. Under Shingao's instructions, everyone except for the babies who could only be held in his arms and pregnant women in their postpartum period could find something to do. At the 2 disaster relief sites, Huanjianzhai and the county seat, the atmosphere was bustling with activity and a thriving scene. Shingao, however, sat with his 6 times born wife under the largest banyan tree by the moat, with a small table and several chairs made according to Shingao's specifications placed beside it. On the table were grapes picked from Kaoshan village and stored in a gourd, as well as a seedless watermelon grown with the same spiritual liquid. Ding Xiang held a small fruit knife in her hand, sliced the watermelon into pieces, placed them on a plate, and used a small bamboo skewer to stick a piece of watermelon into Shingao's mouth. Ding Xiang, I want to eat grapes, purple grapes. Shingao crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and pointed to the purple grapes on the plate. Ding Xiang remained calm, pierced the grain with a bamboo skewer, and fed it to Shingao. Young master, is it delicious? Lu Shuyao and Lu Shuwan stood behind Shingao, gently massaging his shoulders. Their hands were soft and boneless, applying just the right amount of pressure. Little Shuyao, little Shuwan, have some grapes. Shingao picked up 2 grapes from the plate, placed them near their lips, and gently touched their smooth, jade-like lips with his finger. Lord Shin, something terrible has happened. The imperial edict has arrived. At this moment, a yamen runner ran over and said anxiously, What's wrong with the imperial edict coming? Shingao complained. The one who came to issue the decree was not a eunuch, but a prince. And beside the prince was a quirky and clever princess. Chapter 81. This emperor is inhuman. He's forced another woman on him. What? The emperor's younger brother, Shao Chunlai, came in person to issue the imperial decree. Was Xiao Lingxi by his side? Upon hearing this, Shen Gao jumped off the chair and was about to go out to hide when he saw Shao Chunlai and Xiao Lingxi standing not far away, quietly watching him. Your Highness, Princess, I pay my respects. Shen Gao adjusted his official hat and bowed to the two of them. Shen Gao, you're having a great time. You have maids bringing you food and wives massaging your shoulders. You're having a better time than I, a prince. Shao Chunlai snorted coldly. Instead of sitting in the county office, you're here enjoying the cool air by the river, and even keeping company with your beautiful concubine. Aren't you afraid that I, the prince, will impeach you? Father, what are you doing? Xiao Lingxi tugged at Shao Chunlia's sleeve and shook it, pouting as she spoke. If father doesn't teach this kid a lesson, I'm afraid you won't be able to control him in the future. Shao Chunlai whispered in Xiao Lingxi's ear as he turned his head. Xiao Lingxi blushed and could only nod. Unexpectedly, even their softest voices were overheard by Shen Gao. Holy crap! Shen Gao thought to himself. Could they have sent Xiao Lingxi to me? I can't handle such a quirky and clever woman. Shen Gao, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Shen Gao's silence, Shao Chunlai suddenly shouted. Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you right now? Helpless, Shen Gao could only force a smile. Your Highness, I've been so busy lately. I just managed to find some time to relax here, and then Your Highness arrived. Come, Your Highness, please eat the watermelon I personally grew. It can cure all diseases. Pa! Shao Chunlai spat on the ground, his eyes wide as he shouted. What kind of bullshit watermelon can cure all diseases? Nobody believes that. Despite saying that, Shao Chunlai reached out, grabbed a bamboo skewer, skewered 2 pieces of watermelon, and put them in his mouth. Suddenly, Shao Chunlia's eyes widened in surprise. This watermelon melts in your mouth, sweet but not cloying, powdery and fragrant. He has lived for decades and this is the first time he has ever eaten such a delicious watermelon. My dear girl, come here quickly. This boy has such delicious watermelon, we should eat more of it. Shao Chunlai said, skewering a piece of watermelon with a bamboo stick and stuffing it into Xiao Lingxi's mouth. Similarly, Xiao Lingxi also looked surprised. This melon was too delicious. No rush, there's more. Shen Gao smiled and then instructed Ding Xiang to take out the remaining half watermelon, cut it into pieces, and place them on the table. Shao Chunlai didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled Xiao Lingxi to sit at the table and, ignoring everyone's stares, wolfed down his food. He didn't act like a prince at all. Before long, his belly was as round as a watermelon. Oh dear, I'm so full! Shao Chunlai finally finished eating. He patted his stomach, took out an imperial edict from his sleeve, and shouted, Shen Gao, listen to my decree! Shen Gao smiled helplessly and knelt down. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Shen Gao, the magistrate of Chu County, upon assuming office, encountered a severe drought and devoted himself to disaster relief, saving countless people from suffering. However, there were 13 Taibao who conspired to control grain prices and profit from the national crisis. Shen Gao intervened and promptly eliminated them. His courage and actions are commendable. He is hereby bestowed with 3 jade receptors, 10 taels of gold, and 1,000 taels of silver. Xiao Lingxi, the only daughter of Prince Lai, is in love with Shen Gao, the magistrate of Chu County. Therefore, she is hereby bestowed upon Shen Gao as his wife. Shen Gao knelt on the ground, listening to Shao Chunlai slowly read the imperial edict. He was so engrossed in listening that he was about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard Xiao Lingxi's name, which jolted him awake. Good heavens! That emperor is inhuman. He's forced another woman on him. Moreover, she is Prince Lai's only beloved daughter. She should at least have informed him first, instead of sending the woman over without a word. Shen Gao, why don't you kowtow and thank the emperor? Seeing that Shen Gao was still in a daze, Shao Chunlai was very dissatisfied and shouted again. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Shen Gao could only kowtow in gratitude. All right, my Lingxi is yours now. Although Shao Chunlai was a prince, he had no heirs at all. He made Shen Gao kowtow to thank the emperor for his grace and then helped Shen Gao up. Your Highness, I still have 6 wives. I am not one of those hypocritical officials who pretend to be noble. As long as you treat my Lingxi well, it doesn't matter to me if you have 60 wives. Shengao. Ding Xiang was also stunned. What kind of world is this? Such a playboy, with his slick and oily talk, has 6 wives who are so enamored with him that now even the emperor's own brother is sending his daughter to him as a wife. Could it be that this princess named Xiao Lingxi is willing? If Ding Xiang were a princess, she definitely wouldn't even give Shengao a second glance. Just then, Princess Xiao Lingxi walked towards the Lu family's sextuplets. Suddenly, she opened her arms and hugged the 6 Lu sisters tightly. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, I've missed you all so much. A gift for our first meeting. This is our 3rd meeting, so please accept my gift. Xiao Lingxi then took out some gold jewelry from her sleeve and gave it to the Lu family's 6 children. 7th sister, thank you. 7th sister, you're too kind. 7th sister. The crowd called out to Xiao Lingxi all at once, already considering her one of their own. Hiss dash! Ding Xiang gasped in shock, her eyes widening like saucers. Good heavens, this princess has lowered herself to fawn over this smooth-talking young master in order to marry him. Ding Xiang looked up at the sky and found that the sun was still rising from the east, not from the west. Shengao ignored Ding Xiang's dazed look and invited Xiao Chunlai to take a seat. Xiao Chunlai didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down in the chair that Shengao had just sat in. The chair fit him perfectly, and he sank into it comfortably. Shengao, this chair is mine. I will take it with me when I return. What could Shengao say? They had already sent their daughter over. What was a chair compared to that? No problem, Shengao said, sitting down in another chair. Shengao, the court officials have something to say about you. Xiao Qinglai picked up another slice of watermelon, put it in his mouth, and said while eating. They say you indiscriminately killed grain merchants, arbitrarily confiscated their property, and didn't hand over the confiscated money. Several censors took off their hats and banged their heads against pillars in the court, saying that if you don't die, they won't live either. Xiao Qinglai chuckled. So if I live, they won't die either, right? Shengao smiled. Indeed. Xiao Qinglia's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this son-in-law was very clever. These damned censors are nothing, but the Prime Minister is trying his best to kill you, as if you dug up his ancestral graves. However, your elder brother greatly praised you, saying that you eliminated these unscrupulous grain merchants for disaster relief, and that you are a good official who wholeheartedly serves the people. As he spoke, Xiao Qinglai laughed heartily, his eyes filled with smugness. Is he a good official? I think he's a corrupt official. Suddenly, a voice rang out from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, a burly man, as strong as an ox, stood not far away on a fine horse. He was clad in armor, holding a long spear, and his cold eyes stared directly at Shengao. Behind them were another 50 heavy cavalrymen wielding long spears. Chapter 82 Reaching the Limit. Zhang Xiaoquan! Upon seeing the general clad in armor and riding such a strong and magnificent horse, Xiao Qinglai exclaimed softly and stood up from his seat with great solemnity. Zhang Xiaoquan? Shengao thought Zhang Xiaoquan was a scholar general from the name, but he didn't expect him to be such a strong and big guy. Prince Lai! Zhang Xiaoquan recognized Xiao Qinglai as well. He looked at them coldly and asked, Did you come here to tip them off? At this moment, Xiao Qinglai showed a look of fear and was very nervous. He was all bark and no bite, and shouted loudly. Zhang Xiaoquan, you have used weapons without the Emperor's permission. Do you even care about the law? The law? Ha! Zhang Xiaoquan burst into wild laughter, pointing his spear at Shengao, and said fiercely. He killed my 13 bodyguards, confiscated all his property, and imprisoned his entire family. Is this the law? Shengao didn't want to say more. The 13 protectors were too arrogant. They actually dared to grab the yamen runners in the county government office and even grabbed the sextuplet's wife to threaten him. No matter who it was, the 13 protectors would have died. Zhang Xiaoquan, If you obediently leave Chu County, I will show you leniency and not impeach you, Xiao Qinglai said coldly. If you do not heed my advice, I'm afraid you will die without a burial place. Zhang Xiaochuan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He slowly raised his right hand, lifted the spear, and shouted, "Kill! Charge forward and kill them all!" The 50 heavy cavalrymen shouted in unison, urging their horses forward and heading straight for the large banyan tree where Shingao was. The war horses galloped faster and faster, and the cavalrymen on their backs raised their lances, the tips pointing directly at the crowd. Such heavy cavalry, clashing with steel, must have had the force of over 1,000 pounds. "My dear girl, it's all over now!" Xiao Qinglai was filled with despair, but he still shielded Xiao Lingxi behind him and stepped forward. Lu Xian, along with her 5 younger sisters, followed closely behind Shingao without the slightest fear. Only Ding Xiang moved, wanting to go to the front to protect Shingao, but hesitated for a moment and remained standing still, observing the tense situation before her. At this moment, the most composed person is none other than Ding Xiang. The heavy cavalry galloped forward, their hooves clattering, raising a huge cloud of dust. "We're getting closer and closer to Shenyang High-Speed Railway." 50 steps. 40 steps. 30 steps. At this point, Shingao finally made a move. With a wave of his hands, 20 flying swords suddenly shot out, heading straight for those heavily armored knights. Xiao Qinglai shook his head. Such a short flying sword could not possibly pierce through those heavy armors. Even a thick-backed broadsword would feel like a tickle to these heavily armored people. And this flying sword sent from a distance would probably have a hard time leaving a mark on the heavy armor. But all that could be heard was a series of thud sounds. The 20 flying swords that Shingao had launched pierced through the thick armor of the heavily armored cavalry, just like piercing through tofu, with the swords completely embedded in the ground. Then it flew out from their backs and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. 20 heavily armored cavalrymen swayed, and almost simultaneously, fell headfirst from their horses. It rolled on the ground a few times, then lay motionless and died. Zhang Xiaoquan followed slowly at the back, witnessing this scene, and was greatly surprised. What happened to these 20 riders? Such heavily armed cavalry were invincible and unmatched. Why did 20 people suddenly fall down? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoquan saw 20 dark flying swords suddenly appear in Shingao's hands. With a series of swift movements, the flying swords seemed to have eyes, rushing straight towards the 20 riders. This time, Zhang Xiaoquan saw it clearly. 20 flying swords pierced the chests of the heavily armored cavalrymen, and then flew out from their backs. Such heavy armor was completely ignored, and it was passed through in an instant. Shingao is a top-tier expert! Zhang Xiaoquan was terrified. He yanked the reins hard and shouted, "Retreat!" Hearing Zhang Xiaochuan's shout, the heavy cavalrymen tightened their reins and turned their horses around. But these cavalrymen were running fast, and with their heavy armor weighing hundreds of kilograms, their horses couldn't stop and kept charging forward. "We're only 10 steps away from Shingao." Shingao used his flying sword once again to kill the last 10 people. Only Zhang Xiaoquan remained, riding away at full speed. Xiao Qinglai also witnessed the power of the flying sword. In just 2 exchanges, 40 cavalrymen had already met their untimely deaths. "Zhang Xiaoquan, stop! You piece of trash, stop right there!" Seeing Shingao kill 50 of Zhang Xiaochuan's heavy cavalrymen single-handedly, Xiao Qinglai immediately jumped out and shouted loudly in the direction Zhang Xiaoquan had fled. Shingao continuously manipulated 50 flying swords to kill 50 heavily armored cavalrymen, but at this moment, he also felt that his mental strength and internal energy were about to run out. At this moment, Shingao felt completely exhausted. However, Zhang Xiaoquan must be killed. Otherwise, if he were to bring another 100 heavily armored cavalrymen, Shingao would be powerless to stop him. He gritted his teeth, leaped onto a warhorse, and chased after Zhang Xiaoquan. Shingao was not wearing armor and was very light, so his warhorse ran extremely fast and soon caught up with Zhang Xiaoquan. The flying sword in his hand shot towards Zhang Xiaoquan. However, Zhang Xiaoquan ducked forward and narrowly dodged Shen Gao's flying sword. Just then, two riders suddenly jumped out from the side and shouted, "Shen Gao, don't be so arrogant! I, Lu Zhenqing, am here! Shen Gao, you colluded with thieves to destroy my Huangyan village! Today I, He Qinhu, will fight you to the death!" As they spoke, the two let Zhang Xiaoquan pass and stood in front of Shen Gao. Shen Gao was greatly surprised. After the battle just now, using all 50 flying swords was already Shen Gao's limit. Even if the flying sword could be launched now, the force would be severely insufficient to be fatal. At this moment, Lu Xiaotong also noticed that Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu, two experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm, were blocking Shen Gao's way, and she immediately became anxious. She jumped onto a horse and galloped quickly toward Shen Gao. Even if it means exposing ourselves, we must kill Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu here. However, neither Lu Xiaotong nor Shen Gao expected that Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu, after consuming the Tai Sui, had become almost as powerful as Shen Gao. Lu Xiaotong was no match for them at all. "Lu Zhenqing, He Qinhu, you have a path to heaven but you choose not to, and you insist on coming to hell when there's no way out. I'll send you to the Western Paradise." As he spoke, Shen Gao unleashed the Azure Dragon's roar, striking Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu with a powerful palm strike. Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu immediately raised their strength to the limit and simultaneously unleashed a palm strike. The three palms collided with a loud bang. Shen Gao was struck by the force of their palms and sent flying backward off his horse. It tumbled several times in the air, and after landing, it used a backflip to dissipate the enormous force and came to a stop without serious injury. If it weren't for his own profound skill, given Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu's abilities, Shen Gao would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died. Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It seems that Zhang Xiuquan's troops have exhausted Shen Gao's strength. By sheer luck this time, Shen Gao, let's see who can save your life. Shen Gao, die! Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu shouted and leaped up, charging toward Shen Gao. Chapter 83 Breakthrough. Stop! Suddenly, Wei Yi and Wei Er appeared out of nowhere, and shouted as they blocked Shen Gao's way. Lu Zhenqing, He Qinhu, stop your arrogance! Upon seeing Wei Yi and Wei Er approaching, Shen Gao shouted, Wei Yi, Wei Er, you are no match for Lu Zhenqing! Get out of here! But neither Wei Yi nor Wei Er listened to Shen Gao and resolutely stood in front of him. Ha, you two dog-like bastards! I might have been afraid of you before. But now that my power has increased, even if another dog comes along, I'll send you both to your doom! Lu Zhenqing shouted angrily. Back then, Wei Yi and Wei Er together could fight him to a draw. But ever since Lu Zhenqing ate the Tai Sui, Wei Yi and Wei Er have been unable to catch up with him no matter what. While Lu Zhenqing was laughing triumphantly, Shen Gao took out 2 bowls from the gourd, filled each bowl halfway with water, and then dripped 10 drops of spiritual liquid into each bowl before quickly handing them to the two of them. Wei Yi, Wei Er, Shen Gao whispered. Then, drink it right away. Wei Yi and Wei Er were overjoyed. The patriarch's medicine is finally ready. The head of the family once said that drinking the medicinal juice he collected on the mountain would surely lead to the great perfection of the heavenly realm. Ignoring the presence of 2 formidable enemies, Lu Zhenqing and He Qinhu, he immediately took the drink, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. Ha, Wei Yi, Wei Er, even if you drank some kind of elixir, you're only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Reaching the great perfection? How is that possible? Now I, Lu Zhenqing, can kill you 2 as easily as killing 2 dogs. Without giving Wei Yi and Wei Er time to react, Lu Zhenqing rushed forward and slapped them with his palms. Wei Yi and Wei Er held off Lu Zhenqing, retreating continuously. He Qinhu, grinning maliciously, drew his knife from his waist and moved closer to Shen Gao. Shen Gao, you have killed many people from my Huangyan village. Today you will surely die at the hands of He Qinhu. With that, he raised his knife to strike. Shen Gao secretly took a drop of the spiritual liquid, but it was no longer of any use to him. What he needs is the sedimentation of a bowl of spiritual liquid every day. Helpless, Shen Gao could only rely on his agility to dodge He Qinhu's blade. After dodging more than 10 moves, his stamina was getting worse and worse. The situation is extremely dangerous. My husband! At this moment, Lu Shutong arrived on horseback. She leaped off her horse and stood in front of Shen Gao. Ding Xiang followed closely behind Lu Shutong and ran over. It's unbelievable that such a slender maid could run so fast, no less than a warhorse. Lu Shutong, you filthy bitch, you're protecting this beast even when you're about to die. Seeing this, Lu Jinqing was so angry that he stopped attacking Wei Yi and Wei Er, and while cursing, he charged towards Shen Gao and Lu Shutong. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Jinqing joined forces with He Qinhu, intending to kill Shen Gao in front of Lu Shutong. Then capture Lu Shutong and the other 5 women, take them back and play with them for a while, and then kill them. At this moment, Lu Shutong was completely focused, concentrating all her strength in her palms, waiting for Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu to come over. Although Ding Xiang didn't act like Lu Shutong, she was also preparing to take action in times of emergency, as if she had the overall situation under her control. Lu Shutong's goal was to take advantage of the moment when they were all focused on Shen Gao, and then strike them down unexpectedly. Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu were so close that they could see a green vegetable leaf between their teeth. But at that moment, Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu suddenly heard 2 angry roars. This kind of roar only erupts when one breaks through to the great perfection. Ah dash! Wei Yi and Wei Er had their mouths open, and the unique sound of thunder rolling from the great perfection of the acquired realm was coming from their mouths. We succeeded! We have finally achieved the great perfection of the day after tomorrow. Lu Jinqing, prepare to die! Wei Yi and Wei Er roared as they charged towards Lu Jinqing. This is impossible! Lu Jinqing suddenly turned around, looking at Wei Yi and Wei Er with disbelief in his eyes. This must be fake! Just as Lu Jinqing's mind went blank, the 2 men had already attacked him. Bang dash! Lu Jinqing was struck by the combined attack of Wei Yi and Wei Er, and was immediately sent flying backward. Master, hold off He Qinhu while we kill Lu Jinqing! Wei Yi and Wei Er shouted. Upon hearing Wei Yi and Wei Er's shouts, Lu Jinqing was so frightened that he trembled all over and dared not continue the fight. He turned and ran away. He shouted as he ran. Senior brother He, run! Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jinqing had already jumped onto a warhorse, raised the whip, and galloped away. He Qinhu abandoned the fight and quickly fled with Lu Jinqing. Kill! Wei Yi and Wei Er shouted, leaping onto their warhorses to give chase. But Shen Gao stopped Wei Yi and Wei Er. Master, why? Wei Yi and Wei Er looked at Shen Gao in confusion. Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu have greatly increased their skills. The 3 of us are no match for them. Shen Gao said in a deep voice. I am exhausted. Help me onto my horse. Wei Yi and Wei Er quickly helped Shen Gao onto his warhorse and slowly walked backward. Hateful! Lu Jinqing escaped again. Shen Gao sighed helplessly. If there were a few more experts at the great perfection stage, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Currently, apart from Shen Gao, no one knows that Lu Shutong is a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm. This is one of Shen Gao's trump cards, and it cannot be easily revealed. Now, we need to quickly train the soldiers of Huangyan village and then do our best to improve our own strength. Yi Tianfei still needs more practice. Right now, he can only control 20 swords at a time. Although this is a great improvement from before, there is still a huge gap between him and being able to control 100 swords at a time. Meanwhile, Lu Jinqing, He Qinhu, and Zhang Xiaoquan rode their warhorses and fled at full speed. After fleeing for a while, seeing that Shen Gao was no longer chasing them, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. General Lu, General He, thank you both for saving my life. Zhang Xiaoquan bowed to the 2 men and then prepared to ride away. General Zhang, where are you going now? Lu Jinqing asked. I'm going back to camp. General Zhang, Lu Jinqing emphasized. Your mission to assassinate Shen Gao and Prince Lai is already a capital offense. Why do you still want to go back and die? Zhang Xiaoquan, why don't you take your heavy cavalry and join the third prince, kill the capital together, help the third prince seize the throne, and become a founding hero? Wouldn't that be better than what you're doing now? He Qinhu shouted loudly at Zhang Xiaoquan in a rough voice. Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated for a moment, after hearing this. General Zhang, you can't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, once the Emperor's edict reaches your camp, you'll be doomed. Before the edict arrives, why don't you lead your troops and rebel against them? Lu Xingqing spoke earnestly and frankly to Zhang Xiaoquan. Finally, Zhang Xiaoquan clasped his hands in a salute to Lu Xingqing and He Qinhu, saying, Generals, please come with me to take over the heavy cavalry battalion. Lu Xingqing was overjoyed to hear this. Zhang Xiaoquan's 5,000 heavy cavalry was equivalent to 10,000 light cavalry, or 50,000 infantry. With it, Lu Xingqing's power will be even greater. The three men turned their horses around and galloped towards Zhang Xiaoquan's heavy cavalry camp. Chapter 84. Even a hero faces difficulties when penniless. Shen Gao returned to the banyan tree and could walk no further. My whole body aches and I have no strength. Master, hurry up and drink this bowl of spiritual liquid, then circulate your energy. It will be very beneficial to your body. Suddenly, the Gourd's voice came from his mind. Why is that? Shen Gao asked, puzzled. Because after the fierce battle, the master has exhausted all his power and is in a vacuum state. Only at this time, replenishing spiritual liquid and circulating the cultivation technique will surely have twice the effect with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Shen Gao asked, You mean I need to be in this state of exhaustion frequently before practicing my skills to achieve twice the effect? Master, it's not just twice, it's at least twice as effective, and it can even reach 10 times the effect. The Gourd's voice was tender and soft. Shen Gao immediately ordered Wei Yi and Wei Er to be on guard. Only then did Shen Gao sit down under the banyan tree, take out a jade bottle, gulp down a bowl of spiritual liquid, and immediately begin to circulate. Azure Dragon's Roar. The spiritual liquid enters the body and is immediately transmitted to billions of cells throughout the body, quickly converting the spiritual liquid into internal energy. In just half an hour, Shen Gao's body had recovered to its peak condition. All organs and internal organs in the body are more powerful than before, at least twice as powerful. Moreover, Shen Gao had vaguely sensed a breakthrough opportunity, but it was fleeting. It seems that I need to find more opportunities to put myself in dangerous situations, exhaust my internal energy to the limit, and then temper my body with spiritual liquid. This will have a multiplier effect. Shen Gao opened his eyes and found his sextuplets surrounding him, their faces full of worry. Seeing that Shen Gao was all right, he jumped up with joy. Wei Yi and Wei Er bowed to Shen Gao again. Master, you are our great benefactor who gave us life. In this life, Wei Yi and Wei Er will follow you to the side and protect you. Shen Gao was secretly pleased, as his strength had improved once again, gaining 2 more experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm. However, due to their physical aptitude, Wei Yi and Wei Er, these 2 great perfection experts, could no longer improve and remained in this state forever. All right, Wei Yi and Wei Er, you 2 will be living the high life from now on. Shen Gao patted the 2 of them, extremely pleased. Just as they sat down, Yang Huaguo ran over, his face grave and slightly panicked. Master, something terrible has happened. The 6th Prince and Xiao Jingyuan's troops have engaged in a fierce battle at the border of Yi County and Lingnanli County, and both sides have suffered heavy casualties. Especially the 6th Prince and General Tian Liang, whose 30,000 troops were defeated by Xiao Jingyuan's 10,000 troops, and Yi County of Baoqing Prefecture fell into Xiao Jingyuan's hands. At this time, Xiao Jingyuan's troops occupied Yi County, deploying a large army, eyeing the capital with predatory intent. Shen Gao sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected Tian Liang to be so incompetent, nor that the 6th Prince, so ambitious, would suffer such a crushing defeat. If Yi County falls into Xiao Jingyuan's hands, then the next one will be Sha County, and after Sha County, it will be Chu County. Ma Yinglong's troops were mainly stationed in Shaxian County, but there were only a little over 5,000 men, not even 6,000. No matter how long Ma Yinglong can hold out, Chu County, where Shen Gao is located, can be said to be in great danger. Xingao hadn't even had time to make any plans, and hadn't even developed gunpowder, let alone rifles or anything like that. What should we do now? Pulley crossbow. Xingao's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he loved playing with crossbows and had assembled several kinds of crossbows himself, but the pulley crossbow was the simplest. The pulleys can be made of oak, but where can you find a large quantity of 3-stone bows? After the 3-stone bow is fitted with pulleys, it only requires a few dozen kilograms of force to pull the bowstring dozens of times. Some skilled soldiers can pull it over 100 times. Your Highness, I have a favor to ask of you. Xingao stood up and walked to Xiao Qinglai. Speak, Xiao Qinglai said, his expression grave. I need 1,000 3-stone bows. And 1,000,000 arrows, Xingao said. What? 1,000 3-stone bows? You think 3-stone bows are just stones on the ground, something you can just pick up anywhere? Xiao Qinglai was so shocked by Xingao's words that he jumped up from his chair. No! Besides, a 3-stone bow requires a strong man with the strength of 300 caddies to pull it. Even a specially trained strongman can only pull a 3-stone bow 3 times before he becomes exhausted. Where would you find so many archers? Xingao said very seriously. I have a way to make ordinary soldiers draw a 3-stone bow, and draw it 100 times in a row. Hiss dash! Xiao Qinglai took a deep breath and shouted. Xingao, military matters are not to be taken lightly. Otherwise you will be punished according to military law, and beheading will be the punishment. Do you understand? If I cannot draw the 3-stone bow 100 times like an ordinary soldier, I am willing to accept punishment, Xingao solemnly said, raising his right hand in order to obtain the 3-stone bow. Do you dare to sign a pledge? Xiao Qinglai shouted. Of course I dare not, but these 3-stone bows are only for my use, they won't work for others. Xingao deliberately said they wouldn't work in order to get 1,000 3-stone bows. Xiao Qinglai thought for a moment. I have to go back and report this to my brother, but these 3-stone bows are really too expensive. One bow is worth 50 taels of silver, and 1,000 bows would cost 50,000 taels. Add to that the 1,000,000 crossbow bolts, which would cost another 50,000 taels, and that would amount to a total of 100,000 taels. Xiao Qinglai shook his head, muttering. My brother's armory has 2,000 3-stone bows and 5,000,000 arrows, but without money, how could the Ministry of War possibly issue them? Xingao, if you can come up with 100,000 taels of silver, I will definitely find a way to send you 1,000 3-stone bows. Xiao Qinglai gritted his teeth, and finally patted his chest. As long as Xingao's money was in place, the bows would not be a problem. Xingao shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Of the 100,000 taels of silver allocated for disaster relief, only 50,000 taels remain. Even if they took all that silver, they could only get half the bows and arrows, and there was no money for disaster relief, so Xingao couldn't get a large number of strong disaster victims. Your Highness, does the prince's mansion still have money? How about lending me 100,000 taels? Xingao said shamelessly. Father, why don't you lend some to Xingao? Xiao Lingxi immediately chimed in. If I lend money to Xingao, will you make me live in the outhouse? Xiao Qinglai shook his head helplessly. She girl, you haven't even married into the family yet, and you're already siding with outsiders. 50,000 taels, Your Highness, 50,000 taels it is. Once Chu County is safe, I will use 100,000 taels of silver as a betrothal gift to marry Princess Lingxi. Xiao Qinglai shook his head, looking embarrassed. This future son-in-law thought his princely mansion was full of gold and silver. They would ask for 50,000 or 100,000 taels of silver at the drop of a hat. He didn't have such a large fortune. The prince's mansion was bestowed by the emperor and couldn't be sold. Although he could receive 20,000 taels of silver every month, the expenses of the prince's mansion were also very large. Hundreds of people followed him to eat and drink, and the gold and silver mountains were almost eaten up. Where would he get 50,000 taels of silver? Not even 5,000 taels. Master, it's just 100,000 taels of silver. This is no problem for me. Just as Shengao was getting anxious, he heard a voice say something beside him. Chapter 85 My Father, Ding Erliang. Shengao turned his head and saw the maid Ding Xiang standing beside him, smiling and saying, Master, I see you're short more than a little money. How about this? I'll get you 5 million taels of silver, what do you say? Ding Xiang, don't joke around. You're just a fake Taoist priest who's been around the block. Where would you get any money? Shengao shook his head repeatedly. Hey, master, I really do have 5 million taels of silver. If you don't believe me, I'll go get it for you, Ding Xiang said anxiously. Xiao Chunglai asked suspiciously. Who are you? You're just a lowly maid, how dare you brag like this? Aren't you afraid of getting your pants wet when you burst out bragging? Hee, your highness, my surname is Ding, and my father is Ding Erliang. Ding Erliang? Never heard of him? You're Ding Erliang's only daughter? Xiao Chunglai was so surprised he almost jumped up. Exactly. Ding Xiang tilted her head and smiled. All right, your father is Ding Erliang, then there's no problem. Don't even mention 5 million taels, we can even come up with 5 million taels of gold. Xiao Chunglai smiled broadly, like a farmhand meeting a landlord, his face beaming with joy. Who is Ding Erliang? Shengao had never heard of the name Ding Erliang before, so he asked. Ding Erliang is the richest merchant in the Great Yin dynasty. His wealth is comparable to that of a country, Xiao Chunglai said with a smile. His original name was Ding Xiaoding. He started doing business at the age of 15, starting with 2 taels of silver. After 30 years of hard work, he became the richest merchant. Because he often mentioned that he started with just 2 taels of silver, people stopped calling him by his original name, and started calling him Ding Two Taels. Not many people remembered his original name anymore. Upon hearing this, Shengao was surprised to find that the Great Yin dynasty had such a capable businessman. However, the most impressive one is Ding Erliang's only daughter. She is 10 times better at business than Ding Erliang. But this daughter is elusive and almost no one has ever seen her. I never expected to find her here with you. Xiao Chunglai suddenly remembered something and immediately became alert. Miss Ding Xiang, what are you planning to do by infiltrating Shengao's side? Speak. Since you are a businessman, you wouldn't give away so much silver for no reason. You must have a secret to hide. Tell me now, or I will kill you. Xiao Chunglai, enraged, raised the knife in his hand. Giggle. Ding Xiang laughed immediately. Prince Lai is indeed a shrewd old fox. This 5 million taels of silver is not given away for nothing. Of course, there are conditions. Tell me your conditions. Xiao Chunglai was very wary, because he knew that the Ding family never did business at a loss. I have only one condition, and that is to marry Shengao and become his wife. Ding Xiang smiled slightly. I will bring 5 million taels of silver as my dowry, along with 1,000 craftsmen as part of the dowry, to help Shengao build an impregnable Chu County. Shengao, do you think my sincerity is great? Shengao was stunned. The maid Ding Xiang, whom he bossed around, was actually the only daughter of the wealthy Ding Erliang. Moreover, this only daughter actually married Shengao with a dowry of 5 million taels of silver and 1,000 craftsmen as her dowry. In ancient times, there were actually such good things delivered to one's doorstep? But he already has 6 wives, including sextuplets, and Xiaolingxi, whom he must marry by imperial decree. Now he has another wife, Ding Xiang. If we don't marry her, 5 million taels of silver will be wasted. Husband, what are you still hesitating for? At this moment, Lu Shuyao walked up to Shengao. I support you marrying Ding Xiang. Husband, you should marry Ding Xiang. Lu Shatong, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shuan also said. Lu Shuyan walked gracefully to Shengao and said softly, Husband, I have heard that Miss Ding Xiang is exceptionally intelligent and even surpasses her master. If Ding Xiang can help you in the future, you will surely manage Chu County like an ironclad fortress. It will be easy to kill Lu Jingqing and Xiao Jingyuan to avenge your grievances. My lord, please marry Ding Xiang. Lu Xian bowed gently to Shengao. Xiaolingxi, who had been all smiles, was displeased to see Ding Xiang suddenly appear. She snorted and stood to the side, ignoring Ding Xiang completely. Okay, I agree. Xin Gao was also deeply moved. The 6 women together urged him to remarry. If this were modern times, he would have been working on a sewing machine long ago. Ancient times were better. Since my husband has agreed, Dingxiang said without any shyness, I would like to ask my husband to accompany me as soon as possible to get my dowry and betrothal gifts. Otherwise, once Xiao Jingyuan attacks Chu County, it will be too late. Xin Gao agreed with Ding Xiang's words. Although nearly 10,000 people are currently repairing and reinforcing the walls of Chu County, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Xiao Jingyuan's more than 30,000 troops without the pulley crossbows modified from the 3 stone bows. Xin Gao sat under the banyan tree and immediately wrote a memorial delivered by express courier, which was sent to the capital. The memorial detailed Zhang Xiaochuan's unauthorized mobilization of heavy cavalry and his escape with Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu. The intention was to remind Xiao Qingzhua to prevent Zhang Xiaochuan's 20,000 heavily armored cavalry from deserting. In addition, Xin Gao made another copy of the memorial and asked Xiao Qilai to take it back to the palace and present it to Emperor Yan Zhao in person. Having encountered this matter, Xiao Qilai could no longer linger. He led Xiao Lingxi and his entourage, riding swiftly back to the palace. As they parted, Xiao Lingxi, riding her little dappled horse, turned to Xin Gao and said, Xin Gao, I am now yours. You must hurry and send betrothal gifts to the capital to marry me. After saying that, Xiao Lingxi glared at Dingxiang, then turned and left without looking back. Xin Gao touched his nose and watched them leave. Husband, let's go, Dingxiang said with a smile, not at all coquettish. Husband, you and Dingxiang should hurry up and not waste any more time, Lu Xian urged Xin Gao. Xin Gao left Wei Yi at the county office to protect the sextuplets, while he himself took Wei Yi and rode a fast horse with Ding Xiang to the Ding family's stronghold, Blackwater City, via another road. Blackwater City is some distance from Yi County and Li County, where the battle is taking place. In addition, Xin Gao is highly skilled and daring, so even if he is surrounded by troops, he can still withdraw. The 3 of them ran along this road for 2 hours, and it was already dark. They saw a dilapidated temple halfway up the mountain in the distance. The 3 of them dismounted and led their horses over. The dilapidated temple was in ruins, with no Buddha statue inside, overgrown with weeds, and scattered bricks and stones everywhere. Master, please rest here for a while. I'll go hunt some wild game to fill our stomachs. Wei Yi took the longbow off his back and lightly leaped into the woods. Xin Gao gathered some firewood, started a fire, and sat down by the fire. Dingxiang, why did you disguise yourself as a man and mingle among those fake Taoist masters? Xin Gao couldn't understand why Ding Xiang would impersonate the Taoist priest Tianyi and go to Li family village to commit fraud. Giggle giggle. When Ding Xiang heard Xin Gao mention the past, she immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 86 3-Day Deadline. Xin Gao didn't understand why Ding Xiang was disguising herself as a Taoist priest and infiltrating among those fake Tianyi Taoist masters. Upon hearing Xin Gao's question, Ding Xiang immediately giggled. While Wei Yi went to get food, he explained the situation to Xin Gao. It turned out that Ding Xiang had noticed the news that Li Fu from Lijiaozuang was going to buy a large quantity of top-quality jade. He also sold nearly 50,000 taels of silver worth of jade to Li Fu. But Li Fu said it wasn't enough. A total of 100,000 taels was needed, which aroused even more curiosity from the Ding family of Black Wind City. The news of Li Fu's purchase of jade spread like wildfire, attracting the covetous eyes of countless forces. Several major bandit organizations went to intercept and rob him, but were driven back by the escort agency. After many twists and turns, the jade finally returned to Lijiaozuang. Why did the Li family need so much jade, and what were they going to do with it? This question greatly piqued Ding Xiang's interest. So, Ding Xiang deliberately disguised herself as a Taoist priest, using the identity of a Taoist priest named Tianyi, to go and gather information. Unexpectedly, she met Xin Gao, who even cured her menstrual irregularities, and she was immediately captivated by him. Without a second thought, she became Xin Gao's maid, witnessed many of Xin Gao's amazing secrets, and gradually fell in love with him. Now that Xin Gao is in trouble, Ding Xiang decides to no longer hide her identity, and proposes to marry Shen Gao with a dowry of 5 million taels of silver and 1,000 craftsmen. Shen Gao chuckled to himself, never expecting his luck to be so incredible, marrying such a wealthy wife in the blink of an eye. If it were a prosperous dynasty, he could have lived a life of leisure. Unfortunately, it was during a time of war, so he had to find a way to build his own power. Only by becoming stronger could he have the opportunity to live a peaceful life. Ding Xiang, what are the main businesses of your Ding family now? Shen Gao asked in order to better understand the Ding family. My Ding family is involved in many industries. In the Great Yan Dynasty, there are traces of my Ding family in salt and iron, shipping, security escort agencies, silver shops, and so on. Ding Xiang smiled, her tone very calm, as if she were talking about something extremely ordinary. Shen Gao took a deep breath. Aren't salt and iron industries controlled by the imperial court? And shipping, too, requires a very close relationship with the government to grow and become powerful. Ding Xiang, since you are involved in salt and iron, you can cooperate very closely with the government to manufacture weapons for the government, and also carry out iron smelting. Ding Xiang's eyes dimmed, and she said somewhat dejectedly, We have long cooperated with the government to manufacture swords, but the swords we make are of poor quality and break easily. And what about the smelting you mentioned? Shen Gao gave a general explanation of the principles of iron smelting, how to refine high-purity iron, and how to turn iron into steel. Ding Xiang was startled by Shen Gao's words. She had never heard of iron being smelted in this way. Is iron produced in this way actually useful? However, whether what Shen Gao said is usable or not can only be determined after testing. Therefore, Ding Xiang simply listened without being overly surprised. I spent the night in this dilapidated temple, and the next day I rode my horse at full speed. After 3 days, the three finally arrived at Blackwater City. From a distance, the walls of Blackwater City are even taller than those of Chu County. It was entirely built of black stones, and the moat was about 30 meters wide. The water flowing in it was dark green, so the county town was called Blackwater City. When the three arrived outside the city, Ding Xiang took out a whistling arrow from her pocket, took out a small bow, and shot the whistling arrow into the sky. A piercing bang instantly alerted the guards of Blackwater City. They looked down following the sound and immediately saw the lilac. The guards were overjoyed. The city lord is back! The city lord is back! Immediately, the guards opened the city gates, lined up with spears, and welcomed Ding Xiang, Shen Gao, and Wei Er into the city. Ding Xiang, are you still the city lord? Shen Gao asked, extremely puzzled. Yes, I also serve as the city lord of Blackwater City. Ding Xiang smiled. Wei Er was even more puzzled. It's true that the city lord of Blackwater City is a woman, but she is a martial arts master appointed by the emperor. All the city lords of the Great Yan Dynasty have martial arts skills, and a very few of them can even be compared to the great perfection of the acquired realm. Can't I, Ding Xiang, be a city lord with superb martial arts skills? Ding Xiang revealed her snow-white teeth and smiled radiantly. Is this seemingly harmless-looking Ding Xiang a martial arts master? Is he really the lord of Blackwater City? At this moment, the three of them had already reached the outside of the city lord's mansion. They had no choice but to shout loudly, and countless people immediately rushed out from outside the city lord's mansion, knelt down on both sides of the road leading to the city lord's mansion, and shouted to Ding Xiang. Welcome back, city lord! As expected of the city lord, Ding Xiang walked all the way to her room, changed back into a black city lord's robe, and suddenly, a majestic female city lord appeared before everyone. Ding Xiang waved her hand, and the guards and servants of the city lord's mansion all gathered around. This man is called Shen Gao. From now on, he will be my husband. You can all call him the head of the Shen family. Greetings, master! Hundreds of people from the city lord's mansion knelt down again and bowed to Shen Gao. Everyone, please rise. Shen Gao raised his hands, signaling them all to stand up. After a while, a fat man of about 50 years old walked over from outside the city lord's mansion with a smile. Upon seeing Ding Xiang, he smiled and said, My dear daughter, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, Blackwater City would have fallen into Xiao Jingyuan's hands. What, Xiao Jingyuan? How did he get to Blackwater City? Father, this is the son-in-law I have chosen for you, Xin Gao, the magistrate of Chu County. Ding Xiang did not respond to Ding Erliang's words, but instead introduced Xin Gao to her father, Ding Erliang first. My dear girl, haven't you always wanted to find a young, fully fledged master of the acquired realm as your husband? The county magistrate is just a civil official, powerless and weak. How could he possibly catch your eye? Father, I've found a husband like Xin Gao. Ding Xiang pulled Xin Gao's hand and said, Xin Gao is a civil official, but he is indeed a master of the acquired perfection. Ding Erliang looked at Xin Gao and liked him more and more. Cool. The day after tomorrow will be the day of perfect fulfillment. He was still a civil official, a position quite suitable for his daughter. Haha, son-in-law, you've come at just the right time. Ding Erliang immediately became happy. Yesterday, Xiao Jingyuan personally went to Blackwater City to persuade it to surrender, giving it a 3-day deadline. If Blackwater City does not surrender within 3 days, they will come knocking on our door after 3 days. 3 days later, isn't that the day after tomorrow? Xiao Jingyuan's army will be at the city gates the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Lu Jinqing has arrived yet? If he has, we must kill him in Blackwater City this time. Just then, another person, accompanied by several guards, stormed in from outside with an imposing aura. Lord Ding, I, Kong Bao, have pursued you relentlessly for 3 years, sending you countless flowers, running errands for you countless times, doing many things for you, and treating you to countless meals. Why won't you choose me as your husband? Chapter 87. Is this iron smelting or cooking? Xin Gao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with fair skin, long fingers, and a somewhat shrill voice. Kong Bao, I've said it countless times, I've never liked a man like you. Ding Xiang stood tall and stared at Kong Bao. I like men who are brave, tall, and domineering. But where am I not domineering? Where am I not brave? For you, I can pick flowers on a cliff, run errands for you, and massage your shoulders and back. For you, I even changed my name to something more imposing, Kong Bao. These are not things I need. You can leave, Ding Xiang said to Kong Bao, pointing outside. Kong Bao had no choice but to walk away. After a few steps, he turned around and said loudly, Lord of the city, even if you divorce me in the future, I am still willing to marry you, and I would even be willing to wash your feet. As Kong Bao spoke, he looked at Ding Xiang with a complicated expression. Puff dash! Xin Gao couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Kong Bao turned to look at Xin Gao, his gentle expression immediately changing. He suddenly drew a sword, pointed it at Xin Gao, and said, Humph, you're the one who stole my beloved! I challenge you to a duel! Xin Gao shook his head and said, Kong Bao, you are no match for me. Step down. Kong Bao pointed a sword finger at Xin Gao and screamed, Die! Then he twirled his sword and charged towards Xin Gao. Xin Gao stretched out his hand, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Before Kong Bao could even swing his sword, Xin Gao's sword was already pressed against his throat. Kong Bao, you are no match for me, get out of my way! Kong Bao, step back! Ding Xiang also called out. Yes, Lord City Lord. Kong Bao obeyed Ding Xiang's every word, obediently stepping aside and glaring fiercely at Xin Gao. My dear son-in-law, Ding Erliang said with a smile, when I marry off my daughter, the dowry will be at least 5 million taels of silver. In addition, I plan to give her 2 large workshops and 1,000 artisans as part of her dowry. Otherwise, you will think I am stingy. Now I'll take you to see the Ding family's businesses. Ding Erliang walked at the front, followed by Ding Xiang and Xin Gao, with Wei Er following at the back as a guard. The group, in a grand procession, headed towards the Ding family's large workshop. Blackwater City truly lives up to its reputation as the Ding family's estate. Along the way, there are dozens of workshops, ranging from a few dozen to over 1,000 people. Every now and then, you could see squads of soldiers patrolling from various places, each carrying a long spear. Soon, the group arrived at a smelting workshop, where laborers were carrying large red stones and breaking them into pieces. One by one, the pieces were fed into the earthen furnace, and molten iron was produced. However, these molten irons contain a lot of impurities, and the craftsmen can easily break them into several pieces with a light tap. They shook their heads, still unable to find a solution. Shin Gao went over to take a look and immediately smiled. "Young master, what are you laughing at?" An old blacksmith was very dissatisfied. He had been forging iron for 20 years, and he had both good and bad iron, but he was being laughed at by such a young man. "I laugh at you for not understanding the true art of iron smelting." Shin Gao laughed. "This is all pig iron, brittle and easily broken. It needs to be refined into wrought iron." "Ha ha!" Another younger blacksmith laughed loudly. "My master has been forging iron for over 20 years. How could you, a young master who has never even touched a hammer, know anything about iron smelting?" "Shut up," a guard said coldly. "This is the city lord's husband. Do not be rude." The young blacksmith muttered to himself. So the city lord's husband can just talk nonsense. Unexpectedly, Shin Gao overheard this and laughed. "Little blacksmith, prepare your tools. The patriarch will forge a pot of fine iron for you to see." "Master," the young blacksmith said, his neck stiff and his face flushed. "If you can refine the fine iron, I will follow you to refine iron for the rest of my life and do nothing else." Shin Gao laughed heartily. "That's excellent." As he spoke, he ordered a large furnace to be built, with a large crucible placed on top. He then brought in 2 bellows and hired 4 blacksmiths to take turns operating the bellows to blow air. In no time, the crucible was heated to a scorching high. Pour the freshly smelted molten iron into a crucible, find a long clay stick, and stir it in the crucible with the clay stick after the pig iron has melted back into molten iron. "Ha ha, patriarch, are you a cook by trade? You're treating iron forging like cooking." The young blacksmith laughed heartily upon seeing this. The elderly master, however, seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at Shin Gao's actions. At first, wisps of blue smoke rose from the molten iron, but after an hour, no more blue smoke appeared. Shin Gao then ordered his men to lift the crucible and pour the molten iron into the mold, thus creating 20 iron plates. The blacksmiths gathered around and carefully examined one of the iron plates, which was as long as a large knife. They found that it was completely red-hot, and there were not even tiny bubbles on the surface. "This is stronger than the iron they forge." Then, Shin Gao had another iron plate brought out, heated it red-hot again, bent it with a hammer, pressed it together, and then forged it into the shape of a knife. But they couldn't understand why Shin Gao had arranged for people to repeat such a boring action. A piece of iron was being hammered by several pairs of blacksmiths in turn, and the blacksmith's arms were already starting to ache slightly. They heated it until it was red-hot and forged countless times, until it was almost dark. Just as everyone was getting impatient, a knife was forged. After quenching and attaching the hilt, Shin Gao called out, "Who wants to test the knife?" Everyone burst into laughter. "Is this dark, ugly-looking block of iron also called a knife?" A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the blacksmiths. Shin Gao called out 3 times, asking who would try the knife, but no one moved. "I'll do it!" Not wanting to embarrass Shin Gao, Ding Xiang stepped forward, parted the crowd, and took the large knife from Shin Gao's hand. It felt heavy, looked ugly, and wasn't even sharpened. "You draw your sword and strike my sword!" Ding Xiang pointed at a guard and ordered him to draw his sword. The guard said cautiously, "My lord, this sword was crafted by a master craftsman from the imperial court. It is extremely powerful. I'm afraid I might break your sword and injure you." Ding Xiang found it somewhat amusing. The city lords of the great Yan dynasty were all highly skilled in martial arts. How could a mere guard possibly harm her? "Go ahead and attack. If you injure me, the city lord, I will pardon you." With Ding Xiang's assurance, the guard drew his knife. The knife was exquisitely crafted, and the guards took great care of it, frequently wiping it and sharpening it to a very fine point. Compared to the dark, ugly knife in Ding Xiang's hand, its superiority is immediately apparent. "Lord City Lord, watch out! The guard raised his broadsword and slashed fiercely at the black knife in Ding Xiang's hand. Chapter 88 Crossbow Set. Clang! The two blades clashed, and a crisp sound was heard. One blade broke in two and fell to the ground. The guard stared in disbelief at the fine knife in his hand, utterly shocked. His knife broke in two. Ding Xiang's knife is perfectly intact. The blacksmiths were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. The young blacksmith walked over, boldly took the knife from Ding Xiang's hand, and examined it closely. There was only a small mark on the blade. Divine iron, divine sword. The blacksmith walked up to Shen Gao and knelt down with a thud. Master, I am willing to follow you and learn your iron-making skills to carry them forward. Master, please teach us the art of iron smelting. Once again, they all knelt on the ground in unison. They were all blacksmiths. My lord, this iron refining technique must never be revealed to the public, Ding Xiang said solemnly. If the enemy finds out, we're finished. Shen Gao tapped Ding Xiang's head with his finger and said, On the contrary, this technique is taught to every blacksmith here, and after they learn it, each of them has to teach 10 or 100 apprentices. Why? Ding Xiang asked. We need to produce hundreds of large swords before the powerful enemy arrives the day after tomorrow. If Xiao Jingyuan leads his troops here the day after tomorrow, we can let him taste the power of our sharp blades. Shen Gao's words made Ding Xiang's eyes light up. Furthermore, our technique is very simple and quick to learn. Even if we deliberately try to stop it, it will definitely spread in a very short time. Shen Gao continued. We'll raise the blacksmiths' wages and make them loyal to us. Yes. Ding Xiang suddenly understood. She never expected that Shen Gao was even more capable than her, a business prodigy, and had come up with such a way to prevent the leakage of his skills. Ding Xiang immediately ordered all 5,000 blacksmiths in the city to gather and learn Shen Gao's iron-making methods. They worked in 3 shifts, day and night, smelting iron, frying iron, refining iron, and making knives, a streamlined, all-in-one operation. After the lesson was over, everyone realized that they were so hungry that their stomachs were practically sticking to their backs. Back at the city lord's mansion, he ordered people to set out wine and dishes, which everyone wolfed down and finished eating hastily. Ding Erliang then grabbed Shen Gao. My dear son-in-law, you've solved such a huge problem as soon as you arrived in Blackwater City today. From now on, the iron produced in Blackwater City will be the best iron in the Great Yan Dynasty. You can imagine that this iron will earn us millions of taels of silver. Therefore, in addition to the dowry of 5 million taels and 1,000 artisans to accompany her, another 1,000 artisans will be given as part of the dowry. They will help you to defend Chu County well. Ding Er waved his hand and gave Shen Gao another 1,000 craftsmen. Father-in-law, how about we pay the 100,000 taels of silver first? Shen Gao chuckled. 100,000 taels? No big deal. Ding Erliang got up, walked to the dark room next door, unlocked 5 locks, took out a banknote from the Ministry of Revenue's bank, counted out 100,000 taels of banknotes, and came out. My dear son-in-law, take this 100,000 taels for now, Ding Erliang said with a smile. Come back for more if you need more. Shen Gao handed the silver notes to Wei Er beside him, signaling Wei Er to set off immediately to the capital to find Xiao Chunlai and transport the 3 stone bow and arrows back to Chu County. Wei Er carefully put away the thick wad of silver notes, asked for a warhorse, and left the city that very night. It was already late at night. Ding Erliang arranged a comfortable room for Shen Gao, and Ding Xiang personally escorted Shen Gao there. Shen Gao smiled and said, Ding Xiang, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Ding Xiang wasn't shy at all and followed Shen Gao into the room. Ding Xiang, there's one more thing I need you to do, Shen Gao said quietly with a smile, inviting Ding Xiang to sit on the edge of the bed. Let me guess, is what you want me to do related to the 3 stone bow? Ding Xiang tilted her head and asked with a smile. A glint appeared in Shen Gao's eyes. This city lord Ding Xiang really knew how to undress someone. As soon as Shen Gao opened his mouth, Ding Xiang knew what he wanted. Shen Gao nodded, picked up a piece of paper from the desk in the room, took out a pen, and drew 2 sets of pulleys and the blueprints of the entire component on it. Can your carpenter make these? Ding Xiang glanced at them. These things were wheel-shaped, with a deep groove running along the outside of each wheel. She wondered what they were used for. But she could imagine that these things must be secret weapons mounted on the three-stone bow. All of these can be done. Ding Xiang nodded. In ancient times, without electric motors, it was impossible to rotate wood for lathe processing. However, clever carpenters tied ropes to the wood and stepped on them to make the wood rotate, thus creating all sorts of exquisite patterns. For the carpenters under Ding Xiang's command, a device like a pulley was a piece of cake. Husband, how many sets do you want? Ding Xiang asked again. Could you deliver 1,000 sets by tomorrow night, and make another 3,000 sets as spares, so we can replace them promptly if they break? Shen Gao asked hopefully. In ancient times, there were no bearings, so these wooden pulleys wore out very quickly and had to be lubricated with lard to last longer. Therefore, Shen Gao prepared 3,000 sets as backup. No problem, Ding Xiang readily agreed. As she spoke, Ding Xiang stood up from the edge of the bed, and with a swift movement, she flipped over and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night. Shen Gao sighed inwardly, never expecting that Ding Xiang was such an extraordinary woman, not only highly skilled in martial arts but also possessing a remarkable business acumen. He lay in bed, thinking and thinking until he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as Shen Gao woke up, a maid came in to help him dress and wash up, and then took him to the Ding residence. Upon seeing Shen Gao, Ding Erliang was overjoyed and immediately asked, "My dear son-in-law, how did you sleep last night?" "Father-in-law, I slept very soundly," Shen Gao replied with a smile. However, Ding Xiang, with dark circles under her eyes, yawned 3 times in a row. "My lord, I have not failed in my mission. 500 sets of pulley systems have been produced." No wonder Ding Xiang kept yawning, she hadn't slept all night. She was still thinking about how to use these pulley systems and how to install them onto the three-stone bow. "My lord, how do we use this thing? Could you demonstrate it for us?" Ding Erliang was completely unaware of what had happened. He asked in confusion, "What happened last night?" Neither Shen Gao nor Ding Xiang answered. He looked at Ding Xiang with great heartache. "You've worked hard, Ding Xiang, please bring me a three-stone bow." Before long, someone brought over a three-stone bow. At the same time, he ordered someone to send over a set of pulleys. This set of rollers is made of high-quality oak, making it sturdy and durable, though it is a bit heavy. Shen Gao quickly installed the pulley system onto the three-stone bow, transforming it into a large crossbow. He took out 10 arrows, loaded them onto the bowstring, and with a gentle pull, the bowstring was strung, and a long arrow was automatically attached to the end of the bow. Aim at the bird's nest in the tree 100 paces away, pull the trigger, and with a soft twang of the bowstring, the arrow flies away like lightning. Chapter 89. This young woman sells her body, not her body. The arrow struck the bird's nest 100 paces away. The enormous impact shattered the nest, instantly turning it into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Hee, what's the big deal? The three-stone bow originally required 300 Jin of force to pull, and now it's loaded with so many things. Apart from someone with a high level of martial arts, who else could pull this bow? Suddenly, sarcastic remarks rang out from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Kong Bao, who had been fawning over Ding Xiang yesterday. "This Kong Bao is really shameless. He pestered me first thing in the morning." But this time, Shen Gao wrongly accused Kong Bao. Because Kong Bao was the chief guard of Ding Xiang, he was required to stay by Ding Xiang's side. If he hadn't come to be loyal and dutiful, Ding Erliang would have exiled him to a harsh and cold place long ago. However, Shen Gao was too lazy to pay him any attention. A mere guard leader, so disrespectful, would suffer a great loss sooner or later. At this moment, a maid brought over several cups of hot tea and invited Shen Gao, Ding Erliang, and Ding Xiang to drink them. Shen Gao's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled the maid over. The maid blushed and whispered, "Young master, I sell my body but not my body. Please spare me." Shen Gao said very seriously, "Little girl, how could your son-in-law be that kind of person? Come here, your son-in-law will teach you how to shoot arrows." The maid's face turned even redder. You said you wouldn't bully me, but you've already taught me how to shoot arrows. But Xingao didn't know what the maid was thinking, so he placed the large crossbow, which had been modified from a 3-stone bow, on the table and showed the maid how to draw the string and pull the trigger. The little maid was manipulated by Xingao, and with a forceful pull, she managed to string the 3-stone bow. Kong Bao watched as the little maidservant fiddled with the bowstring, and with a few quick movements, the bow was easily strung and an arrow was caught. That's impossible. This is a 3-stone bow. It takes 300 pounds of strength to string it. This girl weighs at most 100 pounds, how could she possibly hang it? This 3-stone bow must be fake. Kong Bao's eyes widened, and he took 3 steps forward. Suddenly remembering that he was just a guard leader, he had no choice but to retreat to his original position and examine the area more carefully. Little girl, don't be nervous. Hold on here, aim at the base of that tree branch in the distance, and shoot off the root in the middle of the branch. The maid blushed even more after Xingao said that. There's no root in the middle of that tree branch, it's just a wooden peg that someone nailed there to hang clothes. Okay, that's it, pull the trigger. Under Xingao's guidance, the arrow shot through the clouds and pierced the sun, breaking the short bolt. The little maid was stunned. It's unbelievable that such a petite maid could shoot arrows. And it was a 3-stone bow. Kong Bao was also stunned. The arrow could shoot so far and had such tremendous force. The 3-stone bow was definitely not fake. But why is it that a mere maid can draw the string of the 3-stone bow so perfectly? It must be those pulleys that Xingao made that caused this trouble. He couldn't resist any longer and leaned closer, saying awkwardly, Could I take a look? Xingao gave a cold snort, and placed the 3-stone bow on the table for him to study. Kong Bao reached out and picked it up. It was indeed very heavy, weighing at least 36 pounds. Moreover, this bow was indeed a 3-stone bow. He recalled Xingao's method of stringing the bow. With a gentle pull, the string was strung. Hiss dash! Kong Bao took a deep breath. Good heavens! He could string the 3-stone bow with just a few fingers. Even for an ordinary archer, this 3-stone bow can withstand 300 strikes without losing any strength. Normally, the 3-stone bow can only be used by one person, and it can only be drawn 3 times in a row. After 3 times, one must rest for half an hour before drawing it again. Otherwise, the archer's arm would be ruined. With this device, it's equivalent to increasing the number of 3-stone archers tenfold. No, it's more than 10 times. Moreover, once the bowstring is drawn, an arrow is automatically attached, saving the time of taking an arrow from the quiver. 3 shots were fired in quick succession, and each shot hit the target. This effectively changed the way we fought. With so many 3-stone archers on the battlefield, it was practically a one-sided massacre. This achievement alone is enough to make Xingao famous throughout the world. Thinking of this, Kong Bao hung his head dejectedly and walked to the side without saying a word. He will no longer be Xingao's rival in this life, and Lady Dingxiang will never marry him under any circumstances. Sure enough, Lord Dingxiang's eyes lit up, and like a hungry tiger seeing a piece of fat meat, he pounced on it immediately. After snatching the magical 3-stone bow into his hands, Xingao, supporting Dingxiang's slender waist, gave her some pointers. Dingxiang was a man of both business and martial talents, and she grasped the concept quickly. She filled the quiver and fired 10 arrows in quick succession, each hitting its target. This shot was faster and more accurate than any bow from the great Yan dynasty. Someone, bring in another 1,000 carpenters to urgently process these components. Try to produce 1,000 sets by tonight. Dingxiang turned her head and smiled at Xingaoyan, her smile as bright and passionate as a blooming rose. Husband, how about we give these 500 sets to the archers of Blackwater City first? What could Xingao say? The city lord and his wife had spoken. He had no choice but to agree. Upon seeing this, Dingxiang beamed with joy and immediately ordered 500 archers to stand by. She also brought out all the 3-stone and 2-stone bows from the storeroom. They collected 500 bows and fitted them all with pulley systems. Under Xingao's guidance, training immediately began. the 500 archers were so amazed by the magical bow that they couldn't stop smiling. Overjoyed, they treasured the new bow and trained very diligently. As the archers were training enthusiastically and everyone was watching with amusement, a soldier suddenly ran over at high speed. Upon seeing Ding Xiang, he immediately bowed and loudly reported. Reporting to the city lord, the blacksmith's workshop has produced 1,000 of the latest broadswords. It was made so quickly? Ding Xiang stood up abruptly, her chest heaving slightly, her expression excited. 1,000 swords made using the new iron refining method can cut through iron like mud. If these swords were equipped with brave soldiers, they would be invincible. That way, Blackwater City would no longer be afraid of Xiao Jingyuan's threat. Add to that the power of 500 2-stone and 3-stone bows, and it's more than enough to give Xiao Jingyuan a hard time. Husband, shall we go take a look? Ding Xiang turned her head and looked at Shen Gao. Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Ding Erliang, with his large belly, walked at the front. Before long, they arrived at the blacksmith's workshop. The Ding family's blacksmith workshop is the largest blacksmith workshop in Blackwater City. There are over 400 large furnaces, 1,000 large iron blocks, thousands of blacksmiths, and several thousand blacksmith apprentices. Every day, a large number of agricultural iron tools are produced here and sold to the 3 provinces and 15 counties of the Great Yan dynasty. It brought the Ding family a steady stream of huge income. At this moment, in the blacksmith's workshop, next to thousands of iron blocks, 1,000 blacksmiths, hammers in hand, sweating profusely, were forging red-hot iron plates with clanging and banging. Everyone was fully committed, all wanting to forge a sword that could cut through iron like mud. Only the blacksmith who forges the most precious sword is the most famous blacksmith in the Great Yan dynasty. Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Ding Erliang looked around and shouted loudly. Chapter 90 Shen Gao's probing questions. Reporting to the Patriarch, the sword is in the storeroom. The soldier bowed and led the group through the forging area to the storeroom. 1,000 dark, large swords stood on the sword rack, their blades already sharpened, emitting a chilling gleam. Ding Xiang randomly picked out a handful of hairs, plucked a strand from her head, and blew it towards the blade. The moment the hair touched the blade, it was instantly severed in two. A hair cut in two. These are all precious swords. If these knives were sold, each one would be worth at least 50 taels of silver. 1,000 handles is 50,000 taels of silver. They built it in one night. Ding Erliang took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Shen Gao changed again. This son-in-law is incredibly capable. He gave him 2 huge surprises in just one night. One was a crossbow modified from a 3-stone bow. Another time it was a knife that could cut a hair in two. This not only gave him a powerful weapon-making technique, but it was also a huge fortune. Kong Bao, the leader of Ding Xiang's guards, was shocked twice this morning, leaving him completely numb. He couldn't beat Shen Gao, his love rival, in a fight, nor could he curse him. Now, his rival Shen Gao could even create such powerful weapons. At this rate, he wouldn't even be worthy to carry Shen Gao's shoes. Thinking of this, Kong Bao felt a pang of bitterness well up in his heart again. Is it really true that he can only marry the maid Xiao Yulin in this lifetime? Fine, so be it. She's not bad looking, and she's the city lord's trusted maid. Thinking this, Kong Bao looked at Xiao Yulan and saw that Xiao Yulan was always intentionally or unintentionally leaning towards Shen Gao, and she kept blinking her phoenix eyes, looking at Shen Gao charmingly. Wow! I only taught her how to shoot an arrow once. Has she already fallen for someone else so quickly? Kong Bao wanted to cry but had no tears. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a guard beside him quietly nudged him. Boss, the Patriarch has already gone ahead, should we follow him? Kong Bao was startled when he saw that all his men were following him and remained motionless, while the city lord, the old city lord, and the city lord's husband had already gone to the front. My goodness, hurry up and catch up! Kong Bao hurriedly ran a few steps, panting heavily, to catch up with them. Just as they reached the outside of the city lord's mansion, they were met by several men from the city lord's office rushing towards them, all of them armed with swords. Reporting to the city lord, Xiao Jingyuan's envoy requests an audience. The Yamen runner immediately bowed to Ding Xiang and reported. Is he Xiao Jingyuan's envoy? If Shen Gao hadn't come, Ding Xiang might have carefully considered whether or not to surrender to him. Now that my husband Shen Gao is here, I have nothing to fear. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Who's afraid of who? However, Ding Xiang tugged at Shen Gao's hand and still walked towards the city lord's office. Upon arriving at the main hall, Ding Xiang sat behind the city lord's desk, while Shen Gao stood not far away, pretending to be the new clerk of Blackwater City. Before long, all 10 captains and generals of Blackwater City arrived at the yamen. Ding Xiang slammed her gavel down and called out in a crisp voice, "Please summon the messenger." Before long, Xiao Jingyuan's envoy entered without any fear. He stopped 5 steps away from Ding Xiang without bowing and asked loudly, "Lord Ding, have you thought things through regarding what happened a few days ago? Those who obey the third prince will prosper, and those who oppose him will perish." Just as Ding Xiang was about to say something, Shen Gao stepped forward and bowed to her, saying, "Lord City Lord, I have something to ask the envoy." Ding Xiang chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself that her husband was quite good at playing the role of a clerk. "Master Shen, just say it," Ding Xiang said happily, her eyes narrowing and the corners of her mouth curving slightly. "Your Excellency," Shen Gao said calmly, bowing respectfully to the envoy. "How is the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan doing lately? How many troops does he have?" "How dare you!" the envoy roared. "How dare you ask such confidential questions?" Shen Gao chuckled inwardly. "Let you be arrogant for now, but you'll be as humiliated as if you'd eaten shit later." "Your Excellency." Shen Gao clasped his hands and bowed again, looking very respectful. "You want us to surrender Blackwater City, so you must provide some evidence to make us understand that going against the third prince is a dead end. If the third prince is inferior to my Blackwater City, and doesn't have as many people as we do, why should I surrender to him?" Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, the envoy frowned, pondered for a moment, and then softened his tone slightly. "It's all right to tell you, the third prince has 2 great perfection experts under his command, General Lu Jingqing and General He Qinhu. In addition, General Black Tiger, General Grasshead Strong, and General Fat Butcher Monk have also reached the great perfection, bringing the total force to 50,000. A while ago, the third prince's army defeated Xiao Jingchen and forced him to flee. We have now occupied Yi County and Lingnan Prefecture and Baoqing Prefecture. Our power is strong and invincible. Now I, the envoy, have come to issue a final ultimatum. If you do not surrender today, the third prince will personally lead troops to attack Blackwater City tomorrow." As the envoy spoke, his tone became increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding the people of Blackwater City. Ding Xiang's previously relaxed expression turned stern, and she was about to get angry when Shen Gao waved his hand behind her back, signaling Ding Xiang not to rush. "That's not right. We heard from Blackwater City that the third prince's forces are insufficient, and that the emperor has sent General Zhang Xiaoquan, a heavy cavalryman, to attack the third prince. We heard that the third prince is no match for General Zhang Xiaoquan?" Shen Gao looked incredulous and pursed his lips. "Hell, what a joke!" the envoy immediately retorted. "General Zhang Xiaoquan's heavy cavalry have already submitted to the third prince." Sure enough, Shen Gao's scheme successfully induced Zhang Xiaoquan to defect to Xiao Jingyuan. "Lord Ding, your Blackwater City is far inferior to General Zhang Xiaoquan. Even General Zhang Xiaoquan has abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. If your Blackwater City surrenders immediately, this envoy may make an exception and say a few good words to the third prince to ensure the safety of your Blackwater City." At this moment, Shen Gao slowly walked up to the envoy and said in a deep voice, "The Great Yun Dynasty has more than a dozen experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm. How could the third prince possibly be his match?" The messenger replied, "Master Xuanji, ranked second among the great perfection experts, is the master of General Lu Jingqing and General He Qinhu. Master Xuanji has already set off to assist His Highness the third prince." Shen Gao. "I heard that Shen Gao from Chu County once defeated Lu Jingqing, a general under the third prince." Messenger. Now, Generals Lu Junqing and He Qin Hu have become great perfection experts because they have consumed the Tai Sui, along with the three great generals He Hu, Chao Tu Chang, and Fei Tu Sing. Generals Lu and He have recovered from their injuries and their power has reached its peak. Shen Gao is no match for them. Shen Gao. The third prince has no money. The envoy hadn't finished speaking when he realized he'd let something slip. As long as the third prince gets Blackwater City. Shen Gao and Ding Xiang exchanged a glance. It turned out that Xiao Jingyuan's purpose in forcing Blackwater City to surrender was to get money from the Ding family of Blackwater City. No wonder they wanted to attack Blackwater City first, even though it was so far away. The third prince has come up with a brilliant idea. Ding Xiang was furious. Guards, drag Xiao Jingyuan's envoy away and behead him. Chapter 91 Slaying the Messenger. Immediately, Yamen runners rushed up, grabbed the messenger, and dragged him outside. Lord City Lord, this is unacceptable. At this moment, a captain spoke up to stop them, saying, In times of war, envoys are not to be killed. Shen Gao was really annoyed by this foolish behavior of the ancients. In times of war, envoys should not be killed. Should we ask him to reveal confidential information here? Ding Xiang listened to the captain's words and was about to release the envoy when Shen Gao laughed. Your Excellency, we have 10 captains here, each leading 2,000 soldiers. Blackwater City has a total of 20,000 men, and we don't have any weapons or weapons. You wouldn't tell Xiao Jingyuan, would you? Humph. The envoy raised his head, looking coldly at Shen Gao, completely disregarding him. What are your 20,000 troops? Once His Highness the Third Prince's 50,000 troops charge in, none of you will escape. I advise you to surrender obediently and hand over the wealth of Blackwater City to His Highness the Third Prince. Otherwise, when our army arrives, all of you here will die. Hearing the envoy's arrogant words, the dozen or so captains were furious, gripping their swords tightly, wishing they could kill the envoy right there and now. The envoy glanced around coldly, clearly seeing the expressions on the faces of these captains, and chuckled inwardly. These men were putting on an act of rage, but in reality, they were cowards. Ha! Upon seeing this, the envoy laughed loudly. Lord of Dingxiang City, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, hand over the troops and wealth of Blackwater City to His Highness the Third Prince, and join forces with His Highness the Third Prince to attack Chu County and destroy Shen Gao. Upon hearing this, Shen Gao couldn't help but touch his nose. How could someone say they would destroy Shen Gao right in front of him? Your Excellency, do you know who I am? Shen Gao chuckled and pointed to his own nose as he asked. Who are you? The envoy sneered, raising his head to ask. A mere clerk like you is not worthy of this envoy knowing your name. I am Ding Xiang's husband, the city lord of Blackwater City, Shen Gao said, enunciating each word clearly. I am Shen Gao, the magistrate of Chu County. Shen Gao approached step by step, forcing the envoy to retreat. So you're Shen Gao. The envoy tried to draw his sword, but Shen Gao shouted. Too late. Suddenly, he slashed down at the messenger with his palm. Shen Gao's palm struck fiercely with the force of thunder, and the envoy could only watch helplessly as the palm wind swept towards him. Bang dash! With a loud bang, the envoy was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into a stone unicorn on either side of the stone steps. He immediately coughed up blood and died instantly. The 10 captains all gasped in unison, secretly shouting, Well done! This arrogant envoy should have been killed long ago. Ding Er's eyes gleamed, and he nodded secretly, thinking to himself that this son-in-law was decisive in killing, skilled in both literature and martial arts, and also had many strange and ingenious skills. Now that the envoy has been killed, Shen Gao has blocked Blackwater City's last escape route. Blackwater City has no choice but to fight a desperate battle. Kong Bao was startled by Shen Gao's thunderous attack, which killed the envoy without the city lord's consent. This is a true hero. No wonder the city lord likes him. Even Kong Bao was attracted to Shen Gao and gradually lost his hostility. The messenger's body was carried away, and the generals stood in 2 rows in the hall, all staring intently at Ding Xiang. Lord City Lord! The captain who had stopped the envoy from killing him said gravely. With the envoy killed, Zhang Xiuquan's 5,000 heavy cavalry and Xiao Jingyuan's 50,000 troops, a total of 55,000 men, are besieging Blackwater City. What are we to do? Another captain chimed in. Zhang Xiuquan's heavily armored cavalry are fearless against swords and arrows, and spears. If they lead the attack on the city, how will we stop them? Xin Gao chuckled, took a blank sheet of Xian paper from the city lord's desk, wrote a few words, and handed it to Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. My lord, we also produced a large quantity of this when we were firing the bricks. If we use this specifically to target heavily armored cavalry, the cavalry will surely suffer heavy casualties. As she spoke, Ding Xiang passed the note to the 10 captains for review. The 10 captains were overjoyed when they saw it. They all greatly admired Xin Gao for coming up with such a way to deal with heavily armored cavalry. With a method to deal with heavily armored cavalry, and 1,000 sharp swords, as well as 500 modified 2-stone and 3-stone bows and 50,000 arrows. With these, we can take Xiao Jingyuan's 55,000 troops by surprise and make them flee in disarray. Meanwhile, in Yi County, 50 miles from Blackwater City, the third Prince Xiao Jingyuan waited until the sun was setting, but the messenger did not return. The envoy must have been killed by Blackwater City, Zhang Xiaoquan said in a muffled voice, standing next to Xiao Jingyuan. At this moment, Lu Jinqing also followed Xiao Jingyuan and said, Your Highness, it seems that Blackwater City is unwilling to hand over tens of millions of taels of silver and millions of taels of gold obediently. Xiao Jingyuan nodded. Currently, their army is expanding rapidly, but they lack sufficient food and funds. However, the richest man in the Great Yan dynasty lived in Heishui City, which was only 50 miles away from Yi County. Therefore, Xiao Jingyuan sent an envoy to persuade them to surrender. As long as they surrendered, all the silver and gold would be his, Xiao Jingyuan's. Unfortunately, Blackwater City refused to hand over its wealth obediently. Your Highness, what are you still hesitating about? Zhang Xiaoquan said loudly. Blackwater City only has 20,000 troops, and only 1,000 light cavalry. Apart from that, there are no other decent warriors. Although the old city lord Ding Erliang and the current city lord Ding Xiang are martial arts masters, they are far inferior to His Highness's acquired great perfection. We have nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Xiuquan's words revealed all the secrets of Blackwater City to Xiao Jingyuan for free. Xiao Jingyuan then asked Zhang Xiaoquan, General Zhang, are you sure Blackwater City only has 20,000 troops? Are you sure Ding Erliang and Ding Xiang are no match for me? Zhang Xiaoquan shouted. Your Highness, I guarantee with my own head that they only have this many people. As long as we send them out, we can easily crush Blackwater City. Xiao Jingyuan thought for a moment. Now that he had Lu Jinqing by his side, plus his own perfected acquired state, he had no reason to fear Blackwater City. Therefore, Xiao Jingyuan immediately ordered Zhang Xiuquan's heavy cavalry to be the vanguard, with 50,000 troops on the flank, to surround Blackwater City. After a night of slow marching, the 55,000 troops stopped 5 miles from Blackwater City. They set up camp, built fortifications, cooked meals, and made final preparations before the attack. As soon as Xiao Jingyuan's troops arrived in Blackwater City, they were discovered, and the news quickly reached Dingxiang. Immediately, a deep horn sounded throughout Blackwater City. A formidable enemy has been detected! A formidable enemy has been discovered. Chapter 92: The Destruction of the Heavy Cavalry. In an instant, the 20,000 troops of Blackwater City are ready for defense. 500 assembled pulley crossbows and 50,000 arrows were already loaded into each archer's quiver. In addition, 10 arrows were neatly placed in the cassette of the pulley crossbow. The archers held their crossbows as if they were holding beautiful women, watching the night intently. After forging day and night, another 600 great swords were successfully forged, bringing the total number of 1,600 swords capable of cutting through iron like mud to guard the city. The warriors with swords were filled with renewed confidence. They knew that once Xiao Jingyuan's men climbed the city wall, they would never expect to find such sharp swords waiting for them. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyuan's soldiers had eaten their fill and each had drunk a bowl of wine. "Brothers, drink this farewell toast, and you'll have both glory and beautiful women!" The squad leader of every 10 men shouted, encouraging his brothers. "Yes, with merit comes money, and with money comes beautiful women. Ha ha ha, I'm coming back from the battlefield today. I'm definitely going to Xingwala to sleep for 3 days straight. The sky is getting brighter." The shadows of people could already be seen moving on the walls of Blackwater City. Knock 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 knock. The drums of attack have sounded. Upon hearing the drumbeats, Zhang Xiaoquan immediately ordered 5,000 heavily armored cavalry to advance towards Blackwater City. Countless ladders rushed up from behind and were laid across the moat, soon filling it completely. The heavily armored cavalrymen dismounted, climbed the ladders, and slowly crossed the moat. Suddenly, the 3 city gates opened. Thousands of archers rushed out, carrying hideous objects aimed at the soldiers crossing the river. "Put dash!" At the command, the archers immediately pulled the trigger. All that could be heard was the soft tinkling of countless bowstrings, and countless arrows shot straight toward the other side. "The arrow has arrived." The person collapsed. Before long, thousands of soldiers fell into the moat. The dark river began to flow with dark red water. "Fight back!" Xiao Jingyuan shouted, immediately organizing the archers to return fire. However, separated by the wide Blackwater River, the ordinary arrows on the opposite bank flew over the river for a while before barely falling to the other side. They were completely unable to inflict any damage on the archers of Blackwater. The archers of Blackwater began firing at the soldiers on the opposite bank of the river. The 2 armies were at least 70 meters apart, yet the arrows from Blackwater City could reach them and kill them. 2 stone bows! The enemy is using 2 stone bows! The experienced soldiers shouted. A 2-stone bow can shoot to a distance of over 100 paces, while a 3-stone bow can shoot to a distance of at least 150 paces. Impossible! Xiao Jingyuan couldn't believe it at all. The enemy soldier was holding a 2-stone bow. Even the most skilled archers in their army couldn't draw their bows and shoot so quickly when using a 2-stone bow. Those archers, as strong as oxen, could only draw their 2-stone bows a maximum of 10 times before they had to stop, otherwise they would ruin their arms. The 3-stone bow is only good if it can be drawn 3 times. However, the soldiers of Blackwater City had already pulled the trigger 20 times, and each of them had fired 20 arrows. They were still playing the strings with ease. With 30 or 40 soldiers in total, Xiao Jingyuan's face was grim. In the chaos, after nearly 3,000 men had been killed or wounded, his soldiers finally took out their shields, formed a shield formation, and crossed the moat along the ladders. "Withdraw dash!" At the command, the archers did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately retreated back into the city, closing the heavy city gates. The greatest casualties were among the ordinary soldiers who were not wearing armor. None of Zhang Xiaoquan's heavily armored soldiers were injured. As soon as they crossed the moat, they began to assemble the siege ladders that had been delivered to them. The number of ladders has increased to over 1,000. Surprisingly, Blackwater City did not shoot arrows at them. It was even eerily quiet. The drums continued to beat, and more soldiers surged across the moat, climbed the ladders, and slowly moved toward the city wall. At the very top of the siege ladder stood Zhang Xiaoquan's heavily armored cavalry. Their heavy armor made them impervious to fire, arrows, and swords, thus they served as the main force in this siege. As long as the siege ladders are placed on the city walls, they will turn around and charge up. The siege ladder was getting closer and closer, only 10 meters away from the city wall. Strangely, the guards at the Blackwater River didn't even have swords. How were they supposed to defend themselves? Only 8 meters left. The soldiers haven't moved yet. When they were within 5 meters, a command was given and the soldiers began to move. Suddenly, countless bamboo tubes appeared in their hands. They forcefully flung the openings of the bamboo tubes at the heavily armored soldiers, and countless white powder suddenly flew out of the bamboo tubes. Instantly, the white powder was flung directly onto the heavily armored cavalrymen, scattering in all directions. Cough, 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 dash! The air was thick with the smell of quicklime, which caused the attacking soldiers to cough violently. "Oh no, they're using scalding hot quicklime that just came out of the brick kiln!" It was late summer, but the temperature was still very high. The inner garments of these heavily armored cavalrymen were soaked with sweat, and now the scalding quicklime seeped into their clothes through the gaps in their armor. When quicklime combines with sweat, it immediately corrodes the skin, causing itching and pain. They couldn't take it anymore, coughing loudly, their whole bodies aching and itchy. They were really uncomfortable. Left with no other choice, they had to retreat. As they retreated, the soldiers who followed behind were pushed over, and many fell off the ladder. Those cumbersome, heavily armored cavalrymen were unable to support themselves and fell heavily to the ground. "Ah!" Screams immediately erupted from below. These heavy cavalrymen, so cumbersome and heavily armored, were wiped out by a cloud of quicklime before they even reached the city walls, their swords never even touching the soldiers of Blackwater City. Seeing his heavily armored soldiers being easily killed, Zhang Xiaoquan was filled with rage and spat out a mouthful of blood with a poof sound. He swayed a few times, and at that moment he had only one thought in his mind: revenge. Avenge his heavily armored cavalry. "Ah dash!" Zhang Xiaoquan roared, took off his heavy armor, snatched a thick-backed, long-handled broadsword from a soldier, took a deep breath, and charged up the ladder. Without the constraints of heavy armor, Zhang Xiaoquan moved with the agility of a swallow, instantly scaling the city wall. "Give me your lives! I'll kill you all!" Zhang Xiaoquan wielded his broadsword wildly, instantly carving out a space where anyone within 2 meters of him was killed. Dozens of soldiers rushed up behind him and followed him as he fought his way through the enemy lines. They routed the defenders of Blackwater City. Seeing this, Dingxiang donned her armor, took off her spear, and with light, graceful steps, charged towards Zhang Xiaoquan, who was surrounded in the middle. Immediately, the crowd parted to make way. Appearing before Zhang Xiaoquan was a beautiful and valiant general. He recognized Dingxiang immediately and shouted, "It's you!" Chapter 93: Lu Zhenqing's Death. Zhang Xiaoquan suddenly remembered that he had seen her when he was in Chu County. Right behind Shengao. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Zhang Xiaoquan was furious. "I am Ding Xiang, the Lord of Blackwater City. Zhang Xiaoquan, you attacked my Blackwater City without cause. Are you tired of living?" As she spoke, Dingxiang brandished her spear and attacked Zhang Xiaoquan. The two fought fiercely on the city wall. Just then, Lu Zhenqing attacked from another direction. He leaped into the air, and despite the obstruction of countless soldiers, he moved as if he were in an empty field, killing soldiers and generals alike, until he reached Zhang Xiuquan's side. Shengao, hidden in the shadows, watched as Lu Zhenqing stormed the city wall alone, and seeing no sign of He Qinghu, he felt much more at ease. It seems that this great battle might just kill Lu Zhenqing. As he spoke, Shengao mingled among the soldiers, gradually moving closer to Lu Zhenqing. As soon as Lu Zhenqing rushed up, he swung his palm at Ding Xiang. Suddenly, a gust of wind shot straight towards Ding Xiang, the immense force knocking her to the ground, where she rolled several times. Fresh blood spilled from Ding Xiang's mouth. "Kill her!" Lu Zhenqing snorted coldly, signaling Zhang Xiaoquan to make the move. "Clove!" Shengao was too late to stop Lu Zhenqing, so he immediately threw out a flying sword. Zhang Xiaoquan was unable to dodge and was pierced by the flying sword. The flying sword vanished instantly and returned to Shengao's body. He reached out and grabbed 10 more flying swords. He shouted, "Lu Zhenqing, today is your death day!" 10 flying swords flew up, down, and in the middle, attacking Lu Zhenqing. Lu Zhenqing was shocked. "Shengao! Shengao has actually arrived in Blackwater City!" At this moment, Lu Zhenqing stared intently at the flying sword, desperately dodging it. He barely managed to dodge it, his body drenched in cold sweat. Escape dash! He had only one thought in his mind, to get as far away as possible. But now Shengao's only goal is to take his life, so he won't allow him any chance to escape. 10 more flying swords attacked Lu Zhenqing, and another flying sword, under Shen Gao's control, flew closely alongside one of them. Lu Jinqing dodged the first 9 flying swords, leaving only the last one flying towards his face. When the flying sword was only 3 meters away from him, it suddenly split in two, one striking his face and the other his left chest. Lu Jinqing had no time to react and could no longer dodge the 11th flying knife. The throwing knife pierced Lu Jinqing's left chest and emerged from his back, immediately gushing out a large amount of blood from the hole. "Shen Gao, you're so ruthless!" After Lu Jinqing finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. Without Zhang Xiaoquan and Lu Jinqing, the other soldiers who stormed the city were instantly killed by the guards. "Clove!" Shen Gao came to Ding Xiang and saw that Ding Xiang was pale and lying on the ground, unable to move. Shen Gao held Ding Xiang's hand and felt her pulse. The conclusion was that Ding Xiang suffered severe internal injuries, with damage to her lung and heart meridians. Such a severe injury, if treated by an ordinary doctor, even if it were cured, would prevent the patient from ever engaging in strenuous exercise again, leaving them a cripple for life. "Husband," Ding Xiang moved with difficulty, her lips twitching. "I haven't even consummated our marriage yet, and I never imagined I would suffer such a serious injury." "It's all right, with your husband here, he can heal even the most serious injury." Shen Gao held Ding Xiang's hand, comforting her. At this moment, Kong Bao suddenly knelt down in front of Ding Xiang and cried out, "Lord of the city, you can't die! You can't die! What will I do if you die? Lord of the city, I failed to protect you, so let me go with you to the underworld." As Kong Bao spoke, he raised the knife and slashed his own neck. Shen Gao chuckled, slapped his hand down, knocking the knife away and sending the man aside. "You jinx, get out of here! Even if you die, Ding Xiang won't." Shen Gao glared at him and said fiercely. Kong Bao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took a few steps back, then burst into tears again. Lord, you're so badly injured, and this guy hasn't even taken you to get treatment yet, he's still here flirting with you." Shen Gao was so annoyed by Kong Bao's nagging that he couldn't say a word. "Oh well. Let's just ignore him." Ding Xiang had long heard of Shen Gao's many stories of healing and saving lives, including saving Lu Yiming, the Emperor, Lu Shuyan, and Ji Qingyang. Ding Xiang wasn't worried about her injury at all. Seeing Kong Bao's heartbroken look, Ding Xiang instead gave a bitter smile. "Husband, don't pay attention to that lunatic Kong Bao, please save me." At this moment, Shen Gao had accumulated 30 drops of spiritual liquid, which were stored in a jade bottle. He took a drop from it, dripped it into a bowl, poured in half a bowl of water, and brought it to Ding Xiang. "Drink it quickly." Without hesitation, Ding Xiang drank the half bowl of water. The elixir instantly entered the bloodstream, reaching every part of the body and rapidly repairing Ding Xiang's damaged internal organs. The deathly pale face slowly regained its rosy hue, and the complexion improved more and more. "Guards, take the city lord back to his mansion to recuperate," Shen Gao shouted, ordering his men to send Ding Xiang away. He stood at the highest point of the city wall, looking at Xiao Jingyuan, who was giving instructions from afar. Suddenly Shen Gao drew his largest sword and roared, "Xiao Jingyuan, Lu Jinqing has been killed by me, prepare to die!" With that, Shen Gao leaped down from the highest point of the city wall and charged into the enemy ranks, heading straight for Xiao Jingyuan. Hearing Shen Gao's words from afar, Xiao Jingyuan immediately glanced towards the city wall. Sure enough, his troops were no longer on the city wall. They had all been driven down. "Jinqing!" Xiao Jingyuan's tears immediately flowed down his cheeks. Lu Jinqing accompanied him for 5 years, during which he always protected him and did countless things for him. Without Lu Jinqing, there would be no Xiao Jingyuan today. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinqing died at Shen Gao's hands. "Shen Gao, I'll kill you!" Xiao Jingyuan shouted and charged towards Shen Gao with his knife raised in his hand. Your Highness! Your Highness!" The guards around Xiao Jingyuan tightly surrounded him, preventing him from charging forward. "There must be 2 more grand perfection experts behind Shen Gao. You can't go!" Upon hearing what the guard said, Xiao Jingyuan immediately came to his senses. Given Shen Gao's abilities, it's impossible for him to kill Lu Junqing alone. He must have other helpers. Suddenly, he remembered two masked men, a man and a woman, who had stormed into and out of Huangyan village as if it were their own territory. If Shen Gao had these two people behind him, he would be in danger. Moreover, Shen Gao's fearlessness in charging alone into the midst of thousands of troops must mean he has something to rely on. With this in mind, Shao Jingyuan began to consider retreating. Just then, chaos erupted in the rear. Soon after, a messenger came to report. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Shao Jingchen is leading 10,000 troops and is attacking us. Shao Jingchen? Shen Gao must have discussed this with Shao Jingchen beforehand, planning to trap Shao Jingyuan like a turtle in a jar and eliminate him in Blackwater City. Without further hesitation, Shao Jingyuan shouted, Retreat! Chapter 94 Joining Forces. Following Shao Jingyuan's order, the 50,000-strong army slowly retreated. On another small hill, the 6th Prince Shao Jingchen led 10,000 troops in a harassing attack on Shao Jingyuan's army. Unexpectedly, Shao Jingyuan was so frightened that he fled in panic. What is Shao Jingyuan trying to do? Did they deliberately set up a trap, letting his 10,000 men walk right into it? Shao Jingchen chuckled coldly. Shao Jingyuan, how could I possibly let you fall for my trick? Just as he was laughing, he suddenly noticed a man wielding a large sword, riding a tall, magnificent horse, chasing after Shao Jingyuan's 50,000 troops all by himself. Moreover, this person has already crossed the moat. With each strike, a head will fall. As the figure drew closer, Shao Jingchen found the person increasingly familiar. Suddenly, the person turned their head and glanced in his direction. Shao Jingchen was taken aback. Shen Gao is my cousin's husband, Shen Gao. The person charging through the enemy ranks was none other than his cousin's husband, Shen Gao. Judging from his posture, Shen Gao has definitely reached the great perfection of the acquired realm, and may even have surpassed his mortal enemy Lu Junqing. But for so long, no one has told him that Shen Gao is at the great perfection of the acquired realm. In order to protect his uncle Lu Yiming, he sent Ji Qingyang to Kaoshan village. It was impossible for Ji Qingyang not to know that Shen Gao was a master of the acquired realm. Such a big thing, and Ji Qingyang didn't even report it to him. Ji Qingyang! Shao Jingchen shouted, startling Ji Qingyang so much that he shrank back. Your subject is here. Speak! Why are you hiding this? Shao Jingchen shouted, pointing at Shen Gao, who was still charging into battle. Your Highness, now is not the time to talk. Let's rush down the mountain and join Lord Shen Gao in the fight, otherwise we'll be seen as mere spectators. Ji Qingyang shouted. Shao Jingchen immediately understood what Ji Qingyang meant. This is a way for him to curry favor with Shen Gao. Humph, I'll deal with you after this battle. Shao Jingchen glared at Ji Qingyang, then turned and waved his command flag. Attack! Charge! Countless shouts erupted from the mouths of these soldiers. Shao Jingchen spurred his horse, raised his long sword, and shouted, Brother-in-law, I'm here! They immediately charged down. At the same time, Shao Jingyuan also saw Shao Jingchen personally charging down from the mountain from afar. He became even more convinced of his judgment. Shen Gao had indeed joined forces with Shao Jingchen, secretly ambushing two masked experts, which was why they killed Lu Junqing and wanted to kill him as well. The more Shao Jingyuan thought this way, the faster he commanded his troops to flee. In no time, they had escaped completely. Shen Gao was also exhausted and could barely walk. Ji Qingyang quickly gave up his horse and helped Shen Gao sit on it. Shao Jingchen's 10,000 troops were stationed outside Blackwater City, and he and Ji Qingyang helped Shen Gao enter Blackwater City. Upon arriving at the Blackwater City Lord's mansion, Shen Gao didn't say a word. He quickly instructed Ding Erliang to find a secret room and have someone help him inside. Then they closed the door tightly. Shen Gao painstakingly checked all the doors and windows, then locked them from the inside before taking out the spiritual liquid he hadn't drunk that day and drinking it all in one gulp. Shen Gao then sat cross-legged on the bed in the secret room and began to practice the Azure Dragon's Roar. Internal energy cultivation method. The spiritual liquid began to enter Shen Gao's bloodstream, transporting it throughout his body and transforming every cell. The exhausted cells were nourished by the spiritual liquid and restored to their peak condition. Thus, Shen Gao cultivated in the secret chamber for 3 whole days. On the morning of the 4th day, Shen Gao finally pushed open the door to the secret room and came out. While Shen Gao was in the secret room, Ding Erliang temporarily arranged for Shao Jingchen and Ji Qingyang to stay at the city lord's mansion. The two went to see Shen Gao, but Shen Gao had locked the door to the secret room tightly, making it impossible for them to meet. They had no choice but to leave with Ji Qingyang and return to the house. "Ji Qingyang, aren't you going to explain?" Shao Jingchen said. "Why did you hide the fact that Shen Gao is at the great perfection of the day after tomorrow?" "Your Highness, you didn't even ask," Ji Qingyang said with a wry smile, offering this excuse, but Shao Jingchen didn't believe it no matter what. Sure enough, Shao Jingchen glared at him and slowly said, "Ji Qingyang, given your character and your loyalty to me, you would definitely tell me about this. But you didn't. I know you must have reached some kind of agreement, otherwise you would have told me, wouldn't you?" Shao Jingchen was very clever. He could tell from Ji Qingyang's expression that Shen Gao must have offered Ji Qingyang great benefits or pressured him to keep his promise. Ji Qingyang nodded. The fact that Shen Gao is now at the great perfection stage is not something Ji Qingyang told him, but something the 6th prince discovered himself. Then, Ji Qingyang recounted how he was sent by Shao Jingchen to protect Lu Yiming, and how Lu Jinqing discovered him and chased him to Shaoxian. He was severely injured by Lu Jinqing, but later encountered Shen Gao and was rescued by him. Unexpectedly, Shen Gao is actually Lu Yiming's son-in-law. Shen Gao warned him not to reveal that Shen Gao was a master of the day after tomorrow. "Ji Qingyang, you're driving me crazy! You've made me suffer so much!" Shao Jingchen kicked Ji Qingyang angrily, but then laughed. "You must find a way to bring my cousin-in-law over later. With him here, defeating Shao Jingyuan will be a piece of cake." Ji Qingyang frowned, pondering how to bring up the topic with Shen Gao. "6th Prince, General Ji, the head of the Shen family has emerged from the secret chamber and requests your presence to discuss important matters." Suddenly, a messenger arrived with a command arrow and told the two to go see Shen Gao. Shao Jingchen patted Ji Qingyang on the shoulder and whispered, "It's up to you now." After turning several corners and passing through several corridors, we finally arrived at the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. "His Highness the 6th Prince has arrived! General Ji Qingyang has arrived!" The messenger shouted loudly outside the hall. "Please come in, both of you!" came Ding Erliang's voice from inside. The 6th Prince, Shao Jingchen, and Ji Qingyang entered the hall one after the other. Inside the hall, there were already 30 people seated, all of them important generals from Blackwater City. Upon seeing the 6th Prince enter, everyone stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness the 6th Prince." Shao Jingchen waved his hand, indicating that everyone should dispense with formalities. Then Shao Jingchen was invited to sit at the head of the table, and everyone else stood in order. "Congratulations, Lord Ding." Shao Jingchen already knew that Ding Xiang was injured, and the matter of Blackwater City had fallen on Ding Erliang's shoulders again. Therefore, Shao Jingchen addressed Ding Erliang as the old city lord, saying, "Blackwater City not only repelled the powerful enemy, but also killed Lu Jinqing." Of course. I am deeply grateful for the 6th Prince's arrival with his troops to rescue us." Ding Erliang did not know why the 6th Prince had come, so he did not say much, but instead probed the 6th Prince from the side. "Ha!" Shao Jingchen's hearty laughter rang out. He cupped his hands towards Ding Erliang and said, "I have come here specifically to help you, and I do my best to assist you, old city lord." Ding Erliang sighed inwardly, thinking that it wouldn't be good for anyone to come. But he still asked, "What can your Highness do for my help?" Chapter 95 Lilac's Conditions. "The expenses for suppressing this rebellion have been enormous. We would be grateful if the old city lord could provide some financial assistance." Shao Jingchen stood up solemnly and bowed to Ding Erliang with clasped hands. They really came for the money. 6th Prince, you and General Tian Liang were ordered by the Emperor to quell the rebellion, and you should have received provisions from the Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, you have received various forms of support from the Emperor, so why are you short of money? Ding Erliang secretly curled his lip. He had lived for decades and had seen all sorts of things. Now the sixth prince is taking advantage of this opportunity to secretly develop his own power and seek funds. His ambitions are far-reaching. Xiao Jingyuan's reason for forcibly attacking Blackwater City was for Ding Erliang's immense wealth, and now that the sixth prince Xiao Jingchen has come to his rescue, it's also for the money in Ding Erliang's possession. Old City Lord, to be honest, General Tian Liang and I failed in our attempt to quell the rebellion, and only a little over 10,000 of our 30,000 troops remained. General Tian Liang took full responsibility for saving me. Now he is being held in the capital. I swear I will bring Xiao Jingyuan to justice. Therefore, I am currently short of money and food. I know that the Ding family of Blackwater City is the richest in the world, so I have come to seek support from Lord Ding. Xiao Jingchen's expression was quite amiable, but his tone was very firm. If Ding Erliang doesn't pay, Xiao Jingchen will definitely turn hostile on the spot. Sixth Prince, Ding Erliang, a cunning old fox, chuckled. Supporting your highness in quelling the rebellion is the responsibility of every citizen of the great Yan dynasty. However, I have already spent countless taels of silver defending Blackwater City for the great Yan dynasty. This great battle has resulted in countless deaths and injuries. We are now writing a memorial to the court to request compensation for the fallen soldiers and the cost of provisions for the city's defense. Your Highness's request is beyond my ability to fulfill. Xiao Jingchen's expression immediately turned stern. But Ding and his two companions pretended not to see it. He turned his head, waved to Shengao, and said with a smile, "My dear son-in-law, come and meet His Highness the Sixth Prince." Son-in-law? Xiao Jingchen was taken aback. Shengao was his uncle's son-in-law, so how did he become Ding Erliang's son-in-law now? It seems that talented people are popular everywhere. Shengao smiled slightly, walked over, and greeted Xiao Jingchen. "Sixth Prince, it's been a long time." "Brother-in-law," Xiao Jingchen said excitedly, holding Shengao's hand tightly. "I never imagined you were a master at the great perfection level, a master who could even kill Lu Jinqing. Brother-in-law, from today onwards you will follow me and fight for me to conquer the world." Xiao Jingchen laughed heartily, making no attempt to hide his ambition. Shengao shook his head. "Your Highness, I may have great martial skills, but I'm really not cut out for fighting. Please spare me." Xiao Jingchen knew that Shengao was hiding it from him because he didn't want to go to war. But right now, he only has Ji Qingyang, a grand perfection expert ranked low, by his side. In contrast, Xiao Jingyuan, apart from himself, and Lu Jinqing and He Qinhu are both at the highest level of success. However, Lu Jinqing had already died at the hands of Shengao. Even so, Xiao Jingyuan's strength was many times greater than his. No matter what, even if Shengao proposes extremely harsh conditions, he has to accept them. "Brother-in-law, please help me out of respect for my uncle." Xiao Jingchen bowed to Shengao with clasped hands, looking extremely sincere. In order to win Shengao over, he hardened his heart and said with a smile, "Just name your conditions, and I'll agree to them." "I'll agree to any conditions." Ding Erliang was also stunned by Xiao Jingchen's extravagant gesture, speechless with astonishment. Just now, Xiao Jingchen was very assertive in his words regarding his assets, implying that he had to give them to him whether he wanted to or not. But now his tone when speaking to Shengao has completely changed. This was a plea to Shengao, for fear that Shengao would disagree. After thinking for a while, Shengao finally made up his mind. "Your Highness, I can help you reclaim Yi County. I can connect the entire Baoqing prefecture into a single line to protect the capital. I will guard this vast territory for you. What do you say? Aren't you going to help me arrest Xiao Jingyuan?" Xiao Jingchen was still unwilling to give up. "When you launch your counterattack against Xiao Jingyuan, I can go to help you, but I am the magistrate of Chu County, and now is a critical moment for disaster relief, so I cannot leave." Shengao could only use disaster relief as an excuse, not wanting to risk his life for the Sixth Prince. Xiao Jingchen knew that this was Shengao's biggest concession. If he wanted Shingao to eventually help him conquer the world, he would have to treat Shingao with even greater sincerity. Otherwise, without Shingao's help, he would have ultimately failed on his own. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingqin showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, his eyebrows danced with excitement. Then so be it, cousin-in-law. Do you have any other conditions? Shingao's eyebrows twitched, and he was about to make his demands when he saw a person slowly walking towards him from outside the hall. Slender, with a precious sword at her waist, wearing fine armor and dressed in red, she was none other than the current city lord, Ding Xiang. Lord, are you all right? All the generals stood up to greet Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang waved her hands, signaling for all the generals to sit down. She walked up to Shingao, smiled slightly, and said, Husband, how about I propose your terms? Shingao nodded. As the city lord, and having led the Ding family to build such a vast fortune, Ding Xiang must have her own reasons. Regardless of Ding Xiang's intentions, she would never harm Shingao. With Shingao's approval, Ding Xiang walked up to the sixth prince Xiao Jingqin, staring intently at him without showing the slightest fear. She said, Sixth prince, my husband has two conditions. Please speak. Xiao Jingqin's expression was very serious. First, we must not ask Blackwater City for financial assistance, Ding Xiang said, enunciating each word clearly. The sixth prince took a deep breath. If he could recover Yi County, he could openly ask the court for money and people, and then he wouldn't care about the money in Blackwater City. I agree to this. Secondly, the unparalleled weapons of Blackwater City must be purchased with money. They cannot be requisitioned. Hearing this, Xiao Jingqin chuckled inwardly. The Blackwater City's peerless weapon? If Blackwater City possessed a peerless weapon, would Shingao have needed to come to their rescue? Even if Blackwater City has unparalleled weapons, they'd be worth at most 100 taels of silver, right? Isn't this just doing someone a favor? I agree as well. Xiao Jingqin agreed without hesitation. Then please sign and affix your seal, Your Highness, Ding Xiang said, taking out 3 pre-written documents from her bosom and handing them to Xiao Jingqin. Xiao Jingqin took the down payment and examined it carefully, afraid that Ding Xiang would dig a big pit for him and trap him in it. However, upon closer inspection, no trap was found in the document. He immediately signed and sealed the document, and even had Ji Qingyang act as a notary. Ding Xiang carefully put away the document and immediately smiled happily. The generals of Blackwater City also burst into laughter. They knew Ding Xiang inside and out, and they all knew that Ding Xiang would definitely make a fortune again this time. Sixth Prince, please allow me to show you the unparalleled weapons of Blackwater City. Ding Xiang pretended to be frail and leaned close to Shingao, clinging to his arm. Shingao knew that Ding Xiang was using him as a shield and using his identity to do big business. Chapter 96, Testing the Bow. Before long, the group arrived at the training ground. At this moment, 30 people were already waiting at the training ground. Upon seeing Ding Xiang arrive, she immediately bowed to everyone and said, Greetings, City Lord, greetings, esteemed officials. Ding Xiang took a 3-stone bow from someone's hand and handed it to Xiao Jingqin. Your Highness, would you like to try this bow? Is this a 3-stone bow? Xiao Jingqin asked as he took the bow. Yes, Your Highness, please try out the bow. Ding Xiang smiled slightly. Xiao Jingqin drew a long arrow, nocked it, and aimed at the target 100 paces away. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the target squarely. After the first arrow, Xiao Jingqin felt his arm begin to ache, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not draw the 3-stone bow. Ding Xiang took the bow, installed the pulley system invented by Shingao onto the 3-stone bow, and then handed it to Xiao Jingqin, telling him how to draw the string, how to load the arrow, and how to aim. Your Highness, would you like to try again? Following Ding Xiang's instructions, Xiao Jingqin gently pulled and hooked the string of the 3-stone bow. He aimed and pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing all 10 long arrows from the quiver in just 5 breaths. Every arrow hit the bullseye. This is equivalent to having 10 more 3-stone archers all at once. What if there were 100, or 1,000, of these bows? Hiss! Xiao Jingqin took a deep breath and asked, How much does this bow cost? 100 taels, Ding Xiang said without hesitation. The 3-stone bow crafted by Ding Xiang's blacksmith shop only cost 30 taels of silver in total, but it could be sold to the government for 50 taels. Now that such an effortless set has been added, selling it for 100 taels isn't too much. This set of pulleys, if added together, would cost at most 1 or 2 taels of silver, which is very cheap. Lord Ding, could you offer a discount? Xiao Jingqin immediately took a liking to this thing called a pulley crossbow. Your Highness, this crossbow set is extremely expensive. I'm only offering you this discounted price because of my husband. If Xiao Jingyuan wants to buy it, I won't sell it for less than 150 taels of silver. No, we absolutely cannot sell these crossbows to Xiao Jingyuan, not even for 200 taels of silver. Xiao Jingqin immediately said. From now on, these crossbows can only be sold to me. I'll buy 100 sets first. 100 sets would cost 10,000 taels of silver, resulting in a pure profit of 6,900 taels. That's an outrageous amount of money they're making. Xin Gao didn't say a word the whole time, just watched Ding Xiang and Xiao Jingqin reach an agreement on the deal. Cash on delivery. Ding Xiang held out her hand. Lord Ding, could we postpone this payment? The imperial grain has not yet arrived. I will send it to you as soon as it does. Ding Xiang glanced at Xin Gao, and seeing that Xin Gao nodded, Ding Xiang said, In that case, I'll give you 100 sets on credit first. After we take back Yi County, not a single tael of that 10,000 taels of silver will be shortchanged. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you a single ounce. Xiao Jingqin was overjoyed and immediately wrote an IOU. After finishing writing it, he ordered someone to notify the soldiers stationed outside the city to come and move the pulley crossbow. He also agreed with Xin Gao to assist Xiao Jingqin in retaking Yi County 10 days later. Once outside Blackwater City, Ji Qingyang asked, Your Highness, weren't we supposed to go to Blackwater City to borrow money? We didn't get the money. Instead, we owe them 10,000 taels. Xiao Jingqin slapped Ji Qingyang across the face. Didn't you see that my cousin's husband married the Blackwater City Lord? Damn it, we're not going to get that money back no matter what. It's all your fault. If you had told me earlier that Xin Gao was a great perfection cultivator, would I still be here begging for help? Xiao Jingqin was furious, but he was slightly happier because Xin Gao finally agreed to help him take Yi County. Once Yi County is captured, he will have an excuse to ask the imperial court for manpower, money, and grain, and he can buy more 3-stone crossbows. With more 3-stone crossbows, the chances of defeating Xiao Jingyuan will be much greater. With this in mind, Xiao Jingqin quickened his pace, leading 10,000 troops to retreat from outside Blackwater City and intensify the training of archers. The city lord's office. When Xin Gao saw that Ding Xiang had made 2 demands, he sent Xiao Jingqin away. Not only did he not get the money to go to Blackwater City, he also made a lot of money from Xiao Jingqin. Xin Gao greatly admired Ding Xiang. She was truly a business prodigy. In this great battle, thanks to Xin Gao's quicklime tactic, Zhang Xiaochuan's 5,000 heavy cavalry were annihilated in Blackwater City. These heavy armors alone are worth 10,000 taels of silver. In addition, of the 5,000 war horses of the heavy cavalry, Xiao Jingyuan only managed to take 2,000 with him due to Xin Gao's fierce charge. The rest were all obtained by Blackwater City. 3,000 carefully selected heavy cavalry, with a total value of 150,000 taels of silver. This battle resulted in the death of Zhang Xiaoquan and enriched Blackwater City. My dear son-in-law, Ding Erliang said with a smile as he sat down beside him. You deserve the most credit in this great battle. What would you like to do? Father-in-law, how about giving me 1,500 heavy cavalry and 1,500 heavy armor pieces? Xin Gao then took a liking to the heavy armor of these cavalrymen. Ding Erliang turned to look at his daughter Ding Xiang, his gaze somewhat surprised. Why would Xin Gao, a civil official county magistrate with no troops under his command, need so many armored soldiers and heavy cavalry? Now that the third prince has started a rebellion, and the great Yan dynasty is suffering from a severe drought, the number of disaster victims is increasing, which could very likely cause a major upheaval. Does this son-in-law intend to cause some trouble in this chaotic world? If he succeeds, he will be a great emperor for all time. If he fails, he will face certain death. However, the swords forged using Shen Gao's iron smelting method have surpassed all the treasured swords of the great Yan dynasty. In addition, his invention of the pulley crossbow transformed the three-stone bow into a deadly weapon, capable of killing anyone within 150 paces. If these two powerful weapons were equipped on heavy cavalry, 1,500 heavy cavalrymen, each carrying a pulley crossbow and a long, sharp sword, would be no match for them. Even a master at the great perfection of the acquired realm would have a hard time surviving under the encirclement of 1,500 heavily armored cavalry. With such military strength and manpower, if Shen Gao were to rebel, no one would be his match. Thinking that the great Yan dynasty might have to change its surname to Shin, Ding Erliang's expression kept changing, as if he was caught in a dilemma. Just as he was pondering, Ding Xiang nudged him and whispered, "Father, what are you thinking about? Your husband is waiting for your reply." Oh? Ding Erliang seemed to snap out of a daze, quickly cleared his throat, and said softly, "My dear girl, what are your thoughts?" Without a second thought, Ding Xiang immediately replied to Ding Erliang. "What I mean is, these heavy armors and war horses are of no use to us. Why don't we give them all to our husbands?" 3,000 war horses, 5,000 sets of heavy armor, and over 10,000 taels of silver were given away just like that. Moreover, this is an extremely important contraband item. If it is discovered, it means certain death. "My dear son-in-law, if I gave you all of this, would you still want it?" Ding Erliang asked awkwardly. Chapter 97 Disdain. "Of course I want to." Upon hearing Ding Erliang's words, Shen Gao repeatedly said, "I want them all. The more the better." "I want them both. And the more the better." This son-in-law might actually be planning a rebellion. Ding Er was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped open. What should he do? "All right, my husband, it's settled then. All these heavy armors and horses are yours. However, you must send someone to receive them." Shen Gao wrote a letter himself and asked Ding Xian to find a trusted confidant to deliver the letter to Li Fu of Huangyan village, asking him to send 5,000 men to make contact. 3,000 of them must be big, tall, strong and powerful men. This was trained by Shen Gao as a heavy cavalryman. The other 2,000 men were selected to be extremely skilled archers, and they were sent to Blackwater City for training as soon as possible. "We must enhance the strength of Huangyan village as soon as possible." After writing the letter, Ding Xiang summoned 5 trusted confidants and ordered them to ride 10 horses at full speed, without stopping along the way, straight to Huangyan village. Ding Erliang was now completely convinced that Shen Gao had big ambitions. After doing all this, Ding Xiang nudged Ding Erliang again. "My dear girl, what's wrong?" Ding Erliang asked in confusion. "Father, have you forgotten? A dowry of 5 million taels of silver, plus 2,000 craftsmen to accompany you." Ding Xiang whispered in Ding Erliang's ear without blushing at all. "Shen Gao's betrothal gifts haven't been presented yet, and your marriage certificates haven't been exchanged," Ding Erliang said, somewhat hesitant. "Father, Shen Gao's iron smelting skills are worth at least 3 to 5 million taels of silver, right? And the pulley crossbows, 100 sets of which earn 7,000 taels of silver, are totally worth it as a betrothal gift, aren't they?" Ding Xiang kept talking, not forgetting to glare at her father. They had clearly discussed it properly, but now he was hesitating again. "Oh, it's worth it, it's worth it!" Ding Erliang had no choice at this point, so he might as well rebel. In any case, the great Yan dynasty only has 3 provinces and 15 prefectures. If the rebellion fails, they can simply turn around and flee to places outside the great Yan dynasty with their property. Thinking about it this way, Ding Erliang had to agree. Shen Gao never intended to rebel. He simply wanted to protect himself in this chaotic world. Unexpectedly, Ding Erliang misunderstood his meaning. "My dear son-in-law, you should write the marriage certificate. There's no time like the present. Let's prepare today and hold the wedding ceremony for our beloved daughter right here tomorrow." Once Ding Erliang made his decision, he no longer hesitated and urged Shen Gao to write the marriage certificate. Shin Gao picked up his pen, wrote the marriage certificate, checked the birth dates and times, and set the wedding date for tomorrow. The next moment, the entire city lord's mansion seemed to boil over. Hundreds of servants, under the steward's arrangement, decorated the mansion with lanterns and colorful decorations and went on a shopping spree. The news was then shared with Ding's relatives and friends, causing an immediate sensation. Ding Xiaoting's only daughter, Ding Xiangqing, is getting married? I wonder which noble young master is so fortunate to have married the lady of Dingxiang City. Ding Zhenhai, the clan chief of the Ding clan, along with his uncles, brothers Ding Dating and Ding Erding, also put aside their work and rushed back from the capital. The beggars in Blackwater City also received the news and immediately relayed it to Yang Huago. Yang Huago was only half a day's journey from Blackwater City, so he immediately led a group of beggars there. The entire city lord's mansion was bustling with activity, but Shin Gao had absolutely nothing to do. After he traveled to Kaoshan village, he was all alone, with no relatives, only the warm-hearted neighbors of Kaoshan village. However, Kaoshan village is too far away, and it is not suitable to invite them to travel for several days to come to Heishui City for drinks. Therefore, Shin Gao got married in Blackwater City without having any relatives. Shin Gao simply went back to his room, closed the door, and began practicing his martial arts, which lasted all night. The next day was the day Shin Gao officially got married. At this moment, Shin Gao was dressed in a bright red wedding groom's robe and a groom's crown, looking handsome and dashing young man. He didn't recognize any of the guests who came to offer their congratulations. He could only force an awkward smile and follow behind Ding Erliang to greet the guests. There were 10 VIP tables, all occupied by prominent figures from Blackwater City, including Ding Erliang's brothers, Ding Dating and Ding Erding, who had come all the way from the capital. The VIP seats for about 100 people were all occupied by guests of the Ding family, while not a single member of the Shin family was present. Why isn't anyone from the groom's family here? Ding Zhenhai, the head of the Ding family, picked up his teacup without even lifting his eyelids, and said with a sullen face, "Isn't this a huge disrespect to the Ding family? Clan leader, I heard that the groom, Shin Gao, comes from a poor mountain village in Chu County and has no relatives. By chance, he became the magistrate of Chu County and was noticed by Lord Dingxiang City, who then brought him to Blackwater City. It seems he has come to Blackwater City to become a live-in son-in-law. I thought he was the son of some important person, but he's just a penniless nobody with no relatives." Ding Zhenhai, the head of the Ding family, looked disdainful. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone around him could hear him clearly. "I really don't know what kind of luck he had to be chosen by the city lord to become his son-in-law." Ding Mingyuan, the clan elder, immediately chimed in. "The clan leader is right. Our niece, city lord Ding Xiang, is a beauty that could shame the moon and make the flowers blush, and she is also a noble city lord. Not only is she exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but she is also a shrewd businesswoman. Why would she choose to fall for the only son of this poor family? I heard that after Shin Gao became the magistrate of Chu County, he offended someone, I wonder." Ding Mingwei, an elder of the Ding family, glanced at Shin Gao, who was greeting guests in the distance, and sneered. "The emperor has issued an edict that Chu County must stop the disaster victims coming to the capital. If any disaster victims go to the capital, their heads will be chopped off." "Yes, I've heard about this too." Another prominent member of the Ding family took a sip of tea and slowly began to speak. "I heard that he offended the current Prime Minister, Pei Jingji, which is why he was given this troublesome task. Sigh, I really don't know what the city lord was thinking, to take a fancy to such a poor boy who only has a handsome face." Ding Erliang's elder brother, Ding Dating, frowned. He had once found a son of a second-rank minister in the capital for Dingxiang. If Dingxiang married him, Ding Dating would be promoted from a 6th-rank official in the Ministry of War to a 5th-rank official. Unfortunately, her third brother doted on his only daughter too much. When Dingxiang said she wouldn't marry, he agreed that she shouldn't marry. "They're blind. They'd rather marry a poor boy than the son of a second-rank minister. They've really disgraced the Ding family." "Brother, you can't say that." Second brother Ding Erding shook his hand to stop his eldest brother Ding Dating. "It seems that third brother wants to bring Shin Gao into the family and make him a son-in-law. If he has children, they will take the surname Ding to continue the family line. Although Shen Gao, having reached the great perfection of the acquired realm, was quite far away from them, he could hear their entire conversation clearly. He glanced at the people in the VIP seats, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. You snobbish bastards, you'll pay for this later! Chapter 98 The Disciple Who Came to Deliver the Imperial Decree. The people sitting in the VIP seats did not notice Shen Gao's angry expression, and were still talking about him. If I had such an extremely capable daughter, I would definitely marry her off to a great general. That way, the two families would join forces and strengthen the family's power. Alas, my third brother was so foolish this time, actually betrothing his niece to such a scoundrel. It's a disgrace to the Ding family. Yes, if things continue like this, even if the Ding family is as rich as a country, without the protection of powerful figures in the court, all that money will soon be squandered by the officials, leaving them with nothing. That Shen Gao is utterly shameless. He's a complete scoundrel. He not only ruined the Ding family, but he also ruined my niece Ding Xiang's life. In the future, won't this lowly son-in-law be trampled underfoot by the Ding family? After welcoming the important guests, Ding Erliang led Shen Gao to the VIP seats. I met with the important figures of the Ding family once again. My dear son-in-law, this is Ding Zhenhai, the head of the Ding family. Shen Gao remained calm and bowed to Ding Zhenhai with his hands clasped. Ding Zhenhai didn't say anything, but simply waved his hand at Shen Gao to indicate that he understood. Upon seeing this, Ding Erliang felt somewhat embarrassed. When he arrived at his two older brothers' place, they didn't even glance at Shen Gao despite his polite demeanor. Ding Erliang immediately understood that his son-in-law came from the poor Chu county and had no one in his family, which meant he looked down on Shen Gao. He pretended not to know and said to the important figures in the family, Elders, eldest brother, second brother, I am now the magistrate of Chu County and a sworn brother of General Ma Yinglong of Baoqing Prefecture. The eldest brother, Ding Dating, chuckled and said, Third brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but the son of a second-rank official has taken a fancy to my niece Ding Xiang. If she marries him, she will become a noblewoman. But you insist on marrying her off to a mere county magistrate. Big brother, forget it, Ding Erding said. Third brother has no son. Now we've brought Shen Gao here as a son-in-law. If he has a son, he can take Ding Xiang's surname. Third brother will finally have a lineage. Ding Erliang shook his head. Second brother, you misunderstood. Ding Xiang is marrying into the family, but Shen Gao is not marrying into the Ding family. What? Ding Xiang is the city lord of Blackwater City. She is skilled in both literature and martial arts, and is also the richest woman in the great Yuan dynasty. Yet she marries an ordinary county magistrate. To elevate Shen Gao's status within the Ding family, Ding Erliang continued, after Ding Xiang marries into the family, she will receive a dowry of 5 million taels of silver, along with 2 large workshops and 2,000 artisans, to support her worthy son-in-law. Hiss dash! Everyone in the VIP section took a deep breath. A dowry of 5 million taels of silver is common, along with the dowry of 2 workshops and 2,000 artisans. Ding Erliang is making it so that Shen Gao and his wife can live a wealthy life without doing anything. The crowd looked at Shen Gao with even more contempt. What use was a man who could only live off his wife? In just a few years, all of this dowry will be squandered. Clan Chief Ding Zhenhai raised his old, decrepit hand, about to slap it down and reprimand Ding Erliang for such childish behavior, when he heard the sound of gongs clearing the way from outside. Then a large sedan chair, carried by 8 men, slowly approached. Moreover, the ones leading the way were actually 38 imperial guards. Chief Ding immediately stood up and said tremblingly, This is from the palace. Who is it? Go and greet them quickly. As he spoke, he took the lead, bringing along about 100 people from the VIP section, and hurriedly went to greet them. Ding Erliang had a bad feeling, fearing something might go wrong, and followed closely behind. Shen Gao, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all and found a seat to sit down. The sedan chair stopped, and a member of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, opened the door, and invited the person inside to come out. The crowd craned their necks and saw an old man with white hair and beard walking out shakily, holding a bright yellow scroll in his hand. Ding Ding was astonished when he saw it. He knew this man all too well. The imperial physician of the Imperial Hospital, Dr. Su, was only a 6th-rank official, but he was someone the Emperor relied on heavily. It's actually the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Academy, old physician Su, a favorite of the Emperor. What brings him here? Ding Ding exclaimed, immediately putting on a fawning smile as he went to greet him. So it's Lord Su. I am Ding Ding, a junior official in the Ministry of War. The old physician, Su, remained noncommittal and asked, Is this the city lord's mansion? Is Lord Shin here? Which Lord Shin? Ding Ding was taken aback, unable to recall who Lord Shin was. Lord Su. Ding Erliang laughed and said to the old physician Su, Is the Lord Shin you're talking about Shin Gao? Yes, is he here? Upon hearing this, the old doctor's eyes lit up immediately. Shin Gaoing is my son-in-law. What brings you here? Ding Erliang asked nervously, wondering if this was a bad thing. Clan Chief Ding Jinhai revealed a hint of schadenfreude. It seemed that Shin Gao must have messed things up, otherwise they would have come all the way from the capital to find him here. He pointed at Shin Gao, who was sitting there calmly, and sneered, Isn't that Shin Gao? Following the direction Ding Jinhai pointed, the old Dr. Su saw Shin Gao sitting there. He hurried forward, about to pay his respects, when he suddenly remembered that his current identity was that of an imperial messenger, representing the emperor. Therefore, the old Dr. Su shouted loudly, Shin Gao, the imperial edict has arrived! Quickly receive the edict! Upon hearing this, Shin Gao had no choice but to stand up and kneel on the ground. Upon hearing that the imperial edict's arrival was as if the emperor himself were present, everyone knelt down and shouted in unison. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Suppressing his excitement, the old physician Su opened the imperial edict and read it aloud. The imperial edict stated that the emperor had taken the pills left by Shin Gao, and that his condition was under control. We request that Shin Gao return to the capital to examine the emperor's condition again, and prescribe a miraculous medicine. Furthermore, this time, we invited Dr. Su to bring 10 pieces of top-quality jade, worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. Upon hearing this news, Ding Jinhai, the head of the Ding family, and Ding Erliang's 2 older brothers were immediately taken aback. Unexpectedly, Shin Gao's medical skills are so superb that even the emperor personally issued an imperial decree to invite Shin Gao to treat the emperor's illness. What an honor that must be! The 3 men's opinion of Shin Gao changed slightly. After the imperial edict was read aloud, the old physician Su handed it to Shin Gao, thus completing his mission of reading the edict. At this moment, the old physician Su showed an excited expression, took off the imperial robes that conveyed the decree, folded them respectfully, and put them away. He then knelt down before Shin Gao with a thud, saying, Master! Your disciple greets you. What? Was Shin Gao the master of the old Dr. Su? How could such a young boy be the master of the 70-year-old physician, Su? This is just too unbelievable. Clan Chief Ding Jinhai's legs went weak, and he couldn't help but kneel down on the ground, unable to get up. He looked at old Dr. Su with a shocked expression, then at Shin Gao, his voice trembling. Old Dr. Su, what did you say? Shin Gao is your master? Chapter 99, each one more impressive than the last. Old physician Su stood up, not even glancing at Ding Jinhai, and continued to say to Shin Gao, Master, it has been more than 30 days since we parted. I really miss your teachings. Therefore I have come here on your orders, hoping to hear you impart your teachings. Today is a joyous occasion for Master's wedding, and your disciple is overjoyed and has come to offer my congratulations. As they spoke, more imperial guards carried over a large gift and proceeded to register it. The 100 or so distinguished guests standing there to greet them were all stunned into silence. I never imagined that Shin Gao was the master of the Imperial Medical Academy's headmaster. No wonder Lord Dingxiang's city took a liking to him. However, in the Great Yin dynasty, itinerant doctors were among the lowest of the low. Even if they gained the emperor's favor, they would only earn the respect of others. For just a few dozen taels of silver, one can invite an imperial physician to their door. What's so great about that? Therefore, while everyone was surprised, they were not overly shocked. Just then, a deafening shout suddenly came from afar. By imperial order, we are conducting an inspection. All unrelated persons, please remain silent and clear the way. Everyone turned their heads and saw several flags with the character, Shao, fluttering in the wind, and nearly 100 imperial guards pulling 10 large horse-drawn carriages slowly approaching. They walked until they stopped inside the city lord's mansion. Is Shen Gao here? The man shouted. May I ask who you are? Ding Zhenhai was very surprised. Who was this person, and why did he have such a grand air about him? What are these 10 horse-drawn carriages? Tell Shen Gao that Prince Lai has come here and that he should come out quickly. Prince Lai's voice was extremely domineering. He was actually Prince Lai, the Emperor's only blood brother. When Emperor Yan Zhao seized the throne, it was Prince Lai who helped him win. Therefore, the Emperor always indulged his younger brother, which allowed Prince Lai to develop a carefree and easygoing personality. So it's Prince Lai. Shen Gao walked up to Xiao Chenlai and bowed with a smile. A captain of the Imperial Guards next to Prince Lai knelt down before Shen Gao and shouted, Master, I have successfully completed the mission. 1,003 stone bows and 1,000,000 long arrows have all been delivered. Shen Gao patted the leader on the shoulder and laughed. Wei Er, not bad, you may step down. Wei Er quickly bowed to Shen Gao again, and ordered his men to bring 10 large carriages to rest next to the city lord's mansion. Prince Lai had Shen Gao handle the matter, then reached out and pulled Shen Gao back, laughing heartily. Shen Gao, this time I personally delivered the bow and arrows to you, and unexpectedly it coincides with your and Ding Xiang's wedding day. Since I have no other gifts, I will simply present you with this ancestral thumb ring. As he spoke, he took a large thumb ring from his hand and handed it to Shen Gao. Shen Gao accepted it. Then thank you, Prince Lai. What kind of Prince Lai are you? The Emperor has already issued an imperial decree to marry my daughter Xiaolingxi to you. The wedding is just a matter of choosing a date. Don't you even want to call me father-in-law? Everyone was shocked by Xiao Chenlia's words. Ah? Prince Lai also married his daughter to Shen Gao. The daughter of a prince is a princess, someone they can't possibly reach. Yet this princess, whom they can't possibly reach, became Shen Gao's wife. Moreover, she was a wife bestowed upon him by the Emperor. Why would the Emperor's own brother marry his beloved daughter to Shen Gao? The wedding hasn't happened yet. He begged Shen Gao to call him father-in-law. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable poor farm boy turned out to be a member of the royal family in the blink of an eye. So, it seems that Ding Xiang marrying him was truly a case of marrying above her station with Shen Gao. The 100 or so distinguished guests began to tremble with fear, their voices shaking as they spoke. Just now, they were still mocking Shen Gao's words, as if they were afraid he wouldn't hear them. Now look what's happened. It turns out that Shen Gao has such a powerful background. What were the Ding family compared to imperial power? We can't even compare to a single hair of theirs. Ding Zhenhai, in particular, was filled with deep regret at that moment. As the head of the Ding family and the oldest member, he actually judged Shen Gao based solely on his own conjecture, believing that Shen Gao was a poor and destitute person with no background. Little did I know I was blind and had mistaken the person for someone else. He walked shakily to Shen Gao, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, and said awkwardly, Young Master Shen, I was blind and misspoke repeatedly. Please forgive me. Shen Gao sneered, ignored him, and turned his face away, inviting Xiao Chenlai and Dr. Su to sit in the VIP section. Clan Chief Ding Zhenhai stood there, his old face flushed red, unsure whether to stand, sit, or walk, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ding Dating and Ding Erding walked up to Ding Zhenhai and said, Clan leader, please come and sit down. Young Master Shen is magnanimous and will forgive us. With that, the three of them brazenly went to sit in the VIP section. The entire city lord's mansion was once again filled with music and excitement. As the music of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix began, Ding Xiang, dressed in a bright red wedding gown and a bright red headscarf, slowly walked to the center, supported by 2 maids. Shen Gao stepped forward and helped Ding Xiang up. My wife, your husband is here. My lord, it is truly my honor to become husband and wife with you today, Ding Xiang said softly, her head slightly bowed beneath her bright red headscarf. This time, without exception, no one dared to look down on Shen Gao, whether they were important guests in the VIP section or other relatives and friends who came to congratulate him. Instead, there was a deep sense of awe. Even if Shen Gao is nothing now, with Prince Lai protecting him, who would dare to say anything bad about him? The wedding ceremony was always the same. Shen Gao had experienced it once, and by the second time, he was already very familiar with it. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Send them to the bridal chamber. After the ceremony, the two officially became husband and wife. Shen Gao helped Ding Xiang and was about to lead her into the bridal chamber when suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Ding Xiang, you bitch, die! A sharp arrow flew straight toward the lilac as fast as lightning. Ding Xiang had a large red headscarf covering her head and was completely unaware of what was happening. Shen Gao coldly watched the arrow, fully aware of its trajectory. He could easily knock it away with a single reach. He had to demonstrate how easily he could catch the arrow in front of everyone, to surprise them all. Shen Gao was a martial arts master. As the arrow flew closer and closer, in that instant, Xiao Yulan, the maidservant who accompanied Ding Xiang, screamed and suddenly threw herself into Ding Xiang's arms. Miss, danger! There was a soft, plop, sound from behind, as if something had been driven straight into Xiao Yulan's back. I'm going to die. Xiao Yulan felt dizzy and collapsed. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Shen Gao's hand. Before anyone knew it, Shen Gao had caught the arrow the thief had shot, and with a flick of his wrist, the arrow hurtled straight towards the thief with lightning speed. Chapter 100 Terrified of Death. Shen Gao then leaped over the heads of the crowd and arrived in front of the thief just as the arrow struck the thief's left chest. With a swift movement, he struck out with his right palm. From a distance of 2 meters, a loud bang resounded as he knocked the thief to the ground, sending him tumbling dozens of times. The thief didn't even utter a sound before collapsing to the ground, dead. The entire banquet in the city lord's mansion was completely silent. Everyone was stunned and stared at Shen Gao in disbelief. Especially the more than 100 elders of the Ding family in the VIP seats, who were just saying that Shen Gao was just a civil official and county magistrate, and that civil officials were the most useless. But now, Shen Gao made a move with lightning speed, instantly killing the thief. In the time it took them to have a drink, Shen Gao, whom they considered worthless and who had barely risen from a poor, desolate place to become a county magistrate, was transformed into an all-around master who was skilled in both literature and martial arts, and could also heal the sick. Moreover, besides the Ding family, even the royal family married their daughters to Shen Gao. They finally realized that it wasn't that Ding Erliang was stupid, or that Ding Xian was foolish, but that they themselves were blind. At this moment, the guards finally came to their senses from the sudden turn of events. They rushed forward, searched the thief's body, and found a jade pendant that symbolized his identity. They then respectfully presented it to Shen Gao. Shen Gao took it and saw that the jade pendant was engraved with the character Shao, a dragon pattern, and a painting of the third prince's residence. These were the third prince's top guards. Unexpectedly, the third prince resorted to such underhanded tactics. Shen Gao held the jade pendant in his hand, and the thought of killing the third prince grew stronger and stronger in his heart. Husband! Ding Xiang called out anxiously from not far away. Shen Gao walked through the middle of the banquet, and everyone automatically made way for him. The Ding family elders in the VIP seats all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Shen Gao even once. Shen Gao walked up to Ding Xiang and gently asked, "What's wrong?" "My lord, Xiao Yulan has been injured by a thief and is unconscious. Please save her." Ding Xiang was very anxious. If it weren't for Xiao Yulan, she, Ding Xiang, would have been the one shot by the arrow. Now that Xiao Yulan has taken an arrow for her, Ding Xiang is extremely anxious. Knowing that Shen Gao is a skilled doctor, she begs him to save her. Shen Gao didn't say a word, he just smiled, walked to the water vat next to him, scooped out a small bowl of water, and poured it over the little magnolia. Ah dash! The cold water startled Xiao Yulin, who screamed and instantly woke up. She asked in surprise, "Miss, am I dead? Where am I?" "Little Magnolia, you're not dead!" Seeing that little Magnolia was all right, Ding Xiang knew that she had fainted from fright and couldn't help but feel both amused and touched. This little magnolia tree is terrified of death, yet it dares to stand in front of her. It takes a lot of courage for that. "Miss, I heard a thud behind me. I thought I'd been shot with an arrow, and my vision went black. I thought I was going to die." Little Magnolia patted her heart, looking quite amusing. At this moment, the old Dr. Su came over and said, "Master, not only are your medical skills superb, but your martial arts skills are also much better than those in the palace. This is truly a cause for celebration." Xiao Qinglai walked up to Xingao, his eyes showing great satisfaction and admiration. "My dear son-in-law, you are very good. You are worthy of my beloved daughter." He was incredibly smug. "Your Highness, you should retract the imperial decree bestowing the marriage." Xingao glared at Xiao Qinglai, thinking to himself that this disrespectful father-in-law should be taught a lesson. Everyone was once again shocked by Xiao Qinglia's words. This is not a marriage by imperial decree. It is clearly Prince Lai forcing Xingao to marry his daughter. Ding Zhenhai, Ding Dating, and Ding Erding could no longer hold back. The three of them helped each other up and came to Xingao. Regardless of their seniority, they knelt down with a plop. The prominent families who had spoken ill of Xingao in the VIP section also left their seats and knelt down in the direction of Xingao. "Young Master Shen, we were blind and offended you greatly," Ding Zhenhai said, raising his head tremblingly with tears in his eyes. His tone was extremely sincere. "Please forgive us, young Master Shen." Ding Dating and Ding Erding, in particular, were filled with remorse. They said in unison, "Nephew-in-law, we are sorry. We shouldn't have mocked you or looked down on you before. We were so foolish. Please forgive us and don't hold it against us." "Grandpa Clan Chief, eldest uncle, second uncle." Ding Xiang was startled and called out softly. She turned to look at Xingao and said in a conciliatory tone, "Husband, what do you think? How about we forgive them?" Xingao nodded. His own wife had pleaded for them, and they had sincerely admitted their mistakes. Xingao was not a narrow-minded person. He immediately smiled slightly and personally helped Ding Zhenhai, Ding Dating, and Ding Erding up. "Elder uncle, second uncle, what happened before is in the past, and I didn't take it to heart. From now on, you must work together to protect Blackwater City." "Thank you, young Master Shen," everyone answered loudly, then breathed a sigh of relief and stood up with ease. The pressure from Xingao is just too great. The banquet proceeded in a joyful manner. No one dared to speak ill of Xingao anymore. All they praised were his literary, medical, and martial arts skills, making him the all-round son-in-law chosen by Ding Erliang. Ding Erliang was also secretly astonished, thinking that what those noble families knew was only a part of the story. In addition, Xingao's pulley crossbow set for making the three-stone bow could allow an ordinary archer with a strength of about 100 jin to draw the three-stone bow hundreds of times. Furthermore, the knife-making method he developed produced a fine steel broadsword that could cut through iron like mud and sever a hair with a breath. These two technologies alone could bring the Ding family millions of taels of silver in profit in just 1 year. Such a capable son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. However, Ding Erliang managed to find him. Now that the two are married, he would rather guard Blackwater City for Ding Xiang than let Ding Xiang get pregnant with Xingao's son. Once Ding Xiang is pregnant, Xingao will have something to worry about, and things will go much more smoothly. Therefore, immediately after their marriage, the two were sent to the bridal chamber and were not even allowed to participate in the banquet outside. At the VIP table, including Prince Lai Xiao Qinglai, no one dared to disobey in any way. They assumed that Xingao had already come to offer a toast and drank happily. Meanwhile, Xingao and Ding Xiang sat in the bridal chamber. Looking at Ding Xiang with her red veil back on, Xingao smiled slightly, picked up a scale, and lifted the red veil. Ding Xiang blushed instantly. This was the first time Xingao had seen Ding Xiang's face so flushed. It was different from the 6 sisters Xinxuan and had a unique charm. He chuckled and said to Dingxiang, "Come, sit on your husband's lap." Chapter 101 Wedding Night. "Young master, the wine is here," came the knock at the door. Xiao Yulan carried a wooden tray with 2 cups of daughter's red wine on it. "Raise the plate and invite the newlyweds to serve the drinks." Dingxiang picked up a cup of daughter's red wine and handed it to Xingao, saying, "Husband, please accept this." Xingao still held up a cup. Dingxiang picked up another cup of wine from the plate, raised it, and said softly, "Husband, today we have completed our wedding ceremony and are now drinking the nuptial wine. We are now one family. I will follow my husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog, and once I'm married, I'll stay with him for life," Dingxiang said, picking up her wine cup, gently taking Xingao's arm, and the 2 of them crossed their arms and drank the daughter red wine in one gulp. After downing a glass of wine, Dingxiang's complexion became even rosier, her eyes sparkled, and her lips, glistening with a little wine, made the color of her rouge even more lustrous. Looking at those small, sexy, and alluring lips, Xingao's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He really wanted to kiss those little mouths tightly. At this moment, Xiao Yulan cleared away the empty cups, took the plate, and left, closing the door behind her and standing guard outside. Little Magnolia listened intently, so that she could do things for Dingxiang. Without Xiao Yulan acting as a third wheel, Xingao became much bolder. He pulled Dingxiang over and looked at her carefully. "I remember the first time I met her, she was dressed up as the Taoist priest Annie. At that time, her face was covered in black oil, and she deliberately spoke in a rough voice. Later, he took her in as a maid, and Dingxiang willingly followed Xingao. Unexpectedly, Dingxiang is actually the city lord of Blackwater City, and a city lord who is richer than a country." "Dingxiang, do you regret marrying me?" Xingao asked her. Dingxiang shook her head and slowly nestled against Xingao's chest, her soft, plump breasts almost falling into his arms. "My lord, if I regretted it, I would not have become your maid, nor would I have told you that I am the lord of Blackwater City, nor would I have let you know that I have countless riches." Xingao crossed his hands and gently stroked Dingxiang's buttocks, then with a slight force, he hugged Dingxiang tightly. Dingxiang let out a soft cry, tilted her head back, glanced at Xingao, and then closed her eyes. Xingao opened his mouth and kissed her, his tongue invading, pushing aside Dingxiang's teeth, and immediately probing Dingxiang's tongue. Dash! Dingxiang hummed intermittently through her nose. She had no strength left in her body and was as limp as dough, lying on Xingao's body. But a fire was burning in her heart, growing stronger and stronger, making her heart beat faster and faster, making her heart feel sweeter and sweeter, and making her mind feel more and more numb. "Husband, I feel so hot!" Dingxiang gently twisted her body, breaking free from Xingao's embrace. "Let me help you undress." Xingao smiled slightly, unbuttoning the cloth buttons one by one, peeling them off layer by layer like an orange. Suddenly, the tender, orange-like flesh appeared before Xingao. "So charming!" At this moment, Xingao could no longer control himself. He suddenly used his internal force, and his clothes were torn into countless pieces, falling to the side of the bed. With bulging muscles brimming with powerful tension, Xingao gently embraced Dingxiang, and with a light tap of his toes, the two leaped onto the bed. Dash! Dingxiang screamed as she realized she was on the bed with Xingao, their hands clasped together, and their legs pressed tightly together. Before long, countless seductive sounds filled the room. Xiao Yulan listened from outside, her face growing redder and redder with each listen, her desire to hear more growing stronger, and her heart growing more and more aggrieved. But she had to listen, otherwise, what would happen if the young lady called her, and she wasn't there? How can Xingao have so much energy? Half an hour has already passed, and the young lady is almost dying from his torment. But the young lady neither begged for mercy nor asked her to help. "Please, young Master Shen, stop torturing Miss." Xiao Yulan waited anxiously outside the door for almost an hour before she finally heard the silence inside. Xiao Yulan blushed and quickly and quietly left from outside the door. She then called a few maids, who brought hot water. She gently pushed open the door to the bridal chamber, and went inside. The little magnolia tree kept its head down, not daring to look around. "Young master, young lady, your servant has brought you some water." Shengao chuckled and said, "Put it there and get out of here." Little magnolia stubbornly shook her head. "Young master, young lady, I must help you undress and bathe." "Husband, the water is ready, let's go wash together." Ding Xiang had been used to being served by Zhaoyulan since she was a child, and she pulled Shengao off the bed. The two sat inside the large wooden tub, which was about thigh-high, and it was overflowing with warm water. Little Magnolia reached out and picked up a towel, gently wiping Clove. After washing Dingxiang, Zhaoyulan wanted to wash Shengao's face, but Shengao was a little embarrassed and quickly took the towel from Zhaoyulan's hand, saying, "Zhaoyulan, let me do it." "Young master, serving you is my duty." "Yes, my husband, Zhaoyulan is my personal maid. After I married you, she became my bed warmer, specifically to warm the bed for you and me." Shengao had no choice but to let Zhaoyulan take the towel and wipe him from head to toe, bit by bit. Finally, Shengao got out of the bath. Unable to bear Zhaoyulan any longer, he quickly grabbed a towel, wiped himself a few times haphazardly, and hurriedly put on his clothes. Upon seeing this, Zhaoyulan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then turned her head away, blushing. With Zhaoyulan taking care of them, Shengao and Dingxiang didn't even go to dinner, and were busy until the morning of the next day. Finally emerging from the bridal chamber, Shengao and Dingxiang cleaned and washed themselves before holding hands and paying their respects to Ding Erliang, thus beginning their homecoming. Dingxiang's dowry, 5 million taels of silver, was also fully prepared, carried by 100 horse-drawn carriages in a long, impressive procession. 2,000 exceptionally skilled artisans are also ready to set off. In addition, Dingxiang also gave 2 workshops to Shengao. In 2 days, it will be time to join forces with Xiao Jingqin to recapture Yi County. Shengao does not have time to return to Chu County at this time. Therefore, Wei Er could only send the silver, the craftsmen, and other valuables back to Chu County with 1,000 guards from Blackwater City, along with 1,000 3-stone bows and a large number of arrows. After explaining things to Wei Er, Shengao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rest for a while, he saw old Dr. Su walking towards him. "Master, His Majesty will be departing in a month after taking the pills." The old physician Su bowed to Shengao and said in a deep voice, "This time, the Emperor has issued an edict requesting that you go to the capital for treatment, so you must find a way to go there as well." "Old Su, the Emperor's illness is incurable." Shengao shook his head, his expression calm. "But the Emperor wants you to go to the capital," said the old physician Su anxiously. "Master, you must find a way to see the Emperor one last time." Chapter 102 We Must Win. But now Shengao has already made an agreement with Xiao Jingqin to retake Yi County. "If I go to the capital, I won't be able to keep my promise." On a whim, Shengao came up with a plan. "Old Su, you should go back to the capital and report to the Emperor that there are still 10 extremely rare medicinal herbs that have not been found. Only by finding these 10 herbs can the Emperor be completely cured of his illness." Old Dr. Su's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Only with such an excuse could they have fooled Emperor Yan Zhao, Xiao Qingzhua. By the time Shengao arrived, Emperor Yan Zhao was already terminally ill and there was no cure. In about 20 days, Yi County can be recovered and its defenses strengthened. Then, the 6th Prince Xiao Jingqin can seize the opportunity of his great victory to go to the capital to report on his duties and receive rewards, and strive to take the throne after Emperor Yan Zhao's death. "Master, you must come to the capital after you finish your business. Your disciple will go to the capital to report to the Emperor now." The old physician Su clasped his hands in farewell to Shengao and returned to the capital. Not long after old physician Su left, 5,000 men came from Huangyan village in Chu County to retrieve 3,000 sets of heavy armor and heavy cavalry as spoils of war. In addition to the 1,000 3-stone bows, 1,000,000 feathered arrows, and Dingxiang's dowry that Wei Er was escorting, a caravan of over 10,000 people left Blackwater City in a grand procession and headed towards Chu County. After Wei Er left, Shengao was left without a grand perfection expert protecting him. However, Xingao himself was very strong, and even Lu Jinqing was no match for him. Xiao Tukyang and He Hu, who were stationed in Yi County, were just a lump of clay that could be molded into whatever they wanted. But Xingao never expected that Black Tiger, Grass-head Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk, because they ate the Tai Sui, had now reached the great perfection of the acquired realm, making them much stronger than Wei Er. However, with the support of Blackwater City, Xingao, though small in number, had the advantage of superior weaponry. Currently, Blackwater City has 3,000 of these hair-splitting great swords, and forging is still in full swing. With these 3,000 weapons, the rebels in Yi County will be in for a tough time. In addition, 300 two-stone pulley crossbows and 200 three-stone pulley crossbows were installed. These ranged weapons alone gave them a significant advantage. With the two forces joining forces, they will surely be able to easily retake Yi County in this attack. Early the next morning, Xiao Jingqian brought Ji Qingyang to Blackwater City. In order to appease Blackwater City, he brought 5,000 taels of silver, saying that it was to pay part of the cost of the pulley crossbow, and the rest would be paid after the victory. Then he pulled Xingao into a secret room in the city lord's mansion and forbade anyone to approach. Xiao Jingqian checked all the places and found no one was listening. His face immediately showed anxiety. "Brother-in-law, a month has passed. Father Emperor's lifespan is less than 30 days, but we have not yet quelled the rebellion. What should we do?" Xingao understood the reason for Xiao Jingqian's anxiety. After suffering several defeats, Xiao Jingqian's army was reduced to only 10,000 men. His commander, Tian Liang, was summoned back to the capital by imperial decree and has not yet returned. Without the emperor's decree, Xiao Jingqian could not enter the capital city. If Xiao Jingqian had not been present when Xiao Qingzhu was dying, the throne would very likely have fallen into the wrong hands. Xingao's father-in-law is Xiao Jingqian's maternal uncle, and now that Xiao Jingqian has come to Xingao for help, Xingao has no choice but to help him. "Your Highness, only by reclaiming Yi County, severely damaging Xiao Jingyuan's army, slaughtering a large number of bandits, and establishing outstanding military achievements." Xingao's voice was calm and steady. "Can the Emperor issue an edict ordering you to report on your duties and reward you? Then you will have your chance." Xiao Jingqian stood up and paced anxiously in the secret room. The counterattack on Yi County could not afford any mistakes. We absolutely have to win. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. "Brother-in-law, therefore, I must win this battle," Xiao Jingqian said anxiously. "But 100 pulley crossbows are too few. Can we make more?" Xingao has already sent 1,300 stone bows to Huangyan village in Chu County, which border Lingnan. Moreover, Xingao and Xiao Jingyuan have too much hatred for each other, and Xiao Jingyuan will attack Huangyan village and Chu County sooner or later. Therefore, Xingao's hidden assets could not possibly be given to Xiao Jingqian. But Blackwater City has them, 3,000 great swords that can cut through iron like mud, and 500 pulley crossbows made of 2-stone and 3-stone bows. "Your Highness, there's no need to rush. I've already persuaded Ding Xiang to send 5,000 elite troops to attack the city," Xingao said with a smile. "However, if she makes a great contribution, you should reward her handsomely." Xiao Jingqian was overjoyed. With the help of Blackwater City, his chances of defeating Yi County would be much greater. "Brother-in-law, don't worry." Xiao Jingqian raised his right hand and placed it on his chest, saying very seriously, "Whether it's Blackwater City or brother-in-law, as long as Yi County is recovered, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Having said all that, Xingao stopped wasting words and called Ding Xiang in to discuss how to attack Yi County. Yi County is currently defended by 15,000 troops, and the generals are named Black Tiger and Grass-head Strong. They once attacked Li Family Village in Xia County, but were scared off by my husband. Ding Xiang slowly recounted the information she possessed. "With the abilities of these two robbers, and with my husband present, they could easily take the heads of tens of thousands of people. In addition, Blackwater City will send 3,000 Black Blade soldiers as the vanguard of the siege, with 500 archers providing cover. As soon as the 3,000 Black Blade soldiers reach the city walls, Yi County will surely fall." Xiao Jingqin didn't quite understand Ding Xiang's words. What did she mean by covering up? He fought dozens of battles, large and small, against Xiao Jingyuan's troops, some of which were duels between generals to determine the winner or loser. Either the general leads all the troops in a charge, or he has never heard of the general providing cover. Husband, why don't you explain it to me? Ding Xiang understood what he meant, but she didn't know how to start. She had no choice but to ask Shen Gao to come out, because it was Shen Gao who proposed this battle strategy. Therefore, if Shen Gao were to explain it, he would definitely be able to explain it clearly. Shen Gao prepared 10 crossbow magazines for the 500 pulley crossbows, with 10 arrows in each magazine. With the pulley crossbow, arrows could be fired at extremely high speeds, suppressing the enemy and preventing them from showing their faces. This allows the Black Blade soldiers to charge forward instantly, greatly reducing casualties. Xiao Jingqin finally understood. Unexpectedly, my cousin's husband, Shen Gao, is also a strategist skilled in warfare. Why couldn't Xiao Jingqin come up with such a good way to kill the enemy? Xiao Jingqin stood up straight and pondered seriously. 500 pulley crossbows could fire 5,000 arrows in 10 breaths. This was enough to keep the enemy soldiers on the city wall from showing their faces. As long as the enemy doesn't show themselves, the 5,000 Blackwater soldiers can charge forward with their broadswords. In close combat, the brave prevail, and the one with the superior weapon wins. Xiao Jingqin smiled knowingly. Suddenly he remembered the knives made in Blackwater City, brittle, easily broken, typical of cheap imitations. Weren't those 5,000 Blackwater soldiers just going to their deaths? It's over! Xiao Jingqin's face turned deathly pale, and he cried out before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 103 Forcibly Raising One's Realm. Your Highness! Shen Gao quickly placed his hand on Xiao Jingqin's wrist and saw that his pulse was strong. He knew that the extreme joy or sorrow had caused his blood to rush to his head, resulting in unconsciousness. He immediately poured a glass of water over Xiao Jingqin's head. The cold water jolted Xiao Jingqin awake. It's over! The Blackwater City soldiers' swords are all broken. 5,000 Blackwater soldiers are going to their deaths. I can't possibly defeat Xiao Jingyuan! Xiao Jingqin cried out in grief as soon as he woke up. I thought something terrible had happened, Shen Gao said with a smile, showing no sign of tension after hearing Xiao Jingqin's words. Your Highness, you don't know this, but the knives made in Blackwater City used to be really bad. But now the black knives in Blackwater City are of acceptable quality. They're comparable to ordinary steel knives. Shen Gao did not tell Xiao Jingqin that Blackwater City could now produce high-quality steel black knives that could cut through iron like mud and sever hair with a single blow. Even the great swords made by the craftsmen in the capital could not compare in quality to the black swords of Blackwater City. Shen Gao simply didn't want to surprise Xiao Jingqin too much. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Xiao Jingqin didn't believe it at all, because he had used Blackwater City's knives before, and they were all junk. The knives he had replenished last time were made in Blackwater City, which was one of the reasons for his defeat. Blackwater City is notorious for its broken knives. Their craftsmen, despite their strength, can't make good knives. Your Highness, Shen Gao smiled and explained to Xiao Jingqin. Don't worry, I have improved the knife-making techniques of the Blackwater City craftsmen, and produced 3,000 knives that are completely comparable to those made in the capital. These have all been personally tested by me and meet the standards, so your Highness can rest assured. After hearing Shen Gao's words, Xiao Jingqin finally believed him. However, the shadow in his heart remained. He had been harmed once by the broken sword of Blackwater City, and he could not be harmed a second time. If it happened again, he would never be able to turn things around. But for some reason, Xiao Jingqin trusted Shen Gao's words completely. He felt that Shen Gao would never harm him, but would only help him maximize his benefits. He breathed a sigh of relief, slowly sat down, and then discussed the details of the battle. The three discussed for 2 hours until night fell. Finally, they emerged from the secret room. Xiao Jingqin didn't even eat and hurriedly left with Ji Qingyang. After Xiao Jingqin left, Shen Gao and Ding Xiang immediately assembled 5,000 elite soldiers. Another 1,000 auxiliary soldiers, with solemn expressions, were pulling 100 horse-drawn carriages, all equipped with the latest siege ladders designed by Shen Gao. Ding Xiang looked at Shen Gao beside her, and wondered why her husband was so clever. He had made the siege ladders into a folding type, which could be installed on a carriage without taking up much space. The sturdiness of the ladders was no worse than the original long ladders. Seeing the well-prepared soldiers, Shen Gao and Ding Xiang gave the order, and 5,000 soldiers plus 1,000 auxiliary soldiers set off immediately. In the early hours of the morning, they met with Shao Jingchen's 10,000 soldiers 5 miles from Yi County. According to the plan, the combined forces would launch a fierce attack on the south gate of the city, aiming to recapture Yi County within an hour. To buy time, the soldiers didn't even take off their armor, they just lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Shen Gao and Shao Jingchen were preparing to attack Yi County, Shao Jingyuan also gathered his generals He Qinhu, He Hu, Chao Tuqiang, Fei Tu Sing, and others in his central command tent. Gentlemen, Shen Gao killed my beloved general Lu Junqing. This is a blood feud that must be avenged. Shao Jingyuan sat at the head of the table, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. However, I have received news that the emperor only has 30 days to live. After 30 days he will cease to exist. The throne that remains can only be inherited by me. He Qinhu stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, Your Highness, after Shao Jingchen was defeated by Your Highness, he retreated to Shaxian and Heishui City. He has not received an imperial decree and cannot return to the capital. If we can find a way to keep Shao Jingchen occupied and prevent him from returning to the capital. Could this prevent them from returning to the capital? Shao Jingyuan pondered deeply after hearing He Qinhu's words. General He, tell me, what's your plan? He Qinhu immediately said. The best way is to kill Shao Jingchen. If we can't kill him, then we should find a way to stall him. Etc. If Shao Jingyuan reached out to stop He Qinhu, and if he stalled Shao Jingchen, then he would have no choice but to actively seek out where Shao Jingchen could stay. Once we find his headquarters and kill him, the problem will be solved. Just as they were discussing this, they suddenly heard a group of scouts return, bringing very important news. Shao Jingyuan immediately ordered the scout to come in and speak. The leading scout entered the central command tent and urgently reported. Your Highness, Shao Jingchen, together with Shen Gao, has led a total of 15,000 troops to sneak up to a point 5 miles from Yi County under cover of darkness, intending to attack Yi County. Damn it! Shen Gao wants to attack Yi County? Black Tiger and Grasshead shouted. If he dares to come, I'll kill him. Upon hearing this news, He Qinhu was overjoyed and exclaimed, Your Highness, this is like a pillow sent to someone who's just fallen asleep. We can hold Shao Jingchen back in Yi County. Upon hearing this, Shao Jingyuan burst into laughter. He Qinhu came up with a brilliant plan. As long as Shao Jingchen is kept occupied in Yi County, Shao Jingyuan's army can bypass Yi County and launch a surprise attack on the capital from the northeast, completely surrounding it. On the surface, Shao Jingyuan only has 50,000 troops, but in reality, he has controlled the entire 10 southern prefectures, with a total of 80,000 troops. Although the Great Yan dynasty had 200,000 troops, the vast majority of them were stationed on the frontier. In a hurry, how could they possibly mobilize 80,000 troops? Therefore, once Shao Jingyuan sends troops, he can besiege the capital, or even take it by surprise and seize the throne. Black Tiger, heed my command! Shao Jingyuan shouted. Your subordinate is here. I hereby appoint you as the leader, along with Generals Chao Tuqiang and Fei Tu Sung, to defend Yi County at all costs. If Shen Gao and Shao Jingchen retreat, you must take action and forcibly restrain them. If there is an opportunity, kill Shen Gao and Shao Jingchen. Your subordinate obeys. Black Tiger, Grass Headstrong, and Fat Slaughter Monk stepped forward together to receive the command token. Shao Jingyuan personally took out 3 sealed bottles of Tai Sui and gave one to each of them. The 3 of you, find 3 more of your most trusted and strongest people. I want to elevate them to the great perfection of the acquired realm. Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk immediately summoned a trusted confidant, and ordered them to drink the Tai Sui in one gulp in front of Xiao Jingyuan. The moment they finished drinking the Tai Sui, the three men's aura underwent a significant change. Xiao Jingyuan now has 3 more experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm. It's a pity that there's only 1 bottle of Tai Sui left. It has to be saved for Master Xuanji, He Qin who's master. Xiao Jingyuan thought to himself. With 6 great perfection cultivators, dealing with Shen Gao should be a piece of cake, right? Chapter 104 Heavenly Taoist, how have you been? Black Tiger, Grasshead Strong, Fat Butcher Monk, and the 3 who have just reached the great perfection realm, Xiao Jingyuan said with extreme seriousness. You 6 have held off Shen Gao and Xiao Jingqin in Yi County for a month. I will promote you all 1 level and reward each of you with 500 taels of silver. If you kill Shen Gao and Xiao Jingqin, the 6 of you will be promoted 3 ranks, and each will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Yes, sir. The 6 men's faces showed greed. As 6 great perfection cultivators, their attack on Shen Gao and Ji Qingyang was simply bullying the weak. After giving his instructions, Xiao Jingyuan and He Qin led another 80,000 troops, hiding during the day and marching at night, quietly making their way towards the capital. All of this was done in secret, and Shen Gao and Xiao Jingqin didn't even get a whistle of it. To prevent the news from leaking out, those who discovered them were either killed by Xiao Jingyuan or forced into the ranks of soldiers. Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and 4 others returned to Yi County overnight. When they arrived in Yi County, dawn had not yet broken. Forget about sleeping, the 6 of them went up to the city wall of Yi County. Looking at the pitch-black night, they were extremely excited at the thought of being rewarded for their good deeds after dawn. General Black Tiger, General Grasshead Strong, and General Fat Butcher Monk, if it weren't for your recommendation, it would have been almost impossible for the 3 of us to reach the great perfection realm. Thank you for your kindness. Yes, 3 generals, we 3 swear to follow you to the death, to destroy Xiao Jingqin for your highness, and to seize the world. Yes, we are willing to follow in the footsteps of the 3 generals and kill Shen Gao and Xiao Jingqin in Yi County, ha ha ha! Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk were extremely pleased with the flattery of their 3 subordinates and burst into laughter. Of course, of course. It's absolutely right for the 3 of you to have this idea. As long as you stick with us 3 generals, you'll live a life of luxury and have all kinds of beautiful women. Xiao Tuqiang raised his arm, his powerful muscles bulging out. Haha, I heard that Shen Gao's sextuplets' wives are exceptionally beautiful. After killing Shen Gao, we can take his wives and each of us 6 can choose one. Haha, that would be so awesome. Yes, let General Black Tiger, General Grassroots Strong, and General Fat Butcher Monk choose first, and then we can have the rest. The 6 of them couldn't sleep at all. They stood on the city wall, constantly having sweet dreams. As the sky grew brighter, the lush green mountains and forests and patches of wild grass could be seen outside Yi County. Just then, figures moved in the distance, and more people emerged. It was indeed Shen Gao and Xiao Jingqin who came to attack. Report! Upon seeing this, a guard leader was greatly surprised and quickly ran to the 6 men to report. Explain dash! Black Tiger looked at Xiao Jingqin's soldiers who were attacking him and uttered a single word. Reporting to the general, something terrible has happened. Xiao Jingqin's army is attacking Yi County. The guard leader was extremely panicked. What's so great about this? This is an extremely rare opportunity. Take my command token, muster 3,000 soldiers, and follow me out of the city to fight Xiao Jingqin to the death. Black Tiger laughed heartily, completely disregarding Shen Gao. Reporting to the general, besides Xiao Jingqin, Shen Gao is also here. Shen Gao is highly skilled in martial arts. General Lu Jinqing died at his hands. General, you cannot risk opening the city gates to meet him in battle. When the leader heard that Black Tiger was going to take the initiative to go out of the city to fight, he was startled and quickly reminded Black Tiger. The fat monk opened his big, copper bell-like eyes, glared at the leader, and shouted, What's there to be afraid of? All 6 of us are at the great perfection of the acquired realm. If the 6 of us make a move, we'll kill Shen Gao first. 6 great perfections? Then there's no need to rush. With such a formidable fighting force, who can stand against Yi County? The messenger hurriedly took the command token and immediately went to select men to accompany Black Tiger and his 6 companions out of the city. At this moment, Shin Gao and Xiao Jingchen's 15,000 troops were concentrated at the south gate, and hundreds of new cloud ladders were ready. Yi County has no rivers flowing through it, not even a moat, making it much easier to attack. When they were 300 paces away from Yi County, Xiao Jingchen waved his command flag, and immediately, the drums sounded loudly. The 1,000 auxiliary soldiers of Blackwater City immediately deployed the new siege ladders. 5,000 elite soldiers from Blackwater City took on the main force in the siege. Just as they were setting up their formation and preparing to attack, a loud explosion was suddenly heard from inside Yi County. Then we saw the suspension bridge in the south of the city slowly lowered. The city gates slowly opened, and 6 generals, led by Black Tiger, rode out proudly from the south gate on fine horses. 3,000 men followed closely behind. "Ha ha, Taoist Tianyi, how have you been?" Black Tiger, riding his steed, shouted loudly to Shin Gao from afar. "Tianyi Taoist?" Xiao Jingchen looked at Shin Gao in confusion. How come Shin Gao had acquired the Taoist title of Tianyi Taoist? Could my cousin's husband, Shin Gao, be a Taoist priest? At this moment, Black Tiger also saw Ding Xiang carrying a large knife and riding a fine horse, and immediately laughed and said, "So Master Ding is here too." Xiao Jingchen was even more curious as to why the Lord of Dingxiang City was also called a Taoist priest by Black Tiger. "Black Tiger, since you know how powerful Master Tianyi is, why don't you surrender now, or I'll kill Wuhe?" Dingxiang pointed her black knife at Black Tiger and shouted shrilly. "Heh, what's so great about Master Tianyi?" Chao Tukyang scratched his bald head with his fingers, grinned and laughed wildly. "Today I'll trade Master Tianyi's head for wine." "Yes, Master Tianyi, oh no, Shin Gao, hurry up and wash your neck clean, my knife is already sharpened to a razor's edge. I'm just waiting to chop you up." The fat monk swaggered his fat body, his aura incredibly arrogant. Seeing that these 3 clowns weren't afraid of him at all, even though he was a great perfection cultivator, Shin Gao wondered if they could possibly defeat him with their strength. "Black Tiger, grassroots strong, fat monk, last time Lu Jinqing hung you on a tree, aren't you afraid I'll hang you on a tree this time?" Shin Gao chuckled and brought up the embarrassing incident of the 3 of them being hung on a tree by Lu Jinqing to humiliate them. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's old face turned bright red. "Shin Gao, you have successfully angered this general. Prepare to die." "Shin Gao, you're asking for it. We're going to kill you!" Chao Tukyang pointed at Shin Gao, his face turning black with rage. "Shin Gao, you're about to die, yet you're still as stubborn as a dead duck. Can't you see that we're at the great perfection stage? Ha!" The fat monk laughed wildly, patting his chest with his hand. The crescent-shaped shovel kept reflecting a dazzling light as the fat monk swayed it. "What? 6 days to complete the great perfection." Xiao Jingchen was taken aback by what the fat monk said. 6 great perfections. What immense power that will hold. Now, besides Shin Gao and Ji Qingyang, they can't find a third person on their side. 2 against 6 is almost unbeatable. Suppressing the urge to charge, Xiao Jingchen spoke in a low voice with remarkable rationality. "Brother-in-law, let's retreat!" Chapter 105 1 against 6. "Withdraw? Why?" Shin Gao turned his face and asked Xiao Jingchen in return. "They have 6 experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm, while we only have 2. We are no match for them." Xiao Jingchen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "As long as we survive, we can always fight again. Let's retreat first and come back to fight when we have the chance." "Why retreat?" Shin Gao shook his head. "Your Highness, I'll go up and meet those 6 first." Xiao Jingchen grabbed Shin Gao and said in a deep voice, "Brother-in-law, I only have you and Ji Qingyang as my 2 experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm. Losing either of them would be a huge loss for me. I absolutely cannot let you take such a risk." Shin Gao nodded secretly. Xiao Jingchen was self-aware in this regard, and preserving his own strength was a prudent move. But now Shen Gao is fully capable of protecting himself, and Yi Tian flying sword has almost reached the first level of cultivation, and can now launch 70 flying swords at the same time. With just a period of more rigorous training, he will be able to launch 100 flying swords simultaneously. Therefore, relying on such a powerful hidden weapon, Shen Gao was not afraid of the 6 black tigers at all. However, Shen Gao had no idea why the 6 members of the Black Tiger clan had reached the Great Perfection stage. Therefore, he was eager to find out the reason. This was also why Shen Gao wanted to go alone to test the true abilities of the 6 black tigers. Your Highness, it's all right. I have the ability to protect myself. Seeing Shen Gao go to fight Black Tiger, and the other 6 alone, Ding Xiang was extremely worried. Husband, 1 against 6 is too dangerous. Let's listen to the 6th prince and retreat. It's all right, I have a way to escape. Shen Gao still insisted on his idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Gao rode forward and stopped when he was only 10 steps away from Black Tiger. Black Tiger, are you all coming at me at once, or one at a time? Shen Gao drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Black Tiger. After this period of arduous training, Shen Gao is now able to control 70 Yi Tian flying swords, which is more than enough to deal with the 6 black tigers. However, this flying sword will not be used unless in dire straits, and the fewer people who know about it, the better, so that it can be used as a trump card. Shen Gao, don't be so arrogant. Take this move from Black Tiger. With that, Black Tiger unleashed his acquired perfection technique, roared, and charged toward Shen Gao. 2 war horses clashed and passed each other. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could see clearly, Shen Gao pulled Black Tiger off his horse and tossed him gently. Black Tiger, a large man, tumbled and fell through the air, landing right on a large tree branch on the side of the city gate. At this moment, the Black Tiger kept twisting and turning, unable to go up or down, and was nowhere near the state of being at its peak. Damn it, Grassroots Strong, will fight you to the death! Grassroots Strong turned around and shouted to Fat Butcher Monk. Fat Butcher Monk, let's attack together and kill that bastard Shen Gao! The fat monk yelled and charged forward on 2 fine horses, one on the left and one on the right, with Chao Tukyang on the right, trying to sandwich Shen Gao in the middle and kill him from both sides. But before the 2 could complete their encirclement, Shen Gao made a series of moves, using some unknown method, to snatch the weapons from Chao Tu Chang and Fei Tu Sing, throwing them to the ground. Shen Gao then captured the 2 men with his bare hands. With a sudden jerk of his hands, his mount lurched forward, and the 2 enormous black shadows flew straight to the trees on both sides of the road, getting stuck in the branches just like the Black Tiger. Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Sage were extremely frustrated. They had only been hung on a tree by Lu Jinqing a few months ago, and now they had been hung on by Shen Gao. But they are now at the Great Perfection stage, just like Shen Gao. Why was Shen able to hang them on the tree, and why did they have no chance to resist? Hey, you 3, hurry up and put us down! Black Tiger shouted at his 3 subordinates, who had just reached the Great Perfection stage, his face dark. The 3 men dared not disobey, and hurriedly spurred their horses forward, using all their strength to finally get the 3 men off the ground. Black Tiger and his 2 companions picked up their weapons, mounted their war horses, and gave the 5 men a meaningful look, as if to say, "We can't beat them, why don't we all come at us together?" Everyone nodded. Shen Gao, don't be so smug. The 6 of us will come at you and see where you can hide, Black Tiger said, taking the lead and surrounding Shen Gao with 5 other experts at the Great Perfection realm. Black Tiger's 3,000 troops blocked the city gate, forming a battle formation, while Ding Xiang's 5,000 troops also formed a battle formation, facing Ye Xian's 3,000 troops from afar. Your Highness, Shen Gao is in danger, Ding Xiang said anxiously, holding the black knife in her hand. How could my husband Shen Gao be so bold as to allow 6 people to surround him? Even a hero can't fight against 4 hands, let alone 6 martial artists at the Great Perfection stage. Your Highness, I must charge forward to save my husband. Seeing Xiao Jingchen frowning, Ding Xiang assumed he didn't want to go, so she spurred her horse forward. Lord Ding, please calm down. Xiao Jingqian called out to her. I saw that General Shen was calm and collected. In the blink of an eye, he threw Black Tiger and the other two into the tree and hung them up. General Shen is very likely to defeat those 6 men. However, Xiao Jingqian was still worried and ordered Ji Qingyang to keep a close eye on their every move. If anything seemed amiss, they were to immediately set out to rescue Shen Gao. Ha! Black Tiger laughed triumphantly when he saw Shen Gao letting the 6 of them surround him. If you had escaped beforehand, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to you, but you willingly walked into our encirclement. Shen Gao, you're courting death. Master Tianyi, obediently stick your head out so I, Kaituking, can chop it off. Enough with the nonsense. Kill him. Kill Shen Gao, and we'll exchange his head for wine. The 6 of them roared together, and swung their weapons at Shen Gao. At this moment, Black Tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he was secretly pleased with himself. Even if all 6 of them had forcibly raised their cultivation levels to the great perfection stage, how could Shen Gao possibly be a match for them? He put all his strength into the weapon, using the force to his limit, and the weapon's speed increased by almost double. At that speed, even if Shen Gao is at the great perfection level, how could he possibly dodge it? Shen Gao, die! However, Shen Gao drank a bowl of spiritual liquid every day for dozens of days in a row, using the spiritual liquid to temper his body, and all his physical indicators reached their peak. At this moment, the weapon that Black Tiger used with all his might seemed to Shen Gao as slow as a 3-year-old child wielding a wooden stick. This time, Shen Gao swept the Yi Tian sword at his waist, and with a clang, Black Tiger's weapon was broken. Wherever the sword passed, Chao Tukyang's spear was broken into 3 pieces. The fat monk's crescent shovel had even had its crescent shape shaved off, leaving only a bare wooden handle. Shen Gao sliced off the helmets of the other 3 great perfection masters with a single sword strike. They were just a hair's breadth away from having their skulls ripped open by Shen Gao's sword. Lie down! Shen Gao shouted loudly, raised his sword, and like a god of death, forced Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Fat Slaughter Monk and the other 6 to tumble off their horses, leaving them with no power to fight back. Chapter 106 I'll turn you into roast meat. Tie them up! Shen Gao shouted, and countless guards rushed forward. Under the threat of Shen Gao's sword, they dared not move and allowed the soldiers to tie them up. Seeing this, Xiao Jingqian took advantage of the moment, when the 3,000 soldiers of Yi County were stunned, raised the command flag in his hand and waved it vigorously. Attack! Attack quickly! Charge up the city walls from the city gate! In an instant, the drumbeats were like a storm, and the soldiers charged forward with shouts. The 3,000 soldiers in Yi County were thrown into chaos and retreated frantically toward the south gate. However, the guards on the south gate wall disregarded the lives of these 3,000 soldiers and desperately pulled up the drawbridge and closed the heavy city gate. 3,000 soldiers were thus surrounded outside the city. Surrender! Surrender, and you will not be killed! Shen Gao raised the Yi Tian sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Then some people raised their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Shen Gao truly spared no one who surrendered. Apart from those who were crushed or injured, the rest of the 3,000 soldiers surrendered to Xiao Jingqian. The drumbeats continued impatiently. According to the original plan, Ding Xiang's 5,000 black sword soldiers had already climbed the attack ladders and begun to move towards the city wall. 100 siege ladders and 500 pulley crossbows fired arrows at an extremely fast speed. At such close range, these arrows were fast and accurate, with 10 times the force of ordinary arrows, and almost one arrow killed a defender. After just one volley of arrows, none of the defenders on the city wall dared to show their faces anymore. They all hid in the city gate. Xiao Jingqian stood on a ladder at the back, watching with his own eyes as these pulley crossbows inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy soldiers. He was both surprised and delighted. Arrows were still being shot, and ladders were already placed on the city walls. The Black Knife army charged forward like madmen. Kill them, you bastards from Blackwater City! I'll send you all to your deaths! The garrison of Yi County had been waiting for this moment. Once the 2 armies clashed, their incredibly powerful bows and arrows would be rendered useless. The swords of Blackwater City are the worst in the Great Yen Dynasty. They break at the slightest touch. Killing Blackwater City soldiers is as easy as killing chickens. Come on, you short-lived bastards of Blackwater City, kill me! I'll kill you all! But at this time, the soldiers attacking Blackwater City were not afraid at all. They raised their inconspicuous black knives and charged towards the garrison of Yi County. Ding ding dong! The sounds of countless weapons clashing were followed by the sound of weapons hitting the ground. The weapons of the Yi County garrison were sliced by the inconspicuous black blade from Blackwater City, as easily as slicing a cabbage, severing their weapons. The sounds of countless weapons hitting the ground, the screams of soldiers in fright, the low thuds of being stabbed by Blackwater City soldiers, and the painful screams of soldiers all rang out on the city wall in an instant. Xiao Jingchen followed behind the attacking soldiers. He never imagined that the black swords of 3,000 of the 5,000 soldiers attacking Blackwater City would be so powerful, severing weapons with every strike. How are the soldiers guarding Yi County supposed to survive? 3,000 soldiers charged wildly on the city wall, and soon created a vacuum zone. Closely following behind were Xiao Jingchen's soldiers, who climbed the city walls almost effortlessly using ladders and soon occupied the city walls of Yi County. The soldiers stormed down the south gate, opened the heavy city gate, lowered the drawbridge, and allowed the soldiers waiting below to charge in. In just over half an hour, the south gate of Yi County was breached, the county magistrate surrendered, and all 20,000 soldiers surrendered, with only a very small number escaping. Among these escapees were several of Xiao Jingyuan's confidants. They wanted to inform Xiao Jingyuan, but at this time, in order to prevent the news from being leaked, Xiao Jingyuan was hiding by day and traveling by night. Anyone who discovered their whereabouts was either killed or incorporated into the army. Therefore, no matter what they did, they could not find Jing Yuanyuan and He Qinhu, as if they had disappeared. Furthermore, with the help of Blackwater City and Shingao, Xiao Jingchen conquered Yi County in a very short time, and he sat upright in the Yi County government office. Guards, bring Black Tiger and the other 6 men to me! Xiao Jingchen shouted. Before long, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Fat Slaughtermonk, and 4 others were brought in and made to kneel in the main hall. The 6 of them looked up at Shingao standing beside them, and then obediently lowered their heads. Black Tiger, Grassroots Strong, Fat Monk, do you 3 know your crimes? Xiao Jingchen, dressed in bright yellow robes, sat upright, his face ashen. We know our guilt, we know our guilt! Black Tiger quickly cried out. 6 Prince, we shouldn't have helped the 3rd Prince. 6 Prince, we were forced into it. Chao Tukyang wiped away his tears and cried out. We were all forced into it by that bastard Lu Jinqing. The fat monk shook his fat body, secretly observed Xiao Jingchen, and seeing that he had no intention of killing, he was relieved. He immediately knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, and shouted. 6 Prince, now is the time when we need manpower. If you give us a bite to eat, I will take my crescent shovel and flatten the 3rd Prince for you. Xiao Jingchen looked at the 6 men, especially Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughtermonk. As long as they could live, they didn't care about anything else. They betrayed without hesitation and without any guilt. But right now Xiao Jingchen only has 2 experts, Ji Qingyang and Shingao. If he keeps the other 6, wouldn't that add 6 more experts? Xiao Jingchen looked at Shingao and asked in a low voice. Brother-in-law, what about the other 6? Kill them! Suddenly, Shingao pointed at the 6 people and used the power of the lion's roar, which made Black Tiger and the other 6 people tremble all over. 20 constables immediately rushed in from outside the yamen, carrying steel knives, and lifted the 6 men away. Spare us, your highness, 6 Prince! Spare us! We are surrender generals, you can't kill us! Black Tiger was terrified and kept writhing and barking loudly. 6 Prince, please don't kill us! We have important matters to report to you. Chao Tukyang also cried out. As long as he could live, he didn't care who it was, he would sell them off first. Yes, we know where Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu went. The fat monk shook his fat body, ready to sell Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu. Shingao and Xiao Jingchen exchanged a knowing smile. Xiao Jingchen secretly sighed, thinking that this cousin-in-law was truly remarkable. He had terrified the 6 people with just a few words. Where did Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu go? Shen Gao waved his hand, signaling the constables to stop. General Shen, you must spare our lives! The fat monk actually started to make demands. However, Shen Gao was not easily threatened by a few surrendered generals. He immediately frowned, ordered his men to bring a long stick, and lifted the fat monk up and placed him on 2 stools. He then ordered people to start a fire below. Fat monk, you have quite a lot of fat on you. Today, this general will roast you over a fire right here and turn you into roast meat. Chapter 107 Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. The fat butcher monk was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He has a lot of fat on him, and he likes to catch wild boars and rabbits in the mountains, skin them, and roast them over a fire to eat. The sizzling, oily smell of being roasted over a fire was about to happen to him. How could he not be afraid? No, 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 General Shen, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. Before the fire was even lit, the fat butcher monk was so frightened that he became incoherent. Tell me, where did Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu go? Shen Gao suddenly drew the Yitian sword from his waist. They led 80,000 troops, traveling by day and hiding by night, heading towards the capital. I'm afraid they've already surrounded it. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Jingchen jumped to his feet. What? Xiao Jingyuan is attacking the capital? Yes, yes, yes. The fat monk was so frightened that his teeth chattered, and he cowed out on the ground. 6 Prince, this is absolutely true. The 80,000 troops have already left and will be able to besiege the capital the day after tomorrow. Old Fatty is right, Grass Head Chong said at this moment. Xiao Jingyuan wants the 6 of us Great Perfection Realm experts to hold off the 6th Prince. As long as we stay here, Xiao Jingyuan can storm into the capital and seize the throne. Upon hearing this unexpected turn of events, Xiao Jingchen was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. After a long silence, he pulled Shen Gao back. He was so shocked by the news that he was in a state of mental confusion and could hardly think straight. He asked in a low voice, Brother-in-law, what should we do? Shen Gao was also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingyuan was so clever. He used a strategy of feigning one move while secretly making another. It seems that we should not underestimate any person from ancient times. Their wisdom is no less than that of modern people. Moreover, there was another point that Shen Gao was also very eager to know. Why were Lu Jinqing and Xiao Jingyuan able to recover in such a short time, even though they were both injured at his hands? They've even managed to train so many Grand Perfection Masters. Your Highness, please calm down and allow me to ask them. Shen Gao waved to Xiao Jingchen and slowly walked up to Black Tiger. Black Tiger, tell me the truth, why did Lu Jinqing and Xiao Jingyuan recover from their injuries in such a short time? Shen Gao's eyes were like torches, fixed intently on Black Tiger. Black Tiger was startled by Shen Gao's sharp and piercing gaze and lowered his head, not daring to look again. He said, After He Qinhu left Huangyan village, he obtained 1,000-year-old Tai Sui in the Yishao Mountains and presented it to Xiao Jingyuan. Yes, yes. Xiao Tukyang hurriedly claimed credit, afraid that He Hu would steal the credit. Later, Xiao Jingyuan boiled the Tai Sui into a medicinal paste and divided it into 9 portions. After he and Lu Jinqing were injured, they each ate 1 portion of Tai Sui and quickly recovered their strength. Later, seeing that we were of use, they gave us a drink, and thus we became masters of the great perfection of the acquired realm. Shen Gao listened and calculated that there were a total of 9 portions. The 2 of them each ate 1 portion, and now the 6 people had divided the remaining portion into 6 portions, so there was still 1 portion left. Tell me, where is the last Tai Sui? Shen Gao suddenly shouted, his voice making the ears of the 6 black tigers ring. Reporting to General Shen, the last Tai Sui, Xiao Jingyuan, is with him, saying it's a gift for He Qinhu's master, Zuanjizi. Shen Gao and the 6th prince finally understood that this was how their grand perfection experts had come to be. No, Xiao Jingchen said. Given Xiao Jingyuan's character, he is treacherous and cunning, with 18 schemes in his mind. How could he only keep the last portion of Tai Sui? I think Xiao Jingyuan must have more than one portion. After listening to Xiao Jingchen's analysis, Xun Gao felt that given Xiao Jingyuan's personality, it was impossible for him not to leave himself a way out. In future battles, if he is injured, with the healing power of Tai Sui, he will be able to recover from his injuries in a very short time. Without the Tai Sui, a deity associated with the ear, he might face certain death. Since that's the case, Xun Gao also needs to be wary of Xiao Jingyuan, who is a very formidable opponent. Black Tiger, besides the 6 of you who are at the great perfection of the acquired realm, who else is at the great perfection of the acquired realm? Xun Gao asked Black Tiger again to confirm. General Shen, I swear on our lives that, apart from the 6 of us, only He Qinhu and Xiao Jingyuan himself are great perfection experts. At this point, Xun Gao had no choice but to temporarily believe Black Tiger's words. He pulled Xiao Jingchen aside, and when no one was around, he said, Your Highness, things have come to this point, we have no choice but to split up. How should we divide it? Xiao Jingchen asked. The first route, led by Ji Qingyang, with Wei Yi and Wei Er as his assistants, along with He Hu and Chao Tu Chang, will sweep through Lingnan County and cut off Xiao Jingyuan's retreat. Xiao Jingchen's eyes lit up. Yes, Xiao Jingyuan had gathered 80,000 troops to attack the capital. His main base in Lingnan must not have many troops. If they were to appear in the name of Black Tiger and suddenly storm into the counties of Lingnan, they would surely be able to easily take over Lingnan. However, Xiao Jingchen's eyes darkened again. Brother-in-law, Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang are both at the great perfection of the day after tomorrow realm. I'm afraid Ji Qingyang won't be able to do anything to them and will instead be harmed by them. Your Highness, don't worry, Wei Yi and Wei Er are at the same level as Black Tiger. Xun Gao smiled and told Xiao Jingchen the news. What? Wei Yi and Wei Er are at the great perfection stage. Now it was Xiao Jingchen's turn to be shocked. When did they become great perfection masters? Why are there so many great perfection masters now? Xun Gao certainly wouldn't tell Xiao Jingchen that the spiritual liquid in his gourd could create a master at the great perfection of the acquired realm, but it required a bowl of it. Wei Yi and Wei Er had already reached their limits, and only needed one more step to reach this level. Therefore, it took 10 drops of water each to bring them to this stage. Your Highness, Wei Yi and Wei Er were only a tiny bit away from the great perfection. During their last battle with Lu Jinqing, they forced out their last bit of potential, which is why they reached this level. After hearing Xun Gao's words, Xiao Jingchen had no complaints. He was still thinking that it would be great if Xun Gao, like Xiao Jingyuan, also had a Tai Sui that could help ordinary people become great perfection beings. In that case, how could he be afraid of Xiao Jingyuan? However, we will not disclose the cultivation levels of Wei Yi and Wei Er to outsiders for now. We will only have Ji Qingyang lead the troops of Huangyan village, along with He Hu and Chao Tu Chang, while Wei Yi and Wei Er secretly monitor them. If He Hu and Chao Tu Chang still waver, Wei Yi and Wei Er will take them by surprise and kill them. Brilliant plan! Xiao Jingchen slapped his thigh, completely agreeing with Xun Gao's strategy. This can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only does it allow Black Tiger to break open the city gates of various counties in Lingnan Prefecture, but it also tests whether the 2 are really surrendering. If they waver, Wei Yi and Wei Er will take action. Brother-in-law, this matter is settled. What about Fat Butcher Monk and the other 3 great perfection experts? What should be done with them? Chapter 108 Divine Medicine Earth Fire. Of course, we should have the 4 of them accompany His Highness to the capital to protect him. Xun Gao's words were like a spring breeze, making Xiao Jingchen feel refreshed and happy. He was just worried about not having an excuse to return to the capital, but Xun Gao had already thought of an excuse for him. It's all about protecting the emperor. This is the only way to return to the capital without an imperial decree. Third brother, if you hadn't gone to attack the capital, how could I have had the opportunity to lead troops there? Brother-in-law, Xiao Jingchen said triumphantly, patting Xun Gao on the shoulder. If it weren't for you this time, I would truly be all alone, with no one to support me. If I seize the throne, the title of first-rank general of this dynasty will undoubtedly belong to you, My cousin-in-law. Shingao shook his head. Your Highness, I have no merit whatsoever. I do not wish to be a general of any rank. If you were to become the emperor, I would rather live in seclusion in the mountains with my wives, tending to flowers and trees, and enjoying my old age. Xiao Jingchen secretly praised him again. My cousin's husband doesn't claim credit, or want a high-ranking position. It seems he asks for very little, which is good. Otherwise it would be awkward if he had too much merit but no official position to bestow upon him. Now that his cousin-in-law Shingao is so powerful, he is not afraid at all even with the four of them, including the fat monk, causing trouble around him. After the discussion, Shingao immediately wrote a letter, ordering Wei Yi and Wei Er to lead the Huangyan village troops to wait for Ji Qingyang in place. He also ordered Black Tiger and Grasshead Strong to follow Ji Qingyang. If they made great contributions, His Highness the Sixth Prince would reward them according to the size of their merits. Your Highness, please rest assured, we will definitely heed General Ji's words and reclaim Lingnan. To express their loyalty, Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang knelt before Xiao Jingchen and swore loudly. If we betray the Sixth Prince, may we die with 10,000 arrows piercing our hearts. In that case you may go. Xiao Jingchen waved to the three of them. Ji Qingyang then led a team of guards, along with He Hu and Chao Tu Chang, to Chu County to lead troops. In Yi County, only Shingao, Ding Xian, Xiao Jingchen, and a few others remained. Including the 10,000 surrendered soldiers from Yi County, plus the 5,000 soldiers from Blackwater City, Xiao Jingchen's army barely reached 30,000. Among them, there are already as many as 20,000 elite troops. After appointing a magistrate for Yi County, Xiao Jingchen raised the banner of suppressing the rebellion and protecting the emperor, and led 30,000 troops to the capital openly. After leaving Blackwater City, Dr. Su returned to the capital 2 days later. He went to the palace to see Emperor Xiao Qingzhao without even drinking a sip of water. At this time, Xiao Qingzhao felt much better after taking the pills containing spiritual liquid left by Shingao. He always believed that with Shingao's miraculous medicine, his illness could be cured. Therefore, as soon as he heard that physician Su had returned to the palace, he immediately summoned him. Minister Su, did you see Minister Shen when you went to Chu County? Emperor Yan Zhao sat quietly in the main hall, his tone quite calm. Your Majesty. The old physician Su bowed to Emperor Yan Zhao and said, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission and met my master, Lord Shingao, in Blackwater City. Oh? What is he going to Blackwater City for? Emperor Yan Zhao became interested. Lord Shen married Dingxiang, the city lord of Blackwater City. In addition, he needs to prepare 10 kinds of medicine to completely cure the emperor's illness. According to the agreement with Shingao, old physician Su would use the pretext of finding medicine to take back Yi County before Shingao would rush to the capital. What kind of medicine is so hard to find? Emperor Yan Zhao asked. Your Majesty, my master only mentioned one medicine to me, called Nine-Tailed Earth Fire, which I have never heard of before, said the old physician Su, recounting the medicine that Shingao had casually mentioned. Nine-Tailed Earth Fire? Emperor Yan Zhao thought for a moment. There were all kinds of earth materials and treasures in the palace, but he had never heard of a medicine called Nine-Tailed Earth Fire. It must be extremely difficult to find, right? When will Minister Shen be able to be found? Emperor Yan Zhao was a little anxious. If Shingao did not come after a month, his illness would relapse, and then no one would come to save him. Your Majesty, my master said that he can find the 10 ingredients in at most half a month, or at least 10 days. Once they are prepared, he will personally deliver them to Your Majesty. The old doctor, Su, spoke very respectfully, speaking slowly, as if afraid of making a mistake. Since that's the case, then I'll wait a little longer. Xiao Qingzhao could only wait, thinking that once Shingao had prepared the miraculous medicine and completely cured his illness, he could remain emperor for another 10 years or so. Little did he know that he had less than a month to live, or to be precise, only 26 days. This time, Shingao's elixir lost its effectiveness, and could no longer save Xiao Qingzhao. At this moment, Xiao Qingzhao was still foolishly waiting for Shingao to come and save him, unaware that Shingao had already sentenced him to death a month earlier. Minister Su, you may leave. Shao Qing waved to the old physician Su, signaling him to leave. Old physician Su breathed a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew. As soon as I stepped out of the Golden Hall, I realized my back was covered in sweat. Sitting in the main hall, Shao Qingjia suddenly remembered that General Tian Liang had led his troops to quell the rebellion, but unexpectedly suffered a defeat. Tian Liang took all the blame, but Shao Qingjia, being a shrewd old man, immediately realized that he was taking the blame for Shao Jingchen. After learning through interrogation that Shao Jingchen was not in any danger, I was secretly relieved. Now that Shao Jingyuan has rebelled, and the other princes are still very young, only Shao Jingchen is capable of standing on his own. Unfortunately, his sixth son was completely unfit to lead an army. They suffered a defeat on their first expedition. After thinking it over, Shao Qing tricked Prime Minister Pei Jingji into drafting an imperial edict to release Tian Liang, reinstate him to his original position, and still have 30,000 troops under his command, temporarily serving as the general of the City Defense Command. At the same time, he will issue an edict to recall Shao Jingchen so that he can learn from him and become a third or second-rank minister in the future. At this point, he had already denied the fact that Shao Jingchen would become the successor emperor. He decided to raise another prince around 10 years old, since after Shingao's treatment, he could easily live for another 10 or 8 years. By the time he passed away, the prince was already 20 years old enough to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Thinking this way, Shao Qingjia felt slightly happier. Thus, General Tian Liang was released from prison. After thanking the emperor, he immediately went to take up his post at the City Defense Command. Just one day later, before things had fully sorted out, news suddenly broke that several scout teams were urgently returning to the capital. These scout teams, without exception, all had pheasant feathers stuck in their heads, and each rider rode 2 horses, charging straight into the Imperial Palace gardens. Urgent report! Urgent report! Along the way, several scout teams galloped at full speed, shouting loudly. Shao Jingyuan has raised an army of 80,000, claiming to be 100,000. They are all traveling in the dark and are only 30 li away from the capital. The news was like a drop of cold water suddenly being poured into a scalding hot oil pan, exploding with a bang. What? The news reached Shao Qingjia's ears in just a dozen breaths. Shao Jingyuan has raised an army of 100,000 and is marching on the capital. Chapter 109 Multiple Parties in Secret Motion. Upon hearing this news, Shao Qingjia suddenly felt a churning in his stomach and couldn't help but vomit blood. Shao Jingyuan actually has so many soldiers? Currently, most of the troops of the Great Yan Dynasty are stationed on the frontier, and it is too late to transfer troops from other places. He was both shocked and furious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt a little better and ordered Pei Jingji to draft an imperial edict, instructing Tian Liang to lead the City Defense Bureau to guard the capital and keep Shao Jingyuan out of the capital. That unfilial son! If he hadn't rebelled, if he hadn't been poisoned, the throne would have been his sooner or later. Now, instead of being grateful, he led a large army to besiege the capital, trying to force him to relinquish the throne. Shao Qingjia then thought of Shingao. With so many troops besieging the capital, how could Shingao possibly have come to the capital? Without Shingao's special medicine, his condition will only get worse. Thinking of this, Shao Qingjia felt a surge of panic, his blood churned, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. The eunuchs panicked and quickly took out handkerchiefs to catch Shao Qingjia. 2 other eunuchs stepped forward and gently patted Shao Qingjia's shoulders. After a while, Shao Qingjia felt a little better. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Let's adjourn the court." The ministers hurriedly went out and returned to their respective offices to find out about Shao Jingyuan's troops' strength and attack situation. Those ministers who had a past with Shao Jingyuan were secretly pleased. No matter who became emperor, it would be someone from the Shao family. They could simply kneel down to the emperor when the time came. Lu Yiming, who was close to the 6th prince, and Lu Yizhi, who had become a noble consort, were extremely nervous upon hearing the news. Lu Yiming had just finished court and arrived at the minister's residence when a sedan chair unexpectedly appeared from the back gate. Looking around and seeing no one, a middle-aged noblewoman stepped out of the sedan chair, looking flustered, and hurriedly entered the residence of Minister Lu. "Lord Lu, there is a noble lady from the palace requesting an audience outside," a servant whispered as he approached Lu Yiming's study. Lu Yiming immediately knew that his younger sister had arrived. "Brother," Luigi said anxiously as soon as she entered the room, disregarding etiquette. "What should we do? Xiao Jingyuan's army has besieged the capital, and our Lu family will surely be wiped out." Although Lu Yiming was nervous, he remained as calm as ever. "Sister, there's no need to worry about this. Your son-in-law Shingao will not stand idly by." "But Shingao has neither soldiers nor power, what can we do?" Luigi's tears were already streaming down her face. "My son is out there, his fate unknown. He's my only heir. If Xiao Jingyuan harms him, I won't live either." Lu Yiming comforted Luigi. "Sister, to be honest, although my son-in-law comes from a peasant family, for some reason, he is not only incredibly strong in martial arts, but he has also learned a great deal of knowledge from somewhere. He is skilled in both literature and martial arts, and he will definitely help the Sixth Prince. In addition, there's General Tian Liang of the City Defense Command. He has a close relationship with the Sixth Prince, and this time, he will definitely defend the capital well. Besides these, there are hundreds of thousands of people in the capital. If they are organized, what are we afraid of with Xiao Jingyuan's 80,000 troops?" After listening to Lu Yiming's words of comfort, Luigi felt a little better. She chatted with Lu Yiming for a while before quietly leaving through the back door. After seeing Luigi off, Lu Yiming ordered his men to carry a large sedan chair towards the city defense office. Before long, Lu Yiming arrived at the city defense headquarters, presented his calling card, and soon several soldiers came and invited him inside. Upon seeing Lu Yiming, Tian Liang immediately stood up and rushed over to greet him. "Lord Lu, what brings you here?" Tian Liang had just finished his business, and was about to take a nap when he heard that Lu Yiming was coming. He had no choice but to force himself to stay awake. "General Tian, Xiao Jingyuan now has 100,000 troops besieging the capital. What defense measures do you have?" Lu Yiming asked bluntly. Tian Liang secretly despised Lu Yiming. He was just a minister of revenue who knew nothing and dared to come and ask about defensive methods. He immediately replied, neither servile nor arrogant. "Lord Lu, you are the Minister of Revenue. As long as you have enough grain and military supplies, I will definitely be able to safeguard the capital. You don't need to worry about that." Lu Yiming's face burned after being rebuked by Tian Liang, and he knew he had been too hasty and shouldn't have said those words. Having no choice but to be patient, he continued. "Lord Tian, last time you and the Sixth Prince attacked Xiao Jingyuan, you became a thorn in Xiao Jingyuan's side. This time you are the Grand General of the City Defense Division, in charge of the defense of the capital. Since you and I belong to the Sixth Prince's faction, if we do not work together, we will definitely be exterminated by Xiao Jingyuan." Tian Liang nodded secretly. Ever since he went to war with the Sixth Prince Xiao Jingqin, he had been labeled as the Sixth Prince. No matter what, Tian Liang absolutely cannot surrender. Otherwise, given Xiao Jingyuan's treacherous nature, once he falls into Xiao Jingyuan's hands, Tian Liang will only face certain death. Now, Tian Liang has the city's defense forces at his disposal. He absolutely has no choice but to fight, and he must win. If he wins, he can protect the Sixth Prince and his family. However, he is now in a state of utter chaos. He has only been in office for 1 day and has already encountered such a major event. He has no authority whatsoever, so how can he command these troops? Moreover, Duan Wen, the Marshal General of the City Defense Command, has been supporting Xiao Jingyuan both openly and secretly. Now that Xiao Jingyuan is attacking the capital, if he secretly opens the city gates and lets Xiao Jingyuan into the city, then they will all be finished. Lord Lu, I am aware of this matter. During this time, please make many suggestions to the Emperor to ensure a large supply of good weapons and provisions. I will fight to the very end and will never let Xiao Jingyuan invade." Tian Liang closed his eyes, and after a long while he said, "Lord Lu, please go back. I have military affairs to attend to." Having learned what Tian Liang was thinking, Lu Yiming felt reassured and said, "General Tian, don't worry. I'll go to the palace now to see the emperor and prepare plenty of provisions, military pay, and weapons. After saying this, Liu Yiming clasped his hands in a salute and left the city defense office. Tian Liang sat behind the desk, lost in thought for a long time, and finally opened his eyes and stood up. After leaving the government office, he arrived at the city wall with 30 trusted guards. As we walked along, we saw that the defenses on the city wall were not tense at all. There were not even rolling stones or logs. The soldiers squatted or sat in twos and threes chatting, not in a hurry at all. Upon seeing this, Tian Liang was furious. He stepped forward, grabbed his squad leader, slapped him hard across the face, and roared, "Whose men are you? Why aren't you on guard?" The sergeant turned his head and saw a general in armor glaring at him. He dared not disobey and said, "Reporting to the general, this humble general is under General Duan's command. These are all arranged by General Duan." "Duan won?" Tian Liang gripped the hilt of his knife, on the verge of exploding in rage. "Yes, this was all arranged by General Duan. Notify that guy surnamed Duan." Tian Liang gritted his teeth, the surrounding air instantly turning cold. "Tell him to get over here and see me." Chapter 110: A Show of Force. The squad leader didn't dare ask who Tian Liang was, so he simply said yes, and hurried off. Before long, Duan Wen, dressed in ordinary military uniform with the buttons undone and his chest exposed, walked over with 30 drunken leaders, swaying from side to side. "Which fool dares to call me over? Are they tired of living?" Duan Wen reeked of alcohol, his eyes slanted, completely disregarding Tian Liang. Duan Wen was a Wuwei general who managed the city defense department for 10 years. Apart from the Grand General of the city defense department, he was the most powerful general. Moreover, Duan Wen was extremely brave and strong, and most of the city defense commanders listened to him. This time, the former general of the city defense command was transferred, and in principle, he should have been promoted to the position of general of the city defense command. However, for some unknown reason, the emperor pardoned someone from the Dali Temple prison and sent him to serve as the general of the city defense command. Duan Wen was very dissatisfied and vowed that as soon as that Tian Liang arrived, he would give him a hard time. Coincidentally, at that moment, he heard a messenger bring news that Xiao Jingyuan was leading an army of 80,000 to attack the capital. Duan Wen has always had a close relationship with Xiao Jingyuan, and Xiao Jingyuan has tried his best to win him over. Therefore, Xiao Jingyuan has been grateful to Duan Wen for his kindness and support. The opportunity has arrived. Duan Wen can now repay Xiao Jingyuan's kindness. Now that Xiao Jingyuan has returned, if he opens the city gates and lets Xiao Jingyuan in, surrendering without a fight, then he will be a great hero to Xiao Jingyuan. Once Xiao Jingyuan becomes the new emperor, he will be promoted 3 ranks without a doubt. Therefore, on the first day that Tian Liang arrived to take office, Duan Wen feigned illness and did not attend Tian Liang's inauguration ceremony. He also secretly instructed his trusted generals to strictly control the city's garrison, waiting for Xiao Jingyuan to arrive. "Humph, you dare to call yourself I in front of this general?" Tian Liang glared at him angrily. "Ha, who do we have here? It's General Tian Liang, the defeated general who just escaped from the Dali Temple prison." Duan Wen showed no respect for Tian Liang, his words like knives stabbing straight into Tian Liang's heart. "Insolence!" Upon hearing Tian Liang's angry shout, dozens of guards around him gripped their sword hilts tightly. "Duan Wen, I ask you, when Xiao Jingyuan came to attack the capital, where were your defenses? Where was the fierce fire oil? Where were the rolling stones and logs? Tian Liang, stop giving orders here. All the soldiers in the city defense division are my trusted confidants. What right do you, a prisoner who just came out of the Dali Temple prison, have to point fingers here?" Duan Wen was determined to rebel with Xiao Jingyuan at this moment, so he didn't give Tian Liang any face at all. At this moment, all the soldiers on the city wall stood up, took out their weapons, and pointed them directly at Tian Liang and the others. Seeing that he was surrounded by his men, Duan Wen laughed heartily, completely disregarding Tian Liang. At this moment, in Duan Wen's eyes, Tian Liang was like a mouse with no tricks. In front of Duan Wen, who was a cat with immense power, even if he attacked, it would only be a struggle before death. Tian Liang's personal guards protected him and separated Duan Wen's soldiers. But the number of soldiers increased, and they all wore sinister smiles. As long as Duan Wen gives the order, they will swarm forward. Even if Tian Liang has his personal guards, what use will they be? Tian Liang was destined to die. "Hear my command, kill them!" Duan Wen shouted, pointing his finger directly at Tian Liang. "Kill dash!" Duan Wen's soldiers shouted and raised their weapons, charging towards Tian Liang and his men. "General, run!" The guards drew their swords, resisting the attacking soldiers as they slowly retreated. But at this moment, they were surrounded by soldiers in front and behind them, and no matter what, Tian Liang could not escape the encirclement. One by one, their personal guards were killed by them. Duan Wen followed coldly at a distance. He wanted to watch Tian Liang die with his own eyes. That way, even if the Imperial Guards and Imperial Army came from the palace, the City Defense Division under his control would not be able to defeat Duan Wen. In just a short while, the number of guards around him decreased from dozens to just a few. "General, it is our honor to die alongside you," a guard shouted, raising his sword and fiercely slashing at someone before being stabbed by the enemy and falling to the ground dead. "Duan Wen, you'll die a horrible death!" Tian Liang shouted, took out a throwing knife, and flung it at Duan Wen. However, Duan Wen was quite far away, and by the time the throwing knife reached Duan Wen, its speed had slowed considerably. Duan Wen reached out and gently caught it, laughing heartily. "Tian Liang, if you just call me Grandpa, I might spare your life." At this moment, Tian Liang's last personal guard was also killed, leaving Tian Liang alone to fight back with his broadsword. But after only a few rounds, his broadsword was knocked to the ground, and the soldiers swarmed forward, tied Tian Liang up, and brought him before Duan Wen. "Duan Wen, you traitor! You rebelled against the court and killed a high-ranking official! You will be executed sooner or later!" Tian Liang shouted angrily, spitting at Duan Wen. Duan Wen took out a handkerchief and wiped the drool off his face. A surge of anger rose in his heart, but Tian Liang was in his hands for the time being, so he couldn't kill him yet. Perhaps he could still be of use. "Tian Liang, if you weren't still of any use, I would have chopped your head off long ago." Duan Wen sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, "Take him away!" "Wait a minute, leave Tian Liang here!" Suddenly, 5 figures appeared on the city wall not far away. The leader was a handsome young man who held a strange sword in his hand and smiled at Duan Wen. "Who are you?" Duan Wen was very wary of the 5 people who suddenly appeared. He waved his command flag, and the soldiers surrounded the 4 of them in the middle. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you release Tian Liang." The young man in the lead smiled slightly. "General Shen Gao, stop wasting words with him. Let's charge in and take him away." The speaker was a fat, bald man holding a crescent-shaped shovel. "Yes, General Shen Gao," another middle-aged man said obsequiously, a fawning smile on his face. "Let's just kill all these little brats." The person who arrived was Shen Gao. He joined forces with Xiao Jingchen and followed closely behind Xiao Jingyuan's army. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Xiao Jingchen's troops went into hiding and sent Shen Gao to the capital to investigate. However, since the 4 men, including the fat monk, had just joined him, Shen Gao was not at all at ease letting them stay with Xiao Jingchen. Therefore, he led the fat slaughter monk and 3 other great perfection experts to speed up, weaving through Xiao Jingyuan's soldiers and avoiding layers of patrols, arriving in the capital an hour earlier than Xiao Jingyuan's army. Hearing the commotion on the city wall, they found a suitable spot with the 4 great perfection experts, and leaped onto the wall. Chapter 111 Establishing Authority. Duan Wen had never heard of General Shen Gao before, and the other 4 were either fat or thin, spoke in a sleazy manner, and were always talking about fighting and killing. They didn't seem like a lieutenant general at all. They were probably just some bandits. He was so angry at their conversation that he laughed, pointed at them, and grinned, saying, "Hey, you think you can take away that old scoundrel Tian Liang with just the 5 of you? Do you think the city's 50,000-strong garrison is just for show?" The fat monk wiggled his massive fat body, raised his crescent shovel, and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Aren't you all just for show? Didn't anyone notice that we were on the city wall? Yes, General Fei is right. You people are just for show. The other three tried their best to flatter Fat Monk. Duan Wen finally lost his temper. He waved his command flag, pointed it at them, and shouted, "Kill them!" The soldiers roared and charged forward. The Fat Monk, wielding a crescent shovel, led 3 great perfection cultivators to protect Shingao, blocking all attacks flawlessly. All that could be heard was a constant clanging sound. For some reason, the weapons in the soldiers' hands were taken away by these 4 men and thrown down the city wall. "Just knock them unconscious, don't kill them," Shingao said beside them. The Fat Monk shuddered and immediately smiled. "Don't worry, General Shen, I'll just knock them unconscious." The other 3 were also obedient, and dared not resist in the slightest. Duan Wen was astonished to find that these 4 people were so skilled in martial arts that they knocked out dozens of people in a short time. He raised the command flag in his hand, waved it forcefully, and shouted loudly, "Charge! Charge forward and kill them! That guy named Shingao is the leader of the 5 of them. We need to capture him first." Upon hearing Duan Wen shout, the Fat Monk paused, put down his crescent shovel, and revealed a meaningful smile. He then led the other 3 great perfection cultivators to make way for him. Thus, Shingao appeared in front of Duan Wen from a distance. "Kill him!" Duan Wen pointed the command flag at Shingao. Countless soldiers charged forward. They had struggled against the 4 men, but they knew that if they were determined, they would eventually be surrounded and killed. However, the young man in front of me was handsome and slender. Standing there, his clothes fluttered in the wind, he looked like a frail scholar. Do we really need so many soldiers to deal with someone like that? Perhaps only a dozen or so people could capture Shingao. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a series of bang sounds. Without exception, every soldier who attacked was sent flying by Shingao's bare hands. Hiss dash! Duan Wen took a deep breath. This young man was actually more powerful than the other 4. Who exactly is this person? Why have I never heard of it? While he was still in a daze, Shingao attacked Duan Wen like lightning. Duan Wen had no time to defend himself, nor could he possibly defend himself, when Shingao grabbed him, took his weapon, and threw him to the ground. Immediately, swordsmen and axemen stepped forward and bound Duan Wen. "Duan Wen has been captured! Everyone, lay down your weapons immediately, or you will be treated as traitors!" Shingao shouted, his powerful voice carrying far and wide. At this moment, 2 of Duan Wen's men pushed Tian Liang in front of the crowd, pointed their knives at him, and shouted sternly, "Release General Duan, or we will kill him!" The Fat Monk, with his protruding belly, laughed so hard his fat jiggled. "Ha ha ha, are you sure you can kill him?" The other 3 also burst into laughter, as if they had heard a very funny joke, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. "What are you all laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll really kill him!" Shingao didn't say a word, but nodded towards the Fat Monk. The Fat Monk understood, shouted, and a huge ball of flesh rolled over and instantly arrived in front of the 2 of them. With a flick of the crescent shovel, before the 2 men could even draw their blades, their heads had already fallen to the ground. Everyone was terrified by the Fat Monk's ferocious appearance. He watched helplessly as the Fat Monk grinned maliciously, kicked the 2 corpses away, grabbed Tian Liang with a casual grab, and instantly brought him to Shingao's side like a giant meatball. "General Shen, the person has been rescued." The Fat Monk's sinister smile immediately turned into a fawning one, and he bowed deeply, repeatedly trying to curry favor with Shingao. "Let him go," Shingao said softly, his hands behind his back. "Ah, good, good." Upon hearing Shingao's words, the 4 men acted as if they had received an imperial edict, and hurriedly untied all the ropes binding Tian Liang. Tian Liang finally caught his breath. Although he had never met Shingao, he had heard Xiao Jingchen mention him many times. Therefore, he quickly bowed respectfully to Shingao and said loudly, "General Tian Liang of the City Defense Command greets General Shen. Thank you for saving my life." "All right, time is of the essence now. Xiao Jingyuan is about to attack with his troops. You should take over the City Defense Command immediately." As long as you hold out for 3 days, we can attack from both inside and outside when my troops and the 6th Prince's troops arrive, and defeat Xiao Jingyuan. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, Tian Liang learned that the 6th Prince had already made contact with Shen Gao, and the two had joined forces. With this news, Tian Liang immediately cheered up. A pincer attack from both inside and outside, taking them by surprise, could completely defeat Xiao Jingyuan's army. Alright, I'll take over the city defense department now. Tian Liang immediately raised the token in his hand and shouted. I am Tian Liang, the newly appointed general of the City Defense Command bestowed by the Emperor. All officers of the rank of captain and above, come forward immediately for roll call. Immediately, a messenger came to receive the order and relayed Tian Liang's command. In just half an incense stick's time, 50 captains and 5 loyal generals stood before Tian Liang. They were far away, but they could all see what happened clearly. Duan acted perversely, betrayed the emperor, and secretly followed the rebellious prince Xiao Jingyuan. They were already very dissatisfied, but dared not speak out. Seeing that General Tian Liang had turned defeat into victory, they stepped forward without hesitation. Duan's loyal general, however, quietly retreated, trying to escape from there. A group of soldiers closely followed behind these loyal generals, protecting them. Shen Gao had already seen this, and he said softly to the 3 great perfection experts, Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, bring me their heads. Upon hearing Shen Gao's order, the 3 great perfection cultivators were overjoyed, like lapdogs, and roared, Your subordinates obey! As they spoke, the 3 of them ran wildly toward the fleeing people. Before the guards could even draw their swords, these loyal generals of Duan were beheaded in the blink of an eye. The 3 men carried more than a dozen severed heads as if they were carrying a dozen chamber pots, showing no fear whatsoever. They scurried up to Shen Gao, grinning obsequiously. General Shen, we have fulfilled our mission and cut off their heads. Chapter 112. A deep sense of fear. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The captain, General Wu Wei, and others standing in front of Tian Liang all witnessed everything. From then on, Duan purged all the core forces in the City Defense Division. The remaining soldiers were opportunistic and could not cause any trouble. They were destined to obey orders from above. These 3 incredibly skilled masters don't even have names. They were referred to as Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 by Shen Gao. These 3 people, who didn't even have names, were incredibly powerful, wiping out Duan's men in the blink of an eye. Anyone who disobeys orders will end up like these men. Shen Gao pointed to the severed heads on the waists of the 3 men, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3, and shouted in a deep voice. I will count to 3. 3. 2. Before a single word could be uttered, the captain, the general of martial prowess, and the others knelt down in unison. Greetings, General Tian. We swear to serve General Tian to the death. Tian Liang clasped his hands in a fist salute to Shen Gao, his face full of gratitude. He turned to the captains and generals and said, Get up. From now on, you will all take Duan's troops and add them to your ranks. Once we have destroyed Xiao Jingyuan, I will petition the Emperor to reward the meritorious generals among you without hesitation. Yes. Upon hearing Tian Liang's words, everyone immediately knelt on one knee and pledged their loyalty to him. With Tian Liang taking control of the City Defense Command, Duan's soldiers were all disorganized and incorporated into other units. Following the new plan, the soldiers began to work methodically, and large quantities of supplies for defending the city were transported to the city walls. The soldiers rallied and began their routine patrols and reconnaissance. With Shen Gao's intervention, Tian Liang finally gained full control of all power. After everything returned to normal, Tian Liang invited Shen Gao and the 4 fat monks into the secret room. Once the 6 of them were seated, Tian Liang once again thanked Shen Gao and the fat monk for their great help. He expressed deep gratitude in his words. Then Tian Liang asked the fat monk, General Fat, whose subordinate are you, and why are you so powerful? The fat monk gave an awkward smile, scratched his bald head, glanced at Shen Gao, and dared not speak. If General Tian asks you, just answer. Shen Gao glanced at the fat monk, who instinctively shrank his head. General Tian, Fat Slaughter Monk, was originally a bandit leader in Sha County, but I was later captured by Shao Jingyuan and made a general. Listening to the Fat Monk's introduction, Tian Liang learned that he was originally a bandit. He was first subdued by Lu Jinqing, but later, due to misfortune, he ate the Tai Sui and was promoted to a master of the great perfection of the acquired realm. They thought they were very powerful, but they never expected that Shen Gao would take on 6 of them at once and beat them so badly that they were running away in a panic. In order to survive, he had no choice but to surrender to Shen Gao. Later, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Ji Qingyang, Wei Yi, and Wei Er led the troops of Huangyan village and stormed into Shao Jingyuan's main camp. Meanwhile, Fat Monk and his 3 companions, number 1, number 2, and number 3, followed Shen Gao, joining Shao Jingchen and the troops of Blackwater City to go and protect the emperor. Along the way, Fat Monk and the 4 others, number 1, number 2, and number 3, disobeyed Shen Gao's orders and were beaten by him from time to time, just like beating 3-year-old children, making them cry with tears streaming down their faces. After several fights, the 4 members of the Fat Monk and his companions developed a deep sense of fear towards Shen Gao. Later on, they would listen attentively even if Shen Gao farted, and dared not disobey him in the slightest. Ha! Upon hearing the Fat Monk's words, Tian Liang burst into laughter, then clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said to Shen Gao, "Congratulations, General Shen, on gaining 4 more capable subordinates." Shen Gao waved his hand, looking very modest. "General Tian, they have found the true path, abandoning darkness for light. This is their own choice. General Tian, before we came here, we had already discussed it with His Highness the 6th Prince. As long as you hold out for 3 days, his army will attack Shao Jingyuan's rear camp at dawn on the 3rd day. As soon as you see them retreating, you must make a decisive move, lead your troops out and attack from both sides." "Yes, sir." Tian Liang clasped his hands in a fist salute to Shen Gao, agreeing to Shen Gao's suggestion. They were just about to arrange accommodations for the 6 of them, but Shen Gao disagreed. "General Tian, I must go to Minister Lu's residence immediately to see my father-in-law." Tian Liang immediately thought of Lu Yiming. Not long ago, Lu Yiming came to the city defense office and was driven away by him. He never expected that his life would be saved by Lu Yiming's son-in-law. "That would be very good," Tian Liang said awkwardly. "You should go quickly and return to camp as soon as you're done." Shao Jingyuan's troops arrived in the capital in just 1 hour. If it weren't for Shen Gao and the 5 Fat Monks, it would have been extremely difficult to defend the capital. Shen Gao nodded, stood up, and led the 4 men, Fat Monk, number 1, number 2, and number 3, out of the city defense headquarters camp. "Wait a minute," Tian Liang called out to Shen Gao again, whispering in his ear. "General Shen, I apologize for offending your father-in-law earlier. Please put in a good word for me." Shen Gao asked for details and couldn't help but chuckle. However, she nodded and agreed to Tian Liang's request. Watching Shen Gao leave, Tian Liang was extremely shocked. He wrote a memorial overnight about Shen Gao's rescue of him, and used a special imperial edict to send the memorial to the palace. Upon seeing such an important memorial, the imperial guards dared not be negligent in the slightest and delivered it to Emperor Yan Zhao overnight. Emperor Yan Zhao was feeling listless and was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard urgent footsteps outside. A messenger outside said anxiously, "Eunuch Li, there is a very important message from the city defense office. It needs to be reported to His Majesty for a decision." The eunuch shook his head and said in a shrill voice, "No, His Majesty has just finished reviewing memorials and is exhausted. He is taking a nap now and we cannot disturb him. However, this is an urgent message from the City Defense Command. Shao Jingyuan's army is about to attack the city. The letter and memorial from the City Defense Command must be presented to the Emperor for review immediately." The eunuch was also anxious. He shook his head repeatedly. "No, no! No matter how urgent it is, we must let the Emperor sleep for a while first." Unexpectedly, Emperor Yan Zhao, Shao Qingjia, had already been awakened by their conversation. Upon hearing that it was a memorial from the City Defense Bureau, he was immediately taken aback. Could it be that the City Defense Command failed to guard the city gates? Could it be that there's a traitor within the City Defense Command? Let him in, Emperor Yan Zhao said weakly. Yes, sir. The eavesdropper was too loud, so he had no choice but to call the messenger into the main hall. The messenger handed the sealed memorial to the eunuch, who then presented it to Emperor Yan Zhao. Emperor Yan Zhao quickly tore open the wax seal and took out the memorial to read. Duanwen rebelled, killing dozens of Tian Liang's guards and binding Tian Liang himself. Xin Gao, accompanied by 4 Grand Perfection experts, subdued Duanwen and annihilated all those who were determined to follow Duanwen, thus regaining control of the city. Xin Gao has come to the capital. Upon seeing this, Emperor Yan Zhao immediately ordered, "Move out all the Imperial Guards and bring Xin Gao before me at all costs." Chapter 113 Imperial Guards Search Overnight. Xin Gao, accompanied by 4 experts, bid farewell to Tian Liang and went straight to the residence of the Minister of Revenue. At this moment, Lu Yiming, the Minister of Revenue, was sitting in his study, sighing and thinking about his 6 daughters. He also thought that Xin Gao was a master of the Great Perfection realm, and would definitely protect them. Thinking of herself and her younger sister, Consort Lu, both surrounded by Shao Jingyuan and unable to escape, she couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Just then, a servant knocked on the study door, his voice filled with excitement. "Master, the son-in-law has arrived, and he's brought 4 experts with him." "What? Xin Gao is here?" Lu Yiming stood up abruptly. He strode forward, opened the study door, and asked, "Where are they?" "Reporting to you, sir, they are in the living room, and the butler is making them tea." Lu Yiming was both shocked and angry. How could Xin Gao be so insensible? With 80,000 troops besieging the capital, he still came here. This is clearly a case of lambs being led to the slaughter. Upon entering the living room, one could see Xin Gao sitting leisurely, drinking tea, with 4 burly men standing obediently beside him. Upon seeing this, Xin Gao quickly stood up and greeted Lu Yiming. "Greetings, father-in-law." Lu Yiming waved his hand and said anxiously, "Son-in-law, where are my 6 daughters?" "I'm living quite well in Kaoshan village," Xin Gao said with a smile. "With such chaos and war, why aren't you protecting them? What are you doing running into this quagmire? Hurry up and leave, while there's still a chance before the army besieges the city." Lu Yiming was furious. This son-in-law was unreliable. In such a chaotic world, instead of protecting his wife, he came here to fish in troubled waters. "Lord Lu, with General Xin here, even the Heavenly King himself cannot breach the capital." Fat Monk stood behind Xin Gao, his large belly protruding, his thick beard opening and closing. His rough voice immediately rang out. Lu Yiming was startled and took a step back, thinking to himself that this person had a fierce aura and was just like a ruthless bandit. The 3 people beside him echoed, "Lord Lu, don't be afraid. With General Xin here, Shao Jingyuan should prepare to die." Seeing that these 4 men were so strong and powerful, and yet all of them treated his son-in-law with such respect, Lu Yiming asked, "Son-in-law, who are these 4? "They're all my men." Xin Gao didn't even bother to tell Lu Yiming the name of the fat monk. "Father-in-law, you don't need to worry. Shao Jingyuan really can't cause any trouble." Hearing Xin Gao's words, Lu Yiming's expression softened slightly. He quickly ordered people to prepare wine and dishes and personally accompanied Xin Gao and the fat monk to drink. The fat butcher monk shouted, "Bring me a big bowl. Today I'm going to gulp down 10 bowls." Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 chimed in. "That's right. Let's bring out 3 big jars of wine first. We're going to get completely drunk tonight." Xin Gao glared at him and lightly slapped his hand on the table. The fat butcher monk and the 3 others trembled in fright. He quickly took a step back and said awkwardly, "General Xin, we won't drink. We won't drink tonight." Lu Yiming was taken aback when he saw this. This fat man was probably not at the Great Perfection stage, but he was not far from it. Yet they were so afraid of their son-in-law. It seems the son-in-law's skills have improved considerably. Feeling more at ease, I still took out some good wine to offer them. Just as I was drinking, I suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps outside. Lu Yiming was taken aback. What was happening outside? Just then, a servant rushed in, his voice urgent. Master, something terrible has happened. A large number of Imperial Guards have stormed in, saying they're looking for the young master. Before he could finish speaking, several Imperial Guard leaders followed behind the servants, their eyes fixed on Shin Gao. Greetings, Lord Lu! Greetings, Lord Shin! Several Imperial Guard leaders clasped their hands in greeting to Lu Yiming and Shin Gao. Shin Gao thought to himself, this is bad. He forgot to instruct Tian Liang, and it must have been Tian Liang who reported everything that happened today to the Emperor. Therefore, Emperor Yan Zhao issued an edict to invite Shin Gao over. Really? After bowing, a member of the Imperial Guard said to Shin Gao, Lord Shin, His Majesty requests your presence for medical treatment. Shin Gao was truly helpless at this moment. The Emperor's illness was not incurable, but it required a bowl of spiritual liquid. However, the gourd can only produce 1 bowl of spiritual liquid per day, and only a dozen or so drops of this liquid can be produced each day. The rest must be consumed to temper one's body. If he continues to refine his body for 365 days, he will be able to refine it to the innate realm, thus becoming the first person in the Great Yan dynasty to reach the innate realm. In this way, he wouldn't have to fear anyone in the Great Yan dynasty, and no one could bully him. Therefore, this spiritual liquid could not cure Emperor Yan Zhao's illness, and Emperor Yan Zhao was destined to live only for such a short time. However, now Emperor Yan Zhao has summoned Shin Gao to treat his illness overnight. What will Shin Gao think? Once Emperor Yan Zhao learns that his life is short, will he blame Shin Gao for not being able to cure his illness? They might even kill Shin Gao. What if Shin Gao conceals this from Emperor Yan Zhao and commits the crime of deceiving the emperor? Lord Shin, please move along. The Imperial Guard stepped forward again to urge Shin Gao. Having no other choice, Shin Gao set off with Fat Slaughter Monk and number 1, number 2, and number 3. Lord Shin, these 4 people should remain at the minister's residence. No unrelated persons are allowed to enter the palace, the head of the Imperial Guard said in a deep voice. Shin Gao was worried about the 4 fat monks. If he left, the 4 fat monks would be left unchecked and might rebel in the capital. Shin Gao acted swiftly, sealing the acupoints of the 4 men, the fat monk and the other 2, with his inner energy, and then ordered his men to tie them up with ropes, turning them into 4 large rice dumplings. Fat monk, I'm sorry to trouble you for now. I'll release your pressure points once I return from the palace. Shin Gao patted the fat monk's head and said with concern. Lord Shin, please release us. We promise to obey you and not cause any trouble here. The fat monk, bound by Shin Gao, dared not resist and could only beg Shin Gao. Lu Yiming was puzzled by what he saw, and the Imperial Guard leaders were also very surprised by Shin Gao's actions. Son-in-law, these 4 are your men, why did you tie them up? Lu Yiming asked in confusion, while several Imperial Guard leaders also listened carefully. Father-in-law, these 4 are notorious bandits who defected to Shao Jingyuan. I captured them, but they haven't fully submitted yet. Therefore, I have no choice but to tie them up. Lord Shin, please release us. The 4 of us will serve as your retainers and follow you for life. We will never betray you. If we do, we would rather be torn to pieces by you. The fat butcher monk was bound and could only plead desperately. No, wait until Shao Jingyuan's army arrives, then you must kill Shao Jingyuan's men and offer your pledge of loyalty before I will officially take you 4 in. Shin Gao showed no respect to the fat monk, ignoring the 4 of them, and went to the palace with the Imperial Guards. Chapter 114 Coma. As Shin Gao walked, he pondered how to deal with the troublesome emperor. Before long, Shin Gao entered the palace, passed through several gardens, and arrived at the emperor's residence. Emperor Yan Zhao was lying on his bed when he heard someone outside report that Shin Gao had arrived. He was overjoyed and pressed down on the edge of the bed to sit up. Please invite Minister Shin in to speak. Emperor Yan Zhao's voice was weak, but the eunuch still heard it, and quickly invited Shin Gao in. Several bright torches were lit, illuminating the room. Shin Gao entered and paid his respects to Emperor Yan Zhao. Emperor Yan Zhao slowly raised his hand. Minister Shen, now that you're here, I can finally relax. After bowing, Shen Gao slowly walked up to Emperor Yan Zhao and looked at him, only to find that his face had turned deathly pale. Shen Gao placed his fingers on Emperor Yan Zhao's wrist, and the gourd immediately cried out, "Master, this old man is doomed. He has at most 10 days left to live. If he gets a little shock, he'll be gone in 3 to 5 days. Shen Gao secretly spoke to the gourd. "Princess Gourd, tell me, what is the specific reason for this?" "Master, the old man's most serious problem is actually the poison. He is poisoned so deeply that it has penetrated into his bone marrow and there is no cure. However, if you are willing to give him a bowl of spiritual liquid, it can not only save his life, but also allow him to live for another 20 years. Shen Gao shook his head inwardly. Even if he had a bowl of extra spiritual liquid, he couldn't possibly use it to save the emperor's life. These elixirs can only be used on those who need them most. For a long time, Shen Gao's fingers remained on Emperor Yan Zhao's wrist, and he did not remove them. He was communicating with the gourd in his mind and forgot to remove his fingers. At this moment, Emperor Yan Zhao saw that Shen Gao had his eyes closed, his brows furrowed, and he was shaking his head from time to time, and he had a bad feeling. "Minister Shen, is there any hope for my illness?" Emperor Yan Zhao asked when Shen Gao moved his finger away. Shen Gao hesitated for a moment, wondering what to say. He used to boast that he could cure the disease, but now he could only watch as Emperor Yan Zhao drew closer and closer to death. "Minister Shen, speak the truth. I am not afraid of death." Upon seeing this, Emperor Yan Zhao's bad premonition grew stronger. Shen Gao thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. He knelt down again. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Suddenly a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, and an imperial guard shouted loudly, "Xiao Jingyuan's army has arrived and has begun the siege." Puff dash! Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan Zhao was so angry that his eyes bulged out, and he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood, which landed on the silk quilt on the bed, instantly leaving a huge blood flower. Then, he suddenly fainted. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Several eunuchs rushed forward, helped Emperor Yan Zhao up, and slowly lowered him down. Shen Gao quickly took out a drop of spiritual liquid, dripped it into half a bowl of water, and slowly gave it to Emperor Yan Zhao to drink. After a while, Emperor Yan Zhao slowly opened his eyes. "Minister Shen." Emperor Yan Zhao's spirits had improved slightly, and he gestured for Shen Gao to step forward. "It seems my illness is incurable." "Your Majesty, your illness is caused by toxins entering your bone marrow that cannot be expelled. You have at most 6 months to live." "Minister Shen, don't lie to me. I know everything about my body." Emperor Yan Zhao was breathing heavily, his face was dark, and he was suffering from heart failure. "Guards, remember my last words." Emperor Yan Zhao ordered several eunuchs to come over and take up their pens. He was breathing heavily. If Xiao Jingyuan hadn't secretly poisoned him, he could have lived for at least another 10 years. In 10 years, he could cultivate an excellent emperor. Unfortunately, he didn't have time. He had more than a dozen princes, several of whom died young. Xiao Jingyuan rebelled against the court, and Xiao Jingchen led troops in the field, suffering several defeats in succession. There are very few other princes, not even one who is fit to inherit the throne. Now if the 6th prince can fight his way back from outside, drive Xiao Jingyuan away, and protect the capital, then Emperor Yan Zhao will pass the throne to the 6th prince. Thinking of this, Emperor Yan Zhao slowly said, "My days are numbered. What I care about most is the traitor Xiao Jingyuan who killed me. Among my many princes, whichever prince relieves the siege of the capital and drives away or kills Xiao Jingyuan, I will pass the throne to him." While weeping silently, the chief eunuch wrote down Emperor Yan Zhao's words on the imperial edict without missing a single one, and then stamped it with a large vermilion seal. Shen Gao heard Emperor Yan Zhao's words clearly and then carefully examined the imperial edict, finding it to be exactly the same as what Emperor Yan Zhao had said. Then he watched as the chief eunuch stamped the imperial seal on the emperor and carefully put away the edict. Emperor Yan Zhao glanced at the imperial edict and finally felt relieved, then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, civil and military officials who came to attend the morning court session gathered in the Golden Hall. Emperor Yan Zhao slept for a night and felt a little better, but he could only lie on the bed and couldn't move at all. Shen Gao's spiritual liquid has lost all its effect. The ministers waited for a long time, but the emperor did not come to preside over the morning court. Instead, the chief eunuch walked up to them with an imperial edict in hand and a gloomy face. "Your Excellencies, His Majesty is unwell and unable to attend court for the time being. Prime Minister Pei Jing will preside over the affairs of the court. This is the imperial decree." The chief eunuch announced the imperial decree and went to Emperor Yan Zhao's palace without looking back, not wanting to leave for even a moment. Shen Gao also kept watch all night, but he sat quietly outside and took the opportunity to secretly practice his internal energy and martial arts techniques all night. The next morning, I felt no fatigue at all. In fact, I was even more energetic than usual. After a while, Prime Minister Pei Jingji, accompanied by several first-rank officials, came to the emperor's bedchamber to pay their respects. At this moment, Emperor Yan Zhao was repeatedly frightened, and his qi and blood were damaged, causing the poison to take effect. He was lying on the bed, motionless, and had already fallen into a coma. "Your Majesty, we have come to visit you. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. We beg your Majesty to appoint a new emperor," Pei Jingji cried loudly, but Emperor Yan Zhao did not react at all. "Your Excellency," the chief eunuch said, "last night the emperor issued an imperial edict, which stated that among the many princes, whoever can lift the siege of the capital or kill Shao Jingyuan will be the new emperor." "Absurd, utterly absurd," Pei Jingji said to the chief eunuch. "The emperor could not possibly have issued such an edict. It must have been fabricated by you people with no evidence. Now, apart from Shao Jingqin, who is leading troops outside, the other princes are all too young. How can they lead troops into battle? This is clearly a scheme by you to collude with the sixth prince and hand over the throne to him." Upon hearing Pei Jingji speak like this, Shen Gao knew that the emperor's chosen successor was not the sixth prince. He gave a cold laugh and said to Pei Jingji, "Hey, Prime Minister, then who do you think the emperor will pass the throne to?" Chapter 115 The Pledge of Allegiance. Pei Jingji sneered and ignored Shen Gao's words. Shen Gao's rank here is too low, while Pei Jingji is a first-rank official. Furthermore, Pei Jingji's daughter, Pei Baihe, wanted to marry Lu Yiming, but the marriage fell through after Shen Gao interfered. The father and daughter hated Shen Gao to the core, so how could they possibly give him a good look now? At this time, Prince Lai, Shao Chunlai, came to see the emperor early in the morning and happened to see Prime Minister Pei Jingji being rude to Shen Gao. He pretended not to see it, walked up to the emperor, cried out and knelt down. "Brother, my brother, you must get better. If you leave, who will be able to control those corrupt officials who cause trouble?" Pei Jingji knew that Shao Chunlai was trying to make things difficult for him, so his face immediately hardened. "Prince Lai, who are those corrupt officials who cause trouble? What evidence do you have?" Pei Jingji retorted. Prince Lai glared at him. "I'm talking about you. The emperor is still breathing, and you dare to change the imperial edict without authorization. Aren't you afraid that the emperor will sentence you to death?" The 11-year-old 10th prince was arranged by Shao Qingzha to become Pei Jingji's apprentice and learn the ways of officialdom. Over the years, Pei Jingji has been extremely satisfied with him and believes that the 10th prince will definitely have the potential to become an emperor in a few years. He often whispered in Shao Qingzha's ear how good and intelligent the 10th prince was, and even Shao Qingzha believed that the 10th prince would definitely be a candidate for the next emperor within 10 years. Unexpectedly, Shao Qingzha suddenly died. He believed that the emperor would definitely pass the throne to the 10th prince, rather than choosing whichever prince could defeat Shao Jingyuan. This is clearly a move to make the sixth prince, Shao Jingqin, emperor. This is not the emperor's original intention at all. These eunuchs must have colluded with Shen Gao and altered the emperor's edict without authorization. "Do I have to spell out your unauthorized alteration of the imperial edict?" Pei Jingji said aggressively, showing no respect for the prince. He pointed at the crowd and shouted, The Emperor has decreed that I preside over the administration of the court. If you have forged this edict, I will expose it at the court assembly. Just you wait. With that, Pei Jingji led several ministers to leave. Wait a minute, Chen Gao said coldly, seeing that if Pei Jingji was not brought under control soon, the situation would change. The Emperor hasn't spoken yet, and you're already spouting nonsense. Then let the Emperor speak to you. The Emperor is currently unconscious, how can he speak? Pei Jingji sneered twice. Chen Gao stopped wasting words with Pei Jingji. He stepped forward, grasped the Emperor's hand, and injected a surge of internal energy into the Emperor's body, protecting his mental energy and increasing the heart's pumping function. Call dash! The Emperor suddenly exhaled heavily and slowly opened his eyes. Although he was unconscious, he could still hear what the people around him were saying, but he couldn't speak or move. Now that Chen Gao has infused him with his internal energy, he can speak again. Pei Jingji, as long as Xiao Jingqian can lead his troops to defeat Xiao Jingyuan, I will pass the throne to Xiao Jingqian. Your Majesty! Upon hearing the Emperor speak these words, Pei Jingji had no choice but to kneel down, weeping bitterly. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Chen Gao snorted coldly, loosened his grip, and the Emperor immediately fell into a coma again. My dear son-in-law, your methods are becoming more and more astonishing. The more I look at you, the more I admire you. Prince Lai laughed heartily in front of Pei Jingji, seeing that Chen Gao had resolved the problem effortlessly. He pulled Chen Gao along, calling him, My dear son-in-law, and said, Come quickly with me to see Lingxi. She misses you terribly, ha ha ha. Pei Jingji was so angry at their words that he couldn't say a word and left in a huff. Chen Gao said, Father-in-law, Xiao Jingyuan has been attacking the city for a whole night now, and the fighting has never stopped. I must go to the city defense headquarters to check on things. If necessary, I will definitely take action to subdue Xiao Jingyuan. Xiao Qinglai nodded and said, My good son-in-law, you should go quickly. You must not let the capital fall into Xiao Jingyuan's hands. Chen Gao nodded, and then told the chief eunuch that if anything happened, he could send someone to the city defense office to find him. He then left the palace and immediately returned to the residence of the Minister of Revenue. Fat Monk and the other four were still tied up there. As soon as they saw Chen Gao return, Fat Monk shouted, General Shen, please release us. Our hands and feet are numb from being tied up. After loosening the ropes binding them, Chen Gao led them up the city wall without stopping. The battle continued, and the City Defense Command, under Tian Liang's command, barely managed to hold on. However, at this time, Xiao Jingyuan's attack became more and more urgent, and the city defense troops began to show signs of fatigue. If the fighting continued, it would not be long before Xiao Jingyuan broke through their defenses. Chen Gao calculated that in another day, Xiao Jingqian's troops would launch an attack from behind them, catching Xiao Jingyuan off guard by attacking from both inside and outside. General Shen, you've finally arrived! Upon seeing Chen Gao, Tian Liang greeted him with a salutation, as if he had seen a savior. Chen Gao gestured to the fat monk behind him. It's your turn to go on stage. Fat monk knew that Chen Gao now wanted them to kill Xiao Jingyuan's men and submit a pledge of loyalty before they could truly surrender. He had no choice but to lead the three men, number 1, number 2, and number 3, to leap onto the city wall, raise their crescent shovels, shout loudly, and begin to kill the soldiers who were attacking the city. The fat butcher monk? The leaders of Xiao Jingyuan's attack, both big and small, recognized the fat butcher monk's obese body and were immediately shocked. Oh no! The fat butcher monk has betrayed His Highness! The news quickly reached Xiao Jingyuan, who was directing the battle with He Qinhu. Beside them stood a Taoist priest with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in Taoist robes. The fat butcher monk has rebelled? Xiao Jingyuan was also shocked when he heard the news. So, all 6 of them, who were at the great perfection level, were actually defeated by Chen Gao. Did all 6 of them surrender, or is only the fat butcher monk left? Xiao Jingyuan immediately led He Qinhu and the Taoist priest beside him, mounted their war horses, and galloped forward. When he was only 300 paces away from the city wall, Xiao Jingyuan could clearly see the 4 fat monks on the wall. "That damn fat pig! How dare he betray me!" Xiao Jingyuan gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear them to pieces. "Master Xuanji." Xiao Jingyuan turned his head and bowed respectfully to the white-haired, youthful-looking Taoist priest. "I request that you take action and eliminate those 4 traitors." "Master," the young man standing next to those 4 is Shen Gao. "He killed junior brother Lu and injured me. Please avenge your disciple." He Qinhu was grinding his teeth so hard he wanted to chew Shen Gao's bones to dust. Master Xuanji nodded slightly. "This kid dared to kill my disciple, he must be tired of living. Please allow me to go and bring him their heads." With that, Master Xuanji leaped from his horse, landing on the shoulders of the soldiers, and gracefully flew towards the walls of the imperial capital. Chapter 116. Etian is actually a person's name. Hiss dash! Shen Gao was leisurely watching the 4 fat monks slaughter the attackers when he suddenly saw someone rushing towards the city wall like a bolt of lightning. This speed is as fast as flying down a sword. Even with the tempering of spiritual liquid, Shen Gao cannot reach this speed for the time being. "Master!" Shen Gao took a deep breath. He never expected that such a powerful expert was hidden in Xiao Jingyuan's army. Given Shen Gao's state of perfect enlightenment after birth, defeating him is almost impossible. Only by using the Etian flying sword can we have a chance of winning. "Fat monk, Shen Gao, come and die!" Xuanji Taoist, who was still in midair, shouted and charged forward. The fat monk was the first to be hit, and was knocked down by his palm. He rolled several times on the ground, spitting out blood, and collapsed to the side. Shen Gao rushed forward to protect the 3 great perfection cultivators, and with all his might, he desperately clashed palms with Xuanji Taoist. A tremendous force struck, and Shen Gao was forced to retreat repeatedly by Master Xuanji. His body was pushed against the wall by the force before he finally stopped. This old Taoist priest is really powerful. Shen Gao is relying on the spiritual liquid to temper his body, so this palm strike won't kill him for the time being. He pressed against the wall, leaped forward, and charged towards Master Xuanji. After some probing attacks, both sides had a general idea of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and were now attacking without any scruples. Just then, He Qinhu also rushed over and attacked using the cloud ladder. He Qinhu turned his gaze to number 1, number 2, and number 3. These 3 were subordinates of Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and Fat Slaughter Monk. In order for them to kill Xiao Jingqin, Xiao Jingyuan fed them Tai Sui and raised them to the great perfection of the acquired realm. Unexpectedly, even with their 6 great perfection realm cultivators, they couldn't defeat Shen Gao and Ji Qingyong. Number 1, where are Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang? He Qinhu jumped onto the city wall and looked at number 1 and the others. General He, we were forced into this situation. Please give us a chance to surrender again now. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 were terrified of He Qinhu. Because He Qinhu is Lu Jinqing's senior brother, his skills are definitely no worse than Lu Jinqing's. Especially the fat monks, when they thought about how Lu Jinqing had hung them on the trees, felt utterly hopeless. Hey, you 3 have gone back on your word. You just surrendered to Shen Gao, and now you want to surrender to us? Do you want to be slaves to 4 masters? He Qinhu refused their surrender again and shouted, "You 4, come and die!" Before he finished speaking, He Qinhu leaped into the air and charged towards the 4 of them. The fat monk was injured by the Taoist Xuanji and could not move. He thought to himself that he was going to die here. Death ends all, and in the next life I will only be an ordinary citizen, and I will never fight or kill again. At this moment, number 1, number 2, and number 3 suddenly drew their knives from their waists and shouted, "If He Qinhu won't let us surrender, we'll kill him!" The only way for the 3 of them to survive is to bravely go forward and kill He Qinhu. But the 3 of them had forcibly raised their cultivation levels, and their martial arts skills were too low. Even if they joined forces, how could they possibly be a match for He Qinhu? Although He Qinhu did not follow the orthodox path, his martial arts skills were genuinely honed through hard work and reached perfection through his own true abilities. The 3 people, including number 1, were far inferior to him. With just one move, He Qinhu forced the three men to retreat repeatedly. At most, one more move would be enough to force them off the city wall. He Qinhu, take this! Shin Gao had already noticed the three of them were in trouble from the corner of his eye. He immediately raised the Yi Tian's sword, turned around and shot back, forcing He Qinhu away. Under pressure from Shin Gao, He Qinhu had no choice but to turn around and defend himself. This gave Master Xuanji an opportunity. Taking advantage of Shin Gao's momentary lapse in attention, he suddenly swept his palm towards Shin Gao. Shin Gao dodged quickly, but was still hit by the palm strike, tumbling twice before finally standing up. Master Xuanji stared at the sword in Shin Gao's hand, looking at it carefully. Why did this sword have a feeling of being familiar? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? I just can't remember it for the time being. However, Master Xuanji had no time to think about it, because after Shin Gao forced He Qinhu away, he protected the fat monk and the other 4 people behind him. He rubbed the spot where he had been hit. Although it hadn't caused any injury, Master Xuanji's palm really hurt like hell. General Shen, are you injured? Fat monk had just coughed up blood after being beaten. He thought that as long as He Qinhu made a move, they would surely die. However, Shin Gao protected them with the idea that even if he was injured, he would save them. For the first time, gratitude welled up in the fat monk's heart. Since he had been in this world, this was the first person to risk his life to save them, and he was their former enemy. It's all right, I can handle it. Shin Gao stared intently at Master Xuanji and He Qinhu, saying, You two rest for a while, and we'll talk after I've dealt with them. General Shin, you should leave now. The fat monk swallowed the mouthful of blood that welled up in his mouth and said in a muffled voice, You are no match for Xuanji and He Qinhu. If you escape with your life, you can avenge us in the future. The fat monk slowly stood up, raised the crescent shovel in his hand, took a deep breath, and shouted, Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, let's work together to hold off that stinky Taoist Xuanji and that bastard He Qinhu, and let General Shen retreat. Ha ha ha, fat monk, you've only surrendered a few days ago, yet you're already putting on such a show of loyalty. It's laughable. He Qinhu laughed heartily, and together with Master Xuanji on either side, they slowly walked towards them. Today, none of you can escape. This is your death day. With that, he and Master Xuanji leaped into the air and charged towards the 5 people. Shin Gao watched coldly, thinking to himself that he had to use any means to save his life. With a thought, 70 flying swords suddenly appeared in his hand, flying everywhere and shooting towards Master Xuanji and He Qinhu. The flying sword, it's the Yi Tian flying sword! Suddenly, Master Xuanji cried out, abandoning his attack. He grabbed He Qinhu and dodged in a hurry, but the remaining flying swords could not be avoided. Suddenly, a large, jet-black umbrella appeared in Master Xuanji's hand, blocking several Yi Tian flying swords. Shin Gao was greatly surprised. He never expected that Master Xuanji would have such a powerful weapon that could block Yi Tian's flying sword. Boy, who is Yi Tian to you? Why is his flying sword in your hands? Master Xuanji asked Shin Gao warily, holding an umbrella in his hand. Shin Gao only realized now that Yi Tian was actually a person's name. He had thought it was the name of a flying sword. His eyes darted around, and he chuckled. Yi Tian is my master. He taught me the flying sword technique precisely to deal with a worthless Taoist like you. Yi Tian is actually his master. Master Xuanji was shocked and immediately took 3 steps back. Look around, just in case Yi Tian suddenly appears. Chapter 117 Life Hangs by a Thread. I never imagined that Yi Tian was still alive, and that he had even taken on such a powerful disciple. Master Xuanji focused his attention on looking around, fearing that Yi Tian might suddenly appear in front of him on his flying sword. Yi Tian's greatest strength lies in his ability to fly on a sword. This is the first person since the Great Wu Dynasty to be able to ride a flying sword. Later, he was besieged by hundreds of innate masters and fled to the Great Yan Dynasty. After that, he was never seen again. Nearly 50 years have passed, and now there is news of Yi Tian again. From the Great Wu Dynasty to the Great Yan Dynasty, a wide river separated them, and people traveled between the south and north banks of the river by boat. Only Yi Tian could fly across the river in a very short time. "Disciple, retreat!" Without hesitation, Master Xuanji immediately jumped off the city wall with He Qinhu and left the battlefield without looking back. The army was already exhausted, and seeing that even their commander couldn't win, they all retreated in a flash. Shen Gao was baffled. He had used all 70 flying swords at once, which was already at his limit, but he did not expect to scare the old Taoist priest away. However, the old Taoist's skill level far surpassed Shen Gao's, and even if Shen Gao had a flying sword, he might not be his match. But he was so afraid. It seems that the person named Yi Tian must have frightened him. Shen Gao immediately consulted with Tian Liang and ordered the army to open the city gates wide and pursue the fleeing soldiers. Shen Gao ordered someone to help the fat butcher monk, and then dripped a drop of spiritual liquid into a bowl, added half a bowl of water, and gave it to the fat butcher monk to drink. After drinking the spiritual liquid, the fat monk felt his internal injuries rapidly healing. Shen Gao handed the fat butcher monk over to Tian Liang, and together with number 1, number 2, and number 3, he rushed down and charged into the fleeing soldiers. Like 4 ferocious wolves pouncing into a flock of sheep. Just then, Xiao Jingchen's army arrived ahead of schedule. They had already witnessed Xiao Jingyuan's defeat, and disregarding their exhaustion, they led him and the troops of Blackwater City straight up to attack. Caught between two forces, Xiao Jingyuan suffered an even faster defeat. His supposedly 100,000 troops were reduced to only 30,000, who then retreated south. But when they arrived in Yi County, they discovered that the county seat had been taken over by Xiao Jingchen's men. Finally, they encountered a scout who came to report, informing Xiao Jingyuan that Shen Gao had seized the 3 counties of Lingnan. Xiao Jingyuan was taken aback. The land they had worked so hard to conquer had actually been taken away by Shen Gao. Remembering how Shen Gao had forced Xuanji Daoist and He Qinhu to retreat repeatedly, he dared not go south any further. Instead, he led the remaining 50,000 troops straight east. Xiao Jingchen and Tian Liang finally reunited. They were overjoyed to see each other and told each other about their situations since they parted. Shen Gao had already spotted the Blackwater City Lord, who was also his wife Ding Xiang, secretly watching him. Shen Gao waved his hand, and Ding Xiang smiled, pulling 6 beauties from behind her as they rushed towards Shen Gao. Holy crap! Shen Gao was taken aback. All 6 of his wives from Kaoshan village had come. Lu Xuyan, Lu Shatong, and Lu Shuyao, each with tears in their eyes, rushed forward. My husband! My husband! The crowd surrounded Shen Gao and threw themselves into his arms. Ladies, what brings you here? Shen Gao asked with a smile. Husband, my elder sister says she misses you. Lu Shuwan smiled slightly, then suddenly opened her arms and jumped into Shen Gao's embrace, hugging him tightly with her arms and legs. Husband, I miss you too. After embracing for a while, Shen Gao finally let go of Lu Shuwan, then took Lu Shutong's hand and pulled her aside, saying, Little Shutong, thank you for your hard work. Lu Shutong's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but hug Shen Gao, saying softly, Husband, it's not hard. No one dared to bully us along the way. Because all those who bullied us were killed by third sister. Lu Shuwan quietly came to the two of them and said mischievously, However, no one knows that third sister knows martial arts except us. Shen Gao nodded. The sextuplets seemed very united, which was extremely beneficial for Shen Gao. Afterwards, Shen Gao embraced Lu Shuyao, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shupei one by one. The huge war scene was greatly diminished by the heartwarming scene of Shen Gao with his 7 wives. Shuyan, you and your sisters should stay at the minister's residence first. Your husband and the 6th prince have urgent matters to attend to. You'll be waiting for your husband tonight. Shen Gao and the sextuplets have been married for so long, but he has not yet shared a room with Lu Shuyan, Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shupei. She first secretly had a relationship with Lu Shuwan, but Lu Shuwan ruined it. After that, she started to get busy, and even now, as the eldest sister, Lu Shuyan is still a virgin. My husband, I'm here for my period. Big sister, don't lie to us. Your period ended 6 days ago. Now is the perfect time to get pregnant. Hurry up and have a child with your husband. The sixth sister, Lu Shuan, smiled and pushed Shen Gao in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian's face turned bright red, and she couldn't say a word. Tonight, is the long-awaited event finally about to happen? She covered her face, turned around, stomped her foot, and was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Shen Gao smiled, but he still had important things to do. Because Xiao Jingchen was still waiting for him. The two of them went down the city wall together, and headed towards the imperial palace in the capital. Seeing that it was the sixth prince who had been away for a long time, and that the emperor's decree had long been spread throughout the palace, the imperial guards bowed to Xiao Jingchen with great respect. The two entered the palace and went to Xiao Qingzhao's bedroom. At this moment, the old doctors Su, Wang, and Tian, among others, were all waiting outside the door. Some civil and military officials also stood there anxiously. Even consort Luigi stood quietly to the side. She was overjoyed to see her son, weathered by life's hardships, standing alongside Shen Gao. Her son has grown much taller, and is very heroic. As expected of someone the emperor has chosen, he defeated Xiao Jingyuan so quickly, forcing them to leave the capital. How is the emperor? Shen Gao summoned the old physician Su and asked softly. Master, the emperor hasn't woken up since this morning. He's just clinging to life, and it seems unlikely he'll make it through the night. As expected of the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, Dr. Su's judgment was astonishing. What he said was exactly the same as Hulu's judgment, without any difference. General Shen, please accompany me inside to see Father Emperor. Xiao Jingqing gestured for Shen Gao to follow him, and together they walked to Xiao Qingzhao's bedside. Thump! Upon seeing the emperor lying on the bed, Xiao Jingqing's face turned deathly pale, his chest heaving slightly. He was instantly heartbroken and knelt down abruptly. Father, I'm late. I've already joined forces with General Shen to defeat Xiao Jingyuan from both inside and outside. The siege of the capital has been lifted. Father, you must recover. The fate of the great Yan dynasty still rests with you. Overwhelmed by the sight, Xiao Jingqing burst into tears. Suddenly, Xiao Qingzhao's eyes twitched, and he slowly opened them. Chapter 118 The Fall of an Emperor. Father! Upon seeing Xiao Qingzhao open his eyes, Xiao Jingqing immediately rushed over and tightly grasped Xiao Qingzhao's hand, exclaiming, Father, you're awake? You're finally awake! The voice was so excited that it didn't sound fake at all. Father, please get well soon. The great Yan dynasty still needs your control. Xiao Qingzhao's lips moved slightly, as if he were saying something, but no one could hear a word. At this moment, Dr. Su, Dr. Tian, Dr. Wang, and others came to his side. Luigi's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she looked like a ripe peach. The other imperial concubines also brought their young princes to see Xiao Qingzhao off on his final journey. Even Xiao Qinglai arrived, followed by Princess Xiaolingxi. Father, what did you say? Speak slowly. Xiao Jingqing couldn't hear a single word and was extremely anxious. But he couldn't be too hasty, otherwise Xiao Qingzhao wouldn't be able to catch his breath and would be gone forever. General Shen, do you have a solution? Xiao Jingqing glanced at Shen Gao, his eyes full of hope. Shen Gao nodded. I can only keep the emperor awake for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Half an incense stick's time is enough, Xiao Jingqing hurriedly said. General Shen, please use your methods. Shen Gao stopped talking, and right before everyone's eyes he reached out and grasped Xiao Qingzhao's hand. Immediately, Shen Gao's continuous internal energy was forcibly added to Xiao Qingzhao's heart, and instantly, blood carrying countless oxygens was injected into Xiao Qingzhao's brain. Once again, Xiao Qingzhao slowly woke up. Jingqing, you're back. Did you catch Xiao Jingyuan? Xiao Qingzhao asked Xiao Jingqing as soon as he woke up. Father, I have driven Xiao Jingyuan away. I swear I will capture him and avenge you. Xiao Qingzhao nodded slightly. Everything was caused by Xiao Jingyuan, and his death was also caused by Xiao Jingyuan. Jingqing, after I die, you must kill Xiao Jingyuan. I want to ask him properly from the afterlife why he harmed me like this. Father! Xiao Jingchen cried out, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, I swear I will capture Xiao Jingyuan, and then I ask you to deal with him as you see fit. Xiao Qingjia shook his head slightly. Father will not live to see that day. Qin'er, you have saved the capital and the lives of millions of people. Congratulations. From now on, you will sit on my throne. Father, you should sit on the throne. Your son still needs to pacify the world and expand the territory. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the sixth prince, Xiao Jingchen, burst into tears. Xiao Qingjia's lips curled into a slight smile. Let's talk about inheriting the throne first. From now on, everything in the great Yin dynasty will be yours. As Xiao Qingjia spoke, his eyes slowly closed, a smile remained on his lips, his breathing stopped, and his heart ceased beating. Father! Xiao Jingchen let out a loud roar and collapsed to the ground in tears. Thump! In the distance, the bronze bell tolled 36 times, symbolizing the fall of an emperor. When Xiao Jingchen woke up, eunuchs were already helping him put on his newly made imperial robes, and he sat upright in the golden hall. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The ministers paid homage to the new emperor, and Xiao Jingchen officially ascended the throne. The enthronement ceremony was scheduled for the 4th day after Xiao Qingjia's burial. Then, Lu Yizhi was made Empress Dowager, and Lu Yiming was promoted to the second-rank minister of the Imperial Secretariat, in charge of the 6 ministries. Tian Liang was promoted 2 ranks for his meritorious service in defending the city. Even Fat Slaughter Monk, number 1, number 2, number 3, and others were promoted accordingly. However, the official positions of Shen Gao and Ding Xiang have not yet been determined. Shen Gao was puzzled. Could it be that Xiao Jingchen was going to kick him while he was down and dismiss him from his post? If that's the case, then I'd be happy to have some peace and quiet. I suppose, out of respect for Lu Yizhi, they won't make things difficult for him. With their official positions yet to be determined, Shen Gao and Ding Xiang had nothing to do in the palace. Therefore, they were happy to have some free time and went from the palace to the minister's residence. Throughout the capital city, the entire nation was dressed in mourning, opera performances were suspended, and brothels were closed. Shen Gao and Ding Xiang entered the minister's residence, where 2 white lanterns were hung at the entrance to express their grief. Upon hearing that Shen Gao had returned, the sextuplets rushed out and headed straight for him. Husband, you're back. Lu Shatong and Lu Shuyao walked at the front and came to Shen Gao. Shen Gao smiled and patted Lu Shatong and Lu Shuyao on the head. He noticed that Lu Shuyan was hiding not far away and didn't dare to come over. Shen Gao walked up to Lu Shuyan and looked at her carefully. Lu Shuyan felt embarrassed by Shen Gao's gaze and quickly hid behind Lu Shuan. Shuyan, why are you hiding? Your husband happens to have some time tonight. Let's find a place to have a good chat? Shen Gao teased Lu Shuyan on purpose. My lord, your emperor has passed away, the whole country is in mourning, and we cannot enjoy ourselves. Shen Gao walked up to Lu Shuyan, put his arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear. My husband is the new emperor's man, so of course we can have fun. Husband, you are so naughty! Lu Shuyan blushed again. Just as she was about to hide, she heard the sound of gongs and drums clearing the way outside. By imperial decree, General Shen Gao's 7 wives are bestowed with phoenix coronet and embroidered robes. All irrelevant persons shall recline. These eunuchs who came to deliver the imperial edict sounded gongs all the way, followed by a large crowd of onlookers. Before long, the eunuch who was delivering the imperial edict arrived at the minister's residence. Imperial edict has arrived! Shen Gao and his many wives received the edict. Shen Gao, along with the sextuplets and Ding Xiang, immediately knelt down. By the mandate of heaven, the new emperor decrees. The eunuch read for a long time, the gist of which was that Shen Gao had followed the new emperor all the way and made great contributions in battle. He was specially granted the title of a 3rd-rank lady by bestowing upon Shen Gao's 7 beautiful wives, Lu Shuyan, Lu Shatong, Lu Shuyao, Lu Shiyu, Lu Shupei, Lu Shuwan, and Ding Xiang, as well as a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. Immediately, 7 eunuchs, each holding a neatly folded embroidered robe with a glittering phoenix crown on top, knelt before the 7 ladies, raising the robe and crown high and asking them to accept it. Shingao was somewhat surprised that all 7 of his wives had received rewards and had been granted the title of third-rank wife. It seems he must be at least a third-rank official. The 7 ladies brought their phoenix coronet and wedding gown into the house, dressed themselves in front of the mirror, and then came out from the inner room. Shingao's eyes were immediately glued to the screen. His 7 wives, simply by changing into wedding robes, had become so beautiful. Their jade-like skin, with a hint of vibrant red, was utterly captivating. Moreover, none of the 7 of them had even applied foundation. Especially Lu Shuyan, she is simply the best of the best, so perfect that she has no flaws whatsoever. Just then, the sound of gongs and drums clearing the way came again, heading straight for the minister's residence. Chapter 119 Imperial Gift, General Shen's Residence. The servants of the minister's residence, as well as some high-ranking officials living nearby, all peeked out to watch as another group of eunuchs and imperial guards, clearing the way with gongs and drums, slowly approached. It's the minister's residence again. Imperial edict has arrived! A eunuch loudly read out the imperial edict, which was addressed to Dingxiang, the lord of Blackwater City. Dingxiang made outstanding contributions in the battle to break the siege, rising from a 6th-rank city lord to a 4th-rank prefect, and guarding Lingnan Prefecture. At the same time, the Ding family was granted the title of official merchants, allowing them to open shops and establish workshops throughout the Great Yan dynasty. The young masters, servants, ladies, and young women of the neighboring mansions listened intently, all filled with envy for Dingxiang. My goodness, the Ministry of Rights has produced such a remarkable female general, who has risen to the rank of 4th-grade prefect. Look at you two, father and son! All you know how to do is walk the dog and play with the birds. Neither of you has accomplished anything. Compared to Lady Dingxiang, you're not even worthy to carry her shoes. The gentlemen and young masters curled their lips upon hearing this. In all the years since the founding of the Great Yan dynasty, among so many female officials, she was the first female prefect to be promoted to the 4th rank. She was just lucky. Then all you women should go and make a name for yourselves. What are we men for? Yes, there's only one in the minister's household, and she's someone else's daughter-in-law. What's so special about that? If the minister's son-in-law could also be promoted to the 4th rank, then we would truly be convinced. I heard that the 6 daughters of the minister's family all married the same man. I heard that this man is poor and has no backing. I really don't know if Minister Lu is blind or what's wrong with his brain. 6 such beautiful daughters married the same man. The neighbors then changed the subject, shifting their attention from Dingxiang to Shingao. After all, Shingao came from a poor mountain village and was all alone in his family. He was raised on the charity of many families, and compared with these officials, he was indeed far inferior. Moreover, he married a female official like Dingxiang, which is clearly a case of him living off a woman. The idea of a man living off a woman is something men secretly yearn for, but they outwardly scoff at it. If they could also marry women who were richer than a country, or even the emperor's daughter, then what would they need to do, or what would they need to do? Isn't it better to just lie down and relax? Just then, the sound of a gong rang out again. This is the 3rd group of eunuchs to arrive. This time, the eunuchs were older, and there were more of them, and the imperial guards behind them were of higher rank. This group of people arrived at the minister's residence once again. Excuse me, is General Shingao here? The head eunuch asked in a high-pitched voice with a fawning smile. The neighbors all emerged from their respective residences, gazing at the minister's mansion from afar. So you're a eunuch from the palace? I am Shingao. Shingao came out from the inner room and stood in front of the eunuch. General Shin, the emperor has issued an edict. Please receive the decree, the eunuch announced loudly as soon as Shingao came out. Everyone in Shingaoting's mansion knelt down. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Shingao of Kaoshan village in Chu County, in order to protect the capital, single-handedly led 4 men through Xiao Jingyuan's heavy encirclement, and entered the capital. He attacked from both inside and outside, thwarting Xiao Jingyuan's siege plan. He also rendered meritorious service in healing the late emperor and supporting the emperor's ascension to the throne. Therefore, Shingao is hereby granted the title of third-rank Grand General, and is also granted a separate Grand General's mansion, 1,000 mu of land, and 1,000 servants. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. It turns out that the son-in-law of the minister's mansion was actually a lone hero who managed to defeat Xiao Jingyuan's army. In addition, they also supported the emperor's ascension to the throne. This achievement is immense. If he weren't so young, he would surely have been given an even higher official position. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, Shin Gaoping said calmly, kowtowing in gratitude. The eunuch presented the imperial edict to Shin Gao with both hands and said very respectfully, Congratulations, General Shin. Congratulations on becoming the youngest third-rank general in our dynasty. You flatter me, Your Excellency. Shin Gao replied modestly, then ordered someone to take out 20 taels of silver and give it to the eunuch who was delivering the imperial decree. The eunuch immediately smiled broadly, took the silver, and whispered, General Shin, this servant would be impolite to refuse. His Majesty values you highly. He mentioned you 3 times during the court assembly in the Golden Hall. Your father-in-law, Liu Yiming, has also been promoted to the second-rank minister of the Imperial Secretariat. The imperial decree will be issued soon. Shin Gao's 20 taels of silver had a significant effect. The emperor's actions in the palace were relayed to Shin Gao's ears by the eunuchs. Also, General Shin, your general's mansion is only 2 miles away from the minister's mansion. This mansion was left behind by the former Minister of Personnel. With just a little decoration, it can be lived in. The servants bestowed by the emperor have already gone to clean it. You can move in later tonight. The eunuch then explained the situation of the Shin family to Shin Gao in detail. Shin Gao nodded. Can we move into the new house tonight? In ancient times, one had to accumulate merits to live a good life. After the eunuchs left, Shin Gao, along with his sextuplets and Dingxiang, headed towards the mansion that the emperor had bestowed upon him. Upon arriving near the mansion, one could see from afar that a plaque hung in the center of the main gate of the compound, bearing the inscription, Imperial Gift, General Shin's Residence. Shin Gao walked over, pulled the large copper ring and shook it, immediately producing a dull thud. They're here. Footsteps came from inside. The door opened, and a servant-like man bowed and asked, What brings you here, sir? I am Shin Gao, and these 7 are all my wives, Shin Gao said calmly, his hands behind his back. Master! The master has returned, a servant shouted, bowing to Shin Gao. Master, please wait a moment, I will bring the steward over immediately. With that, the servant strode off. A moment later, an old man with white hair and beard walked over and bowed to Shin Gao and the women. Master, my name is Li Zhong. I am the steward bestowed upon you by the emperor. The mansion is all ready. Your study, guest rooms, and bedroom are all prepared and waiting for you to move in. How many rooms have been prepared for the mistress? Shin Gao asked. Reporting to the patriarch, a total of 7 rooms have been prepared, all of which are close to the patriarch's master bedroom, Li Zhong said, bowing to Shin Gao. In addition, in the master bedroom of the master, this old servant has laid out a large bed that is 10 feet long and 10 feet wide for the master's use. Upon hearing this, Shin Gao asked, 1 zhang long and 1 zhang wide? Why would you need such a big bed? Even if all 7 wives came to sleep together, there would still be room for them, right? Take me to see this. Shin Gao gestured for Li Zhong to lead the way. Please, master. Li Zhong immediately stepped forward and led Shin Gao to his master bedroom. Shin Gao wanted to see just how big that bed, which was 10 feet wide and 10 feet long, really was. First, we passed through the large living room, then the doorway to the study, and finally entered the master bedroom. Shin Gao glanced at the bed and was immediately very satisfied. This width and length are perfect. Shin Gao went up and sat down on the edge of the bed. Chapter 120 Water Buffalo and Small Paddy Field. This is a large, square bed made of carved sandalwood, about 2.5 meters long and wide. A huge white mosquito net was set up directly above, and the large bed was covered with thick reeds, which were very soft, and then 2 thick cotton quilts were laid on top. 2 mandarin ducks playing in the water are placed at one end of the bed, and a bright red double happiness quilt covers the entire bed. The mosquito net was hung by 2 pearl, agate, and gold hooks, and above it hung a pearl curtain symbolizing a long and happy marriage. This bed looks so grand. Judging from the decorations, it must be worth at least 500 taels of silver. Shin-Gao sat on the edge of the bed and leaned back. The softness and comfort were no less than that of a modern Simmons mattress. After testing the bed, Shin-Gao stepped off the bed using the footrest at the head of the bed and walked outside. The area outside was already filled with imperial servants and maids. Upon seeing Shin-Gao and the 7 women emerge, they all bowed in unison, saying, "Greetings, master!" Shin-Gao waved his hand, indicating that everyone should not be so polite. Then he pointed to Lu Xuyan behind him and said, "From now on, she will be your mistress, she is the most important." He then pointed to Ding Xiang and the other 6 women and introduced them. "They are also my wives, and they are of equal status. You must never look down on any of them." The servants and maids quickly bowed and said, "Yes, madam. We will certainly not neglect you." Shin-Gao stood outside the main residence, looking around. He saw pavilions, rockeries, and gardens to the south of the house, and the servants' quarters to the east. To the west there was an extremely exquisite residence, with painted beams and carved pillars, and the 3 large characters, hidden boudoir, were faintly visible on it. It seems this room was specially built for the 7 ladies. Further away, a black and white wall encloses the courtyard. This area alone covers nearly 50 acres. In modern times, this would be considered a residential area. The land alone would probably cost at least 200 million. Shin-Gao secretly marveled, thinking to himself, being an official in ancient times must have been damn awesome. He immediately decided to stay here tonight. "Li Zhong, arrange for someone to go to the Lu residence and move all our luggage here. We'll stay here tonight." Butler Li Zhong nodded repeatedly. "Master, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to retrieve your luggage immediately." With that, Li Zhong and Shin-Gao took their leave to make arrangements. Shin-Gao then led the 7 women to see their bedrooms. Their 7 bedrooms were indeed located in the hidden boudoir, on the west side. Lu Xuyan's bedroom is the largest of the 7 rooms, implying her status as the principal wife. The other rooms are all the same size, with double beds, dressing tables, wardrobes, chamber pots, and other amenities. "Big sister, I choose this one." Lu Shuwan immediately spotted the one on the south side and ran inside excitedly. "Go ahead and choose whichever room you like," Lu Xuyan said with a smile to her younger sisters. "Thank you, big sister." Everyone curtsied to Lu Xuyan and went to find their preferred rooms, no longer caring about Shin-Gao and Lu Xuyan. Shin-Gao smiled, walked up to Lu Xuyan, and carefully examined her. "Husband, what are you looking at? Is there something dirty on my face?" Lu Xuyan touched her face and looked at Shin-Gao in confusion. "It's not dirty. Xuyan's face is as white as soft tofu." Shin-Gao reached out and touched Lu Xuyan's face. Lu Xuyan quickly turned her head away, trying to avoid Shin-Gao's hand, but how could Shin-Gao let her escape? On the contrary, Lu Xuyan's moist lips happened to touch Shin-Gao's hand, soft and very charming. Shin-Gao gently put his arm around Lu Xuyan's slender waist, and with a little force, Lu Xuyan was pulled into his arms. "My lord, it's not dark yet," Lu Xuyan said, her face redder than an apple. "What, do you have to distinguish between day and night when you're holding your wife?" Shin-Gao laughed, looking down at Lu Xuyan. At this moment, Lu Xuyan's clothes were in disarray as she was trying to avoid Shin-Gao, and her neckline had a large tear at some point. A patch of smooth, radiant, snow-white skin was revealed inside. The red bodice covering her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Seeing that Shin-Gao didn't speak, Lu Xuyan looked up at him, only to find that Shin-Gao's eyes were fixed on her neckline. "Ah dash!" Lu Xuyan looked down and realized that Shin-Gao had seen her. She exclaimed in surprise and quickly straightened her clothes, covering herself tightly. "Come on, follow your husband to that 10-foot-long bed." Without waiting for a reply, Shin-Gao took Lu Xuyan's smooth little hand and strode towards the master bedroom. Lu Xuyan had no choice but to quickly take small steps to keep up with Shengao. Husband, no, it's not dark yet, my period has started. The time before last, Lu Xuyan lied to Shengao by saying she was having her period, and the last time she lied to Shengao by saying she was having her period again. This time, Lu Xuyan is determined to repeat her old tricks. Is it really here? Shengao had already pulled Lu Xuyan into the master bedroom and made her sit on the edge of the bed. They've really come. Lu Xuyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then let your husband check if it's really here. Shengao's face was lewd as he reached out his hand to Lu Xuyan. No, my husband, please! Lu Xuyan pleaded, her voice like a powerful magnet, drawing Shengao's heart to her. At this moment, Shengao was in high spirits. Ignoring Lu Xuyan's weak resistance, he quickly stripped her bare, like peeling a bamboo shoot, and her jade-like body shrank into the quilt. Shengao also took off his clothes, lifted the quilt, and crawled inside. Husband, no, we can't have fun during the mourning period for Emperor Yan Zhao. Lu Xuyan was completely embraced by Shengao. She was both shy and scared, so she had to use Emperor Yan Zhao's death as a shield. No fun, we're not having fun. Shengao held Lu Xuyan in his arms and whispered in her ear. His warm breath tickled Lu Xuyan's ear, making it unbearably itchy. Then, my husband, please let me go. Xuyan, even though we don't have fun, we still need to make babies. Shengao whispered in Lu Xuyan's ear. What does creating a little person mean? Lu Xuyan was completely baffled. That's what I mean, Shengao said with a lewd smile, his 5 hands and feet starting to wander. After some time, it was already dark. Exhausted, Lu Xuyan nestled in Shengao's arms, her hair brushing against his face. She said lazily, Husband, you're so naughty! You're as reckless as a water buffalo. My husband is a big water buffalo, and you are a small paddy field, Shengao said softly with a chuckle. Why am I a little paddy field? Lu Xuyan turned over and nestled in Shengao's arms, her long, black hair falling onto Shengao's chest. Because water buffaloes are used for plowing. Husband, I'm not talking to you anymore. Lu Xuyan immediately understood what Shengao meant. She gently pounded Shengao's chest with her small hands, causing his snow-white skin to sway incessantly. Little vixen, Shengao grunted and pulled Lu Xuyan into his arms again. Chapter 121 Another Siege. Soon, sounds unsuitable for children began to emanate from the large bed. After an unknown amount of time, the sound finally stopped. Lu Xuyan was very satisfied and fell into a deep sleep while holding Shengao. When Lu Xuyan was fast asleep, Shengao gently placed her hand aside, quietly got up, and sat on the bed. He activated his internal energy cultivation technique, and in no time, all his fatigue disappeared, and he returned to his peak condition. The body, transformed by this spiritual liquid, has had all its functions improved to an extremely high degree. Without the elixir, Shengao, having married 7 wives, would likely have died of exhaustion in bed. Now that we have the elixir, it has transformed all the body's functions to perfection, especially in certain aspects, making it even more powerful than a water buffalo. By this time, the night was deep. Shengao sat on the bed, thinking about the battle with Master Xuanji during the day. This Taoist priest, Xuanji, was originally very powerful, but he was so frightened by Yi Tian's flying sword that he dared not fight anymore and retreated in panic. If Master Xuanji figures it out, he might launch another attack on the capital. Therefore, Shengao must master the Yi Tian flying sword to the first level of genius. That is, being able to control 100 flying swords at the same time. Once you reach this level, your confidence in dealing with Master Xuanji will greatly increase. With a thought, Shengao moved 100 flying swords from his body and placed them in front of him. 70 flying swords, under Shengao's control, hovered in the air. I focused my mind and controlled 10 more blows. 81. 82 finally managed to control the 90th flying sword. Shengao gritted his teeth, his whole body drenched in sweat, closed his eyes, and connected his mind with the 91st flying sword. The 92nd, 93rd, and 99th flying swords finally floated up. Just one more sword, just one more sword, and Shin Gao will be able to control 100 flying swords. Once he has 100, Shin Gao's Etian flying sword will have completely mastered the first level of the heavenly realm. But at this moment, no matter how much Shin Gao used his will, he could not make the 100th flying sword levitate. A series of sharp pains shot through his head, a result of overworking his brain. If this continued, it might backfire, and Shin Gao might end up in a vegetative state. But time is of the essence now. It's all or nothing. Get up, float up quickly! Shin Gao gritted his teeth, directing the 100th flying sword in his mind. It moved. The 100th flying sword moved, trembling like a 90-year-old man. Finally, it hovered behind the 99th flying sword, filling the last gap, and then came to a steady stop. Go dash! At Shin Gao's command, 100 flying swords, like obedient little people, made countless whoosh sounds as they passed through the window and disappeared outside. Suddenly, the 100 flying swords reappeared in front of Shin Gao at the same time, and then disappeared completely in the next second. Call dash! Shin Gao let out a long breath. He had finally mastered the first level of the Etian flying sword. Shin Gao then leaped out of the window and disappeared from the room in an instant. The next moment, Shin Gao appeared on the bank of the gently flowing river, jumped into the river, washed the stinking filth off his body, and then leaped ashore. He used his internal energy to instantly evaporate the water droplets from his body, then changed his clothes and returned to his bedroom to lie down without anyone noticing. Lu Shuyan was fast asleep when she moved her mouth slightly and softly called out, "Husband!" then turned and hugged Shin Gao in her arms. The next day, Shin Gao and Lu Shuyan slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up from their large, 10-foot-wide bed. Upon hearing the noise, a maid immediately came in to comb their hair, dress them, and help them wash up. Lu Shuyan was already used to such service and was quite indifferent, but Shin Gao had transmigrated from the modern world, and the original owner was extremely poor and alone, so he was still not used to such service. However, he finally felt like he had a home, with 7 wives surrounding him and more than 100 servants at his command. They earned more and more money, and their lives became more and more prosperous. But just then, they suddenly heard shouts of enemy attack and urgent horn calls coming from the palace walls. Who attacked again? Shin Gao, without even having breakfast, ran towards the city wall with Ying Xiang. Upon reaching the city wall, Shin Gao saw countless soldiers surrounding the capital, making it impossible to pass through. It's still Xiao Jingyuan's army, and it looks like there are nearly 50,000 of them. A major battle is inevitable. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyuan's army retreated from the capital, fleeing in a panic for 200 miles. Meanwhile, news arrived that Lingnan County had been occupied by Shin Gao's men, blocking his retreat south. Therefore, Xiao Jingyuan had no choice but to retreat to the east. Further north to the east was the Great Wu Dynasty, whose territory was more than 5 times the size of the Great Yan Dynasty. After fleeing for a day and a night, news came from the direction of the capital that Xiao Qing had died and Xiao Jingqin had ascended the throne as the new emperor. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Jingyuan stopped his eastward escape and summoned He Qinhu and Master Xuanji to discuss the matter. Master Xuanji, General He, Xiao Jingqin has now become the new emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty. What should we do? Xiao Jingyuan looked extremely anxious. Since the defeat in the capital, in the rush, Master Xuanji only vaguely mentioned that Shin Gao was extremely powerful, without mentioning Etian. After a day of fleeing, they finally stopped. Alas! Master Xuanji sighed deeply. I never imagined that Etian would be behind Shin Gao. With Etian's help, we can't defeat Shin Gao no matter what. We can only inform the Great Wu Dynasty and send more innate experts to kill Etian. Etian? Who is Etian? Xiao Jingyuan was completely unfamiliar with this name, and had never heard of it before. Etian, the most powerful expert in the history of the Great Wu Dynasty, is skilled in using flying swords. He always carries 300 flying swords, one of which can change size at will. Moreover, he has mastered a technique that allows him to ride on his flying swords and fly. Master Xuanji spoke solemnly, while intently watching the surrounding movements to prevent Yi Tian from suddenly arriving on his sword. Xiao Jingyuan was only in his 20s and had never heard of Yi Tian's name before, but he often heard of it in the Great Wu Dynasty. The Great Wu Dynasty has a territory 5 times larger than the Great Yan Dynasty, and their court boasts over 100 martial artists at the first level of the innate realm. I heard that 10 of them have reached the 3rd level of the innate realm, and one of them has even reached the great perfection of the innate realm. The great perfection of the innate realm. I've heard that if you go any higher, you'll reach the immortal cultivation realm. But that's just a legend, no one has ever actually seen it. Moreover, the Great Yan Dynasty and the Great Wu Dynasty were separated by a wide river, about 2,000 paces wide, and had almost no contact with each other. In addition, the southern part of the Great Yan Dynasty was mostly barren land with nothing to offer, so the Great Wu Dynasty looked down on the small, impoverished land of the Great Yan Dynasty. But why did Yi Tian come to the barren land of the Great Yan Dynasty? What is he doing here? Why did you help Shingao again? No matter how hard Xiao Jingyuan thought about it, he couldn't understand it. Chapter 122 Disagreements between the ruler and his minister. Master Xuanji, even with your current martial arts skills, you still can't defeat Yi Tian? Xiao Jingyuan asked unwillingly. Master Xuanji nodded, his heart heavy. Back then, more than 108 masters besieged Yi Tian and severely injured him, yet he still managed to escape unscathed. Even though so many years have passed, if Yi Tian were to reappear, I would never be his match. After hearing Master Xuanji's words, Xiao Jingyuan became even more disheartened. It seemed that even heaven had destined him, Xiao Jingyuan, to never become emperor. He could only become a rebellious prince who would run away with his tail between his legs. No, Xiao Jingyuan was not willing to give up. He must have another way. Suddenly, Xiao Jingyuan remembered the Tai Sui he had obtained. With this Tai Sui, Xiao Jingyuan not only healed Lu Jinqing and his injuries, but also cultivated a master at the great perfection of the acquired realm with just a small bottle. He trained at least 6 grand perfection masters, but they were all wiped out by Shingao. He claimed to only have 1 bottle of Tai Sui, but in reality, he carried dozens more with him. Apart from giving 1 bottle to Master Xuanji, the rest were for saving lives in critical moments. If we select a dozen or so martial arts masters, and then supplement them with Tai Sui, elevating them to the great perfection of the acquired realm, we will have the power to deal with Shingao. Furthermore, if we could borrow a few more innate masters from the Great Wu Dynasty, annihilating Shingao and Xiao Jingchen would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. But this Yi Tian is elusive. Xiao Jingyuan and Shingao have fought many times, but Yi Tian has never shown his face. If he had a master like Yi Tian, damn it, he would have sent him out to wipe out those people he didn't like long ago. Why would he need to rely on tens of thousands of soldiers to fight and conquer cities and territories? Thinking of this, Xiao Jingyuan asked. Master Xuanji, how old is Yi Tian? When did he come to the Great Yan Dynasty? 50 years ago, when Yi Tian flew across the Yangtze River on his flying sword and entered the Great Yan Dynasty, he was already 75 years old. After 50 years, he is now 125 years old. Xiao Jingyuan clicked his tongue in amazement. At such an advanced age, he must be quite frail and old, right? Where would I find the ability to fly on a sword? Master Xuanji, in your Great Wu Dynasty, there are so many people at the first level of the innate realm. How old can they live? Xiao Jingyuan asked Master Xuanji again. Master Xuanji thought for a moment, and realized that, apart from those who died in the fighting, at least 3 people at the first level of the innate realm lived to be 120 years old. The rest died around 100 years old. Huh! So, Yi Tian is also at the innate realm. How could he possibly live to be 125 years old? Could it be that Yi Tian has died and passed the flying sword to Shingao? Thinking about it this way, Master Xuanji was extremely excited. Without Yi Tian, Shingao is nothing. He could be easily slapped away. If Yi Tian is dead, then by obtaining Yi Tian's flying sword and the sword manual, Master Xuanji will have the opportunity to fly on a sword and become the most powerful master in the Great Wu Dynasty. Thinking of this, Master Xuanji became increasingly excited. He slammed his hand on the table, and a fierce look appeared on his youthful face. Xiao Jingyuan, immediately halt the retreat, gather the remaining troops, and once again besiege the capital of the great Yan dynasty. Master, have you thought of a way to deal with Shengao? He Qinhu shouted and stood up abruptly. Master Xuanji, do you have a solution? Xiao Jingyuan had unknowingly started using a respectful title. Yes, this time, I, the Taoist Master, will definitely kill Shengao and avenge you. Taoist Master Xuanji stroked his long white beard, full of vigor and ambition. After saying these words, Master Xuanji felt it was not safe, so he took out 3 pigeons from his sleeve, wrote 3 slips of paper on them, and tied them to the pigeons' legs. Then he took out 3 pills the size of rice grains from another small bag and placed them in front of the pigeon. Upon seeing this, the pigeon cooed and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Pigeons, I've given you the elixir to boost your strength. Make sure you deliver this letter to the great Wu dynasty. Master Xuanji stroked the pigeon, then tossed it into the air. The pigeon shot off like an arrow and disappeared into the sky. Xiao Jingyuan saw with his own eyes 3 identical sentences written by Master Xuanji. Hurry to the capital of Yan dynasty to provide support, Master Xuanji. It seems that Master Xuanji has made thorough preparations. Without further hesitation, Xiao Jingyuan immediately ordered his horses to turn around, and all the troops galloped back the way they had come, heading towards the capital once again. After a day and a night, the troops besieged the capital once again. Upon hearing this news, the first reaction of the newly appointed Emperor Xiao Jingchen of the great Yan dynasty was not panic, but rather an extremely strong fighting spirit. He and Shengao attacked from both sides, defeating Xiao Jingyuan utterly and forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingyuan launched another attack. Xiao Jingchen immediately ordered someone to summon Shengao to the Golden Hall to discuss the important matter of repelling the enemy. Shengao was observing Xiao Jingyuan's troops, hoping to spot the white-haired, youthful-looking Taoist priest among them. This Taoist priest was the only one who posed a great threat to him. Just then, Xiao Jingchen sent someone to summon him. Shengao instructed Tian Liang that he must take this seriously and not be careless. Tian Liang quickly agreed to Shengao's request and vowed to defend the capital to the death. Shengao was relieved and then went to the Golden Hall. Upon arriving at the Golden Hall, they saw Xiao Jingchen sitting on the throne, looking very dignified. As soon as he saw Shengao, he beckoned Shengao over. Shengao performed the courteous gestures between ruler and subject. Xiao Jingchen had already ordered someone to bring a small stool for Shengao to sit on, and then asked, General Shen, Xiao Jingyuan has returned with renewed force. What strategies do you have to defeat him? Shengao quickly stood up, clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. Xiao Jingyuan is extremely cunning, and he has the super-expert Zhang by his side. We can only defend to the death and must not be careless. Shengao said this because he had a reason for his distress. When he fought with Master Xuanji, he found that he was no match for Zhang at all. Even though he has now mastered the first level of the Yitian flying sword, there is still a big gap between him and Xianjizi, and he feels that it would be difficult for him to defeat Xianjizi. However, Xiao Jingchen misunderstood Shengao's meaning. He thought that Shengao had made a great contribution and received a huge reward, and that he had become much more timid. Shengao is now the most powerful person in the great Yan dynasty. No one is as powerful as Shengao. General Shen, don't be modest. This time, I will definitely capture Xiao Jingyuan, cut off his head, and offer it as a sacrifice to my father. Xiao Jingchen laughed heartily. He sat cross-legged on the golden throne and said loudly, I have personally come to the capital to command this battle to defend the city. General Shen, you will follow me. After we capture Xiao Jingyuan, I will appoint you as a second-rank general. Shengao was extremely worried after hearing Xiao Jingchen's words. Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. You must not go to war unless absolutely necessary. It is of utmost importance that you take care of your health. Upon hearing Shengao's words, Xiao Jingchen's expression darkened with displeasure, and he immediately retorted in a deep voice. General Shen, what do you mean by this? Does that mean I cannot command the 3 armies? Chapter 123 The Great Battle is Imminent. Your Majesty, this humble general has no particular meaning, but the enemy general is too powerful, and I fear we are no match for him. Xin Gao had already said this openly, but he did not mention the name of Master Xuanji. Shao Jingchen had just become emperor and had not yet achieved much. He desperately needed a great victory to gain the support of the people. Therefore, he had to go to this battle in person. With Xin Gao by his side, he was completely safe. Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. You should stay in the palace to handle important matters. Leave the war to me, Xin Gao said anxiously, trying to stop Shao Jingchen once again. General Shen, this matter should not be mentioned again. My mind is made up. With that, Shao Jingchen took off his yellow robe in front of everyone, ordered someone to bring him his golden armor, put it on properly, and with a sword hanging at his waist, he was dressed in full military attire, looking very heroic. Pei Jingji, your subject is here. While I am away on campaign, you shall preside over the affairs of the court, and there shall be no mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. After making the arrangements, Shao Jingchen walked out of the palace. Helpless, Xin Gao had no choice but to follow behind Shao Jingchen and walk towards the city wall together. On the city wall, the fat monk had recovered from his injuries and was now completely loyal to Xin Gao. The other 3, number 1, number 2, and number 3, also realized that they could no longer surrender to Shao Jingyuan. If they surrendered again, there would only be one word waiting for them: death. With these 4 people, plus Xin Gao, an extremely powerful master at the great perfection of the acquired realm, Shao Jingchen feared no one. On the opposite side of the city wall, Shao Jingyuan also saw Shao Jingchen, who was wearing golden armor. He Qinhu, and Master Xuanji rode over and stopped not far from the moat. Shao Jingchen, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. Do you dare? Shao Jingyuan shouted loudly, while simultaneously ordering the 1,000 soldiers behind him to yell, Shao Jingchen, you coward! Enraged by Shao Jingyuan's insults, Shao Jingchen roared, Shao Jingyuan, you dare to kneel and surrender before me? If you do not surrender, my troops will surely behead you. Xin Gao didn't even glance at Shao Jingyuan. His eyes were fixed on the white-haired, youthful-looking Xuanji Taoist. This is Xin Gao's formidable rival. Xin Gao had no confidence in defeating him, even though he had already mastered the first level of the Yi Tian flying sword. But at this moment, Shao Jingchen's only thought was of Shao Jingyuan outside the moat. Only by capturing him can we avenge my father. Only by capturing him can the rebellion of the great Yan dynasty be stopped. What a load of bull! Which bastard bestowed the title of emperor upon you? Shao Jingyuan pointed at Shao Jingchen and shouted, This throne originally belonged to me, but you bastards stole it from me. If I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname. Shao Jingchen also shouted loudly, This world already belongs to me. You are a prince who has rebelled against the court. You should have died long ago. Shao Jingchen, come out if you dare, and I'll destroy you. Shao Jingyuan pointed at the emperor and cursed angrily. Shao Jingchen could no longer contain himself. He shouted, Shao Jingyuan, you wait! I will bring my troops and settle this with you right now. He then ordered Fat Monk, number 1, number 2, number 3, and Xin Gao and other experts at the great perfection of the acquired realm to lead 5,000 troops out of the city to fight against Shao Jingyuan. Your Majesty, you mustn't! Xin Gao protested again. This is far too dangerous. You cannot go! Shao Jingchen looked at Xin Gao with a hint of contempt. General Shen, are you afraid? If you are afraid, you don't have to follow me. After hearing what Shao Jingchen said, Xin Gao could only sigh and silently follow behind Shao Jingchen. This battle will surely be a fight to the death. After an incense stick had burned, Shao Jingchen mustered 5,000 soldiers and led the way, standing behind the city gate with Xin Gao, the fat monk, and others. The drawbridge was lowered, and the city gates were wide open. Shao Jingchen immediately spurred his horse, crossed the suspension bridge, and stopped 50 paces away from Shao Jingyuan. Xiao Jingyuan was overjoyed. Master Xuanji, they're out! This is truly heaven's help! He Qinhu was also very excited and immediately said, Your Highness, I will deal with number 1, number 2, and number 3. You will deal with Fat Monk and Xiao Jingqin. My master will deal with Shengao. This way, we will be absolutely sure to succeed. Xiao Jingyuan nodded, then turned to Master Xuanji and said, Master, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Master Xuanji nodded as well. I've restrained Shengao, and I won't concern myself with what you do next. With the support of Master Xuanji, Xiao Jingyuan was absolutely confident that if he could kill Xiao Jingqin in this battle, the throne would be his no matter what. Xiao Jingqin, Fat Monk, I'm going to kill you! Xiao Jingyuan shouted, raising his weapon and charging towards Xiao Jingqin. Number 1, number 2, number 3! He Qinhu shouted and spurred his horse toward the 3 men. The 2 groups clashed. Shengao and Master Xuanji remained motionless, their eyes fixed on each other. Shengao, where is Etian? Master Xuanji asked in a cold voice. Haha, my Master Etian is about to come out and kill us, Zanjizi, just wait to die! Shengao shouted, bluffing. Master Xuanji was secretly startled. He looked around and, seeing nothing unusual, realized that he had been tricked by Shengao. He snorted coldly. Shengao, Etian is 135 years old now. Even if he were alive, he would just be a decrepit old man. What's there to be afraid of? Shengao, show me your true skills. I'm about to make my move. As he spoke, Master Xuanji leaped off his horse and attacked Shengao. With a thought, Shengao summoned 100 flying swords that immediately hovered in the air. He pointed them at Master Xuanji and shouted, Kill! The flying swords flew in dense array, heading straight for Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji raised his hand, and a black umbrella appeared in front of him, blocking most of the flying swords. Only one flying sword made a slight turn and struck Master Xuanji's arm. A line of blood gushed out, staining a large area of Master Xuanji's robe red. Shengao, how dare you hurt me? Master Xuanji snorted coldly, folded his umbrella, and it transformed into a long sword, which he then used to attack Shengao. Shengao drew his Etian sword, shouted loudly, and charged forward. The moment the two made contact, Master Xuanji struck Shengao with a palm, forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. He rolled around repeatedly, narrowly escaping Master Xuanji's pursuit. Princess Calabash, what do we do now? Shengao gritted his teeth, communicating with the gourd in his mind. Master, there's no way. The opponent is too powerful. The gourd was starting to get anxious. The only way is to escape. No, if I escape, Xiao Jingqin will be doomed. If the capital falls, everyone connected to me will be killed. Shengao disagreed with Hula's suggestion. Chapter 124. To whom should the throne be passed? Bang dash! When Shengao was communicating with the gourd, he was distracted for a second and was struck by Master Xuanji's palm again. He retreated repeatedly, dodging the attack from the umbrella sword, and immediately retaliated with a palm strike. However, his palm strike had no effect on Master Xuanji, since Master Xuanji had already broken through the great perfection of acquired realm, and reached the first level of innate realm. Master! Quickly put the gourd on my body! Just when things were critical, Shengao suddenly heard a voice say from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, it turned out to be the vibration coming from the Etian sword in his hand. Shengao didn't hesitate for a second at this moment. He immediately tore off the gourd and stuck it on the Etian sword. Instantly, the gourd and the Etian sword merged together and expanded several times in size. Master, jump up quickly! Shengao released the sword and leaped onto it. Suddenly, the Etian sword floated in the air, carrying Shengao as it rushed towards the sky. It vanished into thin air in an instant. It's Shengao! Shengao has mastered the ultimate skill of flying on a sword! Xuanjizi exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Jingqin, who was fighting, also witnessed Shengao fly into the air and disappear. He was terrified. What should he do? After Shengao left, he had no one to help him anymore. I never imagined that Shen Gao could fly on a sword. Could it be that he's using some kind of immortal technique? Fat Monk and number 1, number 2, number 3, and others were dumbfounded as they watched Shen Gao fly into the sky and disappear. He Qinhu also exclaimed in disbelief. Master, has Shen Gao reached the innate realm? Just then, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger. Heavens! General Shen is back! Fat Monk exclaimed excitedly, his eyes wide as he pointed at Shen flying straight down from the sky. Shen Gao is truly my good brother! With him, we will surely win this battle! Deep in his heart, Xiao Jingchen felt a strong sense of respect for Shen Gao. General Shen who flies! General Shen who flies! Upon seeing Shen Gao's formidable skills, the soldiers of the great Yan dynasty defending the city raised their weapons and couldn't help but shout in unison. General Tian Liang witnessed it firsthand and was filled with excitement. He never imagined that Shen Gao would possess such formidable skills. In just a few breaths, Shen Gao, riding his flying sword, hurtled straight at Master Xuanji from midair. Zanjizi, prepare to die! Zanjizi was stunned. Yi Tian was able to control the flying sword because he had reached the 3rd level of the innate realm, or even the great perfection of the innate realm, and possessed inexhaustible internal energy, which enabled him to drive the flying sword. Shen Gao's strength hasn't even reached the innate realm yet, but he can actually fly on a sword. This Shen Gao is even stronger than Yi Tian was back then. At this point, Master Xuanji had already begun to consider retiring. Take this! Shen Gao shouted, immediately manipulating 50 flying swords to attack Zanjizi. Impossible! Zanjizi screamed in alarm. Back then, when Yi Tian escaped on his flying sword, he was unable to control any other flying swords. This is Yi Tian's only weakness. Unexpectedly, Shen Gao was able to exploit this weakness. The scene of chasing Yi Tian 50 years ago replayed in Master Xuanji's mind. Such a small acquired great perfection realm actually possesses such a powerful ultimate move. Puff dash! In the instant that Master Xuanji was stunned, a flying sword flew over. He couldn't dodge in time, and the flying sword pierced through his left arm, leaving a large hole. His left arm immediately started bleeding profusely and he couldn't move it at all. More than a dozen flying swords attacked. Master Xuanji rolled on the ground to dodge them and immediately shouted, Xiao Jingyuan, run! Shen Gao's flying swords are even more powerful than Yi Tian's. As he spoke, Master Xuanji suddenly dodged to the right, and was about to turn around and run away when he found himself standing in front of Xiao Jingchen. Xiao Jingchen was not about to miss this opportunity to kill Master Xuanji. He grinned maliciously, and raised his broadsword to slash at him. Master Xuanji's left hand was injured, but his right hand was still intact. With a light palm strike, he sent Xiao Jingchen flying, tumbling dozens of times before finally stopping when he hit the large iron chain of the suspension bridge. Puff dash! Xiao Jingchen suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Retreat immediately! Xuanji Daoist shouted, then, without pausing, grabbed He Qinhu and leaped onto the horse's back, galloping away in a great gallop. Xiao Jingyuan, protected by 1,000 soldiers, also fled in panic. The attacking army once again fled in disarray. Shen Gao jumped off the Yi Tian flying sword, put away the gourd, and then inserted the Yi Tian flying sword into his waistband. He then walked a few steps to Xiao Jingchen's side. Princess Calabash, check Xiao Jingchen's injuries, Shen Gao said in his mind. Master, Xiao Jingchen's injuries are extremely severe. His liver is ruptured and his spleen is broken, causing massive bleeding. In another minute, Xiao Jingchen will be beyond saving. Master, just 1 drop of our spiritual liquid is enough to revive Xiao Jingchen. The gourd comforted Shen Gao in his mind. Shen Gao immediately probed his consciousness into the gourd, only to find it completely empty. Shen Gao has consumed today's dose of spiritual liquid, but there were still 30 drops left in another jade bottle, and now not a single drop is left. Princess Calabash, where is the spirit liquid? Where did the spirit liquid go? Shen Gao exclaimed inwardly. This is bad. How could the spirit liquid just disappear on its own? Master, I'm so sorry, I used up the spiritual liquid when I saved you just now. The gourd smiled awkwardly in my mind. Save him? Shingao inquired carefully about the reason. It turned out that when he attached the gourd to the Etian flying sword, the Etian flying sword absorbed the remaining 30 drops of spiritual liquid inside the gourd. The immense energy of the 30 drops of spiritual liquid was completely absorbed by the flying sword, which was then able to carry Shingao into the sky. Through this series of actions, they inadvertently scared away Master Xuanji. Otherwise, no matter what, Shingao would not be able to defeat Master Xuanji. Shingao was overjoyed. He never expected that the gourd could communicate with Etian flying sword and automatically protect its master. Wow, this intelligence is countless times more powerful than modern AI. But without the spiritual liquid, they can't save Xiao Jingchen's life. What can they do? Princess Calabash, is there any other way to save Xiao Jingchen's life? Shingao asked anxiously. Master, there's no way. The gourd conjured up a little princess who spread her hands and smiled helplessly. Shingao was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Xiao Jingchen slowly woke up, feeling intense pain in his spleen and liver. My body is so weak that I can't even lift my arms. Shingao, is there any hope for me? Xiao Jingchen looked up at Shingao. At this moment, Shingao channeled his internal energy into Xiao Jingchen's body, barely keeping him conscious. Your Majesty, I will do my best to save you. Shingao was already sweating profusely as he tried to comfort Xiao Jingchen, but his anxious expression showed that he had no other options. If Shingao had a solution, he wouldn't be so anxious. Shingao, it seems I'm going to die here. Xiao Jingchen couldn't move a muscle, and even speaking required all his strength. I've only been emperor for 2 days, Xiao Jingchen said through gritted teeth. But I'm about to leave. To whom shall I pass the throne? Chapter 125 I am the new emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. Shingao then remembered that although Xiao Jingchen was 20 years old, none of his imperial concubines had become pregnant, which meant that he had no princes. In that case, which kid will get the throne? Shingao thought and thought, but he really couldn't figure out who Xiao Jingchen would pass the throne to. My imperial concubine has no children. To whom shall this throne be passed? Xiao Jingchen read aloud in a voice so low that even he could barely hear it. Shingao had to increase the input of his internal energy to keep Xiao Jingchen from speaking. Sure enough, Xiao Jingchen's voice became much louder. At this moment, Tian Liang also ran over, and Xiao Chunglai, who was supervising the battle, also rushed over. Several other eunuchs knelt beside them, and dozens of imperial guards, led by the left and right guard generals, also rushed over. In an instant, Xiao Jingchen was surrounded by people. Shingao, I deeply regret not listening to you. If I hadn't personally led the army, I wouldn't have suffered this injury. Xiao Jingchen now felt deep regret. At that time, Shingao tried his best to stop him from personally leading the expedition and also prevented him from leading his troops to fight against Xiao Jingyuan. However, Xiao Jingchen insisted on his own way and completely ignored Shingao's words. If I had listened to you, how could I have died here? As Xiao Jingchen spoke, he paused to catch his breath a few times. After a while, his face suddenly flushed, and he spoke with all his might. Imperial Uncle, Tian Liang, you must both serve Shingao well from now on. Promise me. The throne will pass to Shingao. Xiao Chunglai was stunned. Tian Liang was stunned. The eunuchs were stunned. The imperial guards were all stunned. What are you still hesitating for? Quickly obey the decree! Xiao Jingchen shouted loudly, panting heavily. Xiao Chunglai knelt down in front of Xiao Jingchen with a thud. Your humble servant will certainly assist Shingao well. Tian Liang also knelt down and shouted loudly. This subordinate obeys the order. All the eunuchs, all the imperial guards, and all the soldiers on and off the city walls knelt down. Your Majesty, we obey. Your Majesty, please do not. This humble general is merely a warrior. How could he possibly be emperor? Please retract your decree immediately. Only Xingalian shook his head and refused Xiao Jingchen, showing that he had absolutely no desire for the throne. If he becomes emperor, where will he have time to enjoy himself with his wife, or travel around? Moreover, once one becomes the emperor of the great Yan dynasty, one must work tirelessly day and night without rest. Your Majesty, why don't you pass the throne to Prince Lai? Shen Gao suggested to Xiao Jingchen. Xiao Jingchen slowly shook his head. Now that the great Yan dynasty is in chaos, the great Wu dynasty will definitely intervene. Only your military strength can hold this world back. Shen Gao, if you don't agree, I will die with my eyes open. Shen Gao was still hesitating when Xiao Qinglai shouted. Shen Gao, what are you hesitating for? The future of the great Yan dynasty depends on you. General Shen, please save the great Yan dynasty. Tian Liang also clasped his hands and knelt down before Shen Gao. Shen Gao took a deep breath. If he didn't agree, even more people would vie for the position, which would surely cause a bloodbath. Your Majesty, I agree. Shen Gao finally agreed. Xiao Jingchen smiled. He forcefully broke free from Shen Gao's grasp, untied the imperial seal from his waist, and shoved it into Shen Gao's hand. I entrust my throne to you. After saying this, he passed away suddenly. Shen Gao sighed inwardly. Even a single drop of spiritual liquid could have saved Xiao Jingchen's life, but he had already used up even that one drop. The most important thing now is to bury Xiao Jingchen, and the second most important thing is to successfully take over the throne. Long live the Emperor! Tian Liang was the first to kneel down. Long live the Emperor! Xiao Qinglai followed closely behind. Long live the Emperor! Tens of thousands of soldiers guarding the city knelt down in unison and shouted loudly to Shen Gao. The image of Shen Gao soaring into the air on his flying sword remained etched in the minds of the soldiers guarding the city. Their excited shouts at this moment truly stemmed from their deep admiration for the strong. These soldiers defending the city have been completely subdued by Shen Gao. Father-in-law. Shen Gao helped Xiao Qinglai up. You are in charge of all the funeral arrangements for the Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Qinglai readily agreed. Tian Liang. Your subordinate is here. Come with me to the palace and take over the imperial power. Your humble servant obeys the order. After giving his orders, Shen Gao looked at the imperial guards protecting Xiao Jingchen. They witnessed the entire process from beginning to end. Xiao Jingchen was killed by Master Xuanji, and the throne was passed to Shen Gao. The imperial guards were also stunned by Shen Gao's extremely powerful methods, and they involuntarily knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty! Shen Gao waved his hand, signaling them all to stand up. From now on, you will be my imperial guards, exercising the power to protect the palace. Let's go to the palace! At Shen Gao's command, he held the imperial seal and strode into the city gate, heading towards the palace. At this moment, Prime Minister Pei Jingji and Lu Yiming, the Minister of the Six Ministries, were discussing important matters in the Golden Hall with the ministers of each ministry. Suddenly, Shen Gao, accompanied by the imperial guards, barged into the Golden Hall without saying a word. Shen Gao! Who let you in? Get out! Pei Jingji looked up at Shen Gao, who had barged in without permission, and was furious. Lu Yiming was also somewhat surprised. Son-in-law, this is the Golden Hall, where the Emperor handles affairs. You should leave now. Shen Gao ignored Pei Jingji, only nodded slightly to Lu Yiming, walked to the center, sat down behind the golden table, raised the jade seal in his hand, and said, I have come in person, why don't you all come and see me? Son-in-law, have you gone mad? Lu Yiming exclaimed in shock, nearly falling to the ground. Get down right now, or this is a capital offense, punishable by the extermination of your entire family. Ha ha ha, Shen Gao, it's no use whether you come down or not. Pei Jingji laughed loudly. I must report this to the Emperor and have your entire family executed. Shen Gao gave a cold laugh. Pei Jingji, you have disrespected me, so I will strip you of your position as Prime Minister. Guards, strip Pei Jingji of his official robes. Immediately, imperial guards arrived, seized Pei Jingji, and removed his official robes. Shen Gao, you have committed the heinous crime of deceiving the Emperor. You can just wait to be executed. As Pei Jingji was cursing, 2 rows of imperial guards rushed into the Golden Hall, separating the officers. Several eunuchs, carrying imperial robes, walked up to Shen Gao, bowed, and said in a shrill voice, "Please, your majesty, change your clothes." Shen Gao stood up, and the eunuch began to dress him in front of all the officials. Before long, Shen Gao arrived, dressed in imperial robes, wearing dragon boots and a crown with tassels, looking extremely majestic. "Long live the emperor!" Upon seeing this, the imperial guards and eunuchs all knelt down and bowed to Shen Gao. "My dear son-in-law, where is the emperor? Where did he go?" Lu Yiming was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. If Shen Gao rebelled, their Lu family would definitely be implicated and executed. At this moment, he became stuttering and incoherent. "Shao Jingchen was murdered by Zuanjizi, and before his death, he passed the throne to me." Shen Gao sat majestically on the dragon throne. "My beloved ministers, now, I am the new emperor of the great Yan dynasty." Chapter 126. The Emperor Can Fly on a Sword. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, Lu Yiming felt a sudden dizziness. His nephew, Shao Jingchen, died in battle outside the capital city less than 2 hours after leaving the city. Moreover, he passed the throne to Shen Gao, who had no blood relation to him whatsoever. But then, Lu Yiming showed a look of joy. Shen Gao was his son-in-law. It's much closer to a son-in-law to be emperor than a nephew to be emperor. Without further hesitation, Lu Yiming immediately knelt down and said, "Your subject pays respects to your majesty." Just as Lu Yiming knelt down, the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly came from outside the Golden Hall. When the ministers looked outside, they saw countless soldiers with weapons surrounding the Golden Hall. The leader was none other than Tian Liang. At this moment, he strode into the Golden Hall, clad in the armor of a city defense commander, and knelt on one knee in a distance towards Shen Gao. "This humble general pays his respects to your majesty, having come specifically to protect you." Just then, the general of the left and right imperial guards, along with 100 skilled warriors, joined forces with the city defense troops to protect the Golden Palace. The left and right guards generals stepped forward and knelt before Shen Gao, saying, "This humble general greets your majesty, long live the emperor." Tian Liang, the commander of the city defense department, was actually one of Shen Gao's men. The Grand General of the Imperial Guards has also become one of Shen Gao's men. Inside the Golden Hall, the civil and military officials stood there silently. This is absolutely terrifying. What methods did Shen Gao use to subdue so many powerful troops in such a short time? While the ministers were still in a daze, 2 people rushed in through the door. "Prince Lai, Shao Chalai, and his beloved daughter Shao Lingxi, pay their respects to your majesty. May your majesty live 10,000 years. What? Even the most powerful prince of the royal family, Prince Lai, supports Shen Gao. Your majesty, when did you marry me? Shao Lingxi asked, her eyes filled with resentment. She knelt down behind Shao Chenlai. You are now the emperor. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Please don't go back on your word. Shen Gao looked at Shao Lingxi and saw that Shao Chenlai didn't care about gains or losses and was protecting him as his son-in-law in every way. With such affection, how could Shen Gao refuse Shao Lingxi's love? Lingxi, once I have settled things, I will issue an edict to marry you. Thank you, your majesty. Seeing Shen Gao agree in front of all the officials, Shao Lingxi blushed with embarrassment, bowed to Shen Gao, and shyly withdrew from the Golden Hall. My dear ministers, rise. Shen Gao raised his hand in the air, and immediately, the kneeling crowd felt a great force lifting them up. Thank you, your majesty. But Pei Jingji, who was tied up to one side, was old and frail, but he spat at Shen Gao and shouted, Shen Gao, you murdered the late emperor and plotted to seize power. You will die a horrible death. Just then, the 10th prince, followed by more than a dozen members of the royal family surnamed Shao, swaggered in, separating the city defense troops and the imperial guards. Although the 10th prince was only 11 years old, he had been studying under Pei Jingji for a long time and was quite bold. How dare you, Shen Gao? You're an outsider. What ability do you have to inherit the Shao family's throne? The 10th prince shouted. Guards, untie Prime Minister Pei. The members of the Shao clan behind him were about to step forward, but they were blocked by the Imperial Guards holding sharp knives. You Imperial Guards are all traitors! The Shao clan members dared not lay a hand on the Imperial Guards, but they were willing to curse them. Just then, Shao Jingchen's mother, consort Luigi, arrived in a large sedan chair. As soon as she stepped out of the sedan chair, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were in disarray, and she burst into tears, rushing straight towards Shingao. But the Imperial Guards reacted quickly and stopped her. Shingao, you ungrateful scoundrel! You killed my son and stole his throne. Even if I die, I will fight you to the death. Luigi roared loudly at Shingao like a furious and irritable lioness. Shingao's face darkened. Luigi was his father-in-law's younger sister, and she was extremely friendly to Lu Shatong. However, if she continues to be so arrogant and rude, Shingao wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yiming came out and stood in front of Luigi, saying in a deep voice, Sister, don't be silly. How am I being ridiculous? It was clearly Shingao who coveted the throne and killed my son. Am I not even allowed to speak out? Luigi raised her fist and punched Lu Yiming wildly, as if she hated Lu Yiming as well. Shingao waved his hand and said to Luigi, Luigi, you say I killed Shao Jingchen, do you have any evidence? Do we even need evidence? Luigi cried, pointing at Tianliang and the city defense soldiers outside, shouting. So many soldiers and Imperial Guards outside the city saw it all, they are the evidence. Tianliang quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands to Luigi, and said, Your Majesty, this humble general personally witnessed His Majesty trying his best to persuade the late Emperor to stop him from personally leading the expedition against Shao Jingyuan, but the late Emperor did not listen. The Grand General of the Imperial Guard stepped forward and bowed to Luigi. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, the late Emperor charged ahead and fought at close range with Xuanjizi, a master of the Great Wu dynasty. He was hit in a vital spot by Xuanjizi. It was the Emperor who forced out his internal energy to prolong the late Emperor's life. At this moment, Shao Chunlai also came out and said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, this matter cannot be blamed on the Emperor. On his deathbed, Jingchen personally issued an edict to pass the throne to Emperor Shingao. Prince Lai, you and Shingao are father-in-law and son-in-law, of course you have to protect him in every way. You've sold out the roots of our Shao family, you don't deserve the surname Shao. The 11-year-old 10th prince pointed at Shao Chunlai and cursed him in his childish voice. Shao Chunlai didn't take the 11-year-old child seriously at all. He only looked at Luigi, and continued speaking. The intervention of Xuanjizi of the Great Wu dynasty has made things even worse. Shao Chunlai sighed, then continued. The territory of the Great Wu dynasty is 5 times that of the Great Yan dynasty, and they have more than 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm, as well as several at the great perfection of the innate realm. Shao Chunlia's words immediately silenced the civil and military officials in the Golden Hall. Even Luigi, a woman, was shocked by the immense power of the Great Wu dynasty. It should be noted that the Great Yan dynasty has not even produced a single person at the first level of the innate realm, let alone at the great perfection of the innate realm. The most powerful achievement of the Great Yan dynasty was the acquired great perfection, but compared to the innate great perfection of the Great Wu dynasty, it was like 10 strong giants, each 1.9 meters tall, ganging up to bully a 3-year-old child. In the face of such a powerful enemy, only Emperor Shingao of our Great Yan dynasty has the strength to fight against the Great Wu dynasty. Shao Qinglia's words were like a drop of water being poured into a pot of boiling oil, causing it to explode instantly. Immediately, a buzzing sound filled the Golden Hall as everyone discussed the matter. Is the Great Wu dynasty going to interfere in the affairs of our Great Yan dynasty? With the Great Wu dynasty making its move, how can the Great Yan dynasty possibly survive? Even if our Great Yan dynasty had a powerful acquired perfection cultivator like our emperor, we still couldn't possibly be a match for the Great Wu dynasty. At this moment, Shao Qinglai pressed his hand down and said loudly, Only your majesty can defeat the Great Wu dynasty, because your majesty can fly on a sword. Chapter 127 The Temptation of the Innate Realm. What? Can the emperor fly on a sword? The buzzing sound inside the Golden Hall suddenly resumed. Flying on a sword? How is that possible? 50 years ago, only Tian, an extremely powerful cultivator at the third level of the innate realm in the Great Wu Dynasty, could fly on a sword. Impossible! This is completely impossible! Xin Gao is only at the great perfection of the acquired realm. There's no way he could possibly fly on a sword. 50 years ago, Tian, a third-level innate realm cultivator, flew across the Yangtze River on his sword, entered the Great Yan Dynasty, and annihilated 60 first-level innate realm cultivators from the Great Wu Dynasty, shaking the world with his might. Unfortunately, Tian disappeared after entering the Great Yan Dynasty, and there has been no news of him since. At this moment, Xiao Chunlai sneered and pointed at the 10th prince, saying, Boy, if you are willing to be emperor, I will petition the emperor to give you the throne. The 10th prince was terrified. He thought that the Great Wu Dynasty had more than 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm. If they all attacked the Great Yan Dynasty, he would have no choice but to hand over the imperial power to them. Then he was killed by the people of the Great Wu Dynasty. What was the point of being an emperor? Even an 11-year-old like him can understand it clearly. No, 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 I won't be emperor anymore. The 10th prince retreated repeatedly, ignoring the shouts of the Xiao clan members behind him, and ran far away. Xiao Chunlai revealed a disdainful smile, then turned to Luigi and said, Empress Dowager, would you like to become empress? No, I don't want to be an empress. Luigi stopped crying and making a fuss, and just kept backing away. Although she also wanted to be an empress, was she destined to be one? She probably just ascended the throne and was captured by those experts from the Great Wu Dynasty. With her beautiful body, she would probably be gang-raped to death in just one night. Who else among you is willing to be emperor? Xiao Chunlai then turned to the other members of the Xiao imperial family. No one was willing to stand up. Xiao Chunlai stood there for a long time. At this moment, the Golden Hall was so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Xiao Chunlai, much less at Xin Gao, who was sitting upright behind the golden table. Prince Lai, so you mean this unwanted emperor can only be given to me? Xin Gao sneered as he watched Xiao Qinglai's boastful talk. Oh no! Xiao Qinglai was only concerned with how to defeat those mindless people who only cared about immediate interests. He didn't expect that his words were a double-edged sword, hurting not only the enemy but also Xin Gao. Your Majesty, this is what this old minister means. Xiao Qinglai was unable to utter a single word. You, Prince Lai, should be the emperor, Xin Gao said coldly, and was about to take off the flat crown on his head. Wait, no, Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. Only you are qualified to sit on this throne. Prince Lai was startled. If Xin Gao didn't become emperor, who would dare to? He knelt down with a thud, disregarding his dignity as Prince Lai, and cried out, Your Majesty, you are a man of great talent and ambition, with unparalleled martial arts skills, and you can even ride a sword. You are truly the pride of our dynasty, and the throne must be yours. Prince Lai knelt on the ground, his hands behind Xin Gao's back, gesturing wildly for everyone to come and kneel down to beg for mercy. The first to understand was the newly appointed second-rank minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Lu Yiming. He watched as his son-in-law, who had once saved his life, rose to the position of emperor in just a few short months. This was truly unexpected, and she didn't know what incredible luck she had struck, but in a moment of impulsiveness, she married all 6 of her daughters to him. Throughout his journey, Xin Gao has never been defeated. Only he can deal with the experts of the Great Wu Dynasty. If Xin Gao does not become emperor, the Great Yan Dynasty will be in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming quickly stepped forward and knelt behind Xiao Chunlai. Your Majesty, the Great Yan Dynasty has now offended the Great Wu Dynasty. The Great Wu Dynasty will inevitably cross the Great River and march south. There is no one better than Your Majesty to save the people of the Great Yan Dynasty. I implore Your Majesty not to abdicate and to save the people from this suffering. Tian Liang understood as well. He took a few steps forward and knelt down behind Lu Yiming. Your Majesty, if you were not to become emperor, I would rather kneel here and die. The censors then realized what was happening and immediately stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, the country is in dire straits, and the people are starving. At this critical juncture, if Your Majesty abdicates, we will immediately record your disregard for the greater good in history." Several hot-tempered censors had already taken off their official hats, pointed at Shingao, and shouted, "Your Majesty, if you abdicate, we will remonstrate with our lives!" As he spoke, he crashed into a large pillar on top of the Golden Hall. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards were present in the Golden Hall today, easily stopping the censors from their suicidal rage. "Your Majesty, we humbly beg you not to abdicate." Suddenly, all the civil and military officials in the Golden Hall knelt down before Shingao as if they had agreed beforehand. They finally realized that only Shingao had a chance to save the great Yan dynasty, and only Shingao had a chance to preserve the current court. Only Shingao can save the lives of these civil and military officials. Driven by self-interest, they had no choice but to set aside their resentment towards Shingao and request that he sit on the throne. At this moment, Shingao remained silent, but was communicating with the gourd. "Princess Calabash, the great Wu dynasty actually has more than 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm, and several at the great perfection of the innate realm. I am only at the great perfection of the acquired realm now. How can I be their enemy?" The gourd laughed in Shingao's mind. "Master, if you can get a lot of top-grade jade, I will reluctantly eat more and produce more spiritual liquid, so that you can enter the innate realm ahead of time." "Really?" Shingao was overjoyed. "Of course, as long as there is enough jade, I can secrete 3 bowls of spiritual liquid every day, which will shorten the time it takes for you to reach the great perfection of the innate realm to 1/3. This method is good, but where can we find so much jade, especially the top-quality jade, which is monopolized by the Imperial Court? Etc. Doesn't the Imperial Court have a lot of jade? If Shingao becomes emperor, wouldn't he have a large amount of jade available for use? He has been taking the spiritual liquid for half a year now, which means that Shingao will have to continue taking the spiritual liquid for another half a year before he will have a chance to break through to the innate realm. If he had top-quality jade, he could shorten the time by 2/3, meaning he would have a chance to reach the first level of the innate realm in just 2 months. Once Shingao reaches the innate realm, with the help of the Yi Tian flying sword and the enhancement of spiritual liquid, he will be able to achieve true sword flight. Moreover, it can control at least 200 Yi Tian flying swords at the same time. Shingao recalled that when Xiao Qingzhou was still alive, he often sent him to the royal treasury to retrieve gifts, where he saw a large quantity of jade. Only by seizing the royal treasury for ourselves and improving ourselves as quickly as possible can we stop fearing the great Wu dynasty. Upon thinking this, Shingao immediately waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'll be the emperor, but I have one condition." Chapter 128 Top-Grade Jade. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. The entire great Yan dynasty belonged to the emperor. Why would he need to make demands? It seems the emperor's request must be extremely outrageous, and it's not certain that it can be granted. The crowd could only say, "Please enlighten us, Your Majesty." "Everything in the royal treasury belongs to me," Shingao said matter-of-factly. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Was this even a request? In the entire palace, what isn't the emperor's? The entire territory of the great Yan dynasty was entirely the emperor's domain. At this moment, a eunuch stepped forward, handed the keys to the royal treasury to Shingao with both hands, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, these are the keys to the treasury. Everything inside is yours." Shingao was secretly overjoyed. The key to the vault is almost here. Fine, I'll reluctantly become emperor for a while. If being emperor isn't easy, I'll return it to your Xiao imperial family. The various members of the Xiao imperial family, both high and low-ranking, waved their hands repeatedly, saying, "Your Majesty, the throne is now yours. Please don't give it back to us. We only have one request. Please don't drive us out of the capital." Only Xiao Qingzhao's princes and his concubines lived in the palace. Even Xiao Qinglai lived outside the palace. Now that Xiao Qingzhao is dead and Xiao Jingqian is dead, Shin Gao will hand over the remaining old members of the royal family to the general of the left and right imperial guards. What Shin Gao is most anxious about now is to see how much jade and silver is still in the royal treasury. After hastily leaving the court, Shin Gao, holding the treasury key, walked directly towards the treasury with practiced ease. Behind them followed dozens of imperial guards, eunuchs, and palace maids, making a grand spectacle. "His Majesty has arrived!" The eunuch shouted loudly as Shin Gao approached the gate of the treasury. Immediately, 10 vault guards emerged from the shadows and knelt down. "Get up, and bring me the records of the treasury's inflows and outflows." The accountant in charge of the accounts hurriedly ran to the side of the treasury, picked up an account book from it, and said, "Your Majesty, this is the record of the treasury's income and expenditure over the past 6 months." Shin Gao opened the ledger, looked at it page by page, then tore off a blank page, picked up a brush, and began to calculate. The calculations were completed in no time. The vault contained 300,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and 1,200 pieces of medium-grade jade, each weighing an average of half a jin. There are 420 pieces of top-quality jade, varying in size, some weighing 4 ounces and others only 1 ounce. These figures are completely consistent with those calculated from the ledger. It seems this accountant has put his heart into keeping the books. "I'll go inside and take a look. You all wait outside." With that, Shin Gao went into the vault, bolted the door, and then slowly walked inside. "Gord, Princess Gord, do you think these jade stones are useful?" "Useful, extremely useful. This is top-grade bluish-green jade, this is top-grade black jade, this is top-grade jadeite." If the gourd had eyes, its eyes would surely light up when it saw these exquisite jade stones. "Master, quickly put all these jade stones into my space. I need to absorb them properly." The gourd was already impatient. These exquisite jade stones were making its mouth water. As Shin Gao walked along, he collected all these top-quality jade stones into the space of the gourd. "Princess Calabash, are these jade stones enough for 2 months?" Shin Gao asked. "That's enough, more than enough. Master, starting tomorrow, you'll be able to drink 3 bowls of spiritual liquid every day." The gourd chuckled, overjoyed. 3 bowls of spiritual liquid every day, plus 30 drops left over each day. If this continues, after 2 months, you can gather 1,080 drops, enough to fill a small bottle of spiritual liquid. In this way, there will be no worry about running out of spiritual liquid. Something like what happened to Xiao Jingchen will never happen again. 2 months later, Shin Gao had everything ready except for the final push. He would find a secluded place, break through to the first level of the innate realm, and become a true innate master. With that thought in mind, Shin Gao swaggered out of the vault and said to the guards, "I've taken the finest jade inside." The accountant readily agreed, quickly took out a pen, wrote it down, and then had a eunuch next to Shin Gao step forward to stamp and affix his fingerprint. After leaving the treasury, Shin Gao went to the imperial study. All the old furniture and daily necessities inside were removed and replaced with brand new home furnishings. Shin Gao was very satisfied with what he saw. He ordered his men to bring the 6 Lu children into the palace and arrange for them to stay in their own quarters. In addition, he sent a eunuch to fetch Xiao Chunlai. Not long after, Prince Lai, Xiao Chunlai, arrived at the imperial study. "Your Majesty, what brings you here, this old minister?" Xiao Chunlai greeted Shin Gao with the utmost respect before speaking. "Father-in-law, we're meeting in private, so there's no need for such formalities," Shin Gao said with a smile. "Absolutely not, absolutely not. If so many fathers-in-law are all disrespectful in the future, how can the emperor's authority be upheld?" Xiao Chunlai shook his head repeatedly. Shin Gao smiled helplessly, and had no choice but to give up. "Father-in-law, starting tomorrow, I will be conducting large-scale military training and manufacturing super weapons to deal with the Great Wu dynasty. I will entrust these important matters of the court to you and Lu Yiming." "No, no!" Xiao Chunlai was startled. "Your Majesty, I have not participated in court discussions for decades. You should find someone else. I am used to a leisurely life." Shin Gao chuckled inwardly. "Prince Lai, oh Prince Lai, he thought. To hand the throne over to me, you tricked all the members of the Shao clan into withdrawing from the struggle. Even the 11-year-old 10th prince was too frightened to see him. Now, the more you resist taking this responsibility, the more I want to entrust this important matter to you. Shao Chunlai! Suddenly, Shen Gao shouted. I became this thankless emperor for the sake of your Shao family's empire and for the sake of the people of your great Yan dynasty. I assigned you some trivial tasks, and you dared to shirk your responsibilities. What use are you to me? Shao Chunlai shuddered violently, staggered back 3 steps, and fell to the ground from the small stool. Shen Gao gritted his teeth, his murderous expression turning Shao Chunlai's face deathly pale. Upon seeing this, Shen Gao was secretly overjoyed. Tell me, are you going to do it or not? Shen Gao stood up and confronted Shao Chunlai. Shao Chunlai trembled with fear at Shen Gao's menacing appearance and uttered, Damn it! Several times. Very well, since that's the case, I hereby appoint you as Grand Tutor of the Great Yan Dynasty, and together with Minister Lu Yiming, you will manage my court well. Your Majesty, what about the Prime Minister? What's the point of having a Prime Minister? With the Minister of the Imperial Secretariat and you, we can command the 6 ministries. Wouldn't a Prime Minister be redundant? Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, Shao Chunlai was on the verge of tears. His decades of leisurely life were now over. From now on, he will not only have to consider the daily necessities of the great Yan dynasty, but also deal with Lu Yiming's nagging mouth. At this moment, Shao Chunlai quietly raised his head, glanced at Shen Gao, and found that Shen Gao had a smug look on his face. I immediately understood. Shen Gao is using his position to settle personal scores. Chapter 129 Unconditional Support for My Husband. That kid, settling personal scores on official business, and he did it so quickly. Shao Chunlai left the imperial study with a long face, thinking to himself that he was still Shen Gao's father-in-law, yet he was not even given face as a father-in-law. If it were anyone else, they would probably be tricked into not knowing what was going on. After dealing with Shao Chunlai, Shen Gao was now thinking of getting Ding Erliang some work to do. We can't let this richest merchant in the great Yan dynasty be idle. Shen Gao had already thought it through. He had several very mature ideas, and he was confident that Ding Erliang would do a very good job of implementing them. Someone come here! Shen Gao called in several imperial guards and wrote a letter to Ding Erliang. The letter stated that he was forced to become emperor, and was now penniless and in dire need of manpower, so he invited Ding Erliang to the capital to discuss important matters. After doing all that, Shen Gao still had one important task left. That is to destroy Shao Jingyuan's rebellious forces and kill He Qinhu and Zuan Jizi. Only by completely annihilating them can the great Yan dynasty be at peace, and Shen Gao can then sleep peacefully with his wives in his arms. Thinking this, Shen Gao closed all the doors and windows of the imperial study, checked everything, and found no problems. He then walked to the bed in the imperial study and sat down cross-legged. He began to fully temper his body, and after tempering, he summoned 100 flying swords, arranged them in formation, and controlled them one by one with his mind. This kind of practice can last all night. Meanwhile, Shao Jingyuan, Master Xuanji, and He Qinhu led their troops and fled from the capital once again. This time, he led 50,000 troops to attack the city, but nearly 10,000 were lost due to trampling and disappearances during the escape. After running for a day and a night, we finally stopped. It is already 200 miles away from the capital. Seeing that Shen Gao was not chasing after them, the 3 of them breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Shao Jingyuan. Master Xuanji sat down on a large rock and said in a deep voice, It seems that Shen Gao has already received Yi Tian's true teachings. At such a young age, he has not even reached the first level of the innate realm, yet he can fly on a sword. This matter is of utmost importance. I must return to the Great Wu Dynasty and report this news. If Master Xuanji were to return to the Great Wu Dynasty and report this, the Great Wu Dynasty would surely send a master to assist him. With the help of the experts of the Great Wu Dynasty, we can kill all of Shen Gao and the Shao family's enemies, and then we can take our revenge. Then the throne will return to his hands. Master Xuanji, what will I do after you return to the Great Wu Dynasty? Will your Great Wu Dynasty send troops to attack the Great Yan Dynasty? Xiao Jingyuan asked cautiously. Although he now refers to himself as I, the Lonely One, he is no longer as confident when facing Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji, a cultivator at the first level of the innate realm and a native of the Great Wu Dynasty, could easily annihilate a master like him who had reached the great perfection of the acquired realm at any moment. Faced with such a powerful Wu Dynasty, Xiao Jingyuan was extremely afraid that they would cross the Yangtze River and march south to destroy the Great Yan Dynasty. This matter is open to discussion. Your Great Yan Dynasty is, in principle, a chicken rib, with little meat and little flavor. However, since Shen Gao has received Yi Tian's true teachings, this matter will definitely cause a huge uproar in the Great Wu Dynasty. Master Xuanji patted Xiao Jingyuan's head and comforted him, saying, Xiao Jingyuan, don't worry. At most, some people from our Great Wu Dynasty will come at the first level of the innate realm. Their only goal is to deal with Shen Gao. After we destroy Shen Gao, I will do my best to help you sit on the throne of the emperor. Upon hearing Master Xuanji's words, Xiao Jingyuan was overjoyed. As long as he didn't send troops to occupy the Great Yan Dynasty, there was nothing to worry about. Thank you, Taoist Master! Xiao Jingyuan bowed deeply to Taoist Master Xuanji, his expression extremely respectful. During this period, you must not act rashly. If you provoke Shen Gao to take action and ruin my important matters, then don't blame me for not warning you. Master Xuanji's tone was very unfriendly. Yes, Isolate will immediately withdraw its troops to the far east and wait there for the Taoist priest to bring his men. Xiao Jingyuan readily agreed to Taoist priest Xuanji's request. Master Xuanji turned to He Qinghu and said, My good disciple, you stay here and assist Xiao Jingyuan. After things are done, I will take you to the Great Wu Dynasty to meet your senior and junior brothers. Disciple obeys! He Qinghu replied with utmost respect, bowing repeatedly. Before long, Xiao Jingyuan's troops set off, slowly converging towards the far east. When they reached the riverbank, one of Xiao Jingyuan's soldiers jumped onto a small boat on the riverbank and rowed towards the opposite side. Meanwhile, on the very first day that Shen Gao became emperor, Ding Xiang asked Shen Gao for leave to return to Blackwater City. She led a dozen or so experts, enduring wind and rain, and after a day of rushing, finally arrived in Blackwater City. Without taking a break, Ding Xiang went to find her father, Ding Erliang. He told Ding Erliang the whole story of how Shen Gao became emperor. Ding Erliang frowned upon hearing Ding Xiang's words. Xiao Jingchen was killed by Zuan Jizi, a master of the Great Wu Dynasty, after only 2 days as emperor. Before his death, he passed the throne to Shen Gao. That's not the point. The point is that Shen Gao was actually able to fly on a sword while at the great perfection of the acquired realm, which shocked the world. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. It seems that his son-in-law, Shen Gao, has become the target of public criticism and is in the eye of the storm. Ding Erliang traveled all over the country, and his business had secretly entered the Great Wu Dynasty 3 years ago, so he was very familiar with the national strength of the Great Wu Dynasty. The Great Wu Dynasty was powerful, with more than 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm, and even experts at the great perfection of the innate realm. With such immense power, how could Shen Gao, a mere postnatal great perfection cultivator, possibly contend with them? Thinking of this, Ding Erliang walked back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back and his head down. After thinking for a long time, he finally stopped, raised his head, and looked at Ding Xiang. My dear girl, what are you thinking? Ding Xiang met Ding Erliang's gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and resolve. Father, now that I've married Shen Gao, I will wholeheartedly support him. However, you should know that the person His Majesty has offended is a master of innate martial arts from the Great Wu Dynasty, and His Majesty's ability to fly on a sword will attract the covetous eyes of the Great Wu Dynasty. His Majesty's situation is extremely dangerous. Ding Erliang stood in front of Ding Xiang, looking at her very seriously. The decision that would determine the fate of the Ding family was in Ding Xiang's hands. The slightest mistake could result in the death of Ding Erliang and Ding Xiang, or even the extermination of the Ding family. However, Although Ding Xiang was a woman, her business acumen was 100 times more astute than Ding Erliang's. Since Ding Xiang took over the reins of the Ding family, she has never made a mistake. The industries they entered all yielded extremely high profits. Even Ding Erliang trusted Ding Xiang completely. Now, he handed over the decision-making power to Ding Xiang. As long as Ding Xiang made the decision, he would support her unconditionally, no matter how difficult it was. "Father, no matter what the outcome, I will support my husband without hesitation," Ding Xiang said firmly, her tone resolute. "Daughter, have you made up your mind?" "It's decided." Chapter 137 Women Helping Each Other. Seeing that Ding Xiang had decided to follow Shen Gao, Ding Erliang no longer hesitated. He clapped his hands, and someone immediately came in. "Pass down the order, except for the shops and properties in Blackwater City. Pack up everything belonging to the Ding family tonight, and transport it to the capital first thing tomorrow morning." The message was relayed. Immediately, the Ding family, with over 1,000 members, began to get busy. 5 million taels of gold, 30 million taels of silver, and tens of thousands of craftsmen were all put away. In addition, there were countless grains, steel refined using Shen Gao's method, and tens of thousands of pulley crossbow kits, all neatly packed together. The next day, at Ding Erliang's command, the caravan set off. Several thousand carriages, over 1,000 important members of the Ding family, tens of thousands of craftsmen, and 5,000 guards from Blackwater City escorted the caravan, which slowly traveled along the official road. The flags of the Ding family in Blackwater City fluttered in the wind. Along the way, people from all walks of life were trying to find out why the Ding family was making such a big show of force. When they heard that the Ding family had poured all their wealth into supporting the new emperor, they were all deeply moved. As the saying goes, it's like walking on thin ice. But the Ding family was willing to risk all their wealth to support the new emperor. The news was relayed to various counties and prefectures by fast horses. The Ding family's actions were bound to cause some related businesses to make adjustments. When they were still 50 miles from the capital, the caravan encountered a group of eunuchs. The eunuchs saw the long procession bearing the Ding family's banner from afar and leaned their horses to one side. "Where are you from, Ding family? Where are you going?" the head eunuch asked, grabbing a well-dressed, imposing man. "Replying to your excellency, we are the Ding family of Blackwater City. We moved from Blackwater City to the capital. Our patriarch is doing his utmost to support the new emperor." A member of the Ding family answered proudly, head held high, etc. The eunuchs were very puzzled. They were on the emperor's orders to go to the Ding family in Blackwater City and ask them for help. How come they arrived so quickly? "Are you really the Ding family of Blackwater City?" the head eunuch asked in a shrill voice. "Go and inform Ding Erliang to come here and receive the imperial decree." Upon hearing that an imperial edict had arrived, the Ding family members hurriedly ran to the back. Before long, Ding Erliang and Ding Xiang rushed over and received Shen Gao's decree. It turned out that Shen Gao wanted them to come to the capital to discuss strategies against the enemy. At the same time, there is another extremely important new weapon that must be made by the Ding family. Not a single word was mentioned about having the Ding family come to the capital. Ding Erliang and Ding Xiang received the imperial edict and told the eunuch to inform the emperor that the Ding family had moved from Blackwater City to the capital, and was preparing to bring all of their wealth to the capital to support the emperor. The chief eunuch overheard this, and was so excited that his face contorted with excitement. Such a momentous matter requires him to be the first to report it to the emperor. Perhaps the emperor will reward him with several hundred taels of gold upon hearing this good news. He turned his horse around and led his eunuchs back as fast as they could. By the time they arrived at the palace, it was already dark. Their pants were all wet, and they smelled strongly of urine. People passing by covered their mouths and noses and took a detour. They didn't take it seriously. After arriving at their lodgings, they quickly took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and hurriedly headed towards Shen Gao's bedroom. "Your Majesty, great news! Great news!" the eunuch shouted as he ran. Hearing this from inside, Shen Gao beckoned them in, asking, "What great news is it?" "Your Majesty, Lord Ding, heir of Blackwater City, and the imperial concubine are leading over 10,000 members of the Ding family of Blackwater City, along with 1,000 carriages, 5 million taels of gold, and 30 million taels of silver, on their way to the capital. The imperial concubine said that the emperor should decide on all these assets, as long as he arranges a place for the Ding family to stay and settle them down. Xin Gao was deeply moved upon hearing this. This amount of money represents the entire Ding family fortune, a full effort to support him. All they needed was a place to stay. With such a righteous spirit, it's no wonder that Ding Erliang and Ding Xiang became the richest people in the Great Yan dynasty. This insight is not only sharp, but also far-sighted. Since they have given their all to supporting Xin Gao, how could Xin Gao only give them a place to stay? South of the palace, along the Imperial Street, lies a vast area of shops, all owned by the royal family. There's also the enormous hunting grounds bordering the palace, covering tens of square kilometers. They could have all of that if they wanted it. The TNT manufacturing method and grenade manufacturing principle that Xin Gao has researched over the past few days can be confidently handed over to Ding Xiang. With TNT, countless grenades can be made, and no matter how many experts at the first level of the innate realm come, they will not be able to escape the explosion of the grenades. Unless they all have the ability to fly on swords like Xin Gao. Just as Xin Gao was thinking about how to settle Ding Xiang, Lu Shuyan also gathered her sisters together. The sextuplets gathered together, and Lu Shuan asked, "Big sister, why did you call us here?" Lu Shuyan asked them to sit down, and asked her sisters if they had heard any news about Ding Xiang. All the younger sisters nodded, because Ding Xiang had caused such a commotion that the entire palace, and even the entire capital, now knew about it. "Elder sister, I heard that Sister Ding Xiang is moving all her properties in Blackwater City to the capital to support her husband." "Yes, I didn't expect Ding Xiang to be so capable. We 6 sisters are well versed in poetry and literature, and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but we don't know anything about business. How can we help our husbands?" "Big sister, what should we do?" everyone asked Lu Shuyan in unison. Ding Xiang's appearance was so stunning that it overshadowed everyone else. Lu Shuyan's position is becoming increasingly precarious. If she doesn't take action soon, her former maid, Ding Xiang, will be able to take advantage of her. "Sisters, this is the main reason I invited you here. The 6 of us must unite to accomplish something great. We must do everything in our power to help our husband deal with the Great Wu dynasty." Lu Xiao asked, "Elder sister, what important matter are we doing? We don't know anything about literature or swordsmanship." Lu Xiu, "We don't know how to do business either. What should we do?" After much discussion, the group still couldn't find a way to help Xin Gao. As they were discussing this, Xiao Lingxi arrived uninvited. "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, sixth sister, what are you all doing here?" Upon seeing her sisters, Xiao Lingxi immediately went up and hugged them. She then took out 6 gold hairpins from her pocket. "Eldest sister, second sister, sixth sister, these are gifts for you to greet each other." Xiao Lingxi had given these gifts to the Lu family sextuplets countless times. "Lingxi, we see each other every day, there's no need for a gift. Take it back." Lu Shuyan refused to accept Xiao Lingxi's gift. The other 5 younger sisters also refused. Xiao Lingxi had no choice but to put the hairpin back in her pocket, tilted her head and asked again, "6 sisters, what good things have happened to you today? I'd love to hear about it." "Sister Lingxi, we want to help our husband deal with the Great Wu dynasty, but we don't know anything about it." Lu Shuyan frowned slightly and replied with a hint of worry. Chapter 131. The 7 sisters also want to help the emperor. Xiao Lingxi's eyes darted around slightly, and she said in a crisp voice, "I've thought of a way." "What's the solution?" The sextuplets' eyes lit up. "Let's go find my husband together. Maybe he can come up with an idea for us." Yes, their husband, Xin Gao, not only possesses extremely powerful martial arts skills, but also has all sorts of strange ideas. Perhaps Xin Gao can give them a very interesting idea. The sextuplets immediately agreed. The 7 of them went together to find Xin Gao. At this moment, Xin Gao was worried about whether Ding Xiang would encounter any problems on her way to the capital, and he was also thinking about how to arrange things for Ding Xiang and the others. A eunuch entered and reported to Shen Gao that Lu Shuyan and 7 other beautiful imperial concubines had arrived together. Shen Gao looked out the window and saw Xiao Lingxi and Lu Shuyan standing outside. Xiao Lingxi was still as clever as ever. She had already seen Shen Gao through the open window and gave him a mischievous smile. Shen Gao waved, and Xiao Lingxi, Lu Shuyan, and the other 7 people went to Shen Gao's study. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed to Shen Gao in unison. "Rise, all of you," Shen Gao said with a slight smile, gesturing for them to stand up. Thinking back to half a year ago, Shen Gao was just an unknown poor boy with only a dilapidated thatched hut. But half a year later, he had become the monarch of the great Yan dynasty. "Ladies, what brings you here?" Shen Gao stood up, walked forward, opened his arms, and embraced the 7 women. I barely managed to hug them. After Shen Gao released her, Lu Shuyan bowed slightly to him and said softly, "Your Majesty, we want to do something important for you." Shen Gao was somewhat surprised. Doing something big? What great things can they do? Although they were Lu Yiming's daughters and had read some poetry and classical texts since childhood, they had never put them into practice. "How did you come up with this idea?" Shen Gao asked, somewhat curious. "Your Majesty, we have heard that Ding Xiang has brought 5 million taels of gold, 30 million taels of silver, and tens of thousands of artisans with her family to help Your Majesty. We also wish to help Your Majesty." Shen Gao laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered there was another important matter, and wondered if the 7 of them could do it. He immediately took a book from the bookshelf and handed it to Lu Xian. "Shuyan, can you understand this?" Lu Xian took the book and saw the words, "Principles of Semi-Automatic Rifle Manufacturing by Shen Gao," written in large characters on the cover. "Your Majesty, did you write this book?" Lu Xian asked Shen Gao, looking at the strong and powerful characters. "Of course." Shen Gao smiled, then took out several books on physics and chemistry from the shelf next to him and stuffed them into Lu Xian's hands. "These were all written down casually by my husband. If you can thoroughly study them and then manufacture the semi-automatic rifle, you will have done my husband a great favor." Lu Xian was truly puzzled. Back in Kaoshan village, she had been rescued by Shen Gao, and her father had betrothed her to him. Of the several hundred people in Kaoshan village at that time, only the clan chief had attended a private school for a year. The others had never been to school. But why is Shen Gao so amazing? He never went to school, yet he knows so many characters and can even write books. Lu Xian didn't know what a semi-automatic rifle was. She opened the book page by page and read for a while, as if looking at flowers through a fog. Shen Gao thought to himself that even for modern people who haven't specifically studied chemistry, physics, or other related fields, this book would require the collaboration of many people to create. Give these books to the 7 of them to pass the time, lest they overthink things. Lu Xian held the books as if they were priceless treasures, and left with her 6 younger sisters. The 7 people rode in a sedan chair to Prince Xiao Chenlia's mansion. At that time, Xiao Chenli happened to be out of the mansion. Xiao Lingxi sneaked into Xiao Chenlia's room, grabbed a handful of silver notes, and also took more than a dozen gold ingots from the storeroom. Xiao Lingxi, familiar with the route, led the 6 Lu sisters to the prince's palace's workshop and forcibly recruited 10 master craftsmen from there. Back at the palace, Lu Xian took the lead and found a workshop where 10 master craftsmen were assigned. Then, he forced the 10 craftsmen to study the books that Shen Gao had given to the 7 of them. Fortunately, these craftsmen were selected after careful consideration, and they can read blueprints and recognize many characters. When Prince Lai returned to his residence after finishing his business, he discovered that over 1,000 taels of silver notes were missing from his study. More than a dozen gold ingots, worth 10,000 taels of silver, are missing from the storeroom. Meanwhile, her daughter and that mischievous little dappled horse also disappeared. Prince Lai summoned his steward and asked where Xiao Lingxi had gone. The steward, already used to such things, quickly informed Prince Lai that Xiao Lingxi had brought the emperor's 6 concubines to the prince's residence and taken away a large sum of money. He also went to the crafts bureau and forcibly took away 10 extremely skilled craftsmen. Prince Lai felt a pang of pain in his heart. This daughter was so reckless and unruly, she was nothing like him. Prince Lai, gentle and refined, always smiling and never offending anyone, had a daughter who acted like a boy, fighting and spending money recklessly since childhood, almost to the point of going to brothels. If Xiaolingxi were a young master, she would have squandered the entire fortune of the prince's mansion sooner or later. Bring her back to me. This is outrageous. She's even taken my handicrafts this time. Prince Lai was so angry that his beard trembled. He immediately ordered his steward to go find her. The steward shook his head and said helplessly, Your Highness, the princess and the emperor's 6 concubines went to the palace with the craftsmen. I can't enter the palace either. Prince Lai's eyes lit up. My daughter went to the palace? And she was with the Lu family sextuplets? The steward nodded. Your Highness, you must keep an eye on the princess. If things continue like this, the prince's mansion will be ruined. However, when Prince Lai heard that his daughter was with the 6 Lu sisters, he was not worried at all, but instead smiled happily. Then it's all right. As long as we're with the Lu sisters, what's a little money? If we really don't have any money, we can sell some of the shops and land in the Prince Lai's mansion. The steward was speechless after hearing what Prince Lai said. This father and daughter were really too bizarre. But it was because Prince Lai spoiled his daughter like this that Xiaolingxi and the 6 Lu sisters actually managed to develop a semi-automatic rifle. Even Xin Gao was taken aback and had to admire the 7 imperial concubines. However, at this moment, Xin Gao's focus was on Dingxiang. At this time, Dingxiang was less than 50 miles from the capital, and would arrive in the capital by tomorrow morning at the latest. Xin Gao didn't sleep all night, but instead used the time to temper his body. Before he knew it, dawn was breaking. After a night of training, Xin Gao was now in high spirits. He put on his clothes, boarded the dragon carriage, and headed to the palace to greet Dingxiang. Chapter 132 Entering the Imperial Capital. After a day and a night of travel, Dingxiang's caravan finally arrived outside the capital city. Thousands of carriages were loaded with gold and silver treasures, as well as countless craftsmen and countless guards. If they hadn't received advance warning, the Imperial Capital's Defense Command would have initially thought that some force was attacking the capital. General Tian Liang also arrived at the city wall at this moment. Looking into the distance, he saw that the Ding family's caravan had already reached the city gate, but the carriages and horses behind could not be seen to the end. Seeing Dingxiang and Ding Er riding horses slowly approaching, Tian Liang also came down from the city wall. Open the city gates and let them through! Tian Liang personally ordered the massive drawbridge at the south gate of the capital to be lowered and the city gate to be opened wide. Tian Liang rode his warhorse forward to personally greet Ding Xiang. Gentleman Ding, please come in. Tian Liang also greatly admired the Ding family's righteousness, so his tone was very respectful. Ding Xiang and Ding Er quickly dismounted and greeted Tian Liang. Just as they were about to enter the city, they suddenly heard the sound of soft music coming from afar. Upon hearing this, Tian Liang immediately showed joy. My lords, His Majesty has actually come to the city gate to greet us personally. This is the first time since the beginning of time. As soon as Tian Liang finished speaking, the city gate was immediately blocked by the imperial guards, clearing a path for them. Xin Gao did not ride in the dragon sedan chair, but instead rode a fine horse. When he saw Ding Xiang and Ding Erliang in the distance, he immediately laughed and went to greet them. Ding Xiang, father-in-law, I thank you for your strong support, please come in. Ding Xiang and Ding Er, despite their merits, immediately knelt down, proclaimed, Long live the Emperor! And bowed deeply to Xin Gao with utmost respect. Xin Gao dismounted, personally helped them up, and then rode alongside them. The convoy followed the 3 men, slowly heading towards the capital city. The main avenue of the capital city is a must-pass for the Dingxiang caravan. Countless people were already standing on both sides of the road, all wanting to see just how many vehicles Ding Jiayun had. One carriage after another slowly drove by, leaving deep ruts in their wake. The tall, magnificent horses were panting heavily, snorting, and one could vaguely see the glittering jewels emanating from inside the carriage. These are the carriages used to transport gold and silver. The common people were stunned by the Ding family's wealth. A single piece of silver in the carriage was enough for an ordinary person to live a happy life for a year. This gold and silver is enough to feed millions of people. I never imagined the Ding family was so wealthy and powerful. So rich that he could buy the entire capital city. However, the powerful and wealthy Ding family was willing to give up all their gold and silver for the use of the new emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. Meanwhile, the capital was filled with panic and fear. More and more people knew that the current emperor, Xin Gao, had reached the great perfection of the acquired realm and could actually fly on a sword, shocking the world. This sword-flying technique was created by Yi Tian, a master who had been missing for 50 years during the Great Wu dynasty. In order to obtain Yi Tian's unique skills, the Great Wu dynasty once sent over 108 masters to hunt down Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian killed 60 of them and successfully flew across the Yangtze River on his sword, disappearing from the world. 50 years later, unexpectedly, Yi Tian's sword flight technique appeared in the impoverished Great Yan dynasty, and coincidentally, it came into the hands of the new emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, Xin Gao. Moreover, Emperor Xin Gao was only at the great perfection of the acquired realm, yet he could fly on a sword, completely surpassing Yi Tian. Once the news reaches the Great Wu dynasty, it will inevitably trigger the Great Wu dynasty's army to mobilize and destroy the Great Yan dynasty. The Great Wu dynasty is far more powerful than the Great Yan dynasty. If the Great Wu dynasty were to make a move, the Great Yan dynasty would only face certain death. Against this backdrop, the Ding family, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's perilous situation, did the opposite and handed over all their wealth to Xin Gao. When they finally saw the convoys slowly approaching, the onlookers on both sides of the road couldn't help but start discussing it. Some say the Ding family was acting out of a sense of righteousness, as they strongly supported the emperor even in such a critical situation. Some people say that the Ding family was short-sighted, only seeing the immediate benefits, and thus invested the entire Ding family in the project. Some people say that the Ding family is really stupid. If he were the head of the Ding family, he would have fled far away from the Great Yan dynasty and gone to the more powerful Great Wu dynasty to develop. More and more ordinary people began to harbor resentment towards Xin Gao. The reason why the Great Yan dynasty is in such great danger is because of Xin Gao. They even started to mutter insults against Xin Gao. At this moment, Xin Gao walked side by side with Ding Xiang and Ding Er. With his perfected acquired realm, Xin Gao could hear every word of the discussions on both sides of the road. He didn't say anything, just gave a cold smile. When he uses his own abilities to utterly defeat the invading experts of the Great Wu dynasty and drive them out of the Great Yan dynasty, these short-sighted people will forget what they once said and wag their tails, saying how clever they were to predict that the Great Yan dynasty would eventually win. The caravan traveled along the main road for an hour before everyone had completely passed through. The motorcade entered the palace and immediately filled it to capacity. Xin Gao had already invited Ding Xiang and Ding Erliang to the imperial study, accompanied by Xiao Chunlai and Lu Yiming. He also summoned the 6 ministers to discuss this important matter concerning Ding Xiang. Your Majesty, the Ding family has brought all their possessions with them. You may use this money as you see fit. Ding Er bowed to Xin Gao, his face showing a pained expression, yet he spoke with righteous indignation. So much money was given to Xin Gao so easily, anyone would feel the pinch. With the position of Grand Tutor, Xiao Chunlai now shares control of the court with Lu Yiming. With so much gold and silver, he can vigorously develop the army and produce weapons. This is the only way to resist the Great Wu dynasty. Lord Ding, with your free support, we can develop a powerful army in a short time. Relying on the Yangtze River, we can completely keep the Great Wu dynasty out. Xiao Chunlai was extremely excited. After this discussion, he took out 10 million taels of silver and began to recruit soldiers and horses, and to deploy troops along the Yangtze River to prevent the Great Wu dynasty from moving south. Lu Yiming is currently the minister of the 6 ministries, which include the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works. Once Ding Erliang's money arrived, it was all taken to the Ministry of Revenue for registration and deposit, and then used according to the needs of each ministry. Now, his position as Minister of the Imperial Secretariat is no longer just an empty title. With so much money supporting him, he can realize his grand ambitions, manage the great Yan dynasty in an orderly manner, and once the country is strong, he will no longer be afraid of the threat from the great Wu dynasty. Lord Ding, after this court meeting, I will send men to receive all this gold and silver and send it to the Ministry of Revenue for use in the national treasury. Lu Yiming's voice was loud and clear, full of energy. Ding Erliang nodded repeatedly, for only in this way could the gold and silver be used more effectively. The Grand Tutor, the Minister of State Affairs, the ministers of the 6 ministries, Ding Xiang, Ding Erliang, and others who participated in this court meeting all agreed with Lu Yiming's suggestion. Everyone looked at Shen Gao, asking him to make the decision. Shen Gao, however, said, I do not agree to the gold and silver being put into the treasury. Chapter 133 What is a Grenade Workshop? I disagree with the depositing of gold and silver into the treasury. Shen Gao sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, his posture extremely natural. No! Your Majesty, such a vast amount of gold and silver treasures, if not put into the national treasury, are they to go into your Majesty's private treasury? Xiao Qinglai immediately stood up. If this money ended up in Shen Gao's private treasury, he wouldn't be able to get a single tael of silver out of him. Your Majesty, the great Wu dynasty in the north is eyeing us covetously, and the rebellious forces of Xiao Jingyuan within the country have not yet been eliminated. This money cannot go into the private treasury. Lu Yiming also began to stop Shen Gao at this moment, saying that the money must be deposited into the Ministry of Revenue's treasury. Otherwise, a huge mess will happen. Ding Erliang was also taken aback. If the gold and silver had gone into Shen Gao's private treasury, then he would have given it away for nothing. Isn't this just draining the Ding family's resources to enrich the Shen family? The Minister of Revenue was even more anxious. The treasury was empty, and the country was in dire need of money. So much money was about to be deposited into the treasury, but the Emperor had suddenly intercepted it. It was like taking his life. Your Majesty, this money must not be used for any other purpose. It must be put into the treasury. The Minister of Revenue, trembling all over, knelt before Shen Gao and roared. If this money doesn't go into the treasury, I'm not doing this anymore. The Minister of Revenue really went all out, even uttering his mother's words in front of the Emperor. Shen Gao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Who said I was going to embezzle this gold and silver? If we don't embezzle it, the only option is to put it into the household treasury. The Minister of Revenue suddenly realized. You're all wrong. Shen Gaoduan sat on the dragon throne, picked up his cup, took a sip of hot tea, and said in a deep voice, No one but the Ding family can touch this money. Xiao Qinglai. Why is that? Lu Yiming. How can this money help the great Yan dynasty? Minister of Revenue. Won't this money become dead money? Shen Gao continued. I have decided to sell the royal hunting grounds in the west to the Ding family. The royal hunting grounds are 10 li long and 8 li wide, and the price is 800,000 taels of silver. Your Majesty, is this silver to be deposited into the treasury? The Minister of Revenue asked hurriedly. All right, let's put these 800,000 taels into the household treasury. Shen Gao agreed. Shen Gao then took out a geomantic map, placed it on the table in the center, and pointed to it, saying, The Ding family must open their blacksmith workshop, iron smelting workshop, and hand grenade workshop on this land. Ding Erliang knew about iron smelting workshops and blacksmith workshops, but he had never heard of a grenade workshop. Your Majesty, what is this grenade workshop? What is it used for? Ding Erliang asked again. Shen Gao did not answer, but continued. Don't ask yet, let me finish speaking. I will contribute my technology as equity, accounting for 30%. In addition, all workshops will have to pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Yan Dynasty at a rate of 20%. The Minister of Revenue was overjoyed upon hearing this. It turns out that the Emperor was able to come up with such a method. Although the money belongs to the Ding family uses the money to generate more money and then pays taxes, so the Ministry of Revenue's money keeps increasing. While listening to Shen Gao's words, Ding Erliang pondered that Emperor Shingao had previously provided a new method for smelting iron, which could refine some iron ore into molten iron. In addition, he improved the iron-making method, and the steel he produced was 10 times stronger than the original iron. These steel swords and knives are so sharp they can cut through iron like mud and sever hair with a breath. They are excellent materials for making fine swords and knives. After paying the venue fee and taxes, they can still make a lot of money. If these steels were sold to other merchants in the Great Yin Dynasty to make other household goods, wouldn't that bring in a steady stream of money? Your Majesty, our Ding family is willing to obey Your Majesty's orders. Ding Erliang was extremely happy at this moment, and his voice was even more confident. Let's continue talking about grenades, Shingao said, explaining the grenade's manufacturing process and principles in detail. The Minister of War listened, realizing that a hand grenade was actually a type of lightning that could kill people. But what force could blast the iron sheet apart? Could it be the TNT that the Emperor was talking about? As expected, after Shingao finished talking about the grenade, he laid out on the table how to make the TNT material in the grenade, how to make the primer, and so on, explaining everything very clearly, step by step. Your Majesty, are you saying that this grenade can kill a master of the first level of the innate realm? Xiao Chunglai was skeptical. Looking at the blueprint, the grenade looked like a small ball that could be held in the hand. How could something so small kill a powerful master of the innate realm? Shingao nodded. Don't worry, once TNT is developed, it will definitely catch those innate masters off guard and leave them nowhere to escape. Listening to Shingao's words, everyone felt that what Emperor Shingao said was simply too exaggerated. Such a small object could kill someone at the first level of the innate realm? That's completely impossible. But Ding Xiang believes. She packed up all the blueprints and production processes drawn by Shingao, immediately sent them to the craftsman's office, and conveyed the message that TNT must be developed within half a month. After the court session ended, Xiao Qinglai and Lu Yiming left with the 6 ministers, while Ding Erliang also took his men to take over the hunting grounds. However, Shingao kept Ding Xiang behind. 3 days apart felt like 3 autumns. Shingao closed the door of the imperial study and pulled Ding Xiang into his arms. Those hands were completely unruly, starting to grope everywhere. Before long, Ding Xiang was blushing and her heart was racing because of those hands. Despite the increasingly cool weather, Ding Xiang felt incredibly hot, allowing Shingao to remove her clothes one by one. Finally, the two of them, completely naked, embraced tightly. Half an hour later, after the two had finished what was inappropriate for children, they got dressed and sat down facing each other. Ding Xiang, I'm removing you from your position as prefect. Shingao reached out and took Ding Xiang's hand. Your Majesty, if you're dismissed, then so be it. From now on, I'll stay by your Majesty's side all day and serve you. Ding Xiang didn't want to be a female prefect anyway. After becoming the prefect, she had to go to the desolate Lingnan region to take up her post, which meant that she would spend more and more time with Shingao. What young girl could bear the feeling of being alone in an empty room? No, I have another important task for you to do, Shingao said with a smile. Your Majesty, what is it? Ding Xiang wondered to herself, could it be that she was to be put in charge of the harem? In that case, she would become the empress. However, Ding Xiang was unwilling to be a proper empress. What she loved most was running various workshops and figuring out how to make money. She didn't care about the position of empress at all. I want you to use the remaining money to establish a money exchange and lend it out, Shingao said with a smile. Chapter 134, Third Rank Bank Manager. Your Majesty, didn't the Ministry of Revenue build a silver exchange? Why are you building another money exchange? Ding Xiang asked Shingao. Shingao smiled. The Ministry of Revenue's silver shops, to put it simply, were places where silver was deposited and silver notes were issued, which merely facilitated circulation. Moreover, with too many silver notes being issued, they became increasingly worthless. 1,000 taels of silver notes could only be exchanged for 600 taels in the later days. Shingao now wants to establish a money exchange, modeled after modern banks. In addition to issuing banknotes, it would also allow ordinary people to deposit money and then lend it out. In addition, they invest in some projects to earn greater profits. Shen Gao explained all these details to Ding Xiang. The more Ding Xiang listened, the brighter her eyes became. The idea was to let ordinary people deposit their silver in money shops, paying only 1% interest, but after lending it out, the interest would become 3%, allowing them to profit from the difference. In addition, if there are extremely profitable projects, investing in them precisely, or even taking a large stake, can yield countless profits. It might be even more lucrative than making money through trade and profiting from price differences. Seeing Ding Xiang's reaction, Shen Gao laughed inwardly, thinking to himself that he had not misjudged her. Ding Xiang was indeed a talent in this area. Your Majesty, are you saying that you are entrusting me with the management of the bank? Ding Xiang's heart was in her throat. If she were given this task, she was very confident that she could make it even bigger. Right. Shen Gao only said one word, and Ding Xiang was so excited she almost fainted. Your Majesty, please hold me, I'm dizzy. Ding Xiang pinched her thigh hard and slumped into Shen Gao's arms. Shen Gao stood up, picked up Ding Xiang's slender body, and whispered in her ear. I want you to expand your money exchange from 1 to 100 or even more. Can you do it? From 1 to more than 100? Ding Xiang hugged Shen Gao tightly, opened her mouth and bit Shen Gao's neck, leaving several teeth marks on his neck. Shen Gao pushed Ding Xiang away and looked at her closely. At this moment, Ding Xiang's eyes were filled with seductive allure, and she was shrieking in Shen Gao's ear. Your Majesty, are you saying that the money shops in the capital are the largest and have the highest status? Should we then establish branches of these money shops in various prefectures and counties to bring the money to the capital? Yes, the money shops in the capital are called headquarters, and those in other places are called branches. Of the money earned by a branch, at least 20% must be transferred to headquarters. Ding Xiang took a deep breath. My God, the Emperor's mind is so meticulous that he even considered such a thing. From then on, Ding Xiang became the richest person in the world. Your Majesty, I'm going weak. Carry me to bed. Shen Gao smiled knowingly, hugged Ding Xiang tightly, and threw her onto the bed next to the imperial study. Then he leaped up and pounced on her. Ding Xiang, I hereby appoint you as the manager of a money exchange, a third-rank official. Ding Xiang hugged Shen Gao tightly, and cried out, Thank you, Your Majesty, for supporting my appointment as a third-rank bank manager. Before she knew it, another half-hour had passed, and Ding Xiang was finally satisfied. The bank manager held a third-rank official position, which put him on par with the ministers of the 6 ministries. From now on, when the ministers of the 6 ministries saw Ding Xiang, they would have to address her as Lord Ding or Bank Manager Ding. Shen Gao stroked Ding Xiang's hair, which was damp with sweat, and kissed her on the cheek. He smiled and said, Tomorrow, I will announce this matter. If you have any questions about how to proceed, just ask me. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Shen Gao got up and took Ding Xiang to the morning court. Today's morning court was still presided over by Lu Yiming and Xiao Chenlai. When Shen Gao and Ding Xiang appeared before the ministers, everyone was stunned for a moment before remembering to kneel down and shout, Long live the Emperor! Shen Gao waved his hand and walked straight to the dragon throne to sit down. He beckoned to Xiao Chenlai and Lu Yiming, signaling them to come forward. Minister Xiao, bring me paper and pen. Xiao Chenlai quickly brought over the brush and xian paper, saying, Your Majesty, please use them. Shen Gao took the brush and wrote on the xian paper. Issue Ding Xiang as the third-rank central bank manager, with the bank headquarters located in the capital, and several branches under its jurisdiction. Each county may set up one bank branch. He picked up the imperial seal and stamped it heavily on the seal. Xiao Chenlai picked up the imperial edict and read it carefully. When he saw the part about establishing a money exchange, he was completely shocked. The Ministry of Revenue of the Great Yan Dynasty established a silver bank and issued official banknotes, which were essentially silver notes. A silver note worth 1 tael of silver can be redeemed for 1 tael of silver. It went very well at the beginning. Later, the Ministry of Revenue ran out of money, so it ordered the printing of more banknotes. Even some of the rewards and honors bestowed upon officials were given in banknotes instead of physical goods. After a year, the common people took their silver notes to the Ministry of Revenue's silver shops to exchange for silver, but they couldn't get even a single tael of silver out of them. I tried exchanging them at some private banks, but they didn't accept these official banknotes. This has led to official silver notes becoming increasingly worthless. Nowadays, a silver note issued by the Ministry of Revenue worth 100 taels of silver can only be exchanged for a maximum of 60 taels. Some couldn't even exchange 60 taels. Now, unexpectedly, Shingao is trying to repeat his old tricks and make another quick buck. Your Majesty, the official notes issued by the Ministry of Revenue are now worthless. And you've created some kind of money exchange. If this continues, the Ministry of Revenue will become a mess. Lu Yiming was originally the Minister of Revenue, so he understood the dangers of the official notes issued by the Ministry of Revenue even more. Shingao waved his hand and said, My bank will have Dingxiang put up 10 million taels of silver as a base, which cannot be easily used. In addition, the amount of silver that comes in will be the same amount of banknotes issued, and not a single tael more will be issued. This way, the value of the banknotes can be controlled. However, running a money exchange costs money, and salaries must be paid every month. In the end, the money exchange will still be unable to make ends meet. Lu Yiming began to refute Shingao's words again. Shingao simply smiled and gestured for Ding Xiang to come and speak. Lord Lu, we will absorb a large amount of private money and add it to the money shop. If we give them 1% interest, they will deposit more money into the money shop. Then the money shop lends out the money at a 3% interest rate, and the money shop can profit 2% of the profit. As Lu Yiming listened, he thought to himself that this method was good, but if too little money was lent out, wouldn't it be a losing business? He shook his head and said, Lord Ding, if the amount of silver received is the same as the amount of silver lent out, then we can still make some money. But if we receive more silver than we lend out, won't we suffer huge losses? Then we can only resort to printing silver notes. Dingxiang smiled. Lord Lu, what if we use this money to invest in Hubin Jisheng? The traditional Chinese business model of Hubin Jisheng is similar to the modern shareholding model. For example, if A invests 100 taels of silver, B invests 200 taels, and C invests 300 taels, the profits are distributed according to the amount invested. Lu Yiming's heart pounded. If the money shop held 50% of the capital and made a fortune by the end of the year, he could get 50% of the profits. If things continue like this, money will generate more money, and interest will generate more interest, so the money in this bank will only increase. Lu Yiming slapped Xiao Chunglia's thigh hard and shouted, Brilliant! This money exchange is a good idea. Chapter 135 Testing the Divine Thunder. Xiao Chunglai was startled by Lu Yiming's slap, his face turning ugly. Lord Lu, what do you mean by this? Why did you slap my leg? Lu Yiming gave an awkward smile. Your Highness, I got so excited that I slapped the wrong leg. Ignoring Xiao Chunglia's anger, Lu Yiming was very excited. Your Majesty, if there is a very good business that combines the principles of making a living, it is absolutely feasible. But in this world, where is there such an easy business to do? There are plenty of good businesses. Shingao laughed heartily. Shingao didn't say it, but the techniques for making refined salt, white sugar, soap, and rubber were extremely common, yet they had never appeared in the great Yan dynasty. Shingao thought of his childhood playmate, Shen'ergu, who was smart and had followed Shingao since childhood, and was a die-hard fan of Shingao. Shingao planned to teach him how to make refined salt, and then let him go to the money shop to get a loan. The money shop would then share the capital with him, taking 60% of the principal. Wouldn't that solve the problem? If we then publicize it in the central government, it will be an instant success. Seeing Shingao's confidence, Xiao Chunglai and Lu Yiming no longer objected to Ding Xiang becoming a third-rank bank manager, and tacitly agreed to the matter. The imperial edict was handed to Xiao Chunglai, who was instructed to arrange the procedures. Shingao stood up from the dragon throne, intending to slip away, but was stopped by Xiao Chunglai. Your Majesty, there are still important matters to be decided. Explain. The rebels, led by Xiao Jingyuan, have gone to the Far East and occupied a small county there. Should our troops attack or not? Shin Gao took the memorial and read it carefully. It was a memorial sent by the governor of Datsung County in the east, saying that Xiao Jingyuan's troops had arrived in the northern part of Taitsung. However, instead of capturing the prefectural capital, they remained inactive, seemingly waiting for something. Shin Gao knew, of course, that they were waiting for the innate masters of the great Wu dynasty in Jiangbei to cross the river. Yang Huago's beggar had already relayed the news to Shin Gao, and the information was even more detailed than that sent by the governor of Taitsung County. General Tian, how do you plan to handle this matter? Shin Gao glanced at the officials in the court. Tian Liang had long since left the City Defense Command and was now leading troops to train soldiers on his own, specifically to deal with Xiao Jingyuan. Therefore, Shin Gao asked him, Your Majesty, our troops are undergoing intensive training. Once they are well trained, we can wipe out Xiao Jingyuan's entire army in one fell swoop. Shin Gao nodded slightly. Relying on Tian Liang's troops, it would be extremely difficult to eliminate Xiao Jingyuan, who had defected to the great Wu dynasty. We can only take it one step at a time and cannot send troops blindly. You can discuss this matter yourselves and wait for my news. After saying this, Shin Gao patted his behind and pulled Ding Xiang away from the Golden Hall. Just as Xiao Chenglai was about to call out to Shin Gao, Lu Yiming stopped him. Your Highness, let's continue the discussion. Xiao Chenglai snorted a few times and said, Now that Ding Xiang has become the emperor's favorite, he brings her to court and takes her with him when he leaves. What kind of court meeting is this? Lu Yiming understood Shin Gao's personality. He seemed carefree and didn't care about details. He must have something to do with Ding Xiang if he took Ding Xiang away. Your Highness, barring any unforeseen circumstances, good news should arrive from Ding Xiang within 3 or 4 days at most, Lu Yiming said with a smile. What good news? I think it's the good news that Ding Xiang is pregnant. Prince Lai glared at him and snorted twice. The ministers secretly found it amusing to see the two first and second rank officials arguing. It's definitely not a pregnancy. I think it's good news for dealing with Xiao Jingyuan, Lu Yiming said very solemnly, without the slightest hint of a smile. If it's not pregnancy, then what is it? I really can't figure it out. Prince Lai thought of his daughter Xiaolingxi again. Now the emperor hadn't even proposed marriage, and she had already excitedly moved into the palace. Perhaps Ding Xiang isn't pregnant, but her own daughter is very likely. Thinking about this made Xiao Chenglai uneasy. They had no energy left to think about what Shin Gao and Ding Xiang were doing. Just as Xiao Chenglai was lost in thought, Shin Gao pulled Ding Xiang out of the Golden Hall and led her to a special room inside the palace. Today, Shin Gao will teach Ding Xiang the entire TNT production process. To enable more people to master the skills, Shin Gao ordered 20 exceptionally clever craftsmen to be brought from the Ding family to his laboratory. Shin Gao started by teaching Ding Xiang how to make concentrated sulfuric acid and nitric acid, step by step. Ding Xiang and the young craftsman picked up paper and pen and wrote down the steps one by one. For 3 days straight, Shin Gao, along with Ding Xiang and 20 craftsmen, lived, ate, drank, relieved themselves, and slept all here. After 3 days and numerous experiments, 1/2 pound of TNT was finally produced. However, Shin Gao forgot about the gunpowder that would detonate it. He recalled carefully that his grandfather had left him a book on the chemical principles of explosives for mining, which he had memorized from memory. He sat quietly, thinking for a long time, and finally remembered how to make the detonator. After another day of experimentation, it was finally successfully made. The blacksmith was ordered to make the primer for ignition and the outer casing of the grenade according to the blueprints. After filling these items with medicine, Shin Gao had produced 5 rather crude hand grenades. It was extremely ugly. Finally got it done. Shin Gao picked up an ugly hand grenade and said with great joy, Your Majesty, is this a hand grenade? Can it make a thunderous sound? Ding Xiang asked curiously, looking at the hand grenade Shin Gao was holding. Come, let's go out and try it together. Shin Gao walked at the front, followed by Ding Xiang and 20 craftsmen. Before long, the group arrived at a deserted place, where broken stones and nearly rotten wood were everywhere. Summon Xiao Chenglai and Lu Yiming here. I want them to see this too. Shin Gao stopped a member of the Imperial Guard and ordered him to inform the two. Subsequently, Shin Gao ordered the remaining Imperial Guards to make more than a dozen scarecrows on this wasteland, each as tall as a normal person, and scattered them across the desolate landscape. Ding Xiang didn't understand why they were making a scarecrow, but she didn't ask and just watched silently. Not long after, Xiao Qinglai and Lu Yiming arrived. Following behind were civil and military officials who were participating in the court meeting. When the group arrived, they happened to see the Imperial Guards placing more than a dozen scarecrows on the wasteland. It was extremely chaotic and disorganized. "Lord Lu, what is His Majesty trying to do?" Xiao Qinglai asked, pointing at the scarecrow in the wilderness. Lu Yiming thought and thought, but still didn't know what they were used for. Tian Liang stared intently at the scarecrows, which were arranged haphazardly, not at all like a military formation. Suddenly, Tian Liang remembered that Shen Gaoning could fly on a sword. If he could turn beans into soldiers, would these scarecrows come to life? Thinking this, Tian Liang became extremely excited and asked loudly, "Your Majesty, are you going to perform a magic trick to turn beans into soldiers?" Chapter 136 Prince Lai is injured. Can beans be turned into soldiers? Upon hearing Tian Liang's words, the ministers couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Your Majesty, we have only read about the story of scattering beans to create soldiers in books, but we have never actually seen it. If Your Majesty can do this today, then our great Yan dynasty will be saved." Heavens! If His Majesty knows this magic, what is there to fear from the first level of the innate realm of the great Wu dynasty? No way? Scattering beans to create soldiers? How is that possible? Seeing the crowd discussing this, Shen Gao waved his hands repeatedly. "What do you mean by scattering beans to create soldiers? Do you think I'm a god?" Hearing Shen Gao's denial, these civil and military officials were even more confused. "What are these scarecrows used for?" Shen Gao smiled and said, "Today I will test this black lump. It is called a hand grenade, or you can call it a divine grenade." At this moment, Shen Gao picked up a grenade from a makeshift shelf next to him, and weighed it in his hand. Looking at this hideously ugly thing, everyone was puzzled as to why it was called divine thunder. Ding Xiang and the 20 craftsmen who participated in the research and development had heard Shen Gao explain the principle of hand grenade explosion, but they had never seen an explosive device before, so they could not imagine how it would explode. "My beloved ministers, disperse and do not approach those scarecrows." Shen Gao shouted to the crowd, then pulled the pin off the grenade, pulled the pin, and threw the grenade into the middle of the scarecrow. The grenade landed in the middle of the scarecrow, rolled a few times, and then stopped there without moving for a long time. Shen Gao was a little stunned. Why did the first grenade fail to fire? Upon seeing this, Xiao Qinglai loudly asked Shen Gao, "Your Majesty, why did you throw this black lump there?" Shen Gao turned his head and replied, "I wanted to blow up these scarecrows." "Detonate it?" Xiao Qinglai was completely puzzled. "Your Majesty, is this some kind of lightning summoning technique? To draw divine lightning from the sky to this place and make it explode?" "But the sky is clear and cloudless right now, so how could it attract thunder?" Lu Yiming was also confused and was about to ask a question when he suddenly saw a flash of fire, and at the same time a loud bang exploded in everyone's ears. The black lump flashed with intense firelight, rushing straight towards the dozen or so scarecrows in the middle. The scarecrow was instantly knocked to the ground by the huge blast of air, and the scarecrows closest to the black lump suddenly burst into flames. Standing at the front, Xiao Qinglai suddenly felt a burning pain in his shoulder. He reached up and touched it, only to find a cut on his shoulder. A small piece of metal was stuck in his shoulder. Blood was flowing from the wound, and his hands were covered in blood. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the metal sheet, and was about to throw it away when Shen Gao shouted, "Wait, leave it there and don't move it." He immediately ordered someone to tear open Xiao Qinglia's clothes, wash the wound with clean water, pour a pot of wine onto the wound to disinfect it, and then bandage it with gauze. At the same time, Shen Gao ordered the Imperial Guards to run to the middle of the scarecrows and put out the fire. Upon inspecting the scarecrows, they discovered that almost every scarecrow had some kind of black iron plate on it. Shin Gao placed all the collected iron pieces on the shelf. He had collected a total of 26 pieces. The remaining iron pieces had disappeared and could not be found at all. Everyone was so shocked by the black lump that they couldn't say a word. They watched as the Imperial Guards pulled the iron pieces off the scarecrow, and saw that Xiao Chunglia's shoulder was also injured by the iron pieces. If Xiao Chunglai had been near the explosion site, he would most likely have been killed. Hiss dash! Everyone gasped in unison. If this thing were thrown unexpectedly among a master of the first level of the innate realm, they would probably be severely injured, if not killed. Just as everyone was shocked and frightened, Shin Gao picked up 2 more and shouted, "Stand back, don't get hurt again." Having witnessed the power of the black lump, the crowd took 10 steps back before standing still. Shin Gao took the grenade in his hand, pulled the pin, pulled the ring, and threw it out again. This time, the grenade didn't have a long delay. It exploded right in the middle of the scarecrow in just 3 seconds. Shin Gao then took the last 2 in his hands and threw them both away in the same way. Boom boom dash! 2 loud bangs later, the scarecrows were blown to pieces by the massive explosions, none of them able to stand up. Hiss dash! Everyone gasped again. What kind of magic did His Majesty use to imprison the divine lightning in this tiny black lump? Under his control, the divine lightning was released, shaking heaven and earth. Your Majesty, do you still have any of your divine thunder? Tian Liang hurried to Shin Gao's side, his face full of surprise. Your Majesty, how did you manage to contain the divine lightning within such a small black lump? Xiao Qinglai asked Shin Gao, ignoring the wound on his shoulder. Emperor. Everyone chimed in, crowding around as if Shin Gao were an extremely sweet steamed bun, and everyone wanted to take a bite. The Imperial Guards were so frightened that they immediately stepped forward and blocked Shin Gao's path. However, Shin Gao ordered the Imperial Guards to retreat. As a great perfection cultivator, none of the ministers here could harm him, so there was no need to be wary of them. Meanwhile, Tian Liang was calculating that if he had 100 of these grenades, they would still be quite effective against the first-level innate realm experts of the Great Wu Dynasty. They just can't be informed beforehand, so only the first wave of attacks will be effective. If those experts at the first level of the innate realm knew that this thing would explode, they could easily dodge it or use their innate techniques. These explosions, if they were a little far away, would be like a tickle to them, having no effect whatsoever. The only way is to gather all these grenades together, lure the experts at the innate realm together, and blow them into the air. However, when these grenades were used against Xiao Jingyuan soldiers, it was a complete one-sided massacre. Tian Liang was determined to get his hands on these grenades, even if it was just 10. Your Majesty, you must get some of these hand grenades for us, Tian Liang said again. At this moment, Ding Xian walked to Shin Gao's side and answered Tian Liang's question with a smile. General Tian, these grenades cost 10 taels of silver each, and 100 can be made within 10 days. What? Such a small black lump costs 10 taels of silver? Isn't this robbery? Tian Liang fiddled with his fingers and counted. If he wanted to buy 100 of them, it would cost 1,000 taels of silver. If it's used to take down a few experts at the innate realm, then it's a very worthwhile investment. In an instant, Tian Liang made a decision. Buy 100. Lady Dingxiang, I'd like to buy 100. I'll have the quartermaster bring the silver over shortly. Just as Ding Xiang was about to agree, the Minister of War loudly stopped her. Wait! This grenade cannot be sold to General Tian. Tian Liang, now a third-rank general, didn't take the third-rank Minister of War seriously at all. He shouted, I'm the first to speak. No one is allowed to take these 100 coins, or I'll fight them. Chapter 137 is finished. I have no money. The Minister of War immediately rushed to Tian Liang's side and said loudly, The City Defense Department cannot defend the capital without this divine thunder, and the border troops guarding the southern part of the Great Wall will also definitely need this thunder. This divine thunder is extremely rare and must be procured by the Ministry of War and distributed according to need. Bullshit! Tian Liang glared at the Minister of War and roared. My troops are about to fight Xiao Jingyuan and face the innate realm experts of the Great Wu Dynasty. What's wrong with me buying 100 God's thunder? Tian Liang pointed at the Minister of War, spitting as he spoke, which landed in the minister's mouth, and the two almost got into a fight. Hey, have you two taken the wrong medicine? Why are you fighting? Ding Xiang walked over to the two of them, pulled them apart with both hands, and said, We can make 100 within 10 days, and give them to General Tian Liang first. We will make more and more later. Minister of War, just tell us how many grenades you want. As long as the money is enough, you can have as many grenades as you need in the future. We have as many as you want. The Minister of War was overjoyed upon hearing this. Very well, then I'll buy 1,000 of them first. Delivery within a month is fine. The Minister of War shook his head, quite pleased with himself. Hey, Minister of War, you're hilarious. Where's the money? What did you get your money from? The newly appointed Minister of Revenue sneered. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money right now. Don't even think about taking anything from the Treasury. Nonsense! The Ministry of Revenue received 800,000 taels of silver yesterday, and now you say you can't even come up with 10,000 taels. You're going against me. The Minister of War pointed at the Minister of Revenue, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to start a fight again. Humph, all you in the Ministry of War know is fighting and killing. The Imperial Court has many other places where it needs money, not just your Ministry of War. If you want money, you'll need approval from the higher-ups first. The Minister of Revenue showed no respect to the Minister of War. Shen Gao watched as these high-ranking officials, all of whom were fighting over the grenade right in front of him, seemed determined to get their hands on it. However, the Minister of War had no money and had to ask the Ministry of Revenue for it. The Ministry of Revenue would definitely use the money according to the plan agreed upon by Xiao Chunlai and Lu Yiming, and would not give it away haphazardly. At this point, the Minister of War was at a loss. At this moment, Shen Gao patted the Minister of War on the shoulder and smiled slightly. I have a way for you to make money. Your Majesty, what method is it? The Minister of War asked hurriedly upon hearing that there was a way to make money. Shen Gao clapped his hands, and several craftsmen came over carrying several large basins. One of them was holding a large piece of salt. It weighs a full 5 pounds. This piece of salt is dark yellow in color. It is the bitter salt used in the homes of ministers in the Great Yan dynasty. Shen Gao dissolved the salt in water, slowly boiled it over a fire, then burned some wood ash and put it into another basin of water. After filtering out the ash residue, he mixed the 2 basins of water together and stirred. No one knew what Shen Gao was doing, they just watched curiously. Then it was mixed with quicklime water, and after a while, the turbid water slowly became clear. Shen Gao put the clear water into another basin and then slowly heated it over a low flame, until the water in the basin gradually decreased. In the end, it turned into a layer of smooth and bright crystals. Shen Gao scraped up the snow-white crystals and handed them to the Minister of War, saying, Here, have a taste. The Minister of War placed the crystal in front of his tongue and licked it gently. Instantly, a salty taste entered his mind. Salt, this is salt! The Minister of War exclaimed in surprise. How can this salt taste so good? The salt they usually eat is dark yellow, and contains impurities of other colors. It tastes both salty and bitter, and if they eat too much, they will feel dizzy and have headaches. How come the salt produced by the Emperor has no bitter taste at all? Shen Gao said. This kind of salt is called refined salt. It has no bitter taste and is not poisonous. Upon hearing Shen Gao's words, Xiao Chunlai hurriedly went over, took a small pinch of refined salt from the basin, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a fresh and salty taste spread from his tongue, and his mouth was full of saliva. Really, there's not a trace of bitterness. Xiao Chunlai was completely taken aback that the Emperor possessed such remarkable salt-making skills. Such refined salt, even a tael of it, could be sold for a tael of silver. The cost, aside from wood ash and lime water, is very low. Exorbitant profits, absolutely exorbitant profits. Upon thinking of this, the Minister of War was so excited that he could hardly speak. With this refined salt technology, the Ministry of War's funds will only increase, completely unrestricted by the Ministry of Revenue's budget. However, the Minister of War's face suddenly turned deathly pale, and he staggered, unable to stand steadily. "Your Excellency, what's wrong?" A minister standing nearby was startled, and quickly helped the Minister of War up. The Minister of War shoved the other minister aside, his face contorted with grief, and knelt before Shen Gao, crying, "Your Majesty, it's all over! I have no money to build the workshop." Shen Gao laughed heartily. "No money? No problem. I'll tell you a place where there's countless riches." "Where is it?" Upon hearing this, the Minister of War seemed to be injected with adrenaline, as if he had come back to life. Shen Gao pointed at Ding Xiang. "Let's borrow it from Director Ding." Ding Xiang finally understood that Shen Gao had gone through all this trouble just to get the Minister of War to come to her bank to borrow money. Ding Xiang smiled and asked, "Minister of War, how much silver do you want?" The Minister of War calculated that at least 5,000 taels of silver would be needed to set up the workshop, so he had to borrow 5,500 taels. "Lord Ding, I need to borrow 5,500 taels of silver," Ding Xiang said. "Minister of War, how about this? I'll contribute 6,000 taels of silver, accounting for 40% of the cost, you'll contribute 20%, and the Emperor will provide the technology, accounting for 40% of the cost. When the profits are distributed each year, we'll do it according to this ratio. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Ding Xiang's words, the Minister of War realized that Lady Ding Xiang intended to combine the fundamentals of governance to ensure survival. Her bank contributed 6,000 taels of silver, accounting for only 40%, while the Ministry of War contributed only 20% of the funds, including the venue and labor. This business was guaranteed to make a profit. Even if there's a loss, it's Ding Xiang's money shop that suffers the loss, not him. Thinking of this, the Minister of War came back to life and laughed heartily. "Lord Ding, then let's have a proper merger and make the business bigger." Everyone was captivated by this novel approach. They were all calculating in their minds. Ding Xiang's money shop would provide the funds, the Emperor would provide the technology, and the Minister of War would provide the land and manpower, and then all three parties would make money and share the profits. In this way, everyone will have money, and the Minister of War will no longer need to ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. Moreover, they can use silver to purchase military supplies such as hand grenades at any time without waiting for allocations from the Ministry of Revenue. This is almost entirely beneficial with no drawbacks. Without saying a word, the Minister of War ordered someone to bring pen, ink, paper and inkstone to write the draft, and then made 4 copies of the draft. Just as Ding Xiang, Shen Gao, the Minister of War, and others were about to sign, the Minister of Personnel suddenly stood up and said, "Wait, this document cannot be signed." Chapter 138. Want to monopolize the Tian flying sword? Why can't it be signed? The Minister of War turned to look at the Minister of Personnel. "Officials are not allowed to engage in commerce. Moreover, commerce is a lowly profession and it damages the reputation of officials." The Minister of Personnel stood there expressionlessly, exuding arrogance. All the ministers remained silent upon hearing this. Throughout history, among officials, farmers, artisans, and merchants were ranked last and were a profession looked down upon by scholars. Now, scholars are doing the things that lowly merchants do. This is a disgrace to the imperial court. The Minister of Personnel continued, "Since the beginning of time, officials have always been ranked first, followed by merchants. Officials are not allowed to engage in lowly professions." Bullshit! The Minister of War had finally found a chance to make money, but now the Minister of Personnel had dismissed it as nothing. How could he be willing to accept that? He pointed at the Minister of Personnel and shouted, "The Emperor comes from a poor peasant family. Does that mean he's inferior to you? I'm the first to oppose such filthy ideas." The Minister of War, not content with just bringing in the Emperor, also wanted to include the Emperor's consort. So he continued, "President Ding has been in business for generations, laying the foundation for this commercial enterprise and becoming one of the Emperor's most important pillars. How dare you say that President Ding is engaged in a lowly profession? You!" The Minister of Personnel was so choked by the Minister of War's words that he couldn't utter a single word. "What do you mean, you? Director Ding is so beautiful, so kind, and so good at making money. Such a capable person, yet in your eyes she's just a lowly merchant." With the Emperor's support, the Minister of War spoke even more recklessly. Sure enough, Ding Xiang's nose tingled and tears streamed down her face. She was as delicate as a beautiful flower as she walked up to Shengao and asked, "Your Majesty, am I really inferior? Am I really the most despised lowly merchant?" Ding Xiang's delicate appearance successfully drew everyone's anger towards the Minister of Personnel. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue stepped forward, pointed at the Minister of Personnel, and wanted nothing more than to berate him. "How could you speak of Consort Ding like that? Her Highness did this so that the great Yan dynasty would not be invaded by the great Wu dynasty." "That's right," the Minister of Rights said, standing on the highest point of rights and pressing down on the Minister of Personnel. "For the sake of the great Yan dynasty, the imperial concubine sent her family's assets of over 100 million taels of silver directly from Blackwater City to the capital. Such noble deeds are described by you as those of a lowly merchant. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Everyone begins to criticize the Minister of Personnel. Your Majesty, I propose that the ranking of officials, farmers, artisans, and merchants be abolished, and merchants be treated the same as officials." The Minister of War spoke frankly and casually, proclaiming the equality of all people. "Anyone who objects is going against the Emperor, and against the imperial concubine." The Minister of War slapped another label on everyone and glared fiercely at the Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Personnel shrank back, took a step back, and dared not speak again. Unexpectedly, the social hierarchy of officials, farmers, artisans, and merchants was eliminated by the Minister of War. It was precisely because of this equal and just environment that the great Yan dynasty made unprecedented progress, but that's a story for another time. Seeing that the ministers had no further objections, the agreement on joint governance and livelihood was officially signed and came into effect. The Minister of War, holding the document, was beaming with pride and satisfaction. Ding Xiang picked up a pen, wrote a note for collecting the silver, stamped it with the official seal, and handed it to the Minister of Personnel. Just as he was about to leave, he was surrounded by the Minister of Works, the Minister of Rights, and others. The Minister of Works said, "Your Highness, our Ministry of Works also wishes to build a refined salt workshop. Could you provide 6,000 taels of silver as capital? We will calculate the monthly profit and give you 4/10 of the profit." The Minister of Rights said, "Your Highness, since you're also part of our Ministry of Rights, we'd like to set up a refined salt workshop as well." The Minister of Personnel was stunned. Of the 6 ministers, only he had truly offended Ding Xiang. The other 5 ministers all wanted to borrow money from Ding Xiang to open a refined salt workshop. "Don't rush. Wait a few days until the Ministry of War's workshop officially opens, then you can make a decision based on the situation, so you won't regret it later." Shengao waved his hand at them, refusing their request. After everyone left, Ding Xiang curtsied to Shengao and said, "Your Majesty, with your help, the first sum of money in the bank has been spent." Shengao smiled and said, "Ding Xiang, in a few days, when the Ministry of War's refined salt is in short supply, there will be more people coming to borrow money and apply to invest. At that time, your money will become less and less, and you will have to start raising interest rates to attract more people to deposit money." "Your Majesty, we're already doing it." Ding Xiang was as happy as a child, linking her arm with Shengao's. "People are already depositing money into the banks. Furthermore, preparations are underway for banks in Baoqing County, and we'll be building more and more in the future. But Your Majesty, what I'm most worried about is the innate masters of the great Wu dynasty," Ding Xiang said, becoming much more nervous when she mentioned the great Wu dynasty. The great Wu dynasty had over 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm, as well as experts at the second and third levels, and even several at the great perfection of the innate realm. If they cross the great river and attack the great Yan dynasty, my husband Shengao will definitely not escape death. Ding Xiang, don't worry. If the great Wu dynasty really had sent a large number of innate experts, they would have made a move long ago. But nearly a month has passed, and they haven't made a sound yet. Why do you think that is?" Ding Xiang, holding Shengao's arm, thought for a moment, then tilted her head and asked Shengao in a clear voice, Your Majesty, does Zanjizi want to keep your flying sword for himself? Shen Gao smiled and tapped Ding Xiang's head with his finger. You're so smart, you figured it out right away. The Yi flying sword in Shen Gao's hand was used by Yi Tian, the #1 expert in the Great Wu dynasty. When Yi Tian was still at the 3rd level of the innate realm, he was able to kill someone at the great perfection of the innate realm. Now Shen Gao, at the great perfection of the acquired realm, is actually able to fly on a sword. How could Master Xuanji possibly let someone else take away such a powerful treasure? This time, he will definitely invite a few fellow disciples to come and deal with Shen Gao together. Moreover, he would never tell his senior brothers that Shen Gao possessed the Yi Tian flying sword. Your Majesty, if Zanjizi were to infiltrate the capital with several people at the innate realm and then find an opportunity to sneak into the palace, Your Majesty would be in danger. Ding Xiang couldn't help but grip Shen Gao's clothes tightly, her palms damp with sweat. Shen Gao calculated the time. If Master Xuanji were to travel by boat into the Great Wu dynasty and find a few more helpers at the innate realm, he would arrive within the next day or two. The fact that Xiao Jingyuan's troops made no move at all indicates that Master Xuanji had no intention of helping Xiao Jingyuan. Perhaps Master Xuanji has already infiltrated the capital and is keeping an eye on Shen Gao's every move. Now, the gourd consumes a large amount of top-grade jade every day, and Shen Gao receives a bowl of spiritual liquid daily for its refining. These days, Shen Gao has hardly had a moment's rest, constantly tempering every cell in his body. However, Shen Gao will need to drink the spiritual liquid for another month before he has a chance to break through to the innate realm. Just then, Shen Gao's keen senses detected several gazes sweeping over from a distance. Shen Gao immediately stopped and stood quietly. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ding Xiang asked Shen Gao in confusion when he stopped walking. Shen Gao gazed into the distance with a deep look, and said to Ding Xiang in a deep voice, The experts at the innate realm have arrived. Chapter 139 Luring the Enemy. Ding Xiang was greatly surprised. Looking around, she saw only a few dozen Imperial guards protecting her. She couldn't see a single other person. Where are they? Ding Xiang's heart pounded. She hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Shen Gao stopped talking, and with a gentle push, he placed Ding Xiang in the middle of the Imperial guards. Instantly, the Imperial guards surrounded Ding Xiang, protecting her in layers. Protect the Imperial concubine! Shen Gao left a sentence, then leaped into the air and disappeared from Ding Xiang's sight in a few bounds. Another group of Imperial guards raised their swords and desperately chased after Shen Gao in the direction he had disappeared. After chasing for a while, they finally saw Shen Gao standing there. Opposite him were 3 elderly men dressed in Taoist robes. Upon seeing this, the Imperial guards quickened their pace and immediately formed a large encirclement, surrounding the 4 people in the center. Shen Gao, dressed in bright yellow robes, stood leisurely. He looked at Master Xuanji, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Master Xuanji, what brings you here? Shen Gao, I've come to send you to the Western Paradise. Master Xuanji sneered, then turned to the other 2 old Taoists and said, Senior brothers, please kill him. Junior brother Xuanji, you summoned us 2 senior brothers here just to deal with a postnatal great perfection cultivator? One of the Taoist priests with the long beard glanced at Shen Gao and asked contemptuously. Senior brother Xuan Miao, senior brother Xuanjin, don't underestimate him. Today, the 3 of us will kill him together, and I will definitely deliver a bottle of Tai Sui. As Master Xuanji spoke, he took out the Tai Sui that Xiao Jingyuan had given him and waved it in front of the 2 of them. Upon seeing Tai Sui, both Taoist Xuan Miao and Taoist Xuanjin immediately revealed their covetousness. However, since they are from the same sect as Master Xuanji, they should not kill each other because of external possessions. Senior brother Xuan Miao, senior brother Xuanjin, let's make our move! Master Xuanji shouted softly, leaping to the side to hold the line. Master Xuan Miao and Master Xuanjin took a deep breath, each drew a sword, and charged towards Shen Gao. You nameless nobody, it's a waste of our expertise as experts at the innate realm to send you on your way. Xuan Miao Taoist shouted, raising his sword to stab. Shen Gao was very agile and had already dodged. He swept his azure dragon palm forward with the force of thunder, heading straight for Master Xuanmiao. Master Xuanmiao sneered, twirled his sword, dodged to the side, and attacked Shengao again. In an instant, the two fought for more than a dozen rounds, and neither could gain the upper hand. "Senior brother Xuanjin, this kid is strange, let's attack together." Xuanmiao leaped backward, breaking away from the battle, and waved to Taoist Xuanjin. Master Xuanjin laughed heartily. "Junior brother Xuanmiao, you, a master of the innate realm, are fighting to a draw with a master of the acquired realm? That's laughable." After laughing, Master Xuanjin raised his sword and, together with Master Xuanmiao, charged towards Shengao. "If we kill this kid as soon as possible, and then get that bottle of Tai Sui from junior brother Xuanji, then the matter will be over." But the combined attack of Master Xuanjin and Master Xuanmiao was actually blocked by Shengao. "How is that possible? This kid is only at the great perfection stage after birth? Why is it so durable?" Master Xuanji was also taken aback. During his last major battle with Shengao, Shengao was no match for him. Only a month has passed, and Shengao is already locked in a fierce battle with his two senior brothers, with either side gaining the upper hand. After fighting for a while, Master Xuanjin also got angry. "Xuanjizi, what kind of formation are you casting? Come on, let's take care of this kid together." "All right, here I come." Xuanjizi drew his sword and joined the battle. With Master Xuanji joining, Shengao's pressure increased exponentially. Shengao was already struggling against two opponents, and now with the arrival of Master Xuanji, it's 3 against 1. No matter how skilled Shengao is, he can hardly escape their attacks. Before long, he had several cuts on his body. If it weren't for drinking the spiritual liquid to temper his body, he would probably have been pierced with several bloody holes. "It seems we'll have to use the Yi-Tian flying sword." With a thought, Shengao conjured 100 Yi-Tian flying swords out of thin air, which immediately sped towards the 3 Taoist priests. The flying sword was as fast as lightning. Master Xuanjin and Master Xuanmiao were unable to dodge in time and were each stabbed by the flying sword. On the contrary, Xuanjizi was always vigilant. When he discovered that Shengao was using a flying sword, he quickly opened the protective umbrella and blocked the flying sword. "Not good! This is Yi-Tian's flying sword! This kid is Yi-Tian's disciple!" Master Xuanmiao touched the blood on his body and cried out in alarm. "Retreat quickly!" Master Xuanjin recognized Yi Tianfei's sword and shouted as he flew backward. "All right!" Master Xuanji responded, stepping past Master Xuanjin and slashing his sword at Master Xuanjin's neck. Master Xuanjin never imagined that Master Xuanji would make a move against him at this time. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Master Xuanji's sword had severed his carotid artery, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground dead. "Xuanjizi, you actually dared to kill someone to silence them!" Master Xuanmiao suddenly realized the truth. It turned out that Master Xuanji already knew that this boy possessed the Yi-Tian flying sword, and deliberately used a bottle of Tai Sui to lure them to kill Shengao. After killing Shengao, the two of them will definitely be killed by Master Xuanji. Coming here means certain death. "Xuanjizi, you are so vicious!" Master Xuanmiao was injured by Shengao's flying sword and was not as strong as before. Now facing two powerful enemies, his only option was to flee. But how could Master Xuanji give him a chance to escape? Without uttering a sound, he raised his sword and chased after the Taoist Master Xuanmiao. Shengao was secretly pleased. If he killed the two men, Yi-Tian flying sword would not be exposed for the time being. Therefore, Shengao also raised his sword and charged in the direction the two had fled. Master Xuanmiao was entangled by Master Xuanji, and his escape speed was getting slower and slower. He had fought Shengao for a while and was exhausted. Now he was being chased by Master Xuanji. In the rush, he was accidentally stabbed by Master Xuanji's sword again. "It seems he's not far from death." "Xuanjizi, why do you want to kill us?" Master Xuanmiao took a deep breath and asked loudly. "Who told you to recognize the Yi-Tian flying sword? News of the Yi-Tian flying sword must never reach the Great Wu dynasty. Master Xuanji shouted coldly. So, Xuanmiao, you might as well die. While Master Xuanji was speaking, Master Xuanmiao quietly took out a pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. By the time Master Xuanji attacked, the pill had already reached Master Xuanmiao's stomach. After a few more rounds of fighting, Master Xuanmiao and Master Xuanji arrived with the Yi Tian sword. Xuanji, how about we kill Shen Gao first, seize the Yi Tian flying sword, and then settle our differences? Master Xuanmiao blocked Master Xuanji's sword while trying to persuade Master Xuanji. Alright, let's settle things once we've killed Shen Gao. Master Xuanji immediately agreed. When the two of them fight Shen Gao later, they should try to exert as little effort as possible, so that Shen Gao and Master Xuanmiao can fight to the death and end up both of them severely injured. Then Master Xuanji profited from the situation. However, Master Xuanmiao shared the same thought. Both men harbored ulterior motives and raised their swords to attack Shen Gao. Chapter 140. Do you still remember that battle 50 years ago? Shen Gao had already discerned something from their expressions, so he immediately leaped onto the Yi Tian's sword, flew into the air, stood on the sword, and looked at the two of them. Hiss dash! Upon seeing this, Master Xuanmiao's heart immediately burned with excitement. Wow, that's incredible! Thinking back to Yi Tian 50 years ago, he was only able to fly on a sword when he reached the third level of the innate realm. With his innate third realm cultivation, he killed 2 innate great perfection experts and over 60 innate first realm experts. His disciple Shen Gao is only at the great perfection of the acquired realm, not even at the innate realm, yet he can fly on a sword. This kid must have mastered Yi Tian's sword flying technique. If we kill or capture this kid, we can obtain Yi Tian's secret manual. At that time, he will be the unparalleled master of the great Wu dynasty. No wonder Xuanjizi dug such a huge pit, which not only killed Xuanjin, but also almost killed Xuanmiao. As long as Shen Gao doesn't come down from the flying sword, they won't be able to attack him. The only way now is to escape from here, return to the great Wu dynasty, and report what happened here to our master. Once he made up his mind, Master Xuanmiao immediately shouted at Master Xuanji. Xuanjizi, take this! Grasping the sword, he suddenly attacked Master Xuanji. Just as Master Xuanji was about to dodge, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose in front of Master Xuanmiao. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of the mysterious Taoist priest. Xuanjizi, you have betrayed your sect. Now await your sect's punishment. The next moment, the voice of the Taoist Master Xuanmiao rang out from a mile away. Master Xuanji sighed softly. He no longer had the chance to kill Master Xuanmiao, but he dared not stay here any longer. He flew away in another direction and disappeared from the palace. Shen Gao quickly jumped off the flying sword. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the flying sword carrying him consumed 10 drops of spiritual liquid. This flying sword consumes so much energy. Fortunately, they didn't notice anything amiss, otherwise if they had stayed for another half an hour, Shen Gao would have had to escape on his sword. Now that Master Xuanmiao and Master Xuanji have become enemies, the news that Shen Gao possesses the Yi Tian flying sword will surely be told to his master by Master Xuanmiao, and they will definitely send more people to come. I need to hurry up and raise my strength to the first level of the innate realm. You need to drink the spiritual liquid continuously for a month before you have a chance to break through the acquired limitations. Meanwhile, Master Xuanji left from another direction and headed straight for Xiao Jingyuan's camp. When Xiao Jingyuan heard that Master Xuanji had returned, he was overjoyed and rushed out to greet him. But they discovered that Master Xuanji was full of worries. When Xiao Jingyuan learned that in order to kill Shen Gao, Master Xuanji had lost the senior brother who was at the first level of the innate realm, he panicked. In just 1 month, Shen Gao has become so powerful. Xiao Jingyuan was so panicked that he was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do. However, Master Xuanji had a backup plan and did not tell Master Xuanmiao about his presence in Xiao Jingyuan's camp. Therefore, Master Xuanmiao would definitely not be able to find him in a short period of time. Now, the only way for Master Xuanji is to practice diligently and strive to reach the second level of the innate realm in a very short time. After reaching the second level of the innate realm, he unexpectedly killed Shen Gao and seized the Yi Tian flying sword. At that time, even if his sect came to seek revenge, they would have to think twice before deciding whether they had the ability. Master Xuanji told Xiao Jingyuan about this method and wrote down a prescription for body tempering, instructing Xiao Jingyuan to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Xiao Jingyuan thought for a moment. He still had 30 bottles of Tai Sui in his hand. If he could give 20 bottles to Taoist Xuanji, he wondered if it would be possible to raise Taoist Xuanji to the second level of the innate realm. Taoist Master, I have only 20 bottles of Tai Sui left. Please take them all. Once your strength increases, we can kill Shen Gao in one fell swoop. You still have 20 bottles? Master Xuanji was both surprised and delighted. This kid actually had a trick up his sleeve. If you have 20 bottles of Tai Sui, the chance of advancing to the second level of the innate realm within a month increases several times over. Where is it? Bring it to me quickly! Master Xuanji was impatient, and reached out to grab Xiao Jingyuan's shoulder. Master, please come with me. With that, Xiao Jingyuan led Master Xuanji into his tent and rummaged through a corner to find 20 bottles of Tai Sui. Master Xuanji scooped up all the Tai Sui in his hands, searched around again, but found nothing more. Knowing that Xiao Jingyuan indeed only had these left, he was satisfied and went to cultivate with the 20 bottles of Tai Sui in his arms. After waiting for 3 days, when Master Xuanji did not come to find him again, Xiao Jingyuan took out the last 10 bottles of Tai Sui from a tree hole 5 miles away, gritted his teeth, and drank all 10 bottles at once. Instantly, Tai Sui generated enormous energy, transforming Xiao Jingyuan's cells, muscles, bones, and systems. After 2 hours of transformation, Xiao Jingyuan actually broke through the acquired Great Perfection realm, and reached the innate first level. However, Xiao Jingyuan didn't tell anyone and kept his true identity hidden. Only when things are absolutely safe, and when the opportunity arises, can we demonstrate our strength and kill Shen Gao in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the mysterious Taoist priest, who had been injured by Shen Gao's flying sword, barely escaped the palace after taking a pill to enhance his power, and fled north for 3 hours. He eventually collapsed from exhaustion near a farmhouse. He was rescued after being discovered, and it took him half a month to barely recover. At this time, Master Xuanmiao was penniless. To express his gratitude to the old farmer for saving his life, Master Xuanmiao walked 20 miles and sneaked into the house of a wealthy man, stealing several dozen taels of silver. He kept 10 taels for himself, and gave the rest to the old farmer. 20 days later, the Taoist Master Xuanmiao bid farewell to the old farmer and left the great Yan dynasty under the cover of night. He seized a covered boat, crossed the Yangtze River, and returned to the great Wu dynasty. 5 days later, Master Xuanmiao finally returned to his sect, Xiang sect. Ignoring the stench emanating from him, Master Xuanmiao barged into his Master Yicheng's room. Upon seeing Taoist Yicheng, Taoist Xuanmiao grasped his hand and said with trembling hands, "Master, do you still remember that battle 50 years ago?" 50 years ago? Zhang Yicheng narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling that scene in his mind. More than 100 experts at the first level of the innate realm, led by 2 experts at the great perfection of the innate realm, were hunting down a man named Yi Tian. Yi Tian, a master of the 3rd level of the innate realm, was completely unafraid of more than 100 experts. With just a wave of his hand, hundreds of flying swords would suddenly appear and attack them. Each time, it took the lives of more than a dozen experts at the first level of the cultivation realm. At that time, Taoist Yicheng, who was at the 2nd level of the innate realm, along with Xuanmiao, Xuanzhen, and Xuanji, also participated in the pursuit. However, the 4 of them were lucky and were not injured by Yi Tian. 50 years have passed, Xuanmiao, why are you bringing this up again? Master Yicheng asked curiously. Master, we have news of the Yi Tian flying sword, Master Xuanmiao said slowly in front of Master Yicheng. Chapter 141 The Ministry of War wants to build another refined salt workshop. We've received news about Yi Tian's flying sword? Could it be that Yi Tian isn't dead? Master Yicheng was deeply moved. If Yi Tian had not died, would he have broken through to the innate realm, and reached that realm that no one else had achieved, and ascended to immortality? Master! Please let me explain in detail. Master Xuanmia then recounted how the two of them, at the invitation of their junior brother Master Xuanji, went to the great Yan dynasty to kill their enemies. When talking about how he and Master Xuanjin discovered the Tian flying sword, Master Xuanji even took action against his own fellow disciple in order to cover up the news. He also told Master Yicheng about it. Upon hearing this, Master Yicheng led Master Xuanmia to the summit of Tianen Mountain to meet with ancestor Ding Taiji. When Ding Taiji heard the news of the Tian flying sword, a look of covetousness appeared on his wrinkled face. This is truly a stroke of luck for our Xiang sect. With Tian's flying sword, if we can also obtain Tian's secret manual, our Xiang sect will surely soar to the top in the Great Wu dynasty and become one of the top 3 sects in the Great Wu dynasty. Grandmaster is absolutely right. Taoist Yicheng stroked his long beard, agreeing with Ding Taiji's words. But Grandmaster, when shall we go and capture that acquired great perfection cultivator? Ding Taiji sat in the armchair, picked up his teacup, took a small sip, placed the cup on the table, and said softly, "This matter concerns whether our Xiang sect can flourish. Therefore, this operation must be carried out in secret and must not be known to outsiders. Yicheng, summon your senior brothers Yifei, Yichen, Yixian, and others to discuss this together." Ding Taiji ordered Taoist Yicheng to invite a few trusted confidants. Before long, several Taoist priests, including Yifei, Yichen, and Yixian, arrived. Upon hearing the news, everyone sighed again and finally decided to set off for the capital of the great Yan dynasty in 3 days. Target: Shingao, the new emperor of the great Yan dynasty. Furthermore, after Shingao bluffed and scared away Taoist Xuanmiao and Taoist Xuanji by flying on his sword, he also anticipated that they would definitely ask their sect members to come and capture him. Shingao knew that danger would come soon. He must break through to the great perfection of acquired realm, and reach the first level of innate realm within 1 month. Therefore, Shingao was so busy that he was spinning around like a top. Every night Shingao would lock himself in a secret room and train his body all night long. At the same time, Shingao openly dispatched imperial guards and scouts to conduct reconnaissance south of the Yangtze River. He secretly gave Yang Huago more silver and arranged for the beggar gang to be stationed south of the Yangtze River, keeping a close eye on the movements of the Great Wu dynasty. Since the power of the hand grenades shocked the ministers last time, Ding Xiang's hand grenade workshop has seen a surge in orders. After discussions between Xiao Chenglai and Lu Yiming, these hand grenades will be given priority to Tian Liang's army. The remainder will be provided to the City Defense Division. As a result, Ding Xiang's workshop has grown from 12 people to over 100. Even so, the production volume is difficult to increase due to the immaturity of the technology. In order to help Shingao, Ding Xiang specially made dozens of special grenades, which were 3 times larger and 3 times more powerful than ordinary grenades. These dozens of grenades were stored in the gourd space by Shingao. If the enemy came in large numbers and Shingao was no match for them, these grenades would be a harvesting machine for experts at the innate realm. With these grenades, Shingao felt much more at ease. With Ding Xiang's help, they finally had a chance to protect themselves. However, there is still room for improvement. 7 more days passed, and half a month had passed since the Minister of War and Ding Xiang jointly started operating the money shop. Shingao was curious about how the Minister of War's refined salt workshop was doing and wanted to find out. After all, the Minister of War was just a civil official who had never been involved in business. If he messed things up, the Shingao money shop's plan to make money would be ruined. It just so happened that there was an early morning court session today, and Shingao and Ding Xiang walked together toward the Golden Hall. Upon arriving at the Golden Hall, Xiao Chenglai and Lu Yiming were presiding over a court meeting. Seeing Shingao arrive, they quickly invited him to sit on the dragon throne and bow to the emperor again. "Minister of War, half a month has passed. How is your refined salt workshop doing now?" After exchanging greetings with the other ministers, Shingao searched around for the Minister of War. The Minister of War quickly stepped forward from among the officials, a smile on his face, and bowed to Shingao. "Your Majesty, the refined salt workshop has been completed and put into production for 3 days, producing 500 caddies of refined salt each day." As he spoke, the Minister of War held up the memorial he had written long ago, with both hands above his head. Shingao ordered a eunuch to come forward, take the memorial, and open it to examine it carefully. The Minister of War's memorial was very detailed. The workshop now has 50 people. According to the proportions calculated by Shingao, they put in wood ash and lime water, and then boil and steam it to produce refined salt in batches. In the past 3 days, the daily output has reached 500 jin, which means that 1,500 jin of refined salt has been produced in these 3 days. According to the retail price of refined salt, 1 pound of refined salt sells for 10 taels of silver. The output reached 15,000 taels in 3 days. Minister of War, what are the costs? Shingao closed the memorial and asked. Your Majesty, if we include the costs of wood ash, lime, labor, taxes, and other expenses, it only costs 5 qian of silver to produce 1 jin of refined salt. The Minister of War, with a smug look on his face, honestly stated the cost. What? The cost of a pound of refined salt is only 5 qian of silver? The profit reached a staggering 9 taels and 5 mace. In just 3 days, the profit reached 14,250 taels. This is simply outrageous. In just 3 days, not only did they earn back Ding Xiang's initial investment, but they also had 8,250 taels left. Based on the 4:2 profit-sharing ratio, the Ministry of War can receive 1,650 taels of silver in 3 days. The Minister of Revenue knew the price of refined salt. 1 jin of refined salt was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. Unexpectedly, the cost of refined salt was only 5 qian. If they keep making money like this, the Ministry of War's slush fund will probably be even bigger than the Ministry of Revenue's slush fund. At this moment, the Minister of War, beaming with pride, continued, Your Majesty, my salt shops are already sold out every day, but production capacity simply cannot keep up. I wish to open a second salt workshop. I humbly request Your Majesty's permission. Granted. Shingao immediately agreed. No! The Minister of Revenue jumped out and loudly objected. Your Majesty, this matter needs to be discussed. The Ministry of War has refined salt workshops, and our Ministry of Revenue should also build refined salt workshops. Shingao beamed. The price of refined salt being the same as that of silver was inconceivable. If the price was too high, ordinary people would not be able to afford it, and it would also be detrimental to competition. Only when a few workshops compete with each other can prices be driven down. Shingao laughed and said, All right, your Ministry of Revenue can build workshops, but you are not allowed to use any funds from the National Treasury. The Minister of Revenue immediately understood. Your Majesty, I will immediately find Director Ding to agree on the terms for the business. Your Majesty, we also want to build refined salt workshops. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Works, and the Minister of Personnel step forward and come to Shingao. Chapter 142 Why didn't she get pregnant? Minister of Personnel, didn't you say last time that officials are not allowed to engage in business? The Minister of Revenue glanced at the Minister of Personnel. Last time, the Minister of Personnel used underhanded tactics, saying that merchants were all lowly people. Now, the Minister of Personnel actually wants to build a workshop. Merchants are lowly people, Minister of Personnel. You can't do the work of lowly people. Go back to your noble work. The Minister of Rights waved his hand at the Minister of Personnel, telling him to get out of the way. The Minister of Personnel's face turned white one moment, red the next, and then he looked like he was in mourning. 3 days net profit of 1,650 taels of silver. Even if it's a lowly profession, the Minister of Personnel would want to do it. He brazenly declared. Fellow colleagues, I know I was wrong. From this day forward, I agree that officials, farmers, artisans, and merchants should be treated as equals. Since you all want to build refined salt workshops, I grant your permission. You can handle the funding yourselves, and I will provide the technology. However, all profits must be taxed. Anyone found to have failed to pay taxes will be executed without mercy. Your Majesty, I have a question. May our shop be open next to the shop of the Minister of War? The Minister of Personnel started his scheming again. If a refined salt shop were to be opened next to the Minister of War's refined salt shop, it would be a clear attempt to compete with the Minister of War for customers. How could the Minister of War possibly agree to that? He roared in a gruff voice, pointing at the Minister of Personnel. "You bastard, your heart is too black! Minister of War, how dare you swear?" The Minister of Personnel was not bothered by the Minister of War's outburst. He calmly replied, "As long as the shop is approved by the government and pays taxes, it is none of your business where the Ministry of Personnel's shop is located." The Minister of War was furious. He turned his head and began to wail in front of Shingao. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel is trying to cut off Director Ding's source of income, and also yours. This cannot be allowed to happen." Shingao did not respond to the Minister of War's words, but instead turned to Lu Yiming. "Minister Lu, what do you think should be done about this?" Lu Yiming was also in a bind, as both sides were people from his 6th department, and he couldn't afford to offend either of them. But this matter still needs an explanation. He looked at Ding Xiang, then glanced at Shingao, and saw that Shingao looked indifferent, showing no sign of taking the matter seriously. "It seems the Emperor is encouraging these shops to open together. Your Majesty, I believe that whoever obtains a business license from the government and pays sufficient taxes should be supported, even if they open a shop right at the gate of the palace." "Lord Lu is right. Minister of War, I will buy the shop shortly and open a brand new refined salt shop opposite yours. We will buy salt from whoever makes the best salt." The Minister of Personnel laughed heartily, extremely pleased with himself. You're a troublemaker." The Minister of War pointed at the Minister of Personnel, wishing he could curse him to the point of spitting blood. "All right, my esteemed ministers, the Minister of Personnel is right, and Minister Lu is right as well. As long as you have the permission of the relevant departments, I will have no objection even if you open your shops right at the gates of the palace. Your Majesty is wise." Apart from the Minister of War, the other 5 ministers felt as if they had drunk cool water and were all flattering Shingao. With Shingao's support, several ministers surrounded Ding Xiang and began to ask her to sign a contract. Shingao also took out the jade seal and stamped it with his seal. The 6 ministers even skipped the court assembly and asked for leave to go and collect the silver. Shingao also waved his hand, signaling the court to adjourn. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Chunlai and Lu Yiming called out to Shingao. "Your Majesty, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." "Fathers-in-law, what business do you have to discuss?" Xiao Chunlai was a man who did not care about details, and he remained so even after Shingao became emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a question. You have ordered the 6 ministers to produce refined salt. Where will all the people in the world come from to consume salt?" Xiao Chunlai was completely baffled. Although there were many wealthy people in the capital, the price of refined salt was so high that even the wealthy could hardly afford it. Shingao smiled slightly. "Father-in-law, once all the salt workshops of the 6 ministries are open, the price of refined salt will drop in less than 10 days or half a month, maybe even down to a few taels of silver per pound. Once salt is cheap, everyone can afford it." Xiao Chunlai shook his head. "How could this be? A pound of refined salt costs 10 taels of silver. No matter how much the price is reduced, it can't possibly drop to just a few coins." Lu Yiming, however, seemed to understand Shingao's meaning. "Your Majesty, do you mean to let the major salt workshops of the 6 ministries compete with each other, lowering their prices to drive down the overall price?" Shingao nodded slightly, thinking to himself that Lu Yiming was indeed worthy of being the minister of the Imperial Secretariat, as he immediately saw through Shingao's purpose. "But Your Majesty, your profits will be much lower in the future, and you will earn less money." Lu Yiming pointed out the crux of the matter. Father-in-law Lu, besides refined salt, I also possess many other technologies, such as soap making and cement production." "Soap? Cement? What's this?" Lu Yiming had never heard of these things before and had no idea what they were used for. But he knew that what Shingao brought out must be extremely powerful. Thinking back to the smelting, steel-making, knife-making, and lightning-making techniques he gave to Dingxiang, whatever he brought out became an extremely powerful technology in the Great Yan dynasty. Why is this emperor, who came from a poor mountain village, always so powerful? Lu Yiming walked up to Shen Gao and looked him up and down. Since Shen Gao saved his life and married his 6 daughters to him, he became the new emperor of the Great Yan dynasty in just over half a year. By a twist of fate, Lu Yiming has now become Shen Gao's subordinate. The emperor is currently extremely busy. He hasn't even entered the palace these past few days, spending all his time with Dingxiang. Has the emperor forgotten about the sextuplets in the palace? Your Majesty, Lu Yiming said softly, the Great Yan dynasty has lost 2 emperors in succession, and the world is in chaos. The Great Wu dynasty's innate masters will definitely enter the Great Yan dynasty one after another, which will be detrimental to your Majesty. Your Majesty, I implore you to take good care of yourself. Please spend more time with Xu Yan and her sisters. If any of the 6 of them bear your Majesty's blood, then the Shen family will have an heir. Xiao Qinglai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he remembered his daughter, Xiao Lingxi, who had been in the palace for 10 days and he had no idea what she was doing there. Your Majesty, Lingxi has stayed in the palace for 10 days. Please tell her that her father misses her, and we don't know if she is pregnant. Shen Gao felt a headache coming on after hearing what his 2 fathers-in-law said. They all wanted him to go see his daughter, but in reality, for the past 10 days, in order to develop a hand grenade, he hadn't even entered the palace and had been with Dingxiang the whole time. He really had no idea what Lu Shuyan and the others were doing. Besides, why did Xiao Lingxi also go to the palace? Wasn't it said that she would only be allowed to enter the palace after the wedding ceremony? Shen Gao could only laugh awkwardly twice. Fathers-in-law, I will go to the palace now to see my beloved concubines. With that, Shen Gao walked out. Before long, they arrived at the inner palace, and from afar they could hear a tap 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 sound. Shen Gao was startled. The sound sounded like gunshots. He strode towards the source of the sound. Chapter 143: The Approachable Emperor. As soon as Shen Gao entered the courtyard, he saw the sextuplets and Xiao Lingxi gathered together, looking at something. Shen Gao, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed that what Xiao Lingxi was holding was a semi-automatic rifle. Xuyan, what are you doing? Shen Gao stood at the door and said with a smile. Oh dear, my husband! Lu Shuan screamed, threw down what she was holding, and rushed towards Shen Gao. With its legs and arms, it clung tightly to Shen Gao like an octopus, and gave Shen Gao a hard kiss on the face. My lord, I've missed you so much! Everyone chuckled as they looked at Lu Shuan and Shen Gao. After a while, Lu Shuan released Shen Gao and came to the front of everyone. Xiao Lingxi raised the semi-automatic rifle in her hand and stuffed it into Shen Gao's arms, her expression extremely proud. Your Majesty, this is a gun that my eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, and I developed together. Shen Gao held the gun in his hand and examined it carefully. He really couldn't understand how Lu Shuyan and the other 7, who knew nothing, could make a gun in just 10 days. Each part is meticulously crafted and almost identical to the drawings provided by Shen Gao. However, the barrel is a bit soft and doesn't have the necessary rigidity. After checking that there were still a dozen bullets left in the gun, Shen Gao raised it, aimed at a tree in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out and hit the target. Good. This precision is an astonishing 0.01 millimeters. I really don't know how those 7 women managed to do it. There are still some problems with your gun, Shen Gao said. The barrel is not stiff enough. If you fire a few more shots, the barrel will explode. Your Majesty, how can we solve this problem? Xiao Lingxi asked anxiously. Shen Gao then explained the principles of heat treatment to the 7 of them, step by step. Sixth sister Lu Shuan understood and immediately pulled Shen Gao away, saying, Your Majesty, please go and see our workshop. Before long, Shen Gao arrived at their workshop in the palace. Upon entering, they found 10 craftsmen working diligently. As soon as the 7 sisters entered, they all trembled with fear. Your Highness, please spare us! The craftsmen pleaded, their eyes filled with desperation, their only thought being to leave this place. Xingao was taken aback. The craftsman's clothes were all black, his hair and beard were a mess, and there was a burnt smell from time to time. Here's another document on heat treatment. All 10 of you must master it. You won't be allowed to sleep until you've mastered it. Xiaolingxi chuckled and then assigned tasks to the 10 people. The 10 craftsmen knelt down with a thud, pleading, Your Highness, spare us! Spare us! If we keep going like this, we'll all die from exhaustion here. Xingao chuckled to himself. These 10 master craftsmen were treated like mice in the presence of a cat by Lu Xuyan and the other 7. If this continues, there is a high possibility of sudden death. Xingao immediately stopped her. Lingxi, how many hours of rest do they get each day? Your Majesty, they only sleep for 2 hours each day. 2 Shurchen is 4 hours. Despite the physically demanding nature of the work, including the ability to read blueprints, the gun was completed in just 10 days. It's estimated that Xiaolingxi did something to those 10 people, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Nonsense! Xingao's face darkened, and he shouted. No matter who it is, as long as they are on my territory, they can only work for a maximum of 6 hours. The rest of the time, they can do whatever they want. As Xingao spoke, he took out dozens of gold beans from his sleeve and stuffed them into the hands of the master craftsmen. Everyone, take this and buy some food. The 10 master craftsmen were extremely excited upon seeing this. How could an emperor be so approachable? They were also told to get plenty of rest and not to work more than 6 hours a day. Unlike Princess Xiaolingxi, who would relentlessly pursue them to the death. Xingao then waved his hand, ordering the imperial guards to fetch a few dishes from the imperial kitchen. Before long, the chefs from the imperial kitchen brought over a whole roasted chicken, a roasted duck, and large slices of mutton, among other dishes. Then they brought over a pot of liquor, and Xingao personally picked up the pot and filled all 11 bowls to the brim. Master craftsman, you have worked hard. I would like to offer you a toast. With that, Xingao picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. With tears of excitement in their eyes, the master craftsmen tremblingly picked up their wine cups and drank them down in one gulp. They were craftsmen sold into servitude by the Shao family, the lowest of servants. Who would have thought they would have the opportunity to drink with the current emperor? At this moment, their faces were filled with excitement, looking just like Death Squad members. Even if Xingao ordered them to die, they would not hesitate, and would obey Xingao's orders without hesitation. Thump! Sure enough, the 10 master craftsmen knelt down in unison, saying, Your Majesty, whatever your orders, we will do our utmost. No rush, Xingao said, personally tearing off the wings and legs of the roast chicken and handing them to the master craftsman. Let's eat our fill first. As he spoke, Xingao tore off a piece of roast chicken, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it heartily, not at all like an emperor. The master craftsman ate with great excitement. When they returned to the Prince Lai's mansion, they can proudly boast that they drank wine and ate roast chicken with the emperor. The 7 sisters couldn't understand why Xingao would drink with some servants like that. Lu Xuyan and her 6 siblings grew up in the strict hierarchy of the minister's mansion. Xiaolingxi, being a princess of the Prince Lai's mansion, was treated like a treasure by the Prince Lai and looked down on the servants. Unexpectedly, Xingao Gui, the emperor, was eating and drinking with 10 master craftsmen. After everyone finished eating and drinking, Xingao wiped his mouth and said loudly, Everyone, are you ready? Your Majesty, whatever you wish us to do, we will do it even at the cost of our lives. I will teach you how to turn this soft iron into something hard and tough, Xingao said, and then taught the craftsmen how to heat-treat it. They listened very attentively, even more attentively than when Xiaolingxi usually forced them to study. Then the barrel was removed, heated in a fire until red-hot, and then quenched. Sure enough, the hardness of the barrel increased significantly. The other parts were also heat-treated again, and after the treatment, they finally met half of Xingao's requirements. With the gun and bullets in hand, Xingao put them into the gourd and hid them away. 10 craftsmen spent 10 days making a semi-automatic rifle and dozens of bullets. They were forced into this by the 7 sisters. However, they did manage to master the technology of making semi-automatic rifles. Lingxi, may I have these 10 people? Shen Gao asked Xiao Lingxi with a smile. Your Majesty, it depends on your sincerity. Xiao Lingxi's uncle, Xiao Qingzhe, was the emperor himself, so she was not so afraid of Shen Gao and spoke much more casually. The Lu family sextuplets had been together since Shen Gao was a poor farmer's son, so even after Shen Gao became emperor, they spoke to him with less reverence and more warmth. Shen Gao reached out and pulled Xiao Lingxi into his arms, then kissed her, saying, Little Lingxi, is my sincerity enough? Chapter 144 Death. Don't want. Xiao Lingxi struggled, trying to escape from Shen Gao's embrace, but the more she struggled, the tighter Shen Gao's hands became, until he finally held Xiao Lingxi so tightly that she couldn't move at all. Your Majesty, I beg you, please, there aren't so many people here. Xiao Lingxi's face was flushed, and she turned her head back and forth to avoid Shen Gao's kiss. But how could she possibly escape? Shen Gao's lips seemed to have magic, kissing Xiao Lingxi until her whole body went numb, and she collapsed into Shen Gao's arms. Didn't you say you wanted sincerity? Isn't my sincerity enough? Shen Gao kissed her for a while, then released her and said, Your Majesty, this is not the sincerity I seek. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Shen Gao looked at Xiao Lingxi. I. Xiao Lingxi stammered for a while, then finally steeled herself and shouted at Shen Gao. Your Majesty, please marry me! After saying this, she covered her eyes with her hands, lowered her head, and ran out of the workshop. Suddenly, Shen Gao heard a scream from outside. The scream came from Xiao Lingxi's mouth. Shen Gao was startled and immediately jumped out of the workshop. Before Xiao Lingxi stood an old man, hunched over and so thin he was just skin and bones, holding a cane and wearing a Taoist robe that looked like it was hanging on a bamboo pole. The old Taoist priest's eyes gleamed, and he looked at Xiao Lingxi with a strange laugh, muttering, What a charming young lady, it's been a long time since I've seen her. Behind the old Taoist priest were 4 other Taoist priests, all in their 60s. Beside these 4 Taoist priests stood the mysterious Taoist Master Xuanmiao, whom they had met once before. Grand Master, it's him! Upon seeing Shen Gao emerge, Master Xuanmiao pointed at him and shouted loudly. Shen Gao thought to himself, These old Taoist priests are here so fast. I am Ding Taiji, the patriarch of the Xiang sect. I greet you, young benefactor. Ding Taiji bowed and paid his respects to Shen Gao. So you're the patriarch of the Xiang sect. What brings you to my palace? Shen Gao said coldly, his hands behind his back. Hand over Etian's secret manual, and this old Taoist can guarantee you a lifetime as emperor. Ding Taiji looked at Shen Gao with his small eyes. Although he was very humble and polite, he still looked down on Shen Gao, who was a master of acquired perfection. Boy, hand over Etian's secret manual and Etian's flying sword, or we'll wipe the great Yan dynasty out of this place with a single move. At this moment, Master Yi Cheng raised his sword and shouted at Shen Gao. Lu Shatong was greatly surprised when she saw these 6 people. The overwhelming pressure from these 6 men made it impossible for her to lift her head. She, a cultivator at the great perfection of the acquired realm, had been secretly protecting her sisters and cousins, never revealing her existence. Yet now, that hunchbacked Taoist priest, with just a glance, had overwhelmed her, making it hard for her to breathe. Elder sister, your husband is in danger, Lu Shatong whispered in Lu Xian's ear. I will never let anyone bully my husband. Lu Shuyan displayed the demeanor of an elder sister, like a mother hen that has just hatched her chicks, spreading her wings to protect her younger sisters behind her. You evil Taoist, get out of here! With a casual wave of his hand, Master Yi Xian unleashed a massive wave of energy that surged towards Lu Shuyan and the other 6 women. Shen Gao had no choice but to step in front and deflect the palm strike from Taoist Yi Xian, then waved his hand behind him. Xuan, Shatong, you 2 take your sisters and stand far away, don't worry about me. Shen Gao looked at the 6 people and couldn't tell their strength at all, but they were all at least at the innate realm. Especially Ding Taiji, Shen Gao felt that he was like a mountain, pressing down on him so that he couldn't lift his head. Shin Gao still needs to drink spiritual liquid for 10 more days to meet the conditions for opening the innate realm. Now, how can he, an ordinary acquired great perfection cultivator, deal with them? Shin Gaozhen wanted to escape from here immediately. If he didn't, he would only face death. But Xiaolingxi was immobilized by a Taoist priest who had struck her acupoints. The sextuplets' wives were also behind them, unable to escape the clutches of these men. Shin Gao remembered the large grenade inside the gourd. The only way now was to surprise them and throw the grenade in front of them. "Release her, and I will give you the secret manual," Shin Gao said calmly, pointing at Xiaolingxi. Ding Taiji gave a signal, and Daoist Xian released his grip, allowing Xiaolingxi to walk towards Shin Gao. Shin Gao then ordered the Imperial Guards to take Xiaolingxi aside, far away from the danger zone. "Boy, now that the person is yours, where is the secret manual? Hand it over now!" Master Xian glared fiercely at Shin Gao. Shin Gao looked into the gourd space and saw that the spiritual spring was just full of spiritual liquid, while the other jade bottle already contained 2,000 drops, more than half a bowl of spiritual liquid. It seems that all this elixir will be used up tonight. Shin Gao secretly took out 6 grenades, manipulated them from inside the gourd to pull out the pins and pull the rings, and after a second, he brought them out of the gourd to his face. "You stinking Taoist priests, here are Yition's 6 secret manuals for you!" Shin Gao roared and threw 6 dark grenades at the 6 of them. The 6 people secretly wondered. 6 secret manuals? Why are these manuals spherical? However, before they could have any further thoughts, 6 grenades were placed in front of them. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 of them caught the grenade. Suddenly, Ding Taiji sensed an unpredictable danger emanating from the grenade. His face paled in shock, and he shouted, "It's a trap! Throw it away!" Boom, boom, boom. Before they could react, all 6 grenades exploded at the same time. Master Xuanmiao was instantly riddled with holes by the grenade, his eyes were blown out, and he fell to the ground with a poof, and died. The clothes of the other 5 people were also torn to shreds by the explosion, and the high temperature generated by the explosion burned their clothes until they were emitting blue smoke. His body was also torn to pieces by shrapnel from the grenade, and he was covered in blood. However, even though the 5 men were hit by Shin Gao's grenade, they were completely unharmed. The immense pain finally drove them to a rage. "Boy, you've completely enraged us!" Ding Taiji spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, took a deep breath, and his bones cracked. He suddenly became much stronger. He straightened his back, pulled out the sword hidden in his cane, shouted, "Take my life!" and thrust the sword straight at Shin Gao. He leaped backward, widening the distance between himself and Ding Taiji and the others. With a thought, the semi-automatic rifle appeared in his hand. There were still 12 bullets left in the gun, and Shin Gao raised his gun and fired at the 5 of them. Tap, tap, tap. The bullets, deflecting the fiery red line, hurtled straight towards the 5 people. Master Xian was the first to be hit. He didn't even have time to react before a bullet struck his chest, leaving a huge hole. Blood gushed out, and excruciating pain shot through him. His vision went black, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Master Xian is dead. Chapter 145, Fighting a Second-Level Innate Realm Cultivator. Besides Master Xian who died, Masters Yichen, Yifei, and Yicheng were not much better off. Although they were not hit in vital areas, the bullets still caused them serious injuries. Only Ding Taiji's eyes were faster than the bullets. He reached out and caught 2 incoming bullets. The bullet was so hot that Ding Taiji's fingers were smoking. A sharp pain shot through him, and he quickly threw the bullet to the ground, watching Shin Gao with extreme caution. He looked at the strange object in Shin Gao's hand with extreme apprehension. They brought so many experts at the 2nd level of the innate realm, plus him, who was at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Such a powerful lineup was easily defeated by Shin Gao, who sent 2 away and seriously injured 3 others, leaving only Ding Taiji standing. "Shin Gao, even if you hand over the Yition secret manual, I still cannot let you live!" Ding Taiji leaped forward, as fast as lightning, and attacked Shin Gao. Bang dash! Before Shin Gao could react, he was stabbed by Ding Taiji's sword. However, after being tempered with spiritual liquid for so many days, Shen Gao's muscles and cells had been transformed into something as tough as a copper wall. Ding Taiji's sword could only pierce Shen Gao's skin before it could go any further. Is this Etian's defense? Ding Taiji was extremely amazed. He never expected Etian's defense to be so powerful that even swords and blades from the innate realm couldn't penetrate it. He murmured, "As long as I kill Shen Gao and seize Etian's secret manual and flying sword, I will surely be able to cultivate such a divine skill." Ding Taiji was extremely envious. He shouted and pounced on Shen Gao again. The sword kept stabbing at Shen Gao's body, and Shen Gao had no way to defend himself. He had dozens of wounds on his body, and his clothes were stained crimson with blood. Faced with a master at the third level of the innate realm, Shen Gao, a great perfection-acquired realm cultivator, was completely suppressed. "Husband!" Lu Shuyan screamed and ran toward Shen Gao. "Husband!" Lu Shutong also took a deep breath and followed behind Lu Shuyan. "Don't come any closer!" Although Shen Gao was rolling around on the ground being beaten by Ding Taiji, he saw the Lu sisters running towards him regardless of the danger. Even Xiaolingxi followed behind. "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" Shen Gao shouted again. This shout caused Shen Gao to be stabbed several more times. "Husband! You can't die!" Lu Shuyan and her 6 sisters had no choice but to stop when Shen Gao stopped them from going over, and they cried there. At this moment, Lu Shutong took a deep breath, her body like a tightly wound spring, and with a sudden burst of strength, she screamed, "You stinking Taoist priest, go to hell!" The Azure Dragon Palm was activated, creating a tornado-like force that rushed straight towards Ding Taiji. Ding Taiji had already seen Lu Shutong, but he ignored her and with a wave of his hand, sent Lu Shutong flying backward. But this one palm strike gave Shen Gao a sliver of an opportunity. With a thought, 100 flying swords shot towards Ding Taiji. "The flying sword of Etian! The flying sword of Etian has finally appeared!" Ding Taiji laughed heartily and immediately leaped up, looking nothing like a decrepit old man, constantly dodging and avoiding all 100 flying swords. At this moment, Ding Taiji was further away from Shen Gao. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shen Gao released the Etian main sword, allowing it to absorb 30 drops of spiritual liquid. Instantly, the Etian main sword seemed to come alive, and Shen Gao stepped on the back of the sword and soared into the sky. With a thought, he pulled the pin on the last few grenades inside the gourd and threw them toward Ding Taiji. Boom dash! A loud bang exploded next to Ding Taiji. Ding Taiji was extremely wary of this large black lump and had no choice but to avoid it. However, even Ding Taiji, a master at the third level of the innate realm, was affected by the shrapnel flying everywhere from the explosion. At the same time, Shen Gao once again produced 100 Etian flying swords, which flew down from midair while Ding Taiji was dodging the grenades. "Ding Taiji, go to hell!" Ding Taiji had to dodge both grenades and flying swords, and in the chaos, he was stabbed by one of them. Then came the second game, and the third game. In just a short while, 4 Etian flying swords were pierced into Ding Taiji's body. At this moment, Shen Gao's spiritual power was also exhausted, and he could no longer use his flying sword. He could only rely on the power of the spiritual liquid to keep him standing on the flying sword. One last grenade. Shen Gao pulled the trigger, using all his strength to throw it in front of Ding Taiji. Ding Taiji tried to dodge, but he couldn't. He had no choice but to roll to the side. Boom dash! The grenade exploded, sending Ding Taiji tumbling through the air before he lost consciousness. Call dash! Shen Gao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a huge commotion finally attracted a large number of Imperial Guards, and Fat Butcher Monk, along with number 1, number 2, and number 3, also rushed out with their weapons. "Fat Monk, capture those people and tie them up!" Shen Gao stood on his flying sword, pointing at the injured Taoist priests. "All right." Fat Monk laughed heartily, took the crescent shovel and stepped forward. He, along with number 1, number 2, and number 3, picked up the hemp rope and tied up Yicheng, Yifei, and Yichen. Only Ding Taiji remained. Shingaoji carefully dismounted from the flying sword, picked up the Yitian flying sword, and came to stand in front of him. Ding Taiji slowly woke up, feeling dizzy, which seemed to be due to excessive blood loss. Even if he is a master of the third level of the innate realm, he will still feel dizzy if he loses too much blood. However, Ding Taiji secretly accumulated power in order to kill Shingao. As soon as Shingao came over, he would strike him unexpectedly and deliver a fatal blow. Ding Taiji, we have no grudges against each other, so why have you traveled thousands of miles to the great Yan dynasty to be my enemy? Shingao held the Yitian sword in his left hand and the semi-automatic rifle in his right. There was only one bullet left in the rifle. Once that was fired, there wouldn't be any more. Shingao, why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to kill someone, then kill me. Ding Taiji pretended to be weak, and his voice grew softer and softer. He thought to himself, Shingao, you damn well better get closer to me. If you get too close to me, I, the old Taoist, have the ability to kill you. But Shingao grinned and said, Ding Taiji, since you're so eager to die, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. With that, he stopped approaching and instead raised his rifle, firing a shot into Ding Taiji's heart. With a loud boom, a burst of fire shot out from the muzzle of the gun and hurtled straight at Ding Taiji. Ding Taiji was shocked. A sense of extreme danger washed over him. If he didn't dodge, he would surely lose his life here. The last bit of strength he had been holding back finally came in handy. At this critical moment, Ding Taiji, like an extremely agile river shrimp, sprang up and dodged the bullet's attack. Ding Taiji, don't run away, or I'll shoot you again! Shingao shouted, raising his semi-automatic rifle as if to fire again. Ding Taiji dared not linger any longer. Ignoring his serious injuries, he leaped over the city wall and fled at top speed. Shingao stepped onto his flying sword and pursued him relentlessly, shouting from behind, Ding Taiji, if you ever come to the great Yan dynasty again, I will surely take your dog's life. Ding Taiji didn't dare to say a word, but simply fled in silence, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 146 Breakthrough to the Innate Realm. Ding Taiji was finally scared away by Shingao. He ran away completely, and in just a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. Shingao breathed a sigh of relief, his strength completely exhausted. He felt dizzy and fell off the Yitian flying sword. My husband! Lu Shutong screamed and stopped hiding her strength. She leaped up and caught Shingao in midair. The fat monk was greatly surprised, never expecting that Lu Shutong was also at the great perfection of the acquired realm. Shingao secretly had a master at the great perfection of the acquired realm hidden by his side. If it weren't for this incident, Lu Shutong would never have been exposed. Fortunately, he was completely devoted to number 1, number 2, and number 3. If he were to betray him again, Lu Shutong would be one of his most formidable and unpredictable weapons. Thinking of this, the fat monk gasped and no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of betrayal. At this moment, Shingao was held in Lu Shutong's arms, and the Yitian sword disappeared as Shingao fell into unconsciousness, having already entered Shingao's body. Find a secret room! Lu Shutong shouted at the fat monk. The fat monk dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately found a secret room for the two to enter. He, along with number 1, number 2, and number 3, dutifully guarded the outside, not daring to make the slightest noise. No matter who came, they were all blocked outside. They never dreamed that Master Xuanji, relying on Xiao Jingyuan's 20 bottles of Taiji, had already broken through to the second level of the innate realm. With his level of innate second stage, dealing with Shingao, who is at the great perfection of acquired stage, shouldn't be too much of a problem. This time, he infiltrated the capital alone once again and entered the palace. However, he arrived a few days late and missed the duel between Shingao and the Xiang sect masters. Stealthily making their way closer to the secret chamber where Shingao was, they discovered that fat slaughter monk, along with number 1, number 2, and number 3, were standing outside, seemingly acting as protectors. Master Xuanji snorted coldly and charged towards the four of them. Meanwhile, Lu Shutong carried Shengao into the secret room, gently placed him on the bed, and reached out to feel his pulse, which was beating very steadily and strongly. She relaxed a little, sat blankly on the edge of the bed, a tear in her eye, and looked at Shengao without saying a word. Before he lost consciousness, Shengao had already drunk a bowl of spiritual liquid. The liquid then entered his entire body through his bloodstream, transforming his body and repairing all the damaged cells and organs. The wounds on the skin disappeared slowly and visibly, leaving no trace. His skin became even whiter and more delicate, just like that of a pretty boy. Over the next 3 days, whenever the gourd filled the bowl with spiritual liquid, Shengao would use his mind to draw it away and absorb it into his body. Slowly, Shengao finally woke up. He slowly sat up, closed his eyes, and began to review the great battle with Ding Taiji and the others. Ding Taiji's unique sword light and oppressive aura echoed in his mind like a nightmare. That is the power of the third level of the innate realm. Transcending the mundane and surpassing all laws, one can determine life and death with a single thought. The territory of the Great Wu dynasty is 5 times that of the Great Yan dynasty, and there are countless people at the first level of the innate realm, while the Great Yan dynasty does not even have a single orthodox innate realm expert. If he cannot break through to the next realm, he will eventually die from the pursuit of the experts of the Great Wu dynasty, and those who follow him will suffer. The empire that Xiao Jingchen risked his life for will collapse instantly. Shengao sat cross-legged, his body surrounded by spiritual energy. The power of the great perfection within his body was already saturated, but that thin barrier was like an insurmountable chasm. Ordinary martial artists cannot overcome this obstacle even in their entire lives. What exactly is the innate nature? Shengao closed his eyes and pondered. He once thought it was because he was stronger, faster, and had more powerful internal energy. It wasn't until he fought against Master Xuanji, Master Xuanmiao, and Ding Taiji that he understood. The innate is the bridge connecting heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and desperately compressed the spiritual liquid surging through his meridians into his dantian. Once the spiritual liquid enters the dantian, it's like a spark falling into a sea of oil. Boom dash! The meridians within his body roared and exploded, and the already extremely stable great perfection internal energy was now boiling, compressed, and purified wildly. Skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs are all reshaped in excruciating pain. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes, only to be evaporated by the high temperature. Lu Shutong was awakened by Shengao's cries of pain. She looked up and saw Shengao's muscles twitching incessantly, and his clothes tearing inch by inch. Sweating profusely. Husband! Lu Shutong felt heartbroken, but she knew that Shengao was seeking a breakthrough. Only by breaking through to the innate realm could he protect them. At this moment, Shengao paid no attention to Lu Shutong's concerned expression. He was trying to see his inner energy turning into liquid and surging through his meridians. Every inch of its flow brought about a tearing transformation. The barrier between great perfection and innate realm began to crack under the dual impact of spiritual liquid and will. Break dash! With a low shout, Shengao uttered a heavy yet extremely decisive sound, and with this roar, click dash! An invisible barrier. It finally broke. Suddenly, countless golden rays burst forth from Shengao's body, enveloping his entire body. Shengao's entire body shone with golden light, which grew increasingly intense, instantly illuminating the entire carved golden nanma bed. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, and in just a few breaths, it completely covered Lu Shutong. Upon seeing this, Lu Shutong immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Azure Dragon chant within the golden light. Influenced by the golden light, Lu Shutong's aura rose higher and higher, and suddenly, the long-sealed innate gate in her body was opened. First level of the innate realm. Lu Shutong was actually influenced by Shengao and broke through to the innate realm in one fell swoop. What is that? Outside the secret room, Fat Monk, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 were startled by the commotion inside. The 4 of them turned around and looked into the secret room without prior arrangement. Countless golden rays shot into the sky, becoming dazzling even in daylight. He's broken through! His Majesty has broken through! The fat monk was overjoyed. His Majesty has broken through! The imperial guards standing not far away also turned their heads with great enthusiasm. That's where the emperor went into seclusion. He's broken through! Xiao Qinglai and Lu Yiming, who were in the midst of a court meeting, also looked towards the place where the golden light shone brightly and murmured. The great Yuan dynasty has finally produced its own innate realm expert. Look! Golden light! The golden light of a breakthrough to the innate realm! It must be my husband's breakthrough! Lu Shuyan, Lu Shuyao, Lu Xiu, Lu Shupei, Lu Shuwan, and Xiaolingxi, who was with them, put down what they were doing and rushed toward the source of the golden light. Not far away, Master Xuanji, who had just discovered the four fat monks, was also startled by the intense golden light. Not good! Xingao is breaking through to the innate realm. This is his weakest moment. Charge in and kill him! Master Xuanji drew his long sword from his waist and ignored the fat monk and the others. He shouted and rushed into the secret chamber. Chapter 147 Battle of Mysteries. Stop! Don't come any closer! The fat monk, swaying his chubby belly and holding a crescent shovel, shouted and blocked the way for Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji snorted coldly, and then with a single palm strike sent the fat monk flying a full 10 feet away. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 disregarded their own safety and rushed forward, intending to rescue the fat slaughter monk. But the three of them were struck again by Master Xuanji's palm, and rolled down to the side of the fat butcher monk. General Fat Butcher, are we going to die? The three men wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and said with extreme resentment. We should have died long ago. We're traitors, nobody likes us. Fat monk laughed bitterly as he faced death. However, this time, we didn't surrender, so we can say we did right by ourselves. After saying that, Fat Butcher Monk raised his crescent shovel again. Zanjizi, if you have the guts, then step over my old Fat Butcher Monk's corpse. Master Xuanji glanced contemptuously at the fat monk, then struck again, sending him flying once more. At this moment, no one blocked his way anymore. Just then, the door to the secret chamber suddenly opened, the golden light receded, and Xingao returned to his original appearance, walking out with an extraordinary air. He took out 4 bottles of water mixed with a drop of spiritual liquid and threw them at the fat monk and the 4 people, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3. Drink it! The fat monk knew that this was Xingao's secret medicine. Even if they were on the verge of death, Xingao could save them after they drank it. Without saying a word, he took the water and drank it all. Zanjizi, are you not afraid of death? How dare you break into my imperial palace alone? Xingao stopped 10 steps away from Zanjizi. Xingao, even if you successfully advance to the first level of the innate realm, your foundation is not solid. How could you possibly be my match? Let me tell you the truth, I have already reached the second level of the innate realm and stabilized it. Master Xuanji was extremely pleased. He was at the second level of the innate realm, while Xingao had only just broken through to the innate realm, and needed to cultivate for another 3 days to stabilize his realm. When one's realm is not stable, that is when one is at their weakest, even weaker than when one reaches the great perfection of acquired realm. Xingao, you're going to die! Master Xuanji's voice boomed like thunder. The next moment, he appeared through the air, his clothes fluttering, his sword aura sharp, and he rushed straight at Xingao. His innate energy surged around him, clearly indicating that he had murderous intent and wanted to take advantage of Xingao's early innate stage and unstable foundation to completely kill him. The fat monk's face turned deathly pale instantly. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 were taken aback. The 5 Lu sisters were terrified. Xiaolingxi was also overwhelmed by such an imposing aura and fell to the ground along with the little flower horse. That was the oppressive force of the second level of the innate realm, like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to even breathe. Your Majesty, be careful! At that moment, Dingxiang also rushed over. She screamed, her heart leaping into her throat. It's all right. Xingao raised his hand and pressed down gently. A simple gesture instantly dissipated the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped the entire room. The gale suddenly stopped, and the murderous intent dissipated. You may all step back. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable imperial authority. Fat Monk exchanged a glance with number 1, number 2, and number 3, and then bowed and stepped back in unison. They had come to trust Shingao completely. From a poor boy to a general, and then to the emperor of the great Yin dynasty, Shingao has never disappointed. Only Lu Shatong followed closely behind Shingao. However, Shingao waved his hand at her, indicating that she could no longer expose herself. Lu Shatong instantly understood Shingao's meaning and quietly stopped in her tracks. In the center of the battlefield, only Shingao and Master Xuanji remained, facing off against each other. Master Xuanji's eyes were sinister as he sized Shingao up and down, then he let out a cold laugh. You've just broken through to the innate realm, and your aura isn't even stable yet, but you dare to face me head-on? Shingao, do you really think that just because you've entered the innate realm, you can contend with me? Let me tell you, there's a world of difference between innate and non-innate abilities. He raised his hand and pointed, and sword energy burst forth. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, but it was extremely fast and extremely sharp, aiming directly at Shingao's brow. He was confident that this sword strike could penetrate the true essence defense of a beginner in the innate realm. Everyone around was on tenterhooks. Lu Shatong clenched her fists tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Shuyan secretly prayed in her heart. Husband, you must win! But Shingao just stood there, without moving an inch. As the sword energy approached, he slowly raised 2 fingers. A light, airy pinch. By dash! The incomparably sharp innate sword energy was held firmly between his fingers, without moving an inch. The entire room fell silent. Master Xuanji's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had seen a ghost or god. How is this possible? You've only just entered the innate realm, how could you possibly catch my full-force sword strike so easily? Shingao's fingertips curled slightly. Click. That innate sword energy shattered into countless points of light. You're right. Shingao raised his eyes, his gaze calm, yet like the heavens looking down upon him. There is indeed a world of difference between those who are born with innate qualities and those who are born with innate qualities. Only dash. I am the cloud, you are the mud. Before he finished speaking, Shingao made a move. There was no running, no shouting, just one step. With a single step, he shrank the distance to an inch, instantly appearing before Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji was terrified and hurriedly drew his sword to block. Purple Sun Divine Sword, kill! He hadn't finished speaking. Shingao raised his hand and slapped down. There are no fancy moves, no secret techniques to activate it, only the purest innate true essence. With a single palm strike, the world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Boom dash! Master Xuanji felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train. His protective innate energy shield shattered instantly. The long sword flew out of his hand, his chest caved in, blood gushed out, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a spiderweb-like crack. One move. Just one move. Master Xuanji, who had advanced to the second level of the innate realm, suffered a crushing defeat. Shingao walked slowly to him, looking down at him. Xuanjizi, you have helped Lu Jingqing and He Qin who opposed me at every turn, and you have also colluded with Xiao Jingyuan to try to destroy my great Yin dynasty. Do you think that just because you have high cultivation and are audacious, you can act with impunity? Master Xuanji lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Shingao, you dare to kill me? My sect, Xiang sect, has a master who is at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. If you kill me, Xiang sect will retaliate with all its might. My 6 senior uncles are all at the 2nd level of the innate realm. You can't afford to offend them. Shingao's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. Hee, are you talking about Ding Taiji? Just a few days ago, I drove Ding Taiji away, killed Zhao Miaozi and Yixianzi, and captured Yu Chengzi, Yikenzi and Yifizi alive. I heard they are from the Xiang sect. Impossible! Master Xuanji was shocked. He couldn't believe that Xingao, at the great perfection of the acquired realm, could have injured 3 experts at the second level of the innate realm. How could you possibly have injured them? Xingao laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, he clapped his hands. Soon after, the Imperial Guards brought over Yiqingzi, Yichenzi, and Yifizi using special ropes. Chapter 148 Annihilation of the Second Level of the Innate Realm. Master! Senior Uncle! Master Xuanji jumped up from the ground and cried out in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were actually captured by Xingao. Why did Xingao become so powerful in just a few dozen days? The 3 of them merely raised their heads slightly, glanced at Master Xuanji, and then lowered their heads again. It seems they didn't want to see Zanjizi, the one who betrayed their sect. Of the 3, Master Yicheng suddenly raised his head and looked at Xingao. Xingao, if you let us go, I can give you all my martial arts manuals and treasures. Master. Master Xuanji was shocked to hear his master, Master Yicheng, begging for mercy from Xingao. This is absolutely unbelievable. Master Yicheng, tell me, what martial arts manuals and secret techniques do you possess? Xingao was extremely concerned about the manuals and treasures at this moment. Let me go, and I'll tell you. Master Yicheng threatened Xingao. But how could Xingao possibly be blackmailed by him? Xingao gently pressed on the acupunt of Taoist Yicheng, reversing the flow of innate energy. Instantly, a tearing pain came from all the meridians in his body. Master Yicheng suddenly shouted and rolled around on the ground. Xingao, Xingao! Please spare me, Your Majesty! I beg you, spare my life! Master Yicheng rolled around incessantly, but because of the ropes binding him, he could not escape this torment. In the end, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Speak! Where are the cultivation techniques and treasures? Xingao merely raised his voice slightly, and Master Yicheng trembled. I'll tell you right now! Master Yicheng had no choice but to tell Xingao where he had hidden his treasures and cultivation techniques. It turned out that his cave dwelling was located on a cliff atop Tianmen Mountain of the Xiang sect. There are several large caves, each 50 steps deep. One of them was transformed into a cave dwelling by Master Yicheng, which contains 30 manuals of martial arts techniques and hundreds of pieces of top-quality jade. Xingao kept it in mind. It seems that a trip to Xiang's sect is inevitable. He then interrogated Taoist Yifei and Taoist Yichen in front of Zanjizi. In order to save their lives, the 2 Taoist priests revealed the location of their treasured possessions. They were both located on the summit of Tianmen Mountain, alongside Yichengzi's cave. Although these 2 did not possess as much martial arts techniques and treasure as Master Yicheng, they were still quite a bit less. With so many cultivation techniques and treasures, if they were acquired by the great Yan dynasty, who knows how many masters could be trained. If I want to gain a foothold in this strange world, in addition to improving my own strength, I also need to improve the strength of my trusted subordinates. A trip to Tianmen Mountain had already been put on Xingao's agenda. I never imagined that my master and senior uncles would possess so many cultivation techniques and treasures. Master Xuanji was greatly shocked. If he, Master Xuanji, could possess these treasures, he could reach the 3rd level of the innate realm in a very short time. That would make them one of the top 10 in the great Wu dynasty. His eyes burned with fervor. While Xingao was interrogating Taoist Yicheng, he quietly moved away, then suddenly leaped up and fled at an incredible speed. But Xingao was even faster than him. With just one step forward, Xingao blocked Xuanji Taoist's path. Zanjizi, what are you trying to do? Xingao asked coldly. Xingao, don't push me too far, or I'll kill you! Master Xuanji said fiercely, trying to force Xingao to back down. But Xingao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and took another step forward. Zanjizi. Xingao slowly raised his hand, a wisp of barely perceptible innate sword energy gathering at his fingertips. So what if your great Wu has many innate masters? From now on, if one comes, I will kill it. Give me 100, and I'll kill 100. The words had barely left his mouth. A flash of sword energy appeared at his fingertips. With 3 whoosh sounds, Daoist Cheng, Daoist Fei, and Daoist Chen were struck by the 3 Tian flying swords, which pierced through 3 large holes. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed, their breaths completely cut off. At the same time, 3 more flying swords emerged from Shingao's fingertips, flashing with sword light and rushing towards Master Xuanji in 3 directions. As the speed increased, these 3 flying swords also grew thicker, eventually reaching half the size of a normal sword. Xuanji Daoist was greatly alarmed and tried his best to dodge, but he was already seriously injured, and with Shingao's Tian flying sword, the speed was at least 3 times faster than when he was at the great perfection stage. Even if Master Xuanji hadn't been injured, he would have had no chance of escaping with his life. Puff dash! The flying sword pierced through Master Xuanji's chest, breaking 3 of his ribs in the process. Master Xuanji's life force was rapidly fading away. In just a few seconds, the Xuanji Daoist, a master of the Xian generation from the Xiang sect and the mastermind behind the killing of the late Emperor Shao Jingqin, died on the spot. The silence lasted for several breaths. The next moment, deafening cheers erupted. "Your Majesty is mighty! The Emperor is invincible! May the great Yan dynasty be victorious!" The fat monk, along with number 1, number 2, and number 3, knelt on one knee, their voices resounding. "Your Majesty, we swear to serve you to the death!" Just then, Shao Qinglai and Lu Yiming arrived from inside the Golden Hall with their civil and military officials. In the midst of the lightning and flames, the once powerful Taoist master Xuanji witnessed firsthand how he was defeated by Shingao in a single move and died right before their eyes. They rushed over and witnessed this shocking scene. Without the slightest hesitation, Shao Qinglai and Lu Yiming led all the ministers to kneel down. "Your Majesty, we swear to serve you to the death!" The excited General Tian Liang had witnessed Shingao's divine power from beginning to end. Those high-ranking experts at the first and second levels of the innate realm were people he could not even look up to. Even just hearing their names would make the generals of the great Yan dynasty turn pale. Now, as the Imperial Guards, Imperial Army, City Defense Forces, and other soldiers and generals watched with their own eyes as Shingao annihilated these peerless masters in the palace, they were deeply moved. All the Imperial Guards, Imperial Army, City Defense troops, and generals knelt down, the sound of their armor clashing echoing throughout the heavens and earth. "We swear to serve the Emperor to the death!" At this moment, the Lu family sextuplets, Shaolingxi, Ding Xiang and the other 8 peerless beauties looked at the figure standing between heaven and earth, their eyes slightly red, but their lips curled into a relieved smile. From then on, no one could bully them anymore. From then on, they were able to live peacefully and enjoy Shingao's love. "We, your humble servants, swear to serve your Majesty to the death." All the women knelt down. Shingao turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice calm yet resonating throughout. "The formidable enemy is dead, and the Xiang sect's conspiracy has failed. But the Great Wu will not give up easily. A formidable enemy still exists. I'll only say one thing. With me here, the Great Yan will not perish. With me here, you all have nothing to worry about. With me here, from this day forward, no one in the world will dare to bully the Great Yan." The shouts soared into the sky and resounded throughout the surrounding area. Under the warm sun, Shingao stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 149 Black Tiger Wants to Turn Against Us. It was late autumn in the capital city. The sycamore leaves are falling, the maple leaves are turning blood red, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. In another month, the freezing season will arrive. Ji Qingyang, along with Wei Yi and Wei Er, along with He Hu and Chao Tu Chang, a total of 5 people at the great perfection of the acquired realm, took back Lingnan County in just 2 months. In September, Ji Qingyang and 4 other Grand Masters returned victorious with their troops and reported back to Shingao. When he learned that Shao Jingqin had been stubborn and self-willed, and had lost his throne and his life for nothing, he shook his head and sighed. When he learned that Shingao had broken through to the first level of the innate realm and killed Master Xuanji all by himself, he was filled with even greater admiration. Since the beginning of its history, the Great Yin Dynasty has never had a master of the innate realm. Now, Shen Gao has finally broken through and become the first innate realm master in the Great Yin Dynasty. Because of this tremendous achievement, Ji Qingyang became completely devoted to Shen Gao. Wei Yi and Wei Er were even happier. They were people who had been promoted by Shen Gao, and their success in achieving the great perfection of the acquired realm was only due to Shen Gao's help. Now that Shen Gao has become emperor, Wei Yi and Wei Er have become meritorious officials who have protected the territory and have been appointed as generals by Shen Gao. The two of them not only recognized Shen Gao's talent but also promoted him. Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang went straight to Fat Sage's mansion as soon as they returned to the capital. It just so happened that number 1, number 2, and number 3 were also there. After surrendering, the 6 of them finally gathered together. Fat Slaughtermonk was overjoyed and set out a large table of fish and meat to entertain Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang, with number 1, number 2, and number 3 accompanying them. After a few rounds of drinks, Black Tiger put his wine bowl on the table and said loudly, "Damn Ji Qingyang, he thinks he has Wei Yi and Wei Er, 3 great perfection experts, and he keeps me and Chao Tu in check. He makes us do all the hard, dirty, and deadly work, and in the end, all the credit goes to them." Chao Tukyang patted his bald head, remained silent, and tacitly agreed with He Hu's words. "Old fatty." Black Tiger gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "While that dog Emperor Shen Gao is about to kill Shao Jingyuan and go to Jianbei Xiang Gate to get treasures, let's leave under the cover of night and become our own local emperors. We can have women and money as we please, instead of this humiliation." Fat Monk, with his enormous belly, didn't answer Black Tiger's question. Instead, he turned to Grass-Head Chang and asked, "Baldy, what do you think?" Chao Tukyang drank a bowl of wine and said in a muffled voice, "That Ji Qingyang, relying on being Shao Jingchen's trusted general, opposes us at every turn. He also sends Wei Yi and Wei Er to monitor us at all times. If we were not matched by the 3 of them, we would have quit and run away long ago." "Old fatty, see? Black Tiger wasn't wrong. We'll leave the capital tonight and head to the southern wilderness to become outlaws." At this moment, number 1 and number 2 stood up. They were subordinates of Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang, respectively. They were assigned by Shao Jingchen to follow Shen Gao. Now that Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang wanted to escape, they had to make a statement no matter what. Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang looked at number 1 and number 2 with great satisfaction. When they said they were leaving, number 1 and number 2 stepped forward to show their stance, indicating that they were going to follow them. "Brother Black Tiger, Brother Baldy, we want to stay." The 2 men's words stunned Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang, who then flew into a rage. "What? You 2 want to stay?" Black Tiger and Grass-Head slammed their fists on the table, jumped up, and pointed at number 1 and number 2. "Are you trying to betray us?" Number 1 and number 2 bowed their heads and said to Black Tiger and Grass-Head, "Brother Black Tiger, Brother Baldy, not only do we want to stay, but we also want to persuade you 2 to stay." Black Tiger and Grass-Head Chang were furious and slammed their hands down on number 1 and number 2's heads. Number 1 and number 2 lowered their heads and closed their eyes. The 2 men's palms were getting closer and closer to the heads of number 1 and number 2. If they hit them, it would definitely cause a vibration in the skull, which could cause a concussion or even a brain hemorrhage and death. Just then, Fat Butcher Monk reached out and grabbed their hands, shouting, "Black Tiger, Baldy, stop! This was my idea!" Black Tiger and Grass-Head were stunned. Was this the Fat Butcher Monk's idea? Does the Fat Monk intend to stay here indefinitely? "Old fatty, it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. The 3 of us are banding together, sharing the good times and the bad, isn't that great?" Black Tiger roared in a deep, gruff voice. "Black Tiger, Grass-Head Chang." Fat Butcher Monk pulled them down to sit and said, "Now the Emperor is not Shao Jingchen, but Shen Gao. So what if it's Shen Gao? He still bullies us." Black Tiger roared, his eyes wide. "His Majesty is not that kind of person," the Fat Monk said. "Number 1, number 2, number 3, and I were seriously injured by the enemy several times, and it was Shingao's life-saving medicine that saved our lives." The fat monk sighed softly, recalling Shingao's words, which he remembered clearly. "With me here, the great Yen will not perish. With me here, you all have nothing to worry about. With me here, from this day forward, no one in the world will dare to bully the great Yen." How could such a chivalrous emperor be anything but good? Black Tiger, Baldy, the current emperor, having reached the great perfection of the innate realm, killed a first-level innate realm expert and a second-level innate realm expert, and forced the third-level innate realm expert Ding Taiji to flee with serious injuries. Black Tiger and Grass Head were taken aback. They had just arrived in the capital and hadn't had time to inquire yet. Now, after hearing what the fat monk said, they were immediately startled. Ding Taiji, a name that resonates far and wide, is the patriarch of the Xiang sect, the sixth largest sect in the Great Wu dynasty, and is said to be 100 years old. A master at the third level of the innate realm was unexpectedly defeated by Master Shin, who was at the great perfection of the acquired realm. "How is this possible?" they both exclaimed at the same time. The fat monk gave a soft humph and continued. "In the following days the emperor broke through to the innate realm, which attracted Xuanjizi to come and kill him. The four of us were no match for Xuanjizi, and were all severely injured. Just then, the emperor broke through to the innate realm and emerged from the secret chamber. He produced the elixir that saved the lives of the four of us, and with a single sword strike, he killed Master Xuanji, a cultivator at the second level of the innate realm." "Hiss!" Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong gasped. "In less than 2 months Shingao has become so powerful. Given time, who will be his match?" Seeing that Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong's resolve was beginning to waver, Fat Butcher Monk pressed his advantage. "Black Tiger, Baldy, let's not become outlaws anymore. Let's stick with the Emperor, and we'll have a share of the spoils." Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 also said eagerly. "Brother Black Tiger, Brother Baldy, the Emperor has appointed Brother Fat Butcher as General of 1,000 cavalry, and the 3 of us as Tiger Might Generals. All 4 of us now have residences." Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 all had their own mansions, where they would have countless beautiful maids and live a life of luxury. For a moment, the 2 of them were extremely envious. No wonder old Fatty and Number 1 and the others didn't want to leave. They had a home now. They were the only 2 people who fought for 2 months and got nothing. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard a eunuch's voice outside asking, "Are Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong here?" Chapter 150 The Emperor's Personal Expedition. "Not good!" Upon hearing the eunuch's voice, Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong exclaimed inwardly, "The Dog Emperor has ordered us to be killed! What do we do now?" Fat Monk gently pulled Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong aside and said in a deep voice, "Impossible, the Emperor is not that kind of person. Let me go and ask him." With that, the Fat Monk loudly asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing in my residence?" The eunuch recognized Fat Butcher Monk's voice and quickly replied, "General Fat Butcher, it's like this. The Emperor has an imperial edict for General Black Tiger and General Grass Head Strong. We heard that they were drinking here, so we came here to deliver the edict. Damn it, they actually followed us here. I'll kill that dog of a eunuch first, then storm the palace and wipe out that dog of an emperor, Shingao." "Shut up!" The Fat Monk was startled and quickly stepped forward to cover Black Tiger's mouth, whispering, "You two must have something wrong with your heads. Even the eunuchs call him General Black Tiger and General Grass Head Strong. Now it's clear that the Emperor is going to appoint you as generals, and you still don't know what's good for you, cursing the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong realized that the eunuch had come to deliver the decree, not to take their lives. At this moment, the Fat Monk ordered his men to remove the banquet, tidy up the place, and the 6 men, dressed neatly, opened the main gate to welcome the eunuch in. "Black Tiger and Grass Head Chong, receive the imperial decree." Everyone knelt down, especially the Fat Monk, who was meticulous and extremely devout. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Xiao Jingyuan surrender Generals He Hu and Chao Tu-chang, following Ji Qingyang, Wei Yi, and Wei Er, have recovered Ling'an County and other prefectures, achieving outstanding military exploits. This has been verified by Ji Qingyang's report, and I am greatly pleased. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon He Hu the title of General He Hu and Chao Tu-chang the title of General He Lang, both holding the rank of 3rd grade, and each is granted a mansion. Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang's heads were buzzing when they heard this. This credit was actually reported by Ji Qingyang? The two of them, one a Black Tiger general and the other a Black Wolf general, were both 3rd-rank officials, on par with the fat butcher monk. Furthermore, they also bestowed upon them a mansion, and many maids knelt on the ground, thinking of all these wonderful things, completely unaware that the eunuch had already finished reading the imperial edict. General Black Tiger, General Black Wolf, aren't you two going to thank me? Ah? The two suddenly came to their senses and immediately kowtowed, their eyes brimming with tears. This humble general kowtows to thank your majesty for your grace. May your majesty live 10,000 years. The fat monk quickly ordered someone to fetch 100 taels of silver from the mansion, and stuffed 10 taels into the hands of each of the eunuchs who came to deliver the imperial decree, saying, "Thank you, gentlemen." The eunuchs were overjoyed with the reward, said some nice things, and then hurriedly left. Black Tiger, Baldy, Old Fatty have said it before, the Emperor isn't that kind of person. Fatty Butcher Monk shouted. Guards, set up the banquet again. I'm going to drink with Black Tiger and Baldy until we're both drunk. The 6 of them sat down together again and drank heartily. By the end, Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang were completely drunk, laughing and crying, constantly expressing their gratitude to the Emperor, and their opinion of Ji Qingyang had also changed considerably. She no longer even resented Ji Qingyang. The next day, Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang arrived at their mansions, which were right next to each other, separated only by a wall. It is only 2 miles away from the residence of the fat butcher monk. When they arrived at the mansion, everyone from the maids to the servants and the stewards stood outside to greet them. Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang looked at each other, hardly believing their eyes. From now on, will this mansion belong to them? Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang returned to their respective residences, looking around and thinking about Shen Gao. This time, they had finally chosen the right person to follow. From now on, I will stay in the great Yan dynasty wholeheartedly, make many contributions, and bring glory to my ancestors. Just then, the voice of the imperial guards came from outside. The emperor had invited them to the Qianqiu Hall to discuss the important matter of conquering Xiao Jingyuan. By the time Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang arrived, Ji Qingyang was already there. Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang, contrary to their usual behavior, immediately stepped forward to greet Ji Qingyang. General Ji, this humble general is narrow-minded and has offended you in many ways. Please forgive me. With that, the two knelt down in front of Ji Qingyang. Ji Qingyang helped the two up and said, You two have made great contributions, which is why you have received the Emperor's reward. Continue to kill enemies and make contributions in the future. Yes, sir. The two kowtowed to thank Ji Qingyang again. One after another, Fat Monk, Wei Yi, Wei Er, Tian Liang and others arrived at Qianqiu Hall. The group clasped their hands in greeting again. General Tian, it seems you'll be in charge of this campaign against Xiao Jingyuan. The fat monk chuckled. I wonder if His Majesty will allow grenades to unleash their full power this time. Haha, this time, we only need 1,000 hand grenades to crush Xiao Jingyuan's army. Tian Liang was confident. He had already prepared the attack plan and checked it with his subordinates many times. This battle would surely cripple Xiao Jingyuan at a very low cost. There's just one more weapon called a semi-automatic rifle, but the production volume is too small. Tian Liang said softly. It takes 10 days to produce one, and the bullets take 100 people a day to make one. It's such a waste. What is a semi-automatic rifle? Ji Qingyang, Wei Yi, Wei Er, He Hu, and Chao Tu-chang had never heard of it before. Just as Tian Liang was about to explain, he heard Shen Gao's voice coming from outside. Then the eunuch opened the gate, and Shen Gao strode in. I heard you discussing the expedition from afar, Shen Gao said, sitting on the dragon throne with his hands behind his back. This expedition against Xiao Jingyuan will be personally led by me. Upon hearing that Shen Gao intended to personally lead the army to attack Xiao Jingyuan, Tian Liang immediately objected, saying, Your Majesty, last time, the late Emperor Xiao Jingqian did not heed your advice and rashly went on a campaign, ultimately resulting in his death. This time, Your Majesty cannot personally lead the campaign against Xiao Jingyuan. Your Majesty, you mustn't! The fat monk stood up, his belly bulging, his flesh jiggling. In this great battle, with General Tian as the commander-in-chief, the 6 of us who have reached the great perfection of the acquired realm will be enough to deal with Xiao Jingyuan. Are the 6 of you enough to deal with Xiao Jingyuan? Shen Gao smiled slightly and said, General Fei Tu, tell me, why did Xuanjizi suddenly advance from the first level of the innate realm to the second level? Furthermore, I severely injured Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu several times, so why were they able to recover from their injuries in such a short time? Upon hearing this, Tian Liang fell silent for a moment. Wei Yi and Wei Er remained silent. Fat Monk, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, and the others were speechless. Black Tiger, tell me, you were only at the 3rd level of the acquired realm before. Who raised you to the great perfection of the acquired realm? Shen Gao directly named Black Tiger. Black Tiger stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, this humble general, along with Grasshead Chang, Fat Slaughter Monk, and number 1, number 2, and number 3, all drank a bottle of Tai Sui from Xiao Jingyuan, which forcibly raised our power to the great perfection. But Xiao Jingyuan told us that he only has 1 bottle of Tai Sui left, and he has used up all of his Tai Sui. Black Tiger said in a low voice, looking down. Ha! Shen Gao laughed loudly. General Black Tiger, you actually dare to believe Xiao Jingyuan's words? Chapter 151 Information Leak. He laughed heartily. If Xiao Jingyuan only had 1 bottle of Tai Sui left, how did Xuanjizi become a 2nd-level innate realm expert in just a few days? To advance from the 3rd level of the acquired realm to the great perfection of the acquired realm, all you need is 1 bottle of Tai Sui. To advance from the 1st level of the innate realm to the 2nd level, is 1 bottle of Tai Sui enough? Black Tiger shook his head. That's right. The energy required to advance from the 1st level of the innate realm to the 2nd level is enormous. No matter what, a bottle of Tai Sui can't possibly raise one's realm by 1 level. Then there's only one possibility. Xiao Jingyuan has a lot of bottled Tai Sui. Your Majesty, so it seems that Xiao Jingyuan still has countless powerful figures at his disposal. The fat monk finally understood. Then Xiao Jingyuan has most likely already reached the 1st level of the innate realm. Tian Liang continued, picking up where Fei Tu-sing left off. Everyone looked at Shen Gao. If Xiao Jingyuan has reached the 1st level of the innate realm, then among all the generals in the Thousand Autumns Palace, only the Emperor has reached the 1st level of the innate realm. No wonder the Emperor personally led the campaign against Xiao Jingyuan. But Tian Liang still didn't want Shen Gao to lead the army personally, and he shouted. But Your Majesty, if I surround Xiao Jingyuan and then attack him with grenades, it will be enough to kill him. Your life is precious, you cannot take such a risk. Ji Qingyang was very puzzled. What exactly was a hand grenade? Why does Tian Liang possess it? Not only Ji Qingyang was unaware, but Wei Yi, Wei Er, He Hu, Chao Tu Chang, and others were also completely confused, having no idea what a hand grenade was. But according to Tian Liang, this grenade is far more powerful than any sword or blade, and it can even injure a master of the innate realm. The production of grenades and semi-automatic rifles is too low, and they cannot be standardized in the short term. Moreover, the main opponents of these grenades and rifles are still the experts of the Great Wu Dynasty. My mind is made up. In this campaign against Xiao Jingyuan, we must not use grenades or semi-automatic rifles. Otherwise, if the Great Wu Dynasty learns that we have such powerful weapons and thus obtains a way to defend against them, it will be very difficult for us to win the war against the Great Wu Dynasty. It turns out the Emperor had considered things so far ahead. The Great Yin Dynasty's acquired perfection experts were no match for the Great Wu Dynasty's numerous innate realm masters, so the only option was to attack them unexpectedly with hand grenades. If they were to learn about the weaknesses of the grenades in advance, they would be unable to inflict casualties on the experts of the Great Wu Dynasty. Therefore, grenades and semi-automatic rifles should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, I understand. Ji Qingyang raised his head and looked intently at Shen Gao. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the troops to attack Shao Jingyuan. Your Majesty, count us in too. Black Tiger and Grasshead Chong echoed loudly. Your Majesty, this vanguard position belongs to me. Tian Liang, fearing that Ji Qingyang would snatch the vanguard position away, immediately stepped forward. Just now, Tian Liang was so arrogant and confident that he would definitely be the vanguard, but unexpectedly, Ji Qingyang took the lead first. Going to war with the Emperor is like reaping the rewards. Who wouldn't want to go? General Tian, you should guard the capital this time. Shen Gao ultimately did not agree to Tian Liang's suggestion. After all, Tian Liang wasn't even at the great perfection stage, so how could he possibly be a match for Shao Jingyuan? Moreover, Shao Jingyuan might have cultivated some great perfection experts, so it would be too risky for Tian Liang to go up there. But when the next major battle against the Great Wu Dynasty arrives, it will be time for Tian Liang's well-trained grenade soldiers and semi-automatic riflemen to show their skills. Ji Qingyang, your subordinate is here. I hereby appoint you as the vanguard in the campaign against Shao Jingyuan, leading 30,000 troops. You shall set out immediately. This humble general receives the imperial decree. Ji Qingyang was extremely excited and immediately pulled Wei Yi, Wei Er, He Hu, Chao Tu Chang, and others out of Qianqiu Palace. The fat monk shouted from behind. Hey, General Ji, what about me? Old fatty, you'll be on the front lines when we fight the Great Wu Dynasty in the future. Black Tiger turned his head and laughed heartily. Fat butcher monk. At this moment, Shen Gao gave another order. Lilac! Your Majesty, I am here! Ding Xiang immediately stepped out from among the courtiers. You are in charge of overseeing the transportation of the army's provisions this time. Your Majesty, I obey. Ding Xiang happily accepted the task. After arranging everything, Shen Gao called Shao Chunlai and Lu Yiming to his side. My two beloved ministers, I am not here, so you shall manage the great Yan dynasty well. Lu Yiming and Shao Chunlai bowed in agreement. Just as Shen Gao's decision to personally lead the campaign against Shao Jingyuan was underway in the capital, news immediately reached the distant city of Datsung. Half a day later, a pigeon landed in Shao Jingyuan's hand. He removed the note tied to the pigeon's leg, on which was written a few lines. Gao personally led the expedition to Datsung, mobilizing 50,000 troops in 3 days. Shen Gao personally led an expedition to Datsung City, and 3 days later he mobilized 50,000 troops. It seems he's determined to take Okura Castle. Shao Jingyuan smiled coldly and gently crushed the note, which instantly turned to ashes. Roar, Shen Gao, you would never guess that He Qinhu and I have already reached the first level of the innate realm. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. He spoke softly, recalling Master Xuanji, who had disappeared from this place after drinking his Tai Sui and advancing to the second level of the innate realm, and had never returned. It seems that Xuanjizi is short-sighted, and is quite satisfied with reaching the second level. He must be going back to his sect to show off. What he didn't know was that Master Xuanji had gone to the capital alone, and had been killed by Shen Gao. However, the generals who knew about this matter obeyed Shen Gao's imperial decree and strictly kept the news secret, so only the soldiers present at the time knew about it. At least for a short period of time, the news was not spread. Therefore, Shao Jingyuan and He Qinhu were unaware that Master Xuanji had already died and his cultivation had vanished. Now, Shao Jingyuan has He Qinhu and 2 other experts at the first level of the innate realm. They are planning to go to the capital together, kill Shen Gao, and seize the throne. Unexpectedly, Shen Gao was so high profile, mobilizing 50,000 troops and personally leading the expedition to Datsung. Shen Gao is here to die. Immediately, Shao Jingyuan summoned He Qinhu and told him that Shen Gao would come to his death in 3 days. Upon hearing this news, He Qinhu burst into laughter. He couldn't help but shout, Qin Gao, you killed my junior brother Lu Zhenqing. This revenge can finally be taken. Your Highness, this time I will definitely kill Qin Gao and help you ascend the throne of the great Yan dynasty. He Qinhu was full of pride and began to imagine Xiao Jingyuan becoming emperor. Xiao Jingyuan smiled slightly. If I become emperor, I will make you the greatest general in the land, and all troops will be under your command. This humble general thanks your majesty for your grace. Long live the emperor! He Qinhu immediately knelt on one knee and performed the traditional courtesies of a subject to a ruler before Xiao Jingyuan. This made Xiao Jingyuan burst into laughter. Your Majesty, now that Qin Gao has come, let's seize the opportunity, rush up and capture him alive, torture him to death, and take the Etian flying sword for your Majesty to use as a self-defense item. Seeing that Xiao Jingyuan was so happy, He Qinhu suggested a method to kill the enemy. But Xiao Jingyuan shook his head. My plan is exactly the opposite of yours. You and I will pretend to achieve a perfect ending, and when you see Qin Gao's troops, you will cower and not come out. We will use this as a plan to lure the enemy deep into our territory, and then launch a surprise attack to kill this scourge. Chapter 152 Testing the Waters. Excellent plan! He Qinhu exclaimed loudly upon hearing it. In this way, although some troops will be wasted, people will die in any war. Once Qin Gao is killed, seizing the great Yan dynasty will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. The two then sat down together and carefully discussed how to lure the enemy deep into their territory. Before we knew it, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After a long journey, Qin Gao's troops have arrived at Datsung City in the east of the great Yan dynasty. To the north of Okura Castle is the Great River, about 10 miles wide, and further east is the sea, where the Great River flows into the sea. Qin Gao simply couldn't understand why Xiao Jingyuan would station troops in this place. If Qin Gao surrounds Xiao Jingyuan from 3 sides, and Xiao Jingyuan is defeated, he will have no way to retreat. In fact, that's exactly what Qin Gao did. 50,000 troops surrounded the southwest and east sides of Okura Castle, leaving only the north side open. Half a mile north of the city lies the vast Yangtze River. On the vast river, only a few small boats were fishing, making the scene seem very empty. Qin Gao's troops had already surrounded Datsung City, set up camp, and the soldiers began to cook. As planned, Ji Qingyang, holding a large sword, mounted a fine horse and led 3,000 men toward the south gate. Listen up, tell Xiao Jingyuan to open the city gates and surrender immediately, or he will be executed without mercy. Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu, dressed in soldiers' uniforms and holding long spears, looked at Ji Qingyang. At this moment, a general in armor appeared on the city wall and shouted, Ji Qingyang, don't you dare run away! I, Li Daoyuan, will fight you for 300 rounds. Li Daoyuan, you are no match for me. Call Xiao Jingyuan out. Li Daoyuan glanced at Xiao Jingyuan and He Qinhu, who had disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers, and immediately adopted the demeanor of a general. He descended the city wall, mounted his warhorse, and led 3,000 soldiers out of the south gate. Li Daoyuan, you're only at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. You can't beat me. You should let Xiao Jingyuan handle it. Ji Qingyang had interacted with Li Daoyuan before, so he offered his advice. But Li Daoyuan didn't say anything. He raised the spiked club in his hand and shouted, Ji Qingyang, stop talking nonsense and take this. As he spoke, he raised his spiked club and struck her on the head. Ji Qingyang held his broadsword horizontally to block the spiked club. Instantly, a tremendous force came from him, and Ji Qingyang almost lost his grip on the broadsword. Fortunately, the warhorse sank down, absorbing some of the force, otherwise the broadsword would have been knocked away long ago. Li Daoyuan, how come you're also at the great perfection stage? Ha ha ha, Ji Qingyang, let me tell you the truth, I've taken His Highness's divine medicine, and my strength has increased. I'm not afraid of you at all. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyang focused his attention and engaged Li Daoyuan in battle. After all, Ji Qingyang had been striving for the great perfection realm for many years, relying on his own strength to advance. Li Daoyuan, on the other hand, improved his realm through medicine, and there was still a considerable gap between him and Ji Qingyang. After fighting for 30 rounds, Li Daoyuan was already exhausted. But Ji Qingyang fought with increasing ferocity, and suddenly he shouted, "Hit dash!" With a sweeping motion of his broadsword, he severed Li Daoyuan's head. Ji Qingyang shouted, "Kill!" 3,000 soldiers followed behind him and charged towards Li Daoyuan's troops. Li Daoyuan's troops were already prepared and quickly retreated back into the city, closing the city gates tightly. Ji Qingyang returned to the camp victorious, and reported the battle situation to Shingao. "Your Majesty, as expected, Xiao Jinyuan still has a powerful backer. He has trained another master, Li Daoyuan, who has reached the great perfection of the acquired realm, but he was killed by this humble general." Black Tiger and Grasshead Chan nodded secretly, thinking that Xiao Jinyuan's words were indeed untrustworthy. It had only been a short time, and Tai Sui should have been used up long ago, yet he still managed to create another master at the great perfection of the acquired realm. "Your Majesty." Wei Yi stepped forward and bowed to Shingao. "This humble general believes that Xiao Jinyuan has more than just this one great perfection of the acquired realm. He must have many more." Shingao gestured for Wei Yi to continue. Wei Yi raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Shingao. Seeing a slight smile on Shingao's face, he continued. "If I go to challenge Xiao Jinyuan with Wei Er, General Black Tiger, and General Grasshead Chang, we can find out how many acquired great perfection cultivators he has." Shingao thought about it, and felt that this was a very good idea. He immediately agreed to Wei Yi's idea, appointing Wei Yi as the leader, and together with Wei Er, He Hu, and Chao Tu Chang, they led 3,000 men to attack the southern city. After they stopped, Wei Yi and Wei Er opened their mouths wide and began to curse loudly at the city wall. He cursed for the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, until his voice became hoarse. So Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang started cursing. Upon seeing Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang, Xiao Jinyuan immediately flew into a rage. Thinking back to that time, Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Fat Slaughter Monk, number 1, number 2, and number 3 spent 6 bottles of Tai Sui to cultivate them into acquired great perfection cultivators, and now they have turned into his enemies. He was furious, and immediately ordered 4 generals at the great perfection of the acquired realm to open the city gates and lead 3,000 troops out to fight. Before leaving, Xiao Jinyuan gritted his teeth and said loudly, "You 4 must cut off Black Tiger and Grasshead Chang's heads. I want to eat their flesh and drink their blood." The 4 men accepted the order and led their troops in a charge. Black Tiger, Grasshead Chang, Wei Yi, and Wei Er have fought together many times and are very close. They can understand each other's intentions with just a glance. The 4 men moved in unison, spurring their war horses together, and kicking their bellies hard. The war horses immediately leaped up, their hind legs kicking powerfully, carrying the 4 men as they charged forward. Xiao Jinyuan's 4 postnatal great perfection cultivators were forced into battle by Wei Yi and Wei Er before they could even get into position. With the sound of weapons clashing, Wei Yi discovered that the 4 enemies were all at the great perfection of the acquired realm. This once again proves that Xiao Jinyuan is still alive and well. He was overjoyed. He swung his spear around and shouted, "Kill!" Immediately, 3,000 soldiers spurred their horses and gave chase. Some even bypassed Wei Yi and his 3 companions, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy's 3,000 troops. In the midst of the chaos, Wei Yi raised his spear and killed the enemy general. He then drew his waist knife and cut off the general's head with a single stroke. The 4 then worked together and, with a single move, killed the remaining 3 enemy generals. At this moment, 6,000 men were locked in a fierce battle, and only a very small number managed to escape into the city gates. With the charge of Wei Yi, Wei Er, He Hu, and Chao Tu Chan, the enemy's 3,000 men were almost completely wiped out in no time. Xiao Jinyuan was so angry that his teeth were grinding together, his eyes were spitting fire, and he secretly cursed Shingao's ancestors for 18 generations. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" He Qinhu asked Xiao Jinyuan in a low voice. Xiao Jinyuan thought for a moment and said, "Shingao hasn't shown himself yet. The next step is that no matter how much they curse us, we won't go out of the city to fight. We'll wait for Xingao to personally attack the city, and then I'll find an opportunity to kill him.